I swallow, I swallow, I swallow. Before the Life Foundation, Bai Yu unexpectedly became host to Venom, activating the most formidable devouring system in history, transforming him into a supervillain. By consuming, one gains strength. Ding. Target for hunt, Spider-Man. Ding. Target for hunt, Godzilla. Ding. Target for hunt, King Kong. In addition to living beings, Venom can devour various resources. Devour the cosmic cube. Devour the galactic building. Devour Mount Vesuvius. Could it be that there exists something Venom cannot consume? Chapter 1. Venom's Possession, Devouring Rebirth. As night fell, the entirety of Manhattan was shrouded in darkness. The city lay in eerie silence. The once vibrant Chinatown, under the cloak of night, was enveloped in a chilling atmosphere. A strange, deathly stillness permeated the desolate streets. At the corner of the street, a shadowy figure, face obscured, emerged from an alley, tilting his head slightly. Beneath the dim streetlight, his pale cheeks were faintly visible. He gazed towards the end of Chinatown. There stood a skyscraper, towering into the clouds. On its facade, tempered glass flickered with an ominous sheen, 5 cold characters etched into the glass, eliciting a shiver. Life Foundation. Gradually withdrawing his gaze, he adjusted his black cap and strode forward. Several minutes later, he stood before a vertical elevator. From beneath his black robe, a pair of slender hands deftly entered the code on the control panel. The elevator doors opened, and he stepped inside. As the doors closed, the elevator ascended rapidly, soon halting at the 72nd floor. He exited the elevator and cast a cold, indifferent glance over the silent city before slowly entering the floor. With practiced movements, he skillfully evaded all surveillance coverage and quickly arrived before a door secured with a keypad lock. On the door, several cold characters gleamed with a metallic luster. Symbiote Laboratory. Upon seeing this name, which had appeared countless times on his parents' computers, a fleeting moment of distraction crossed his veiled eyes. He then extended his hand, relying on memory, and pressed the code. The metal door slowly opened, a chill rushing to greet him. He entered silently, instinctively surveying his surroundings. Before him lay an array of advanced high-tech equipment and numerous enclosed glass chambers. In the center of each glass chamber stood a composite container crafted from titanium alloy. He scanned the laboratory, soon halting before one glass chamber. His pupils involuntarily constricted. Inside the alloy container, a mass of black liquid writhed, exuding an aura of profound malevolence. He slowly removed his black cloak, revealing a remarkably handsome face, appearing merely youthful. In the next moment, he activated the access key for the control system and smoothly stepped into the glass chamber. Gazing at the swirling black viscous substance within the alloy canister, a flicker of madness crossed the youth's eyes. His name was Bai Yu. His parents served as top researchers in this symbiote laboratory, studying extraterrestrial life forms. However, during a meteorite incident, they extracted a peculiar black symbiotic substance from the meteorite. This symbiote could not survive independently in an oxygen-rich environment, but could merge with an oxygen-breathing host. Recognizing the potential dangers posed by this mysterious substance, the two researchers decided to conceal their findings and prepare to eradicate the hazardous material in secret. Yet, an unexpected leak of information prompted the Life Foundation to swiftly intervene, thwarting the researchers' efforts. To prevent the exposure of classified information, the researchers inevitably met with a meticulously orchestrated traffic accident. Witnessing his parents' twisted smiles amidst the wreckage of their shattered car, Bai Yu's heart, which had been filled with joy for 16 years, was suddenly shadowed by darkness. For the first time in his life, he exhibited an intense desire for immense power. And this devilish thought compelled him to press the blood-red button beside the alloy container. Alarm! Alarm! Silver level alert! Silver level alert! The laboratory is under invasion by unidentified entities. The moment Bai Yu pressed the button, the thunderous alarm reverberated throughout the laboratory, echoing through the entire building. Simultaneously, the long-sealed alloy shell began to open slowly. The sinister black liquid, freed from its confinement, surged forth, as if greedily inhaling the long-absent air. It then began to writhe slightly, inexplicably fixating its gaze upon the standing Bai Yu. For reasons unknown, Bai Yu felt a chilling sensation as it stared at him. Before he could react, the black liquid swiftly extended several tendrils, ensnaring his ankles. The icy touch sent a shiver coursing through him, surging upwards from his feet. In an instant, the black liquid rapidly climbed, engulfing his entire body. Yet, mere seconds later, the black liquid that enveloped Bai Yu gradually receded, as if burrowing into his very being. Shaking his slightly aching head, Bai Yu glanced at his body. There seemed to be no significant change. Suddenly, a peculiar voice echoed in his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have been bonded with Venom, acquiring the most powerful devouring system in history. Soul binding completed. Before Bai Yu could process this, an attribute panel materialized before him. Symbiote, Venom. Host, Bai Yu. Consciousness occupancy, 50. Level, beginner. Is this a beginner symbiote? Bai Yu gazed in astonishment at the black veins faintly visible beneath his skin, a surge of inexplicable ecstasy flooding his heart as he eagerly continued to read. Venom's base attributes. Maximum strength value, 300 tons. Surface defense value, 300 points. Jump speed value, 500 points. Venom's basic skills. Liquidation. Venom, being a liquid, can liquefy at the host's will, taking on various forms. Devouring. Venom possesses a remarkable talent, enabling it to consume other beings and seize their abilities and talents. Venom's basic weaknesses. High temperatures. Ultrasound above 4,000 Hz. Note, Venom's base life value is only 500 points. It requires continuous consumption of living beings to replenish its strength. Once a certain time limit is exceeded, the Venom symbiote will enter a dormant state. Do you seem quite interested in me? An evil, chilling voice gradually resonated in his mind. Bai Yu shuddered, glancing around, only to find no one in sight except for the piercing alarm and the approaching footsteps. This is Venom. Suddenly, Bai Yu whirled around, his gaze landing on the glass wall. Through the transparent glass wall, Bai Yu was horrified to see a terrifying visage reflected upon it, a face contorted in a grotesque grimace, beneath which lay a multitude of icy, jagged fangs glinting with a chilling luminescence. Chapter 2. The Carnage in the Laboratory. On the transparent glass wall, a fearsome face was mirrored. The ghostly visage bore pale eyes that shimmered with a cold gleam. Upon its mountain-like physique, a black liquid pulsated with fervor. Even more shocking was the sight of a massive tongue thrashing about within its cavernous maw, creating an unsettling spectacle from afar. Are you Venom? Bai Yu swallowed hard, unable to believe his own words. Which audacious soul dares to utter my name? Venom grinned malevolently from the mirror, the expression exuding an eerie chill. May I harness your abilities? Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes sparkled with intrigue. My dear host, you are me, and I am you. As long as it lies within my capabilities, you may act as you desire. Venom twisted its terrifying form, languidly licking its glimmering claws, a lazy smile playing upon its lips. No sooner had the words left its mouth than a series of explosive sounds erupted from outside the laboratory, a fierce gale sweeping through and shaking the metallic door violently. Then, a cascade of cold shouts began to echo incessantly. Clearly, the silver-level alarm had roused a multitude of guards from the Life Foundation. It seems you are in a bit of trouble. As the footsteps drew nearer, Venom cast a mocking glance at Bai Yu, whose brow was furrowed, the tone thick with derision. The guards from the Life Foundation. Bai Yu murmured, a flicker of ruthlessness flashing in his dark eyes. Are you hungry? He suddenly tilted his head, addressing the Venom in the mirror. This is a delightful offering. Venom replied with a grin. With a thunderous crash, the seemingly impenetrable metallic door collapsed in an instant. Shortly thereafter, a red smoke grenade sliced through the air, exploding above. The sky filled with crimson smoke, swiftly engulfing the entire laboratory and obscuring all light. In the wake of this, a battalion of fully armed guards surged in. Clad in specialized night vision goggles and chemical protection suits, they brandished submachine guns, immediately commencing a search within the red haze. However, before they could disperse, all the guards were struck by terror as a towering black shadow, 5 meters in height, emerged slowly from the smoke. Through the night vision goggles, they witnessed an unforgettable scene of horror. This black giant, robust in stature, was covered in dark, fibrous tissue, its mouth brimming with fangs and a massive tongue writhing in a grotesque display. Open fire, shouted the lead guard, shaken back to reality, summoning all his strength to bellow the command. At the sound of his order, dozens of triggers were pulled in unison. Bang, bang, bang. A torrential barrage of gunfire rained down upon the colossal entity at the far end of their vision. In an instant, a storm of bullets, accompanied by a chorus of whistling winds, mercilessly struck the black creature's form. Yet, despite the unrelenting firepower, only sparks erupted upon impact, failing to inflict any substantial harm. Foolishness. Venom chuckled, shaking its head. eyes glinting with amusement at the guards' fearful expressions. With a thunderous roar, Venom propelled itself off the ground, the sheer force causing the floor to tremble beneath it. In the blink of an eye, the shadowy giant lunged forward, evading a hail of bullets, before striking down upon one guard's chest with a colossal paw. The terrifying force surged through the giant claw, crushing the guard's torso, sending forth a horrific spray of blood. With a guttural roar, Venom opened its gaping maw and devoured him whole. The sickening sound of flesh tearing echoed ominously, sending chills down the spine. Ding! Host has completed the first hunt. Gained 20 life points. Detecting target possesses no special abilities devour effect not activated. The attribute panel re-emerged slowly, revealing that the blue life energy bar had risen from 500 to 520 points. Truly delectable. Venom mused, still savoring the moment, its cold gaze sweeping over the trembling guards. The target is out of control, retreat. The lead guard urgently activated the alarm, and a massive steel cage descended from above, ensnaring Venom within. Immediately, the armed guards hastily stowed their weapons and fled the laboratory in a panic. This hunting game is far more entertaining. Venom grinned sinisterly, seizing two steel rods and yanking them outward with such force that the resilient composite steel twisted in his grasp. Boom! With a strike of its paw, Venom shattered the distorted cage into fragments, then turned its attention to the fleeing guards. A cruel smile curled at the corners of its mouth. Bang! 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 Venom's right paw extended, transforming into numerous tendrils that tore through the air with lightning speed, latching onto the backs of the fleeing guards. The black liquid tendrils revealed countless tiny whirlpools upon contact, releasing a terrifying suction that surged forth. In an instant, the dark tendrils coiled around the guards, ensnaring them tightly. With a swift tug, Venom greedily pulled back, dragging the guards' flailing bodies along. Boom! 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 The alloy doors crumbled under the impact of the retracting tendrils, the explosive sound shattering every pane of glass in their wake. Flames engulfed the entire floor. Bang! 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 The tendrils recoiled, leaving behind bloodied figures that crumpled helplessly before Venom. Their faces, too, froze in terror at that very moment. Being the villain feels quite exhilarating. Venom grinned once more, casually plucking a bloody heart and chewing on it. Suddenly, Venom lifted its gaze toward a concealed corner of the ceiling. There, a blue-lit surveillance camera observed the horrific scene that had just unfolded. With a swift strike, a thick black tendril shot forth, yanking the camera down and causing sparks to fly. Reflected in the shattered lens was a visage of unearthly horror. On the left side of the face, a youthful countenance with dark pupils and brows like ink blades. On the right side, Venom's fearsome visage, with ghostly white pupils and pulsating black liquid. Hello, I am Venom. Chapter 3. The Enraged Dr. Drake at the Apex of the Life Foundation. This is a realm replete with cutting-edge technology in a three-dimensional space. Virtual data pulsates incessantly on the LCD screens, shimmering with a cold luster. At this moment, a man clad in a black suit stands beneath the main screen, his expression frosty as he surveys the dozens of researchers below with an icy gaze. Behind him, the surveillance footage from a 72nd floor is shrouded in darkness, occasionally pierced by haunting cries that send chills down one's spine. The man's frigid stare renders the researchers silent, exchanging anxious glances amongst themselves. Who can elucidate what transpired on the 72nd floor? Dr. Drake's countenance is as frigid as ice, his tone imbued with a palpable menace. His awareness of the nature of what lies sealed within the 72nd floor fuels his mounting concern and fury. Esteemed Dr. Drake, according to the latest reports from the security team, they have encountered a grotesque black giant. A researcher responds in a trembling whisper, feeling the weight of the man's volatile gaze. Oh, at this revelation, the flames of anger in Drake's eyes extinguish instantaneously, a barely perceptible flicker of intrigue glinting within. Could it be that the symbiote has successfully bonded? He murmurs, an uncontrollable exhilaration lacing his once cold tone. The black liquid extracted from a meteorite years ago has, through a decade of rigorous research by the Life Foundation, been confirmed to possess symbiotic properties, heralding vast potential. However, both test subjects, be they lab mice or living humans, have proven incapable of enduring the tyrannical characteristics of the black symbiote. This predicament has nearly brought the Life Foundation's research to a standstill for 3 long years, incurring losses exceeding billions annually. Yet now, this enigmatic black symbiote appears to have achieved a flawless fusion with humanity, igniting a spark of breakthrough within his keen instincts. Relay my orders, seal the information, assemble 9 helicopter squads, and mobilize the 41 augmented units. We must retrieve my symbiote. Drake forcefully suppresses his inner excitement, his voice a chilling command. Yes. The researchers below respond promptly, bowing in deference. Doctor, should we notify the Osborne Group or S.H.I.E.L.D.? The earlier responding researcher tentatively inquires, a hint of hesitation in his voice. No sooner does he utter this than he is gripped with terror at the flash of cold light that momentarily crosses Drake's eyes. Do you wish for me to consign you to the laboratory alongside those vagrants as test subjects? Upon hearing this, the researcher shudders involuntarily, sealing his lips in dread. By the way, provide me with Nick Fury's direct line, Drake suddenly remarks, his eyes narrowing slightly. The 72nd floor of the Life Foundation. Amidst the smoky ruins, a fierce blaze rages, illuminating the shattered alloy structures, where numerous lifeless bodies lay sprawled in disarray. A colossal figure, enveloped entirely in a viscous black fluid, sits atop the mangled remains, savoring the gruesome task of gnawing on severed heads. With each bite, the giant's imposing physique swells gradually. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have completed your 45th hunt, and your life force has surpassed 1,400 points. No special attributes detected on the target. The devouring talent remains dormant. To achieve intermediate evolution, a further 3,600 points of life force must be consumed. The mechanical, electronic voice resonates slowly in the void once more. I must inquire, could you refrain from being so fascinated by the heads of ordinary mortals? The left visage of the black giant contorts instantaneously, the liquid shifting as fangs emerge, transforming into the face of a youthful, handsome boy who speaks with a hint of exasperation. This is the first time I've encountered fresh flesh since departing my home planet. How could I possibly let it slip away? The venomous entity chuckles sinisterly, glaring with a fierce countenance, as it crushes the blood-soaked head in its grasp. While chewing, the creature suddenly cocks its head, seemingly intrigued, and inquires, "Dear host, it appears you harbor a deep-seated resentment towards them. As an extraterrestrial symbiote, it possesses intellect far beyond that of an average being." Hearing this, Bai Yu falls into contemplative silence, eventually shaking his head slowly, his expression devoid of emotion as he states, "These individuals were never meant to exist. Their demise suits my intentions perfectly." The venomous entity grins broadly, exuding an aura of chilling delight. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberates from the 72nd floor, sending a shower of glass fragments cascading to the ground. In the wake of this chaos, blinding beams of white light sweep across the scene, coalescing upon the form of the liquid that Bai Yu embodies. As the brilliance fades, a multitude of helicopters materializes, their cold gun barrels sealing off all avenues of escape for Bai Yu. Thud! 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 The heavy sound of landing reverberates as figures clad in formidable armor descend from the helicopters. Bai Yu's pupils constrict in alarm. These armored beings possess bodies nearly entirely crafted from alloy, their eyes glimmering with a crimson metallic sheen. Cyborgs. Enhanced by technology, these beings have shed all sensation of pain, mechanically executing the predetermined commands embedded in their minds: destruction or slaughter. This Life Foundation, boldly defying the federal prohibition on all human experimentation, continues its nefarious activities with audacity. Little one, you seem to have formed quite an amicable rapport with this symbiote. Remarkably, the cyborgs lower their heads in unison, parting to create a path. At the center of the clearing, a refined gentleman in a black suit strides forward, disregarding the bloodied scene around him, his gaze fixated upon Bai Yu, filled with fervent intensity. $3 million, left with the Life Foundation, and I assure you, your ascent will be unimpeded. The man in black chuckled, presenting an irresistible temptation that few could decline. Very well, Bai Yu replied with a faint smile, seemingly acquiescing. Observing Bai Yu's retreat, the grin on the man's face deepened. However, I require a condition, Bai Yu suddenly beamed. What is it? In this federation, there is nothing that the Life Foundation cannot obtain. The man in black was taken aback, but nodded nonetheless. I desire the head of Dr. Drake. Bai Yu flashed a chilling smile, revealing a set of gleaming white teeth. And coldly declared Venom. Received. An eerie, mocking laughter erupted, and a bloodthirsty aura swiftly enveloped the scene. Boom! A terrifying black liquid instantly engulfed Bai Yu's entire being, solidifying into a glistening armor of scales. Then, a hulking black giant emerged, bearing its menacing ivory fangs. This colossal creature, akin to the Hulk, bore a ferocious visage, and its wildly flicking tongue instilled a sense of dread even in the emotionless cyborgs. Drake, be sure to preserve your life. Well, the chapter titled Blood Stains the Life Foundation commenced, with a sinister grin spreading across the giant's fearsome face, sending shivers down spines. Whoosh! Venom took a step forward, and with a flick of his right claw, his entire right arm morphed into two dark tendrils that lunged towards the grim-faced Drake. The tendrils sliced through the air, reaching Drake in an instant, opening their fearsome, gaping maws. For Venom, liquefaction was second nature. Boom! Boom! Two brilliant blue beams flashed, cutting through the wind, colliding violently with the black tendrils. Boom! A terrifying surge of energy instantly engulfed the black appendages, sending a fierce gust sweeping forth as the viscous tendrils erupted into a spray of liquid. Whoosh! The liquids swiftly converged, retracting back to Venom, reforming into his robust right arm. Gazing at his slightly charred claw, Venom's expression turned icy as he raised his piercing white eyes towards the two cyborgs standing defiantly before Drake. Beneath their dark armor, two ominous cannon muzzles gleamed with a chilling blue light. To confront the third-generation blue whale ion cannon was no act of reason. Drake subtly stepped back, maintaining a cordial smile. The third-generation blue whale ion cannon, coupled with the finest black gold armor, showcases the cutting-edge technology of the Life Foundation today. I surrender, Venom suddenly exclaimed, and the black liquid promptly retracted, seeping into his muscular structure, revealing the slender figure of a young boy. Bai Yu quietly surveyed the menacing cyborg forces ahead, raising his hands in a gesture of surrender. The fusion with the symbiote was astonishingly seamless. As Drake observed the black fluid undulating gracefully across Bai Yu's form, an overwhelming greed surged within his eyes. From the symbiote, he discerned the potential for humanity's evolution and the unimaginable business prospects that lay ahead. Seize him! With a mere wave of his hand, the stoic army of cyborgs positioned their ion cannons and marched heavily towards Bai Yu. The densely packed barrels of weaponry seemed poised to unleash a terrifying metallic tempest at any moment. Thud! 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 Two cyborgs, their indifferent eyes wide open, extended their steel-crafted mechanical claws towards Bai Yu, who appeared to have surrendered in resistance. Witnessing the imminent capture of the black symbiote, Drake could barely contain his exhilaration. However, his smile soon froze in place. Retreat! A hoarse roar erupted from his lips. Ding! The system detected the target possessing alloy technology attributes and activated the devouring talent. A cold electronic voice materialized, and then a sinister smile curled at the corner of Bai Yu's mouth. The terrifying black liquid surged forth instantaneously, engulfing his entire being, as his ferocious claws struck like lightning against the chest of the cyborg. In that fleeting moment, the ashen white eyes of the symbiote transformed into two swirling black holes, and a domineering light of consumption roared forth from his palms. In the blink of an eye, the black light enveloped the cyborg entirely, rendering its form into a lifeless void of darkness, and the raised mechanical claw halted abruptly. Roar! The symbiote suddenly opened its gaping maw, twisting the alloy head of the cyborg clean off. The sound of shattering steel echoed from within, sending shivers down the spine. Boom! The body of the cyborg, corroded by the black light, erupted violently, scattering iron fragments across the sky. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your first devouring and plundering. Health increased by 500 points. Acquired alloy technology talent, liquefied ion cannon. Feeling his formidable form swell to nearly 6 meters, the symbiote revealed a set of menacing fangs. His cold gaze then swept across the distance, landing on the alarmed Drake. Dare to move against me, and the Life Foundation will ensure you find no rest in the grave. Drake, suppressing his inner trepidation, inhaled deeply and spoke coldly. Apologies, Dr. Drake, but your head has long been a tantalizing desire of mine. With a sinister grin, the symbiote swung his massive claws, swiftly seizing the mechanical limb of the nearby cyborg. Before it could react, the terrifying black hole reappeared and consumed it whole. Boom! The symbiote slammed down onto the ground, causing the alloy surface to collapse beneath him, and his colossal frame propelled forward like a climber scaling a wall, hurtling towards the glass barrier. Each leap sent tremors through the glass, shattering it into fragments. Stop him! Drake's face turned ashen. The genteel demeanor he once held vanished, replaced by a thunderous shout. Boom! 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 Dozens of azure lasers pierced the void like lightning, sweeping across the sky in an overwhelming surge towards the venomous entity. The air along their path was seared, leaving behind a charred scent. Do you possess as much as I do? The writhing, venomous substance grinned, and the inky liquid upon its form began to writhe eerily. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into over 100 ominous cannon barrels. Boom! 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 Nearly 100 ion beams erupted from the liquid cannons, frantically intercepting the azure lasers above, resulting in an earth-shattering explosion. A tempest of energy surged forth, ripping nearby glass structures into fragments. After intercepting a significant portion of the assault, the remaining liquid ion cannons plummeted towards the augmented troops like meteors. Bang! 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 The advanced ion cannons clashed against the elite black iron exoskeletons, shattering the augmented beings' alloy bodies instantly, dazzling sparks illuminating the atmosphere. Trying to flee? The venomous entity crushed the head of an augmented soldier, turning its gaze towards the panicked Drake, who was hastily boarding a helicopter, and licked its colossal tongue. A viscous black tentacle shot forth, swiftly adhering to the helicopter's tail. With a terrifying force, it yanked the aircraft downward. Boom! 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 The helicopter, hurtling back towards the ground, shattered glass walls in its wake, ultimately coming to a ruinous halt before the venomous entity. Amidst the raging flames, a disheveled figure tumbled from the cockpit, their terrified eyes locking onto the grotesque visage of the venomous being. The entity grinned, stepping forward slowly, its massive claws seizing Drake by the collar, lifting him into the air, observing his desperate struggles. With a whoosh, the black liquid contracted, and the venomous entity's left face twisted into the indifferent countenance of Bai Yu. Old dog, when your greed led to my parents' demise, did you ever contemplate this day? Bai Yu's voice was laced with cold fury. Your parents. Drake, firmly grasped by the venomous claws, his face reddening, managed to grit out a few words after a long pause. It was their orders. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes glinted with icy light as he coldly inquired, Who? Yet, in the next instant, a twisted smile crept upon Drake's face, crimson blood oozing from his 7 orifices. In his anguished gaze, shifting numbers suddenly appeared. 3, 2, 1. A scent of gunpowder permeated the air. Roar! The venomous entity suddenly opened its maw, swallowing him whole, chewing a few times before retracting its dark red tongue. What a bother, it remarked, licking its massive claw with a smirk. Chapter 5. The galaxy building in the stillness of the night. A fierce blaze illuminated the slumbering city of Manhattan. Ear-splitting alarms reverberated through every corner of Chinatown. The Life Foundation building, once a symbol of technological zenith, was now enveloped in billowing clouds of smoke. Amidst the inferno, smoke billowed and corpses lay scattered across the ground. A headless body of a man in a suit dangled quietly from the wreckage of a shattered helicopter. In the city, a tidal wave of fire trucks surged towards the towering edifice. The late-night streets of Manhattan had descended into a state of heightened alert. However, several kilometers away from the Life Fund building, the lights of a bustling night market flickered vibrantly. Wall Street, situated at the confluence of Manhattan and New York City, stood as the foremost financial hub of the Federation and a center for national defense. The renowned Galaxy building loomed at the end of Wall Street, a paragon of technological advancement, its prestige surpassing that of the Life Foundation itself. The Galaxy building, the tallest structure in the Federation, was forged entirely from meteorite iron, and as night fell, it shimmered with a celestial glow. Its surface sparkled with countless stars, subtly forming a breathtaking depiction of the Milky Way. Each star symbolized a spacecraft traversing the cosmos, each vessel tirelessly seeking to unearth further planetary resources for humanity. On a dimly lit sidewalk adjacent to Wall Street, a shadowy figure hastily passed by. Cloaked in a black veil, he scanned his surroundings with furtive glances. Upon reaching the quiet grove, He halted beneath the towering structure, gazing up at the edifice. The azure-hued, folding doors rotated slowly, while beams of infrared light meticulously scanned every figure entering or exiting. This advanced infrared technology, linked to state-of-the-art computers, could instantaneously input the identities of all comers into the back-end database. With a hint of annoyance, Bai Yu squinted, clutching a silver token in his hand. The token bore a vivid emblem of shield, encircled by 2 lines of intricate English letters, imbuing it with an aura of mystery. He had extracted several top-secret documents from the internal database of the Life Foundation and discovered this token on the deceased Drake. The Galaxy building was associated with SHIELD, a scant understanding Bai Yu possessed of this enigmatic organization. Yet the building's security system was formidable. Whether through direct assault or covert infiltration, the odds of success were, to put mildly, negligible. Furrowing his brow, he contemplated the nearly impenetrable fortress before him. Suddenly, he lifted his gaze, peering through the thickening twilight towards the pinnacle of the structure. At that lofty height rested several cosmic antennas, reaching out into the starry abyss, receiving satellite signals from the vast expanse of space, supplying the entire Galaxy building with its network channels and connecting to its terminal power systems. Did he wish to ascend? A peculiar, eerie laughter echoed in Bai Yu's mind, instantly illuminating his thoughts. Could he climb up there? Bai Yu was taken aback. A skyscraper nearly 1,000 meters high exerted an immense gravitational force, making the idea of scaling its iron meteor-clad surface with bare hands seem utterly preposterous. Suddenly, a colossal black shadow crashed onto the building's surface, its massive claws gripping the meteorite-reinforced steel firmly, fervor gleaming in its stark white eyes. With a series of explosive sounds, Venom launched itself forward, its powerful limbs propelling it up the exterior of the structure like lightning. Each leap showcased astounding agility, allowing Venom to cover dozens of meters with each bound, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. Within mere seconds, its enormous form transformed into a concentrated black, rapidly ascending toward the pinnacle of the skyscraper. The inky liquid granted Venom formidable concealment in the night, evading even the most advanced scanning devices. With a thunderous crack signaling the shattering of the meteorite, a shadow surged upward, crashing heavily onto the rooftop, sending a terrifying shockwave that toppled surrounding antennas. The view from up there is splendid. Venom unfurled its fearsome body, narrow eyes scanning the opulent city cloaked in darkness. An inexplicable glimmer of greed flickered in its pale gaze. If only I could devour the entire city, perhaps I could evolve into a higher symbiote. A hushed voice murmured with excitement from Venom. The overwhelming scent of blood sent chills down the spine. Do your devouring abilities know no bounds? Bai Yu wondered in astonishment. The notion of consuming a city was indeed chilling. If it weren't for the limitations of my symbiote level, I could devour an entire planet, Venom replied, licking its enormous tongue, viscous liquid dripping from its tip, presenting a grotesque sight. With a resigned shake of the head, a sudden glint of cold determination flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. First, let's destroy this place. It's simple. Upon hearing this, Venom grinned, its terrifying claws sweeping out to smash a functioning cosmic antenna. As the antenna shattered, over a quarter of the lights in the entire Galaxy Tower dimmed instantly, plunging the surroundings into an eerie silence. Gasps of astonishment echoed from within the building. Suddenly, several black tendrils shot forth, ensnaring the remaining cosmic antennas, lifting them into the void with the intent to collide violently. However, at the moment of impact, 3 silvery threads sliced through the air, swiftly adhering to the cosmic antennas. Though seemingly delicate, these threads possessed remarkable resilience, firmly anchoring the antennas in place. The rapidly flailing tendrils in the air abruptly froze, gazing at the remarkably resilient spider silk. It surprisingly withstood the corrosive onslaught of the black liquid. In the stark white eyes of the Venom, a flicker of murderous intent subtly flashed. The terrifying black fluid began to writhe frantically upon his form. He then cast a cold glance toward a distant spire. Perched atop the spire was a man clad in red, his figure adorned with intricate black patterns, leisurely descending along a slender strand of spider silk. A mysterious spider emblem was etched upon his chest. A mocking voice emerged from beneath his crimson mask, languidly echoing, "Hey, old friend, do take a breath." Chapter 6, Deadly Foes. Atop the Galactic Tower, the Spider-Man stood in stark opposition to the Dawn Lighthouse, separated by an expanse of night. The frigid winds howled in the midnight air. A massive shadow loomed at the tower's zenith, coldly observing the enigmatic figure draped in black, suspended from the spire. A chilling sound of grinding fangs emanated from Venom's maw, his pale eyes intermittently flashing with a peculiar gleam. With a beastly sense of smell, he detected the formidable power lurking beneath the mysterious man's seemingly jovial facade. Ding! The system identified a life form of level 6, Spider-Man. With a danger rating of 4 and a talent attribute of 5, the devouring talent activated automatically. The frigid electronic voice reverberated through the air. Level 6 life form. Venom flicked his gargantuan tongue, the black liquid squirming rapidly across his body, a glint of greed surfacing in his eyes. This was the first time he had encountered a being of such elevated life level since departing from his home planet. "Little crawler, I advise you not to meddle," he said, licking his glistening claws with a sinister grin that sent shivers down the spine. With a resounding thud, Venom's bull-like right foot stomped down, shattering the cosmic antenna beneath him. The piercing wail of sirens filled the air as the lights of the galactic tower dimmed, more than half plunging into darkness. Countless operating computers succumbing to paralysis. The radio waves of the galactic tower radiated for miles. With the antennas severed, the entire city fell into a sudden, eerie silence. The abrupt chaos triggered widespread panic along Wall Street, the entire city gripped by fear. Atop the silver tower, the man in red observed the wreckage of the antenna, a slow smile fading from his face. The spider emblem on his chest seemed to come alive, beginning to writhe. He wrapped himself in the spider silk, propelling himself into the air with graceful agility, landing seamlessly upon the spire, limbs adhering to its peak like an authentic spider. No wonder the boss declared this a symbiote of the highest danger level. Its temperament is indeed fierce, Spider-Man pondered, gazing thoughtfully at the grotesque visage of Venom. "Crawley, beware that I might just rip your entire face off and roll it down the street like a piece of meat in the wind." The colossal claw pressed against the fiery ground, as Venom glared ominously at the furrowed brow of Spider-Man. A surge of crimson surged from his pupils. "Hey, old friend, this simply won't do. I despise rolling around on Wall Street," Spider-Man exclaimed, hands raised in a gesture of resignation, a wry smile gracing his lips. Almost immediately, a glint of coldness flickered in his eyes. "Moreover, you are currently the number 1 supervillain in Hield. You say?" Venom grinned, his mouth widening, before suddenly swinging his massive claw down with tremendous force upon the ground. Boom! The terrifying impact unleashed a torrent of power, causing the top-grade steel plate forged from meteorite to cave in, while dreadful fissures rapidly spread across the surface. The entire Galaxy Tower trembled under the sheer force of the strike. "What a pity you are merely a basic symbiote. Otherwise, such a blow could have instigated an earthquake," Venom remarked, gazing hungrily at his enormous claw, a sinister smile playing on his lips. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 3 silver strands of webbing sliced through the air, lightning fast, adhering to his arms and wrapping around them like a demonic embrace. Following the threads, Venom coldly regarded the opposite tower, from which Spider-Man's wrist-mounted web shooters unleashed 3 strands of webbing. Spider-Man shrugged nonchalantly. Boom! With a fierce tug, Venom's muscles contracted explosively, yanking Spider-Man into the air, accompanied by a whooshing sound, and crashing him violently against the spire. Boom! Boom! The steel erupted, glass shattered, and countless cracks spread outward from the point of impact. As the smoke cleared, Venom's eyes narrowed. Within the massive crater, there was no sign of his adversary. "Buddy, that was a bit too harsh, don't you think?" A toothy voice suddenly emerged from behind Venom as a red blur zipped past. Spider-Man shook his slightly twisted left arm, wincing in pain. Suddenly, Spider-Man's expression sharpened. The rare sensation of his spider sense flared intensely, issuing a powerful warning. Bang! 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 Numerous serpentine black tendrils erupted from Venom's back, unfurling their gaping maws towards him. Spider-Man's countenance shifted, and he propelled himself backward, swiftly raising his hands as his web shooters sprang open. High-viscosity strands of webbing shot forth, intertwining to weave an immense net that shielded him from the impending onslaught. Swish! As the web was formed, the terrifying black tendrils surged forward, crashing violently against the resilient web, which held firm against the assault. With a whoosh, the liquid recoiled and returned to Venom's form. Slowly turning, Venom glared with menace at the now grave-faced Spider-Man, extending his dark crimson tongue. Apologies for startling you. Boom! Venom stomped on the floor with a ferocious force, his terrifying form descending upon Spider-Man like a mountain crashing down, accompanied by a wild gust of claws sweeping through the air. With a resounding thud, Spider-Man swung his arms, colliding fiercely with the massive claws, yet the overwhelming power forced him to sink deeply into the floor. Before he could regain his bearings, a sharp kick whistled through the air, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, violently slamming into his chest. The impact sent Spider-Man hurtling backward, crashing into a distant clock tower, causing half of its structure to collapse. The ancient bell shattered, plummeting from above. In the giant pit of the clock tower, Spider-Man struggled to rise, glancing at his slightly damaged suit, feeling an inexplicable twitch of discomfort. The sensation of being struck by this creature eerily reminded him of the time he faced the Hulk. Suppressing the intense pain, he extricated his arm from the rubble, shook his head, and gasped a few breaths of cold air. Yet in the next moment, his expression froze again. With his extraordinary vision, he spotted a pair of crimson, beastly eyes greedily watching him from the top of the Galaxy building. Venom lay low, his powerful limbs displaying terrifying black muscles undulating like a fearsome dark beast. From his gaping maw, a monstrous tongue inexplicably lifted, dripping viscous saliva that sent chills down one's spine. A sense of dread washed over him. Chapter 7. The Pursuit on Wall Street. Whoosh. 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 Countless black tendrils erupted from Venom, surging forward with fluidity and ferocity towards Spider-Man. Faced with this overwhelming assault of deadly appendages, Spider-Man's expression turned icy as he swiftly shot a silver web, anchoring it to the plummeting bell. With a powerful leap into the void behind him, Spider-Man seized the damaged bell and hurled it upward, colliding fiercely with the oncoming liquid tendrils. Bang! Amidst the smoke, a terrifying claw instantly tore through the bell, releasing a colossal black shadow that resembled a mountain. As the massive figure crashed down, the entire clock tower's pinnacle shattered into fragments. Amidst the shower of debris, Spider-Man vanished from sight. Lurking atop the wrecked clock tower, Venom surveyed the surroundings, ultimately locking onto a red figure swinging swiftly on a silver web in the distance. "You cannot escape," he growled, his long, dark red tongue flicking out, and a glimmer of predatory delight flashed in his pale white pupils. Meanwhile, the dazzling lights of Wall Street illuminated the night as cars sped by in a frenzy. After experiencing a brief city-wide power outage, the Galaxy building swiftly activated its concealed backup energy source, radiating wireless waves for miles, thus restoring its supply. The vibrant neon lights revitalized this bustling street that belongs to the night. Above Wall Street lies a federal no-fly zone. However, a mysterious red figure darted through the steel forest of skyscrapers with lightning speed, as if in a realm devoid of obstacles. Lengthy strands of silver webbing continuously erupted from his wrist, adhering instantly to steel surfaces with formidable stickiness. With astonishing inertia, each swing propelled Spider-Man's body hundreds of meters into the air, dangling from his cheek with a miniature walkie-talkie. An urgent situation arose. The assessment of the target's threat level did not align with the intelligence provided, necessitating a change of plans. A low voice swiftly emanated from the walkie-talkie. After a prolonged silence, a resonant voice gradually emerged from the device, bringing him to attention. Before the words could fully escape, a terrifying column of black liquid descended from above, unceremoniously crashing into Spider-Man's back. The silver webbing snapped under the force. An explosive impact sent Spider-Man hurtling nearly 100 meters, crashing into a Lamborghini parked nearby. The deafening roar reverberated, blood splattered, and the overwhelming force crushed the vehicle into a mangled heap of scrap metal. Under the horrific corrosiveness of the black liquid, the gelatinous substance writhed rapidly, consuming the alloy car until it was reduced to a viscous, charred liquid. This sudden onslaught incited panic among the Wall Street patrons, while pedestrians fled in terror, their stunned silence giving way to frantic screams. Not far away, atop a purple lighthouse, Venom stood lazily, his robust right arm transformed into a fearsome liquefied ion cannon. A charred odor wafted from the dark cannon's muzzle. "Run, if you can," Venom grinned wickedly. Once again, a sweeping column of black liquid erupted forth, striking the remnants of the car with blinding speed. With a resounding crash, a massive crater, several dozen meters wide, collapsed in the heart of Wall Street. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of ferocious ion blasts rained down from Venom's grotesque grin, mercilessly pummeling the seemingly bottomless pit, causing numerous cracks to spread like wildfire. Above Wall Street, a series of black lights ignited, unleashing a cacophony of shattering glass. Moments later, the liquid coalesced, reforming into a robust right arm. As the crimson gleam in Venom's eyes gradually subsided. "Now, you should be thoroughly dead," he hissed, baring his terrifying fangs and twisting his tongue in a sinister laugh. The advanced life form evoked an undeniable sense of avarice in his eyes. Venom leaped, spanning several hundred meters, landing heavily before the vast pit. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. Through his acute soul perception, he sensed the lingering breath of life within the abyss. Not dead yet. Venom raised his right claw, and with a swift grip, countless black tendrils surged forth from the chasm, seizing the battered Spider-Man. The dense liquid ensnared him, binding his body as if by demonic forces, restricting all avenues of struggle. The sinister black tendrils displayed serrated edges, viciously tearing apart the Spider-Man suit. In an instant, Venom's expression shifted, his right claw extended, and a powerful suction emerged. A miniature walkie-talkie materialized in his palm, adorned with a shrinking shield insignia that glimmered softly. The liquid writhed as Venom's grotesque left visage transformed into the youthful countenance of Bai Yu. Bai Yu furrowed his brow, lightly tapping his elongated fingers, closing his eyes as he brought the walkie-talkie to his ear and pressed the button. After a considerable pause, he lowered the device, an unusual glint flickering in his obsidian eyes. "Interesting." A chilling light flashed in his gaze. "Take him away," Bai Yu murmured, his eyes narrowing as he regarded the ensnared Spider-Man. "Why not simply consume him? I have yet to savor the liver and heart of an advanced life form." In response, Venom let out a sinister chuckle, his dark red tongue beginning to stir involuntarily. "Patience, my dear. We shall fish for greater prey." Bai Yu smiled faintly, though the expression sent shivers down the spine. Suddenly, piercing sirens shattered the silence, racing from the far end of Wall Street. A multitude of police cars, their vibrant lights flashing, sped toward them with alarming haste. The Federal Bureau of Investigation. Bai Yu's brow furrowed. In an instant, black liquid enveloped his left cheek as Venom coldly regarded the approaching vehicles, a black tendril shooting forth to lift Spider-Man into the air. With a thunderous crash, Venom leaped to a nearby lighthouse, vanishing into the shadows after a few agile bounds. The surface of the black liquid melded seamlessly with the inky night. Moments later, several heavily armed police cars came to a halt beside the pit, and two trembling officers emerged. Fear was palpable in their eyes, as if caught in a nightmare. "Captain, what was that just now?" One officer stammered, shaking his head in bewilderment. "I have no idea." Chapter 8. The Abandoned Asylum on the Outskirts of Wall Street. In a desolate expanse where human presence has dissipated, the lifeless bodies of stray cats are strewn about, a stark contrast to the opulence of Wall Street, which flourishes in a realm of its own. Amidst this forsaken land stands a solitary, forlorn hospital. Vines, rampant and wild, entwine the rusty metallic gates, infusing the abandoned asylum with an air of decay. Fairman Asylum, its dilapidated sign hangs above the entrance, a relic seemingly from the last century. In a corridor, overrun with thorns, a mysterious shadow stretches and elongates. Turning past corners stained with blood, this shadow ventures deeper into the bowels of the asylum. A dilapidated bed lies in its path, a tragic sight. Suddenly, with a thud, a red figure, ensnared by black tendrils, crashes heavily onto the bed, succumbing to unconsciousness. Bai Yu gazes intently at the motionless Spider-Man, a contemplative glimmer flickering in his eyes. A chilling sound of liquid slithering emerges from behind Bai Yu. Black fluid rise, slowly oozing from his back, coalescing into a terrifying, grotesque visage, hovering ominously in the air. "My esteemed host, what holds you back?" "I have long craved this creature's head." The sanguinary words slithered forth from the venomous fangs. "Patience," Bai Yu replied with a light chuckle, shaking his head. A hint of mysterious brilliance flickered in his obsidian eyes. After a brief contemplation, his gaze swept across the dimly lit room, where faint lights streamed in from outside, accompanied by distant, anguished howls. The room was thick with the stench of death. Suddenly, his attention fixated on a wireless television mounted on the wall, its LCD screen encrusted with layers of dust. Drawing from his extensive experience, Bai Yu meticulously examined the aged television, ultimately freezing upon a symbol etched on the signal device. To his astonishment, it was manufactured 3 years prior. A spark of realization ignited within him. He brushed off the dust from the electrical wiring, and after a moment of contemplation, swiftly reconnected the tangled mess of wires. A beam of infrared light burst forth from the signal device. Almost immediately, the screen that had lain dormant for 3 years flickered back to life, revealing vibrant colors. Good evening, this is the New York Daily. Tonight, the Milky Way building on Wall Street has come under attack by an unidentified life form, causing a temporary citywide network shutdown, reported a grave-faced female journalist on the screen. Behind her, a myriad of colorful police lights flashed as long barriers cordoned off the entire commercial street under the watchful gaze of FBI agents. The scene transitioned, shifting to a surveillance feed. Through the surveillance, Bai Yu could vaguely discern 2 figures rapidly clashing atop the skyscraper. The red figure, adorned with spider-like patterns, expelled silvery threads at an astonishing speed from its wrists. Meanwhile, from the robust black form, countless streams of dark fluid writhed, unleashing menacing tendrils into the air. How intriguing, Bai Yu mused, tapping his fingers lightly, a glint of cold light flickering in his eyes. These raucous humans, he thought. It would be a delight to silence their incessant chatter. The symbiote chewed on its massive tongue, its voice dripping with malice. With a flick of his right hand, a miniature walkie-talkie materialized in his palm. Pressing the button gently, the device entered dialing mode. Bai Yu closed his eyes, immersing himself in the eerie tranquility that enveloped him. Moments later, the urgent ring of an incoming call shattered the silence. The symbiotic fibers transformed into a tendril, bringing the walkie-talkie to his ear. A deep, commanding voice resonated from the other end. Peter, explain the situation. Why has the symbiote vanished? At the end of Wall Street, within the world's financial and political epicenter, the interior of the Galaxy building housed the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. A towering figure, muscular and imposing, furrowed his brow as he stood before a mysterious display screen. His coarse brown hair, coupled with a top-tier Lawrence uniform, exuded an undeniable aura of authority. The eye patch covering his left eye added a menacing aspect to his single-eyed visage. Yet, at this moment, the rugged man's brow was tightly knitted, an ominous premonition welling up within him. The other end of the walkie-talkie fell silent for 5 seconds. Who are you? He demanded, his demeanor chilling. S.H.I.E.L.D. agents were accustomed to responding within 2 seconds. Director Nick, I hope to see you tomorrow afternoon at the Chanel Bar in Madison Square. A melodic laughter echoed clearly. What right do you have to negotiate with me? He retorted, narrowing his eyes coldly. Tomorrow afternoon, just after 3, you shall feast upon the most exquisite roasted spider in all of New York, the youth replied with a smile. Bang! The signal abruptly cut off, leaving the rugged man's countenance pale with fury. My host, you're increasingly resembling me, the writhing symbiote grinned. Bai Yu shook his head and approached the dilapidated hospital bed, gazing intently at Spider-Man ensnared by black tendrils, the light in his eyes shifting. To what level can your liquefaction reach? In response, the symbiote chuckled menacingly. Heaven and earth are my playground. Nothing is beyond my grasp. Should I evolve to the intermediate symbiote tier, I could awaken even greater gifts. Devour him, a chilling voice commanded. Swish, swish, swish. A stream of black liquid swiftly emerged from the pores of the white-feathered figure, striking the oblivious Spider-Man with the swiftness of lightning. Sinister patterns radiated from the center of the creeping black substance, spreading an ominous darkness that rapidly expanded along the lines. In the blink of an eye, the once vibrant red of the spider suit was enveloped by a thick layer of darkness. The terrifying hue consumed Spider-Man's entire form, leaving him shrouded in black, save for a ghastly white spider emblem etched upon his exterior, rendering him particularly fearsome. Suddenly, a chilling light erupted from the void of his eyes. Whoosh! A jet-black web shot forth from his wrist. Boom! His entire body was propelled upwards, instantaneously adhering to the ceiling of the room. He then turned slightly, gazing into the mirror hanging on the wall. Reflected within was a silhouette of pure blackness, accompanied by an eerie smile at the corners of its mouth. Greetings. I am Dark Spider-Man. Chapter 9. Devouring Spider. Jeans. The entirely black Spider-Man clung tightly to the wall, cold gleams flickering in his snow-white eyes. A strand of black webbing slipped from his hand as he hung downwards from it. Suddenly, the spider image in the mirror twisted and transformed, morphing into the grotesque visage of Venom. Beneath the chilling fangs, the iconic long tongue writhed with abandon, seemingly reveling in the moment. How does the new host feel? Bai Yu inquired malevolently, observing the venom that had infiltrated Spider-Man's being. Absolutely magnificent, especially this liver. It's making my mouth water, Venom replied, swaying its head in delight. And compared to me? Bai Yu leaned in, his tone sinister. Of course, it's you, my esteemed host, who is the most formidable. The Dark Spider-Man, under Venom's control, suddenly gave a thumbs up to Bai Yu. You are the greatest. Now, that's more like it. Bai Yu nodded in satisfaction, retracting his murderous gaze. Little one, the system is bound to my soul. Do you still wish to rebel? How effective is the devouring? Bai Yu rubbed his palms together, intrigued. Boom! Countless streams of black liquid surged from Dark Spider-Man, instantly engulfing Bai Yu, swirling and churning like a vortex. A towering shadow, resembling a small mountain, materialized and crashed down onto the ground. Having consumed the spider genes, Venom now stood over 9 meters tall. If not for the spacious confines of the hospital room, it could have easily torn through the ceiling. Compared to its pre-evolution state, the evolved Venom appears more fearsome and terrifying, a chilling black fluid pulsating wildly across its form. Most striking is the distinctly patterned spider emblem on its chest. The pale white spider, resembling a living creature, crawls upon Venom's torso, its 8 elongated legs splayed out in a menacing display. An aura of eerie malevolence confronts the beholder. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully absorbed the genetic material of a life form, Spider-Man, replicating all of his superpowers. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have acquired a brand new, formidable talent. Ding! No life form detected for absorption. Life force remains stable. Under the influence of Venom, Bai Yu slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the attribute panel suspended in the air. Symbiote, Venom host, Bai Yu level. Primary awareness occupation rate, 55 Venom's base attributes, maximum strength, 600 tons surface defense, 600 points jump speed, 900 points Venom's base skills, liquefaction, devouring, Venom's new talent, liquefied ion cannon, transforms through liquid undulation into a high-tech alloy ion cannon with devastating power. Note, the number of transformations varies according to the symbiote's life strength. Spider sense utilizes the vibrations of microwaves in the air to sense all changes in the vicinity, enabling the host to evade danger. Note, the sensing range varies with the life strength of the symbiote. Web shooting. Venom possesses a more formidable black web than Spider-Man, capable of being launched barehanded without a web shooter. Super adhesion. Can achieve an adhesive ability comparable to that of a spider, disregarding any surface. Endowing Venom with exceptional climbing prowess. Venom's base life force, 3,000 points, requires an additional 2,000 points to reach intermediate evolution. Venom's base weaknesses, high temperatures, ultrasonic waves above 5,000. Feeling quite satisfied, Venom languidly stretched, curling its right claw as a thick black web shot forth, instantly adhering to the wall with lightning speed. Boom! The web abruptly contracted, causing the towering wall to collapse into a heap of rubble. This web is far more effective than tentacles. A sinister grin curled at the corners of Venom's mouth. Suddenly, Venom's peripheral vision caught sight of Spider-Man, who lay on the ground, having reverted to his original form, yet remaining unconscious. A bloodthirsty glint flickered in its pale eyes. Roar! A gaping maw filled with fangs lunged toward Spider-Man's head. However, just as the dark red tongue was about to make contact, Venom's descending fangs abruptly froze in place. What are you doing? Venom growled in dissatisfaction. Rein it in. If you consume him, what will happen tomorrow? The liquid swirled, and Venom's left cheek instantaneously morphed into the visage of a youthful boy, his expression tinged with helplessness. The Venom, after assimilating the genes of the spider, seemed to have grown even more ferocious. Displeased, Venom rolled his eyes and shifted his gaze around the desolate room, where dim beams of light flickered. This eerie asylum appeared to have been long abandoned. Its lifeless ambience was reminiscent of his home planet. As Venom sensed the pervasive stench of decay surrounding him, he shook his massive claw, a distinct expression of revulsion flashing across his eyes. Your home planet? Are all of its symbiotes like you? White Feather inquired, curiosity piqued by Venom's mention of that enigmatic world. There are probably millions of symbiotes like me residing on that planet, Venom replied. licking his glimmering claw as if reluctant to delve into those memories. Medial? White Feather's eyes widened. However, the environment on the home planet is overly harsh. In an anoxic atmosphere, the lifespan of symbiotes is exceedingly brief, relying solely on their formidable reproductive capabilities to proliferate. A shade of somber gray emerged from Venom's pupils, devouring one's kin to evolve oneself. Each day, bloodshed and carnage unfold relentlessly. This has rendered symbiotes exceedingly brutal. It dawned on White Feather why the Life Foundation held such a fascination with these symbiotes. If the Life Foundation was so intrigued, the shadowy figures behind the Galactic Tower were likely no better. Enough of this, let us drink, White Feather suddenly smiled, suggesting. The Chanel Tavern is renowned as one of New York's premier establishments. Surely, you have yet to experience the craftsmanship of humanity's finest brewers. I'm looking forward to it, Venom replied, also smiling. With a swift movement of his right claw, a strand of black webbing ensnared Spider-Man, and he leaped forward. Boom! The ceiling of the entire room shattered. The building crumbled, and a colossal shadow sprang forth, landing atop the hospital's clock tower. His astonishing leaping ability allowed Venom to effortlessly reach the height of a tall tower. The cold moonlight glistened on Venom's shimmering scales, making him appear as a sovereign of the night from afar. Chapter 10. The Chanel Tavern in the heart of New York State. The most prosperous city in the entire Federation lies the iconic financial district, with Wall Street to the left and the vast waters of the Hudson Bay to the right. Madison Square, situated centrally in New York, is expansive and bustling with shops. Most noteworthy is Madison's rich drinking culture, with Chanel being the pinnacle of it all. This establishment is a quintessential Baroque structure, its graceful curves outlining a unique faade, resembling an inverted wine glass from a distance. The name, Chanel Tavern, elegantly carved in sweeping script, adorns the entrance. In stark contrast to the extravagant shops surrounding it, this tavern exudes an air of simplicity and elegance. The elliptical bar, adorned with twinkling candlelight, infused the interior with an enchanting aura of romance. A young man, clad in resplendent purple attire, leaned against the bar. He lifted a silver goblet and poured a jug of liquor, revealing a delicate azure hue. Raising the glass to his lips, he savored a sip, as a refreshing essence enveloped him. Indeed, the renowned Chanel's ocean nectar lived up to its illustrious reputation. He relished the lingering fragrance at the corner of his mouth, unable to suppress a sigh of delight. I want some too. A voice, driven by insatiable greed, thundered within Bai Yu's mind. Call me Daddy. Bai Yu rolled his eyes, responding nonchalantly. I am the illustrious Venom. Even though you are my host, you shall not coax me into uttering such a humiliating phrase. The voice roared in fury. Oh really? Bai Yu smiled faintly, lifting the silver goblet once more to his lips, sighing contentedly. How fragrant. You, the anguished voice of Venom echoed. Will you call me? No. Will you call me? Daddy. Good boy. A charming smile graced Bai Yu's cheeks. He raised his goblet, concealing it with the sleeve of his purple robe, as a jet-black liquid surged forth from his chest, swiftly engulfing the azure liquor before retreating back into his being. How does it taste? Bai Yu inquired with a playful grin. Quite delightful. Far more palatable than your head, Venom replied, flicking its dark red tongue in satisfaction. As Bai Yu's thoughts danced, his gaze swept across the bar, only to furrow his brow slightly. Most patrons were men, all strikingly handsome, donned in immaculate tailcoats, exuding an air of opulence. In contrast to these quintessential Western gentlemen, his ethereal purple robe appeared rather peculiar. Chanel, a symbol of global aristocracy. Sir, your drink, a respectful voice interjected, belonging to the bar manager, who approached with a beaming smile, bearing a jug of wine. Find me a private room, Bai Yu suddenly remarked, his eyes glinting. However, the bar manager hesitated momentarily before apologetically replying, I'm sorry, sir. All the private rooms are fully booked today. In an instant, a purplish golden card seamlessly lodged itself in the manager's throat, rendering him momentarily chilled. Is this sufficient? Bai Yu inquired with a faint smile. Trembling, the bar manager retrieved the card and stammered. The Federal Bank's purple card? 3 minutes, a purple room, came Bai Yu's indifferent voice. Yes, yes. The bar manager's demeanor shifted instantly as he forced a smile. Within the bar, a cozy private room housed a purple figure comfortably seated in a plush mink chair, languidly stretching his arms. The violet-hued card spun rapidly at his elongated fingertips. Drake truly possessed an extraordinary wealth, White Feather sighed deeply, reflecting on the time when he had decimated the Life Foundation and subsequently plundered all of Drake's fortune. As an organization perched at the pinnacle of technology, the wealth of the Life Foundation was tantamount to that of an entire nation. The Federal Bank's Violet card, a high-end black card that White Feather had only heard of in legends, was now nestled within the pocket of Drake's suit. White Feather felt a twinge of regret for not having absconded with all the riches from the Life Foundation's vault back then. Suddenly, a black liquid slithered forth from behind him, and in an instant, it morphed into the terrifying visage of Venom. Its pale, white eyes swept over the neatly arranged bottles of red wine on the shelves, a glimmer of insatiable greed flickering within them. With a swift motion, several strands of black web shot out, adhering instantly to a few bottles of wine. As the strands retracted, the bottles were propelled back, only to be shattered by Venom's jagged fangs. With a resounding crash, the wine bottles exploded, and the dark red liquid surged into Venom's cavernous maw, the rich aroma of wine permeating the air in an instant. Venom licked the remnants of the liquid, a look of intoxication flashing in its eyes. Observing Venom's reckless indulgence, White Feather could only shake his head in resignation. His gaze drifted to the Rolex on his wrist. The silver hour hand on the mechanical compass was steadily approaching the critical hour. I have yet to savor the taste of roasted spiders. A light chuckle escaped White Feather's lips. Suddenly, Venom's eyes glimmered, as if sensing something, and it grinned maniacally. Our esteemed guest has arrived. With a swift contraction, the black liquid re-entered White Feather's body. A series of knocks echoed, causing White Feather to raise an eyebrow. The slightly ajar, sheared door revealed a captivating silhouette. Ding! System detects a level 4 life form, Black Widow, with a danger rating of 4 and a talent attribute of 2. Warning! Warning! The life form carries a highly dangerous object. The cold, electronic voice resonated in White Feather's mind. Come in, he murmured, his eyelids drooping slightly, a flicker of light passing through his pupils. Creak! The door swung open, revealing a voluptuous figure tightly clad in leather, with bronze skin and deep brown hair. Her bosom heaved, and her elongated, alluring eyes sparkled with a hint of seduction. Her crimson lips, biting down on silver teeth, exuded an irresistible allure. My little darling, I apologize for keeping you waiting, the enchanting woman smiled, her expression brimming with captivating charm. Dear widow, do temper your powers, White Feather teased, shaking his head with a light laugh. Venom's brutal nature had inadvertently rendered him increasingly cold. Do not speak of the captivating mixed-blood beauty that is Black Widow. Even if faced with 10 bikini-clad beauties from the beaches of Hawaii, he would remain unfazed. Chapter 11. The negotiation with Black Widow, what a disappointment. Natasha sighed as she settled into the chair across the round table, elegantly crossing her long, delicate legs and casting a somewhat melancholic gaze at Bai Yu. Speak. What are your conditions? Her jade-like hand propped her chin as she leaned on the table, her enchanting eyes fixed intently on Bai Yu. In the presence of this infamous SHIELD agent, known for her ruthlessness, Bai Yu narrowed his eyes slightly, then offered a faint smile. 2 matters. Go on, Natasha replied, her eyes shimmering with intrigue. First, what is the relationship between the Life Foundation and the Galaxy Building? After a moment's contemplation, a subtle glint flickered in Bai Yu's gaze. The Life Foundation is a secret research center under the Galaxy Building, controlled by SHIELD, focusing on extraterrestrial life in the universe. When the potential for significant advancements is evident, it can prioritize bypassing clinical trials to conduct human experiments. Natasha gently brushed her long hair, seemingly having anticipated Bai Yu's inquiry. The 41 Modified Soldier Unit U encountered represents the pinnacle of current research technology. A fusion of cutting-edge science and a mechanical insect from the Centaurus constellation, resulting in a semi-finished product. A charming smile graced Natasha's cheeks. Semi-finished product? A trace of solemnity crossed Bai Yu's eyes. Those modified soldiers' alloy ion cannons. Without the overwhelming absorption ability, even the formidable defense of Venom's physique would struggle against such bombardment. Have you not already destroyed them? What is there to worry about? Natasha remarked with a bewitching smile, though her expression bore an unsettling chill. Secondly, why does the Galaxy Building so desperately seek the symbiote? Bai Yu pursued, without a hint of hesitation. Shouldn't you first demonstrate your sincerity? Natasha countered with a smile. refraining from an immediate answer. A cold gleam flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Several black tendrils surged forth from behind him, swiftly ensnaring a red figure wrapped tightly in black webs, slamming it heavily onto the ground. The dense black threads shredded Spider-Man's suit to tatters. The symbiote can bond with a host, signing a soul contract to gain enhanced attributes. This is a crucial step in our superhuman program, Natasha mused softly, her peripheral gaze unconsciously drifting to the unconscious Spider-Man beside them. This symbiote's temperament is vicious. It is not something the human body can endure. Are you not aware of the consequences? Bai Yu's brow furrowed in discontent as he spoke coldly. Have you not also relied on the symbiote to create such significant trouble for us? Natasha replied with a noncommittal smile. What are those homeless souls treated as experimental specimens? And the innocent researchers who perished? A chilling glint intensified in Bai Yu's eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson. The contribution of the homeless to the realm of scientific research epitomized the maximization of their personal worth. As for the researchers, Natasha blinked, suddenly intrigued. Previously, the Life Foundation produced 2 traitors, nearly precipitating a catastrophe. An aura of terror surged forth from Bai Yu, a torrent of black liquid instantaneously enveloping him, transforming into the grotesque visage of a venomous entity. With sinister crimson eyes, the venomous form raised its massive claw, seizing Natasha's delicate neck, lifting her effortlessly into the air, its murderous intent palpable. Despite her deliberate attempts to control her physique, Natasha appeared shockingly fragile, akin to an ant before the towering figure of the venomous creature. You know, I am quite tempted to flay your skin, the creature hissed, its gargantuan tongue swirling menacingly, glinting with a frigid sheen. Go ahead, Natasha retorted, undaunted despite the vice-like grip on her throat. Having undergone genetic modification from S, H, L, D, and rigorous training akin to that of a devilish agent, Natasha's physical prowess and mental resilience far surpassed that of ordinary special forces. In an instant, 2 black tendrils erupted from the ground, ensnaring Natasha's legs with alarming speed. Boom! The door shattered, a brown figure hurled violently outward, crashing against the wall across the bar, obliterating every table in its path. Then, amidst the horrified gazes of the patrons within the Chanel bar, a robust black silhouette emerged slowly from the smoke. Dark liquid writhed upon its cold, armored skin. Quite resilient, aren't you? The venomous entity remarked, licking its formidable claw, grinning maliciously at the graceful figure struggling to rise from the debris. With a swift motion, a strand of black web shot forth from its right hand, ensnaring Natasha tightly. The web suspended her entire form upside down from the ceiling. How do you possess the genes and powers of Spider-Man? Natasha inquired, her complexion pale after several futile attempts to escape. She took a deep breath, speaking in a low tone. You need not know. A chilling smile spread across the creature's face as it surveyed the terrified patrons around them. It then opened its cavernous mouth wide, lunging toward Natasha's head. At the moment its gaping maw threatened to engulf Natasha, an eerie silver light suddenly illuminated from her chest. Her acute spider sense emitted an extremely intense warning. In an instant, the silver light enveloped Natasha entirely, flashing brilliantly as she vanished from sight. The next moment, she appeared beside the imprisoned Spider-Man, her countenance marked by a frigid demeanor. Turning coldly, the creature's gaze settled on the ring adorning Natasha's finger. Upon the ring, a lustrous silver gem was embedded. Within the gem, an endless torrent of boundless energy seemed to surge. Gazing at the gem, Venom was inexplicably overtaken by a wave of greed. You cannot keep me. Natasha gently shook her head, and a dagger materialized in her hand in an instant. A flash of cold light severed the multitude of writhing tendrils. Planning to flee? Venom bared his fangs, his powerful hind legs stomping down with ferocity, his terrifying form enveloped in a tempest of clawed wind. Whoosh! Boom! The silver light flashed once more, causing the ground beneath to collapse several meters deep. In the shattered pit, fragments of broken bottles lay scattered, mingled with dark red liquid. A glint of cold light flickered in Venom's eyes. At the entrance of the Chanel bar, a graceful silhouette slowly emerged, cradling the unconscious Spider-Man. Little one, if you wish to uncover the truth, come to the Osborn Group. A sultry laugh echoed nearby. Chapter 12. A hard collision. The roller coaster brilliant silver light suddenly erupted from the gem in Natasha's hand, transforming into a dazzling screen that engulfed her and Spider-Man. As the silver light dissipated, the two vanished from sight. The liquid writhed, and Venom's left cheek contorted into the visage of a stern young man. It is a gem of spatial attributes, capable of performing short-distance spatial jumps. Yet it imposes stringent limitations on usage frequency in the user. Venom licked his massive claw, a chilling glint emerging in his eyes for the first time. "You are quite knowledgeable?" Bai Yu inquired in surprise. "I have an old friend who specializes in such matters," Venom replied with a sinister chuckle, his enormous tongue swirling beneath his fangs. Suddenly, Venom's peripheral vision caught sight of a trembling figure hiding behind the bar. A viscous black web shot forth, instantly ensnaring the frigid figure. As the web retracted, the figure was violently yanked forward, crashing into several tables in a clumsy tumble before landing at Venom's feet. The terrifying claw lifted the terrified bar manager off the ground. "How do I reach the Osborn group?" Venom extended his dark red tongue, licking the bar manager's rigid face with a menacing grin. "The Osborn group is located in Florida, separated from New York by the towering and treacherous Sierra Nevada mountains. With only a mountain railway traversing through," the bar manager stammered. The rows of menacing fangs made his soul shudder. "Mountain railway? Where do I board?" Venom inquired, his tongue flicking in a manner that suggested amusement. "There are no stops near New York. The starting point is in Manhattan." "It is a direct line?" The bar manager quivered, chills running down his spine. "Does it pass through New York?" Upon hearing this, Venom inexplicably inquired, leaving one somewhat bewildered. The roller coaster traversed New York, yet there were no stops. Venom suddenly opened his gaping maw, voraciously swallowing his head whole. The grotesque sound of flesh bursting forth echoed chillingly from his mouth. It was sufficient to merely pass by. Venom casually discarded the headless corpse, letting out a sinister laugh. With the colossal being leaping forth, the entire Chanel bar crumbled, the thunderous cacophony reverberating through Madison Square with an especially jarring resonance. At the fringes of New York, the desolate wilderness sprawled endlessly, devoid of life. A seemingly endless railway stretched across the vast expanse, connecting two distant cities. The tracks extended towards the horizon, embraced by undulating mountains. The towering peaks of the Sierra Nevada loomed majestically between heaven and earth. A dilapidated warning sign stood precariously beside the tracks. In the center of the rusted rails, a purple figure sat quietly. A deafening train whistle shattered the tranquility. "It has arrived." The young man in purple offered a slight smile, rising to his feet as he gazed into the distant sky, fixating on a vague black. Terrifying black liquid surged forth from his pores, engulfing his entire body in an instant, his form pulsating as Venom's monstrous silhouette materialized. In the distance, an iron train, nearly 100 meters long, thundered towards him, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, racing along the tracks with lightning speed. The sound of steel wheels grinding against metal resonated through the air, closing the kilometer distance in an instant. Venom grinned widely, positioning himself defiantly in the center of the tracks, stretching his terrifying form with abandon. His chilling claws unfurled, poised to confront the oncoming train. An unparalleled clash of alloys erupted as the train collided with Venom. The supersonic force propelled Venom's immense body nearly 100 meters away. The train, having breached the sound barrier, came to an abrupt halt. Boom, boom, boom. Each car collided in succession, a thunderous uproar sweeping through the air. In front of the train's engine, the titanium alloy windscreen bore 5 deep claw marks. A black tendril shot forth, instantly ensnaring the cockpit door of the train. The door exploded, and a massive shadow lunged upward. To the Osborn group, Venom turned his fearsome visage towards the conductor, who sat trembling in his seat and grinned ominously. Gazing at Venom's glistening fangs, the conductor quaked as he slowly pressed the accelerator. Yet his left hand unconsciously moved toward the hidden button. In a flash, a black web shot through the air, binding his entire left arm tightly to the door. A pitch-black liquid slowly dripped from the spider silk. The train conductor trembled, his gaze fixed upon the writhing tongue of Venom, an unprecedented fear creeping into his heart. A cacophony erupted from the rear carriage of the train. Bang, bang, bang. The urgent knocking resounded. As the door swung open, a female attendant clad in a black uniform, her face as cold as ice, inquired, "Conductor, Are you not aware that halting the train during transit is strictly prohibited? However, as soon as her words fell, her brows furrowed slightly. The conductor gripped the steering wheel tightly, his expression frozen, as if petrified in place. More bizarrely, a mass of dark spider silk clung densely to his left hand. Conductor. The attendant gasped, covering her mouth delicately, a chill running down her spine. Suddenly, two inky tentacles emerged, brushing against her delicate shoulder. The soft touch sent a shiver through her, leaving her feeling cold all over. Hesitantly, she turned her head, only to be met with a horrifying, gaping maw. A howl echoed as fangs retracted, and a headless female corpse crumpled to the ground, the door slamming shut once more. Delicious, the Venom relished, lounging in the co-pilot's seat. Licking the remnants of blood from its lips, the gruesome sound of crunching bones sending chills down the conductor's spine. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed the 70-second hunt, gaining a life value bonus of 20 points. Your current cumulative life value has reached 3,100 points. You still require 1,900 points for intermediate evolution. The cold electronic voice resounded again. Intermediate evolution. How exhilarating. I hope the Osborne group will not disappoint me. The Venom mused, closing its bone-white pupils. A surge of bloodlust sweeping over it. Across the vast wilderness, the ancient train, accompanied by its resounding whistle, transformed into a blurred shadow, heading towards the distant horizon. Chapter 13. Osborne Industrial Base. As dusk fell, the setting sun bled crimson. The dim golden rays cascaded from the horizon, traversing the treacherous Sierra Nevada, finally resting upon a speeding train. On the rusted tracks, the shadow of the train gradually came to a halt. The white pupils snapped open at the moment the train stopped. Florida, District 13, Osborne Industrial Base. To the left of the railway, golden sand swirled, dust rising like tides across the vast desert. To the right, towering iron towers stood tall, steam turbines whirling rapidly, resembling a forest of steel. At last we have arrived. The Venom grinned, its massive form twisting as it leaped down heavily onto the ground. The terrifying fangs hissed with a continuous grinding sound. As the malevolent entity disembarked, the shaken conductor released a breath of relief, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders. With the accelerator pressed down, the wheels of the train began to spin rapidly once more, and the entire vehicle surged forward, racing along the tracks towards the desolate horizon. Venom slowly approached the industrial base, a mysterious smile curling at the corner of his mouth for reasons unknown. Suddenly, a column of black liquid erupted from the train, piercing the heavens as it ascended. Sinister black tendrils erupted from the train's surface, voraciously growing and swiftly engulfing the entire locomotive. Wherever the dark fluid spread, the steel transformed into an abyss of blackness. The howling winds swept through, causing the train's body to gradually dissolve, ultimately becoming a swirling mass of black liquid, carried away by the breeze. At the Osborne Industrial Base, smoke billowed as colossal reaction furnaces churned behind whirling steam turbines. Ferocious lava rolled violently within the furnaces, brewing an immense and terrifying energy. Massive suspension bridges connected the iron towers, while a dense web of iron grating rendered the entire base a formidable fortress of steel. In this era of advanced technology, the Osborne Industrial Base emerged as one of the few significant suppliers of military armaments. The extensive pollution wrought by heavy industry, combined with the utmost secrecy surrounding national defense munitions, led to the establishment of this sprawling industrial complex in the heart of the desert, where stretches of barren earth and desolation reigned. Upon a towering iron spire within a narrow ventilation duct, a sinister black liquid writhed rapidly. Following the conduit, the liquid soon flowed out of the vent, climbing up the tower surface. At the pinnacle, the liquid swirled like a vortex and in mere moments coalesced into a grotesque shadow. Terrifying claws, viscous in nature, clung tenaciously to the tower's exterior, having absorbed the genes of Spider. Venom's climbing and adhesion abilities underwent an unprecedented enhancement. His pale, white eyes scanned the powdery air of the industrial base, and suddenly he felt an inexplicable surge of unease. With his acute spider sense, he detected an overwhelming sense of danger emanating from the depths of the base. Intriguing, Venom licked his gleaming claws, a chilling intent unfurling within him. Deep within the Osborne Industrial Base lay a military testing ground, encircled by towering steel walls nearly 100 meters high. The ominous exterior of the walls was coated with thick lead alloy plates, capable of withstanding over 50,000 incons of nuclear radiation. At the center of the testing ground, the ground was laden with sand, piled to a depth of nearly 10 meters. Above, the ceiling of the testing site was marked by 10 dark nuclear interfaces. On a raised platform, beyond a protective barrier, stood a man in a tailored suit, arms crossed. The man exuded an air of refinement, his elongated brows harboring a trace of malevolence, and a noble insignia was emblazoned upon his perfectly arranged collar. The eyes of the refined gentleman exhibited an eerie duality of black and white. "Is the program ready?" he inquired with a slight smile. "Esteemed Mr. Norman, the nuclear power has reached the required standard, and we are prepared to commence the experiment," replied a bespectacled woman in black attire, bowing respectfully. "What the test subject?" The gentleman maintained his serene demeanor, continuing to smile. "The military has delivered the individual," the woman responded, gesturing with her delicate hand. A one-eyed man clad in prison garb was ushered in by two burly uniformed guards, his bloodied hands shackled tightly. "Throw him in," came the impassive command from the refined gentleman. Unrestrained terror surged in the prisoner's eyes, manifesting in a frenzied expression. Thud! The figure fell, instantly consumed by the terrifying sea of sand. Boom! As the woman in black manipulated the remote, an energy bar on the display surged to its peak. A deafening roar erupted from the testing ground. Suddenly, the dark nuclear interface illuminated, unleashing a torrent of charged particle streams, colliding violently with the endless sands below. Invisible nuclear radiation unleashed its fury, violently battering the surrounding lead alloy walls. The radiation levels displayed on the screen escalated at an alarming pace, rapidly approaching the maximum of 50,000 Roentgens within mere seconds. At that moment, atop the towering 100-meter wall, a purple figure observed the chaotic scene of nuclear radiation within the barrier. Behind it, a mass of black liquid writhed forth, coalescing into a grotesque visage. Such delectable energy. The venomous entity fixated on the 10 nuclear interfaces, its bone-white eyes glistening with insatiable greed. Bai Yu gently tapped his fingers, his eyes narrowed in contemplation. "Master, I sense you are concocting a rather nefarious scheme," the venomous being remarked, casting a glance at Bai Yu's characteristic finger-tapping. In response, Bai Yu offered a subtle smile. Under the intense radiation, the sea of sand began to whirl rapidly, a massive vortex gradually taking shape, consuming all the sand within the testing ground. The depth of the sand was visibly diminishing. On the platform, the gentleman in the suit fixated on the colossal sand vortex, a glint of fervent excitement evident in his eyes. "Mr. Norman, is that superhuman project truly feasible?" The woman in black could not contain her curiosity. It was unimaginable that this seemingly insane plan had garnered military support after Norman's proposal. Norman remained silent, a smile gracing his lips. Boom! A thunderous sound erupted from the rapidly rotating vortex. Suddenly, a colossal hand, nearly 10 meters in width, emerged abruptly from the swirling sands of the desert. Chapter 14. The Transaction in the Sea of Sand. The enormous sandy hand lifted powerfully from the vortex, grains of sand cascading down its surface. Instantly, the entire expanse of the desert began to churn violently, revealing a massive shadow rising slowly from beneath the sands. Boom! Countless grains of sand erupted as a gigantic, sand-formed head emerged from the depths. Its eyes, filled with a lifeless indifference, were obscured by the grains. Below the head lay a chest resembling sandstone. The immense, sandy figure continued to rise from the depths, its upper body alone surpassing 10 meters in height. Roar! The sand creature swung its massive hand, its hollow gaze sweeping over the surroundings before finally settling on the metallic walls, where it struck down in a fit of rage. Bang! The sandy fist shattered explosively, transforming into a cloud of yellow dust that enveloped the testing ground. Witnessing its dismembered hand, the sand creature became filled with terror, frantically battering the sands, conjuring small whirlwinds. On the platform above, a man in a suit observed the frenzied sand creature, a fervent glint flashing in his captivating eyes. "What is the data?" he inquired, gripping the railing tightly. "The vital signs of the organism are stable. According to the atomic analyzer, The entire skeletal and muscular structure of the sand creature is composed of sand, surpassing human limitations in all functional aspects. The woman in black quickly typed on her keyboard, pausing briefly before responding in a serious tone. Excellent. The preliminary investment in this superhuman project has not been in vain. The man in the suit gradually relaxed his grip, the fervor in his eyes beginning to fade. Mr. Norman, a call from S-H-I-E-L-D. The woman in black suddenly received a signal, respectfully handing it to Norman. S-H-I-E-L-D. Quite a rare visitor, he mused, narrowing his eyes as he took the headset, closing his eyes momentarily. After a brief pause, his striking eyes snapped open, his brow furrowing tightly. What utter incompetence, allowing the symbiote to escape. A chilling voice escaped his lips, sending shivers down the spine. Mr. Norman, what is a symbiote? The woman in black cautiously asked, sensing the darkness in his tone. At her inquiry, Norman's gaze turned icy, and he abruptly turned his head, an expression of grotesque malice surfacing in his eyes, where dark liquid seemed to dance. Under his piercing stare, the woman's voice faltered, her eyes reflecting a profound terror. Do not inquire further about what should remain unasked. Norman shot her a cold glance before turning away, heading toward the elevator while leaving behind a chilling command. Keep a close watch on this organism. A shiver coursed through her, prompting the woman in black to direct her gaze toward the sand figure, which was gradually settling into tranquility. An unsettling sensation washed over her. The dying rays of the sun gradually faded, yielding to an enveloping darkness. The entire Osborne industrial complex succumbed to an eerie silence, with only the flames in the reaction furnace continuing their tumultuous dance. As the woman in black departed, the foreboding testing ground was swallowed by the night, sinking into profound stillness. In the heart of the testing ground, a chilling wind swept through, stirring the slumbering sea of sand and lifting a cloud of yellow grains. The swirling sand ascended with the breeze, eventually settling beside a turbine against the wall. Suddenly, the quiet night was pierced by a sinister hissing sound, reminiscent of liquid in motion. Following this, black tendrils stealthily emerged from the turbine, coalescing into a mass of inky liquid that whirled violently, forming a menacing black silhouette. The dark scales shimmered with a cold, eerie light. A venomous tongue, dark red and flickering, emerged as the creature surveyed the desolate sands, taunting. There's no need to hide. Come forth. With a howling gust, the once still sea of sand began to stir, each grain dancing frantically. Soon, a tremendous flow of sand writhed rapidly, spiraling into a visage of sand that stretched several meters wide. Its indifferent gaze revealed no trace of emotion. The scent of your greed is quite unsettling, the sand figure intoned, its gravelly voice akin to that of an ancient statue, as vast quantities of sand cascaded from its face. I find you intriguing as well. The venomous entity flicked its massive tongue, bearing rows of jagged teeth in a grotesque grin. A chilling system notification echoed in the venomous creature's mind. System detects a level 5 life form, Sandman. Danger level 5. Talent level 5. Do you wish to escape this place? Upon hearing the sanguine words of the venomous entity, the sand figure's countenance flickered momentarily before it shook its head, casting its gaze toward the towering lead alloy walls that loomed nearly 100 meters high, casting a foreboding shadow akin to that of a fortress. I cannot leave this place, it replied, its tone tinged with a hint of bitterness. I can aid you in breaking free from this shell. The venomous creature licked its formidable claws with a sinister grin. Why should I trust you? The Sandman regarded the malevolent being with an unyielding expression, betraying no sign of trepidation. In the next instant, a tempest of yellow sand surged forth, and a colossal sand hand erupted from the sea, accompanied by a cascade of flowing grains, crashing down upon the venomous entity. I am capable of entering. A wicked laughter echoed as the terrifying form of the venomous creature emerged from the swirling sands. What are your terms? The Sandman's expression softened slightly at the inquiry. I desire your genes. A wave of pure greed surged within the eyes of the symbiote, evoking a chilling sensation. The Sandman gazed at the symbiote for a considerable time before finally speaking. Your extraterrestrial nature indeed embodies greed. However, I yearn for freedom far more. Gradually tilting his head back, the Sandman's emotionless gaze drifted towards the night sky beyond the barrier. Suddenly, With a resounding crash, the symbiote's form erupted, transforming into a torrent of chaotic black liquid that surged towards the Sandman, quickly spreading its inky tendrils across every grain of sand. Moments later, the liquid recoiled and coalesced into a grotesque black silhouette. The symbiote lazily stretched, a smile curling upon its visage as it beheld the swirling sands before it. "I hope you will honor your promise." The Sandman spoke slowly as the cold wind swept through, stirring the clouds of yellow sand. "A pleasant collaboration, my old friend." The symbiote grinned widely, its entire being liquefying into a pool of darkness that climbed the high wall, swiftly slipping into the crevice of the turbine. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully assimilated the Sandman's genes. You have gained a bonus of 1,500 life points. You require an additional 400 life points for intermediate evolution." "Ding! Congratulations, host. A new super talent has been unlocked." "Ding! Congratulations, host. Your liquid form attributes have been significantly enhanced, and you have acquired formidable self-healing abilities." Chapter 15. The rampaging Sandman beneath the pitch-black night. A somber veil enveloped the entire monitoring room, with dim moonlight casting mottled shadows. A man in a police uniform reclined languidly in front of the surveillance screens, crossing his legs and savoring a cigar. Behind his sunglasses, a sense of unrestrained ecstasy flickered in his eyes. "What a splendid night. Too bad there's no Parisian beauty by my side," he mused, extinguishing his cigar and humming a lively dance tune. The surveillance screen displayed the tranquil expanse of the experimental sand field. Suddenly, the man's melody abruptly ceased as an eerie chill swept past him, sending a shiver down his spine. "Is the monitoring room window not closed?" he muttered, turning to see a horrifying, gaping maw. With a roar, fangs gleamed as blood sprayed forth, and a headless corpse slowly collapsed to the ground. Licking the blood from its lips, the symbiote ambled toward the monitoring screen, a black remote control quietly inserted beside it. With a swift motion, the symbiote manipulated the lever to its extreme point. A piercing alarm blared, horrifyingly enveloping the once tranquil industrial base, awakening it from its slumber. "Alarm! Alarm! The barrier of the military testing ground is being activated. The barrier of the military testing ground is being activated. Activation level 1-2. In the next moment, a blood-red numeral appeared on the display, surging upward in a frenzy. In the experimental grounds, the barrier suspended 100 meters above the earth began to recede at a visible pace, enveloping the expanse between heaven and earth. The chill of the midnight wind howled through the widening fissure. As the crack expanded, the ominous crimson digits surged to their zenith. The entire sea of sand lay bare beneath the profound canopy of night. With a roar, the sand sea erupted the moment the barrier was fully breached. The fierce winds swept across, causing the sand to swirl upward in spirals, and the air was filled with a tempest of golden grains. The terrifying sand tide surged skyward like ocean waves, transforming in an instant into a towering sandstorm nearly 100 meters high, spanning the void between heaven and earth. Countless shards of sand were flung from the tempest, striking the iron towers with lightning speed, indenting the steel structures. A resonant, ancient chant echoed from within the sandstorm, followed by the emergence of colossal hands formed from flowing sand. With a thunderous crash, the sandstorm was violently torn apart, revealing a gigantic sand figure that blotted out the sun. Remarkably, the mastery over the flying sand had reached such an extraordinary level. Venom lay in the monitoring room, his pale eyes fixated on the towering sand entity, which exceeded a height of 100 meters, his expression grave. The sand creature, possessing mutated genes, could effortlessly absorb surrounding sand particles to augment its size or heal its wounds. This was the extraordinary regenerative capability inherent to the sand being's genetic makeup. At the moment the alarm was triggered, the entire industrial base entered a state of heightened military readiness. Numerous dark artillery turrets rotated automatically, aiming at the roaring sand giant. With a whoosh, a barrage of grenades tore through the air, striking the immense body of the sand creature with fierce impacts. The grenades detonated in quick succession, the tremendous force demolishing half of the sand being's form. As sand splattered and storms of dust swept between the towering iron structures, the sand giant bellowed in fury, gazing at its damaged sandy form, and let out a deep inhalation towards the sand-covered ground. Instantly, torrents of sand surged back toward him, coalescing around his form as the swirling grains reshaped his formidable figure. In a fit of rage, the sand giant seized an iron tower, the sheer force crushing its pinnacle and splintering steel. The entire tower was uprooted. With a resounding crash, the tower swung violently, colliding with an oncoming formation of helicopters. The impact sent fiery debris cascading down, the wreckage of the helicopters crashing heavily, demolishing a path through the iron towers. At the center of the Osborne industrial base, a towering circular spire pierced the clouds. Norman clutched the railing tightly, his face ashen as he gazed down at the rampaging sand creature, which was mercilessly trampling the industrial base and roaring in a menacing tone. Who can tell me who unleashed this beast? A strange, dark liquid almost burst forth from his furious eyes. Behind Norman, several figures clad in uniforms trembled in fear, not daring to utter a word. The Osborne Group, which stood alongside the Stark Group and the Life Foundation as one of the three leading technology conglomerates, held this industrial base as its crown jewel. The destruction of the tower signified an immeasurable loss of high-priced munitions. The terrifying pressure from the military was enough to send chills down one's spine. Moreover, this place housed the culmination of years of his research on superhumans. Mr. Norman, it seems that creature is heading outside. A woman in black, biting her silver teeth, murmured softly while pointing outside, her head bowed. Upon hearing this, Norman's pupils constricted, and he whipped his head around. Amidst the inferno of the industrial base, the sand creature was demolishing steel structures, striding towards the periphery of the base. The Osborne industrial base was situated amidst the desert. Once the sand creature entered the wasteland, it would vanish without a trace, akin to water absorbed by the sea. A surge of malevolence engulfed him as he turned to the woman in black. His voice dark and foreboding. Activate the Annihilator button. At his words, the woman turned pale. The Annihilator button was the final threshold for deploying nuclear weapons. You better hurry. If that creature escapes, I will flay your skin off. Norman's tone was devoid of any compassion, chillingly ominous. The woman lowered her head, gripping her sleeves tightly. Utilizing facial recognition, she entered the control room hidden deep within the spire. Before her lay a blood-red button. After much internal struggle, her peripheral vision caught sight of the deep blue button beside it, the self-destruct system for the nuclear weapon. Trembling fingers gently pressed the blood-red button. Suddenly, gritting her teeth, the woman shifted her right hand and pressed the deep blue button instead. Whoosh! A terrifying black tentacle shot forth, instantly coiling around her right hand, ensnaring her arm like a devilish embrace. Fear surged within her, clawing at her sanity. She turned in horror to find Norman standing at the entrance of the control room. A mass of sinister black liquid writhed greedily in his palm, rapidly spreading across his body until he was wholly engulfed. A colossal shadow loomed ominously. Dr. Dora, you have greatly disappointed me. Chapter 16. The second-generation symbiote. Uprising, the inky liquid clung to her right arm like a parasite, while tendrils of darkness swiftly advanced toward her, intensifying the terror reflected in her eyes. The frigid touch sent shivers coursing through her entire being. Following the eerie tendrils, the woman clad in black trembled as she beheld Norman, engulfed by a dark liquid. The terrifying gray-black figure loomed nearly 3 meters high, obscuring all light. The inky fluid surged wildly over the shadowy giant, while robust white veins protruded from its silvery, shimmering scales. Sharp, venomous spines emerged from its muscular form. Dr. Dora, I am profoundly disappointed in you. The grotesque, gray-black figure coldly regarded her, shaking its head. Hiss! The black liquid surged upward, akin to a greedy serpent, swiftly enveloping the woman in black, reducing her to a puddle of putrid sludge. Whoosh! The liquid retracted, suddenly rebounding into his hand. Immediately, a detached gaze fell upon the blood-red button. Whoosh! A terrifying liquid ion cannon tore through the void with lightning speed, crashing violently into the control room. Boom! The alloy walls crumbled, and a raging wind obliterated all high-tech equipment within the control room, shattering the crimson button. Norman's elongated pupils turned chillingly cold. Opposite the spire, atop an iron tower, a similarly grotesque shadow lay crouched, baring its fangs, as its dark red tongue slowly lifted. Their eyes locked, the murderous intent in their pupils almost solidified into a tangible form. I wonder who dares to disrupt my affairs, the gray-black shadow that was once Norman slowly turned, a sinister glint flickering in his bone-white eyes. In the heart of the Osborne industrial base, a towering iron spire stood amidst billowing smoke, which scorched its metallic exterior to a simmering heat. Amidst the swirling yellow dust, the venomous creature perched atop the tower, its crimson tongue flicking out, fixating intently on the imposing gray-black figure. Its bone-white fangs mirrored his own, and its powerful physique, coupled with a beastly head, appeared even more terrifying from a distance. That was when the serious voice of Bai Yu resonated in his mind. Ding! The system detected a life form of level 5 chaos and level 6 talent. Warning! This life form poses an extreme threat, birthed from the first-generation symbiote, classified as a second-generation symbiote, with values surpassing those of the host. The devouring talent has been activated. The cold, electronic voice resonated with an air of oppression. Initially, I had fortuitously descended to Earth with the power of a meteorite, only to be captured by the Life Foundation. The chilling claws clung tightly to the tower's apex as the venomous voice echoed slowly. Those humans discovered the brutal nature of the symbiote, nurturing me through genetic cultivation, prompting me to lay eggs that birthed 5 similar symbiotes. This chaos originates from my second-generation symbiote. Gazing upon the towering spire, the approaching chaos elicited a furrowed brow from Bai Yu, who inquired, "This fellow appears formidable. Can you contend with him? His abilities are beyond your imagination." A sinister grin creased the lips of the venomous entity, its icy white eyes narrowing, pulsating with a dark liquid. "According to the laws of your home planet, you ought to sacrifice your body to nourish your progeny," it declared coldly, casting a glance at the tense figure of Venom across the spire. "You, the parasitic entity that is split from me, dare to demand sustenance?" In response, a wave of extreme derision flickered at the corners of Venom's mouth. "Then you may perish," it retorted, its visage contorted into a menacing sneer. With a chilling smile, Chaos observed the grotesque form of Venom, and its gray-black arm suddenly liquefied. With a thunderous crash, the viscous substance rapidly coiled, transforming into a colossal meteor hammer that struck the ground with force, creating a vast, gaping pit. The air crackled as countless sharp blades erupted from the hammer, radiating a frigid light that caused Venom's pupils to constrict in alarm. With a mighty leap, Chaos soared into the air, propelling itself dozens of meters high. Its robust right arm swung the massive meteor hammer through the air, accompanied by a gale of force, as it descended upon Venom with ferocity. Venom raised its arms defensively, the dark liquid coiling around them, swiftly morphing into an immense obsidian shield. The impact was explosive. The shield shattered into droplets of liquid as Venom's expression shifted to one of alarm. It somersaulted backward, crashing onto a suspension bridge, which crumbled under the weight, partially collapsing a nearby iron tower. Through the billowing smoke, a massive gray-black silhouette leapt forth like a demon, a gigantic scythe descending from above, striking violently beside Venom. The bridge splintered under the weight of the attack. The scythe's gleaming edge exuded a menacing aura. With a fierce gust, it struck Venom's chest, accompanied by a resounding sonic boom. Venom's body was violently propelled backward, crashing into a reaction furnace, which erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, engulfing it in a torrent of flames. The raging fire swiftly vaporized much of the dark liquid that composed its form. The intense heat represented one of the few lethal weaknesses of Venom's symbiotic nature. Suddenly, from the flames, a black tendril shot forth, ensnaring a crossbeam. A charred, shadowy figure emerged, fiercely gripping the beam, its expression twisted in distress. "This creature is overwhelmingly powerful." Bai Yu observed his countenance rigid. Chaos, with the ability to conjure countless weapons with mere gestures, displayed a terrifying command over its liquefaction. "I have long proclaimed this," Venom replied, shaking its head, its expression turning icy. "Pursue them." With a thunderous crash, ancient structures crumbled, and Venom leaped forward, fixating on the rapidly retreating Sandman, its face contorting into a mask of fury. The liquid writhed, transforming the dark right arm into a formidable, liquefied ion cannon. At the Osborne industrial base, a colossal shadow of grayish-black surged atop the iron tower, leaping amidst the swirling sands, lunging towards the immense sand creature. Attempting to flee? Not a chance. the entity known as Riot, having concealed himself within Norman for nearly a decade to study the superhuman project, sought to enhance his own genetic structure. His parasitic nature was ruthless, where the law of the jungle prevailed. Only with sufficiently robust genes could he possess the power to devour the other four symbiotic entities and evolve to a higher echelon. The successful experiment of the sand creature marked a significant breakthrough in the superhuman initiative. He would not let this opportunity slip away. Chapter 17. The menace of Riot within the Osborne industrial base. Sand swirled chaotically, and flames raged fiercely. Boom! An iron tower collapsed with a thunderous crash, reduced to ruins, as a titanic sand entity emerged from the industrial complex. The sand creature lifted its indifferent gaze, facing the boundless desert ahead, its domain of freedom. Whoosh! A massive meteor hammer swept through the air, crashing violently against the sand creature's right leg, causing sand to erupt in splendor, shattering the entire limb. Boom! Without the support of its right leg, the sand creature toppled heavily to the ground, its sandy palm bracing against the earth. Hollow eyes seething with rage as they fixed upon Riot. How could you possibly escape? Riot stood atop a high tower, bearing a menacing grin that revealed rows of sharp fangs. Roar! The sand creature bellowed, as a whirlwind of sand coalesced to form a new sandy right leg. With a colossal swing of its fist, it conjured a tempest of sand, launching it towards Riot with overwhelming force. A vast shadow loomed over the entire iron tower. Yet, a mocking smile crept across Riot's grotesque visage. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black liquid tendrils erupted from his back, swiftly adhering to the multitude of water pump valves surrounding the tower. With a tremendous force, the valves ruptured explosively. Boom! Columns of water surged skyward, colliding with the sand creature's gigantic fist in a flash. Under the violent onslaught of water, the invulnerable sand began to soften rapidly. The terrifying torrents, with an overwhelming momentum, rushed towards the terrified sand creature, engulfing its legs in an instant and causing its entire form to collapse. In mere moments, a significant portion of the sand creature vanished, transformed into a damp puddle of cement. The upper half of its sandy body also succumbed to the relentless erosion of the water, rapidly dissipating. Riot observed with a gleeful glint in his eye as the sand creature struggled desperately in the deluge, a mass of dark liquid writhing swiftly upon his right claw. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. A towering iron edifice plummeted down, striking the torrent below, its immense structure resolutely obstructing the onslaught of the water. Upon the iron tower, a menacing black figure lay sprawled, languidly flicking a massive tongue. "You truly are a lingering specter," murmured Chaos, the smile gradually fading from his countenance, replaced by a feral glint in his eyes. As a father, one must undoubtedly safeguard his progeny. Venom grinned ominously, his frosty white eyes glimmering with malice. "Watch as I dispatch you." With a mighty leap, Chaos's robust arms transformed into two terrifying, otherworldly blades, sweeping toward Venom. Crash! 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 The blades sliced through everything in their path, severing structures as shards of glass shattered audibly around them. Venom's expression turned frigid. With a flick of his right claw, a pitch-black web shot forth, ensnaring a massive truck, which he yanked violently, sending it soaring into the air. Boom! In a flash of cold brilliance, the truck shattered, and Venom propelled himself forward, swiftly navigating the iron towers toward the heart of the industrial complex. Thinking of escaping? Chaos observed Venom darting up the tower's apex, a cruel smile curling upon his lips. Boom! Chaos launched himself upward, the sheer force causing the ground to tremble beneath him. His form morphed into a blur as he pursued Venom, who had vanished from sight. Amidst the towering iron structures, a tempest raged, with two black shadows racing forward in a frenzied chase. Silver blades erupted from the rear figure, slicing through the air like lightning, demolishing the tips of the towers. Is hide and seek your only game? With a single stomp, Chaos obliterated the summit of a tower, casting a cold gaze at Venom, who remained indifferent, brimming with malevolence. The enormous spiked mace, adorned with razor-like teeth, liquefied once more. Boom! The colossal hammer was swung with ferocity, descending like a meteor upon Venom. In a sudden burst, Venom propelled himself off the tower's tip, vaulting onto the apex of a central spire within the industrial site, his fearsome claws gripping the structure tightly. Boom! Slowly, Venom turned to regard the iron tower, now reduced to rubble by the meteor hammer, a tempest of wrath swirling in his gaze. Damn it, as a father, I am being chased down by my own son. A surge of crimson ignited in his eyes as he abruptly pivoted and surged forth, akin to a falling star, his claws sweeping across to strike Chaos's chest. Boom! The two shadows plummeted simultaneously, crashing into the earth and creating a vast crater, with countless fissures erupting chaotically. Within the pit, Venom's claw held Chaos's face firmly, yet a sinister smile crept upon Chaos's lips. Is this all you've got? In an instant, dozens of blades erupted from Chaos's form, piercing Venom's body with brutal force. Boom! A violent kick erupted, accompanied by a tremendous gust of wind, striking venomously against the chest of Venom. Boom! Venom was sent flying hundreds of meters, devastating the streets and iron towers in its wake. The dark figure ultimately crashed into an iron tower, which collapsed with a thunderous roar, burying its form beneath the rubble. In terms of both physique and reaction speed, the second-generation symbiote, born from separation, far surpassed Venom. Warning! Warning! The damage sustained by the symbiote has exceeded the limits of its self-healing system. The system detects a significant loss of vitality in the symbiote. It is on the verge of entering a dormant state. A chilling electronic voice echoed slowly. Boom! A deafening sound erupted as the tumultuous figure landed heavily before the ruins, grinning malevolently at the Venom, trapped beneath a massive boulder. It advanced slowly, its fearsome claws extending to lift the unresponsive Venom. Hiss! The glimmering claws tore through Venom's liquid skin, ripping apart the viscous black substance, revealing a twisted visage of a youthful face beneath. Boom! The body of Bai Yu was hurled forth, crashing heavily to the ground. In the grip of the raging claws, a writhing mass of black liquid was held tightly, its gaping maw suddenly opening wide. Boom! A shadow loomed ominously as a colossal, sand-like hand descended upon him. The ferocity of the blow sent the tumultuous figure crashing into a reaction furnace, searing flames instantly charring its form. Boom! The furnace erupted violently, and the figure emerged with a grim expression. The second-generation symbiote, having undergone genetic enhancement, exhibited a remarkable resilience to the searing heat of flames. A colossal shadow, obscuring the sun, materialized above the collapsed ruins. Chapter 18. The Sonic Surge, Devouring the Tumult. Before the fallen ruins, a swirling sandstorm began to whirl. Subsequently, quicksand coalesced, revealing the towering figure of the Sandman, nearly 30 meters tall, blocking Bai Yu's path, compared to its previous terrifying height of nearly 100 meters. The Sandman's sandy form had shrunk considerably, evidently weakened by the torrent unleashed by the water pump. How? With your own survival at stake, do you intend to protect him? The tumult twisted its beastly neck, grinning savagely. The Sandman, with indifferent eyes, silently surveyed Bai Yu, who struggled to rise from the ground, shaking its head with a resolute expression. You unwitting fool! A chilling voice emanated from the fangs of the tumult, as its arms instantaneously liquefied, transforming into two colossal, tooth-laden flails. A dark liquid writhed slowly upon the colossal hammer, emanating a chilling luminescence. With a thunderous roar, the meteor hammer swung fiercely, colliding head-on with the sand giant's sandy hand. The overwhelming force resulted in a cataclysmic explosion, scattering fine grains of sand across the sky. Under the relentless assault of chaotic malevolence, the sand giant quickly found itself at a disadvantage, its body erupting in bursts of flowing sand, transforming into a tempest of yellow dust. Amidst the ruins of a collapsed iron tower, an ominous black liquid stealthily emerged from the remnants of steel. After surveying its surroundings, it finally fixed its gaze upon the struggling figure of Bai Yu. Hissing, the liquid surged forth, engulfing Bai Yu's arm, and soon after, black tendrils of venom spread wildly, the grotesque silhouette of the Venom re-emerging. Ding! The system rebooted, congratulating the host on their first resurrection. Ding! Congratulations, the host has awakened from dormancy, and health has been restored to its pinnacle. The ability to devour has been automatically activated. With a thunderous crash, the venomous creature shattered the steel debris beside it, its dark red tongue flickering as it cast a chilling glance at the chaos dominating the sand giant. It then abruptly lifted its head, its bone-white pupils fixated on the pinnacle of the spire. A silvery ultrasonic Swana hung at the tower's apex, radiating across the entire Osborne industrial base. With a mighty thud, the enormous form of the venomous creature landed heavily upon the surface of the spire, its powerful claws firmly affixed to the tower, its pupils glinting with ferocity. Boom! 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 The venomous beast leapt upwards along the tower's surface with lightning speed, its powerful limbs propelling it forward. Having undergone multiple evolutions, the venom possessed terrifying agility, each leap covering nearly 100 meters, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. In the blink of an eye, it approached the summit of the spire. Boom! The massive meteor hammer swept through the air, striking the sand giant's sandy head, obliterating it into a cloud of yellow dust. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger surged from the depths of chaos. With its keen senses, the creature looked up, only to find a grotesque black silhouette grinning menacingly at the pinnacle of the tower. An unprecedented wave of fear surged through its heart. Whoosh! 2 strands of black silk shot forth from the venom's palm, transforming into sticky webs that blocked its hearing. Beneath a chilling smile, the venom pressed a blood-red button. Buzz! 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 The silvery Swana trembled violently, and an utterly terrifying sound wave erupted from it. This destructive sonic wave swept forth at supersonic speed, accompanied by a series of sonic booms that resonated throughout the entire industrial base. As the sound waves struck the chaotic body, countless streams of black liquid erupted from him, pulsating violently, each cell within him screaming in agonizing torment. A howl escaped the chaos as waves of sound swept mercilessly over him, the magnetic resonance within the sound causing every pore to feel as though it were haunted by death itself. With a thunderous crash, the chaos collapsed onto the ground, convulsing violently, its robust limbs tightly coiled, trembling involuntarily. In a state of sheer terror, he beheld the torrents of black liquid surging from his skin, relentlessly escaping his being. Beneath the dispersing liquid, a visage of human fear gradually emerged. With another resounding crash, the final terrifying ultrasound swept through, completely liberating the mass of black liquid from Norman's body, which then leapt forth, quivering as it lay prostrate upon the ground. Suddenly, 2 strands of black web, each nearly a kilometer long, shot forth, ripping through the void with lightning speed, adhering to both Norman and the writhing mass of black liquid. As the webs drew together, they hoisted Norman and the liquid into the air, suspending them high above the ground. At this altitude, where the frigid winds howled, the venom slowly extended its massive tongue, caressing Norman's face with a sinister grin. If you dare to kill me, the Osborne Group, no, even S.H.I.E.L.D., will not spare you, Norman screamed, his voice tinged with undeniable anxiety. The venom suddenly opened its gaping maw, engulfing Norman whole, the sound of flesh and bone shattering echoing chillingly in the air. Such incessant chatter, the venom sneered, licking the blood from its lips, its menacing gaze shifting back to the writhing black liquid. 2 terrifying black holes began to swirl within its eyes. With a swift motion, the venom seized the chaotic liquid, feeling the terror emanating from it. A wicked smile creeping across its face. Fear not, I shall hunt down each of your brothers, one by one. With a sudden clenching of its fangs, the liquid was consumed, and the essence of chaos dissipated into the ether. In that moment of consumption, the venom's aura surged dramatically. Silver patterns emerged upon its glistening black scales, followed by a multitude of sharp spines sprouting from its back. The venom's grotesque head twisted in an instant, resembling a beast, its gaze fierce and menacing. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a life form of a higher level, chaos, and acquired a new, formidable talent. Ding! Congratulations. Host, you have gained a powerful transformation ability, surpassing mere liquefaction, enabling you to shape the venom into various weapon forms at your will. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a 3,000-point health boost and are about to initiate intermediate evolution. Chapter 19, Venom Evolution, Intermediate Symbiote perched atop the towering spire. Venom loomed over the entire Osborne industrial base, exuding an aura of malevolence. Silver patterns slithered across his armored scales, while his black form bristled with countless razor-sharp protrusions, glinting with a chilling radiance. His once round, pale eyes elongated, infused with a predatory ferocity. With a resounding roar, Venom unleashed a wave of dominance. His massive claws crashed down upon the pinnacle of the spire, unleashing a terrifying force. The impact created a grotesque fissure that rapidly spread from the tip of the spire to its base. With a thunderous boom, the entire tower collapsed, transforming into a heap of rubble amidst swirling smoke. A shadow darted past as Venom landed heavily on the ground, reveling in the explosive power coursing through his arms. A grin spreading across his face. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing the intermediate evolution and ascending to the status of a second-generation symbiote. Ding! System update complete. Upgraded to the second-generation system, now featuring an intelligent predictive assistant. An attribute panel materialized before him. Symbiote, Venom host, white feather level. Intermediate consciousness occupancy. 60 Venom's base attributes. Maximum strength. 1,000 tons. Intelligent prediction. Remarkable strength capable of generating earthquakes around level 4. Surface defense. 1,000 points. Intelligent prediction. Exceptional defense, allowing Venom to withstand heavy artillery fire from tanks for brief periods. Jump speed. 1,300 points. Intelligent prediction. Astonishing speed, enabling Venom to catch up with bullets from second-generation submachine guns. Note, a friendly reminder from the system. The speed limit on federal city roads is 40 miles per hour. Venom's basic skills. Liquefaction. Devour Venom's new talents. Liquefaction ion cannon. Spider sense. Web projection. Enhanced adhesion. Superior regeneration. Level 1 metamorphosis note. Superior regeneration. Venom possesses self-healing abilities akin to that of a sand creature, allowing him to replenish himself with liquid and rapidly regenerate lost limbs. Level 1 metamorphosis. Venom can transform liquid into various cold weapons, requiring an additional 3,000 life points for level 2 metamorphosis. Venom's base life points, 7,600, with 12,400 life points needed for advanced evolution. Note, advanced evolution necessitates genetic modification of the symbiote, requiring 4 symbiote genes of the same level for nucleotide reverse transcription. Currently, the genetic storage of symbiotic entities comprises Venom and Riot. Venom's fundamental weaknesses include temperatures exceeding 2,000 degrees and ultrasonic waves beyond 20,000. This intoxicating power caused Venom to twist its robust neck, relishing the writhing black fluid enveloping its form, and it grinned with a malevolent charm. Suddenly, from the collapsed ruins nearby, a vast expanse of scattered yellow sand began to swirl and coalesce, transforming into the silhouette of a sand giant. As night faded, dawn broke. A faint blush of dawn quietly ascended on the horizon, and the early morning light cascaded down, illuminating the sandy figure of the sand giant. Partner, it has been a delightful collaboration, Venom remarked, eyeing the indifferently expressioned sand giant while licking its massive claws and smiling broadly. The sand giant's emotionless gaze swept over Venom's grotesque form before it shook its head, its voice tinged with a sense of ancient sorrow. I am merely fulfilling my promise. As the words lingered in the air, the gentle morning breeze swept over the sandy figure, stirring a flurry of flying sand. The swirling sand ultimately transformed the sand giant into a stream of grains, drifting away with the soft wind towards the distant desert. What's the matter? Reluctant to part. The liquid wriggled, and Venom's left cheek contorted, morphing into a youthful visage as the taunting voice of Bai Yu echoed. As symbiotic entities, we possess no semblance of the so-called friendship you humans cherish. Venom disdainfully articulated while chewing on its massive tongue. Suddenly, its eyes shifted, those eerily white pupils darting towards the far-off horizon. There, along the skyline of the rising sun, a dense cluster of black dots rushed forth at an alarming speed, creating an astonishing spectacle. My old friend, they are coming again. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, a peculiar smile gracing his lips. I take great pleasure in shooting down aircraft. Venom grinned, its gaze swirling with a sanguinary hue. With a thunderous roar, its powerful hind legs propelled it off the ground, causing the earth to tremble beneath its might. In an instant, the fearsome black figure leaped into the sky, high above, amidst the howling cold winds and a sea of clouds. A formidable wave of fighter jets traversed the skies in a meticulously arranged formation. This squadron, comprising 16 advanced fighter jets, among the most cutting-edge in the Federation, was en route to the Osborne Industrial Base. Equipped with radar-evading stealth capabilities, These jets were the military's ace in the hole, only deployed during significant military conflicts. However, only moments ago, the military received a distress signal via shortwave radio. The Osborne industrial base had come under attack, suffering substantial losses to its armory, including the destruction of critical research outcomes from the superhuman project. Enraged, the military dispatched this globally leading fighter squadron to swiftly eliminate the intruders and mitigate further losses. The Osborne industrial base, one of the military's most crucial armories, could not afford any missteps. Moreover, this industrial base serves as one of the clandestine research facilities for the superhuman project. The Life Foundation, previously overseen by SHIELD, has already suffered a catastrophic blow. Should this industrial base endure further significant losses, it would pose an immeasurable hindrance to the superhuman project. Within the fighter jet formation, a pilot clad in a helmet nonchalantly maneuvered the controls of a F-16. Number 3, please respond. How is the aircraft's condition? A stern voice emanated from the earpiece. All systems normal. Captain, the pilot replied with a faint smile, his demeanor relaxed. Suddenly, his brow furrowed as the aircraft seemed to inexplicably grow heavier. Through the rearview mirror, he was startled to discover a sinister black thread, which had inexplicably attached itself to the wing of the fighter jet, dancing in the fierce winds. Boom! A chilling gust of wind surged down from above, enveloping him entirely in an instant. Enduring the biting cold at such altitude, the pilot trembled and tilted his head back, only to realize that the canopy had vanished without a trace. A grotesque monster's visage slowly emerged, its mouth lined with sharp fangs, a dark crimson tongue greedily writhing. Chapter 20. Aerial Annihilation. SHIELD. Conference roar. The cavernous maw abruptly closed, splattering blood as the pilot was devoured whole. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several malevolent black tendrils shot forth, lightning fast, ensnaring the control yoke. With a thunderous noise, the entire yoke was wrenched from its place, blinding sparks erupting. Boom! Flames engulfed the fighter jet, which spiraled out of control, executing a 360-degree roll as thick smoke billowed from its wings. The aircraft, enveloped in a blinding tail flame, plummeted like a meteor. A monstrous black silhouette leapt forth, crashing heavily onto another fighter jet, its terrifying force causing the entire fuselage to crumple. Bang! The windscreen shattered instantly, and the icy wind rushed in as the pilot stared in horror at that gaping maw lined with fangs. Boom! A blaze erupted, swiftly consuming the entire aircraft. Amidst the roaring flames, the wreckage of the fighter jet plummeted from the sky. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 strands of black silk suddenly shot out, instantly ensnaring the tail of the 2 fighter jets ahead. With a powerful swing of its robust arms, the threads retracted, yanking the aircraft together, which collided with a resounding crash. Boom! At a height of 1,000 meters, a dazzling mushroom cloud of flames ascended, countless shards of steel raining down. In mere seconds, 4 fighter jets met a bitter demise as flames leapt skyward. The fighter jet positioned at the forefront of the formation suddenly detected a grave issue, an enemy assault. A chilling roar echoed through the airwaves, enveloping the entire squadron of fighter jets. Upon receiving the command, the formation swiftly transformed, the noses of the aircraft pivoting to adopt a defensive stance. Dozens of ominous cannon muzzles pointed menacingly at the Venom, which was crouched on one of the jets. A frigid voice emanated from the leading aircraft, commanding, "Raise your hands or face immediate annihilation." In response, Venom licked its glistening, formidable claws and chuckled very well. Its massive arms slowly lifted above its head, and then abruptly liquefied, forming 2 terrifying liquid ion cannons in an instant. But why should I heed your orders? A sinister grin creased its features, revealing an ominous arc boom. Boom! Boom! Countless black liquid columns tore through the void with lightning speed, crashing down upon the poised fighter jet formation like falling meteors. Bang! 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 The jets erupted instantaneously, flames and mushroom clouds surging skyward in successive waves. The terrifying energy storm utterly obliterated the remaining aircraft. Annihilation! What a splendid display of fireworks! Gazing at the inferno that engulfed the sky, casting the entire cloudscape in a blood-red hue, Venom could not suppress a malicious laugh. Following this, It lowered its gaze slightly to the trembling pilot beneath its massive claw. 30 minutes. Take me back to New York, Venom hissed, its dark red tongue flickering menacingly. The pilot shuddered deeply, trembling as he gripped the steering wheel. The fighter jet abruptly altered its course, transforming into a blurred shadow that soared towards the distant skyline of the Galaxy Tower, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. In a mysterious chamber, a rectangular table sat at the center, surrounded by solemn figures. A massive shield emblem was etched into the dim wall. The one-eyed man, previously threatened by White Feather, sat at the head of the table, his hands cradling his chin, his expression impassive yet deeply unsettling. The oppressive silence lingered for a moment before it was shattered. News from the military arrived. The Osborn industrial base has been lost. The cold voice of the one-eyed man pierced through the atmosphere, casting a pall over the entire space. Was it the symbiote's doing? He inquired, his brow furrowing, as a robust, middle-aged man on the left side of the table spoke gravely. Beneath his thick eyebrows, his wolf-like eyes shimmered with a predatory green light. Bang! A terrifying green fist slammed onto the table, the sheer force resonating through the air as the long table trembled violently. Before the middle-aged man stood a colossal giant, whose formidable presence was accentuated by its tightly clenched fists and dark green skin, exuding a weighty aura reminiscent of mountains. The giant exhaled with a thunderous roar, its labored breathing contorting its features into a grimace of fury. It is but a mere parasite. Tearing it apart would be effortless. Upon hearing the enraged voice of the green behemoth, the one-eyed man apathetically shook his head and directed his gaze towards the Black Widow, still encased in her tight leather attire. This symbiote possessed an exceedingly brutal temperament and had mastered the manipulation of liquids to an extraordinary degree, making it far from easy to capture. Although it resided within the young boy, their synchrony, as evidenced by the events at the Chanel bar, appeared as if it were a natural phenomenon. Natasha rested her chin on her hand, elegantly crossing her legs, and spoke softly. Indeed, that creature's strength and reaction speed are terrifying. After assimilating my spider genes, it is likely to become even more troublesome. Beside her, Spider-Man clutched his chest, his complexion pale as he recounted the earlier confrontations at the Galaxy building in Wall Street, where he had been utterly helpless against the onslaught of liquid ion cannons. The memory still vivid in his mind. And what of it? The Life Foundation and Osborn Industries are no more. The genetic modifications of the mutants and Sandman have been utterly obliterated. The military is surely on the brink of madness, the middle-aged man remarked with a sardonic chuckle. The one-eyed man, tapping his fingers lightly on the table, remarked coldly, "If memory serves me correctly, this symbiote is known as Venom, is it not?" The Life Foundation utilized molecular fission technology to extract 5 similar second-generation symbiotes from it for human experimentation. With a temperament as vicious as its own, it is likely eager to consume its kind. At this, Natasha's gaze, which had momentarily lowered, brightened with intrigue. These symbiotes, apart from the one retained by the Life Foundation, had seen 2 of the 5 second-generation symbiotes acquired by other major technology firms for research at great expense. 2 others had been confiscated by the military and sealed away in a mysterious location. As Natasha's words trailed off, the one-eyed man suddenly wore a knowing smile. Rolling up his black sleeves, a composite container crafted from titanium alloy materialized in his palm, within which a viscous yellow liquid churned violently, emanating an aura of malevolence. Chapter 21. Invasion. New York Aquarium. Inside the frigid alloy container, the yellow liquid writhed frantically, intermittently emitting ghostly wails. However, the specially designed container held it firmly in place. This liquid was one of the 5 second-generation symbiotes known as Venom. The one-eyed man smiled slightly, deftly flipping the container onto the table. Within, the yellow substance squirmed relentlessly, battering against the container's walls, its malevolent energy sending a shiver down the spines of all the superheroes present. The aggressiveness of these symbiotes is remarkably potent. The middle-aged man, resembling a ravenous wolf, fixates intently on the yellow liquid, his expression grave. They are incapable of surviving independently for extended periods in an aerobic environment. They can only thrive by attaching themselves to a host, incessantly consuming other life forms to evolve. Natasha slightly nods, a similar gravity reflected in her beautiful eyes. Initially, I had thought that by directing the venom towards the Osborn group, their years of experience studying symbiotes would enable them to tame the toxin. However, I was unprepared for the intelligence of this venom, which surpassed my expectations. Contemplating this, Natasha's wariness intensified. The venom, having absorbed the chaos, would undoubtedly become even more formidable. What shall we do now? Shall we merely observe it rampaging through New York City like a monkey? The Hulk's deep voice rumbled, his dark green fist striking the ground with tremendous force. Since it has desires, we must naturally invite it into our trap. The one-eyed man smiled faintly, yet his gaze toward the metallic container grew increasingly frigid. In the suburbs outside New York City, a grotesque black giant lumbered forth with powerful limbs, charging towards the city. Behind it, the wreckage of a fighter jet was consumed by raging flames, and a headless corpse lay motionless in the shattered cockpit. As the venom was about to leap into New York City, the black liquid suddenly recoiled. The slender figure of Bai Yu emerged. On the bustling Wall Street, the crowd surged like a tide. Stretching languidly, Bai Yu breathed in the air of New York City with contentment. Refreshing, he remarked lazily. Are there seafood restaurants in New York? In his mind, the greedy, sinister laughter of the venom echoed. Seafood restaurant? Bai Yu stroked his chin, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. No, New York is not a coastal city, and opportunities to engage with marine life are scarce. The local culinary culture is traditionally dominated by the more delectable cheesesteaks. Isn't that building in front of you one? The venom cackled eerily. At this, Bai Yu paused, lifting his gaze. At the intersection of Wall Street stood a striking blue skyscraper, quietly towering across the street. Countless shells adorned the building's surface, and a unique, oceanic humidity wafted toward him. Bold characters were etched at the top of the edifice. New York Aquarium. Seals, jellyfish, white dolphins, and gelatinous corals. The exquisite coral reef displayed an expansive marine world. Agile fish darted freely through the azure waters. Yet this beauty, which belonged solely to Bai Yu, was shattered by the sinister voice in his mind. Walk 50 paces forward, turn right, and you'll find the second glass tank. With a furious glare directed at Venom, Bai Yu strode forward in irritation. This was a murky, temperate waterway, where mud and sand were constantly disturbed, revealing flickering flashes of electric light amid the sediment. An electric eel? Bai Yu felt a chill run down his spine, suddenly grasping the intentions harbored within Venom's mind. The electric eel, devoid of fins, possessed powerful muscles along its sides, capable of unleashing formidable voltage. Thousands of muscle layers signified an equivalent number of discharging entities. Such potent currents could extinguish flames, and the searing heat of fire posed the gravest threat to liquid symbiotes like Venom. Boom! The terrifying black liquid surged forth from his pores, engulfing his entire being in an instant, as Venom's grotesque form materialized. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of the panicked tourists fleeing in disarray. Venom flicked his colossal tongue, and with a sweep of his massive claws, he struck the glass tank. Crash! The glass shattered instantly, unleashing a torrential flow of water. Countless electric eels were propelled from the deluge, erupting with blinding arcs of electricity. Whoosh! 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 Dozens of black tendrils shot forth, swiftly ensnaring the flailing electric eels. As the tendrils retracted, the eels were lifted into the air, and Venom opened his gaping maw, devouring them whole. The sound of flesh bursting filled the air. Ding! Congratulations, host, on completing your 99th hunt, earning a 30-point increase in life value. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully consuming the electric eel, gaining a formidable electrical affinity. Ding! Host hunting benefits. The system rewards the host with a purple lightning effect. The cold electronic voice resonated slowly. Venom gazed at his palm, where arcs of purple electricity danced amidst the dark fluid, emitting a hissing, thunderous sound. Boom! The purple lightning coalesced, instantaneously forming a bolt that tore through the void, crashing violently into the colossal tank at the center of the aquarium. Bang! A towering wave nearly 10 meters high surged upward, and in the blink of an eye, the tank was filled with swirling purple arcs of lightning. The knowledge imparted by the chemistry teacher echoed in his mind. Water conducts electricity. Boom! The lightning swept across, and the entire tank erupted, torrents of water roaring forth, with a great white shark residing within being swept out by the surge. The entire aquarium was instantly filled with a cacophony of rushing water and screams. Not a bad effect, Venom chuckled, admiring the flickering purple arcs enveloping his form, grinning wickedly as he leapt. Boom! The ceiling shattered instantaneously, a shadow descending, as Venom landed heavily on the aquarium's rooftop, gazing down at the now transformed ocean below. His expression twisted with a savage delight. Truly, he relished this exhilarating sensation of chaos. Venom twisted his beastly neck and cackled ominously. The rampant flood surged forth from the aquarium, cascading directly onto Wall Street, overturning countless passing vehicles in its wake. The piercing sound of alarms resonated throughout every corner of Wall Street, accompanied by the wailing of sirens as a multitude of police cars rapidly converged from the far end of the street. Suddenly, Venom's gaze sharpened, his icy white eyes fixating on the distance. His sight pierced through the layers of buildings, landing upon the end of Wall Street, the Milky Way building. There, he sensed a familiar essence that stirred a greedy longing within him, reminiscent of a taste he had recently savored. Chapter 22. Arrogance. Speed and passion with an extraordinary spider sense. Venom's pupils constricted as he beheld the Milky Way building. Within the symbiote, a powerful heart began to race violently, fueled by an overwhelming desire for consumption. This insatiable craving echoed a sensation he had felt not long ago amidst the chaos. It seemed to emanate from another symbiote. Venom licked his gleaming claws with a sinister smile. Having just devoured the chaos, the emergence of yet another symbiote thrilled him, even if it might be a bait set by S.H.I.L.D. Venom realized that his interest in the Milky Way building was intensifying. The blaring sirens enveloped the area from all directions. An array of police vehicles surrounded the now swamp-like aquarium, sealing it off and sounding the alarm. Countless marine creatures frantically fled at the intersections. The terrifying great white shark, having escaped the confines of its glass tank, thrashed violently, its gaping maw snapping at pedestrians. Blood mingled with water, staining the ground a deep crimson hue. As the night breeze whispered and the lights flickered, a colossal shadow, akin to a mountain, plummeted from the high-rise. Boom! A police car exploded in response, collapsing under the force, the sound of shattering steel sweeping across all of Wall Street. "I hear you wish to capture me?" Venom sneered as he stood atop the wreckage of the police car, surveying the suddenly alert officers surrounding him. Whoosh! 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 Several black tendrils, entwined with violet lightning, tore through the air, ensnaring two unsuspecting police cars. With immense strength, Venom yanked them upward and, amid the terrified gazes of numerous officers, hurled them violently against a skyscraper. Bang! The police vehicles swept through, producing a series of sonic booms. An entire building was cleaved in half, collapsing downwards. Boom! Venom leaped into the air, soaring several dozen meters high, and swallowed a police officer on a motorcycle whole, subsequently seizing the police motorcycle for himself. Slowly turning his head, Venom revealed a mouthful of sharp fangs, grinning at the dozens of furious yet fearful police cars. "Come chase me," he taunted. With a sudden surge, he slammed the throttle, propelling the motorcycle to its maximum speed, racing down Wall Street like a bolt of lightning, disappearing in an instant at the far end. "Boss, should we pursue?" A uniformed officer shivered, glancing nervously at the twisted-faced officer standing ahead. "Chase him. I am from the FBI. When have we been so openly scorned?" The officer barked, his face turning a deep shade of anger, veins bulging on his forehead. On the brilliantly lit Houston Bridge, a pitch-black motorcycle surged forward at speeds exceeding 150 miles per hour. Cars along the route were violently tossed aside by the fierce shockwave. Behind the motorcycle, a swarm of police cars pursued with palpable menace. The vibrant police lights flickered across the entire bridge. On the motorcycle, Venom flicked his long, dark red tongue, relishing the wild winds sweeping past, comfortably twisting his neck. What a delight! I relish their foolish expressions. Catching sight of more police cars joining the fray in his rearview mirror, he smirked, a wicked grin spreading across his face. Let us make this criminal game even more intriguing. Suddenly, Venom slammed the brakes, accompanied by a deafening screech of tires. The motorcycle soared into the air, propelled by its own inertia, spinning 720 degrees before landing with precision. With a thunderous crash, the motorcycle hit the ground, and Venom turned to face the police cars that had abruptly halted. The lead police car came to an abrupt stop, the officer inside crashing his head against the steering wheel. After a moment, he shook his head, gazing in disbelief at Venom's acrobatic stunt. Bang, bang, bang. One police car after another collided, resulting in a catastrophic pileup of 16 vehicles. Venom leisurely dismounted, raising his middle finger in a blatant act of provocation towards the enraged officers. He then strutted confidently towards the far end of the bridge, his swagger unchallenged by the nearly 100 police officers present, who stood frozen in shock. Damn it, the lead officer fumed, slamming his fist against his thigh in frustration, wincing from the pain. Boss, let's first clear the bridge, suggested an officer, glancing at the traffic chaos. The lead officer's expression fluctuated between anger and despair before he finally sighed, waving his hand. Clear the bridge first. Record this incident and report it to S.H.I.E.L.D. The tragic incident at the Life Foundation appears to have been orchestrated by this individual, a supervillain best left to others. Indeed, boss. On the other side of the Houston Bridge, a sense of comfort enveloped him. An ominous, sinister laughter echoed within Bai Yu's mind, prompting a subtle smile to grace his lips. Having spent considerable time with Venom, he had unintentionally grown increasingly ruthless. As he leisurely turned a few street corners, Bai Yu soon arrived at the end of Wall Street, where a towering edifice loomed before him. Countless stars of light danced across the building's facade, exuding an air of mystery. However, unlike his previous encounter, he refrained from transforming into Venom to leap atop the roof. The bloody lesson from last time had surely prompted the Galaxy building to implement more stringent security measures. Gently tapping his fingers, Bai Yu donned a stylish jacket and traversed several underground passages, arriving at the entrance of a clandestine bar. After undergoing scrutiny from a few imposing bouncers, he stepped inside. Despite its remote location, the bar's bustling atmosphere rivaled that of Wall Street's elite establishments. Vibrant neon lights flickered wildly above the dance floor, and the intoxicating music resonated in the air. Not far from Bai Yu, a group of voluptuous dancers swayed provocatively along a steel pole, their movements eliciting raucous cheers from the crowd below. Bai Yu leaned against the bar, admiring the dancers' graceful performances as he ordered a chilled whiskey. This underground bar was a paradise for dancers, a haven for vice. Chapter 23. The Abduction of Beauties? Doctor. Banner the air in the bar was thick with the aroma of nicotine. Bai Yu sat alone at the counter, toying with an exquisite glass as he pondered how to infiltrate the Galaxy building, his peripheral vision subtly scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, a striking blonde approached, unabashedly taking a seat beside him. Her cerulean eyes appraised him with a hint of aggression as she sensuously licked her ruby lips. "Hey there, handsome. What brings you to this place? It hardly seems suitable for someone your age," she remarked. Bai Yu offered a faint smile, meeting her gaze as he replied softly. "And who do you believe should be here?" "Why, it's surely the tattooed, muscular Western cowboys," she teased, the corners of her mouth curling up, revealing the allure of Western femininity. "Or perhaps a clean-cut Asian lad with flowing hair and a neat jacket. Most importantly, he would possess a better understanding of how to engage with women than the Western cowboys." Bai Yu flashed a devilishly charming smile under the ambiguous lighting of the bar, a grin imbued with an alluring enchantment that captivated women. "Is that so? For instance?" The interest of a blonde beauty was piqued as she delicately clasped his hand, her curiosity evident. He had the power to elicit the most radiant smile from the striking lady before him. Bai Yu offered a subtle smile. "Dear host, although I am not versed in human emotions, I must say your skills in charming women are quite impressive." In his mind echoed the sinister laughter of Venom. "Little one, from whom have you learned such sweet nothings?" The blonde beauty, with her voluptuous figure, sat alluringly beside Bai Yu, giggling. "It's innate," Bai Yu replied, savoring a sip of whiskey. "So, would you care to offer this lovely lady a drink?" The blonde beauty playfully blinked her eyes. "I would be more than delighted. It would be an honor." Bai Yu, with a gentlemanly smile, elegantly poured a glass of red wine and presented it to her. Just as the two were engrossed in delightful conversation, a burly middle-aged man approached with an icy demeanor, abruptly pulling the blonde beauty toward him, forcefully wrapping his arm around her. "A kid like you thinks he can steal my woman?" The man, with coarse brown curls and a bronzed, muscular physique, held the slender waist of the blonde beauty tightly while coldly glaring at Bai Yu, his eyes ablaze with fury. Such words should not be spoken lightly. This bar is a place of service. Is it not permissible for you to indulge in pleasures here, while I cannot? Bai Yu gently set down his glass, smiling as he regarded the man whose expression was darkening. Kid, those who spoke to me in such a tone before have found themselves in the grave. The middle-aged man suddenly released his hold on the blonde beauty, clenching his fists tightly, the sound of cracking bones echoing through the air. Beneath his bronzed skin, dark green bubbles began to swell ominously. Yet you, as the renowned doctor of physics and top agent of S.H., he yelled it, find it inappropriate to be in such an environment, do you not? Am I correct, Dr. Banner? Bai Yu remarked with a grin, his eyes sparkling with mischief. The man's expression shifted abruptly, his gaze turning frigid. A palpable aura of menace emanated from him, causing the blonde beauty to recoil in trepidation. Banner surveyed the room, intimidating those who dared to avert their gazes before slowly turning back, pulling out a chair, and sitting down heavily. However, the fury that once blazed in his eyes had suddenly turned placid. This remarkable control over his emotions took Bai Yu by surprise. Having absorbed Spider-Man's genes, he inherited all of Spider-Man's memories, fully aware of how terrifying Dr. Banner could be when enraged. The anger-fueled Hulk would possess catastrophic power. Surely, Dr. Banner does not intend to persuade me to surrender, does he? Bai Yu reclined casually in his chair, a hint of derision in his smile. Given the crimes you have committed, I could easily consign you to a space prison for life. Banner regarded Bai Yu silently, his demeanor indifferent. Bai Yu responded with a nonchalant smile. His previous conversation with Natasha had significantly enhanced his understanding of the Galactic Tower. He was acutely aware that S.H.I.E.L.D. had always held a keen interest in these so-called superhumans. The degree of your symbiotic fusion has far exceeded our expectations, even allowing for evolution through the consumption of other life forms. Therefore, S.H.I.E.L.D. requires you, or rather, the Federation requires you. Banner's tone bore a subtle undertone of persuasion. Why should I acquiesce to you? Let us not forget that my parents perished at your hands. The mention of his deceased parents caused Bai Yu's gaze to turn icy, a torrent of chilling rage surging within him. Just as a dragon has its forbidden scales, so too does a man. The path of scientific research inevitably incurs sacrifices. Moreover, your hands are stained with a great deal of blood. Those you have devoured were not devoid of innocence, were they? Banner, undeterred by Bai Yu's palpable wrath, retaliated without reservation. Each life extinguished by your hand may have borne its own transgressions, yet it is not your place to judge. Behind each of them stood once happy families. However, upon hearing Banner's words, Bai Yu's agitation intensified. And what of my deceased parents? They were sent to their graves by that damned Life Foundation due to this wretched plan. Were they not innocent? A terrifying fury erupted from Bai Yu, the black substance surging forth from his pores, transforming into a fearsome, glimmering exoskeleton. Silver veins erupted wildly across his form, presenting an alarming visage. Venom displayed its menacing fangs, its massive claws smashing down upon the table, shattering it into fragments. Its enormous tongue glistening with a cold sheen. The sudden emergence of the black giant sent all the dancers in the bar fleeing in terror. Yet, in the face of the ominous Venom, Banner remained unfazed, retrieving a silver token engraved with a shield emblem, reminiscent of the one Drake possessed. Subsequently, Banner rose and strode towards the bar's exit, casting a few indifferent words over his shoulder. Consider it carefully and seek me out with this token. As for how to enter, I trust you have your methods. While the symbiote undoubtedly grants you unimaginable power, it also amplifies the darkness within you, leading to a convergence of your personalities, coldness and brutality alike. At the bar's entrance, Banner's figure vanished from sight. Chapter 24. The Decision at St. Peter's Cathedral. In the depths of night, New York City was drenched by a torrential downpour. The torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, drenching the long hair of the youth. Bai Yu, soaked to the skin, Bai Yu stood silently before a grand cathedral, his expression a tapestry of emotions. This was the renowned St. Peter's Cathedral, the spiritual sanctuary of New Yorkers. Each dawn, the church bells would chime punctually, awakening the entire city of New York. Inside the cathedral, an expansive space unfolded, dominated by a silver wall upon which the serene visage of a distinguished man was intricately carved. the figure of Jesus, the founder of Christianity. A large silver bell hung in the center of the church, its chimes ringing out sweetly as the night breeze danced through, occasionally eliciting a crisp, melodious toll. Before the grand bell, in the chilling embrace of the nighttime shadows, a silent figure emerged. A wave of insatiable hunger surged within Bai Yu. This marked the third day he had stood before the cathedral. The prolonged state of being a symbiote, devoid of the sustenance provided by living beings, had caused his vitality to plummet, rendering him increasingly ferocious. A hissing sound emanated from behind Bai Yu as a mass of black fluid swiftly emerged, coalescing into the grotesque visage of the symbiote. 3 days without fresh life force had left its countenance grim. Evolving into a mid-level symbiote had exacerbated its insatiable appetite. Master Bai Yu, you have remained silent for 3 days. Do not be like this, the symbiote pleaded in a childish tone, swirling around him like a will-o'-the-wisp. Sensing Bai Yu's hardened demeanor, suddenly, a piercing glint flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. He turned sharply to confront the grotesque face of the symbiote, coldly inquiring. Is what Banner said truly accurate? Taken aback by Bai Yu's sudden ferocity, the symbiote quickly regained its composure and responded, indeed. A prolonged fusion with the symbiote can amplify the darker facets of the host's psyche, ultimately leading to an inheritance of the symbiote's inherent brutality. At this revelation, a bitter laugh escaped Bai Yu's lips. Seeing the chilling intensity in his gaze, the symbiote hastily reassured him, do not panic. The soul binding system we established minimizes my influence on your temperament. Do not attempt to deceive me. Bai Yu retorted fiercely, delivering a powerful blow to the silver bell. The ancient chime resonated like thunder, sending ripples of sound that enveloped the symbiote in a wave of terror. A piercing wail erupted from the symbiote, as countless streams of black fluid writhed in agony, the excruciating pain threatening to drive it to madness. The ultrasonic waves capable of dismantling the molecular structure of the symbiote's body coursed through the air, rendering its form as if it were being torn apart. The earlier chaos had resulted from such terrifying ultrasonic waves, leading to a bitter demise. Ding! The system detected that the host's mood was exceedingly poor, potentially leading to extreme reactions. The cold electronic voice provided a warm reminder. No. Father Bai Yu, I was wrong. Venom clung desperately to the grotesque head. Its expression twisted as it pleaded for mercy. Despite having temporarily absorbed the electric eel, enabling it to withstand high temperatures, it remained deeply apprehensive in the face of terrifying ultrasonic waves. Gazing into the aggrieved eyes of Venom, Bai Yu let out a cold snort and remarked ominously, "What do you have to say?" Although driven by a desire for vengeance, he had no intention of descending into a mere killing machine. Venom sighed heavily, forcing down the intense pain in its head, and smiled apologetically. In truth, as I continue to evolve through absorption, the host's level of consciousness will increasingly rise. Once it surpasses 90, you will be able to control me almost entirely. Upon hearing this explanation, Bai Yu's icy demeanor softened. He recalled indeed seeing the line regarding consciousness occupancy on the system's attribute panel. Ding! The system has detected a moderation in the host's emotions. The symbiote should promptly continue to flatter. The cold electronic voice resonated with a hint of derision. Damn you, broken system. Venom nearly cursed aloud, yet as it met the chilling gaze of Bai Yu, it obediently fell silent. Fine, you're impressive. What level of evolution is required to reach a consciousness occupancy of 90? Is this sufficient? Bai Yu mused, stroking his palm while furrowing his brow. It may require waiting for a higher level symbiote. Currently, I am at an intermediate level, with only about 60 occupancy. Venom hastily replied, fearing Bai Yu's ire might provoke him to strike the large bell again. Higher level symbiote, Bai Yu pondered, tapping his slender fingers thoughtfully. Advanced evolution required over 10,000 life points, and moreover, he needed to absorb 2 other symbiotes of the same level. Where on earth can I find symbiotes? Frustration bubbled within him. Last time at the Osborne Industrial Base, encountering the riot had been somewhat fortuitous. Otherwise, with the vastness of the Federation, how could he possibly find those 5 divided sub-symbiotes? Our ignorance does not imply that others are equally unaware. Venom suddenly chuckled ominously, seemingly hinting at something. Hearing this, Bai Yu's eyes flickered with realization, a surge of bloodlust swiftly engulfing him. The cold, merciless dark youth within him seemed to resurface. With a flick of his wrist, a silver token materialized in Bai Yu's hand. The token bore a shield-shaped emblem, exuding a faint aura of authority. The Galaxy Tower SHIELD, a profoundly mysterious organization with an obsessive fervor for the study of superhumans. A chilling glint passed through Bai Yu's eyes, akin to a ferocious beast on the verge of awakening. Venom, Bai Yu called sharply. Acknowledged. Venom let out a sinister laugh, and in an instant, the viscous liquid coalesced, the terrifying black substance swiftly engulfing his entire being. In the depths of the night, the grotesque and massive form of Venom reemerged. Amidst the profound darkness, at the end of Wall Street, a building known as the Galaxy Tower appeared, faintly glowing with a delicate starlight. The shadow of the tower fell into Venom's piercing white eyes, transforming into a shade of blood red. This crimson hue accentuated the night's revelry. Tonight was destined to be a night steeped in carnage. Venom slowly emerged from St. Peter's Cathedral, gazing up at the starry sky of New York. The scattered stars illuminated countless celestial bodies. With a malevolent grin, Venom vanished into the darkness. SHIELD. I, Venom, have arrived. Chapter 25. Setting the trap, drawing the tiger from its mountain beneath the inky night. The towering Galaxy Tower loomed at the end of Wall Street. Surrounding the edifice was a tranquil sidewalk. A youth clad in a black jacket stood with his hands in his pockets, not far from the tower. In front of the building, a sapphire-hued folding door rotated slowly. Streams of infrared light continuously swept from the corners of the door, scanning every figure entering and exiting, instantly relaying the information to a cutting-edge computer system. The slender fingers of the youth tightly gripped a silver token. The last time, the aura of that symbiote emanated from this very place. Bai Yu squinted thoughtfully at the Galaxy Tower. However, this cursed location was not easily infiltrated. A sinister voice suddenly echoed, as black liquid writhed and Venom's ghastly visage reappeared, emitting a chilling laugh. The surface of the Galaxy Tower was now embedded with countless control radar systems. Invisible electromagnetic waves shot out from the radar openings, enveloping the entire facade of the tower. This lockdown system was nothing short of flawless. Clearly, Venom's previous reckless actions had incited the wrath of the Galaxy Tower. Bai Yu stroked his chin, a glimmer of insight in his eyes, and chuckled softly. Since they wished to entice me into their trap, I must attend the meeting alone. At his words, Venom's eyes lit up, and he cackled. A day trip to the police station for the most wanted criminal? I relished the idea. However, upon hearing Venom's wicked laughter, Bai Yu shook his head, revealing an enigmatic smile. No, it is about drawing the tiger from its mountain. At the entrance of the Galaxy Tower, figures were scarce, creating an eerie stillness. Only high-ranking officials and agents specially approved by SHIELD could pass through the scanning system. An infrared scanner hung at the entryway, providing 360-degree surveillance of every nook and cranny. In the transparent camera lens, the reflection of an exceptionally handsome face appeared. The youth held aloft a silver token engraved with a shield emblem. I wish to see Dr. Banner. Inside an elegant room, on the wine-red bookshelf, a myriad of antique books stands, exuding a rich fragrance of literature. It is hard to fathom that within the illustrious Galaxy building, a pinnacle of human technological advancement, there exists such a rustic and classical study. On the brick-red wall hangs a blackboard, densely inscribed with intricate formulas. The most esoteric symbols and numbers of physics are elegantly presented in a continuous flow upon the board. An ancient chair cradles a middle-aged man. Under the soft orange glow of a lamp, peruses a book titled The Universe in a Nutshell. Knock, knock, knock. The sound of knocking interrupts the man's immersion in reading. Come in, he calls. The door to the study creaks open, revealing the slender figure of a young boy. With a slight smile, the boy greets the astonished middle-aged man softly, saying, I hope you have been well, Dr. Banner. Doctor. Banner adjusts his glasses and gazes warmly at the youth across from him, his emerald green eyes glinting with a subtle sheen. You're truly well-read, Dr. Banner, the boy. Bai Yu remarks with a smile, casting his glance over the stacks of books surrounding them. The journey of studying physics is indeed a long and arduous one. Banner shakes his head, lifting a cup of fragrant tea and offering it to Bai Yu. After taking a sip and savoring the delightful aroma, Bai Yu chuckles. Why is it just you, Dr. Banner? is S-H-I-E-L-D so eagerly welcoming me? In response, Banner places his book down, chuckling lightly, no hurry. I've already notified them. The boss and the others will be here soon. No sooner had he spoken than hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor outside the elegant room. Upon hearing the scattered sounds of approaching footsteps, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Within a bedroom in the Galaxy building, the spacious room is adorned with numerous posters of superheroes. In the center, Spider-Man lies peacefully on the bed, indulging in a deep slumber. Although he might be more comfortable without his suit, being a top agent of S.H.I.E.L.D. compels him to remain vigilant against potential dangers. In truth, with the Galaxy building's superior defense system, it is nearly impossible for any criminal to infiltrate. The thunderous sound of his snoring masks a sinister hissing noise. Suddenly, Spider-Man's eyes snap open, scanning his surroundings with a furrowed brow. Thanks to his extraordinary spider sense, he vaguely detects something sinister flowing through the air. The vast bedroom is eerily silent. After a moment of contemplation, Spider-Man relaxes his tense body and lies back down, sinking into a soft, liquid surface. The chilling sensation causes him to freeze. A terrifying black liquid swiftly opens its gaping maw, engulfing his head. Strange patterns emerged, engulfing the surroundings in an eerie darkness that rapidly spread from the black tendrils. In the blink of an eye, the vibrant red of the spider suit was enveloped by a deep, foreboding black. The chilling hue seeped into every pore of Spider-Man, leaving a stark white spider emblem imprinted upon his chest. The once composed gaze of Spider-Man transformed into an abyssal void, dark enough to instill dread. A sinister laugh echoed from the mouth of the dark Spider-Man, a sanguine glint radiating from him. With a swift motion, a jet-black web shot forth from the web shooter on his wrist. In a flash, the dark Spider-Man propelled himself, adhering to the ceiling, limbs stretched out as he lay in wait like a predator poised to strike. A sudden notification chimed from the smartphone resting on the bedside. A web shot through the air, affixing itself to the device, which instantly returned to the dark Spider-Man's grasp. The target host and symbiote have been located. Assemble immediately for capture. The call was marked by the name, Banner. With a resounding explosion, the phone shattered in his grip, and dark Spider-Man flexed his ebony fingers, a grotesque grin spreading across his face. He then closed his eyes, attuning himself to the presence of the symbiote within the building. As the progenitor of these symbiotes, Venom could easily sense the existence of its offspring within a certain radius. Moments later, his cold eyes snapped open, radiating an icy menace, accompanied by a cruel smile. Swiftly, dark Spider-Man ascended the wall, soon vanishing into the shadows. Chapter 26. The spider hidden in darkness within the Galaxy Tower, a network of glass corridors intersected. Silently, a black figure of a spider crept through the ventilation ducts. With deft maneuvering and heightened spider sense, he deftly evaded all surveillance. Navigating through the ducts, he soon reached the exit point. Below lay a corridor, eerily tranquil, where several guards armed with tranquilizer guns patrolled with stern expressions. The guards of the Galaxy Tower were all products of rigorous training, standing out as formidable. Cold gazes fixated on the guards, and, as they rounded the corner, the Spider-Man controlled by Venom suddenly descended on a web, launching into the air with force. His lithe form landed soundlessly on the ground. In the very moment the guards turned, Dark Spider-Man executed a nimble leap, slipping into a drainage pipe. This pipe connected to the entire drainage system. The drainage system traverses the entirety of the Galaxy building. Venom, like a serpent tracing its prey, exerts control over Spider-Man's body and ascends along the smooth walls. Soon, it reaches the heart of the drainage system, the drainage chamber of the Galaxy building. At the center stands a colossal water pump, reminiscent of a mountain, silently installed, with torrents of water flowing through countless interconnected channels, distributing to every corner of the edifice. The Dark Spider-Man suddenly propels himself forward, landing lightly on the massive water pump. In a fleeting moment of rotation, the web shooter on his wrist bursts open. Countless strands of black webbing are instantly expelled, racing along the drainage channels and swiftly adhering to the tops of each passage. The web strands intertwine, and in an instant, they form an enormous spider's web. Subsequently, the Dark Spider-Man spreads his limbs, reclines upon the web, and closes his eyes, attuning to the subtle vibrations transmitted through the threads. Drip, drip, drip. Crystal droplets continuously fall from the ceiling, landing on the web and causing it to quiver slightly. A shadowy figure of a spider lies at the center of the web. In this realm, it seems only the sound of rushing water remains. Suddenly, one of the web strands trembles violently. Venom squints slightly, rising agilely to perch on the web, vigilantly surveying his surroundings. Instantly, countless strands begin to oscillate ominously, setting off alarm bells in Venom's mind. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In the next moment, the once tranquil flow of the colossal water pump erupts into a frenzy of bubbles, and a whirlpool begins to emerge. A piercing wail, akin to a banshee's cry, suddenly echoes from the far end of a drainage passage. The sharp sound waves violently propel Venom away, crashing him onto the web, stars dancing before his eyes. Quickly regaining his senses, Venom realizes that a profound hunger has surged within his symbiote genes. The symbiote, gripping the black web tightly, Venom ascends step by step along the strand. Moments later, he reaches the terminus of the drainage pipeline. At its end lies a glass laboratory under guard. It bears an uncanny resemblance to the facility where he was once imprisoned by the Life Foundation. Inside the laboratory, an alloy container rests, housing a viscous yellow liquid that churns violently, emitting eerie, ghostly wails that reverberate ominously. An aura of malevolence permeates the air. That earlier wailing must have originated from this symbiote's eruption. One of Venom's 5 offspring is howling. A swift glance reveals that the laboratory entrance lacks a keypad lock, instead guarded by 2 fully armed sentinels, each wielding tranquilizer guns. Whoosh! A strand of black silk silently sliced through the void, suddenly adhering to a circuit on the opposite side. Bang! As the silk was pulled, electric sparks erupted and the circuit shattered instantaneously. The entire brightly lit laboratory was plunged into darkness, transforming into an impenetrable abyss. The pitch-black surroundings melded seamlessly with the dark suit of the symbiote, Venom, embodying an essence of shadow. What is happening? A guard with a stern expression furrowed his brow. A circuit explosion was a phenomenon that hadn't occurred in many years. "You stay here. I'll investigate," he declared after a moment of contemplation, and then he vanished from sight. Nodding, the remaining guard straightened his posture, scanning the surroundings indifferently. Suddenly, he felt a chilling breeze sweep past him. The frigid night air pierced his neck, causing a twinge of discomfort. He looked around, confronted only by an oppressive darkness, devoid of any sound. Where could the night wind be coming from in the laboratory? The guard muttered, a sense of inexplicable eeriness washing over him. Whoosh! A black silk strand swiftly ensnared his neck, tightening abruptly. In that instant, the laboratory lights flickered back to life, illuminating the space once more. Upon regaining his sight, the other guard exhaled in relief and instinctively glanced into the laboratory. A wave of cold surged from his tailbone, jolting him. The container filled with yellow liquid had vanished. Looking upward, he discovered a corpse suspended by black silk. Whoosh! Another strand descended, and before he could activate the signal transmitter, it snapped his neck. A cold body swung once more in midair. What a nuisance! A fully black-clad Spider-Man emerged, toying with the alloy container in his dark palm. Venom then caught sight of the transmitter in the guard's pocket. Whoosh! The silk shot out, retracting instantly to grasp the walkie-talkie in his palm. The recipient on the other end bore the name etched in bold, Nick Fury. A wicked grin spread across Venom's face, exuding an aura of malevolence. His fingers danced rapidly over the buttons, and a message materialized on the screen. Director Nick, in 10 minutes, your symbiote laboratory will explode. Beep. The message was sent successfully. Venom smirked. Knowing Nick's cautious nature, he would not recklessly act in the face of imminent explosion, even if it were merely a threat. The show was about to commence. Bang! Venom leapt with a sudden grace, plunging into the drainage pipe, disappearing into the enveloping darkness. Chapter 27. The Hulk and Natasha within the tranquil study. The air was thick with the scent of books, as several enigmatic figures sat scattered upon the long bench. Each of these varied silhouettes bore an expression of lethal intent, fixating coldly on the youthful figure beside the desk, who wore a serene smile, unfazed by the icy glares from this elite assembly of S.H.I.E.L.D. agents. Bai Yu indulged in the delicate flavor of his tea. Is this Longjing tea from Hudson Bay? Truly lives up to its reputation, he mused with a subtle smile, surveying his surroundings while comfortably stretching his legs. Young one, you must ponder carefully. The brutal nature of the symbiote will ultimately transform you into a beast that knows only slaughter, Natasha remarked, reclining gracefully on the soft sofa, her chin resting upon her hand, one long leg elegantly crossed over the other. Her words were laced with an insidious allure, hinting at the wealth of knowledge S.H.I.E.L.D. had amassed over years of research on symbiotes, promising to help him harness its true potential. Well, how should I respond? Bai Yu replied with an ambiguous smile, seemingly untouched by her persuasion. Observing his nonchalant demeanor, Natasha clenched her teeth in frustration, a flicker of irritation crossing her eyes. This young man, despite his youth, exhibited a cunning that rivaled that of seasoned strategists. Boy, do not refuse a toast. It will only lead to a bitter drink, Banner cautioned, slowly removing his glasses, his deep-set eyes shimmering with an emerald glow. Though years of physics research had honed his emotional control, the dormant power of the Hulk within him resembled a slumbering volcano, ready to erupt at any moment. Enough! A voice, cold and commanding, emanated from silent one-eyed man at the center of the S.H.I.O.D. agents, quelling the restless tension between Natasha and Banner. His solitary gaze then settled on Bai Yu, penetrating and inquisitive. I am curious. What emboldens you to play this game with us for so long? As the chilling words left his lips, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. Nick, the leader of S.H.I.E.L.D., possessed a keen perception that was unnerving. Despite his efforts to conceal his presence, Nick appeared to have sensed the slightest crack in the facade of Bai Yu's symbiotic state. Suddenly, a sharp sound pierced the silence of the room. All eyes converged upon the one-eyed man, whose dark expression deepened as he produced a walkie-talkie. The transparent screen glowed a vivid crimson. Excellent, he murmured, squeezing the device until it crumpled grotesquely in his grip. Taking a deep breath, he cast a frigid glance at Bai Yu. Banner, Natasha, throw him into the galactic prison. The rest of you follow me. Understood. Upon receiving the command, Banner slowly rose to his feet, dark green bubbles swelling from his skin, swiftly followed by a terrifying emerald hue that spread rapidly across his body. With a thunderous roar, his previously refined demeanor transformed into a grotesque visage. Deep wrinkles contorted as muscles bulged, instantly shredding his outer garments. In the dim light, a towering figure emerged, resembling a mountain, a giant cloaked in a fearsome dark green, with eerie green pupils brimming with malevolent energy. His extraordinarily developed muscles seemed to possess explosive power, instilling a sense of dread. The Hulk unleashed a deafening roar, resonating from the green giant's mouth. The indomitable Hulk, a creature whose wrath once obliterated an entire city. Even among the elite of S.H.I.E.L.D., tales of his ferocity instilled a profound fear. The shadowy giant obscured half the room's light, enveloping Bai Yu in darkness. As Nick and others hurriedly departed, only Bai Yu and his companions remained in the dim chamber. In stark contrast to the Hulk's terrifying presence, Natasha's expression was far more intricate. Gazing at the monstrous green giant, she felt an inexplicable stir within her. As one of the few in S.H.I.E.L.D. who truly understood and had a semblance of closeness with Hulk, Natasha's relationship with this green behemoth was far more complicated than the outside world perceived. Suddenly, with a blank expression, the Hulk seized Bai Yu by the collar, lifting him off the ground. Kid, you're off to prison to feed the dogs. His chilling voice reverberated as he strode towards the exit, dragging Bai Yu along. A soft sigh escaped the room, and a graceful figure rose to follow in Hulk's wake. With a resounding clang of the reinforced door locking, Bai Yu was forcefully slammed to the ground, the dark walls sealing off all escape routes. The dim prison was suffused with a damp odor, casting a shadow of Bai Yu's slight form upon the eerie floor. The Galaxy Prison, renowned as S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most infamous penitentiary, held a reputation that was far from flattering. Those fortunate enough to be incarcerated here were none but the most heinous criminals of the Federation. Kid, reflect on your actions while you're here, Hulk coldly remarked, casting a glance at the expressionless Bai Yu before shutting his eyes. Standing vigil in a corner of the prison like a wrathful guardian. Clearly, he intended to deny Bai Yu any chance of escape. In another corner, Natasha languidly leaned against the wall, her gaze intermittently drifting towards Hulk, her beautiful eyes seemingly lost in contemplation. This silence endured for nearly 3 minutes. Weary, Natasha instinctively closed her beautiful eyes, savoring the tranquility of the moment. Yet, her ears remained alert, attuned to the slightest sounds in her surroundings. Faint, intermittent hissing noises permeated the air, causing her highly sensitive hearing to furrow her brow. Within that persistent sound, there lingered an insidious aura. Natasha, ever vigilant, scanned her surroundings. The empty room bore no signs of life apart from herself and the watchful Hulk, who sat with closed eyes. A peculiar unease washed over her, swiftly followed by the disappearance of the hissing sound, as if it had never existed. Nonetheless, her well-honed instincts as an agent warned her of an imminent danger encroaching upon her. She surveyed her surroundings once more, yielding no results. Finally, Natasha relaxed her tense body, preparing to rest her eyes again. Just as her eyelids were about to descend, her peripheral vision caught sight of a concealed drainage pipe not far away. From within the inky darkness of the pipe, a pair of ghostly white pupils began to glow ominously. Chapter 28. The Masked Spider. Venom reborn. The ghostly white pupils ignited within the dark drainage pipe, resembling the eyes of a demon from the abyss. A chilling glimmer sent a shiver through Natasha's core. Suddenly, 2 strands of black webbing sliced through the air, ensnaring her slender legs and wrapping tightly around her. With a thunderous force, she was yanked into the air and slammed against the ceiling. In an instant, her body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing back down to the ground with a muffled grunt. As Natasha hit the floor, the formidable Hulk, with his fierce green eyes, abruptly opened his gaze. With a roar that reverberated through the room, the immense figure of Hulk surged forth, causing the ground to crack and fissure beneath him. In a powerful grip, Hulk seized the black webbing, his terrifying strength snapping it effortlessly, along with the mysterious shadow it ensnared, flinging it violently to the ground. A gaping pit, unfathomably deep, manifested in the center of the room, the resounding crash shaking the entire building. Hulk's extraordinarily developed muscles endowed him with unparalleled physical power, a force that escalated with the surge of rage within him. Power birthed from destruction simultaneously engendered more destruction. The continuous serum injections were S-H-I-E-L. DS attempt to temper Hulk's volatile emotions, yet suppressing his fury proved as challenging as stifling an erupting volcano. Volcanoes are unpredictable forces of nature. Over the years, as the essence of the Hulk has become deeply ingrained within him, his actions have spiraled increasingly out of control. Even Spider-Man and his fellow S-H-I-E-L-D agents find themselves exasperated by his behavior. Only Natasha remains one of the few individuals he holds dear. Initially dispatched by Nick to pacify the Hulk, her fate became inexorably intertwined with his, considering the potential destruction he could unleash. As a top-tier spy of S-H-I-E-L-D, manipulating emotions has always been Natasha's forte. Yet, it was at that moment that a subtle emotional connection inexplicably blossomed between the two. From the depths of a vast pit, a mysterious figure slowly emerged, stumbling awkwardly and appearing quite disheveled. However, as the smoke cleared and the dark silhouette was revealed, both Natasha and the furious Hulk were momentarily taken aback. Clad in his iconic red and black spider suit, Spider-Man unsteadily made his entrance. Peter? Natasha was the first to regain her composure, her voice tinged with astonishment. As Spider-Man revealed himself, the crimson rage in Hulk's eyes began to dissipate, replaced by a furrowed brow of confusion. Old buddy, it was just a joke. No need to take it so seriously. Spider-Man rubbed his aching head, raising his hands in a gesture of helplessness. What on earth are you doing here? This is a high-security prison, and there's no room for foolishness. Hulk shot him a cold glare, his muscular green arms crossed over his chest, his voice deep and resonant. With that, he glared at Spider-Man once more before returning to his indifferent posture in the corner, shutting his eyes to guard the prison. "Huh, I heard the boss captured that symbiote and wanted to see it for myself," Spider-Man remarked, scratching the back of his head with a light chuckle before leaping gracefully to the front of the cell containing the white-feathered figure. For reasons unknown, as Spider-Man brushed past her, Natasha felt an inexplicable sense of unease, as if a lurking malevolence lay dormant in the abyss. "Is this the host of that Venom symbiote?" Spider-Man inquired, casting an intrigued glance at the coldly observing white-feathered figure. a sinister grin spreading across his face. An eerie laughter echoed through the air, tinged with an unmistakable savagery. "No, you're not Peter. Who are you?" Natasha suddenly snapped back to reality, shouting furiously as a dagger materialized in her hand, its cold gleam aimed at Spider-Man's throat. "Huh, have you finally pieced it together?" A chilling, grotesque laughter floated from Spider-Man's lips. In an instant, a pair of spider-like hands gripped the lock of the reinforced metal door. Creak! The alloy door, forged with iron and bronze, was abruptly wrenched open, creating a gaping crack. Boom! A terrifying black liquid suddenly surged forth from Spider-Man's pores, rushing like lightning towards the quietly seated white feather. In that fleeting moment of separation from the black fluid, Spider-Man stumbled violently, crashing heavily to the ground as the darkness in his eyes gradually dissipated. With a resounding thud, the glint of a dagger flashed. But it met only emptiness, leaving a deep gash on the alloy door. The black liquid frantically infiltrated white feather's body, and in mere instants, a grotesque black giant emerged, adorned with glistening, cold scales. Silver patterns crawled across the armor, accompanied by terrifying barbs that protruded outward. From its gaping maw, filled with menacing fangs, extended the venomous creature's signature long tongue, brutal and insatiable. With a thunderous roar, Venom's stout black right arm transformed into a terrifying appendage, ensnaring the alloy door with a vice-like grip, shattering it with overwhelming force. The sound of clattering metal echoed as fragments of alloy exploded in all directions, prompting Natasha and Hulk to shield their eyes. As their eyes opened, the grotesque black giant leapt forth, each bound accompanied by a sonic boom, vanishing mere seconds later. Before Natasha could react, a wave of terrifying fury emanated from Hulk. The once fading crimson hue surged back, filling his eyes, threatening to burst forth with even greater intensity than before. His already formidable physique swelled again, resembling a colossal beast awakening from slumber, revealing its fangs. "Little reptile, I will tear you to shreds." The primal growl erupted from his throaty depths. With a mighty leap, Hulk collided with the dense steel door, shattering it as he pursued the direction in which Venom had vanished. The most advanced tungsten steel, crafted by the Federation, crumbled like paper before Hulk's wrath. In the stillness of the night, the Galaxy Tower was suddenly shaken by two earth-shattering booms, echoing throughout its halls. Two fierce figures engaged in a deadly struggle within the building. Chapter 29, Venom Hulk. A storm of chaos erupted in the Galaxy Tower during the deep night. The sound of shattering tempered glass swept through the floors, sending shards flying and drawing the attention of numerous security personnel. Yet, even the well-trained Galaxy guards froze in place at the sight of the two formidable shadows. With a thunderous crash, the top-grade tungsten steel door was ripped from its hinges by the dark green giant and flung through the air. The alloy protective doors shattered explosively under the impact of the retracting tungsten steel gate, producing a deafening roar that shattered every pane of glass in its path. Whoosh, whoosh, three black tendrils suddenly shot forth, immediately adhering to the tungsten steel door. With a powerful swing, they hurled it into the air towards a guard unit poised to deploy a rocket launcher. Boom! Several guard members were instantly sent flying, blood spewing from their mouths, while the rocket launcher disintegrated in disarray. In the void, the monstrous silhouette of Venom leapt forth, its robust limbs moving rapidly, transforming into a blurred shadow, racing towards the end of the corridor. At the corridor's terminus stood the meteoric shell of the Galaxy building. Outside the edifice, Wall Street's night market was engulfed in waves of financial frenzy, driven by the fluctuations of stock indices. Cloaked in darkness, Venom ascended as the sovereign of the night. Boom! Venom's frenzied form abruptly froze, its chilling claws scraping against the floor, producing a hissing spark. Its icy white pupils fixated coldly on Natasha, who stood defiantly in its path. With a glinting dagger and a resolute gaze, every movement Natasha made provoked the murderous intent brewing within Venom. Bang! Terrifying barbs erupted wildly from Venom's form, its two robust arms transforming into colossal morning stars. Boom! The morning stars crashed heavily to the ground, leaving two deep impressions. Natasha's pupils constricted sharply, having absorbed the chaos. Venom gained power surpassing mere liquefaction, transmutation. At this level, The host could shape various cold weapons at will, possessing tremendous lethality. Bang! The morning star swung violently, enveloped in a torrent of fierce wind, and struck mercilessly toward Natasha. Before she could react, the morning star pierced through her body, causing an instantaneous explosion, leaving behind faint remnants in the air. Remnants? Venom's gaze turned icy, a cold light flashing as a barrage of black arrows erupted from his back, sealing off all retreat. Bang! 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 The black arrows detonated in rapid succession, unleashing a deluge of black liquid mingled with the sounds of shattering metal, shaking the entire space. Beneath the splattered black liquid, a graceful figure tumbled helplessly to the ground, clutching a twisted right leg, her complexion pale. Whoosh! A black tendril shot forth, swiftly opening its gaping maw to bite down fiercely at Natasha's crown. Just as the tendril was about to strike, a terrifying dark green giant hand materialized, seizing the thrashing black tendril. Bang! With immense force, the tendril burst apart, sending black liquid splattering everywhere. Amidst the smoke of battle, the formidable green figure of Hulk slowly emerged. Two waves of overwhelming ferocity gradually coalesced around the pair. The atmosphere abruptly thickened. Venom Hulk. Parasite. Hulk shall rend you to shreds. A deep voice, emanating from Hulk, was imbued with boundless rage. To speak frankly, I have long coveted the head of the green giant. A sinister tone gradually unfolded from Venom's mouth, steeped in insatiable greed. Their gazes locked, and two icy intents to kill seemed to crystallize into a palpable substance. Boom! With astonishing agility, Hulk leapt into the air, his colossal green fist descending with destructive force upon Venom. Hulk has never required any weapons. His dark green skin serves as his most formidable armament. In his fury, Hulk possessed the strength to move mountains. Boom! The liquid recoiled, as Venom's extraordinarily thick right arm suddenly transformed into a grotesque blade, tearing through the void, colliding fiercely with the green giant's fist. Bang! 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 From the splattering liquid emerged a menacing black silhouette, swiftly leaping forth, unleashing a barrage of liquefied ion cannons. The sky-darkening energy ion cannons roared to life, enveloping Hulk in an instant. Boom! 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 Hulk raised his arms in defiance, bracing himself against the terrifying barrage, stepping forward resolutely. The rampaging ion blasts erupted against him, leaving only charred remnants, which dissipated in mere seconds. Hulk's abnormal physical defenses granted him immunity to the vast majority of physical assaults. Even Venom found himself at a disadvantage. A glint of ruthless coldness flickered in Venom's eyes. Boom! Venom's grotesque form suddenly propelled forward, his massive claws swinging violently toward Hulk. Oof! Hulk scoffed, neither dodging nor retreating. He leapt into the fray, his terrifying punch meeting Venom's chilling claws head-on. The two gusts of force collided in a manner akin to meteors crashing in the skies. At the moment their claws and fists connected, Venom's immense body erupted, transforming into a swirling mass of black liquid. The overwhelming force of Hulk's punch surged through the splattered liquid, crashing into the opposite wall and leaving a colossal crater. Furious, Hulk momentarily froze. In an instant, his expression shifted dramatically as he turned around. The swirling black liquid, having passed through Hulk's fearsome form, recoalesced instantaneously. Venom's menacing body materialized seemingly out of thin air, and a chilling aura enveloped the fallen Natasha. Beneath the dense array of fangs, a colossal tongue writhed with abandon. Suddenly, the body of Venom surged upward, and a stream of black liquid erupted violently from him, tearing through the void and lunging towards Natasha. The terrifying black fluid, upon contact with Natasha's chest, inexplicably twisted, transforming into a grotesque claw. In an instant, the claw rent through the flesh of Natasha's chest, seizing her heart within its grasp. A crimson fury exploded in Hulk's eyes. Chapter 30. The Death of Black Widow. Blood-red Hulk, the sinister claw, in an instant, pierced the air, crushing Natasha's heart in its grip. 5 jagged claw marks were starkly imprinted upon the pulsating organ. Thud! 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 Within the claw, the heart throbbed pitifully, its rhythm growing increasingly faint and sluggish. How dare you? A voice, filled with unrestrained rage, roared from Hulk's lips. The once invincible green giant, Hulk, felt a flicker of fear at that moment. His massive green fist trembled in sync with the beating heart. Why would I not dare? Venom sneered wickedly, tightening his horrific claw. Boom! Blood splattered as Natasha's body slowly crumpled to the ground, the vitality in her beautiful eyes gradually fading. Whoosh! The claw retracted, transforming into a pool of black liquid that enveloped Black Widow's essence and DNA, which Venom consumed in one gulp. Ding! Host successfully devoured a life form, Black Widow, replicating all her abilities. Ding! Host acquired a new, formidable talent, disguise. Note: Venom possesses a disguise capability far surpassing that of Black Widow, able to alter his appearance and form through consciousness, exhibiting exceptional stealth. A reminder from the system echoed. Hulk's fury will reach the battlefield in 30 seconds. Host should prepare accordingly. A cold, mechanical voice resonated through the air. Boom! A terrifying gust from Hulk's punch rushed forward, causing Venom to slightly change his expression before leaping aside to evade it. In an instant, Hulk crashed heavily onto the ground, cradling Natasha's delicate, fragile waist. A veil of mist obscured Hulk's fierce gaze. Crimson blood flowed ceaselessly from Natasha's mouth, and the temperature of her skin gradually diminished. With trembling fingers, Natasha gently touched the tear-streaked visage of Hulk, managing a pained smile. A shattered heart. This was a wound so profound that even the most advanced technology of the time could not mend it. Artificial heart technology was not yet developed. Even if a mechanical heart could be simulated, Natasha would no longer be the Black Widow she once was. Gazing at Natasha's increasingly hollow eyes, a single drop of blood fell from the corner of Hulk's eye. S-H-I-E-L-D. Black Widow perished. Gently lowering Natasha's lifeless form, Hulk turned away. The fury etched on his face inexplicably dissipating, transforming into an unsettling calm. A calm so profound it sent shivers down one's spine. Danger alert! Danger alert! The system detected an imminent emergence of a super life form, with combat capabilities predicted to surpass any entity the host has previously encountered. The cold, electronic voice resonated once more. Venom's expression turned grave. Within his spider sense, an overwhelming aura of malice surged from the seemingly tranquil Hulk. A cascade of crimson emerged from beneath his dark green skin, rapidly engulfing his massive form in a vibrant blood-red hue. The glaring red was akin to molten lava, fierce and menacing. In the symbiote laboratory, the one-eyed Nick Fury seethed with intense rage, his singular eye ablaze. Two lifeless bodies dangled from the ceiling, ensnared by black webs. A gash marred the alloy door, and within the lab, a container once sealed and containing yellow symbiote had vanished without a trace. Boss, this black web. Beside Nick, Wolverine's emerald gaze fixated on the two guards with broken necks. The ability to effortlessly shoot webs and eliminate adversaries unseen was a rare skill indeed, possessed by only a handful across the Federation. What chilled the most was that S-H-I-E-L-D had precisely such a master of webs among them. Unlikely to be Peter, mused Wolverine, as a shimmering metallic figure shook his head. Peter's webs, while equally resilient, bore a distinct hue. He furrowed his brow, lost in thought. Let us not forget that symbiote once bested Peter and consumed his DNA. In terms of web shooting capabilities, it may very well rival Peter's. Boom! Just as they pondered, an explosive aura erupted from the other end of the galaxy building. This overwhelming menace instantly altered Nick and the others' expressions. How could Hulk release his gamma energy? Wolverine exclaimed, disbelief saturating his tone. Once infected by gamma rays, Banner transformed into the terrifying green behemoth known as Hulk. However, the sheer magnitude of this gamma energy rendered Hulk's emotions volatile, necessitating long-term serum injections for suppression. Should this terrifying energy be fully unleashed, Hulk would enter his complete form, relinquishing all semblance of reason. Even Wolverine, with his steadfast resolve, felt a tremor of apprehension at the thought of the fully realized Hulk. We must go. That madman could obliterate the galaxy building. The armored figure spoke coldly as two jets of fire ignited from the thrusters behind it. The entire armored body swiftly seized Nick and Wolverine, soaring over to the opposite side of the galaxy tower. A menacing black giant shadow, grasped in the hands of a blood-red behemoth, was violently hurled away, crashing like lightning against the glass exterior of the tower. Boom! The glass shattered instantly, and Venom's body plummeted 280 floors down. From a dizzying height of nearly 1,000 meters, a blurred black dot descended rapidly. Bang, bang, bang. The shadow continued to crash against the surface of the building, each impact causing the iron framework to explode. Enormous claws scraped down, leaving a trail of sparks stretching hundreds of meters long. Whoosh! A black tendril suddenly shot out, adhering to the tower just as Venom was about to hit the ground, significantly slowing his descent. Isn't this massive creature exceedingly ferocious? Hanging nearly 300 meters in the air by the black tendril, Venom exhaled deeply, his expression grim. The surface of his battered body was rapidly writhing with black liquid, mending his form, a testament to the incredible regenerative abilities bestowed by the Sandman's genes. Yet, despite the wounds being healable, the ripping pain was undeniably real. The Hulk, transformed into a blood-red giant, embodied a terrifying power that had become his nightmare. Suddenly, Venom furrowed his brow, realizing a dark shadow had enveloped him. He slowly lifted his gaze, his expression freezing. High above, the blood-red Hulk stood ominously before the shattered window. Gazing down at him, in his robust arms, he brandished a colossal rocket launcher, approximately 10 meters in length. Chapter 31. Anti-Hulk Mech. The massive rocket launcher was effortlessly seized by the blood-red Hulk, who then unleashed it with a series of sonic booms, crashing down ferociously. Bang! 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 The shadow descended in an instant, mercilessly striking Venom's gigantic form. The terrifying impact obliterated the black tendril, distorting Venom's face as he was slammed into the ground before the Galaxy Tower, creating a gaping pit several meters wide. Bang! In the night sky, a blood-red giant leaped from the 1,000-meter height, plummeting like a meteor, crashing heavily onto the remnants of the rocket launcher. Boom! 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 Hulk raged, wildly swinging his blood-red fists like a frenzied beast, relentlessly pounding the steel wreckage, venting his fury. Under Hulk's savage assault, the remnants of the rocket launcher were reduced to a flat disc, bloodstains gradually creeping over his fists, the crimson liquid staining his entire palm. The ferocious winds swept across the vicinity, demolishing nearby structures with relentless force. A deafening roar erupted from the end of Wall Street, instantly capturing the terrified gaze of countless onlookers. At the focal point of their fear stood a colossal figure, entirely cloaked in blood red, as it swung its muscle-bound fists wildly towards an unfathomable abyss. The giant's eyes were filled with a numbing malevolence, resembling a mechanical harbinger of destruction. Above the Galaxy building, a steel-clad silhouette burst through the heavens, from which dangled two figures from its metallic arms, Wolverine Logan and the recently awakened Spider-Man Peter. As their eyes fell upon the rampaging Hulk, their pupils constricted and their expressions darkened. The gamma energy has spiraled out of control, Logan remarked, his demeanor resolute as his adamantium claws gripped his arm tightly. In response, Spider-Man fell silent. Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. understood all too well that Hulk was the mightiest yet most volatile force. Even they dared not confront him directly when he was in such a state of fury. Natasha's death has likely shattered his sanity, Spider-Man observed, his expression a complex tapestry of emotions as he gazed at the frenzied Hulk. The image of the vanished white feathers, Natasha drenched in blood, and the debris-strewn floors weighed heavily on their hearts. After years of collaboration, they were acutely aware that among the many S.H.I.E.L.D. agents, only Natasha had ever ventured into the depths of Hulk's tormented soul. What about the symbiote? Spider-Man suddenly furrowed his brow. It's probably been obliterated beyond recognition. Logan scoffed, shaking his head. Without Thor, who can withstand his wrath? I will intercept him. A chilling voice emerged from beneath the steel armor. Iron Man raised his right hand, and a crimson gold laser ignited from the electromagnetic cannon at his palm, slicing through the void and soaring towards the distant cosmos. In the vastness of space, the azure Earth floated serenely beneath the expanse. Countless artificial satellites orbited the planet along their predetermined paths. One solitary red satellite swayed in low Earth orbit, its surface bearing the unmistakable insignia of steel armor. Suddenly, a red laser pierced the atmosphere, striking the satellite's interface with uncanny precision. A brilliant crimson light erupted, engulfing the entire satellite. In the moments that followed, the titanium alloy satellite began to rotate autonomously, and in an instant, a formidable armored form materialized. With a resounding boom, the gilded armor surged forth, propelled by the red laser, leaving a trail of golden flame stretching for kilometers as it plunged into the atmosphere. In the depths of the night, a glimmer of gold ignited above the galaxy building, shining brightly against the starry backdrop. Immediately thereafter, a resplendent golden armor descended from the heavens, landing squarely upon Iron Man amidst the golden smoke. A colossal crimson shadow emerged, obscuring the sky. This was the anti-Hulk mech. On the glass-strewn ruins, Spider-Man lay crouched, a grave expression etched upon his face. After the leader consented to Banner's inclusion in SHIELD, he and Tony had collaboratively developed this premier power armor to thwart Hulk's mindless rampage. Wolverine clenched his adamantium claws, narrowing his eyes. Before the Galaxy Tower, the blood-red giant abruptly halted its furious onslaught, suddenly lifting its gaze. That menacing glare was fixated upon the golden giant shadow suspended in the void. From the crimson mech, he sensed an overwhelming threat. Boom! A terrifying golden ion cannon tore through the air, striking Hulk's massive form with tremendous force. The raging energy storm enveloped his blood-red physique in an instant. The sheer impact hurled Hulk backwards, sending him crashing into a clock tower. Boom! The tower erupted in a violent explosion, the falling debris burying Hulk's colossal body beneath the rubble. Above the crater, a magnificent golden mech materialized, its gilded armor shimmering with a lustrous sheen, resembling indestructible titanium alloy. "Hulk, cease your rampage," a cold mechanical voice resonated from beneath the alloy helmet. Boom! The pile of shattered stones suddenly shattered further, as a blood-red figure leapt forth, unleashing a terrifying gale with its punches. Bang! 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 3 silver nets instantly shot forth from Iron Man's palm-mounted launcher, transforming into a vast canopy that ensnared the Crimson Hulk. The net shimmered with silver light, appearing soft yet swiftly absorbing Hulk's furious blows. As it touched Hulk's crimson skin, the silver net constricted violently, binding him tightly within its grasp. Despite his frenzied struggles, the net only tightened further. A formidable sealing force surged into existence. Hulk's resistance gradually waned, and the scarlet hue in his pupils faded into darkness. Bang! As the blood red receded, a familiar dark green emerged anew. Hulk's head tilted back, and he crashed heavily to the ground, succumbing to unconsciousness. The excessive release of gamma energy had proven to be a tremendous burden for him. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 figures leapt down from the Galaxy Tower, landing gracefully on the ground, revealing themselves. Gazing at the finally subdued Hulk, Spider-Man and Wolverine both exhaled deeply. Allowing Hulk to wreak havoc unchecked would undoubtedly result in catastrophic damage to the city. "Retrieve that symbiote first," Iron Man directed, looking back at the prostrate Hulk. "Understood." Spider-Man and Wolverine exchanged subtle nods as a silvery web shot forth instantaneously, adhering to the remnants of the rocket launcher and sending it soaring into the air. The scene below the vast pit was fully unveiled, yet both heroes were momentarily taken aback by the desolate sight. The abyss was barren, strewn with rubble, while the formidable Venom seemed to have evaporated into thin air. Chapter 32. 3 o'clock in the morning at Hudson Bay. Situated not far from Wall Street and adjacent to New York City, was adorned with rippling waters that periodically erupted into countless splashes. The dim night enveloped the entire bay, imparting an air of mystery to its surface. A fishing sailboat gradually approached from the far end of the bay, creating a gentle wake behind it. The shimmering lake mirrored the dark silhouette of the vessel. A tanned fisherman, humming a traditional sea shanty, leaned against a long fishing rod, leisurely casting his line upon the tranquil waters. Hudson Bay's aquatic resources were exceptionally abundant, and at this juncture, as summer waned into autumn, the fish were migrating. Suddenly, the fishing rod twitched, a glimmer of joy flickering across the fisherman's brow, an indication that a fish had taken the bait. Following swiftly, the fishing line quivered with increasing vigor, as if something colossal had latched onto it and was desperately trying to break free. The fisherman's heart surged with exhilaration. It seemed he had hooked a true giant. He strained to lift the rod, pulling with all his might, yet the formidable creature remained steadfastly anchored beneath the surface. In the throes of his struggle, the fisherman's expression froze, an unmistakable fear creeping over his face. A mass of black liquid erupted from the water's surface. Instantly, it began to ascend along the fishing line, propelled by dark, fibrous tendrils, twisting and contorting in midair until it coalesced into a grotesque visage. The cavernous maw, lined with jagged fangs, revealed a monstrous tongue that writhed menacingly. Who are you? The fisherman stammered, his voice trembling with terror. I am Venom, came a sinister chuckle as the gaping mouth snapped shut, engulfing the fisherman entirely. The sound of flesh being torn apart echoed hauntingly across the still waters, sending chills down one's spine. On the sailboat, the black liquid writhed violently, swirling into a vortex. Moments later, a fearsome shadow emerged, glinting with cold. Metallic scales adorned with sharp barbs, faint arcs of purple lightning dancing across its surface. Master, how do you find my art of transformation? Venom twisted its terrifying form, licking its glimmering claws with a hint of pride. The liquid writhed, fangs bared, as Venom's left side contorted to reveal the striking visage of Bai Yu. Quite effective, Bai Yu remarked with a subtle smile, exuding an air of languid ease. The liquid symbiosis has reached an exquisite level for the entity known as Venom. The enraged blood-red Hulk possesses a terrifying destructive power, especially with Iron Man and other S.H.I.E.L.D. agents lurking nearby. Although Venom has evolved into a mid-level symbiote, directly confronting the galactic building is evidently unwise. Successfully acquiring the symbiote and retreating unscathed would indeed be the wisest course of action. To evade the relentless pursuit of S.H.I.E.L.D., Venom deliberately submerged into the waters of Hudson Bay, traversing several thousand meters to completely distance himself from New York State. It is worth mentioning that the wild eels of Hudson Bay are exceptionally fresh and succulent, melting in the mouth, their exquisite flavor considered a culinary treasure of the world. Under the silvery moonlight cascading from the night sky, a solitary figure and its symbiote lie quietly upon a fishing sail, savoring the tranquility of this beautiful moment. At this juncture, a massive shadow lurks beneath the surface of the lake, silently approaching the fishing sail. Suddenly, the serene lake erupts with countless bubbles, followed by a towering water column nearly 10 meters high, bursting forth and transforming into a mist that fills the air. The milky white pupils widen abruptly, yet there is no trace of panic. Instead, a profound greed arises. The tip of the dark red tongue instinctively lifts. Late-night snacks at 3 in the morning. How delightful. It muses. In an astonishing turn, the lake, within a radius of several thousand meters, begins to tremble. The bubbles multiply, culminating in dozens of water columns simultaneously breaking the surface as the shadow stirs. A colossal orca, measuring several dozen meters in length, leaps out of the water. Its deep blue skin glistens with a crystalline sheen, the distinct lines of its tail clearly etched upon its fin. The imposing body obscures the moonlight, casting a vast shadow that envelopes the entire fishing sail. What a splendid scene, Venom chuckles maliciously, witnessing the orca breach the surface. A spectacle he has witnessed only on rare occasions, despite his extensive experience. With a swift motion, Venom's robust black right arm liquefies, the fluid writhing and transforming into a 10-meter-long massive spike that gleams with a chilling light. A cruel, sinister smile suddenly emerges. Boom! The giant spike slices through the air with a powerful force, piercing the orca's body and lifting it into the air. The grievous wound, extending from its chest to its back, releases a torrent of blood that stains the surrounding waters crimson. A piercing wail escapes from the orca's mouth, reverberating through the night. Under the cold moonlight, the frantic thrashing of the orca gradually subsides. When the last drop of blood is shed, its once vibrant eyes become hollow, devoid of life. Venom abruptly opens his cavernous jaws, 2 dark voids emerging from his eyes, and he devours the orca's head whole. Immediately, Venom brandished its sharp spines, swiftly slicing through the orca, devouring it voraciously as if swept away by a fierce wind. In mere moments, the entire orca was completely consumed by Venom. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have completed your 160-second hunt and earned the title of King of Slaughter as a reward from the system. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have accumulated a bonus of 9,000 life points. You require an additional 11,000 life points to achieve advanced evolution. A gentle reminder from the system. Advanced evolution necessitates the consumption of two symbiotes of the same rank. The cold electronic voice reverberated through the air. Advanced evolution, indeed. Venom languidly savored the iconic long tongue, when suddenly its right claw flipped. A metallic container emerged, within which a swirling mass of yellow liquid thrashed wildly, emitting occasional wails akin to tormented spirits. Beneath the writhing liquid, a ghostly visage flickered into view, exuding an ominous aura that enveloped the surroundings. One of Venom's 5 second-generation symbiotes howled, adding a sinister hue to Venom's colossal form under the darkened night. Ding! The crimson button was pressed, and the long-sealed metallic container began to reveal a long-awaited fissure. In an instant, the yellow liquid eagerly surged forth, reminiscent of Venom's own emergence, greedily gazing upon the vibrant world. It then raised its head slightly, only to freeze abruptly. A pair of chilling claws seized it midair, revealing Venom's fearsome, gaping maw. Chapter 33. At the bottom of the deep lake, extreme camouflage under the frigid claws of Venom. The yellow liquid writhed in a frenzy. As the gaping maw drew ever closer, the liquid's struggles intensified, a wave of fear surging forth. A piercing wail erupted from the howling mass, transforming into a tangible sound wave that struck Venom like lightning. The excruciatingly sharp ultrasonic waves caused Venom's fur to bristle, as countless tendrils of black liquid erupted from its form. A tremor from the depths of its being compelled Venom to release its grip, clutching its head and emitting a heart-rending roar. Upon the fishing sail, Venom, racked with pain, thrashed wildly. The terrifying ultrasonic waves posed an absolute threat to symbiotes like Venom. The energy contained within the sound waves was sufficient to effortlessly dismantle the molecular structure of a symbiote, separating it from its host. In a moment, Venom loosened its grip. The howling entity leapt forth as if reborn, springing from the fishing sail and diving into the depths of Hudson Bay. With a splash, the yellow liquid abruptly vanished beneath the water. "You think you can escape before me?" A feral crimson flickered in Venom's eyes as it let out a ferocious roar. Boom! As the sound of splashing echoed, Venom plunged into the water, pursuing the direction for which the anguished cries had vanished. At the bottom of Hudson Bay, an abyss of darkness enveloped the surroundings, rendering even light unable to penetrate this realm. Within this murky expanse, countless flickering lights danced in and out of visibility. The wild eels inhabiting this deep lake possessed luminescent scales. The shoal darted swiftly when suddenly a menacing black silhouette loomed over them. A dark crimson tongue lashed out, mercilessly ensnaring the unsuspecting fish, swallowing them whole. Immediately, Venom's chilling white pupils scanned the vicinity, yet the source of the cries remained elusive. The eerie silence of the waters felt unsettling. The symbiotic entity, the whale, like Venom, could not endure prolonged solitude in an oxygenated environment. Its only chance of survival lay in attaching itself to a host. In this expansive lake, apart from the rampant algae, only the shoal of wild eels remained. Venom shut its eyes, its formless consciousness transforming into a web-like sensor, extending outward in all directions. Every flick of the eel's tails induced subtle tremors in the silken strands. The dark lake bottom teemed with swarming fish, conveying a multitude of messages to Venom's mind. Suddenly, a spark ignited in its gaze, amidst the throng of eels. An exceedingly ordinary wild eel darted with the current. In a sea of nearly 1,000, this eel appeared remarkably unremarkable. With a swift motion, a black tentacle lashed out, ruthlessly targeting the hidden eel. The tentacle tore through the shoal, but the moment it reached the eel, a strange yellow light flickered to life in its eye. With a deft sidestep, it evaded the grasp of the tentacle, slipping away like a loach, merging into the shoal. Attempting to flee, Venom grinned malevolently, its claws gliding swiftly, harnessing the water's counterforce to launch forward with lightning speed. By secreting hormones, Venom could significantly increase lung pressure, allowing it to breathe freely under various depths of water and maneuver rapidly. Boom, boom, boom. A series of coral reefs were uprooted and hurled through the air towards the rapidly evading eel. Under the careful manipulation of the whale, the eel artfully dodged the barrage of coral. Unlike the inherently ferocious and adeptly chaotic nature of Venom, the whale excelled in sonic attacks and evasive maneuvers. This relentless chase persisted for nearly 2 hours. A chilling intent to kill surged from Venom's pupils. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A dark liquid suddenly erupted from his body, swirling frantically around the venomous creature. Moments later, the black substance contracted sharply, giving rise to an eel that materialized seemingly out of thin air. Within the eel's eyes, two terrifying black voids rotated slowly. Camouflage. The host could, at will, transform into various shapes, possessing formidable stealth capabilities. The black-eyed eel coldly surveyed the shadowy waters, flicked its tail, and plunged into the shoal of fish in the dawn-lit Hudson Bay. A vast school of eels was moving upstream with the dawn tide. Among them, an eel with dark yellow eyes swam cautiously, its elongated gaze darting about, capturing the essence of danger from all directions. As a second-generation symbiote, it howled with clarity. The brutal nature of symbiotes rendered the consumption of their kin a fatal temptation. However, having just escaped the confines of its metallic vessel, it was exceedingly weak and stood no chance against the already ravenous, venomous being. The only option was to flee quickly, to lie in wait for a period, and, through constant consumption and evolution, it might eventually turn the tables on the venom. Suddenly, the yellow-eyed eel, possessed by the howl, felt a tremor in its heart. With its acute sense of smell, it detected a faint trace of malevolence lurking nearby, a presence that felt oddly familiar. Scanning its surroundings, it saw only the mass of swimming eels and the shimmering surface of the water. That aura of danger dissipated into thin air. Oddly perturbed, the howl shook its head and swiftly flicked its tail. Just as it prepared to vacate the area, a chilling realization struck. It caught a glimpse of another eel that had inexplicably come to swim beside it. This eel appeared no different from the others in the shoal. As the howl relaxed its tense form slightly, it was abruptly seized by dread. The other eel slowly turned its face, fixating its gaze upon it with an intensity that was unsettling. A pair of pitch-black eyes, akin to an abyss, stared back. Chapter 34. Devouring Howl. Sonic immunity. Those hollow eyes instantly caused the howl's scales to stand on end, sending a chill down its spine. In an instant, it leaped away in a frenzied attempt to escape into the school of fish. Boom! The black-eyed eel exploded suddenly, unleashing a torrent of black liquid that enveloped the area, revealing the grotesque form of the venomous being. Whoosh! 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 Several black tendrils shot forth, transforming into an inescapable cage that ensnared the yellow-eyed eel tightly within its grasp. The pitch-black liquid prison was as indestructible as alloy, remaining utterly unmoved despite the howl's desperate attempts to break free. The chaotic transformation skills, once unruly, had now become second nature in the hands of the venom. Howl! The fangs bared, venomous claws grasped the wailing creature, silencing its cries before it could unleash another sonic assault. And in a swift motion, it was devoured whole. The dawn's gentle radiance bathed the tranquil waters, erasing the essence of the wailing creature from existence. Following the chaos, the wailing became the second symbiote consumed by the venom. In that fleeting moment of annihilation, miles away from Hudson Bay, in a foreboding prison, a blood-red shadow abruptly unveiled its crimson gaze. Yet another symbiote's essence had vanished. An ancient voice, akin to that of a demon, echoed ominously as it emerged from his lips, swallowing the venom that had engulfed the wailing creature, causing a surge in its presence. On the gleaming scales, yellow, gelatinous substances began to emerge, muscles tautening, and white veins bulging in a frenzy. From the tail, encased in scales, a long appendage gradually extended, soon resembling the tail of a black dragon, swirling in the water. The massive black tail stirred the murky depths, creating countless ripples. The venom, now adorned with a long black tail, resembled a ferocious beast, exuding an overwhelming aura of menace. Ding! Congratulations, host, on successfully devouring the life form whale and acquiring a formidable new talent. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have gained a 3,000-point vitality boost, bringing your total vitality to 12,000 points. 8,000 more points are needed for advanced evolution. Ding! Congratulations, esteemed host, on replicating the mutated genes of whale, thereby mitigating the threat of ultrasonic waves and obtaining the ultimate talent of sound wave immunity. A cold electronic voice resonated beneath the lake surface. A sinister smile crept upon the venom's lips. Henceforth, flames and ultrasonic waves would pose no threat to the venom. Sound wave immunity? The liquid writhed, fangs twisting, as the left side of the Venom's visage grotesquely contorted, morphing into the strikingly handsome face of Bai Yu. Enveloped in the black liquid, the external currents were barred, allowing Bai Yu to breathe freely within the liquid sphere. The Venom nodded with a chilling smile, ominously declaring that it could now consume the remaining 3 progeny. The malevolent tone was rife with an aura of sanguinity. With the fears of flames and ultrasonic waves dissipated, the Venom's demeanor was imbued with an overwhelming arrogance. Bai Yu pondered briefly, gazing toward the terminus of Hudson Bay, recalling the route depicted on the map. According to the federal map, the fishing vessel's trajectory should lead to the opposite end of Hudson Bay, the federal city of Sin, Gotham. A dazzling golden light cascaded from the sun, enveloping the entire fishing vessel in a rich golden hue. A purple figure lay quietly upon the vessel, basking in the golden sunlight, deep in thought. The destruction of Life Foundation, the ruin of the Osborn Industrial Base, the tumult at the Galaxy Building, provoking the Shield, the annihilation of the Black Widow, the consumption of chaos and howls. This encapsulates the essence of becoming a grand villain. Bai Yu closed his eyes, lost in a dreamlike state. Nevertheless, he remained merely a youth. Regardless of how seasoned and cunning he appeared, deep within, a tender essence of humanity lingered. Suddenly, a mass of black liquid emerged from behind him, coalescing into the grotesque visage of Venom. "Master, you seem to be pondering something," Venom grinned, maintaining an unwavering reverence towards Bai Yu, perhaps due to their soul bond. "Do you believe I, your symbiote, hold no value?" Turning his gaze towards Venom's fanged countenance, Bai Yu replied earnestly. From the inception of the Life Foundation to the present at Hudson Bay, he had always relied on the formidable powers bestowed upon him by Venom. As a symbiote, Venom could enhance its strength through relentless consumption and evolution. Meanwhile, Bai Yu, as the host, could only wield his consciousness to maneuver Venom's form in battle. How could that be? Venom, typically presenting a fearsome visage, surprisingly exhibited a rare expression of innocence. "You have always been my esteemed host. Without you, I would scarcely survive on this earth." Venom chuckled, momentarily revealing a less intimidating smile. "Moreover, I have always admired your vengeful heart from the very beginning." Upon hearing this, Bai Yu smiled softly. Throughout their journey, Venom had transformed from a mere instrument of vengeance into a companion and mentor, despite its fierce temperament. "Is that so?" Bai Yu reopened his eyes, and under his clear gaze, the dark hues began to dissipate gradually. On the distant horizon, the first light of dawn quietly ascended. The resplendent morning glow bathed the silent dock in warmth. At the ancient wharf, countless fishing sails unfurled, preparing to set forth. Fishermen busied themselves with nets and bait, the bustling activity creating a vibrant atmosphere. On Hudson Bay, a dark silhouette approached, sending ripples across the water surface. As it drew nearer, it revealed a fishing sail, upon which stood a slender youth cloaked in purple, proudly poised at the bow. In his obsidian eyes, a flicker of fervor glimmered as he gazed towards the ancient city in the distance. The tranquility of Gotham City was on the verge of being shattered once more. Chapter 35, a criminal performance at Wayne Bank, Gotham City, a haven of vice, a notorious lawless territory, absent of principles, devoid of laws, and lacking guardians. Embracing chaos and leaning towards darkness, Gotham stands as a city where technology and filth coexist. The crime rate in Gotham perpetually reigns supreme among federal cities. In a world devoid of Gotham, crime lingers like an eternal night. A city without crime is not Gotham. Here, one can find a grandfather wealthy enough to rival nations and superheroes with unparalleled influence. There are malevolent jesters and impeccably dressed bureaucrats, indifferent to their surroundings. The criminals here, whether engaged in heinous acts or committing murder and arson, remain untroubled. No matter how vile the perpetrators, they evade the clutches of the law. More often than not, they find themselves confined to Arkham Asylum, where they encounter a few psychologists who certify their mental ailments, subsequently releasing them back into society. This is the terrifying ideology of Gotham's terrorism, as well as the liberalism it espouses. A dilapidated school bus meanders leisurely along Municipal Avenue. Amidst the throngs of people, the bus garners not a single extraneous glance. After navigating several street corners, the bus halts in front of a financial institution, inadvertently obstructing the entrance. The bank, quiet on this day of rest, exudes an air of desolation. The golden sign adorning the bank's entrance bears for ornate characters: Wayne Bank, the wealthiest bank in Gotham. intertwined with the economic lifeblood of the entire city. Countless financial magnates and industrial titans have traversed its halls, engaged in high-stakes negotiations worth billions in mere moments. Their trust is rooted in their faith in Wayne Bank, as well as the respect commanded by the Wayne Group behind it. From the school bus, several figures emerge, their faces concealed by grotesque masks, striding indifferently into the bank. Upon witnessing the arrival of these guests, the front desk clerk's expression shifts to one of astonishment. His impeccable manners prompt him to approach with a smile, politely intercepting the group. "Gentlemen, I must inform you that the bank does not conduct business on holidays. Please forgive the inconvenience." In response to the clerk's courteous admonition, the leader of the masked individuals, an African-American man, reaches into his suit pocket. Out comes a gleaming new handgun. Bang! The clerk's expression freezes in a moment of forced smile. What was that sound? A thunderous roar erupts from within the depths of the bank. Moments later, a bank manager clad in a tailcoat strides forth, brow furrowed and expression grim. What greets him is the ominous muzzle of a firearm. Bang! The manager's frigid body collapses heavily onto the polished floor. "You go inside." After dispatching the clerk, the masked figure turns, uttering the command with an air of indifference. The two masked accomplices respond with deference and swiftly enter the elevator, ascending to the bank's third floor. The vast bank once again succumbs to silence. On the third floor lies the vault of Wayne Bank, secured by a fortified alloy password door. Without the dual authentication of fingerprints and passwords, even the bombardment of armed rocket launchers might not suffice to breach the defenses. A masked figure skillfully pried open the main circuit, deftly wielding a wrench to sever a multitude of wires, each a different hue. Meanwhile, his companion, with eyes slightly downcast, silently opened a pocket designated for transporting cash. Moments later, the wires erupted, and a long-sealed password door gradually revealed a narrow fissure. The duo tiptoed inside, their gazes falling upon the dazzling sea of cash, awakening a profound sense of greed within them. They hastily stuffed handfuls of dollars into their pockets, which soon bulged like an insatiable void. On tiptoe, they retraced their steps out of the vault. The locksmith among them pulled the password door shut with a gentle motion. Suddenly, the companion burdened with bags of cash wore a peculiar smile, flipping his right hand to reveal a handgun. Bang! The crisp sound of the gunshot echoed in the air. The masked figure, eyes wide with disbelief, slowly crumpled to the ground. With a pitying shake of his head, the accomplice hoisted the money bag and boarded the elevator. As the doors opened, he beheld the figure who had fired the shot, comfortably seated in a rocking chair, a cigar dangling from his lips. "Boss, the problem is resolved, and the money is in the bag," he reported respectfully, bowing slightly. "Load the cash." The masked man replied with a smile. "Yes." Straining under the weight of the bulging bag, he opened the school bus's trunk, laboriously stowing it inside before shutting the door. Bang! His body suddenly froze. He lowered his head to find a bullet embedded in his chest, vibrant blood oozing forth. Thud! He toppled backward, his lifeless eyes reflecting a grotesque figure. "Two foolish donkeys," the masked man remarked, blowing smoke from his still-smoking gun and shaking his head. He then slowly peeled off his mask. Disheveled green hair framed a face with blood-red lips and pallid skin, the corners of his mouth stretching unnaturally toward his ears. Cloaked in a deep purple cape, he wore a pristine white coat paired with a green tie, resembling a gentlemanly jester. His narrow eyes scanned the cold corpses strewn across the ground as he twisted his arms, emitting a series of manic, bell-like laughs. "Create a little disturbance. Disrupt the existing order, and then everything shall descend into chaos." The jester appeared almost frenzied, excitement causing him to flail about, yet he quickly regained an unsettling calmness. Casually stepping onto the school bus, he pressed the accelerator. Boom! With a deafening roar, the wall behind the bank collapsed. Lighting a cigar, the clown gazed at the peculiar stares from the street, yet remained utterly unperturbed. He exhaled a long plume of smoke, a sickly smile gracing his lips. A sidelong glance revealed a sudden narrowing of his eyes as they locked onto a pair of dark, distant orbs. Suspended from the spire of the clock tower opposite Wayne Bank, a slender figure dangled from a black silk thread, exuding an air of languid ease, smiling faintly at him. Chapter 36. For the clown, I bestow upon you a night of fireworks atop the towering spire. The youth, clad in flowing purple garments, hung silently from the black thread, his lazy smile imbued with a rich vein of mockery. Observing the boy's teasing grin, the clown's eyes narrowed further. Suddenly, a school bus, careening wildly, abruptly turned its head, veering into a narrow alley, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Am I really that frightening? Bai Yu mused as he caressed his handsome visage, letting out a resigned sigh. Boom! A grotesque shadow leaped forth, its icy claws gripping the tower's pinnacle, darting out with lightning speed. Its bone-white eyes pierced through the thick night, tracking the speeding school bus. Bang! 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 Venom, with its powerful limbs, leaped along the surface of the buildings with the swiftness of a bolt, its terrifying agility allowing it to traverse the iron towers with ease. In the deep of Gotham City's night, a shadow and a dilapidated school bus raced against each other, creating ripples in the air as they sped forth. The heavy night enveloped the entire city, while alongside, the Mississippi River churned with unrestrained fury. On the riverbank's roadway, figures were sparse, with dappled shadows falling from the darkened woods. Whoosh! In the pitch-black night, a mysterious vehicle surged past, snapping birch trees in half along its path. At the end of the roadway loomed a colossal structure, partially obscured. The federal government's most opulent opera house, the Milan Opera House. Grand crystal chandeliers hung from its corners, and countless marble sculptures adorned its facade. Despite the late hour, the opera house still exuded an air of nobility beneath the night sky. In the tranquil night, the full moon cast its cold light upon the Milan Opera House, draping it in an eerie sheen. A battered school bus approached at a breakneck speed of over 150 miles per hour. Boom! The glass doors shattered explosively as the bus barreled through, showering the area with shards, before abruptly stalling in the opera house's center. A long shadow was cast upon the frigid ground. Boom! 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 A menacing shadow descended from the heavens, crashing down upon the school bus with such force that it caved in the entire vehicle. Upon the shattered steel, a dark crimson tongue emerged, lifted from beneath the fangs of Venom. Powerful limbs lay sprawled across the wreckage of a school bus, as Venom's eerie white eyes surveyed the surrounding stillness of the hall. The night was eerily tranquil. Drip! Drip! A strange flickering sound shattered the silence of the void. Following that, a faint red light shimmered from beneath the mangled bus. Venom flicked its black tail, clawing away at the debris, only to suddenly narrow its pupils in alarm. A blood-red number rapidly fluctuated. When a number froze at a 0, an ominous stillness enveloped the air. A chilling aura surged forth. Boom! Terrifying flames erupted instantly from the remnants of the bus, engulfing Venom in a fierce blaze, followed by a resounding explosion. Boom! 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 The flames swept through the hall, incinerating every decoration in an instant. A devastating shockwave pierced through the entire Milan Opera House. In the dim night sky, a brilliant mushroom cloud of flames ascended, painting half the heavens in a blood-red hue. Countless sparks rained down from the night sky, transforming the Milan Opera House into a sea of crimson fire. In 1 second, paradise, in the next, hell. Amidst the raging inferno, a slender figure clad in a purple cloak emerged leisurely. A chilling, sinister visage bore a seductive grin. "What beautiful fireworks!" echoed a haunting laugh from the jester's crimson lips. Following this, he grinned widely, laughing maniacally like a madman. His nearly deranged laughter resonated with a piercing intensity, sending shivers down the spine. With a flick of his dark green hair, the jester stretched his arms comfortably, revealing deep, unfathomable wrinkles on his pallid skin. In his mesmerizing eyes, excitement flickered, a thrill born from his crimes. "I grant you a night of fireworks," he proclaimed. The sharp laughter erupted once more as the jester, lifting his long boots, sauntered towards the encroaching darkness. Suddenly, his expression stiffened. A cold breeze swept across his neck, sending chills through him. In disbelief, he turned sharply. To his dismay, he observed a swirling mass of dark liquid amidst the raging flames. The liquid writhed, revealing a grotesque shadow. Venom unfurled its terrifying form, licking its glistening claws, and mockingly addressed the increasingly grim jester. "My friend, your welcome gift is rather extravagant, don't you think?" Gazing at the unharmed Venom, the jester's eyes turned suddenly icy. Immediately, he erupted into a maniacal laughter, his grin betraying an undeniable madness. Trembling hands produced a red heart playing card, its crimson hue appearing strikingly vivid and alluring. "Do you comprehend what this signifies?" The clown, with his terrifying gaze, cackled. "It's quite laughable, really. In my youth, I proclaimed to those around me my aspiration to become a comedian, and all laughed at me. Yet now no one dares to laugh. The final word fell from the clown's lips, accompanied by his grotesque voice. Boom! A pungent scent of gunpowder wafted from the inferno. Soon after, behind the Venom, the blazing sea of flames surged skyward once more. A second explosion. The terrifying wave of fire engulfed the Venom once again, the searing heat rendering the air almost unbearable. What happens when you provoke a marginalized individual, abandoned by society, reduced to refuse, and grappling with mental illness? Allow me to enlighten you. This is what you deserve. Ha ha. The clown danced wildly, limbs flailing like a beast, exuding an overwhelming primal ferocity. After a moment, he gradually calmed, a fleeting glimmer of icy malice flickering in his cold, penetrating eyes. He then turned, swaggering away into the distance. However, his expression froze once more. Not far ahead, a grotesque, black giant loomed lazily against a tree, gnashing its teeth on a wriggling fish. Sensing the clown's unwavering gaze, the Venom suddenly grinned, swallowing the entire fish in one gulp, followed by a satisfied belch. Then, the Venom turned to the clown and smiled faintly. What a coincidence. I share your fondness for fireworks. Chapter 37. The Lost One in the Evil Shadow. The Venom reclined lazily against the tree, its flowing black substance merging seamlessly with the pitch-black night. Its long, dark tail swayed in the wind, exuding an aura of malevolence. With its eerie eyes fixed intently on the Venom, the clown suddenly spread his arms. His smile a blend of mockery and amusement. So, my friend, have you come to judge me? His bizarre grin revealed an unrestrained arrogance. In response, the Venom beamed, its robust hind legs propelling its formidable form into the air, crashing down with a thud. The pure white pupils regarded the clown with keen interest as the Venom chuckled. I sense you were once a distinguished comedic performer in a circus. The clown's grotesque and wicked visage, paired with his pallid skin and deranged laughter, epitomized the art of comedy at its zenith. Yet, this supreme criminal artist could effortlessly obliterate his subordinates with a mere flick of his hand. Ding! The system detects a life form. Clown. Ding! System warning. This life form possesses no superhuman abilities but exhibits extraordinary intelligence and a morbid mindset, along with anti-human tendencies. A chilling electronic voice gradually emerged. Ha ha! A sinister grin spread across the jester's torn red lips. The shrill laughter persisted for nearly half a minute before the jester regained his cold demeanor, turning to gaze darkly at the slumbering Gotham City in the distance. Would you like to hear something intriguing? The jester fiddled with his black gloves, a glimmer of pathological madness igniting in his eyes. Just as I thought. The Venom creature let out a mocking laugh, languidly licking its massive claws while gazing at the lifeless expanse of Gotham City, before reclining in a relaxed manner. Suddenly, a black liquid writhed, infiltrating its pores, revealing the elongated silhouette of a youthful figure. Observing the seamless transition between white feather and Venom, the jester displayed no surprise. You know, Gotham is afflicted by a peculiar disease. The jester produced a deck of playing cards, his eerie chuckle echoing. This ailment is older than any city. By all accounts, it might very well be the very disease that birthed the first city. Oh, White Feather reclined on the lawn, tapping his slender fingers thoughtfully. The advancements in federal technology over the years should have ensured comprehensive coverage of armed forces. Logically, it seems implausible for Gotham's crime rate to remain so alarmingly high. Moreover, there exists the omnipotent S-H-I-E-L-D. Haha. The most beautiful sights of Gotham are not found in the resplendent Milan Opera House or the mighty Mississippi River. Rather, they reside in the dimly lit strip clubs, the slaughterhouses of murderous alligators, and the docks where Penguin smuggles his goods. Ha ha, how ironic is that? The twisted smile rendered the jester's visage all the more horrifying. They have destroyed a city, obliterated a circus that should have graced the New York Opera House, and they have even ruined the most exceptional actor in history. As these words fell, the jester's voice abruptly sharpened and turned feral. They forced him into a corner, watching helplessly as he plunged into the chemical pool. Witnessing those dark green substances corrode his skin, they fancied themselves creators of all, yet never considered that they had birthed an invisible destroyer. Since they dared to combat disease with disease, the final outcome can only be madness confronting madness. Ha ha! The jester's deranged smile grew ever more unrestrained. As the horrific laughter echoed like a sinister bell in his ears, White Feather simply gazed serenely at the starry sky. Beneath the profound night, Countless stars subtly outlined a desolate silhouette. When I departed, I encountered a man, one who fervently aspired to drive around the world. He swore he could achieve it and made numerous attempts. At this juncture, the jester's sharp voice suddenly fell silent, with a touch of madness replaced by a tender emotion. Whenever he encountered failure, he would invariably find himself seated by the roadside, cursing his ill fortune. Ultimately, a kind-hearted Irishman would always pull over. After dispatching the Irishman and his companions, such as his wife and children, he would place them in the vehicle, set the car ablaze, and drive away with their automobile. Subsequently, he would fill the tank, awaiting the dawn to embark on yet another journey around the globe. Had he ever succeeded? Suddenly, Bai Yu opened his eyes, his pupils as dark as an abyss. No, he had departed as well, but that was not the crux of the matter. The clown shook his head and squinted. The crux was that he had never considered the things he believed he could achieve to be unattainable. Bai Yu's cheerful voice compelled the clown to turn, a ghastly smile flickering across his pale visage. I truly admire that. What a coincidence. I do as well, Bai Yu replied, his smile radiating an ominous aura beneath the cloak of night. Outside the silent woods, the Milan Opera House, engulfed in flames, had been irrevocably transformed into a crematorium. Countless crystal ornaments were reduced to ashes in an instant within the raging inferno. A dazzling fire mushroom cloud, accompanied by piercing alarms, stained the night sky crimson. However, in the vast expanse of Gotham, it seemed that some individuals were not easily swayed by your charms. Bai Yu lightly stroked his chin, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What do you mean? The clown cast a cold, eerie glance in his direction. Gotham has infected you, and, as a carrier of this affliction, you are required to spread it to more new victims, am I correct? Bai Yu offered a non-committal smile. There are no punchlines here. The clown twisted his neck, responding casually. Yet here exists so-called freedom, so-called order, and so-called superheroes. Observing the glint of cold malice in the clown's eyes, Bai Yu languidly remarked. The clown caressed the grotesque scar on his face, his expression suddenly transforming into something as fearsome as a beast. He dares not kill me, for he adheres to principles. Ha, principles, how absurd. His voice, laden with madness, erupted from his lips. What do you desire? The clown abruptly regained his composure, casting a frigid glance at Bai Yu. This erratic temperament inevitably surprised Bai Yu. I wish to possess him, Bai Yu declared, extending his tongue to lick his lips, a terrifying visage flickering in his obsidian eyes. Immediately, an overwhelming greed surged within his gaze. Chapter 38. Adding flavor to crime, a profound avarice erupted from Bai Yu's pupils. The sudden brutality in his demeanor caused even the deranged clown to momentarily stiffen. You wish to consume him? I find that I am growing increasingly fond of you. The clown cackled, adjusting his dark green tie. Likewise, Bai Yu shook his head, his eyes reflecting a profound admiration. The union of a masterful criminal artist and an unparalleled supervillain was indeed a remarkable combination. Adding a touch of flair and mischief to the realm of crime. How intriguing. What shall we do? Our superheroes are not easily found. The Joker casually produced a magician's hat and placed it atop his head, speaking in a whimsical tone. In response, Bai Yu smiled faintly, his dark eyes gazing towards the slumbering Gotham City in the distance. The dense night enveloped the city like a colossal beast, consuming it whole. Through the thickening twilight, a towering iron spire could be discerned, standing tall in the heart of Gotham, overseeing the masses below. Wayne Manor, a fortress-like residence, belonged to the Wayne Group and had remained unchanged for decades. Even during the financial crisis, when the citizens of Gotham rioted, none dared to disturb its peace. High above in the distant night sky, hundreds of Wayne Group satellites tirelessly monitored every aspect of Wayne Manor. He would surely appear, for Gotham was on the brink of a criminal live broadcast. A peculiar smile crept onto Bai Yu's lips. A live broadcast? How delightful, the Joker cackled. The cold moonlight cascaded down, illuminating the two sinister figures, casting elongated shadows. They exchanged knowing smiles, their intentions unspoken. Gotham's night was about to witness a tempest of bloodshed. In the depths of Wayne Manor, shrouded in darkness, an eerie silence prevailed. Dozens of night shift guards, armed with Stair submachine guns, patrolled the premises with stoic expressions. The biting night wind swept through, sending chills down their spines. One guard furrowed his brow, instinctively reaching for the back of his neck. His fingers encountered a smooth, slippery appendage. A wave of deathly rigidity surged through him. Trembling, he turned his head, only to be met with a gaping maw filled with razor-sharp teeth. With a chilling howl, the jaws closed, and blood sprayed forth as a headless corpse crumpled to the ground. The moment the body hit the floor, the remaining guards' hair stood on end as they raised their submachine guns, unleashing a barrage of fire. Bang! Bang! A succession of bullets, accompanied by sonic booms, pierced the darkness, vanishing into the void. The desolate streets were steeped in an eerie silence. Whoosh! Whoosh! Several strands of black webbing shot forth, ensnaring the guards' necks in an instant. The immense force tightened, intertwining the strands with lightning speed. Cold, lifeless bodies dangled midair. Bang! Bang! The sound of submachine guns clattering to the ground echoed clearly. On the obsidian surface of the towering iron structure, Venom gnawed at its enormous tongue, gripping the steel framework with a hint of disdain. The defenses were mere facades. Boom! Venom propelled its terrifying limbs upward along the kilometer-high tower, leaping with lightning speed. Each bound tore through the void, covering nearly 100 meters with each leap. Bang! A grotesque black silhouette crashed onto the pinnacle of the tower, its bone-white pupils gazing down upon the malevolent Gotham, flickering with a shade of crimson. The midnight revelry had commenced. A sinister laugh echoed through the air. Venom raised its chilling claws, enveloped in a tempest of claw winds, striking fiercely upon the tower's apex. Possessing the genes of an intermediate symbiote, Venom could effortlessly unleash the terrifying force of a magnitude 5 earthquake with its claws. Boom! The entire Wayne Tower trembled violently. A jagged fissure rapidly spreading from the tip of the tower, followed by the shattering of layers of glass. A blinding infrared light, accompanied by a piercing alarm, instantly resonated throughout the Wayne Tower. Beep! 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 Venom tilted its head back, pupils narrowing, with eyesight akin to that of an eagle. It could faintly discern dozens of silvery beams flashing rapidly in the distant starry sky. Beyond Earth, in low Earth orbit, multiple satellites belonging to Wayne Enterprises activated their warning lights and initiated their destructive warheads. These privately constructed satellites, crafted at great expense by Wayne Enterprises, could lock onto the intruder's coordinates in an instant using radar remote sensing, enabling nuclear strikes. This premier nuclear missile system represented the last line of strategic defense for Wayne Tower, even at the cost of Gotham's destruction. Hiss! An ominous sound suddenly erupted. Venom's robust arms instantaneously liquefied, transforming into a long, ebony-hued bow, its body pulsating with a cold sheen of black liquid. Subsequently, several black arrows materialized, drawn back and aimed at the night sky. Whoosh! 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 The black projectiles, accompanied by the sound of slicing air, pierced through the void and shot forth with ferocity. The menacing shadow traversed the atmosphere, ripping through the clouds, striking precisely at the satellites poised to launch nuclear warheads. Boom! 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 In the vast expanse of space, near-Earth satellites exploded in succession, a torrent of flames sweeping across the cosmos. As Venom unleashed its formidable power, the communication headquarters of Gotham City buzzed with high-tech modernity. This three-dimensional space was filled with an aura of advanced technology. Countless LCD screens continuously cycled through live feeds from Gotham City. Within the frames, numerous refined elites discussed the upcoming charity foundation they intended to establish. The suited man on night duty reclined comfortably in his chair, savoring the unfolding scenes. Seizing the opportunity presented by the live broadcast, he indulged in the rare pleasure of peering into the extravagant lives of the upper echelons. A fleeting respite from his monotonous occupation. Suddenly, the man in the suit furrowed his brow, directing his gaze towards the surveillance footage squeezed into a corner of the screen. Although the communications department oversaw the live stream and monitoring, he found the dreary black and white visuals far less captivating than the vibrant live feeds. In that surveillance frame, a tower loomed faintly. However, what sent a chill down the spine of the suited man was the indistinct shadow that seemed to crouch at the pinnacle of the tower. Even more harrowing was the terrifying fissure that extended from the tower's apex down to its base, a gaping crack nearly a kilometer long, its clarity piercing through the distance of the surveillance lens. The recollections surged within his mind, and from the chaotic tapestry of memories, he unearthed the name of the tower. A wave of cold dread washed over him. Wayne Tower? His trembling hand involuntarily pressed the crimson button, the city-wide alarm, simultaneously connecting him to Gotham's most formidable force, the Wayne Enterprises. Bang! A gunshot rang out of nowhere, and his hands froze in midair. A grotesque wound materialized on his palm, blood gushing forth in torrents. The bullet had embedded itself deep within his bones, igniting an overwhelming fear that clawed its way up his spine. Almost instantaneously, a pair of pallid hands settled upon his shoulders, and a chilling, malevolent laughter echoed around him. Before I make my entrance, please refer to me as the Joker. Chapter 39. The Midnight Opera House. The sinister laughter, like a demonic melody, reverberated in his ears, sending shivers down his spine. He trembled as he turned around, only to be horrified by the sight of a figure draped in a purple cloak, having appeared behind him unbeknownst to him. With skin as pale as alabaster and lips encrusted with red, this grotesque visage was a true embodiment of the Joker's exaggerated makeup. In his hand, he wielded a brand new revolver, its metallic sheen glinting coldly under the lights. Gazing at the rigid countenance of the suited man, the Joker nonchalantly blew the smoke from the barrel and flashed a grin. "Where's the live camera?" he inquired, twisting his neck with a mischievous glint in his eye. Struggling to suppress his inner turmoil, the suited man hesitantly pointed towards the screen behind him. On that LCD display flickered the ominous lens of a camera. On the other side of the lens, through remote satellite transmission, it could connect to the sprawling screens across Gotham City, relaying images in real time. How intriguing, the Joker mused, stepping closer and casually shoving aside the quivering suited man to take his seat before the camera. As the Joker's attention was drawn by the camera, the suited man hastily scrambled to his feet, clutching his palm, which was gushing with blood, and crawled desperately towards the elevator. Bang! The moment he stepped inside, his body abruptly froze. A grotesque hole had appeared in his chest. The cold corpse fell mere inches from the elevator. Such a lack of respect for me, the Joker mused, shaking his head with a sigh as he returned the revolver to his pocket and languidly stretched his limbs. Beep, beep, beep. A crisp sound resonated in his earpiece. Is it done? A chilling voice echoed from the other end. 30 seconds remaining. The Joker cackled, his fingers deftly dancing across the keyboard. The live feed on the screen began to shift, gradually merging with the surveillance footage of Wayne Tower until they became one. The midnight revelry was about to commence, a wicked grin spreading across the Joker-esque face. Gotham City lay shrouded in the deep hues of night. Though devoid of the bustling crowds of daylight, this city of sin was never short of life. Luxurious cars sped past the brightly lit night market, while youths adorned with fearsome tattoos flirted with the bar dancers. The air was thick with an atmosphere of decadence. At the vibrant intersection, screens displayed the insincere speeches of the affluent. Suddenly, the lights dimmed. The images on the screen shifted abruptly, capturing the attention of the entire city. The opulent scene vanished, replaced by a deranged, grotesque visage. With purple-gloved hands cradling his chin, the Joker grinned widely, his vibrant red lips curling as he gazed into the camera, addressing the fearful citizens of Gotham. "Welcome to the Midnight Opera." His mocking voice, laced with madness, pierced the ears of every Gothamite. "Allow me to present a splendid prelude to this performance." With a languid laugh, the image twisted violently. A towering iron structure materialized on the screen, emblazoned with a distinctive emblem, a bat entirely cloaked in black. Wayne Tower. A chorus of screams erupted from the city, echoing in waves. As the tallest building in Gotham, the epicenter of Wayne Enterprises, it was a sacred place in the hearts of its citizens. The name of Wayne Tower resonated throughout Gotham. But horror gripped the faces of many as they beheld the sinister black silhouette lurking atop the spire. In the pallid depths of its eyes, a vivid scarlet flickered. A dark crimson tongue slowly lifted from beneath its fangs, sending chills throughout one's very being. Most terrifying of all was a fissure, nearly 1,000 meters long, sprawling from the tower's apex to its iron foundation. Boom, boom, boom. In the scene, the venomous creature grinned menacingly. Its colossal claws crashed down upon the ground, causing the entire iron tower to tremble violently. Was it aiming to obliterate Wayne Tower? Countless citizens of Gotham cried out, as fear spread like wildfire through the crowd. The collapse of Wayne Tower would signify the disintegration of Gotham's faith. In this city, rife with sin and bloodshed, Wayne Enterprises stood as the last bastion of hope in the hearts of Gotham's people. Witnessing the rapidly extending crack, the Joker's excitement morphed into sheer madness. Madness, like gravity, often requires merely a gentle push outward. My dear compatriots, behold your trusted guardian, your beloved knight. Ha ha ha. They preach morality and principles all day long. Yet when true peril arises, they cast you aside like lepers. Ha ha. This is what they call morality, what they deem freedom. Ha ha. How absurd. His raucous laughter struck like a resounding slap, rendering the faces of countless Gothamites pale with despair. Each of the Joker's words pierced the deepest corners of their hearts. Within them, the silhouette clad in a black cloak, their armored savior, began to crumble. Boom, boom, boom. The furious explosions continued to erupt from the Iron Tower. Under an overwhelming force, the tower's pinnacle shattered, exploding into a cascade of debris. Countless souls felt as though they had plummeted into an icy abyss. On the screen, the Joker reveled in the chaos of Gotham City, a smile that could not be concealed gracing his face. Meanwhile, his bony fingers, hidden within his purple sleeves, rhythmically tapped against the chair beside him. Suddenly, his gaze shifted. At the far end of City Hall Avenue, a tempest was rapidly approaching. The gale swept through, and a pitch-black war machine soared dozens of meters into the air, akin to a bat in the night, descending upon the intersection with a thunderous crash. The black armored vehicle came to a halt at the center of the crossroads, its gleaming armor shimmering with an icy sheen in the night. Enormous bat-like wings unfurled from either side of the vehicle, while the distinctly patterned wheels bristled with sharp spikes. Bang! The door swung open, and a figure clad in black armor emerged, a silhouette of a bat stepping forth. A bat cloak billowed in the wind. In the depths of its pale eyes, a glint of coldness flashed. Chapter 40, Batman. Who is the Dark Knight? Before the glistening bat vehicle, a figure clad entirely in black stood stoically. In the pale white depths of his eyes, a cold and ruthless gleam flickered. It was Batman, as the figure clad in a bat-shaped cape emerged. The citizens of Gotham erupted in ecstatic screams. The Dark Knight, the embodiment of fear for countless criminals, was here. Heh, our great hero has arrived. The Joker lazily stretched in the rolling screen, gazing at the icy visage of Batman with a smile. His blood-red lips curled into a terrifying arc. It seems the scar I left on your face is still not deep enough. Casting a detached glance at the malevolent Joker on the screen, Batman's eyes glinted with cold fury. Scar, scar, scar. Upon hearing Batman's chilling laughter, the Joker murmured to himself. His bony hands caressed his pale face, and his expression suddenly twisted into madness, as if awakening a long-dormant nightmare. That chemical vat, that damn chemical vat. You ruined my face and destroyed everything. I shall take my revenge 1,000-fold. A maniacal laughter erupted from the Joker's grotesque visage, his roar reminiscent of a frenzied beast, eyes ablaze with rage. Boom! With a deafening crash, all of Gotham's attention was instantly seized. The earlier surge of excitement was extinguished, like cold water poured over fire. On the screen, a surveillance image displayed the Iron Tower, a symbol of Gotham's sanctity, collapsing under the ferocious onslaught of Venom, disintegrating into a shower of steel debris, leaving behind a wasteland. Amidst the rubble, a sinister black giant loomed, devouring a trembling figure that emerged from the ruins. The sound of gnashing teeth and the tearing of flesh sent shivers down the spine. Witnessing this horrifying scene, Batman's fists clenched tightly, his murderous intent nearly spilling from his eyes. His bat cape fluttered as if in response to the wind, crackling ominously. As if sensing Batman's gaze, Venom, who was feasting on a human brain, suddenly turned, grinning menacingly. Beneath his cavernous maw, a dark crimson tongue instinctively flicked upward. Ding! System detecting a Class 4 life form, Batman. Danger Level 4, Attribute Level 8. Ding! A friendly reminder from the system. This life form is equipped with highly advanced technological armor. If necessary, you may seize the bat armor. The cold electronic voice resonated slowly. Bat armor? Venom's pale eyes gleamed with interest as he scrutinized Batman, a glimmer of greed surfacing. What a delightful prize. A sinister smile curled at the corners of Venom's mouth. Boom! With powerful hind limbs, the creature stomped the ground with such ferocity that the earth trembled and collapsed several feet beneath it. Evolved through numerous transformations, Venom possessed astonishing leaping ability, covering a distance of over 1,000 meters in the blink of an eye. Boom! 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 As towering structures crumbled around it, Venom swiftly leapt to the intersection, the ferocious black giant descending from the heavens. Like a demonic deity, it landed heavily upon a screen, its crimson, beastly eyes greedily fixated on Batman, who stood at the center of the crossroads. If I'm not mistaken, you must be Venom, correct? Batman narrowed his eyes at the grotesque creature adorned with menacing spikes. Speaking coldly, "Oh, you are familiar with my title?" Venom's massive tongue slithered as it let out a sinister chuckle. No wonder Tony had cautioned me so earnestly. This symbiote's temperament is indeed quite savage. Batman regarded Venom thoughtfully, subtly tightening his grip around a bat-shaped projectile concealed at his wrist. "Having missed the chance to roast a spider last time, I trust that the flavor of a roasted bat will not disappoint me this time." The enormous claws lightly tapped the screen beneath, Venom grinning wickedly. "My friend, let us enjoy this collaboration." Venom turned to the screen where the frenzied Joker appeared, flashing a menacing smile. "Hee. Be quick with your movements. In 30 minutes, my laughing gas will envelop the entire Gotham." The Joker, twirling his purple cape, retreated into the shadows as darkness consumed him. The moment the Joker's voice faded, everyone, including Batman, was seized with dread. The essence of manic laughter. This was the Joker's concocted poison. Inhaling a high dose of laughing gas would lead to paralysis and death, leaving behind a terrifying, suffering corpse grinning grotesquely, a mere puppet of its former self. Even the federal authorities had yet to decode this horrifying gas, underscoring the Joker's terrifying chemical genius. "You seek death." A fierce shout erupted from beneath Batman's helmet. If the Joker unleashed that laughing gas, it would spell catastrophe for Gotham. Whoosh! He swung his cape with great force, his entire body soaring into the Batmobile, where two blood-red lights illuminated from the vehicle's bat-shaped eyes. Bam! The massive black bat wings suddenly unfurled, unleashing a terrifying gale. The Batmobile launched forth, aiming to pierce through the encroaching darkness. Boom! A colossal meteor hammer swept in, crashing violently against the Batmobile. The brutal impact sent the entire vehicle hurtling backwards, crashing heavily onto the ground, forming a deep, bottomless pit. In the void above, Venom twisted its horrifying form, grinning menacingly. Two robust arms, unbeknownst to Wynn, had transformed into two colossal meteor hammers, adorned with gleaming, menacing blades. "I hear you are called the Dark Knight?" Chapter 41, Gotham Delicacies, Roasted Bat. "I hear you are called the Dark Knight?" Venom loomed over the screen, gazing at the Batmobile that had been forcefully sent flying, brandishing the two enormous meteor hammers with a fearsome aura. A sinister voice emerged from Venom's fangs, chillingly uttering its threat. A dense, metallic scent of blood wafted from its gaping maw, enveloping the air. Above the unfathomable abyss, smoke billowed and clouds rolled ominously. Suddenly, a massive black silhouette burst forth, resembling a bat unfurling its wings, crashing through the haze. The Batmobile reemerged, the third-generation Wayne family Batmobile, codenamed 19. Immediately after, the soaring Batmobile executed a swift 360-degree spin before crashing down onto the ground. Its enormous wheels sparked against the earth. From within the Batmobile, a shadowy figure sprang forth, landing with precision atop the vehicle, its bone-white pupils fixed coldly on the menacing visage of Venom. In Gotham City, there is no room for rampant criminality. Batman, with his black cape billowing, gazed indifferently at Venom's ghastly face and coldly declared, "Arkham Asylum shall be your final refuge." Cackling, Venom licked his gleaming claws, a twisted grin forming on his face. "Compared to the fare in the asylum, your head seems to hold greater appeal." A glint of cold light suddenly flashed in Batman's eyes. A fierce wind swept through as two batarangs tore through the air, hurtling towards Venom. Yet, faced with the deadly batarangs, Venom merely smiled, unflinching. Two black tendrils shot forth, instantaneously unfurling their dark, fibrous forms to ensnare the batarangs mid-flight, using the momentum to whip them violently into the buildings on either side. Bang! 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 The sharp batarangs spun rapidly, severing every streetlight in their path. Boom! The spinning blades ultimately lodged themselves into the cap of a police officer, pinning him against a metal pole. The chilling sensation of cold metal above his head sent shivers down the officer's spine. Bang! After launching the batarangs, Batman unfurled his black cape, soaring into the air like the wings of a bat. The silhouette of the dark bat obscured the moonlight, casting a shadow over the night sky. Two ominous cannon barrels erupted from his arms. Boom! 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 A terrifying barrage of grenades unleashed havoc, engulfing Venom's entire form. The grenades exploded in an instant, the ferocious flames shredding Venom's body, transforming it into a cascade of black liquid that splattered into the night. The blazing inferno rendered the entire intersection into a hellish sea of flames. The top-tier grenade launcher, crafted by the Wayne Group, possessed a destructive power akin to that of a nanoscale nuclear warhead. Within the warhead, laser beams capable of annihilating cells were even incorporated. Witnessing the swift eradication of Venom, countless citizens of Gotham City were filled with ecstatic joy. Their admiration for the indomitable figure of the Bat was boundless. However, amidst the void, Batman, with his enormous wings unfurled, displayed no hint of exhilaration. Rather, his brow furrowed in solemnity. Utilizing his echolocation abilities, he sensed that the malevolent aura of Venom had not been entirely vanquished. In the next instant, his pupils constricted sharply. From the flames, a purple lightning bolt erupted, twisting and surging, swelling into a colossal tempest of thunder. Within the swirling storm, arcs of lightning flickered, effectively isolating the flames outside. The formidable gift of the electric eel manifested as a thunderstorm, which extinguished the flames by releasing a dense stream of charged particles. Soon after, within the tempest, a menacing shadow emerged, tearing through the storm, reappearing once more. "Your grenades are ineffective," Venom taunted, his reformed body writhing as he addressed Batman with a sinister grin. The superhuman regenerative abilities bestowed by the Sandman gene allowed him to recover rapidly, even when reduced to a puddle of goo. Thick, black muscles were adorned with swirling purple lightning patterns. Suddenly, Venom's arms liquefied and transformed into two fearsome liquid ion cannons. Having evolved into an intermediate symbiote, the ferocity of Venom's ion cannons had undoubtedly multiplied exponentially. "Behold my power," Venom grinned, as the black liquid abruptly contracted. Under immense gas compression, the terrifying ion cannon explosively shattered the air, piercing through the void and striking Batman directly. With a thunderous explosion, Batman hastily raised his black cape in defense, only to be engulfed by the ion cannon's wrath. The horrific liquid tempest instantly shredded the Bat's cloak, sending Batman's body hurtling backward. The shadow swept through like a meteor, devastating skyscrapers in its path before crashing heavily into an iron tower. The two bat-shaped projectiles, propelled by black webbing, shot forth with lightning speed. With a deafening impact, the bat projectiles tore through the air, impaling Batman's arms and pinning him firmly to the iron tower. The sharp claws penetrated his armor, embedding deeply into his flesh. Crimson blood gushed forth from Batman's mouth. The taste of roasted bat is an experience I have yet to savor. A sinister grin curled at the corners of Venom's mouth. The liquid coalesced, and two liquefied ion cannons abruptly twisted, metamorphosing into a pair of chillingly enormous claws. Venom seized a nearby lighthouse and hurled it violently towards the iron tower. Boom, boom, boom. The shattered lighthouse embedded itself deeply into the tower, forming an octagonal shape that encircled Batman at its core. Flames blazed fiercely atop the lighthouse, and the terrifying inferno engulfed the frantically struggling Batman. The searing heat melted his bat armor, causing the once sleek steel to glow a fierce red. The rampaging flames, like venomous serpents, gnawed at Batman's limbs, contorting his visage in agony. A piercing roar erupted from his lips, sending tremors throughout Gotham City. Countless citizens in that moment watched in horror as they beheld Batman ensnared within the sea of flames. Suddenly, a black web strand descended from the night sky. In Batman's crimson pupils, a grotesque visage materialized. Venom, suspended upside down on the web, lazily observed the roaring Batman. Cackling, he's already 3/4 done. Chapter 42, The Night. The bat tied upon the battered iron tower, two bat-shaped shurikens were firmly embedded in Batman's arms, leaving him at the mercy of the fire serpents. The horrific flames ravaged his form, melting much of his bat armor. A drop of charred liquid dripped from him, releasing a pungent odor. Sinister bloodstains crawled upwards, soon saturating Batman into a ghastly, bloodied silhouette. Amidst the raging inferno, his figure became increasingly indistinct. Venom hung upon the black web, lazily observing the gradually ceasing struggles of Batman. A dark red tongue involuntarily flicked out from beneath his fangs, a glimmer of greed illuminating his pale pupils. Buzz. Just as Batman was on the verge of being consumed by the flames, a blinding red light suddenly swept across the scene. The source of the crimson glow locked onto Venom. Coldly, Venom turned his head, and amidst the ruins, the entirely black Batmobile inexplicably pivoted its front towards him. Two bat-like eyes gleamed with a vivid crimson hue. "Oh, Does it pain you to see your master in such a state? Venom remarked, grinning as he licked his gleaming claws while gazing at the giant blade emerging from the Batmobile. With a resounding boom, a sonic wave erupted from the Batmobile, surging forth like a tidal wave, instantly resonating throughout every corner of Gotham City. Unlike the formidable penetrating power of ultrasound, infrasound's most formidable trait lies in its ability to transmit signals at specific frequencies, disregarding any sonic defenses. These signals, with their exceedingly low frequencies, have no effect on humans. However, for bats equipped with infrasound radar, they represent an irresistible and lethal temptation in the darkness of night. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and Venom abruptly tilted his head back, a relentless tide of darkness surging within his ghostly white eyes. On the distant horizon, a black wave reminiscent of a tsunami rushed forth with wild intensity. Countless crimson eyes flickered to life from the depths of the night. An innumerable swarm of bats erupted from the farthest reaches of the sky, from the shadowy sewers, and from the filthy alleys, soaring into the somber night. The densely packed bats, flapping their immense wings, conjured a tempest of darkness that surged toward the dilapidated Iron Tower. A cacophony of ghostly shrieks swept through the air, reverberating in Venom's eardrums. The sky above Gotham City was a chaotic whirlwind of bats, casting a vast shadow that enveloped the city in darkness. A bat signal? Venom wrapped his legs around a web and leapt upward, narrowing his eyes at the approaching tide of bats. As the king of the Bat Clan, Batman possessed the terrifying power to summon a legion of bats. Yet, the horrifying shrieks, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, descended upon Venom with ferocity. Countless bats, bearing their razor-sharp fangs, lunged at him. A chilling glimmer flashed in Venom's gaze. Suddenly, a grotesque black form leapt forth, unleashing a tremendous gale of claws that instantly shredded hundreds of bats. Boom, boom, boom. His arms liquefied. The formidable liquid ion cannon re-emerged with its deadly might. Countless black liquid columns cascaded from the sky, carrying the force of destruction, brutally tearing through the swarm of bats. Splattered black liquid clung to the unsuspecting bats, corroding them in an instant. Thousands of bats plummeted from the sky. However, the demise of their kin did not deter the remaining bats. Rather, the crimson hue in their eyes intensified. Over 10,000 bats surged upward simultaneously, resembling a black sandstorm as they barreled toward the fearsome Venom. This terrifying spectacle even instilled a sense of trepidation in Venom's fierce heart. Bang, bang, bang. The frenzied swarm of bats gnawed at Venom, their sharp teeth mercilessly biting through the black fibrous tissue of his body. The dark wave of bats engulfed him entirely. Curse flies. With a single claw, Venom obliterated dozens of bats, their flesh scattering. A surge of murderous intent welled up in his eyes as he opened his gaping maw, swallowing the bats before him whole. Under the menace of its fangs, countless bats, yet to utter a cry of despair, were swiftly engulfed. With a thunderous crash, the monstrous form of Venom leaped into the air, scattering the swarm of bats before crashing heavily onto the bat tank. The sound of steel shattering resonated clearly in the air. With a fierce grin, Venom's massive claws struck down upon the bat tank, unleashing such ferocity that the vehicle was reduced to mere scrap. The two crimson eyes of the bat dimmed instantly, along with the bat transmitter, which shattered into pieces. In the moment the sonic waves ceased, the once darkened sky, filled with bats, abruptly halted its tremors, their ghostly shrieks coming to an abrupt end. Deprived of the guiding subsonic signals, the bat's auditory radar lost all ability to trace heat sources. Within moments, the vast swarm of bats scattered in all directions, fleeing in panic. With powerful arms, Venom hoisted the nearly destroyed tank, casting a cold gaze upon the flickering remnants of Batman atop the burning Iron Tower. With a resounding crash, the wreckage of the tank was hurled away like a meteorite, crashing into the weakened tower and causing it to collapse. Heavy stones tumbled down, and a cold body fell to the ground. Suddenly, a menacing black figure leaped forth, landing before the ruins. With chilling claws, it grasped the charred form of Batman, a cruel smile curling at the corners of Venom's mouth. Under those fangs, a gaping maw slowly opened. At the Galaxy Building, headquarters of SHIELD, 7 or 8 figures sat around the iconic round table, their expressions grave. Suspended above the silver compass on the table were 9 mysterious silver tokens, each engraved with a symbolic emblem of SHIELD. operatives. Every top-tier agent underwent a specialized chip implantation, leaving a spiritual imprint upon their command token, symbolizing the agent's vital signs. The black token on the far left had shattered completely, marked with the cold silhouette of a dagger-wielding figure. This was Black Widow's command token. With her heart crushed by Venom's ghastly claws, Natasha's essence vanished utterly from the world. Her cold body was sealed in a cryogenic chamber, entering a state of suspended animation. At that very moment, in the center of the 9 tokens, a deep purple token began to crack, a sinister fissure emerging and violently trembling. Engraved upon the purple token was an eerie bat emblem. Chapter 43. The Fall of the Bat. The Wrath of Symbiosis. The menacing crack crawled from the bat token, expanding wildly until, with a soft sound, it shattered explosively. The noise instantly drew 8 dark gazes, enveloping the room in a stifling silence. A terrifying silence lingered for nearly a quarter of an hour. The shattering of the bat token signified the fall of a once mighty Dark Knight, following in the footsteps of Natasha. Gotham City, a den of iniquity, lay 1,000 miles away from New York. Even if Symbiosis wished to intervene at this moment, their efforts would prove futile. Across the Federation, only a rare few would dare to commit such an egregious act as to obliterate Symbiosis agents, a supervillain of unparalleled audacity. Following Black Widow, Batman became the second Symbiosis agent to perish. Unlike Batman, however, Black Widow's body remained preserved in cryogenic stasis, potentially awaiting resurrection through future technological advancements. In contrast, should Batman fall into the clutches of Venom, his fate would be one of utter annihilation. How can that creature still be alive? On the left side of the round table, the hulking figure of the Hulk, cloaked in dark green, slammed his fist onto the table, his feral eyes glinting with intense menace. Who could have anticipated that Venom would manage to escape, eluding capture even in the presence of the Hulk, transformed into a blood-red fury? The Hulk's sheer rage possessed the power to obliterate an entire city. Gazing at the wrathful figure, Iron Man tapped his armored fingers thoughtfully, a cold voice emanating from beneath his golden mask. Venom, being a liquid symbiote, found liquefaction to be an effortless task. His extraordinary regenerative abilities allowed him to swiftly mend any damaged limbs. The resilience of such a life form surpassed our wildest imaginings. Thor's chilling voice caused the countenances of all superheroes to darken momentarily, especially Spider-Man and Wolverine, whose grim expressions were as dense as thunderclouds. A wave of crimson bloodlust surged from Wolverine, who abruptly rose, his claws glinting ominously as they emerged from his skeletal structure. His wolf-like ferocity rendered Wolverine's temperament far more volatile than the others. I will go to Gotham and slay him. With a flash of cold light, 6 menacing claw marks appeared on the tabletop. Calm down, Iron Man interjected sternly, suppressing the imminent eruption of Wolverine's rage. As the leader of Symbiosis agents, Iron Man's authority commanded a level of respect even greater than that of Nick Fury, the director of Symbiosis. Such authority stemmed from absolute power. Even Wayne has fallen at his hands. Do you truly believe you can best him? The indifferent tone momentarily darkened Logan's expression, leading him to clench his jaw and take his seat again after a tumult of emotions. As the Dark Knight, Batman's individual prowess surpassed that of the majority of Symbiosis. What should we do if we allow him to continue his insatiable growth? It won't be long before this creature devours all of New York. Spider-Man furrowed his brow, tilting his head. The dark spider emblem on his chest began to subtly writhe. This was the warning signal of his spider sense. Having consumed the chaos and howling of Venom, it had evolved to a level that even Symbiosis found exceedingly troublesome. Listening to Peter's words filled with concern, Iron Man merely smiled mysteriously, a fleeting glimmer of light passing through his golden eyes. In Gotham, an old friend awaited him. The group exchanged glances, puzzled by Thor's meaningful gaze. Suddenly, a voice filled with astonishment emerged from the shadowy figure opposite Iron Man. This figure, cloaked in darkness and surrounded by black leopard-like patterns, bore a grotesque mask that revealed feral fangs. Within its cold eyes flickered a beastly gleam. Are you referring to the individual imprisoned in Angola all those years ago? Black Panther said coldly, his tone laced with palpable disdain. At his words, Spider-Man and the others instantly changed their expressions. Angola prison was notorious as a stronghold for federal felons, heavily guarded by military forces. The notorious supercriminals who could enter such a facility typically faced sentences averaging over 100 years. Yet for nearly 3 decades, only one individual had been confined within Angola, a man with a staggering sentence of 500 years. I am intrigued to see the spectacle that unfolds when the evolved Venom encounters his formidable second-generation symbiote. Iron Man remarked with a chuckle before abruptly rising. His eyes narrowed as he commanded, S-H-I-L-D. Agents mobilize. Assemble the Destroyer Squadron 9 and seal off Gotham. Notify the military to deploy land, sea, and air forces to encircle the entire Hudson Bay and the Sierra Nevada, encompassing all railways and streets. We must not allow this beast to escape. Understood. Spider-Man and the other 6 figures sprang to their feet, their eyes brimming with lethal intent. In the inferno of Gotham City, the night sky was filled with countless fiery mushroom clouds rising ominously. Explosions echoed from every corner of Gotham. In the heart of the city, amidst the wreckage, a monstrous black silhouette lounged comfortably on a shattered iron tower, stretching lazily. In its chilling claws, it grasped a burning lighthouse, from the tip of which dangled a figure impaled through the body. Under the searing flames, the distorted form had nearly transformed into a blurred mass of flesh and blood. A pungent scent of charred flesh wafted through the air, bringing a sense of satisfaction to Venom. Suddenly, a black web shot through the air, adhering to the bloody mass, drawing it up into the air before Venom consumed it whole. Fangs gnashing, the visceral sound of flesh being torn apart resonated clearly. The aroma of roasted bat was truly delightful, a sinister grin curling at the corners of Venom's mouth. His peripheral vision swept across the chaos engulfing Gotham City. Countless citizens fled in panic along the streets. The fall of Batman shattered the last vestige of hope within the hearts of Gotham's denizens. Only 3 minutes remained until the horrific moment foretold by the Joker. At that time, a nightmarish cacophony of laughter would envelop the entire city. Under the shroud of this nightmare, no survivors would remain. A city of slaughter, how I relish it. Gazing at the impending tempest over Gotham, Venom flicked his enormous tongue and grinned menacingly. Chapter 44. The Third-Generation System. Ultimate awakening. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, the land lay scarred, engulfed in raging infernos. Buildings crumbled to dust. Screams and explosions ravaged every corner of Gotham. The city resembled a scene from the apocalypse. Amidst the ruins, Venom voraciously devoured Batman's flesh, the sound of his fangs gnashing sending chills down the spine. As Batman's body was completely consumed, a terrifying aura surged from Venom. Subsequently, he spun rapidly, and a pair of colossal black bat wings unfurled from his back, darkening the sky. Boom! The bat wings flapped, unleashing a violent gust that swept through the area. On the shimmering, scaled armor, an image of a bat with wings emerged. Correspondingly, a stark white spider emblem appeared on Venom's chest. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a high-level life form, Batman, and gained a new super talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have received a top-tier special effect as a system reward. The black bat wings, boasting a flight attribute even more dazzling than Batman's. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a 3,000-point life value bonus. 5,000 more points are needed for advanced evolution. Ding! The third-generation system update is complete. You have entered the ultimate awakening state and activated the super membership. Dear super member, you shall enjoy limitless membership benefits. A cold electronic voice echoed as an attribute panel materialized before him. Symbiote, Venom host, Bai Yu level. Peak intermediate consciousness occupancy, 70 Venom's base attributes. Maximum strength, 1,500 tons, a commendation from the system, truly impressive. Esteemed host, surface defense, 1,300 points, a tribute from the system. You are indeed remarkable, esteemed host. Jump velocity, 1,600 points, an admiration from the system. You are simply wonderful. Esteemed host. Note, continue your efforts, esteemed host. Never give up. Venom's fundamental abilities. Liquefaction, devouring Venom's brand new talents. Ion cannon liquefaction, spider sense, web projection, enhanced adhesion. Superior regeneration, secondary metamorphosis. Note, Secondary metamorphosis possesses more formidable transformation effects than the primary. The range of transformation has expanded from various cold weapons to include thermal armaments, such as rocket launchers and tanks. A reminder from the system: do not drink and drive. Please maintain control over the extent of your transformations. To reach the third level of metamorphosis, an additional 6,000 life points must be consumed. Current symbiote gene storage: Venom, Rampage. Howl Venom's basic weakness: none. A commendation from the system: Venom is soaring high. Reward from Super Membership: complete Batman gear. Catalog list: Batmobile, Bat grappling hook, Bat signal, Bat batarang, Bat cape, Bat multimo de transport. Note: a reminder from the system: for the sake of system balance, the life consumption time for Venom must be further shortened. If life force is not replenished within a day, the Venom symbiote will fall into a dormant state. On the panel, the blue energy bar suddenly surged to a value of 15,000 points. Only 5,000 life points remain until reaching the crimson threshold. What a delightful sensation. Venom lazily stretched his arms, revealing a grinning expression on his ghastly visage. Feeling good, the liquid contracted, distorting Venom's left cheek, morphing into the visage of a handsome youth. Bai Yu gazed at the massive bat wings vibrating behind him, grinning as he said, "Master, am I impressive?" Venom chuckled sinisterly, a massive tongue swirling wildly beneath his jagged fangs. "Quite impressive," Bai Yu replied with a slight smile, generously offering his praise. He then turned his gaze toward the blood-red night sky. Intrigued with Batman's demise, the S.H.I.L.D. crew might go mad. Their madness won't be limited to just the fallen bat. A sinister cackle erupted from Venom's gaping maw. Boom, boom, boom. As the gate fell, the moat encircling Gotham abruptly ceased its flow. In the next moment, countless bursts of flame shot into the sky. As the iron suspension bridge connecting Gotham to the outside world violently broke apart, plummeting into the unfathomable waters below, the city gates closed, severing Gotham's connection to the outside, an isolated island in the abyss. Subsequently, streams of eerie green toxic gas erupted from the ground of Gotham. The terrifying gas swiftly swept through the air with the howling winds. The dark green miasma infiltrated every building, and within moments, it pervaded the entirety of Gotham City. Bang! On the desolate sidewalk, a gentleman clad in a tailcoat was fleeing in panic. Suddenly, his body began to tremble. The grotesque bubbles bulged from his skin, a sinister green emanating from his feet, spreading wildly upwards. Ha! 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 A sharp laughter erupted incoherently from the gentleman's lips, imbued with a palpable madness that sent chills down one's spine. Clutching his head tightly, his entire body began to convulse involuntarily. Bang! The gentleman collapsed heavily onto the ground, dark green nails piercing into his face, leaving behind several ghastly blood trails, transforming him into a horrifying figure drenched in crimson. Bang! 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 On the desolate streets, dense toxic mist engulfed shadowy forms, one after another succumbing to its embrace, perishing in a cacophony of manic laughter. This madness was the crowning invention of the brilliant chemist known as the Joker. Upon a towering iron spire, a figure cloaked in a purple cape surveyed the chaos of Gotham with delight. A chilling smile crept across his pallid visage, his eyes filled with an unsettling shade of deep green. Truly a masterpiece. Ha! 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 The deranged laughter of the Joker resonated throughout Gotham, heralding a live broadcast of the apocalypse. The maniacal laughter persisted for nearly a minute before the Joker gradually calmed, casting one final, icy gaze upon the city. One could only wonder where his next masterpiece would manifest. The eerie laughter sent shivers down the spine. The Joker extended his emaciated hand, grasping the nearby helicopter. The rotor blades began to spin rapidly, lifting his form into the air. Farewell, doomed Gotham. Ha! Ha! The Joker's laughter reverberated through the night sky. Suddenly, the laughter ceased abruptly. The helicopter was yanked violently into the void. The Joker turned with a rigid expression. A black tentacle had, unbeknownst to him, latched onto the helicopter's tail. Chapter 45. The Turning Point. A clash at the pinnacle of crime. A massive black tentacle shot forth, black liquid splattering as it latched onto the tail of the helicopter with lightning speed. Whoosh! The tentacle recoiled suddenly, dragging the helicopter downward with unyielding force. Boom! 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 The helicopter careened back, tumbling and rolling before crashing atop the spire, its whirling blades igniting a cascade of sparks that culminated in a thunderous explosion. Flames ravaged the remnants of the helicopter, and from the charred wreckage emerged a pallid, bony hand, grasping fiercely onto the wing. Beneath a veil of dark green hair lay a grotesquely horrific visage. Bloodstains marred his face, droplets of crimson staining the creases of his skin. His icy pupils fixated intently upon the ominous black giant looming atop the spire. Within that cavernous maw, lined with sharp fangs, a massive tongue writhed with unrestrained greed. "What? Are you reluctant to part with me?" The Joker mockingly inquired, patting his tattered purple cloak. As a fellow top-tier supervillain, he was acutely aware that the so-called collaboration was merely a treacherous alliance based on self-interest. The greatest folly in the underworld was trust. I wonder whose brain matter is more delectable, yours or that bat's. Venom licked his gleaming claws, chuckling eerily. His long black tail swayed like a serpent in the wind, revealing his insatiable appetite for the Joker's intellect. The Joker, suddenly enlightened, let out a chilling giggle, a sound that sent shivers down the spine. A pair of purple knee-high boots stealthily retreated. At the pinnacle of the Iron Tower, the biting cold wind swept through the desolate city, shrouded in toxic mist. "Will you come willingly, or shall I drag your corpse here?" Venom mused, toying with the steel ball in his claws, intrigued by the Joker, a mastermind of crime interwoven with artistry. As an alien symbiote, Venom had traversed countless planets and witnessed innumerable bloodbaths. Before binding with the soul of White Feather on Earth, he had even possessed numerous extraterrestrial hosts in parallel universes. Yet, the Joker's genius for crime left even the seasoned Venom in awe. Is that so? However, I must confess, I dislike multiple-choice questions. The Joker replied with a sly grin, suddenly stepping back and leaning backward. He plummeted from the tower's peak, 1,000 meters above the ground. Boom! Venom's grotesque form lunged forth, crashing onto the edge of the Iron Tower and gazing down. His ghostly white pupils coldly fixated on the rapidly descending figure of the Joker. In mere moments, the Joker's body plummeted several hundred meters along the Iron Tower, the frigid wind whipping against his pale face, intensifying the malevolence of his grin. The speed of free fall condensed the Joker into a mere speck in the distance. Bang! 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 Venom's sharp gaze flickered, and suddenly, a dark green silhouette tore through the toxic haze of the night sky, dashing towards him like a bolt of lightning. A glider. Just as the Joker was about to hit the ground, a powerful gust of wind swept by, precisely lifting him into the air. "Ha ha ha, my friend, are you surprised? Is this unexpected?" The manic laughter echoed from the dark green glider. Clinging tightly to the wing, the Joker revealed his devilish red lips, erupting into a cacophony of maniacal laughter. Boom! As the frenzied sound faded, Venom's pupils narrowed in alarm. A pungent scent of gunpowder permeated the air, swiftly followed by a terrifying inferno, erupting from the heart of the Iron Tower and engulfing it in mere moments. Shattered glass rained down, accompanied by the billowing clouds of smoke as the tower began to collapse, casting a massive shadow over dozens of streets. Boom! The colossal stones tumbled down, transforming the entire iron structure into a heap of rubble. Ha ha ha! A gaunt hand clutched the glider's control stick tightly as the clown caressed the grotesque scars marring his face. Laughing maniacally, having played the role of a clown for far too long, he had almost forgotten his true self. Ha ha! At this moment, a look of obsession flickered across the clown's visage, a rapture born from his life of crime. Suddenly, the cockpit of the helicopter was shrouded in darkness. The clown's expression froze as he gazed upward, horrified to discover a colossal bat-like shadow obscuring the sun, its crimson, beastly eyes coldly fixed upon him. In an instant, a terrifying claw swept down, accompanied by an overwhelming rush of wind, violently striking the glider. Boom! The vicious claw wind tore the glider in half, sending a disheveled figure plummeting from the sky. A viscous black web instantaneously ensnared the clown's falling form, wrapping around him like a devilish embrace, transforming him into a blackened mummy. With its massive wings quaking, the bat watched with a sinister grin as the clown writhed frantically in the silken bindings. "Little brother, you have quite the flair," it remarked coldly. The icy claws tightened around the clown's emaciated body, grinding his bones with a chilling creak. His pallid face contorted in agony. The clown's bloodied eyes suddenly sparkled with a maniacal laugh. Too late. Too late. Ha ha ha. His shrill cackle sent shivers down the spine. What did you say? The bat's gaze hardened, a surge of murderous intent coursing through it as 5 ghastly claw marks were imprinted upon the clown's nearly shattered body. Crack, crack, crack. His bones shattered. Enduring the excruciating pain that felt like being torn apart, the clown met the bat's fearsome gaze with a sinister grin. The air of madness enveloped him. It seemed that the Angola prison was on the verge of falling directly into chaos. Don't worry, old friend. There's an old acquaintance waiting for you there, he cackled. Boom! The giant claw tightened its grip, and blood erupted from the clown's orifices. The bat suddenly opened its gaping maw and devoured him whole. Its fangs retracted, spewing forth a mixture of gray matter and dark crimson blood. Such excessive chatter. The bat remarked coldly, licking the blood from the corner of its mouth. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a life form of high caliber, the clown, and acquired a new, formidable talent. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the strongest criminal intellect in history, surpassing the limits of symbiotic intelligence. Congratulations, host. You have gained a bonus of 1,000 life points. To achieve a higher evolution, you still need to consume 4,000 life force. Chapter 46. Angola prison. In the moment the Joker was devoured, Venom's pair of pale, white pupils unexpectedly darkened profoundly. Within those shadowy eyes, an abyss of endless depth flowed like a deep well. Having consumed the Joker, Venom amalgamated his unparalleled criminal intellect. The entire world unfolded before him, akin to a three-dimensional space laid bare within his mind. A deluge of psychological information regarding crime surged into his consciousness, merging with the Joker's lifelong pursuit of the art of crime. Indeed, crime is also a refined art form. Beneath the night sky, Venom unfurled his vast black bat wings, surveying the Gotham below, now shrouded in toxic mist. In the aftermath of the calamity, Gotham had devolved into a realm of death. The city was suffused with a sickly green hue. Suddenly, an overwhelming sense of danger reverberated through his spider sense, ringing with fervor. The liquid writhed, and Venom's left face contorted instantaneously, his fangs bared, transforming into the visage of a white feather. Can you feel it? White Feather narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing toward the northeastern direction of Gotham. There, an aura more sinister than chaos and wailing seemed to stir with palpable intent. It was the same formula, the familiar scent. Venom grinned widely, his scarlet beastly eyes glistening with avarice. Boom! A fierce wind swept through as Venom propelled his massive bat wings, morphing into a blurred shadow, darting like lightning toward the northeastern corner of Gotham City. Angola prison, notorious throughout the Federation as a maximum security penitentiary, was heavily guarded by military forces. The establishment of this prison in Gotham was intended to intimidate the supercriminals of this nefarious city. Inmates here are all notorious felons, wanted by the Federation. Within a grim and terrifying cell, the lifeless bodies of several guards lay strewn about. Dark green bubbles bulged from beneath their skin, grotesque bloodstains crawling across their mangled forms. The expressions on the guards' faces were frozen in a mad grin from the moment of their demise. Their milky white pupils retained a hollow gaze reminiscent of the undead. The maniacal laughter that swept through Gotham equally consumed this prison, devoid of any protective measures against chemical threats. Among the mountain of corpses, a stench of decay permeated the air. In a secluded corner, a figure bathed in blood-red hue eerily materialized. He twisted his serpentine neck, chuckling softly as he pressed the button for the elevator. The elevator descended rapidly, and soon, he arrived at the 6th underground level. Stepping over the numerous bodies of criminals who perished from excessive exposure to laughing gas, he leisurely stood before a coded door, deftly inputting the passcode. As the door opened, a wave of icy chill rushed forth. The door sealed shut, effectively barricading the toxic gases of the outside world. Within the dimly lit laboratory, an array of alloy reaction vessels stood filled with a murky green liquid, each containing mysterious creatures of various shapes suspended within, with deep yellow tentacles and 8 robust legs. Their elongated eyes flickered with an uncanny intelligence. Who could have imagined that above the ground lay the notorious prison of Angola, while beneath it thrived a laboratory dedicated to ghastly biological experiments? He strolled leisurely into the laboratory and approached the desk, pouring himself a glass of red wine and savoring a sip. Opposite him sat a blonde woman clad in a white lab coat, her fingers dancing rapidly over the keyboard. Engrossed in her work, he regarded her with a smile, then suddenly reached out, brazenly touching her delicate form beneath the fabric of her lab coat. Oh my God! The soft touch startled her momentarily. Yet, she did not resist nor express anger. Instead, a blush crept upon her face as she replied, "Darling, not now. It's work time. The cell division of the symbiote is nearly complete, and I cannot afford any mistakes at this critical juncture." Despite her playful admonition, his hands grew increasingly audacious, wandering over her body. Only after a while did he withdraw his hand, crossing his legs and lighting a cigar, a satisfied smile gracing his lips. "Oh, my little octopus. Forget about him. He is of no benefit to you." The man's reflection flickered on the computer screen, revealing strands of long, blood-red hair that seemed to be stained with crimson. "No, I shall kill him with my own hands, and I want to witness his cries of agony." A sudden madness surged in the blonde woman's eyes. As her violent emotions surged, dark, malevolent forms began to writhe ominously behind her, as if they were poised to erupt at any moment. The scars from the incident with Batman had haunted her for years, becoming a living nightmare. Exhaling a plume of smoke, the man spoke languidly. "Rest assured, that fellow is no longer a concern." Hearing his mocking laughter, the blonde woman's gaze sharpened, followed by a cold smirk. "You cannot even escape this prison, and yet you speak of dealing with him?" He smiled faintly, snapping his fingers as a silver chip slid seamlessly into the computer's port. As the data uploaded, the screen illuminated with a vision of Gotham City engulfed in toxic mist. The noxious gas spread through the streets, with heaps of lifeless bodies sprawled at sewer entrances, by lighthouses, and atop vehicles, frozen in their final moments. The inky green river meandered around Gotham, flowing silently, shrouded in deathly silence. The entire scene was drenched in a thick, dark green hue, and the malevolent aura of death emanating from the screen sent shivers down one's spine. The blood-haired man approached the woman, whispering softly in her ear, a wicked smile gracing his lips. "What you should be contemplating now is the slaughter conceived between us. It is our offspring, far more significant than that Batman. Is it not?" At the mere mention of child in slaughter, the woman's gaze inexplicably softened. The two seemingly unrelated terms held a peculiar significance in her eyes. "My dear, I have delightful news. Our child has emerged from the gestation period and is on the brink of becoming an independent, mature life form. You could never fathom her beauty. I wager you will be utterly captivated by her," the golden-haired woman cooed. As her fingers danced across the keyboard, a mechanical whir filled the biological laboratory. Simultaneously, the steel floor at the center of the lab parted, revealing a glass, circular candelabrum, approximately 3 meters in diameter, gradually rising from the depths below. Almost instantaneously, the lights in the laboratory extinguished, and a series of eerie infrared beams swept coldly from all directions. Hiss! Within the transparent glass, a sinister crimson liquid writhed ominously. Chapter 47. Imprisonment. The slaughter resurfaces upon seeing the blood-red liquid. The blood-haired man's eyes gleamed with excitement. Beneath the dim infrared glow, his blood-red pupils instinctively leaned closer, yearning to discern its nature. Bang! The glass container trembled violently, as if struck by immense force. Even more horrifying, countless crimson tendrils spread from the glass walls, shimmering with a seductive dark red sheen under the infrared light, twisting and writhing in a terrifying display. The dense mass of blood-colored appendages resembled a nightmarish octopus, evoking a primal urge to recoil. The blood-haired man initially froze, then his eyes widened with fervent excitement, an overwhelming greed igniting within him. His pale lips curled into a sinister smile, his expression growing increasingly deranged as he fixated on the blood-red liquid within the container, involuntarily swallowing. It was as though a glutton had laid eyes upon a sumptuous feast, an insatiable hunger consuming him. It was simply too exquisite. I cannot help but desire for it to leap upon me, to drink my blood. That sensation would surely be one of unparalleled ecstasy. The crimson liquid continued to churn within the container, thrashing about, utterly oblivious to the scarlet gleam flickering in the eyes of the human before it. "My dear, when the military sealed this symbiote here, I clandestinely conducted genetic modifications, infusing it with the DNA of the most vicious criminals in the Federation. Through the crucible of violence and blood, our child shall emerge as the most formidable Venom. However, rest assured, our child shall not truly feast upon blood. Upon witnessing the grotesque smile of the crimson-haired man, the golden-haired woman felt no fear. Instead, a look of infatuation graced her features. In her eyes, he appeared as a paragon of unparalleled beauty. In contrast, she envisioned herself as the catalyst for a being endowed with superior genetic capabilities, far more potent than renowned superheroes like Batman or Spider-Man. Although she had emerged from her gestational phase as a new life form, her existence remained precarious. Thus, it was imperative for me to continually extract sustenance from this life form to nurture our offspring. It is also thanks to you, my dear. Without your provision of life for all these years, the birth of our child would be unattainable, and for that, I am eternally grateful. The golden-haired woman gazed dreamily, sketching the blueprint of their future. Initially captivated by the study of biological genetics, she now realized that nurturing their child was infinitely more enthralling. My love, once I complete my experimental research, shall we construct a home of our own? She proposed. A home of our own? The crimson-haired man chuckled softly, shaking his head. My dear, I believe such endeavors are unnecessary. What? The golden-haired woman was momentarily taken aback, enveloped in confusion. Is this not the very city of sin that belongs to us? The crimson-haired man grinned sinisterly, exuding a chilling demeanor. We merely need to eliminate those bothersome individuals, and this place will be ours. However, the golden-haired woman furrowed her brows, speaking solemnly, my dear, setting aside those obstinate military officials, even S.H.I.E.L.D. would not idly watch Gotham fall. No, you misunderstand my octopus darling, or rather, my beloved Dr. Arkansas. You seem to have misconstrued my intent. The crimson-haired man extinguished his cigar, a smile gracing his lips. When I speak of driving them away, I do not mean merely to cast them outside. Rather, I intend to send them to hell. With a resounding crash, the crimson-haired man's fist struck the glass container. The glass shattered violently, splintering into a multitude of shards that scattered through the air. The sharp fragments lacerated his hands, blood streaming profusely. Yet he felt no pain. Instead, an intense fervor filled his gaze as he fixated on the dark red tendrils that began to ascend his palm from the shattered glass. No. The golden-haired woman's expression shifted dramatically, and she instinctively reached out to intervene, only to be coldly pushed aside by the crimson-haired man. My dear, while our child has matured into an independent symbiote, her physiological state is still unstable and has yet to undergo clinical trials. Allowing her to parasitize you recklessly could inflict irreparable harm upon your body. Fear not, my darling, he replied, a twisted grin forming on his face. I can sense that she is ready, and a gory crimson liquid engulfed the crimson-haired man as a dense mass of fibrous tissue rapidly spread forth, unfurling its menacing tendrils. A look of pleasure crossed his features as his head became completely enveloped. The terrifying crimson fluid surged forth upon his robust physique. A pair of malevolent, pallid eyes abruptly ignited, followed by the frenzied emergence of beastly fangs from his gaping maw. Henceforth, refer to me as the Slaughterer. The deathly quiet of Angola prison was permeated by the rancid stench of decaying corpses. In the dimly lit ventilation ducts, a sinister, inky liquid incessantly crawled forward. With acute arachnid sensitivity, the Venom detected the remnants of symbiotic essence lingering in the air, slowly slithering ahead. Within the liquid, the Venom periodically blinked its bone-white pupils, sweeping over the surroundings of the duct. The blood-soaked prison was replete with grotesquely mutilated bodies, incessantly corroded by the murky green toxic fog. Through tattered uniforms and prison garb, the faint outlines of guards and criminals were discernible. The terrifying, maniacal laughter of the clown had transformed the entirety of Gotham into a hellish nightmare. Suddenly, the passage veered, plunging down at a 90-degree angle. The Venom raced down the duct, descending rapidly, as if plummeting several meters in mere moments. The pitch-black environment devoured all illumination. The Venom swiveled its eyes, casting a sidelong glance towards the depths of the duct. Along the route, numerous exhaust vents and an array of intricate instruments operated swiftly within this expansive underground laboratory. All biological apparatuses extended deeper underground, connecting to the very bowels of the earth. Beneath this infamously notorious prison lay an astonishingly vast biological laboratory. In an instant, the Venom's gaze sharpened as the alarm bells of its arachnid senses blared with intense forewarning. An aura of utmost malevolence, akin to a lurking serpent, began to awaken slowly. Just as a tremor coursed through the Venom's core, a pair of eyes, indifferent and shrouded in darkness, opened in an unknown corner. The crimson pupils glimmered with a thirst for blood, reminiscent of a demon dwelling deep within hell, savoring the delectable scent of human flesh. Chapter 48. The approaching crimson shadow within the dimly lit ventilation ducts, the black liquid writhed, transforming into the menacing form of the Venom. Evolved to the pinnacle of its intermediate state, the symbiote's liquefaction capabilities now permitted it to manipulate its shape at will. The Venom narrowed its eyes, gazing into the abyss at the duct's end. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless strands of black silk instantaneously intertwined, weaving into a colossal web that obstructed the duct's entrance. Hiss! In the very moment the web formed, a blood-red claw suddenly emerged from the darkness. It was firmly halted by the web. Vivid crimson droplets dripped from the claw's tips, presenting a sight most harrowing. The Venom's pupils contracted. This crimson giant claw, thwarted by the web, exuded a pungent scent of blood, causing the Venom's arachnid senses to sound an alarm. Its beastly olfactory instincts warned him that this concealed crimson figure was exceedingly perilous. Bang! Without the slightest hesitation, Venom's form suddenly erupted, transforming into a splatter of black liquid that swiftly darted towards the nearby ventilation ducts. Once distanced from the vents, Venom halted its ascent, swirling around to reconstitute into its formidable black physique. With a thud, Venom leaped, adhering to the ceiling, evading the surveillance cameras. The liquid writhed, fangs bared, as Venom's left visage contorted, morphing into the face of Bai Yu. What could that possibly be? Bai Yu inhaled deeply, attempting to steady his wildly racing heart, his expression gravely serious. The ominous sensation emanating from that mysterious blood claw was strikingly reminiscent of the danger he felt when confronted with the Hulk in his frenzied state. I am uncertain, yet I detect a familiar scent, Venom remarked, shaking its head, a flicker of apprehension surfacing in its pale eyes. Can it perceive the essence of that symbiote? Bai Yu squinted slightly, tapping his enormous claw. Venom closed its eyes, the intangible spider sense radiating outward. Moments later, its eyes opened, a glimmer of contemplation flashing in the depths of its gaze. It was indeed her. The inky liquid enveloped Venom once more, its form stealthily traversing the conduits. In an instant, as Venom departed the ventilation shaft, the blood claw ensnared by spider silk grotesquely contorted, instantaneously liquefying into a colossal blade. The blood-red blade slashed through the resilient webbing, severing it completely. Soon after, from the shadows, a menacing crimson head emerged, its gaping maw brimming with a multitude of sharp fangs. To his surprise, encountering another symbiote here proved to be intriguing. A chilling laughter echoed softly. Suddenly, the blood-red head appeared to melt away, liquefying into a sanguine substance. The fluid writhed, swiftly infiltrating the partition of the ventilation ducts, vanishing without a trace. Meanwhile, in the depths of Angola Prison's sixth underground level, an eerie silence permeated the biological laboratory. Within a vast reaction chamber, grotesque alien creatures were submerged in a dark green liquid, countless bubbles rising to the surface. In the quiet office, a blonde woman skillfully tapped away at her keyboard, her blue eyes intently fixed on the computer screen as lines of code rapidly loaded and inputted. Suddenly, her brow arched, a subtle glance cast towards a nearby duct entrance, and she chuckled lightly. Since you have arrived, why conceal your presence? As her laughter faded, the darkened entrance remained eerily silent. Moments later, an ominous, maniacal laughter resonated, and the black liquid oozed forth from the opening, slithering down the wall. In the moment of landing, the dark liquid surged violently like a vortex, coalescing into a grotesque figure. Upon its blackened head rested a pair of pallid and frigid eyes. Its cavernous maw was lined with sharp fangs, menacingly exposed, while a long, damp tongue lashed about within. Ugly yet adorable, fierce and savage. This was the complete manifestation of the venomous entity. Symbiote? The golden-haired woman exclaimed in astonishment, instinctively covering her mouth. With years of research into biological genetics, she was all too familiar with such symbiotic beings. You seem quite intrigued by me. The venomous entity twisted its beastly neck, offering a chilling laugh, its icy gaze sweeping the surroundings. Your presence here, I presume, is not merely to exchange pleasantries? The golden-haired woman replied with a smile, seemingly unfazed by the arrival of the creature. To To construct such an extensive biological laboratory right beneath the military's nose, Dr. Oak truly possesses remarkable skills. With a sinister chuckle, the venomous entity flicked its right claw. From that inky appendage, several strands of black web shot forth with alarming speed. Before she could react, the strands ensnared the golden-haired woman, binding her tightly. After securing her, the entity languidly stretched and ventured deeper into the laboratory. Surrounded by intricate research apparatus, it surmised that this was a facility dedicated to the study of biological cells and genetics. However, as its gaze roamed, the entity found no trace of the symbiote it sensed through its spider-like intuition. Suddenly, it tilted its head back and its eyes narrowed. Suspended from the ominous ceiling was a circular glass chamber, crafted from high-strength glass. Within, a figure with golden hair, clad in tattered uniform, was barely discernible. Half of its body was submerged in an unknown liquid, various tubes protruding from its form. Its vacant eyes were filled with a haunting stillness. At the nape of its neck, a thick tube was deeply embedded, writhing as if siphoning the essence from its brain. A chilling sight indeed. Such a method of draining life force was, perhaps, even more brutal than my own direct consumption of a head. The entity could not help but lament as it gazed upon this horrifying tableau. Just as it pondered these thoughts, a blood-red shadow silently descended from the ceiling, materializing behind it. A crimson tendril instinctively rose, suddenly opening its gaping maw towards the entity. "Ha! Encountering a symbiote here is quite the unexpected delight," it mused. In your moment of compassion, you would never anticipate that slaughter has already crept into your midst. Tonight, you shall become my feast. This time, your spider senses will not save you. Chapter 49. The Mightiest Second-Generation Symbiote. The massacre, a shadow of crimson, suddenly extended its grotesque claws, revealing its fangs, and struck fiercely at Venom's back. A thunderous crash echoed as black liquid surged forth, transforming instantaneously into a liquid shield that staunchly absorbed the assault of the bloodied claws. In a flash of cold light, Venom swatted away the crimson talons, leaping gracefully to the beam overhead, his expression grim as he gazed at the sanguine figure. This shadow's ambush was eerily reminiscent of the previous one, elusive and unpredictable, rendering defense nearly impossible. In that moment, Venom beheld a long scarlet tongue, dripping with saliva, materializing within his line of sight. Alongside it appeared a face strikingly similar to his own, filled with jagged teeth, yet its eyes glinted like curved blades. Exuding a blood-red hue, the system chimed in, detecting a life form of level 7 danger and level 6 aptitude. A stark warning resonated. This entity posed a significant threat, far exceeding that of ordinary life forms. The system advised against any confrontation, lest the consequences be dire. The chilling electronic voice echoed ominously. Massacre? A wave of tumultuous memories surged forth, conjuring the gruesome name. Venom's expression shifted to one of grave concern. Upon seeing this doppelganger, albeit in a different coloration, he recognized the undeniable kinship, especially with that grotesque, cruel, and twisted visage. It was as if he was gazing upon a more formidable version of himself. "If I am not mistaken, the chaos and howls must have been devoured by you," Massacre remarked, toying with his vivid red nails, a glint of amusement in his eyes. In the dimly lit laboratory, a blood-red figure emerged. At these words, Venom felt a chill run down his spine, his pale eyes narrowing in apprehension. Massacre's sense of smell was terrifyingly acute, capable of detecting the disappearance of other symbiotes even from a great distance. In the past, Venom had been subjected to cellular division experiments at the Life Foundation, where he was encased in a growth medium. Amidst countless divisions, 5 offspring symbiotes managed to survive until the end. Due to genetic mutations, these progeny exhibited not only vast physical differences, but also specialized abilities in various domains. Riot, resembling a ferocious beast, surpassed the original Venom in both liquefaction and jumping capabilities, wielding an exceptional mastery of transformation. This formidable ability allowed him to conjure various weapons at will, each with devastating power. Howl, akin to a shark, could unleash a ghostly roar, rendering him immune to the symbiote's critical weakness, ultrasonic waves. Meanwhile, Massacre bore a closer resemblance to a red demon, with a body of vivid scarlet and a viscous crimson substance. Could he be defeated? Venom's mind echoed with White Feather's serious voice. With his seasoned insight, He could discern that the hidden strength of this crimson-haired creature might be exceedingly formidable. Had this been in the past, a mere swipe of his claw could have reduced me to a mere pulp. Venom tilted his head slightly, a sinister smile spreading across his face, his tone laced with an ominous chill. Such words are not mere bravado. Among the 5 symbiotes of yore, Carnage was the sole one birthed through dual ovum reproduction, heralded as the most formidable second-generation entity. In terms of physical strength and leaping speed, Carnage far surpassed the original Venom. Even more terrifying was Carnage's ability to secrete a multitude of symbiotes, each capable of liquefying into detachable weapons. Quite the headache indeed. Bai Yu's exasperated tone echoed in my mind. Nonetheless, I shall ensure he realizes that a father is ultimately a father. A wicked grin unfurled at the corners of Venom's mouth. How fortuitous! I too relished the notion of disciplining my progeny. Bai Yu offered a slight smile, his expression equally imbued with an endless chill. These two inept beings, devoured by you, merely highlight their uselessness. It spares us the embarrassment. Carnage licked his blood-red claws, unconcerned, and chuckled. Suddenly, a peculiar gleam flashed in his blood-red eyes. However, I remained somewhat uneasy about you being within my belly. Perhaps it would be better if I shared the feast? An enchanting smile suddenly blossomed. In the next moment, a fearsome vertical pupil materialized on Carnage's forehead. 3 ghastly white eyes twisted and swirled upon his monstrous visage. 3-eyed Carnage. Boom! With a flick of his right claw, his contorted arm transformed into dozens of tendrils, tearing through the void like lightning, each blood-red appendage adorned with an array of gaping maws, akin to myriad vengeful spirits, lunging to devour Venom. Whoosh! A colossal meteor hammer swung through the air, accompanied by a torrential gust, crashing violently into the blood-red tendrils. The crimson appendages erupted in a shower of liquid. A ghostly figure flitted by as a massive blood-red blade, reeking of a pungent metallic scent, plummeted from above. The sanguine glow filled the air, and even Venom's sinister gaze quivered slightly. Boom! 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 2 equally ferocious black blades struck the blood blade with blinding speed, causing the crimson and ebony liquids to shatter simultaneously. The entire biological laboratory was suffused with an overwhelming stench of blood. The splattered liquids cascaded into the reaction vessels, swiftly merging with the chemical solutions, producing a frothy tumult. Quite intriguing. The blood-red liquid suddenly coalesced, forming a robust right arm, and Carnage grinned widely. However, this is merely a prelude. Terrifying blood-red bubbles erupted wildly from his being, swelling dramatically, and within moments, they expanded to several inches in size, resembling grotesque blood-red toads that sent shivers down one's spine. Pop! Countless blood-red bubbles suddenly burst. Subsequently, a swarm of blood-colored spiders crawled forth from the shattered bubbles. A terrifying wave of spiders, a sight so vast it seemed to encompass tens of thousands, sent chills down one's spine. Gazing at the sheer multitude of these arachnids, Venom's pupils constricted as he clapped his claws together, instinctively yearning to leap backward. Suddenly, 2 mountains of reaction vessels were ensnared by blood-red tendrils, sweeping across to obstruct Venom's retreat. Boom! The reaction vessels erupted in an instant, unleashing a highly corrosive liquid that poured over Venom, distorting his ghastly visage. A piercing roar erupted from Venom, reverberating through the air. Before he could dart away, the blood-colored tide of spiders, their greedy scarlet eyes glistening, lunged at him. Razor-sharp fangs tore through the cells of his symbiote, burrowing deep into his flesh. With a thunderous crash, Venom's grotesque form slammed against the ground, his massive claws frantically tearing at his own body, resembling a tormented spirit. Within him, it felt as if countless entities were writhing, rendering his body almost like quicksand. In the void, a crimson shadow barreled through the air, shattering the atmosphere like a meteor, crashing down upon Venom's struggling form. Observing Venom's contorted face, the butcher grinned, whispering, "Once I peel your body away like an onion, you shall find respite from this agony." Chapter 50. The True Black Mamba. The butcher's foot pressed down upon Venom's face, which had melted like ice cream, a sinister smile spreading across his features. "Just wait until I strip you bare." Licking his elongated, crimson tongue as if savoring a delicacy, he continued, "I shall sever your neck, gnaw on your skull, relishing the cruelty and savagery that fills your mind, along with the delectable essence of venom. My dear old father. I am quite the connoisseur. With blood-red claws, he viciously tore at Venom's black symbiotic tissue, pulling it outward with great force. As he spoke, the dark liquid on Venom's face began to dissolve. With the peeling of the symbiote, a distorted visage of a youth gradually emerged beneath Venom's ghastly countenance. Soon, the youth's black hair, face, and even his body became visible. As he beheld the receding mass of black liquid, the butcher grinned malevolently, slowly opening his blood-soaked maw. Viscous liquid dripped from his sharp fangs, landing on Bai Yu's nearly contorted face. Intense pain ripped through Bai Yu's mind as torrents of crimson erupted from his black eyes. Since being bonded with Venom, he had never felt so vulnerable. A sense of impending doom seized his heart. Not even in the fierce battle against the brutal chaos had he been driven to such a desperate plight. Ding! Warning, warning, red alert. The symbiote is on the verge of detaching from its host, whose vitality is rapidly dwindling. The system will enter a dormant state in 30 seconds. A chilling electronic voice resonates, inciting the inner fury of Bai Yu to its zenith. I shall consume your father, perhaps in the next life. A ferocious shriek erupts from Bai Yu's suddenly liquefied mouth. The struggling black symbiote springs forth, breaking free from the claws of slaughter. In an instant, it engulfs Bai Yu's body once more. Boom! A horrifying black bat wing unfurls abruptly from behind the Venom. A tempestuous gale sweeps through the laboratory, shattering all reaction vessels into fragments. Bang! The bat wing sweeps, and the Venom transforms into a menacing shadow, overturning the ceiling and hovering in midair. The chemical liquid cascades, corroding the alloy floor into a pale yellow mist. As the containers shatter, the grotesque creatures submerged in the liquid begin to awaken. Scarlet, beastly eyes flicker to life around the laboratory. Massive, hideous beings charge wildly outward, colliding with and toppling the research instruments in their path. In that moment, the entire laboratory collapses into ruins. The cacophony of roars reverberates through the void. You seek death. A sharp, wrathful voice bellows from the slaughterer. This biological laboratory was the fruit of his clandestine efforts, spent over decades, to deceive the military and create it while imprisoned. It is imperative to understand that biotechnological research, especially that involving human experimentation, has been expressly prohibited by the Federation and the military. Even titans of technology, like Osborn and Stark, can only conduct such research under the military's tacit approval. How much more perilous for a ruthless supercriminal like him? One can only imagine the immense dedication he poured into these research outcomes. He even went so far as to lavishly bribe personnel from military research institutes, risking everything to conspire with the tiger. Thus, witnessing the creatures he had imprisoned and nurtured escape en masse, the slaughterer is driven to a frenzy. 10 blood-red claws suddenly erupt from his hands, crimson liquid writhing upon them like blood. Following this, a similarly terrifying blood-colored bat wing emerges from his back, swelling in the wind to a size of several zhong, stirring up a violent gale. Boom! The bat wing flutters, transforming the slaughterer into a crimson specter racing like lightning towards the Venom. Boom! 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 The underground levels of Angola prison have completely collapsed, as two terrifying figures clash violently in the air above, one a dark black and the other a vivid blood red. In a fleeting moment, two spheres of radiance collided with a ferocity that defied comprehension, their clash reverberating with thunderous booms that shattered the instruments within the laboratory. A dark silhouette, resembling a bat, shielded itself from the chaos, venomous tendrils emerging as it glared menacingly at the crimson figure nearby, its eyes tinged with a sinister scarlet hue. The figure bore numerous grievous wounds, from which dark fibrous tissues incessantly flowed, mending its battered form. The left side of its ghastly visage was utterly ravaged, rendering it even more ominous and malevolent. Its cold, piercing gaze fixated on the equally bloodthirsty slaughter before it. The chest of the slayer bore a gaping wound, a portion of it being consumed by the venom. Blood-red tissues relentlessly crawled forth from within, repairing its corporeal vessel. The symbiotic entity's remarkable regenerative prowess was vividly demonstrated in both the Venom and the Slayer, revealing the brutal intensity of their prior confrontation. For symbiote, the flesh of its kind is the most exquisite sustenance. It seemed that the consumption of chaos and whales had conferred significant benefits upon this primordial entity. Gazing at its newly formed sanguine body, The Slayer twisted its neck and spoke in a chilling tone. "Rest assured, my dear offspring, I have long desired to feast upon your brain." A sanguinary light surged from its blood-red eyes, engulfing the surroundings. In the earlier stages of its division, the Slayer's bloodthirsty nature and terrifying prowess would have easily devoured the venomous entity. However, after numerous evolutions, even the Slayer found the Venom to be a formidable adversary. "Fear not, my cherished progeny, for I have harbored a craving for your essence for quite some time," the Venom replied with a sinister grin, its robust arms suddenly liquefying into two liquid ion cannons, their ominous barrels gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. This prowess, gleaned from the technological ingenuity of the transformed beings, had reached an apex under the Venom's control. The liquid ion cannon was abruptly raised, unleashing a terrifying wave of ion energy that tore through the fabric of space, sweeping forth with unrestrained ferocity. An energy tempest enveloped the Slayer, whose expression shifted to one of dread. Boom, boom, boom. The liquid storm voraciously consumed the Slayer's form. Blood-red liquid erupted from the Slayer, transforming into a colossal crimson bell that clashed violently with the liquid tempest. In the void, a ghostly figure darted by, a chilling gust of claws descending like lightning upon the blood-red bell. The clawed wind scattered, revealing a grotesque visage. A long, dark tail unfurled from the Venom's rear, rising slowly like a venomous serpent from the African continent, glimmering with a predatory sheen. "I forgot to mention, I'm also known by another name, Black Mamba," it declared, its voice resonating ominously, imbued with a crimson hue that reverberated through the void. The colossal claws converged, and the blood-red bell erupted in a cataclysmic explosion. The Venom entity executed a swift and violent kick, its robust right leg delivering a devastating blow to the chest of its adversary. The impact sent the foe crashing against a distant metallic wall, which subsequently crumbled under the force, burying the fallen body beneath a cascade of steel debris. Enormous black bat-like wings flapped ceaselessly, reflecting the cruelty glinting in Venom's eyes. A grotesque blade materialized from its grasp, elongating instantaneously to several dozen meters, impaling the massive stone and piercing through the figure of its opponent. Raising the blade, Venom suspended the foe in midair, observing the contorted expression of his adversary. As a flash of crimson flickered in his feral gaze, "Why do you no longer exude such grandeur?" Venom sneered, a sinister grin stretching across his visage as his massive tongue lashed about with abandon. Suddenly, two mechanical arms lunged forward, akin to venomous serpents. With chilling precision, their icy fangs tore through the liquid blade, ensnaring the injured adversary within their grasp. As the mechanical appendages retracted with alarming speed, Venom turned coldly, his gaze reflecting an alluring silhouette. "Dr. Octavius, I never anticipated you would be so willing to subject yourself to biological experimentation," he taunted, a mocking smile curling at the corners of his mouth. At the entrance of the laboratory, a golden-haired woman stood elegantly in high heels, her demeanor deceptively cheerful. Alarmingly, 8 grotesque mechanical arms sprouted from her back, thrashing about with reckless abandon, their metallic sheen gleaming ominously. Beside her, the fallen adversary lay unconscious, blood oozing from the gaping wound in his chest, which, astonishingly, began to mend rapidly. The malevolent aura of bloodlust was gradually reviving. In mere moments, the top-tier symbiote would completely heal, regaining its terrifying power. This symbiote has been the subject of my research for nearly a decade. I cannot let it slip from my grasp so easily. The golden-haired woman, or rather, Dr. Octopus, revealed a captivating smile. Boom, boom, boom. Nearby, grotesque creatures that had escaped their containers were frantically fleeing, emitting ear-splitting roars. With a swift motion, several mechanical arms shot forth like giant serpents, instantly coiling around the bodies of these creatures. Their anguished cries echoed painfully as the cold mechanical tendrils constricted tightly, resembling serpents coiling in for the kill. Soon, the horrific sounds of bones and flesh being mercilessly crushed filled the air. Venom's gaze flickered. The spine-chilling crack of bones echoed in his ears, as the crimson in his eyes fixated on the ensnared creatures, their forms ensnared tightly by the mechanical tendrils, finally collapsing into a puddle of mire. With bloodshot eyes wide open, he fell to the ground. A pitiful swarm of crawling creatures sought to flee. Dr. Octopus chuckled softly, shaking his head as he retracted his mechanical arm, casting a cheerful glance towards the frigid-faced Venom. "My dear Mr. Venom, would you care to join our experimental endeavor?" A glimmer of infatuation sparkled in his azure eyes. "Our biotechnology, honed over decades, is unparalleled within the Federation. With our cutting-edge technology at your disposal, your symbiotic genes will undoubtedly achieve a more formidable transformation. The fusion with your host will also be rendered more perfect." The golden-haired woman blinked her eyes flirtatiously, her steps graceful as she instinctively pressed herself against Venom. Her alluring demeanor suggested an intent to meld her entire being into Venom's form. Venom's expression stiffened at once. The sight of her infatuated gaze was enough to unsettle him. He wondered what sort of taste the butcher had to indulge in such a tantalizing octopoid feast. However, with his keen spider sense, Venom could sense the frigid malice concealed beneath the woman's smile. "Fusion of genes? I believe it would be more convenient to devour you instead." A chilling smile crept across his face. With a sweep of his colossal claws, he unleashed a tempest of force, sending the golden-haired woman flying. Hood, hood, hood. 8 mechanical tendrils swiftly caught her, propelling her backward in haste. Her alloyed legs merged and then split apart, crouching on the ground like a scorpion. Dr. Octopus's countenance turned icy as he gazed at the grotesque visage before him. His moon-white eyes, reminiscent of a crescent, fixated on her as if savoring prey. His maw, lined with fangs, opened wide, and a long, crimson tongue slithered out with a wet sound, drool dripping down, rendering the scene exceedingly sinister. With a resounding boom, a billowing cloud of black mist erupted from Dr. Octopus's mouth. The dense darkness obscured all light, swiftly enveloping the entire subterranean space. In the pitch-black void where visibility was utterly absent, a mechanical claw suddenly tore through the air, piercing Venom's unsuspecting heart, penetrating his very being. With a sickening sound, the mechanical claw withdrew from his back. The wound to his heart was nearly fatal. Yet, in an instant, Dr. Octopus's expression shifted dramatically. Venom lowered his gaze to the heart impaled by the metallic talon, only to reveal a terrifying grin. His vicious fangs bared, the liquid mass of his form twisted, and his beastly neck elongated abruptly, snaking towards Dr. Octopus like a venomous serpent. A malevolent smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Witnessing this horrifying spectacle, Dr. Octopus's heart raced wildly. How could Venom's liquefaction be so dreadfully potent? How could he, with a punctured heart, remain unscathed? Even her meticulously crafted apex symbiote, the Slaughter, lacked such formidable, self-healing capabilities. A profound dread surged within her. She hastily attempted to retract the mechanical claw embedded in the heart of the venomous core. However, the black liquid at the core's opening instantaneously solidified, akin to cooling concrete, firmly restraining her. Subsequently, in the midst of Dr. Octopus's abject terror, a stream of black liquid ascended the mechanical tentacle, swiftly enveloping her form. The writhing fibrous tissue rapidly consumed Dr. Octopus's body, drowning her final anguish scream before she lost consciousness. Her once brilliant azure eyes transformed into an abyssal void, as vitality swiftly faded, supplanted by a chilling numbness and hollowness. Upon the desolate ruins, a pitch-black octopus lay sprawled upon the remnants of machinery, slowly undulating. Chapter 52. The Corrupted Octopus. The maid pet the obsidian liquid engulfed the golden-haired woman entirely. The black fluid writhed, and soon, 8 malevolent black tentacles erupted forth. Octopus tentacles. The tentacles were riddled with grotesque suckers. Immediately, from the ink sac beneath the tentacles, countless streams of ink burst forth, morphing into a pervasive black fog. Within the murky haze, a massive shadow loomed indistinctly. Moments later, as the black smoke dissipated, a fully darkened octopus was revealed, resting upon the ruins. Its supple body pressed against the metallic debris, devoid of any hint of life in its hollow eyes, resembling a mere cadaver. Parasite. The Slaughter's potent mutation ability enabled it to split parts of the symbiotic tissue, allowing it to parasitize other life forms and manipulate the host consciousness. My master. A chilling female voice emerged from the maw of the black octopus. The calm voice was imbued with seductive allure, igniting the flames within. The black octopus gradually bowed its head, coiling its dark tentacles, and responded with utmost reverence. Good. The Slaughter licked its enormous claws and affectionately stroked the black octopus's head, grinning. The prospect of having a loyal pet by one's side to serve seemed rather appealing. Moreover, this pet appeared to be a rather comely maid. Having long fed on life forms, the slaughter had grown weary of this monotonous existence. Congratulations, host! You have acquired a limited edition pet, the corrupted octopus. A chilling attribute panel materialized above the black octopus's head. Pet backpack, pet spirit no. 1 corrupted octopus level, juvenile experience points, 500 attributes, earth and water innate skills, 8-limbed tentacles, ink spray, super adhesion loyalty, 90 parasitic master. The slaughter my little darling. Venom smiled broadly, observing the octopus with keen interest. At last, he began to comprehend why the slaughter of such ferocious creatures captivated so many. This exquisite being seemed to belong to the heavens. How often could one encounter a symbiote of such rarity? My dear, do bring me a glass of red wine, Venom said with a gleeful demeanor, his words imbued with a palpable sense of greed. It is my honor to serve my master, the black octopus responded, its tone markedly softer than before. Suddenly, the liquid writhed, and fangs bared, Venom's left cheek grotesquely twisted, transforming into the visage of Bai Yu. Observing the black octopus slithering towards the cellar, a peculiar expression surfaced on Bai Yu's face. This maid has been well trained. Why not take her as your own? I am quite curious about the remarkable beings that would result from the union of you and the octopus. Bai Yu chuckled, his tone laced with mockery. As Venom's host, Bai Yu was all too aware of the nature of this single-celled symbiote. At his words, Venom's expression stiffened momentarily before he retorted in irritation. Symbiotes have always reproduced through division. How could they possibly merge with other life forms? Despite his vehement denial, a hint of regret lingered in his tone. Am I not familiar with you, you old lecher of a symbiote? Bai Yu scoffed dismissively. You. Venom's teeth clenched in frustration, and he eventually sighed in defeat, crossing his claws over his chest and ignoring Bai Yu. Just then, amidst their standoff, a mechanical arm approached, cradling a glass of red wine. The lively black octopus had once again wriggled to Venom's side. Master, your wine, it said softly. Excellent, excellent, Venom chuckled, seizing the glass and downing its contents in one go. The rich aroma of the wine enveloped him. As the liquid coursed through him, a flush of intoxication blossomed on Venom's face. What kind of wine is this? It feels splendid, he mused, shaking his slightly tipsy head, his massive form beginning to sway. The world before him grew increasingly blurred. Unsteadily, Venom lifted the wine glass before his eyes, his pupils narrowing in shock. The glass bore ominous crimson inscriptions, ether anesthetic. It was then that Venom noticed a sinister crimson figure looming behind the black octopus. Vivid red slime dripped ominously from the shadowy form, creating an aura of terror. With a resounding thud, the bloodied claws struck, and the immense body of the black octopus suddenly softened, collapsing limply to the ground. A violent wave of dizziness surged through Venom's mind, assaulting him mercilessly. The chilling giant claws crashed onto the alloy floor as Venom struggled to maintain his form. His face contorted with fury as he gazed upon the cheerful slaughter. This ether anesthetic, amplified tenfold in potency, could render you unconscious for half a month, the butcher remarked, playing with his blood-red nails. Meanwhile, the gaping wound on his body had mysteriously healed completely. Dare to play tricks on your father, Venom thought, clutching his nearly torn-apart head, his vision fading to black as he succumbed to unconsciousness. Outside the Angola prison, Gotham was enveloped in an atmosphere of maniacal laughter. Dark green toxic gas permeated every corner of the city, the noxious mist even swallowing the dawn's first light. The desolate streets were littered with countless decaying corpses in disarray. The stench of death mingled with the chemical odor of the poison, assaulting the senses. The entire city of sin had descended into a nightmarish realm. Beyond Gotham, the murky green river had ceased to flow. At its end, a mountain of bodies lay piled high, a dark barrier obstructing the water's path. This silence endured for nearly half the night. Suddenly, a silver vortex appeared in the tranquil night sky. In that moment of emergence, countless beams of light burst forth. Beneath the luminous trails, a pitch-black warship emerged like a mountain, its massive hull blocking half of the sky. A powerful aura erupted, reminiscent of a volcanic explosion, shaking the very fabric of the void. A figure clad in gilded armor stood coldly at the forefront, his icy gaze fixed upon the distant Gotham, shrouded in toxic fog. Beneath the golden mask, an endless chill surged. Boss, the situation may be even more dire than anticipated, remarked a mysterious red figure in a vibrant spider suit. Crouched on the deck, his eyes narrowed, resembling a true spider. Upon hearing Spider-Man's grave tone, Iron Man lightly tapped his alloy fingers, and after a moment of contemplation, replied coldly, "Prepare the destroyer fleet. Coordinate with the military to seal off Gotham and ensure the capture of the symbiote." "Understood," responded Seven Figures, standing respectfully behind Iron Man. "Follow me," Iron Man commanded, raising his right hand. A peculiar silver ring upon his alloy fingers shimmered with a sudden brilliance. In an instant, that silver light engulfed their bodies. Chapter 53. Transformation. The faceless nurse, the sinister darkness consumed all surrounding light. In the dim vision, countless indistinct shadows seemed to sway. After a prolonged struggle, Venom managed to pry open his pale eyes, twisting his limbs as a ghostly visage darkened. In a shadowy chamber, a dimly lit candelabrum hung overhead. Beneath its flickering glow lay a stark white hospital bed, while an array of high-precision surgical instruments rested upon the operating table. The cold surgical scalpel and the snow-white vascular clamp lay ominously in the sterile environment. Dozens of tubes penetrated his body, incessantly siphoning away his vitality. From metallic chains coiled around him like a devilish embrace, firmly restraining his limbs. A potent adhesive sealed his gaping mouth, rendering him voiceless. Hiss! The dark liquid writhed frantically across his skin, only to quickly wilt and cease its frantic movements. The visage of the Venom appeared chillingly dreadful. The after-effects of ether anesthesia were far more severe than he had anticipated. The languorous sensation coursing through his blood rendered his symbiotic tissue as soft and pliable as a sponge. As his life force ebbed away, an overwhelming sense of weakness surged within him, as though his very being was being hollowed out. Opposite his sickbed, against the frigid wall, an octopus lay bound and unconscious, ensnared in a web of restraints. Hiss! The sharp sound of a blade slicing through the air echoed in the darkness. The Venom's pallid pupils suddenly constricted. Emerging from the shadows was a twisted visage of a woman, devoid of features. The pungent scent of hospital disinfectant permeated the air. Shortly thereafter, a seductive and alluring figure stepped into view. A nurse, her face contorted, her physique enticing. Her tattered uniform bore the stains of blood. A gleaming surgical knife glimmered in her grasp, reflecting cold light. Approaching the bedside, the faceless nurse adeptly opened a box, retrieving a sterilized cloth to wipe the blade, which shone ominously under the surgical lights. At precisely midnight, the surgery was set to commence, the nurse remarked with a sinister smile as she observed the clock's countdown. The chilling chimes of the clock echoed like the tremors of death itself. Her gaze fell upon the Venom, tightly bound to the bed, and her contorted features morphed into a grotesque, blood-red visage. Scarlet fluid dripped from his tongue, a chilling sight. "Now, be a good subject and let me administer a shot. It will alleviate your suffering," she cackled, her laughter sending shivers down the spine. Yet before the procedure, I am rather curious to see what our chosen host truly resembles. The blood-red liquid recoiled, transforming once more into the nurse's twisted countenance. The faceless nurse smiled with an eerie sharpness. Beep, beep, beep. A cold mechanical apparatus descended slowly from above, enveloping the venomous form entirely within its confines. The metallic shield gradually closed, sealing off any space for movement. A chill crept into the Venom's heart. Beside the mechanical vessel, two black instruments were gently pushed forward, their dark openings extending into the container. The Venom's ghostly pupils contracted once more. On the frigid screen, a series of blood-red numbers materialized. Sound wave frequency. A nuclear magnetic resonance device. Above the instrument, a nameplate inscribed with bold English letters caught the eye. "A 60,000 nuclear magnetic pulse should suffice for your enjoyment," the nurse said with a cheerful smile, her pallid hands gently tapping on the screen. As electronic sounds resonated, the blood-red numbers on the display surged rapidly. From the darkened orifice, a terrifying wave of sound erupted. The nuclear magnetic pulse, stimulated by radio frequency pulses, generated signals transmitted in the form of sound waves. The stronger the nuclear magnetic pulse, the higher the conversion ratio to sound waves. The horrifying ultrasound engulfed the entirety of the Venom, vibrating every symbiotic cell within. Countless streams of dark liquid violently erupted from his body, as if being torn apart. The sound waves were capable of dismantling the structure of the symbiotic organism, forcibly separating it from the host. In a mechanical vessel, the inky liquid fled from the pores of Bai Yu like a desperate escape. With a resounding thud, the dark liquid slammed against the walls of the container, falling to the floor and retreating to a corner, trembling in fear. On the hospital bed, Bai Yu, free from the Venom's parasitic grip, appeared ghostly pale, and with a tilt of his head, he succumbed once more to unconsciousness, observing the forcibly detached Venom. The nurse's lips curled into a sinister smile. Beep! The blood-red button was pressed, shutting off the nuclear magnetic pulse, as the sealed mechanical vessel gradually opened. Simultaneously, the four metallic chains loosened their grip and retracted. With crimson nails, the faceless nurse grasped the wilted mass of black liquid, a cold smile playing upon her lips. A surge of frenzied impulse surged through her ghastly visage. Suddenly, the nurse opened her mouth, her pale, right hand ready to consume the black liquid. Bang! A sharp blade flashed in an instant, blood splattering as it sliced through the nurse's arm. Her right hand trembled, causing the black liquid to quiver and spill onto the hospital bed. Vivid red blood gushed forth. Upon witnessing the blood flow, the nurse's cold eyes ignited with a bloodthirsty lust. Her icy gaze fell once more upon Bai Yu, who had inexplicably risen from the bed. The murderous intent in her eyes solidified into something palpable. You haven't passed out? The nurse questioned, covering her injured right hand and taking a few steps back, her voice icy. Ha. Bai Yu lazily stretched his arms, shaking off his body, and remarked, "This anesthetic is quite effective. After all this time, I'm still a bit dazed." He then raised his gaze to the ghastly-faced nurse and smiled. "After all this performance, my acting skills are commendable, aren't they, my little Venom?" Ignoring the nurse's dark expression, Bai Yu mockingly gazed at the writhing mass of black liquid. Swoosh! The inky liquid rapidly ascended the white feathered form, swelling against the wind and engulfing his entire being. Beneath the glimmering, cold scales, a grotesque black shadow emerged. "My esteemed host, I believe the Oscars would be quite fitting for you," the venomous creature remarked, baring its fangs and licking its massive claws with a sinister chuckle. "Can you withstand the nuclear magnetic pulse?" A barely concealed ferocity surged within the crimson eyes of the female nurse. As a premier symbiote, the act of slaughter understood all too well the devastating power of ultrasonic waves against their kind. Is a nuclear magnetic pulse? The venomous entity suddenly grinned wickedly, its gaping maw widening. "Father shall provide you with something even more exhilarating." Chapter 54. Master, I will fall in love with you. Gazing at the Venom's gradually widening fangs, an overwhelming terror surged from the depths of the faceless nurse's heart. Almost instinctively, a torrent of crimson liquid engulfed her delicate form. The horrifying specter of slaughter abruptly materialized. Blood-red droplets seemed to fall from its crimson body. Simultaneously, the venomous mouth flung open, followed by a resonant, terrifying wail that swept through the air. This ghostly shriek arrived so abruptly that it caught the act of slaughter off guard, swallowing it whole in a cacophony of sound. The air quaked with a thunderous roar that mercilessly tore through the symbiotic cells within. Countless streams of crimson liquid erupted from its form, violently detaching from its body. The disintegration of the symbiote rendered the slaughter's blood-red eyes increasingly menacing. How can this be possible? A reluctant roar escaped from its lips, fragmented and desperate. With a sudden thud, sharp, bloodied claws clawed at the ground, revealing the struggling figure of a blood-haired man beneath the crimson liquid. Observing the desperate struggle of the slaughter, the venomous creature let out a chilling laugh. "My dear son, have you forgotten? You have a brother who is immune to sound waves." The mocking laughter reverberated, momentarily freezing the contorted face of the slaughter in disbelief. "So, it is through devouring him that you acquired this power." Grasping its head with bloodied claws, the slaughter managed a grotesque smile as its monstrous form gradually ceased its convulsions, the struggle slowing to a crawl. With one final wave of sound sweeping through, the emaciated body of slaughter exploded into a shower of vibrant crimson liquid, cascading through the air. Amidst the splattering blood, a mass of scarlet liquid suddenly leaped forth. A metallic container, ensnared by a black thread, swiftly pierced the air, swallowing the blood-red liquid in an instant. With the glass shell sealed, the symbiote formed from slaughter was imprisoned within the vessel. Within the confines of the vessel, a blood-red liquid swirled violently, yet it remained imprisoned within the glass enclosure. The chilling claws of a formidable creature lifted the container, as a sinister smile spread across its lips. A long, crimson tongue slithered forth from beneath its fangs, oozing viscous saliva. Suddenly, its gaze shifted landing upon a black octopus bound to the wall. 8 inky tentacles were tightly ensnared by mechanical chains, and within its eyes, the spark of life had dimmed, clearly indicating a depletion of vitality. How dare they treat my beloved octopus in such a manner? The creature cast a cold glance at the carnage within the vessel, flipping its right claw. A black tentacle shot forth instantaneously, transforming into a sharp blade. With a flash of cold light, the chains were swiftly severed. With a resounding thud, the now unbound octopus's massive form fell heavily to the ground, creating a significant crater upon impact. The loss of vitality was excessive. The creature furrowed its brow, a glimmer of cold light flickering in its eyes. Suddenly, it caught sight of several large reaction vessels scattered in the corner of the laboratory. Within one colossal container, a dark green liquid churned restlessly, enveloping a vast shadow. Under the nurturing essence of life, a completely black octopus languidly extended its 8 tentacles, a wave of comfort washing over it. As it basked in the liquid, the octopus slowly opened its eyes, only to be taken aback. A dashing silhouette stood smiling before it, radiating charm. In its grasp was a metallic container brimming with blood. The black octopus gazed at the creature's flamboyant demeanor, unable to suppress a flirtatious smile, its eyes glistening with a hint of red. "Master, if you continue to flaunt your charm like this, I might just fall for you." Amidst the ruins, a tall, purple figure stood proudly. With one hand in his pocket, the other toyed with the container filled with carnage. Beside him stood a strikingly attractive nurse, in stark contrast to her earlier blood-stained attire, now clad in a pristine uniform. Her face radiating warmth. "Xiao Zhang, please fetch me a glass of red wine." The young man coolly turned to the alluring nurse, flashing a smile. "At your service, master," she replied, gracefully bowing before striding towards the cellar with her long, elegant legs. Watching the nurse return to her human form, her seductive gait left the young man momentarily breathless. "My esteemed host, you are quite skilled," the creature in his mind chuckled, laced with mockery. "Still not as good as you." Bai Yu rolled her eyes and snorted, feigning indifference. "I discovered this girl first." Observing Bai Yu's smug demeanor, Venom expressed his dissatisfaction. "Who would like a symbiote like you?" In response, Bai Yu disdainfully mocked Venom. Venom, filled with indignation, retorted, "You think you can compete with me for women?" Just as Bai Yu was basking in his own glory, Dr. Octopus approached with a glass of red wine, a glimmer of amusement in his eyes. "Not bad, not bad." Bai Yu took the glass and drank it in one gulp, savoring the rich aroma of the wine, smacking his lips in pleasure. While he reveled in the attention of a beautiful woman pouring his drink, a sudden urgent voice from Venom echoed in his mind. "Get out of the way." Boom! A terrifying black liquid surged forth, engulfing Bai Yu's entire being, as a chilling claw shot out, blocking Dr. Octopus behind him. Bang! With a thunderous crash, the alloy door of the laboratory collapsed in an instant. Next, a black smoke bomb pierced through the air, exploding mid-flight. Bam! The sky filled with black mist, swiftly enveloping the entire laboratory and extinguishing all light. Within the black fog, a pair of bone-white pupils suddenly illuminated. The claw-like wind swept through, tearing apart the encroaching darkness. As the black smoke dissipated, Venom's eyes grew cold with surprise. "I never expected you, this remnant, to hide in Gotham." A light chuckle emerged from behind the mist, leisurely drifting into the air. Boom! Boom! A violent thunderclap resonated through the heavens, as if a thunderous waterfall descended from the distant void, tearing the space apart. Following closely, waves of terrifying pressure surged forth, akin to that of deities. In the void, a figure clad in crimson gold armor materialized. Behind this armored figure trailed 7 more, their icy gazes fixated on Venom's menacing form. Chapter 55, The Storm Approaches. In the dead of night, Gotham was engulfed by the suffocating toxic mist and the heavy shroud of darkness. The desolate city was ravaged by malevolent winds. In the night sky, a thunderous cascade descended, revealing 8 terrifying silhouettes amidst the lightning. Above the shattered Angola prison, a crimson gold armored figure hovered effortlessly. Beneath his alloy feet, 2 particle accelerators flickered with blue flames, allowing him to levitate in the air. A storm of particle energy surged from the accelerators. At his chest, a high-frequency energy source emitted a chilling glow. Behind him stood 7 figures, each exuding a terrifying aura, equally suspended in midair. Unmistakably, each bore a dazzling silver token hanging from their waists. engraved with an iconic shield emblem. In the desolate prison, an overwhelming aura of terror reverberated throughout as the majestic thunder unleashed its fury. The system detected 4 level 6 life forms, 3 level 5 life forms, and 1 level 1 life form, all exhibiting danger and talent ratings exceeding 6. An alert resonated. The enemy poses a formidable threat and wields objects of exceptionally high danger. The ability to devour talent has been activated. A cold electronic voice slowly emerged. Gazing at the golden-armored figure suspended in the air, Venom stirred its massive tongue, toying with the blood-red container in its grasp, and smiled wickedly. What a grand spectacle! Does S-H-I-E-L-D hold me in such high regard? A hint of unabashed mockery glimmered in its pale, white pupils. Venom, a symbiote by nature, revels in brutality. Indulging in such excesses will inevitably invite further carnage. Iron Man raised his metallic helmet, staring at the venomous creature sprawled on the ground. Its visage twisted in rage, eyes reflecting indifference. Return to S-H-I-E-L-D with me. Otherwise, this place shall be your final resting ground. Upon hearing that indifferent, thunderous command, a smirk of derision crept upon Venom's lips, followed by a thunderous, maniacal laughter that echoed through the air. Ha! 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 Come! 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 I am eager to see whose grave this will be. With a sinister chuckle, Venom swiped a claw to shield the black octopus behind it before stepping forward. A terrifying black liquid surged forth from its form, and in an instant, Venom's grotesque body expanded. Within mere moments, a colossal black shadow loomed in the sky. Towering over 15 meters, casting a vast, ominous shadow. Venom's ultimate form emerged, displaying a stark white spider emblem on its chest, while a deep purple bat insignia crawled across its back. The serpent-like black tail swayed ominously in the wind, exuding a palpable aura of malevolence. An overwhelming force of wickedness swept through the air. With a thunderous crash, Venom crushed a steel tower beneath its foot, followed by a sweeping claw that reduced nearby buildings, corroded by toxic mist to mere fragments. Evolved to the pinnacle of a mid-level symbiote, Venom possessed strength rivaling that of mountains, observing the creature resembling an evil deity. The 7 Spider-Men hovering near Iron Man turned pale with dread. Having consumed countless life forms, Venom had grown to a level that instilled fear even in them. A chilling roar erupted from Venom, its sonic waves ravaging the atmosphere, the aura of domination tearing through the toxic mist, engulfing the entirety of Gotham. With a powerful thrust of its hind legs, Venom's grotesque form surged forward. Under the cold moonlight, a glimmering shadow materialized. The overwhelming winds of its claws descended upon Iron Man and the others like a dark storm. 1 against 8. Not a hint of fear for the impending chaos. Behind the crimson figure, a terrifying dark green fist expanded in the wind, colliding with Venom's icy claws like a meteor. Boom! 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 The tempestuous winds ravaged the surroundings, obliterating the nearby skyscrapers. Beneath the night sky, a colossal shadow of a ghostly green hue was hurled through the air, crashing violently into a distant clock tower, causing half of its structure to collapse. With a thunderous impact, the might of a single claw was terrifying. Big guy, you seem less imposing than before, remarked Venom, a sinister grin creeping across his ghastly visage as he observed the brooding Hulk emerge from the rubble. In the moment Hulk was sent flying, Spider-Man and Wolverine exchanged glances, both registering a flicker of horror in each other's eyes. As elite agents of S-H-I-E-L-D, they understood Hulk's formidable strength, capable of leveling cities. Once, within the confines of Galaxy Tower, Hulk had managed to subdue Venom. Now, however, Venom had evolved to a level that even Hulk found daunting. As a claw descended, Venom abruptly raised his arms. His powerful limbs instantaneously liquefied, transforming into 2 ominous liquid ion cannons. The darkened muzzles locked onto the furious Hulk. Together came 2 chilling commands. A vibrant red figure, Spider-Man, swiftly scaled the iron tower surface. In a flash, multiple silver webs shot forth, adhering to the tower. With tremendous force, the entire structure was hurled towards Venom. Simultaneously, a menacing wolf silhouette darted through the night sky, its green eyes glinting with a frosty malice. With a sudden leap, the wolf soared several meters into the air. A glint of cold steel flashed as claws forged from adamantium descended from above. Boom! 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 A terrifying liquid storm erupted from the ion cannons, engulfing the figures of Spider-Man and Wolverine in an instant. Suddenly, a long, dark tail swept through the tempest, crashing into their chests. Bang, bang, bang. The two figures were sent flying as if they were meteors, crashing through a spire and shattering glass along their path. With a resounding crash, the steel debris fell, burying Spider-Man and Wolverine beneath its weight. Is that all you can withstand? Venom sneered, perched atop a commercial building, his crimson tongue flickering as he grinned menacingly. Boom! In the distance, the battered iron tower erupted in a violent explosion. Amidst the billowing smoke, a dark green giant approached, each step heavy with foreboding. Hulk's expression was grim, his obsidian eyes ablaze with a beastly crimson ferocity. Meanwhile, from the ruins of the spire, a chilling wolf claw suddenly emerged. With ferocity, the claw tore through the rubble, and two figures sprang forth, landing on the ground. The expressions of Spider-Man and Wolverine morphed into sheer dismay. In a remarkable display of strength, one stands against three, yet maintains an undeniable advantage. The prowess of Venom, after its evolution, transcends their wildest imaginations. Chapter 56, Captain America, Iron Man. Against the backdrop of the profound night sky, a figure clad in crimson armor stands resolutely in midair. Behind him, for silhouettes hover, their expressions betraying a sense of gravity. Below, amidst the shattered ruins, a menacing black giant looms, greedily flicking its long tongue while dark liquid streams from its form, exuding an aura of malevolence. Is this the limit of S-H-I-E-L, the agents? A mocking laughter escapes Venom's lips, instantly darkening the faces of Spider-Man and his companions. Little insect, Hulk will tear you to shreds. Amidst the debris, Hulk stomps down violently on the remnants of a metal tower, his eyes ablaze with a crimson glow. The dark green of his skin begins to tremble, revealing glimpses of a savage red emerging from his pores. A fierce rage simmers within him, akin to a dormant volcano poised to erupt. Just as the blood-red fury threatens to consume Hulk, a metallic hand descends upon his shoulder. A pulse of crystalline magnetic energy radiates from Iron Man's palm, penetrating Hulk's mind and gradually diminishing the crimson hue in his gaze. The sudden chill of the touch startles Hulk momentarily. Leave it to me. A detached voice resonates as golden flames surge forth from the rocket thrusters behind Iron Man. His armored figure ascends into the sky, the core reactor in his chest radiating a haunting violet glow. This ethereal light quickly disperses the toxic mist enveloping the night. The Mark 85 armor, one of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s most advanced nanosuits, was designed and crafted by Tony Stark himself, having undergone numerous modifications by various superheroes, thus becoming one of the pinnacle armors of the age. Despite the multitude of skilled individuals within S.H.I.E.L.D., Iron Man's position remains unassailable, not solely due to his inherent leadership qualities, but also owing to his formidable prowess and prestige. Captain America, Iron Man, ding. The system detects a life form classified as Iron Man, danger level 8, talent level 7. System alert. This life form poses an extreme threat. With armor classified as epic level. Host, proceed with caution. The cold electronic voice resonates slowly. Gazing at the golden figure in the void, Venom's pale eyes narrow slightly. As a symbiote, you are indeed powerful. A chilling voice emanates from beneath Iron Man's metallic helmet. However, this is where it ends. Boom! A deep violet light bursts forth, followed by a storm of destructive purple lightning swirling around Iron Man. His metallic eyes transform into a field of violet. Beep, beep. The armor's energy is fully charged. The nanosuit is integrated, and the 9th anti-gravity device is activated. Two ethereal energy cannons formed instantaneously from both arms. In the next moment, they transformed into two astonishing rainbows that pierce the sky, stretching across the horizon. The terrifying purple lasers, swift as thunder, rapidly magnified within the gaze of Venom. An immense torrent of black liquid erupted from Venom's body, swirling in a vortex to take the shape of a pitch-black liquid shield, positioned resolutely in front. Boom! The howling purple storm crashed upon the black shield like a tsunami, instantly causing the shield to explode. Amidst the splattering black liquid, a pair of colossal claws suddenly tore through the tempest, leaping forth a menacing shadow. The robust right arm abruptly liquefied, wielding a gigantic mace that swept through the air. Dazzling purple light ignited from the launcher, and Iron Man let out a cold grunt as numerous missile ports emerged densely from his form. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless miniature missiles, trailing purple flames, shot forth in an instant. Boom, boom, boom. The sky was filled with missiles colliding with the liquefied mace, unleashing rampant flames intermingled with black liquid that swept across the battlefield. After most of the missiles had detonated, the remaining ones continued to scream toward Venom. Tracking. Bang. Venom propelled his powerful limbs, leaping suddenly to evade the missile bombardment while navigating the towering buildings. Boom, boom, boom. Each strike of his claws caused a building to collapse in an instant, reduced to ruins. Whoosh. Another missile, ablaze with purple flames, grazed past his cheek. Boom. The edifice that loomed before him crumbled with a thunderous roar, billowing smoke rising into the air. Venom's peripheral vision cast a cold gaze toward the dozens of missiles trailing behind. Evasion was futile. He needed to find an opportunity for a counterattack. A chilling voice echoed in his mind. I am seeking the chance. Venom nodded slightly, then leaped, evading the barrage of multiple missiles. On the shimmering scales of his armor, dozens of black cannon ports suddenly materialized. Liquid ion cannon. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying black liquid columns swept forth from the cannon, instantly intercepting all the pursuing missiles. Bang, bang, bang. Mushroom clouds of fire erupted into Gotham's night sky. The toxic miasma enveloping Gotham was completely incinerated by the flames, staining the entire night sky a deep crimson. Hissus. A sinister, slithering sound emanated from Venom's gaping maw, sending chills down the spine. His chilling claws, upon landing on an iron tower, spun 360 degrees, sparking a flurry of flames. Venom's wicked eyes suddenly locked onto Iron Man's gaze from a distance. Their eyes met, and a palpable chill of murderous intent seemed to solidify in the air. Venom. Iron Man. Boom. The iron tower collapsed, and Venom's grotesque shadow lunged forth. The astonishing leaping ability of Venom allowed him to pounce hundreds of meters away, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Upon witnessing the beast-like Venom springing forth, Iron Man felt a chill run down his spine. A torrent of particles surged from Iron Man's thrusters, propelling him into the air as a streak of red light, creating distance between them. Attempting to flee, Venom snarled with a sinister grin as multiple black tendrils shot forth like venomous serpents, swiftly latching onto Iron Man's right leg. The inky substance coiled around him like a devilish embrace. With a fierce tug, Venom yanked Iron Man downward with brutal force. In mere moments, Venom darted to stand before Iron Man, the terrifying gust of his claws tearing through the air and enveloping Iron Man completely. In an instant, the energy core on Iron Man's chest flared brilliantly as a nanoshield materialized. The ensuing shockwaves wreaked havoc, sending both figures hurtling back and shattering everything in their wake. The acrid smoke billowed across the night sky, lingering long after the chaos subsided. Eventually, a colossal claw erupted from the ruins, followed by Venom's ghastly visage emerging into view. His cold, sinister gaze fell upon the figure of a golden warrior rising from the debris nearby. Suddenly, 7 dark silhouettes descended from the heavens, landing with icy stares fixed on Venom as he rose. The atmosphere became oppressively silent. A powerful burst of purple flames erupted from Iron Man's thrusters, lifting him higher into the skies. As he gazed down at Venom, his expression turned increasingly frigid. The wounds inflicted by the missile earlier had nearly healed on Venom, thanks to the remarkable regenerative abilities of the symbiote, making him a formidable foe. Abruptly, Venom's demeanor shifted as he scanned the barren night sky, a cold smile creeping upon his face. At last, they had arrived. A thunderous roar resonated from the void above, causing Venom to tilt his head in alarm. His once tranquil spider sense erupted with unprecedented urgency, sending his heart racing. In the stillness of the night, countless silver vortices emerged simultaneously. Massive spatial whirlpools loomed in the sky, unleashing relentless particle storms. From these vortices, shadowy figures began to materialize, first revealing an endless flight deck, followed closely by a pitch-black warship. The fearsome artillery, crawling across the entire hull, forms an integrated island structure that looms over the ship like a mountain. Countless fighter jets are stationed on the vertically ascending hydraulic deck. Most strikingly, At the forefront of these warships, a colossal shield emblem is engraved. A dense fleet, numbering in the hundreds, has surrounded Gotham from the night sky, effectively sealing the city. The warships have encircled the metropolis. An aura of destruction permeates the air. Is this the fleet of annihilation? Gazing at the fleet, resembling a colossal beast of steel, even Spider-Man, who has been crouching on the ground, could not help but wear a grave expression. Wolverine, with his claws crossed over his chest, nodded slightly. The Fleet of Annihilation is a product of the Superhuman Initiative, originally conceived as a hypothetical enemy against extraterrestrial life in the cosmos. In terms of combat capability, it embodies the pinnacle of the Federation's technological advancements. Although command of the fleet temporarily rests with S.H.I.L.D., the military's involvement in its development grants them a degree of influence. The fact that the leader has mobilized it suggests a substantial gamble at stake. As Wolverine's words lingered in the air, his emerald wolf-like eyes instinctively turned towards Iron Man, who stood at the forefront. Amidst the fiery ruins, Venom lay low, his expression darkening as he observed the encroaching fleet. Do we have a chance of breaking through the blockade? In his mind, Bai Yu's voice became notably somber. With his keen perception, he could see that S.H.I.E.L.D. had indeed committed its full forces to this offensive. Contrary to his usual ruthless demeanor, Venom unexpectedly shook his head, which caused a wave of unease to wash over Bai Yu. Even in the face of terrifying chaos and massacre, Venom had never faltered. Yet now, this tsunami-like fleet of annihilation instilled such trepidation that even Venom felt a sense of dread. A suffocating silence lingered for several seconds. Master, just as Venom's face darkened further, a gentle female voice emerged from behind, momentarily startling him. Turning around, he beheld a slender figure, her face etched with concern, standing behind him. Dr. Octopus, with her delicate hands clenched, gazed intently at the massive fleet in the night sky. 8 mechanical tentacles, having sprouted from Dr. Octopus's back, danced in the air, clearly revealing her acute perception endowed by her octopus genes as she sensed the perilous situation before them. For some reason, the usually bloodthirsty Venom exhibited no hint of brutality at this moment. Rest assured, nothing will happen, he said suddenly, extending his immense claw to caress her head, revealing a smile that was not entirely unappealing. Although Venom's claws were frigid, Dr. Octopus smiled faintly, seemingly imbued with confidence in him. I have a notion. A chilling voice echoed in my mind, laced with an undercurrent of madness. Venom's expression shifted, and his countenance suddenly altered. His ashen white eyes flickered rapidly, ultimately morphing into a fierce glint. It's merely a battleship, devoured whole. In quick succession, a similar frenzied light flashed in his gaze. The night sky over Gotham, shrouded in darkness, was gradually converging with a massive fleet, forming a sealed encirclement. The ominous muzzles of the cannons blocked every exit from Gotham, as if, in the very next moment, a terrifying storm of firepower would envelop the city entirely. At the forefront of the flagship stood a familiar figure clad in crimson and gold. Through advanced night vision, Iron Man could distinctly see Venom, lying atop the ruins, surveying his surroundings. 30 minutes later, the fleet sounded its horn and initiated the assault. U-7, command a Dragon King-class battleship from the 4 cardinal directions and ensure the capture of the symbiote. If necessary, eliminate it on the spot. The cold command resonated suddenly from beneath Iron Man's metallic helmet. Understood. Spider-Man and the other 6 responded with deference. In an instant, 7 beams of silver light enveloped their forms, causing them to vanish without a trace. A slender youth clad in purple sat quietly amid the ruins. At some point, a bracelet had wound itself around his left wrist, emblazoned with the image of a black octopus. In his right hand, he held a metallic container, within which lay a pulsating crimson liquid. Beep! A piercing alarm blared from the flagship, reverberating painfully in Venom's ears. How unpleasant, he thought. Slowly, he opened his eyes, stretched his neck, and a feral crimson hue surged in his abyss-like gaze. The horrific black liquid surged forth from his pores, engulfing his entire body in an instant. As Venom's grotesque form reemerged, his pale eyes fixed upon the fleet, which resembled a dense forest, and a surge of madness welled within him. On a night of peril, under a moonless sky. Chapter 58, The Lethal Trap, Venom's Frenzy. As a sinister grin spread across Venom's ghastly visage, The vast fleet also sounded the clarion call for slaughter. The darkened armada descended from the night sky, scattered like stars across the firmament. The menacing dragon-headed cannon aligned itself squarely at the Venom, who lay upon the ground. Despite Venom's towering height of over 15 meters, he appeared as insignificant as an ant before the colossal warships. Boom, boom, boom. A chain of lasers ignited, connecting the warships into a formidable array of high energy. Hundreds of purple beams shot skyward simultaneously. As it ascended into the heavens, a brilliant violet light swiftly coalesced at the center, transforming into a colossal purple shield that obscured the sun. Upon this radiant shield, a vast expanse of purple starry sky materialized. Shortly thereafter, tumultuous purple thunderclouds began to gather. Gazing upon the formidable fleet, Venom raised its enormous claws, and, with a menacing grin directed at the cold, golden figure, remarked, "What a grand display. Are you attempting to detain me?" A scarlet tongue slithered from its fangs, dripping with chilling saliva. "You have slaughtered innocents, consumed the agents of Symbiosis, and devastated numerous cities, inflicting unprecedented calamities upon the Federation. Tell me, should I allow you to remain?" A detached voice emanated from Iron Man, imbued with piercing intensity. From the mouth of the dragon's cannon, a dense violet light subtly coalesced, compressed into particles of exceedingly high energy density. "Ah, so it is my exceedingly brutal nature that is to blame?" A look of sudden realization flickered across Venom's grotesque visage. It appeared that Symbiosis held me in considerable regard. However, I pondered whether, amidst such a multitude of warships and agents, they could truly prevent my departure today. Should I escape, I would proceed to obliterate a Federation city each month, devouring more vengeful spirits to augment my power until the Federation was utterly reduced to a realm of shadows. Venom's soft laughter reverberated through the void. The atmosphere of Gotham turned instantly suffocatingly silent, a palpable chill rising within countless hearts. No one doubted Venom, or its host, White Feather, was speaking idly. Therein lies the true terror. A frenzied strongman is not frightening. What is truly alarming is a frenzied strongman endowed with such chilling rationality. Observing the grotesque smile upon Venom's face, Iron Man and the 7 others felt a sudden chill descend upon them. Their gazes locked, each pair of eyes glinting with a fierce determination. This symbiotic entity must be eradicated, lest it bring endless repercussions. In the next moment, nearly 100 violet beams of light tore through the fabric of space, illuminating the night sky and precisely targeting Venom. A barrage unleashed, altering the very hues of the earth and sky. The terrifying flow of particles relentlessly shredded the surrounding space, enveloping the heart of Gotham with a force reminiscent of nature's fury. Hiss! An evil sound erupted suddenly. The inky liquid upon Venom writhed violently, and in an instant, transformed into over 100 liquid ion cannons. Whoosh! 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 The fearsome black liquid columns, unwavering, collided with the descending particle artillery like meteors. Boom! 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 The cacophony of explosions engulfed the air. The first wave of particle onslaught was withstood by Venom with sheer force. The crew aboard the destroyer fleet was left aghast, as if they had encountered a phantom. They had never conceived that such a terrifying storm, capable of annihilating cities, could be thwarted by the power of a symbiotic entity. In the midst of a tempestuous gale, a colossal black shadow suddenly leaped forth, soaring to an astonishing height of nearly 1,000 meters. With a thunderous crash, the frigid claws firmly grasped the prow of a battleship, igniting a cascade of sparks. Instantly, Venom surged onto the deck, and the terrifying fangs, along with the gaping maw, sent chills down the spines of all crew members. Bang! 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 Countless machine gun barrels were aimed at the Venom, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Yet, the concentrated firepower merely resulted in harmless sparks dancing upon the creature's armored scales. Several black tendrils shot forth, swiftly adhering to the central turret of the battleship. Boom! As the liquid retracted, the turret erupted with a deafening roar, and frantic figures ensnared by the tendrils were flung back. A chilling howl echoed as a crew member's head was devoured whole, the sound of flesh exploding sending shivers down the spine. In an instant, the shadow darted forward, akin to a predator among its prey, plunging into the formation of stationary fighter jets. Boom! Boom! The claws swept through the air, scattering shards of steel, reflecting the pallor of Iron Man's face. "Boss!" A frantic voice crackled through the pulse receiver near Iron Man's ear. At all costs, he declared, his voice icy and resolute, emanating from beneath his metallic helmet. The besieged battleship was thrown into chaos, engulfed in a raging inferno that ravaged the island-like structure. The acrid scent of burning permeated the air. The venomous creature crashed into the cockpit, ripping the captain in half with a single swipe, suddenly freezing in place. In the distance, the night sky illuminated by the sight of hundreds of ironclad vessels pivoting their cannons, coldly aimed at him. A terrifying purple particle storm surged forth with devastating force, crashing into the battleship. Amidst the tumult of particles, the deck of the ship swiftly disintegrated. In the blink of an eye, half of the battleship vanished into the night sky. Madness ensued. The venomous creature's expression darkened further as it pivoted, leaping backward. A pair of enormous bat wings erupted from its back, flapping furiously. Just as the creature prepared to evade the particle stream, an eerie red laser suddenly pierced through its chest. Its eyes widened in horror as it glanced down at its heart, a gaping wound appearing where it had been struck. Through the hole, it caught sight of Iron Man's mechanical arm raised high on a battleship a kilometer away, a bright red muzzle glinting ominously. Quite the clever ploy. The creature grinned, but its heart shattered in that instant. Immediately thereafter, its grotesque black form exploded, transforming into a swirling mass of black liquid. At the moment of Venom's body bursting, a torrent of terrifying particles surged forth, engulfing the black liquid entirely. In the night sky, a fiery mushroom cloud ascended slowly, and the essence of Venom's symbiote seemed to vanish into thin air. Was it dead? A strand of silver webbing swung down, suspending Spider-Man's body as it landed beside Iron Man. A pair of spider-like eyes fixated intently on Venom, encased within the sea of flames. Iron Man's nanolasers, having been charged for an extended duration, compressed molecular energy to an extreme point. The resulting destructive force was so formidable that even the Crimson Hulk would retreat in fear. Moreover, in terms of defensive capability, Venom paled in comparison to the Hulk. "Issus!" An ominous voice suddenly emerged from the inferno, causing everyone to hold their breath in trepidation. Chapter 59, Devouring Slaughter, Advanced Evolution Hissus. The sinister sound rustled from the fiery mushroom cloud, as if something was crawling out. A chilling malevolence, akin to a resurgence of a demon, abruptly awoke. On board the fortress-like battleship, Iron Man and his 8 companions felt their pupils constrict. Amidst the rolling flames, a dark liquid, which should have been incinerated, subtly materialized. The surging black liquid swirled like a vortex, coalescing into a menacing shadow. Enormous claws suddenly extended, tearing through the flames. Following that, a pair of immense black bat-like wings unfurled, stirring up gusts of wild wind. Venom's right claw clutched a shattered container's remnants, which still held a few drops of crimson liquid. Within that cavernous maw, a mass of blood-red liquid was being swallowed, its scarlet tongue curling upwards in a spine-chilling manner. Sensing the gathering horrified gazes from all around, Venom twisted his beastly neck and cackled. "I apologize, but it seems the positions of hunter and prey may need to be reassessed." In the next instant, Venom glided forward, his figure appearing spectrally before a battleship, as if teleporting, sending shivers down spines. A horrific aura erupted from him, and blood surged forth from his flowing black form. The crew aboard the battleship felt their hairs stand on end, as an undeniable dread clawed its way from their hearts. A chilling giant claw, accompanied by a mighty gale, crashed down upon the prow of the ship. In that moment, Venom's bone-white pupils transformed into 2 swirling black holes, and his cavernous mouth opened wide. The monstrous maw expanded in the wind, and in the blink of an eye, it ballooned to several hundred meters in width. The insatiable bloodied mouth cast a shadow that blotted out the sun, enveloping Gotham entirely. Boom! The fangs closed in, and the entire battleship was swallowed whole by Venom. The sound of bursting alloy echoing through the heavens. The entire night sky suddenly descended into profound silence. The pinnacle warship crafted by S.H.I.E.L.D., the Destroyer, was obliterated in a single gulp by Venom. A chime resonated. "Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a grade-level life form, resulting in slaughter, and acquired a new super ability." Another chime followed. "Congratulations, host. You have gained a bonus of 5 000 life points, accumulating a total of 20,000 life energy through your consumption. The host had amassed a collection of symbiote genes: chaos, wail, slaughter. Advanced evolution was now initiating. A cold, mechanical voice echoed. As a thick scent of blood permeated the air, blood-red patterns began to emerge upon the gleaming scales, entwining with a myriad of sharp blades swallowed by the crimson liquid, enhancing their ominous aura. Immediately after, countless ghostly blue flames erupted from within him, swirling rapidly around his form. That fearsome physique surged again, expanding to nearly 30 meters in height. Most startling was the long black tail, now stained with a scarlet hue, transforming into a grotesque blood python, flicking its red tongue. In the darkness, Venom raised his blood-red eyes, a tidal wave of malevolence swirling within their depths. A crimson attribute panel materialized above him, and the blood-red digits began to soar wildly. Host, Bai Yu symbiote, Venom level, advanced consciousness occupancy, 80 maximum strength, 3,000 tons, system estimate. Comparable to the destructive power of a level 7 earthquake, surface defense, 500 points, system prediction. Capable of withstanding the blast of a micronuclear warhead, jump speed, 500 points, system verification. Exceeding 5 times the speed of sound, symbiote gene storage, chaos, wail, slaughter. New ability of Venom, duplication, by splitting parts of the symbiotic tissue. Various weapons and life forms can be conjured to assist the host in battle. Note, the number of duplicates varies according to the host's life intensity. Second-generation spider sense, evolved from the original spider sense, possessing a more acute beastly sense of smell, capable of detecting the presence of other symbiotes. System balance alert. The lifespan of Venom's life consumption has been shortened. If life energy is not replenished within 12 hours, the Venom symbiote will fall into a dormant state. A sinister smile curled at the corner of Venom's mouth. The system warned that advanced evolution would require 30 minutes, after which the symbiote would automatically enter a dormant state. Awakening after this duration. A chime resounded, system shutting down in 1, 2. At the moment the attribute panel manifested, the electronic voice echoed once more. Venom's grim visage darkened instantly. What is this nonsense? A 30-minute slumber? Are you jesting? I haven't even begun to flaunt my power. More critically, these 30 minutes felt interminable, especially with adversaries encircling him. Under the siege of the S.H.I.E.L.D. destroyer fleet Bai Yu, having severed ties with the advanced symbiote, was on the brink of a catastrophic storm of bloodshed. Damn system. Useless system, he exclaimed, only to be met with a chilling realization. The pitch-black liquid that had engulfed his body was now beyond his control, seeping into his pores. His towering physique began to visibly shrink at an alarming rate. In the blink of an eye, his once formidable height diminished to 3 meters, rendering him shorter than even his initial state as a lower-level symbiote. The terrifying aura of the Venom swiftly withered away, and the once overwhelming presence vanished without a trace. Come forth, you wretched system, he bellowed in a fit of rage, but the only response was an oppressive silence. The typically vibrant system appeared dormant, as if ensnared in ice, leaving him in a state of fury. From the distant night sky, atop the colossal, dragon-headed battleship, 8 formidable figures emanating a powerful aura stood resolutely. Upon witnessing the sudden surge of energy from the Venom, Iron Man and his companions were struck with dread. The menacing visage of the creature, capable of devouring battleships, even sent shivers down the spine of the most ferocious Hulk. Did he consume slaughter? Spider-Man gulped nervously. Beside him, Wolverine fell into silence, his emerald eyes flickering with unease. Suddenly, Iron Man's gaze sharpened, his cold metallic eyes fixated on the venomous figure. Countless tendrils of black liquid erupted from the symbiote, and to the astonishment of all, the monstrous form began to shrink. In mere moments, the Venom's stature reduced to below 3 meters, and with it, the menacing pressure dissipated into nothingness. A dramatic turn of events unfolded. Chapter 60. Hijacking. The escape from the pinnacle of the clouds, countless streams of black liquid cascaded from the surface of the Venom, burrowing into its pores. The grotesque form contracted visibly, the elongated tail gradually dissolving, and the blades that had once adorned its back retracted into its skeletal frame. In an instant, the fearsome Venom regressed, as if time itself had reversed, transforming into a mid-level symbiote. The fangs receded, and the spider emblem on his chest merged back into his being. The criminal intellect that resided within his mind plummeted rapidly, soon disconnecting from the online state. A lower-level symbiote. It was akin to a return to youth. A pair of infant-like, delicate hands emerged from thin air. Amidst the chilling night sky, where a sinister wind howled, a slender figure clad in purple materialized mysteriously upon the battleship. Sensing the astonished gazes of the world around him, the purple-clad youth awkwardly scratched his head and spread his hands in a gesture of helplessness, his face a mask of resignation. Do not gaze at me in such a manner. It is this system that seeks to disrupt my state of mind. On board the Dragonhead battleship, as they beheld the seemingly magical white feathers, Iron Man and the others exchanged bewildered glances, their expressions filled with confusion. Hundreds of destroyer battleships stood frozen, halting the eruption of particle storms. Truly, this is the height of absurdity. Master, I am on the verge of entering a dormant state. Venom's characteristically malevolent voice grew increasingly intermittent. This is troublesome. May I utilize the equipment you extracted from Batman? With obsidian eyes, White Feather surveyed the formidable destroyer fleet, resembling a monstrous beast, and felt a headache coming on. Of course, Master, this is not a place for prolonged stay. You should take cover for a moment. Once I have revived, we shall return together to devour these insignificant ants. The chilling voice abruptly ceased. Ding! System shutdown complete. The backend is undergoing advanced evolution. Please maintain power connection. The cold mechanical tone prompted White Feather to roll his eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a bat-shaped shuriken materialized, gleaming with a frosty light. His gaze swept over the dozens of fighter jets stationed on the hydraulic deck, and an inexplicable expression crossed his face. With a resounding thud, the sharp blade of the shuriken tore through the void, forcefully striking the fuselage, its barbed tip embedding itself within. A swift tug on the claw hook sent a flash of purple light surging forth, alighting gracefully on the cockpit. The sealed hatch swung open. Skillfully fastening his safety belt around his waist, White Feather donned an impressive helmet and grasped the intercom, letting out a cold laugh. Come and catch me, if you dare. As his mocking words echoed, he pressed the throttle, the wheels screeching against the ground, and a torrent of air erupted from the engines on either wing. The entire fighter jet ascended into the sky, trailing a dazzling purple flame. Intercept him. Iron Man, snapping back to reality, turned pale and bellowed. Virtual electromagnetic pulses swept outward in waves. Thousands of fighter jets leaped into action from the hundreds of battleships, converging upon the distant black that had soared into the heavens. Boss, are we pursuing? Spider-Man, crouching low, furrowed his brow as he gazed at the terrifying wave of aircraft. Even with their keen eyes as S-H-I-E-L-D agents, it was evident that the advanced symbiotic entity Venom, which had latched on a White Feather, was under some form of constraint, forcibly separated. The anger in Iron Man's eyes gradually subsided as he surveyed the almost infernal Gotham. He shook his head, narrowing his gaze. That kid, now devoid of Venom's presence, is of little concern. For now, we must clean up Gotham's mess to prevent those military old-timers from going berserk again. Understood. Spider-Man and the other 6 responded respectfully. However, we must eradicate the root of the problem. Hawkeye, you lead the pursuit. Ensure we capture him before dawn. Alive or dead. Understood. Behind Spider-Man, the iron-masked man with elongated phoenix-like eyes unfurled his arms, the ethereal feathers of a majestic eagle billowing in the wind. In his grasp, a bow as dark as ink bore several arrows glinting with a chilling sheen. The sharpshooter, the shield, Hawkeye, had pupils that shimmered with the predatory gleam of a hawk. High above, a vague shadow tore through the cloud sea, racing with fervor. Shortly after the shadow vanished, a swarm of fighter jets, akin to locusts, erupted from the clouds, surging forth with an overwhelming presence in pursuit. Within the cockpit, White Feather leisurely twirled the steering wheel, a cigar held between his lips as his languid gaze swept across the rearview mirror. There, the tumultuous formation of fighter jets menacingly surged forward. With a puff of white smoke, a flicker of icy menace flashed in White Feather's eyes. Bang, bang, bang. The howling cold winds battered against the cockpit's glass. The nose of the aircraft deftly maneuvered to evade the roaring winds, diving into the clouds. After nearly 20 minutes of aerial chase, They traversed the northern airspace of the Federation and soon entered the restricted air corridor in the extreme north. As magnetic fields shifted and entropy surged, radar systems were rendered ineffective. The intelligent display screen in the cockpit reflected White Feather's frosty visage. Behind, the pursuing fighter jets displayed signs of impatience, forming a six-pointed star formation, enclosing him within a lethal perimeter. Boom! A deafening noise erupted from the front of the aircraft, plunging the cockpit into sudden darkness. A fierce sensation of weightlessness struck as White Feather's hands trembled, momentarily releasing the steering wheel. Crash! In an instant, the right windshield shattered into a myriad of fragments, torn apart by the tempestuous winds. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the terrifying pressure differential between the interior and exterior of the cockpit yanked White Feather's body upward, slamming him violently against the dashboard. The dashboard abruptly malfunctioned, and the autopilot disengaged. The biting winds howled in, wreaking havoc on the cockpit instruments. Flickering lights heralded the cabin's depressurization. Once the pressure was released, the cockpit temperature plummeted below freezing, rendering White Feather's face rigid with cold. A chilling gaze pierced through the rear glass of the cabin, locking onto a shadow 1,000 meters away. The masked figure sheathed his menacing longbow, lifted his mask, and revealed a cryptic smile. The entire aircraft entered a state of weightlessness, gliding downwards toward the sea of clouds. Two plumes of dense black smoke billowed from the shattered engines. The aircraft spiraled out of control. With a frozen expression, White Feather braced against the oncoming chill, struggling to stabilize himself as he slumped in the pilot's seat. In a fleeting moment, the out-of-control fighter plummeted nearly 1,000 meters in altitude. Although cruising altitude was sufficient, less than 2,000 meters remained before breaking through the cloud sea. The convective clouds of the winter season are more profound than those of any other time of year. The exceedingly thin air engenders a suffocating sensation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless menacing fighter jets dive down, their dark muzzles precisely locking onto the descending aircraft in the airspace of the far north. The piercing sound of anti-aircraft alarms echoes through the heavens, accompanied by a series of sonic booms. Amidst the sea of clouds, a fighter jet engulfed in flames plummets downwards, thick black smoke billowing from its damaged wings. 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters, 7,000 meters. In the frigid cockpit, a bitter chill pervades, with temperatures plunging below zero. Each breath releases a cloud of white mist. It has been 20 minutes since the Venom entered a state of dormancy. Warning, warning. The New York 8633 is cruising at an altitude of 6,500 meters, heading northeast at a wind speed of 70, traveling at 800 kilometers per hour, coordinates within the federal military's no-fly zone, Valkyrie. The crimson display screen flashes with enormous English symbols. Bang! A frost-covered hand clutches the wildly spinning steering wheel. In the biting wind, the white feathers and hair are disheveled. Image, instruments, demeanor, all eyes shattered around. Bang! Another explosion reverberates as the burning fighter jet plunges down once more. The fuel tank in the cabin is filled with diesel. The situation continues to escalate. An unrelenting gale, laden with shards of shattered glass, slices past his face. A drop of blood splatters onto the steering wheel. The massive New York 8633 fighter jet tumbles out of the cloud sea. In his field of vision, the desolate wilderness gradually becomes clearer. A high-altitude crash. A genuine aviation disaster. Firepower blockade. The thousands of pursuing fighter jets instantaneously shift formations, gliding to the flanks. Gunfire transitions and countless bullets, propelled by the sound of slicing wind, sweep forth. Bang, bang, bang. The hail of gunfire pounds against the fuselage, creating a multitude of pockmarks. The alloy body of the fighter jet continually crumples, with blinding sparks erupting. In an instant, more fiery mushroom clouds explode from the tail of the aircraft. Whoosh, whoosh. Two bat-like claws are ejected, firmly gripping the control stick. Bai Yu steadies his swaying form, enduring the suffocating pain as he sits in the pilot's seat. Donning the cold bat helmet. The helmet is adorned with the image of a ghostly white bat. The howling wind subsides. Breath returns to normalcy. Inside the helmet, a lightweight fiber coating automatically isolates the frigid air, filtering in purified air to Bai Yu's lungs. This sensation is truly delightful. Cruising altitude 5,000 meters. Boom, boom, boom. A barrage of grenades tore through the void, soaring towards their target. Should this wave of artillery strike the fuselage, it would likely spell instant demise. Bai Yu's ebony eyes turned icy. The old rogue of S.H.I.E.L.D. should beware, for I am the ace pilot of the skies. With a powerful yank of the throttle, the fighter jet, plummeting like a stone, suddenly shuddered. The tense atmosphere crystallized in an instant. 4,000 meters, 3,500 meters, 3,000 meters. Captain, the enemy's windshield has shattered, and the damage to the aircraft exceeds 60. It is in a state of uncontrolled descent. Should we continue the pursuit? The cruising altitude had dipped below the safety threshold, and continuing the chase could pose a significant risk to our formation. A chilling voice echoed through the squadron of fighter jets, lingering in the shadows atop the cockpit. Deep-set eyes focused intently on the fighter engulfed in flames. Hawkeye shook his head, shouldering the menacing black longbow, and calmly declared, "Stand down." Without the windshield's protection, without the dashboard's guidance, without the wing's balance, the fighter jet that Bai Yu occupied was almost certain to plummet to the ground, resulting in catastrophic destruction. With victory seemingly assured, pursuing at low altitude indeed appeared recklessly perilous. These aircraft, belonging to the destroyer fleet, were also products of S.H.I.E.L.D.'s cutting-edge technology. The investment was exorbitant, leaving no room for folly. A resounding horn blared from the void. The once-diving squadron instantly lifted their heads, tracing a beautiful arc as they ascended back into the clouds. Meanwhile, in the vast wilderness below, a horrific aviation disaster was about to unfold. A shadow loomed ominously over the desolate land, reminiscent of a meteor striking the earth, heralding the end. The damaged fighter jet continued its rapid descent. 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters, 1,000 meters, 500 meters. The speed of descent surged geometrically. The smoke-billowing nose of the aircraft was now less than 500 meters from the ground. However, just then, the long-anticipated engine roared to life, and the nose gradually began to lift. With a slight adjustment, the fighter jet dove forward, gliding smoothly along the barren expanse. On the distant horizon, a faint blush of dawn emerged, rising slowly and unnoticed. The morning glow of daybreak cascaded down, bathing the smoke-engulfed fighter in a golden sheen. The magnificent body of the aircraft obscured the dawn's light entirely. The raging winds swirled from either side of the wings. Inside the cockpit, beneath the bat helmet, Bai Yu's eyes glimmered with a hint of crimson. 300 meters, 200 meters, 100 meters. The descent slowed visibly to the naked eye. Here it comes, touchdown. A powerful heart thunders wildly. Bai Yu fixates intently on the rapidly expanding wilderness. In his mind, a torrent of data flows instantaneously, synchronizing with his body's reflexes, gripping the control lever tightly. 80 meters, 50 meters, 20 meters. Boom! In the depths of his obsidian pupils, the battered rear wheel of the fighter jet suddenly makes contact with the ground. Flaps deployed. The braking system activated. Reverse thrust engaged. How could I, a master of my fate, meet my demise here? A surging wave of air erupts as the nose of the fighter jet lifts abruptly, soaring straight ahead with a deafening roar. At the edge of the wilderness, a desolate ancient city flickers into view. At such a high landing speed, the fighter jet is bound to flip. Hold it together. Hold it together. Hold it together. Torrential flames engulf the aircraft's body, resembling a blazing meteor that sweeps past, incinerating all the ancient trees along its path. Boom! The blazing fighter jet collides violently with the ancient city like a meteorite. The towering city walls crumble in response. A terrifying wave of fire erupts from the wreckage, instantly consuming the cockpit. Bai Yu's breath seems to vanish. An eerie silence reverberates through the heavens and earth. An ancient stillness that chills the soul. Hisses. A sinister slithering sound manifests from thin air. Suddenly, amidst the flames, a chilling giant claw emerges, tearing through the fiery tempest. Finally, it is done. A greedy, malevolent laugh escapes from the gaping maw of a grotesque shadow. A blood-red tongue flicks upward, as brutal as ever. Ding! System boot successful. Congratulations, host, on completing a high-level evolution. The advanced symbiote awakens. A chilling mechanical voice resonates abruptly. Chapter 62, Forbidden Zone. Biohazard approaches. In the frigid wilderness, the wind howls ominously. The ancient city looms in the depths of the wilderness, reminiscent of a relic from the last century. A towering inferno rises from the wreckage of the fighter jet. A rusted signpost juts at an angle among the wild grass. The inscription bears the faded words, Valkyrie, the extreme north of the Federation, located north of Hudson Bay, the border of military jurisdiction. Further north lies the land of maple leaves, Canada. The compass has gone awry. In the desolate expanse, a tall purple figure furrows his brow, glancing at his wrist. The needle of the compass spins uncontrollably. Meanwhile, the heavy night swallows the brilliant North Star. With the fighter jet's supersonic escape flight lasting half an hour, it could span the entirety of the northern airspace of the Federation. Before the crash, the instrument panel shattered, and the fighter jet's course had clearly deviated from its original trajectory, plummeting into this desolate land. Who knows how far this place is from New York? Yask. Where lies the path? The road is beneath our feet. A melodious tune descends, casting a long, desolate shadow across the dim wilderness. In a mottled overgrowth, a shadowy path has been trodden. The hour hand points to 3 in the morning. An eerie stillness envelopes the ancient city, as if it has long been forsaken. The youth raises his head, adjusting his black cap, his fair cheeks faintly illuminated in the twilight. The crumbling city wall is marked with crimson claw marks, glimmering with a ghostly green sheen. A foreboding aura of a doomsday virus assaults him, sending shivers down his spine. Unconsciously, his slender fingers reach toward the remnants of the dark green liquid. Hiss! In his pitch-black pupils, the puddle of liquid begins to writhe, slithering into his pores like a venomous serpent. A surge of ferocity erupts instantaneously, attempting to devour his sanity. A chilling howl follows, reverberating in the youth's eardrums. As if countless vengeful spirits are present, his expression shifts dramatically. In an instant, the black liquid bursts forth from his fingertips, opening a gaping maw that engulfs the dark green liquid, retracting back into itself. Behind him, the black fluid rises and coalesces into a grotesque visage. The ghostly face is pale, eyes suddenly narrow. Master Host, the energy of this life gene is rather peculiar, remarks the long, crimson tongue, licking its fangs, its venomous eyes narrowing in contemplation. Oh, Bai Yu muses, his gaze inadvertently falling upon the claw marks. This life force's energy factor is highly aggressive and will rapidly assimilate and mutate the infected. The dark fluid swirls beneath the venomous gaze. A cold wind sweeps by, lifting a yellowed newspaper. Beneath it lies a dilapidated radio, dust-covered. Upon turning the volume knob, a disjointed voice filled with dread emerges. A news report states that 3 days ago, a suspected biochemical leak occurred in Valkyrie. However, the government remains tight-lipped, unwilling to disclose any information. The station has just received an audio recording, a phone call between a Valkyrie tourist and a friend. They're monsters. They have killed everyone in the city. A chilling scream echoes in the recording, followed by a low, beastly growl. The recording abruptly cuts off. I never anticipated such events. The venomous liquid stirs its massive tongue, chuckling ominously. It seems the tentacles of this superhuman project reach far indeed. Bai Yu squints slightly, a light laugh escaping him. From the initial Life Foundation to the armed stronghold of Osborn, and now to the S.H.I.L.D. within the Galaxy Building. Even in the notorious city of Gotham, shadows of this enigmatic scheme loom large. The specter of superhumans pervades every corner. These individuals appear to be conspiring towards some ulterior motive. Bai Yu furrows her brow. Amidst the governmental prohibition against enhancing human experimentation, these high-tech factions continue their illicit endeavors unabated. Behind this, there surely lies the tacit approval of the authorities, coupled with substantial vested interests. This ongoing biotechnological experiment is undoubtedly a pawn in the grand game of superhumans. It is only under the veil of military secrecy that it has not incited widespread panic among the Federation. Yet, the reckless bioweapon trials have led to a catastrophic leak, rendering the entire city a desolate specter. Crack! The radio shattered, its life extinguished after a prolonged period of isolation. The bioweapon leak must inevitably result in the proliferation of the viral contagion. Tapping her slender fingers lightly, Bai Yu lifted her gaze towards the vacant ancient city. Master, I am hungry. The venomous creature blinked its adorable eyes. What a coincidence. I am hungry as well, Bai Yu replied with a faint smile, a fervent glow simmering in the depths of her eyes. The frigid bat helmet glimmered with a predatory sheen under the cloak of night. This helmet, belonging to Batman, not only effectively shields against various toxic gases, but also serves as a night vision device. Through infrared sensitivity, Bai Yu discerned that the entire desolate city was shrouded in a pall of death. On the ancient streets, overturned trash bins lay strewn about, littering the ground with refuse, while dilapidated vehicles lay haphazardly across the thoroughfare. The once bustling shops now stood in disarray, save for the faint flicker of neon lights from the bar. The only sounds on the street were the mournful howl of the wind and the creaking of a shattered sign swaying in the breeze. It is far too quiet, Bai Yu murmured with a furrowed brow. The hands of her Rolex pointed to 3:20 in the morning. Before dawn breaks, evacuation is imperative. Following the tire tracks along the street, Bai Yu stealthily advanced into the heart of the city. At the end of the street, shadowy figures loomed, hinting at a research facility with an open entrance. The walls of the entrance bore enormous claw marks, as if rend by a monstrous talon. The mottled ground was littered with bloodied firearms, and vivid crimson splatters adorned the surrounding glass walls, lending a particularly sinister air. The pervasive bloodstains and scattered bullet holes served as grim reminders of a fierce battle that had once transpired here. It seems the spread of this bioweapon virus has accelerated alarmingly. Prizing open a reinforced steel door, Bai Yu stepped into the darkness. Before her stood two alloy gates, imposing and forbidding. The doors were marred by two terrifying gashes, an eerie green luminescence flickering from the depths of the breaches. Suddenly, her footfalls froze mid-air, suspended in the tension of the moment. In the suffocating darkness, the rustling of footsteps mingled with a low, beastly growl that echoed intermittently. Chapter 63. The Uncontrolled Biochemical Phantom. Through the night vision goggles, a fleeting shadow could be discerned, vanishing in an instant. Alert! What is that? Bai Yu squinted, gripping a submachine gun with unwavering resolve. It appeared to be an infected entity, as the spider sense indicated a formidable life sign. Before the words had left his lips, a menacing shadow suddenly leapt through the enormous glass window. Bang! 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 The gunfire erupted, countless bullets whistling through the air, striking the shadow with fierce intensity. Boom! Dark green blood splattered from the shadow, crashing to the ground and creating a bottomless pit. Under the dim emergency lights, the visage of the biochemical phantom materialized fully within Bai Yu's view. Two infusion tubes protruded from its waist, and a chilling aura emanated from the energy source on its chest. Its grotesque head was partly comprised of metallic structures, while its azure-hued pupils flickered with feral greed. The blood-red body exuded an imposing strength, for metallic claws extended from its metal arms, gleaming with a sinister green light. Transformed by the biochemical virus, it had taken on this harrowing form. Bai Yu swiftly changed the magazine, his dark pupils fixated on the writhing phantom that lay in agony on the ground. He chuckled mockingly, warning himself not to fall prey to its claws, lest he suffer the consequences. A sinister, mocking laughter echoed in Bai Yu's mind. At this, his gaze fell upon the phantom's lethal claws, glistening with the terrifying biochemical virus. These phantoms, it seems, share a temperament akin to your symbiotic entities. Bai Yu pondered, well aware of the brutal nature of these venomous symbionts. If his suspicions were correct, the intrinsic instinct of these biochemical phantoms was to seek out more life forms to infect with the virus. Venom chuckled, a glint of greed surfacing in his ivory pupils. At their core, the essence of these biochemical phantoms mirrored that of the venomous symbionts. Biochemical infection. These S-H-I-E-L-D agents are indeed somewhat deranged. Regaining his composure, Bai Yu murmured softly, since arriving on Earth, I have gradually come to realize that the nature of humanity is far more complex than that of the symbiotes from our home planet. Venom tilted his head, intrigued. Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression shifted and his pupils constricted. The bullet holes remaining on the biochemical phantom began to heal at a visible pace, disappearing in an instant as if they had never existed. In the dark, damp corridor, a sinister red shadow slowly began to rise. A hoarse roar erupted from the phantom's mouth. With a sudden leap, the biochemically altered specter, its claws dripping with a viscous green substance, lunged menacingly towards Bai Yu. What a terrifying regenerative ability. Do I need to intervene? A lazy chuckle echoed in my mind. I shall test the waters first. Bai Yu let out a soft laugh. Stepping forward as he deftly flipped his wrist, launching two bat-like talons that swiftly ensnared the specter's mechanical arms with lightning speed. Whoosh! Whoosh! A bat dart was hurled into the air, grazing the specter's neck like a dragonfly skimming water. The decayed, grotesque head was sent soaring, landing with a dull thud on the ground, while a fountain of putrid blood erupted from the severed neck. The mangled corpse crumpled to the ground in response. Testing the waters, it seems rather shallow. The sharp bat dart spun elegantly at Bai Yu's fingertips. A furious roar reverberated from all directions, reminiscent of a demon's wrath, causing Bai Yu's smile to falter. Rapid footsteps approached from the darkness, echoing like the grim reaper's scythe, sending his heart racing. A terrifying transformation was sweeping through. Countless crimson specters emerged from the shadows, their blue eyes gleaming with malevolence. The dark green metallic claws glinted ominously. The bared fangs seemed to convey a clear message to Bai Yu. They were not here to greet him. Many of the biochemically altered specters clutched writhing masses of flesh, relentlessly devouring their gruesome morsels. Blood pooled upon the ground. Could it be that this research facility has been entirely infected? A howl pierced the air as one specter staggered out from behind the charred door. Bang! A submachine gun fired with precision, piercing its skull and splattering blood across the vicinity. A pained roar erupted from the specter, which, in a fit of madness, turned and charged into the throng of its kind, savagely biting at its brethren. Moments later, the outmatched specter was torn to shreds by the bloodthirsty horde, its flesh consumed entirely. Quite ruthless, Bai Yu inhaled sharply, noting the ferocity of these biochemically altered specters was indeed formidable. Amid the chaos, three more menacing specters staggered forward. Greenish slime dripped from their fangs, their faces a grotesque mask of blood and flesh, as though they had been violently torn apart. Despite their tattered uniforms, the insignia on their shoulders remained discernible. These three specters had once been police officers, though they were no longer the same. Gleaming handguns still hung at their waists. Clearly, while these specters possessed firearms, they were oblivious to their use. In unison, they raised their heads, their azure eyes flickering with malevolent intent. Their gaze fixed on Bai Yu like that of a predator spotting its prey, brutal and avaricious. Whoosh! Another bat dart was unleashed into the air. The leading biochemical specter instantaneously disintegrated, blood gushing forth and staining the sharp blades of the darts. Before Bai Yu could launch another throw, the remaining two specters lunged forward with ferocity. Bang! 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 The relentless barrage of gunfire erupted from the muzzle of the submachine gun, sending the two biochemical specters reeling backwards and toppling a horde of their kind. A multitude of specters was hurled to the ground. Howl! One biochemical specter, defying the onslaught of bullets, leapt towards Bai Yu, its icy claws sweeping through the air. The foul, putrid stench enveloped Bai Yu, inducing a sense of suffocation. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two bat-shaped darts shot back with precision, piercing through the back of the specter's skull. Flesh and blood erupted in a crimson spray as decaying eyeballs trembled under the impact of the splattered blood. Bang! The mangled corpse collapsed at Bai Yu's feet. Howl! Howl! The death of several biochemical specters incited a surge of ferocity among the remaining ones. Their continuous roars echoed like the wails of malevolent spirits from the depths of hell, sending chills down one's spine. A tide of blood-red figures, claws extended, leapt towards Bai Yu, who stood at the center of the laboratory. Chapter 64, Biochemical Research Institute. Mutated maternal body within the dimly lit Research Institute. A myriad of blood-red specters bared their fangs and charged forth. Bang! 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 The grotesque forms surged relentlessly, engulfing Bai Yu's figure in an instant. A mysterious sigh echoed through the darkened halls of the Institute. Suddenly, a terrifying black liquid spiraled upward from the heart of the specter swarm, swirling ominously. A chillingly large claw emerged, sweeping through and tearing several biochemical specters in half. Bloodied heads were gripped tightly, devoured whole in a gruesome display. The sound of skulls shattering sent shivers down the spine. Forgive me, I am quite the connoisseur when it comes to brains. A fierce kick swept across, sending a vast wave of specters hurtling away. Amidst the rain of blood, a menacing black silhouette emerged, its massive tongue flicking about as it approached with a sinister grin. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have completed your 360th kill. You have gained a 300-point life value bonus, bringing your cumulative vitality to 300 points. To achieve super evolution, you still require 700 points of vitality and 2 symbiotic genes. Current symbiotic gene storage: Venom, Chaos, Howl, Slaughter. The cold, mechanical voice of the system resonated. The serpentine crimson tail swayed in the wind, as the gaze of the creature filled with biochemical genes grew ever more ravenous. The essence of life forms possessing biochemical genes was undoubtedly enticing. Suddenly, the black figure leapt forth, its robust arms liquefying into 2 colossal meteor hammers. Boom, boom, boom. Countless headless corpses thudded to the ground. Before the venom of the advanced symbiote, these lowly spectral beings appeared as fragile as infants. Bang! Another charred door exploded violently, crashing down amid a shower of bloodied phantom bodies. Sharp claws ruthlessly crushed the skulls of the corpses, transforming them into a mist of crimson. In the bone-white pupils, ferocity was unmistakably evident. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The tide of biochemical phantoms suddenly froze, collectively prostrating themselves upon the ground, their blood-red eyes fixated intently on the venomous figure, whose visage twisted in malevolence. The air grew thick with the scent of blood, enveloping the biochemical research facility in an atmosphere of heightened tension, on the brink of eruption. Strangely, however, the biochemical phantoms did not launch further attacks. The venom licked its claws, narrowing its eyes as a spider's instinct suddenly stirred with a subtle tremor. Boom, boom, boom. From the depths of the endless tide of phantoms came an ominous thudding of footsteps. The alloy floor quaked violently. Bang! The dim lights shattered abruptly, illuminating the shadowy darkness with countless pairs of ghostly blue, beastly eyes. Following this, a shadow, as massive as a mountain, enveloped the multitude of phantoms. Upon this shadow flickered a pair of sapphire-like, beastly eyes. It was the arrival of the leader. The venom twisted its beast-like neck, grinning widely, merging its dark fluid with the night. A glimmer of greed ignited in its gaze. Ding! The system detected a level biochemical mother body, rated at danger level 7 and talent level 6. The system issued a warning. This biochemical entity harbored a potent biovirus capable of consuming living cells and spreading numerous quantum viruses. Should it exceed the symbiote's threshold, the host would face infection and mutation. The talent of devouring automatically activated. The biochemical mother body, compared to the purely murderous biochemical phantoms. The form of the mother body was far more terrifying. 2 crimson horns sprouted from its grotesque visage. Frost-covered tubes crawled along its menacing back, shimmering with an eerie blue luminescence. The corrupted form was smeared with scarlet blood. Bang! The metallic claws of the mother body swept aside the biochemical phantoms in its path, instantly silencing the remaining specters. Within its fierce gaze flickered a glint of predatory hunger. By the decree of my sovereign, I shall annihilate you. An ancient voice, steeped in malevolence, echoed intermittently from the mother body. In an instant, hundreds of biochemical phantoms simultaneously prostrated themselves, releasing a chorus of piercing howls. The sound was deafening. My sovereign. The unfamiliar phrase struck the venomous creature, causing its pupils to contract sharply. Following this, the phantom's beastly eyes ignited with a surge of crimson, pouncing like famished wolves. The zombies, endowed with biochemical genes, would lose all sensation of pain, retaining only their instinct for slaughter. Bang! 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 Countless crimson figures surged forth under the command of the bioorganic matriarch, simultaneously leaping into action. The zombie tide, like a swarm of locusts. The phantoms flooded the dimly lit research facility, pressing in relentlessly. Boom! 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 Terrifying columns of black liquid erupted into the sky, carving a bloody path through the army of specters. Venom's robust arms had, unbeknownst to him, morphed into 2 liquefied ion cannons. The gaping black muzzles instilled a chilling dread. A guttural roar echoed as 4 ghostly azure claws descended from above, instantly alerting Venom. Hiss! 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 The liquid writhed rapidly, swiftly coalescing into a colossal black shield that stood resolutely before him. Crash! The fierce winds of the claws struck the shield with ferocity, sending torrents of black liquid splattering into the air. However, Venom's eyes narrowed in sudden realization. The claws, which had been thwarted by the shield, inexplicably elongated, piercing through the liquid barrier in an instant. The icy tips of the claws ruthlessly sank into Venom's arm, leaving vivid, dark green gashes that stood out starkly against the night. Could it be that these mutated claws could breach the skin capable of withstanding a miniaturized nuclear warhead? Thud! A column of black liquid slammed against the matriarch's chest, launching her into the air and shattering every wall in her path. Boom! Venom crashed to the ground, casting a cold glance at his arm. The eerie green virus surged through his veins, spreading rapidly until, in an instant, his entire black arm had transformed into a sinister shade of bluish-black, with veins protruding grotesquely. Warning! Warning! The host is under attack by a bioorganic virus. Should vitality fall below 1,000, the virus will successfully consume the host, transforming them into a specter. The indifferent voice of the system rang out urgently. Captured. The unpleasant voice of Bai Yu suddenly echoed in his mind. The viral infection capabilities of this matriarch exceeded my expectations. Venom's expression darkened as he flicked his right claw, the black liquid oozing forth, yet proving insufficient to halt the viral incursion. Warning! Warning! The host's vitality is depleting. Within 30 minutes, if 9 serums are not obtained, the host will mutate into a specter. Repeating, the host's vitality is depleting. Within 30 minutes, if 9 serums are not obtained, the host will mutate into a specter. Chapter 65, Hidden Bioorganic Secrets. In a frigid lab, the howls of bio-phantoms echoed relentlessly. A beastly crimson hue crawled up from the depths of Venom's eyes. The excruciating pain in his arm awakened his ferocity. Since evolving into a higher symbiote, he had never endured such humiliation. The terrifying wrath gradually reawakened, akin to a slumbering dragon from millennia past, bearing its fangs. The black liquid writhed swiftly, manifesting 2 grotesque blades out of thin air. The colossal blade gradually extended, soon reaching the walls on either side of the laboratory. With a resounding bang, the tip of the blade forcefully struck the wall, piercing it to create a gaping hole. A deafening crash echoed as the blade swept across, sending forth a glimmering flash, showering the air with blood and launching countless grotesque heads into the sky. In the narrow corridor, hundreds of mutilated corpses lay scattered, a veritable mountain of bodies and a sea of blood. A hoarse roar intermittently emanated from the heap of corpses. A blood-soaked shadow, its features unrecognizable, struggled to rise, a single azure eye wide open atop its collapsed head. Blood gushed forth from that solitary eye. The mutated and evolved biochemical entity possessed a resilience far surpassing that of ordinary biochemical phantoms. Within its eye, a sinister shadow was reflected. With bared fangs, a terrifying maw suddenly snapped shut. The headless corpse fell in response. A mechanical voice echoed, "Congratulations, host, you have successfully consumed a level life form, the biochemical entity." Another notification followed, "Congratulations, host, you have gained a 3,000-point life value bonus, bringing your total vitality to 29,300 points." The chilling mechanical sound reverberated through the air. The influx of immense vitality only twisted Venom's features further. In the blink of an eye, the dark green hue on his arm had spread to his shoulder. His entire black arm was thoroughly devoured by the biochemical virus. Eerie green bubbles began to swell. The mutation commenced. The liquid writhed, and in an instant, Venom's left cheek liquefied, transforming into Bai Yu's ghastly visage. Heavy breaths escaped from Bai Yu's mouth, and 2 icy bone claws gradually emerged from the dark green palm. The symbiotic absorption had failed. Venom shook his head, his expression darkening as his gaze swept around. The biochemical virus could bypass the symbiote's defenses and directly consume the host's cells. Damn it, Bai Yu gritted his teeth, observing his arm spiraling out of control. Since the biochemical crisis erupted here, the serum must surely be hidden within the laboratory. Calming his turbulent emotions, Bai Yu's eyes narrowed slightly. The extraordinary intelligence bestowed by the clown allowed him to maintain a semblance of calm in any situation. The countdown to mutation was set at 28 minutes. The silent laboratory was suffused with the stench of blood, littered with ruins. Ghostly corpses lay strewn about, emanating a putrid odor of decay. A sudden crash. A gust of claws swept through, shattering a metal door with a thunderous explosion. Bai Yu's pale eyes scanned the dark surroundings, revealing a trace of disappointment. In the chaotic room, only broken instruments and the carcasses of hollowed-out bodies remained. After slaughtering the personnel within the laboratory, the remaining biochemical phantoms had evidently fled. driven by instinct. Suddenly, Venom's peripheral vision flickered. Beneath the bloodstained desk lay several twisted corpses. Hollow eyes, bodies engulfed in an inky green haze, and broken limbs suggested no trace of life remained. Yet, an acute sense of awareness flickered in Venom's gaze, revealing a curious glint. Suddenly, a black tendril shot forth, unfurling its suckers to seize one of the bodies with a violent grip. In an instant, the corpse was yanked into the air by Venom. The lifeless eyes showed no sign of disturbance, and the gaping maw gradually opened to reveal razor-sharp fangs, which drew closer to the head of the corpse. At the moment the long tongue brushed against the skull, the body trembled violently, its contorted limbs involuntarily retracting. A flicker of fear ignited within the zombie's eyes. "Spare me! Spare me!" A quivering voice escaped its pale lips, trembling with dread. "Ah!" The national champion actor, Venom, chuckled wickedly while hoisting the corpse. His massive tongue writhed within his mouth. They were all slaughtered. These monsters are acutely sensitive to the living, and only by masquerading as corpses could one hope to escape. The bloodied man, eyes wide with terror, realized that this towering black giant exuded a more horrific aura than the savage bioghosts. "Explain everything that has transpired here in 3 minutes," Venom declared languidly, tossing the man to the ground with a clawed hand. Taking a deep breath, the man steadied his trembling emotions and rose. His gaze inadvertently flickered toward Venom's menacing fangs, inducing a chill. "I originally belonged to the military, conducting biotechnological research in this Valkyrie. Due to our remote location in the far north, we could develop more effectively in the shadows compared to technology firms like Osborn located in major cities. However, in recent years, the military has inexplicably pressured us, dispatching heavy surveillance. The orders conveyed were purportedly to fortify the border, a guise for their so-called superhuman project, laying the groundwork for future peace." As he spoke, a distinct disdain surfaced in the man's eyes. As a frontline researcher, he understood all too well that these were merely the military's empty platitudes. With the military holding the reins of power, we had no choice but to comply, creating the so-called enhanced humans and bioghosts. At dawn 7 days ago, my research team clandestinely conducted a 9-acceleration experiment, culminating 3 years of toil to finally create a bioghost. However, we failed to foresee the impending catastrophe. As the subject swiftly lost its original reason and gained mutated claws and a terrifying physique, they launched a frenzied assault on the researchers. Though the support troops arrived at the battlefield promptly, their efforts proved futile. The bioweapon had slipped beyond control, indiscriminately infecting surrounding organisms and mutating them into its kind. Unless one can locate the 9 serums amidst the grotesque amalgamations, humanity faces its impending doom. The bioweapon has the capacity to incessantly devour and evolve, transforming into even more terrifying forms. A flash of madness surged from the man's eyes, and suddenly, a recollection struck him. He hastily tore away the tattered sleeve from his right arm. The venom in the man's expression crystallized in an instant. The air grew heavy and still. Upon his pallid arm remained several dark green claw marks. Chapter 66. The ultimate search for the 9 serums. Several dark green claw marks lingered on the man's arm, and an almost suffocating dread clawed its way from the depths of his eyes. "No, no," he murmured frantically, his voice erupting in a torrent of madness. Disguised as a corpse, he had not escaped unscathed. The eerie bioweapon virus swiftly spread through the wounds inflicted by the claws, much like a wounded white feather. Dark green bubbles continued to swell forth. Amidst the blurred flesh, fragments of metal emerged, revealing faint traces of bone claws writhing into view. Unlike the genetically enhanced white feathers, the man, a mere terrestrial human, possessed nearly no immunity against the viral invasion. Sinister veins gradually crept up his cheeks, consuming the remnants of clarity in his eyes. Gazing into the mirror, his increasingly ghastly visage elicited a bitter smile that crept across his face. Beyond the Valkyrie lay the desert, where the spread might slow. Coughing violently, he expelled several mouthfuls of blood, mixed with dark green liquid. Wiping the blood from his lips, he swayed unsteadily and murmured, "Yet, this is less than 200 kilometers from the front lines. The defensive line established by Canada will soon be overwhelmed, and the bioweapon will inevitably spread." The military continued to suppress information, yet no countermeasures were in place. The situation would only worsen. "Forgive me, those who survive, amen," he cried, trembling as he reached into his pocket. A blood-stained handgun emerged. Bang! The gunfire rang out as a bullet was swallowed into his abdomen. The body collapsed. Observing the man who had taken his own life, both the Venom and the white feathers wore expressions of profound dismay. This bioweapon virus was far more troublesome than he had anticipated. The countdown to mutation began. 20 minutes. "First, we must find a serum," White Feather declared, inhaling deeply. Boom, boom, boom. With powerful limbs, the creature lunged forth, reducing every alloy door in the corridor to mere dust beneath its chilling claws. A grotesque shadow flickered through the narrow hallway. No. Once again, a reinforced wall crumbled, and Venom unleashed its long tongue, sweeping across the shattered instrument racks. Countless bottles of chemical reagents lay scattered haphazardly on the frigid shelves. Still nothing. Within the vast research facility, searching for the so-called serum amidst the alien remnants was akin to finding a needle in a haystack. The countdown to mutation began. 10 minutes. The dark green biochemical virus had completely consumed the left arm and spread to the shoulder blade. A sinister glint flashed in Venom's eyes. With a flick of its right claw, the inky liquid surged wildly within its grasp. Bang, bang, bang. The black liquid suddenly erupted, and a multitude of black spiders crawled out from the splattered fluid. The terrifying wave of spiders appeared to number in the tens of thousands, sending shivers down one's spine. Cloning. The extraordinary gift bestowed upon Venom enabled it to divide portions of its symbiotic tissue, transforming them into various life forms that inherited the corresponding combat prowess of the symbiote. Each spider bore venomous eyes. Countless spiders scuttled forth from Venom's claws into the encroaching darkness. In the dimly lit glass chamber, a single black silk thread hung from the ceiling. Suspended upon that thread was a figure clad in purple. The young boy's body was racked with convulsions, the dark green virus consuming most of him. A bone-chilling cold penetrated deep into his marrow. The agonizing wait, accompanied by an endless search, dragged on for nearly 9 minutes. The mutation countdown. 1 final minute. Suddenly, a mass of black liquid spiraled forth from the pores of his chest, morphing into the grotesque visage of Venom. At the end of the corridor, turn right, 6th room. The urgent voice emanated from Venom's maw. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Several strands of black silk erupted from the boy's wrist-mounted web shooter. Having absorbed Spider-Man's genes, Bai Yu inadvertently replicated his shooter. Although it couldn't match Venom's fluid tendrils and versatility, it was hardly inferior to Spider-Man's capabilities. As the silk swung, the boy's body elegantly landed in front of an icy storage room. The door opened, and a blast of white, cold mist enveloped him. His pitch-black eyes glimmered with a hint of ghostly green. Mutation countdown. 30 seconds. Trembling, he opened the refrigeration unit, revealing a metallic box. A combination lock. A surge of murderous intent erupted as a mass of black liquid slithered forth, transforming into a pitch-black dagger. The cold light flashed as the chain shattered under the pressure. Mutation countdown. 10 seconds. Inside the low-temperature metallic box, 10 ethereal blue test tubes were neatly arranged. The labels read, Serum 9. The dense dark green consumed Bai Yu's remaining sanity, causing his body to tremble. Mutation countdown. 5 seconds. With a lightning-quick motion, the test tube was seized and crushed in the palm, shattering into fragments. The eerie blue liquid was promptly swallowed by Bai Yu in a single gulp. Gurgle, gurgle. An icy blue chill emanated from his mouth, enveloping the surroundings. His eyes, infused with a deep emerald hue, suddenly became veiled in a misty white. Immediately, the liquid that coursed through his veins transformed into a violent torrent of cold, wreaking havoc within him. Bai Yu's body was instantaneously encased in a milky white layer of ice, radiating an aura of frost. Bang! The youth collapsed to the ground, his arms convulsing, as the terrifying frost and biochemical virus engaged in a fierce battle within him. Warning! Warning! Excessive intake of serum detected. Excessive intake of serum detected. The chilling voice of the system reverberated through Bai Yu's foggy consciousness. Hold on. The black liquid swirled, manifesting into a ghastly visage of Venom that fixated intently on the unconscious Bai Yu. Beyond the Valkyrie, the boundless expanse of the desert lay vast and desolate, with yellow dust swirling in the air. The solitary smoke of the desert rose straight up. Yet, amidst the sea of sand stood a lush oasis. In the oasis, vibrant lights flickered under the gentle sunlight, revealing a luxurious hotel. The opulent establishment was adorned with sparkling pendants, as languid patrons meandered by. The melodious peals of laughter resonated from the hotel's pool, where countless sunbathers clad in swimsuits splashed joyfully, donning flotation devices. A magnificent fountain cascaded, showering the area with a veil of sparkling water, crafting a scene of splendid reverie. Upon the beach reclined a mixed-race beauty in a bikini, comfortably lounging in a rocking chair, basking in the warmth of the sun. An indescribable comfort enveloped her. With drowsy eyes, she succumbed to a hazy slumber. Just as her eyelids began to droop, she suddenly perceived, through her dark sunglasses, a swirling tide of darkness rising at the edge of the desert. A black tide? She blinked in disbelief, removing her sunglasses with urgency. In her golden irises reflected a haunting crimson. An overwhelming fear surged within her, accompanied by a piercing scream that echoed into the heavens. A monster! A monster! Chapter 67. The Awakening of the Fiery Dragon. Hotel pursuit in a dimly lit cold storage room. A bone-chilling air surged from the fan in the corner. At the center of the room, a tall purple figure sat in a wheelchair. A peculiar tranquility permeated the atmosphere as his steady breathing filled the space. The body once consumed by the virulent emerald had, unbeknownst to him, regained its rosy vitality. The fair skin radiated the unique charm of youth. Moments later, his pitch-black eyes abruptly opened. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully injected with the 9th serum. You have surpassed the danger period. Ding! Congratulations, host. Successfully absorbed the biochemical virus, evolving into the formidable biochemical weapon, Thompson's Fiery Dragon. Ding! A warm reminder. Influenced by genetic reagents, the host's physical strength has been enhanced, granting them a level 1 protective suit capable of withstanding light strikes and scratches from biochemical phantoms. A chilling system voice materializes out of thin air. The youth, astonished, unconsciously directs his gaze upon himself. Upon his elongated form, a suit of deep green mechanized armor manifests, pulsating with ethereal light before melding seamlessly into his body. Immediately thereafter, a silver submachine gun appears in the palm of his hand. The Thompson submachine gun. The weapon is remarkably lightweight, adorned with a soaring silver dragon that coils around its frame, the scarlet eyes of the dragon glimmering with a predatory sheen. The oversized magazine seems poised to unleash terrifying firepower at any moment. The weapon's specifications materialize at the muzzle. Level, heroic weight, 36 kilograms maximum range, 1,000 meters magazine capacity, a gift from Super Membership bestowing the host with an oversized biochemical magazine, granting infinite firepower. Heroic reward. Inflicts 50 points of physical penetration damage on biochemical phantoms. As he toys with the fearsome Thompson, Bai Yu gazes with keen interest at its commanding appearance. Dear host, I wish to play as well. A plaintive voice arises from behind. Venom blinks with pitiful eyes, gazing enviously at the silver gun in Bai Yu's grasp. Curiosity fills the immense orbs. Not a chance. Bai Yu chuckles, coolly slinging the weapon behind him, producing a pair of sunglasses, exuding an aura reminiscent of the illustrious characters from the ADS. Oof. Venom scoffs in dissatisfaction, turning away deliberately, ignoring Bai Yu. Is someone sulking? Bai Yu smirks at Venom's feigned indifference, drawing the Thompson and aiming its dark muzzle at Venom's head. The acrid scent of gunpowder instantly freezes Venom's expression. I wouldn't dare to rebel. Venom hastily grins, a comically woeful expression adorning his face. Amused by Venom's dilemma, Bai Yu offers a comforting word. All right, my precious Venom. This biochemical crisis has only just begun. There are plenty of phantoms waiting for us to capture, so do not fret. At these words, Venom nods in satisfaction, his earlier sorrow dissipating as he vigorously agrees. The chilling night breeze sweeps through the ancient city, stirring a carpet of fallen leaves. The desolate streets lie barren, devoid of any human presence, save for the scattered remnants of bodies. Among these corpses are women subjected to torment, innocent children, and merchants meeting tragic ends. Their contorted forms bear numerous deep green claw marks, alongside several ghastly bullet wounds. Clearly, these unfortunate souls were swiftly targeted and executed upon infection. Such a waste of phantoms. Such delectable heads discarded here, Venom laments, his stark white eyes scanning the surroundings, unable to suppress a sigh. After being scratched, they ceased to be human, and thus evoked no compassion. Bai Yu shook his head and unfurled a piece of aged parchment. The ancient map depicted a long-concealed landscape, with Valkyrie at its heart, radiating outward. His slender fingertips glided along the streets. Beyond the city lay an endless expanse of desert. Suddenly, his finger froze, resting upon a patch of green. In this yellowish-brown desert, the verdant hue appeared rather uncanny. An oasis? A flicker of surprise crossed Bai Yu's eyes. Have I located the whereabouts of those phantoms? Beside him, Venom extended its crimson tongue, curling around his severed head, gnawing languidly. Of course, Bai Yu set aside the parchment, retrieved the silver spear from his back, and smiled faintly. His dark gaze drifted toward the horizon. My little treasures, the ghost hunters have arrived. Are you prepared? The desert sand fell like snow, the moon over Yinshan resembling a hook. Standing atop the shifting sands, Bai Yu, clad in a duckbill cap, gazed into the distance at the oasis. Among the lush coconut palms, a luxurious hotel was faintly revealed. However, a pungent scent of blood assaulted his senses. I hope I'm not too late. With a soft sigh, Bai Yu strode deeper into the desert. To his dismay, the former five-star hotel had devolved into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. The shimmering swimming pool was filled to the brim with crimson liquid, countless mangled bodies soaked within, their eyes wide and lifeless. Their expressions were forever frozen at the moment of death. Beside the pool, on a snow-white chaise, several tycoons, wine glasses in hand, had become rigid in their seats. A statue of a goddess was embedded in the back of their skulls, white brain matter oozing down their necks, a sight most chilling. The nature of these phantoms was indeed savage, Bai Yu remarked as he stood at the pool's edge, hands in his pockets. The granite-paved ground was littered with the bodies of numerous socialites. Their once exquisite faces, adorned with cosmetics, were now smeared with the stench of blood. Fear, distortion, and terror were palpable. One could imagine that half an hour prior, screams and wails had been the background music of this bioweapon hotel. Don't come near. A piercing scream erupted from the depths of the hotel. Is someone there? Bai Yu's gaze sharpened, and with a swift motion of his hand, a black silk thread shot forth, instantly adhering to a hanging pendant. The thread swayed, and the young man's body leapt into the air, landing nimbly on the balcony of the second floor. With the finesse of a ghost, his footsteps fell silently. Bai Yu crouched low to the ground, resembling a spider, stealthily creeping closer. Uncertain of how much of the biochemical specter still lingers here, Bai Yu naturally remained on high alert. As he traversed the corridor on the second floor of the hotel, he squinted slightly, searching for the source of the sound. The disheveled hallway was littered with shattered chandeliers and the coagulated remnants of severed heads. Suddenly, a thunderous crash erupted from above, prompting Bai Yu to instinctively look up. Chapter 68. The Fog. Nursery rhymes in the hotel boom. Boom, boom. The savage sounds of impact resonated violently from the rooftop, accompanied by piercing cries. Bai Yu's eyes narrowed instantaneously. The hunt had awakened. In a swift motion, his lithe form leapt into the ventilation duct. With agile movements, he swiftly emerged from the duct's opening. Peering out with his obsidian eyes, he scanned the surroundings. Much like the second floor, the third floor's corridor was enveloped in a stifling silence. However, unlike the brightly lit second floor, the third floor resembled a shadowy realm, shrouded in darkness. In the next moment, Bai Yu's gaze fell upon a dimly lit corner, where he suddenly recoiled. Crouched in that blood-spattered corner was a trembling blonde girl. The little girl clasped her hands tightly, huddled against the wall. On her porcelain-like face, faint traces of blood lingered. Her azure eyes were filled with helplessness and fear. Beneath the flickering candlelight, tattered curtains swayed with the wind, casting a large shadow. Under the cloak of night, a decayed black claw slowly extended, grasping a worn-out children's shoe lying on the ground. The shoe was adorned with a charming, smiley face. Drip! A viscous black liquid oozed from the mouth of the looming shadow, falling upon the smiling face. The horrifying corrosive aura consumed the entire smile. Do not come any closer. The little girl trembled as she covered her eyes, tears the size of beans glistening in her clear gaze. Hee hee hee! An ominous, sinister laugh resonated from the black specter beneath its orange mask. This biochemical specter could actually articulate human speech. A massive electric drill whirred rapidly in its left hand, emitting a piercing screech. The black specter twisted its neck, gazing at the nearly helpless little girl with a chilling grin. As a biochemical specter, it thrived on witnessing the despair reflected on human faces. Little doll, would you like me to sing you a nursery rhyme? Daddy killed me. Mommy ate me. My siblings picked my bones off the dining table, buried in a cold grave. A sinister smile curled at the corners of its mouth. Following this, an eerie laugh echoed through the desolate corridor. As the laughter subsided, the black specter raised its deep-set, beastly eyes and lunged a claw towards the little girl. Before the specter, towering like a mountain, the little girl appeared as fragile as rendered mutton fat. The sinister black claws descended in an instant. Yet, at the moment the claw's tip brushed against her smooth forehead, time seemed to freeze. The beastly eyes of the dark phantom turned frigid. A chilling claw firmly gripped its right arm. Turning around, a youthful figure, beaming with a smile, was reflected within the depths of its pupils. In the boy's left hand, he wielded a pitch-black claw adorned with an intricate white bat insignia. The audacious youth's cold malice flickered in the depths of the black specter's gaze. Suddenly, the electric drill in his left hand whirred to life, hurtling towards the little girl with lightning speed. A swift black web, faster than thunder, adhered to the drill and coiled around it like a demonic entity, binding it tightly. An immense force emanated from both the web and the claw, restraining the black specter's movements. With a breathless gasp, the little girl, her bloodied feet bare, stifled her tears and, seizing the moment when the ghost's expression darkened, stumbled towards the boy. Upon colliding with the fabric of his purple trousers, she could no longer hold back and burst into tears. A pair of warm hands gently caressed her head. Gazing at the tearful child, a flicker of tenderness emerged from the icy depths of Bai Yu's eyes. Was it a feeling of affection? A sinister chuckle echoed mockingly in his mind. No, Bai Yu gently shook his head, a ripple stirring in his obsidian gaze. It was merely the sight of a bygone shadow. TSK, the venomous voice exclaimed, followed by a wicked grin. Who knew you had a penchant for Lolis? Ha ha ha. The malevolent laughter abruptly ceased upon sensing Bai Yu's chilling glare. Fear not, for your elder brother will protect you, Bai Yu softly reassured, gently ruffling the girl's hair. He then lifted his gaze towards the frenzied black specter. With a decisive step forward, a silver submachine gun materialized in his grasp. The silver dragon emblazoned upon it seeming to come alive, resonating with a series of dragon roars. In the realm of biochemical specters, what tier do you belong to? Bai Yu murmured, his eyes slightly lowered. An insignificant human, yet I am the illustrious mother body, second only to my sovereign's grandeur. The black specter cackled malevolently, its chilling eyes swirling beneath the mask, exuding an air of unparalleled arrogance. Mother body? Bai Yu's gaze shifted, recalling his knowledge that biochemical specters were generally categorized into hunters, mutated mother bodies, and the legendary sovereign-grade phantoms. The ordinary hunter specters would likely become mere snacks for Venom. The more formidable mother body specters, however, posed a greater challenge, not only due to their bizarre forms, but also their distinctly different abilities. In the Research Institute, the encountered mutated progenitor is a formidable enhanced version of the hunter phantom, retaining its infectious nature while having evolved only a rudimentary intelligence. Before me stands a black phantom, evidently more challenging. Bang! Bang! The black phantom suddenly swung its robust arms, causing the webbing to snap. The black bat claw finally reached its limit, recoiling and retracting into the launcher of white feather. The scorched claws tread upon the shattered ground, advancing menacingly towards white feather. Little one, just wait until I toss you into the Atlantic to feed the sharks. Let us see if you'll still smile so joyfully. The black phantom shook its head and twisted the electric drill in its hand, speaking in a chilling tone. Ding! The system detects a level 7 life form. The mist phantom, with a danger rating of 7 and a talent rating of 7. Ding! System warning. This biochemical phantom lacks infectious attributes, but possesses an exceptionally resilient vitality. The Devour talent has been activated automatically. The frigid voice of the system echoed ominously. The mist phantom, white feather's pupils constricted, his gaze subtly landing on the two massive smokestacks behind it. The colossal smokestacks, resembling octopus turbines, were affixed to the back of the mist phantom. Have you noticed? Sensing white feather's inexplicable gaze, the mist phantom grinned, its black claws silently grasping the smokestacks behind it. Boom! The sound of a tremendous collision resonated as the imposing smokestack was seized midair. Refer to me as the sovereign of the mist, it declared with an eerie laughter. As the smoke cap crashed down, an overwhelming tide of black mist surged forth from the smokestack in an instant. Chapter 69, Vaporization. The terrifying old captain. Gurgle, gurgle. The torrential black mist poured from the smokestack, instantly engulfing the entire corridor. The body of the mist phantom also vanished into the darkness. The pitch-black smoke melded seamlessly with the phantom's hue, saturating the atmosphere. A glint of cold light flickered in White Feather's eyes as he activated the switch. The chilling bat helmet emerged from his cheeks, forming an armed visage. The helmet, affiliated with Batman, boasted dual functionalities of night vision and thermal imaging. Hiss! A putrid stench assaulted the senses. His pupils narrowed as a blurred crimson figure leaped into view on the infrared thermal imager. In the next moment, the black mist was torn asunder, revealing the menacing electric drill, which sparked violently as it whirred towards him. Boom! A fleeting shadow passed as a vase behind White Feather suddenly shattered into fragments. In the darkness, the mist phantom slowly turned, casting a cold gaze upon White Feather, who was clinging to the pendant. Its eyes shifted upwards to the bat helmet. Decent equipment, but it won't save you. As the words left its mouth, it flexed its right claw, and the surging black mist began to swirl as if under its command. In quick succession, a dark mist coalesced, transforming into several enormous black pythons, their forked tongues flickering as they spiraled through the air. Within their serpentine eyes glimmered a glint of avarice. Whoosh! With a deft flick of his white-feathered sleeve, a silver submachine gun materialized in his grasp, resonating with a resounding dragon's roar that erupted from the mouth of the silver dragon. The crimson eyes of the dragon met the menacing gaze of the serpent from afar, an icy intent to kill hanging palpably in the air. The fierce dragon and the black python. A howl erupted. The black python writhed its massive form, swirling with billowing black mist as it charged forward. Bang! 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 The gunfire reverberated, countless bullets slicing through the air like specters of silver dragons, colliding heavily with the oncoming black python. Boom! 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 A cacophony of explosions erupted as bullets perforated the serpent's body, reducing it to a billowing cloud of black smoke. The cold muzzle of the gun zeroed in on the specter concealed within the mist. Without a moment's hesitation, a bullet pierced the void, vanishing in an instant. Bam! A bloodied hole appeared upon the specter's mask. In the next moment, a fissure emerged, crawling across the mask before shattering with a thunderous crack. The mask lay in ruins, revealing a grotesque and decayed visage, marred by a tapestry of ghastly scars. My mask! The specter of mist momentarily froze upon sensing its destruction. Trembling black claws traced the contours of that twisted face, and the specter began to murmur incoherently, as if lost in a delirious reverie. Its massive form quivered involuntarily, as though horrific memories surged forth from the depths of its mind. In that instant, a frenzied tumult surged within its crimson eyes. The mask of mist must not be disturbed. This was an unyielding tenet of the biogenetic specter clan. Damn it, I had finally managed to forget that ocean. Yet you compel me to remember. That cursed storm, how could I forget, for I was once an old captain, ha ha ha. The maniacal laughter erupted uncontrollably from its lips. Observing the frenzied specter of mist, a grave expression suddenly overtook Bai Yu's countenance. It appeared to have been provoked. The venomous laughter, laden with mischief, echoed inappropriately. Bai Yu shrugged, yet a chill ran down his spine. The beastly eyes of the specter, akin to those of a ravenous wolf, fixated upon him intently. My painstakingly built maritime empire of 30 years was obliterated by that storm. The ship was lost, my face disfigured, and that avaricious woman abducted my only son. Ha ha ha. The specter of mist laughed maniacally. However, this is of no consequence. This biogenetic legacy shall ultimately allow me to reclaim all that I have lost. A sinister fervor surged forth as the specter's form abruptly shattered, transforming into an engulfing tempest of black mist. Vaporize. The mist phantom, having undergone a terrifying mutation, possesses a supreme ability that allows it to disperse its corporeal form into countless minuscule droplets, coalescing into a dense fog, transformed into an ominous black mist. The mist phantom is far more fearsome than the ordinary mutated progenitor. The dreadful black vapor surged forth like a colossal beast, engulfing Bai Yu entirely. Within the abyss of black mist, Bai Yu suddenly realized that this fog had effectively sealed all of his senses. Even the bat helmet had lost its detection capabilities, rendering it utterly useless. A billowing cloud of dark smoke enveloped him, accompanied by a sinister voice echoing from all directions. Kid, The captain is angry and might throw you overboard. The rampant black mist devoured all light, leaving Bai Yu's vision shrouded in a murky darkness. As the black mist writhed, a shadowy claw materialized, eerily pressing against Bai Yu's shoulder without him realizing it. The icy touch caused his body to stiffen. With a thunderous roar, the claw constricted, unleashing a horrific force that shattered Bai Yu's shoulder blade in an instant. Following this, the dreadful drill-like appendage mercilessly penetrated his body, the sound of flesh being torn apart sending chills down his spine. The immense silhouette of the mist phantom emerged from the shadows, its sinister laughter reverberating. How utterly dull this battle is. It shook its head and turned its gaze towards the terrified blonde girl nearby. With emaciated claws, it stalked towards her, leaving behind enormous claw prints. A grotesque smile crept across its decayed visage. You. The stammering voice of the girl escaped her lips, heightening the mist phantom's exhilaration. What is the matter, scared? It cackled. The fear on this prey's face is simply intoxicating. Observing the girl's trembling visage, the mist phantom could not contain its maniacal laughter. No, the girl trembled, her small hand gradually moving past the mist phantom's form to point behind it. The mist phantom was momentarily taken aback. Its gaze then fell into the depths of the girl's pupils, where a menacing black giant loomed ominously in her clear eyes. A blood-red tongue slithered forth from its fangs, droplets of saliva glistening at the tip. In the next moment, an enormous claw, nearly half a meter in length, descended upon its shoulder. The icy sensation rendered it completely rigid. Mate, was that the feeling you just experienced? Chapter 70. The Soul's Whip, the old captain's dread, a chilling. Colossal claw silently pressed upon the shoulder of the mist specter. A massive tongue flicked across the back of its head, the viscous saliva sending shivers throughout the mist specter's form. Are you the little brat from earlier? Suppressing the fear that welled within, the mist specter swallowed hard and spoke coldly. Is little brat a title you, a mere zombie, can casually bestow? The venomous creature chuckled ominously. Before the words had barely escaped its lips, the frigid claw tightened its grip, and dozens of black tendrils erupted from the ground, wrapping around the mist specter in a devilish embrace. In an instant, the serpent-like tendrils hoisted the mist specter into the air, encasing it in a dark cocoon that stifled all possibility of escape. Observing the mist specter's icy countenance, the venomous creature smirked lazily. The black liquid on its ghastly visage writhed, revealing sharp fangs, while the handsome face of Bai Yu emerged, exuding a mischievous allure. His eyes sparkled with mockery. As his consciousness expanded, Bai Yu's mastery over the liquid form of Venom gradually reached a sublime level. Do you dare to harm me? I am of the Mist lineage, one of the 7 primary maternal clans. Despite being ensnared by the tendrils, the mist specter could not contain its arrogance, glaring menacingly at Bai Yu. Quite the audacious one, aren't you? Bai Yu remarked with feigned surprise. Facing imminent death, and still so brash? A glint of cold light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes, and his robust left arm suddenly liquefied, transforming into a liquid spiked mace. The mace was adorned with menacing barbs. In an instant, the expression of the mist specter morphed into one of sheer astonishment. Whoosh! A fierce gust swept through as the terrifying mace, propelled by a forceful wind, struck the mist specter's chest. Boom! Dark green blood erupted as the mist specter was sent flying, shattering glass in its wake, before crashing onto the slide outside the hotel. Bang! The massive slide, towering several dozen meters high, collapsed with a thunderous crash. In an instant, a grotesque shadow leaped forth, the enormous mace descending from above. I shall smash. I shall smash. I shall smash. 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 Before the evolved high-level symbiote of Venom, a mother-level biochemical specter seemed incapable of stirring significant turmoil. The air was filled with the sound of sonic booms. In mere moments, the mist specter's body was battered and torn, riddled with countless bloody holes. Blood splattered through the air like a gruesome shower. Your grandfather! A piercing roar escaped the near-unconscious mist specter. Boom! The mace swung horizontally, and an arm was obliterated in an instant. Your grandfather! The roar gradually diminished. Boom! A frail, ghostly leg shot skyward. A voice filled with feeble pleas and unparalleled terror hastily emerged from the lips of the mist specter, fearing that the magnificent white feather might strike again. Under the potent influence of the serum, the various weapons liquefied by the venom bore the terrifying attribute of biochemical armor piercing. biochemical armor-piercing, 50 physical penetration, combined with a 70 reduction in cellular healing capability. Suddenly, a strand of black silk shot forth, lifting the almost lifeless mist specter and suspending it from the eaves of the hotel. Dark green blood continuously dripped from its ghastly wounds, creating a scene of utter desolation. I have a few inquiries to make. Do you have any objections? The white feather, stretching its formidable form, casually reclined on an unblemished chair, seemingly indifferent. Despite having envisioned 1,000 torturous fates for the white feather in his mind, the mist specter suppressed its fury, forcing a smile. Not at all, not at all. If only you would grant me the opportunity to voice any objections. Very good. The white feather responded with a satisfied nod and a cheerful demeanor. Firstly, where has your battalion of biochemical specters gone? As soon as the question was uttered, the mist specter's expression shifted dramatically. Revealing the whereabouts of its kind was tantamount to betraying its clan. However, allegiance to rules wavered, and with a hint of resignation, the specter sighed. If we had adhered to the original plan, our clan would have breached the border under the leadership of 7 Lord-level entities, advancing deep into the nest. Lord-level entities? The novelty of this term piqued the white feather's interest. Our mutated entities possess strength that surpasses that of the hunter-level biochemical specters. The mist specter elaborated, seemingly aware of the white feather's curiosity. However, each biochemical entity possesses 3 forms, requiring constant infection and consumption to evolve and mutate. The Lord-level entities represent the pinnacle of this mutation. I see, the white feather mused, lightly tapping its slender fingers in contemplation. How many entities of this caliber exist? Its obsidian eyes subtly shifted towards the suspended mist specter. Only the leaders of the major clans possess such power among the Lord-level mutated entities, the mist specter replied, rolling its eyes before adding, however, as an increasing number of biochemical specters undergo infection and evolution, the quantity of such entities is bound to rise. Upon hearing this, the white feather nodded slightly. If the leaked biochemical virus can mass-produce specters of this level, it would indeed be terrifying. Secondly, what exactly is the nest you mentioned? Why the need for such a grand mobilization? A barely perceptible depth flickered in the white feather's gaze. Gazing into the inky depths of Bai Yu's eyes, the misty specter inexplicably smiled, suggesting that its lair lay in a realm ravaged by thunder and besieged by sinister winds. It was only in such a place of profound darkness that our great sovereign could be conceived. Sovereign? A shiver coursed through Bai Yu's heart, startling him. What level of being could a sovereign-class specter represent? Caressing his chin, Bai Yu's gaze sharpened as he softly inquired, "What can you divulge?" The previously submissive mist specter suddenly adopted a defiant demeanor, shaking its head with indifference. "Do you wish for me to extract your heart and cast it into Siberia to feed the snow wolves?" Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, his voice icy. "This is the command of the Lord. It is not within our power to disobey." The mist specter remained aloof, its beastly eyes brimming with fervent devotion to the so-called sovereign progenitor. "Since that is the case, you have lost your value." A gentle sigh escaped Bai Yu's lips as he shook his head and abruptly declared, "Venom received." A ravenous, sinister laugh erupted. In an instant, a terrifying black liquid enveloped Bai Yu's head, and the grotesque silhouette of the venom surged forth. With powerful hind limbs, it advanced towards the trembling mist specter, stepping with the gait of death. Underneath its fangs, a gaping maw opened wide. Chapter 71. The Zombie Arsenal, a biochemical crisis upon the hotel rooftop. A grotesque black silhouette crouched over a lifeless corpse, voraciously devouring its head. The sound of flesh bursting was chilling. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a level organism. The Mist Spectre, activating the first level biochemical talent. Mist Devour. Ding! Mist Devour. Capable of releasing immense black mist in an instant to conceal one's form while simultaneously obscuring the target's perception, continuously devouring the target's vitality. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained a 5,000-point vitality boost, bringing your total vitality to 34,300 points. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully unlocked the zombie arsenal. The frigid voice of the system echoed ominously. Following this, the Venom tilted its head back, and a ghostly blue ranking panel gradually materialized in the void. A sinister aura rushed forth. The panel displayed 2 ghostly arsenals, the level arsenal and the tier arsenal. The level arsenal revealed hundreds of crimson biochemical specters, all of which had been eradicated by the Venom, belonging to the Hunter class. The tier arsenal showcased the grotesque forms of two biochemical specters. One was a deep crimson, equipped with 4 dark green bone claws on its robust mechanical arms. The other was a dark brown specter, its enormous eyes resembling an octopus turbine adhered to its back. The blood-red progenitor and the mist specter were unmistakably the 2 progenitor specters consumed by the Venom. Ding! The host can revive the slain phantoms within the zombie arsenal by splitting part of the symbiotic tissue, compelling them to fight on behalf of the host. The number of resurrected phantoms increases in correlation with the host's vitality. The combat prowess of these phantoms can mutate and evolve as the host continues to devour. The concept of a zombie arsenal intrigued Venom. Did this not mean he could summon countless underlings for himself? He reveled in the thought. With fangs bared and liquid tendrils writhing, he languidly yawned, soon directing his gaze towards the distant horizon of the desert. At the edge of the Valkyrie Desert lies the border between the Federation and Canada, stretching for hundreds of kilometers. This fortified line is home to tens of thousands of military strongholds. While the governments of both nations publicly uphold the NATO alliance, covert machinations and intrigues persist unabated. In recent years, as Earth's resources have dwindled, military conflicts driven by resource interests have escalated. Moreover, the superhuman program led by Symbiosis aims to assist the Federation on the battlefield, establishing a deterrent. However, the allure of ideals is often overshadowed by harsh realities. The chaos stirred by White Feather and Venom, along with the uncontrollable bioweapon virus, has shattered Symbiosis' grand illusions. A chilling glimmer suddenly flashed in White Feather's eyes. "Let us proceed to the border," he commanded coldly, narrowing his gaze. If the Mist Phantom had not lied, then the bioweapon phantoms should have already traversed the desert towards the border. An ancient saying comes to mind: when the clam and the snipe contend, it's the fisherman who benefits. Venom seemed to understand White Feather's intent, flicking his long tongue and chuckling. "You are becoming increasingly astute." A subtle smile graced White Feather's lips. Suddenly, a menacing shadow erupted from the void, its massive claws poised to pounce into the depths of the desert when its colossal form abruptly froze. "What are you doing?" Venom grumbled. White Feather shrugged and pointed towards a desert glider parked not far from the bioweapon hotel. Venom raised his thumb in admiration. "Forgive my lack of vocabulary. At this moment, I can only say to you, my esteemed host, that you are impressive." In Washington, the capital of the Federation, situated 1,000 miles from Valkyrie, stands an extraordinarily grand palace at the heart of the city. Amber-hued bricks adorn its exterior, while an imposing statue, the Statue of Liberty, towers majestically in front of the palace. Who would have imagined that the military headquarters is not located in the Federation's pinnacle of technological advancement, Houston, nor in the industrial stronghold of San Francisco, but instead rests within this symbolically significant governmental capital? At the top of the White House lies the enigmatic military headquarters. A series of 3 rhythmic knocks resounded through the air. The door creaked open, revealing a steely man clad in military attire, his fierce eyes wide with intensity as he strode into the room. Upon his shoulders gleamed 5 resplendent stars. He was a 5-star general. An aura of formidable authority emanated from him, causing the very air to drop in temperature. In the austere conference hall, 30 solemn figures were scattered throughout the space. A satellite map, crafted in liquid crystal, flickered on the screen. The iron-willed general surveyed the military officials with a chilling demeanor, his voice cutting through the air like ice. "You've received the news, I presume?" Every head among the 30 nodded solemnly in acknowledgement. The outbreak of this biochemical crisis lies not with the Valkyrie Research Institute, but rests squarely upon our military shoulders. We cannot evade our responsibilities. He closed his fierce eyes, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his tone indifferent. "Yet, General Harvey," one officer interjected, his brow furrowed in concern, "the spread of the biochemical specters has already wrought untold calamity, impacting millions. This, after all, pertains to the very core of our superhumans. Should we falter now, it could lead to irreversible loss, years of effort obliterated in an instant." Another officer, adorned with the rank of colonel, suddenly rose, his expression grave as he articulated the unspoken sentiment shared by the remaining 29. "Oh," Harvey smiled faintly, opening his intense gaze. his right hand gliding over the display screen. The satellite map starkly highlighted the epicenter of the crisis, Valkyrie. Strangely, however, Valkyrie was now completely engulfed in a sinister shade of dark green on the map, as though it had succumbed to an insidious swamp. More terrifying still, this malevolent green was spreading at an alarming rate, having already consumed the entire expanse of desert around it. At the edge of the wasteland lay a line of dense black dots, marking the border of the Federation. I have just received a radio transmission. Our border defenses have suffered a catastrophic assault by unidentified entities, incurring severe losses, over 30% infected and a further 20% casualties, came the chilling voice, laden with an oppressive weight. In that moment, the conference hall fell into an eerie silence. One of our armored vehicles and tanks stationed at the border, Akuruned, unable to contain himself, broke the stillness. The Federation's border base, a long-standing battleground, was fortified with an exceptionally stringent blockade. All the latest high-tech weaponry was to be dispatched to the front lines at the earliest opportunity, ready to engage in combat. Under such formidable defenses, the colonel found it difficult to believe that these biochemical specters could breach their lines. Chapter 72, The Shadow of Nuclear Weapons, an out-of-control border. In the austere conference hall, the atmosphere suddenly ignited with fervent agitation. The military has devoted immense resources to construct formidable tanks and cutting-edge mechas, integrating the most advanced technologies of our time. How could they possibly fail to withstand the onslaught of the bioghosts? Observing the uniform expressions of rage, Harvey let out a cold smile. With a mere touch of his fingertip on the screen, the vast satellite map abruptly began to rotate and transform. A chilling atmosphere of bloodshed surged forth like a tidal wave. The high-ranking officers, all of whom held the rank of colonel or above, were visibly taken aback. The satellite map, utilizing space-based remote sensing, locked onto the federal border and magnified it through an intelligence system. Under the lens of 3 billion pixels, the harrowing scenes of carnage along the border were laid bare before these battle-hardened generals. Crumbling fortifications, enormous claw marks on alloy walls, and the corpses strewn across the watchtowers painted a grim picture. A gaping, sinister hole had been carved into the towering city walls, which were forged from high-density lithium alloy. The scene shifted. Countless red bio-ghosts surged forth like a tsunami from the far reaches of the fields, their numbers staggering in the thousands, sending shivers down the spines of all who beheld them. In front of the walls, a battalion of tanks stood ready, their turret barrels rotating to face the oncoming tide of specters. The dark mouths of the cannons glimmered with a cold metallic sheen. Fire! Fire! The 30 senior generals in the conference room were visibly agitated, pounding their chests in fervor. Suddenly, an eerie laughter erupted from the throng of ghosts. The unexpected, seductive sound left the generals momentarily stunned, only to be swiftly overtaken by a wave of dread. From within the blood-red mass of bio-ghosts, countless graceful figures sprang forth. Alarmingly, these enchanting silhouettes leaped to heights of several hundred meters, effortlessly vaulting over the line of tanks and landing within the city walls. With blood-red eyes and clad in dark purple garments reminiscent of royal attendants, these bio-ghosts resembled nightmarish specters, brandishing their razor-sharp claws. The massacre commenced. A cacophony of wails erupted from within the city. Simultaneously, on the front lines, the terrifying ghost army collided with the first barrage from the tanks in a thunderous clash. As the tanks aimed their sights on the bio-ghosts, the radar screen suddenly darkened. Through the binoculars, a surging black mist was observed escaping from the ghosts. In an instant, as the black fog engulfed the tanks, the artillerymen were horrified to see dozens of pitch-black specters emerge, grinning malevolently while clutching enormous smokestacks. Seizing the moment of distraction, countless bio-ghosts lunged at the artillerymen like ravenous wolves. The tide had turned. The entire conference room reverberated with the sounds of exploding tanks and the harrowing screams of the artillerymen being torn apart. A chilling sense of dread permeated the air. The indignant generals fell into an eerie silence, a shared sense of despair enveloping them. Was there still time for assistance? After a brief pause, a strained voice shattered the stillness. "It is too late." Harvey shook his head, letting out a soft sigh. From the moment the bioweapon was unleashed, they could not avert this impending catastrophe. "I've already contacted SHIELD. If the bioweapon crosses the border and spirals out of control, they will assist us in eradicating these zombies." Upon hearing this, the faces of the generals turned ashen. Once the bioweapon breached the borders, it would be beyond their control. What are your plans, General? An elder figure among the generals lifted his profound gaze towards the composed Harvey, who had remained unfazed throughout. Harvey fell silent for a few moments before slowly raising his head, his fingertips resting on the satellite map. Almost immediately, a red mark encircled an area of several thousand kilometers, centered around Valkyrie, including the border defense line. A skull insignia flickered ominously within the red mark. General, what are you implying? A cacophony of horrified voices erupted. Following discussions between the Council and SHIELD, the Federation was prepared to deploy nuclear weapons, intending to obliterate this region from the face of the Earth. This delineates the lethal radius of the nuclear strike, which is scheduled to launch in 12 hours. Harvey's indifferent voice echoed in the void. Above, the vast sky was engulfed in swirling sands, a tempest of dust sweeping across the barren landscape. A colossal glider soared through the arid air, stirring up a trail of sand as it raced by. Its massive wings spun rapidly, deftly evading all dust storms in its path. For Bai Yu, who had piloted the destroyer fighter jet, maneuvering this desert glider was a seamless task, akin to a top-tier competitive player suddenly entering a Bronze League's tranquil world. A seasoned veteran, he navigated various aircraft with ease. Within the cockpit, through his bat helmet, Bai Yu discerned numerous immense footprints scattered across the desert floor. Each footprint unmistakably pointed towards the horizon's end. At the desert's edge, a towering border wall loomed, partially obscured. It seemed the bioweapons were accelerating their movement. Bai Yu mused, cigar clenched thoughtfully between his teeth. As his thoughts swirled, Bai Yu suddenly pressed down on the throttle, two brilliant plumes of fire erupting from the engine. The glider's speed surged to its zenith. A fleeting shadow darted past. Several thousand meters away, in a military outpost belonging to the Federation, the aftermath of the bioweapons rampage had transformed the area into a hellish landscape. Corpses lay scattered across the ground. Those who had not fallen victim were invariably clawed by the ghostly hands of the bioweapons, rapidly losing their sanity and mutating into infected beings. The terror of the biochemical virus lies in its horrifying capacity for infection and reproduction. On the desolate battlefield, countless military encampments stand in eerie silence, a desolation that is palpable. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps echoes ominously. A purple figure, swaying as if inebriated, emerges unsteadily from behind the tent. The youth, clutching his throbbing head, stumbles a few steps and curses. Which manufacturer produced this glider? Just wait until I file a complaint. Damn thing crashed halfway through. If it weren't for my handsome visage, my illustrious reputation would surely be squandered here. Staggering drunkenly for several paces, Bai Yu shook his head and regained his senses. Is this a military camp? He surveyed the desolate terrain around him. Suddenly, a violent gasp emanated from the nearby tent. A delicate female voice instantly sent shivers down his spine, igniting a primal fervor within him. A woman? Chapter 73. The Enchanting Nurse. A gentle blessing from heaven, the intense breaths flowed from the tent like waves. The boy burned with passion, akin to the vibrant sun at dawn, and the fervent flames yearned for the nurturing rain from the heavens. As desire surged within him, Bai Yu deftly flicked his wrist, and a bat-shaped dart instantly found its way into his grasp, glinting coldly as it struck the tent with a resounding crash. The enormous canvas was torn asunder, revealing a captivating curve that momentarily sent Bai Yu's hormones into a frenzy. Heavenly Father, do you truly understand me? The enchanting silhouette sprawled upon the soft blanket, adorned in a bewitching nurse's attire, her tattered garments perfectly accentuating her alluring figure. Such a ravishing beauty could easily be likened to Sudaji from Eastern mythology. What rendered restraint nearly impossible was the sight of the delicate nurse, helplessly collapsed on the blanket, her garments askew, revealing a pair of long, exquisite legs. Despite the crimson stains adorning her fair skin, Bai Yu found no hindrance in appreciating the beauty before him. The nurse's delicate visage bore several grotesque scars, her beautiful eyes reflecting an unmistakable weariness. Her nurse's uniform was in tatters, dust swirling about her fragile form. Where am I? It seemed the nurse had just awakened. Gazing around in confusion, in the desolate military camp, not a soul could be found. Then, her beautiful eyes fell upon the tall figure before her. Clad in purple, Bai Yu's attire floated elegantly in the breeze, a charming smile gracing his handsome face. Who are you? The nurse inquired, her lips parting slightly as she shook her head, raising her delicate finger like a green onion, softly responding, "Hello, my name is Bai Yu. I'm new here. I appreciate your guidance." Bai Yu offered a polite smile, bowing slightly, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor. The nurse named Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, gently murmuring to herself. Suddenly, as if haunted by painful memory, she grasped her flowing hair, exclaiming in distress, "No, no, the ghosts are here. The ghosts are coming. Please, don't come any closer." Her incoherent cries were heart-wrenching. In her state of sheer terror, she caught sight of the bewildered Bai Yu before leaping to embrace him tightly with her delicate arms. The unexpected, exquisite sensation sent Bai Yu's adrenaline surging to its peak. "Good heavens, must you be so overwhelming? I am but a dashing youth. To hold such a stunning beauty in my arms is undeniably stirring." Though this nurse did not possess the same alluring charm as the infamous Black Widow, in her state of disarray, her allure was still formidable. Certain aspects of a man's nature are invariably more responsive than others. Nurse, we can take our time to chat. After all, there is still the entire evening ahead of us." Bai Yu's gentle voice broke the tension, soothing the flustered nurse. The two bodies, charged with an electric tension, gradually separated. That was close. As clarity returned, the nurse, glancing at Bai Yu's suddenly released hands, felt her cheeks flush and a smile escape her lips. "I'm so sorry, dear brother. I lost my composure," she said, her face blooming like a ripened apple, losing some of its previous allure but gaining a touch of sweetness. "It's quite all right," Bai Yu replied, suppressing his teasing demeanor, and with a slight smile, he narrowed his eyes slightly. "Sister, do you happen to know the whereabouts of those biochemical ghosts?" Having just arrived in this remote wilderness near the border, it was far more convenient to inquire with this nurse stationed at the military camp than to seek information elsewhere. "Biochemical ghosts," she echoed, her expression hardening as she bit her lip. "About half an hour ago, during a shift change among the border sentinels, our position was suddenly attacked. The ambush was so unexpected that our front line was nearly overwhelmed." As she spoke, a glimmer of fear crept into her beautiful eyes. "Despite deploying our most advanced mechs and tanks for firepower interception, those biochemical ghosts managed to breach our defenses in just 3 minutes. These phantoms, like nightmares, can fly, leap, and emit black smoke. In their nearly flawless coordination, our defenses seemed utterly futile." With great effort, the nurse rose, her gaze distant, as if she were lost in another world. The calamity brought by the biochemical ghost had struck too suddenly, akin to a horrific nightmare. "My military camp is situated at the forefront of the border-est defenses. Although we were the first to be compromised, the ghosts appear to be in a hurry, launching their assault on the inner city after pillaging our position. Perhaps it is precisely due to their negligence that I have fortuitously survived until now." A bitter smile revealed the 2 dimples on the nurse's cheeks. Once, under the formidable guard of the military's elite mecha battalions, they were imbued with unwavering confidence, believing this insurmountable barrier could never be breached. Yet, when faced with the true horror of a biochemical crisis, they discovered that the strength they had imagined was, in reality, exceedingly fragile. "Have the specters already infiltrated the city?" Bai Yu mused as he listened to the nurse's description, gently tapping his fingers. "Perhaps those monsters are indeed terrifying. At this moment, I find myself devoid of faith in our defensive stronghold." The nurse let out another bitter laugh, her implication unmistakable. Once the biochemical specters enter the city, it heralds an impending catastrophe. The border fortifications at this juncture have likely devolved into a chilling graveyard. "This presents a considerable dilemma," Bai Yu remarked, furrowing his brow. Although he now possessed the fierce dragon by his side and the potent venom of a high-level symbiote at his disposal, the prospect of facing thousands of biochemical specters still rendered him feeling insignificant. Moreover, beyond those hunter-class specters loomed even more formidable mutated progenitors, and possibly even Lord-class progenitor specters. In the midst of his anguish, Bai Yu's peripheral vision caught sight of the bloodstains on the nurse's legs, crimson and bubbling forth. "You should tend to your wounds first, lest you suffer excessive blood loss," he gently urged. It was a feat of resilience that the nurse had managed to survive in such dire circumstances. "Understood," she replied softly, and with Bai Yu's assistance, she rose, retrieving a nearby medical box to seek out suitable remedies. Suddenly, her foot slipped and her body lurched backward uncontrollably. A startled gasp escaped her lips as her alluring form traced a captivating arc before crashing to the ground. Fortunately, the carpet cushioned her fall, sparing her from injury, though her clothing was torn by a nearby metal frame. Imagining her smooth, jade-like back, Bai Yu's expression shifted dramatically, and he instinctively covered his eyes. Yet, his gaze betrayed him, peering through his fingers. His pupils dilated in shock. Upon her flawless back lingered several dark green claw marks, their eerie luminescence flickering in and out of view. Chapter 74, Biochemical Phantoms. Frenzied treasures. The delicate fabric of her garment was abruptly torn by a metal shard, exposing her exquisite, jade-like back. The claw marks on her back, immense and shadowy, writhed as if alive. In an instant, as her clothing was shredded, they swiftly recoiled and vanished into her pores. Within the blink of an eye, they disappeared completely. A strange chill surged from Bai Yu's feet, creeping upward. Rubbing his eyes, he focused intently once more, only to find that the claw marks had vanished without a trace. Was it merely an illusion? As Bai Yu pondered in confusion, a chilling gust swept through, causing the nurse, who was in search of medicine, to shiver slightly. Furrowing her delicate brows, she set down her medicine box and instinctively turned her head. In her clear, beautiful eyes, the reflection of her unadorned jade-like back was vividly apparent. Beneath her swan-like neck lay exquisite collarbones, and below that, her milky white skin. Her eyelashes fluttered momentarily. Bai Yu, feeling embarrassed, closed his eyes and raised his hands in surrender. My apologies, I am blind. Such a woman could only exist in the heavens. How often can one encounter such a vision on earth? Despite the extraordinary perspective from behind, the nurse's startled exclamation broke the silence, prompting her to hastily pull up her garments to shield her alabaster form. Yet, even with her clothes concealing her, the subtle curves that peeked through remained enchanting. The atmosphere grew oddly tense. Nurse, it would be prudent to prioritize finding the medicine. Bai Yu coughed lightly and then turned, exiting the tent with a sense of nonchalance. Life is akin to a play, reliant on one's performance. In the desolate military camp, the biting wind howled and the sinister breeze danced. The youth reclined lazily upon a large rock, arms wrapped around himself, inhaling the lingering scent of blood in the air. Fool! A dark liquid slithered forth from his chest, coalescing into a grotesque visage of venom. Humans do not share your symbiotic tendencies. They seize what they desire without restraint. Bai Yu rolled his eyes, deliberately disregarding the venom scorn. He was all too familiar with this old companion's greed. I find myself yearning for the essence of her home planet. The venom, swirling its massive tongue, gazed up at the starry sky, where constellations twinkled in the profound void. Are you longing to return? You have yet to savor the delights of this earth. Observing the venom's forlorn expression, Bai Yu smiled slightly, a hint of mockery in his demeanor. It was only through the power of a meteorite that I successfully descended upon Earth. Now it seems that surpassing the escape velocity of the solar system is far beyond what a mere symbiote can achieve. The venom shook its head, its stark white pupils shimmering with light. Escape velocity, Bai Yu mused, his eyes narrowing. Even after continuous evolution through consumption, the venom's jumping speed could barely reach 5 times the speed of sound. While 5 times the speed of sound is sufficient to shatter the air, it remains a great distance from the escape velocity. What lies beyond a high-level symbiote? A look of uncertainty flickered in Bai Yu's eyes. Since the venom had evolved into a high-level symbiote after its ravenous rampage, its life force and consumption speed had surged dramatically. However, the consumption system remained eerily silent. Like a deep-sea cavern, after reaching a higher state, the venom seemed to recall some ancient memory and whispered softly. Suddenly, Bai Yu's gaze sharpened with intensity. Before him, the tent trembled violently. Upon the delicate canopy of the tent, bubbles incessantly swelled, followed by an ear-piercing shriek that reverberated through the once silent military camp, causing it to tremble. With a nimble body, Bai Yu sprang into action, crouching atop a massive rock, his eyes fixed intently on the tent undergoing a bizarre transformation. Within him, the instinctual warning of a spider surged to life, illuminating his inky pupils with a distinct arachnid emblem. The mutation skill, Spider Eye. It granted him a fleeting possession of all the sensory abilities akin to that of Spider-Man. With a flick of his wrist, a strand of black web silently sliced through the air, adhering to the apex of the tent. The web coiled around, swiftly ensnaring the top of the tent. Just as Bai Yu's right arm contracted in preparation to heave the tent aside, a sinister claw abruptly tore through the fabric, seizing the web. The claw was smeared with a horrifying crimson substance. In an instant, the fragile tent was shredded into fragments, amidst which emerged a striking figure, her attire in tatters, striding forth with astonishingly long legs. She radiated an ethereal, cerulean hue, her elongated tail trailing behind her, while her blue eyes brimmed with a ravenous thirst for blood. The nightmare had descended. Viscous blood streamed from her eyes, dripping onto her hands. Her alluring physique concealed the terror of her transformation. Bai Yu gasped in astonishment at the metamorphosed nurse. When the virus infiltrated the flesh, the angel revealed a grotesque visage, instantly transforming into a horrifying demon. It was evident that the preceding dark green claw mark was no mere illusion. This beautiful nurse had also succumbed to infection amidst the biochemical catastrophe. A chilling hissing sound emanated from the enchanting bioweapon, sending shivers down the spine. Ding! The system detected a level 8 bioweapon, dubbed Mad Baby, with a talent rating of 9. Warning: this lifeform possesses a formidable infectious capacity. Host, please exercise caution. The devouring talent automatically activated. The cold, mechanical voice of the system echoed ominously. Immediately, behind Bai Yu, a repository of zombies, inscribed with the likeness of hundreds of bioweapons, materialized. Little brother, come play with your sister. The irresistibly alluring voice was captivating. The cerulean nails instinctively lifted, shimmering with a sickly luster. A beautiful serpent. I cannot afford to indulge. Bai Yu sighed softly, shrugging his shoulders. The web shooter on his right wrist tightened ominously. What pity indeed. The Mad Baby let out a high-pitched, maniacal laugh, swaying her slender waist as she approached him alluringly. Suddenly, Bai Yu raised his hand, and the silver Thompson submachine gun appeared in an instant, its dark muzzle locking onto the Mad Baby. Sister, do not approach, for I hold no pity for delicate beauty. The teasing voice lingered as the wild darling fluttered her enchanting lashes, a beguiling smile gracing her lips as she arched her delicate fingers. Her azure eyes suddenly radiated a brilliant blue light. Two dazzling beams surged forth, engulfing Bai Yu's vision. A confounding skill, locking gazes. The wicked fire in Bai Yu's heart surged uncontrollably. His eyes became increasingly vacant. A tremor coursed through his palm, and the fierce dragon weapon crashed to the ground. Instantly, a sinister shadow with claw-like appendages loomed over Bai Yu's numbed form. Chapter 75, Invisibility. The nighttime assault in the desolate military camp, a wild wind howled. Beside a tattered tent, a violet figure stood rigidly, motionless. The pitch-black pupils became hauntingly hollow, resembling a mindless zombie. Enchantment, a dreadful skill belonging to the wild darling, infiltrated the essence of its target's psyche through spiritual consumption, ensnaring them in an illusionary realm. A sharp, cackling laugh echoed from the wild darling's quivering lips. Her astonishingly long legs twisted in the air, gracefully approaching the dazed Bai Yu. Her ethereal blue claws caressed Bai Yu's icy jaw, lifting it slightly. This provocative gesture, unfolding under the wild darling-esque claws, added an unsettling aura to the scene. What a pity, such a beautiful facade, destined to be ruined by my hands. The wild darling caressed Bai Yu's face, a look of rapture emerging on her ghastly visage. Yet, that ecstasy abruptly morphed into madness. Why is it that you are so beautiful while I am not? Is it Jesus or God? You despicable humans must all perish. The sinister claws, accompanied by a wave of darkness, swooped down. In the moment the claw tips grazed Bai Yu's forehead, they abruptly froze. The figure that had resembled a zombie suddenly reached out, grasping her right arm with an iron grip. A terrifying strength, akin to iron cast in bronze, bound her tightly, rendering her immobile. The wild darling's expression shifted in an instant. In the next heartbeat, she was horrified to find that a pool of inky liquid had engulfed Bai Yu's eyes, emanating an eerie aura of malevolence. The strange black pupils spun like two black holes, swirling ominously. Who are you? As a mother-level specter, the wild darling's intellect surpassed that of ordinary biospecters, and she quickly regained her composure, demanding coldly. Huh! Bai Yu shook his head, letting out a light chuckle. A torrent of black liquid surged forth from him, instantly consuming his form and solidifying into glistening scales. His terrifying physique began to swell. Moments later, a towering shadow, nearly 6 meters high, loomed over. Then, a stout black giant emerged, revealing its bone-white fangs. Unexpectedly, you, a woman of striking beauty, also possess a heart as venomous as a serpent's. The toxic essence swirls with a formidable tongue, eliciting a sinister chuckle. Enormous claws grasp the frenzied darling, lifting her effortlessly into the air. The delicate form of the frenzied darling appears as insignificant as an ant beneath the chilling grasp of the venomous creature. "Am I beautiful, little darling?" the venomous entity inquires, observing the frenzied darling struggling in midair, its tongue flickering menacingly while its claws gently pin her chin, tilting it upward. A mocking glint dances within its eyes. The same formula yields a different flavor. Feeling the claws block all avenues of escape, the frenzied darling ceases her struggle, fixing her gaze upon the venomous creature, a cold smirk escaping her lips. "Do you know why my lineage is revered as the foremost among the 7 original progenitors?" Her icy voice carries an undercurrent of scorn. "Oh, a tale to tell?" The venomous creature muses, intrigued, as it surveys the alluring form of the frenzied darling. It seems even a biochemical specter has a penchant for judging by appearances. "No." The frenzied darling suddenly shakes her head with calm, revealing an enchanting smile. "It is because they all fear us." Boom! Her delicate form abruptly shatters, vanishing from the clutches of the venomous creature, leaving only a wisp of ethereal blue mist floating atop its claws. The sudden turn of events momentarily stuns the venomous entity. Its pale pupils scan the desolate surroundings, where remnants of countless military encampments linger. The situation shifts dramatically. Invisibility? The sharp intellect of a master criminal endows the venomous being with remarkable reflexes. Its expression turns frigid in an instant, as a being with innate attributes exceeding level 9. The frenzied darling proves to be far more formidable than the other 6 mutant progenitors. A chilling wind sweeps across the desolate wilderness, permeating the air with a suffocating silence. This mysterious encampment exudes an eerie stillness. The frenzied darling, now cloaked in invisibility, eludes even the most sensitive of spider senses. The venomous creature's eyes narrow instinctively. A sinister breeze rustles, splattering a dark liquid. A slender, pointed claw, akin to a water snake, glides along the venomous being's lower back. Hisses! The azure claws suddenly extend, piercing into the venomous entity's flesh. Ice blue biochemical viruses surge from the claws, violently infiltrating its body, exposing vicious fangs. The entry of the virus signifies the onset of mutation. Hey, Sister's essence is quite delectable. A silvery, melodic laughter rings out as a figure, delicate as a wisp, presses against the cold form of the venomous creature. In an instant, 2 pallid, slender arms encircle the venomous being's neck, while a horrifying visage leans close to its ear, exhaling a breath as fragrant as orchids. The peculiar and eerie laughter abruptly froze the enchanting visage of the mad baby. "How could this be? Were you not supposed to be infected?" she exclaimed in disbelief, her body recoiling as if jolted by electricity. The menacing black silhouette lazily turned, venomous mockery gracing its features as it bared its fangs and exhaled a plume of icy blue venom. As the cold wind swept through, the toxic mist dissipated into nothingness. "There exists a substance known as biochemical serum," the venom casually remarked, twisting its beastly neck. The theatrical scene rendered the mad baby's expression utterly captivating. The formidable serum granted the venom exceptional biochemical immunity, sufficient to withstand the scratches of ordinary spectral entities. The ice blue claw marks healed visibly before one's eyes. You're bullying me." The mad baby felt a wave of indignation as she gazed at the venom's arrogant display. "What could I do? It's simply in my nature to be so impressive," the venom retorted, flaunting its blood-red tail with pride. Cough, cough. A light cough suddenly resonated. The venom's boastful demeanor abruptly froze, a forced chuckle escaping its lips. Boom! In the fleeting moment of the venom's distraction, the pitiful mad baby was once again obliterated. An ambush in the night. Is it the same old trick? The venom's laughter turned to a chilling smirk. A dark fluid slithered forth, morphing into a bat helmet that adorned its head. The liquid bat helmet was no less formidable than Batman's armor. Through the cold bat eyes, the venom suddenly perceived a faint silhouette leaping in the intangible air. The powerful bat vision could diminish the mad baby's invisibility to a semi-transparent state. Chapter 76. The Mist Unveils. What constitutes goodness? Within the cold bat eyes, a slender figure was discernibly leaping forth. Despite the bat's gaze reducing the mad baby's invisibility, that semi-transparent outline remained exceedingly vague beneath the ethereal blue mist. The mad baby, now shrouded in nothingness, transformed into a true specter, elusive and ghostly. In the vast emptiness, The contours of the environment faintly writhed in an eerie display. The specter traversed the space. Suddenly, a ghostly blue claw emerged from behind the Venom. Boom! The Venom pivoted and leaped, its claws sweeping through the air. The terrifying gust of wind instantaneously tearing apart the space behind it. The claw disintegrated, leaving behind a mysterious blue mist. Gone again? A glimmer of cold light flickered in the Venom's eyes. The world fell into a chilling silence once more. The mad baby, cloaked in invisibility, proved to be an unpredictable foe. Let us play hide and seek. An ominous glint flashed in the Venom's depths. A terrifying black liquid abruptly surged forth from the heart of Venom's talons, swirling in a vortex. In rapid succession, the liquid twisted and expanded, transforming in an instant into a colossal black smokestack. It was unmistakably the 8-armed smokestack of the fog ghost. As the smoke cap descended, a torrent of dark mist erupted from the smokestack, instantly engulfing the shattered military camp within a radius of hundreds of meters. Venom's form was likewise engulfed by the encroaching darkness. Cloak and conceal. The inky smoke melded seamlessly with Venom's menacing figure. The fog's devouring essence, a skill of mutation, could shroud all life forms within its vicinity, severing their senses entirely. The longer a target lingered in the obsidian haze, the more rapidly their vitality ebbed away. A thick pall of smoke enveloped the area, the eerie stillness persisting for nearly half a minute. A muffled groan shattered the silence. An ethereal silhouette tumbled forth from the black mist, transforming into the frenzied form of the mad treasure. Her pallid complexion and near-exhausted skin bore testament to the brutal mist, which had swiftly siphoned away much of her vitality. With a swift motion, several strands of black silk shot forth like venomous serpents, adhering to the mad treasure's form. Moments later, the highly adhesive threads intertwined and expanded, swiftly weaving into a vast web that ensnared her entirely. The black smoke recoiled, coalescing into Venom's imposing physique. With a sinister grin, Venom licked his colossal claws and approached the mad treasure, now ensnared in the web. Within the web, the mad treasure curled her limbs, glaring furiously at the ghastly visage of Venom. Yet, as the threads constricted tighter, they sealed off all avenues of her struggle. Simultaneously, the black liquid coursing through the silk began to seep into her body, devouring her life force. The relentless drain of vitality gradually dulled the ferocity in her eyes. Suddenly, her gaping maw opened wide. Just as her fangs were about to snap shut, Venom's expression froze. "What are you doing?" He shot a displeased glance at the source of the interruption. "Do not consume her," White Feather stated, breaking a long silence. There was an inexplicable undercurrent in her voice. "I suspect you covet her beauty." Venom let out a strange chuckle, then mockingly replied, "This is a man-eating beauty snake. Do you dare to claim her?" The black liquid abruptly contracted, seeping into the pores. White Feather's slender figure materialized, gazing upon the mad treasure's heartbreakingly delicate visage. A wave of compassion surged within her for reasons unknown. Before her, countless memories surged forth like tumultuous waves. In the silence, White Feather flicked her wrist, revealing an ice-blue vial, inscribed with the words Serum 9. How extravagant! Venom could not help but sigh inwardly. In the depths of the Biochemical Research Institute, Bai Yu exerted every effort, ultimately uncovering merely 10 precious vials of dwindling elixirs. Each potion was infused with anti-biochemical genes, granting the taker formidable resistance against biochemical viruses, significantly enhancing their immunity. However, these effects were only relevant for the uninfected. Regarding the terrifying biochemical phantoms, no one could ascertain whether mutations would occur. With a resounding crash, a vial shattered, and the eerie azure liquid splattered onto the frenzied creature. An icy chill surged forth in an instant, enveloping her entire being. The frigid wave rapidly seeped into the skin of the maddened entity, gradually diminishing the stench of the biochemical virus. Soon after, the enchanting blood vessel patterns constricted, swiftly vanishing like smoke in the air. Her horrifying visage twisted and morphed, transforming once more into a delicate countenance, as a glimmer of clarity emerged in her azure eyes. Those beautiful orbs, reminiscent of their first encounter, were utterly captivating. The awakened nurse paused, bewilderedly glancing at her smooth, jade-like arms. A torrent of memories surged into her mind, momentarily draining her color. Have I been infected? She suddenly turned, her gaze landing on her back. The night breeze swept by, her neat attire billowing. devoid of any trace of dark green claw marks. Seemingly comprehending something, she looked toward the smiling youth before her. A wave of moisture filled her eyes, tinting them with a hint of crimson. "It's all right," Bai Yu reassured with a gentle wave of his hand, yet an inexplicable pang of sorrow welled up within him. Having coexisted with Venom for so long, he had grown accustomed to slaughter and brutality. This kindness felt, to him, the most extravagant luxury. Kindness? Non-existent. As if sensing Bai Yu's inner turmoil, the venomous entity grinned. "On our mother planet, choosing kindness equates to choosing death. Furthermore, I caution you, do not be deceived by a woman's appearance. Sometimes they may harbor deeper secrets than you can fathom." "Thank you," the nurse murmured. Her crimson lips pressed together as she slightly bowed, her delicate hands gracefully encircling her figure. "No need for that. I must take my leave. The border town is perilous at present. You should find a way to traverse the desert and return to the city," Bai Yu replied with a slight smile, then turned, stretching his limbs languidly as he lit a cigar, ambling towards the horizon. Suddenly, a delicate hand rested upon his shoulder, the soft touch momentarily rendering Bai Yu's bones weak. A flash of surprise flickered in his eyes. Behind him, the nurse stood, her cheeks flushed, the youthful collagen in her visage accentuating the crimson hue. May I accompany you?" Chapter 77. The adorable yet alluring antagonist. May I accompany you?" The soft voice floated down like a gentle whisper. The atmosphere suddenly became tense. Under the tranquil night, a captivating silhouette stood gracefully. The woman's skin was as pure as snow, her brows like strokes of ink, exuding an undeniable charm reminiscent of a Jiangnan beauty. Wait, Jiangnan beauty? Isn't this North America? Regardless, fate has its own arrangements. A blush blossomed on her delicate face, rendering her particularly alluring beneath the night sky. A glance could topple a city, a second glance could sway a nation. Her slender fingers unconsciously grazed her own cheek. The young man murmured, "Am I truly this charming?" After waiting 16 long years for happiness, it unexpectedly arrived at this moment. "So, this is what it feels like to be smitten?" A sudden cough interrupted his fanciful reverie. "Host, wake up. This woman just want to tear your face off." Silence. Bai Yu shot a cold glance at the Venom, startling it into submission, then lifted his head, a radiant smile illuminating his face. A pair of fair hands reached out. "Hello, I am Bai Yu. Welcome to the adventure team." The elegant nurse suddenly froze. Welcome to the army." Bai Yu subtly smiled, skillfully masking his inner embarrassment. "That was close. If you don't mind, you may call me Ling Long." The nurse extended her delicate hand, gripping Bai Yu's, bowing slightly. Her voice soft. "Ling Long?" Upon hearing this name steeped in Eastern charm, Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, he realized that the nurse was vastly different from the Western beauties he had seen earlier, with golden hair and blue eyes. Compared to the bronze skin of Western beauties, hers shimmered with an Eastern pallor. Her beautiful eyes sparkled with a deep, dark luster, unique to the land of Huaxia. Bai Yu recalled a phrase from the New Chinese Dictionary, heavenly match. No, born as a pair. Indeed, this phrase seemed tailor-made for him. 3 years ago, I moved to Chinatown. Sensing Bai Yu's confusion, Ling Long offered a gentle smile. "Sister Ling Long, welcome to the army. You may call me Xiao Yu." Bai Yu responded with a smile, disregarding the Venom's disdainful gaze. "Xiao Yu, I quite like that name." Ling Long's red lips parted slightly, a light laugh escaping, her exquisite face appearing even more enchanting. "Rest assured, Sister Ling Long, I will protect you from now on." Bai Yu thumped his chest, declaring with righteous fervor, his domineering presence palpable. "Host, your actions are making me lose my appetite," echoed Venom's disgruntled voice in his mind. How can one consume brain food when filled with dog food? Immersed in the warmth of affection, Bai Yu naturally chose to ignore Venom's complaints. "Fear not, Xiao Yu. I possess the ability to protect myself." Ling Long suddenly smiled, and then gracefully raised her delicate hand. A vast expanse of blue mist began to emanate from her enchanting figure, swiftly enveloping her entire being. Within the thick fog, a sickly long leg, adorned with peculiar high-heeled shoes, stepped forth abruptly. Following closely were a pair of eerie blue claws, a pair of alluring azure eyes, and a visage reminiscent of a terrifying angel. Bai Yu's expression gradually turned to one horror, as the familiar face had recently thrust him into a nightmare. A silver submachine gun involuntarily emerged in his grasp, his body instinctively tensing up. A chilling, high-pitched laugh erupted from the mouth of the crazed darling, reverberating through the air. Moments later, the crazed darling swayed with an enchanting gait, gracefully approaching and pressing against Bai Yu's icy form, exhaling sweetly. "Little Yu, it's your sister. Do not be afraid," a gentle feminine voice caught Bai Yu off guard. "Is that you, Sister Linglong?" Bai Yu exclaimed in astonishment, scrutinizing the maddening appearance of Linglong. "It doesn't look like you." Linglong chuckled softly, raising her alluring long leg and teasingly responding. "The effects of the biochemical serum are remarkable. It has infused the genes of the crazed darling into my veins, allowing me to switch forms at will." Her soft voice, emanating from that horrifying countenance, sounded oddly disconcerting. With a hiss, the azure mist surged forth once more, shadows dancing as Linglong's captivating silhouette reemerged. Between angel and devil lies but a fleeting thought. "Your shape-shifting is remarkably lacking," Bai Yu observed, watching the menacing bloodline of Linglong gradually retract, exhaling in relief with a wry smile. "What on earth is happening?" Dear host, do you still wish to keep her?" A mocking voice emerged from the venomous creature, tinged with playful mockery. "Do you have any objections?" Bai Yu replied nonchalantly. "I have none, but someone does." The venomous creature grinned enigmatically. "What nonsense is this?" Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, only to suddenly notice his left hand trembling uncontrollably. His gaze swept around, and his pupils constricted sharply. The black octopus bracelet on his wrist began to vibrate ominously. In an instant, a torrent of black liquid surged forth from the bracelet, swirling in the air, coalescing into a colossal shadow that loomed overhead. From the depths of the black liquid, 8 menacing tentacles shot forth, their massive suckers firmly adhering to the ground. The liquid then coiled back, transforming into a gigantic black octopus, its supple body seemingly boneless, sprawled against the floor. "Aha, my little octopus pet!" Bai Yu exclaimed in utter delight at the sight of the darkened octopus lying on the ground. Ever since the black octopus transformed into a bracelet encircling his wrist, it has remained silent to this day. No matter how fervently he calls, it hides within his backpack, refusing to emerge. Such assertive behavior is unprecedented. However, Bai Yu's smile soon became rigid. Those octopus eyes held no trace of benevolence, coldly fixating on Bai Yu, sending chills down his spine. How frightening! Whoosh! A fierce gust swept by, and the massive black tentacles, imbued with a terrifying force, swung toward Bai Yu. Bang! The tentacle struck fiercely against Bai Yu's chest, catching him off guard and propelling him into the nearby ruins. The shattered debris erupted in a blinding cloud of smoke. After a considerable time, the haze gradually dissipated, revealing a disheveled figure brushing off the dust from his clothes and clearing his throat, emerging in a state of bewilderment. As Bai Yu regained his composure, he was astonished to find that the black octopus's eyes had inexplicably turned crimson. "What a fickle heart!" he scoffed. Chapter 78. Delving into the border, the zombie nest. What a fickle heart. The aggrieved voice erupted suddenly from beneath the black octopus's crimson eyes. "What on earth?" Staring at the tearful black octopus, both Bai Yu and Linglong were left utterly perplexed. Then, a torrent of black liquid surged forth from the black octopus, coiling and swirling, coalescing into a captivating silhouette. A woman in a pristine nurse's uniform emerged, her voluptuous figure rivaling that of Linglong. Yet, her face bore an icy demeanor, emanating an aura of chilling menace. Being perceptive, Linglong immediately sensed the emotional turmoil within the woman. That very sentiment caused her beautiful eyes to sharpen, coldly locking onto Bai Yu. The gazes of both women converged on Bai Yu, inducing a sense of dread within him. Raising his hand, Bai Yu innocently protested, "I am pure." In response, he was met with 2 frosty expressions. Good heavens! Now even a plunge into the Mississippi River wouldn't clear his name. This is quite troublesome, truly troublesome. In his mind, a mocking voice echoed. "You're young, but already in considerable debt to love." Bai Yu's face instantly drooped, overshadowed by countless dark lines. 3 hours later, in the desolate wilderness, a purple figure lay sprawled, drenched in sweat. The youth rested wearily upon a boulder, gazing up at the night sky, panting heavily. The cardinal rule of Bai's survival: never provoke women. Not far away, 2 alluring women stretched their long, elegant legs, engaged in light-hearted banter. Their silver laughter rippled through the air. Indeed, Mother Nuwa is formidable. An octopus and a ghost. What an extraordinary convergence of species, each with endless topics to discuss. Where shall we set off? Suddenly, Ling Long brushed her long hair, resembling fine silk, and smiled gently. Bai Yu was momentarily taken aback, gazing at the two women who treated each other with utmost respect, swallowing hard. Sister Ling Long is indeed my dearest confidant. Dr. Oak smiled tenderly, wrapping his arm around Ling Long's delicate waist, chuckling softly. The sweetness of the moment was palpable. How delightful! My best friend has arrived. Bai Yu observed the identical nurse uniforms worn by the two enchanting ladies and couldn't help but shake his head in admiration. With such exquisite beauties by his side, the thought of the delightful days ahead was invigorating. Haha, let us go. Bai Yu leaped forward, encircling Ling Long's slender waist with his left arm and taking Dr. Oak's delicate hand with his right. A surge of boundless confidence surged within him. What can mere zombies do to me? Let us move. Beneath the pitch-black night sky, dim starlight flickered. The night breeze swept across, stirring the overgrown grass on the city walls, releasing a pungent scent of blood. Dark green claw marks marred the crumbling walls. In the desolate border town, eerie howls occasionally pierced the silence. It seemed that ghostly figures lurked in the shadows, darting about. At this moment, 6 hours had elapsed since the biochemically altered spirits breached the border. At the foot of the wall, 3 figures emerged, cast in shadows by the chilling moonlight. The young man adjusted his cap and tilted his head back. A pair of spider-like eyes gradually appeared in his gaze. The towering city wall, nearly 60 meters high, cast an ominous shadow. Atop the wall stood a beacon tower. Within his spider senses, he detected lingering traces of malevolence emanating from the tower. With a flick of his wrist, a strand of black silk suddenly shot forth from a spinneret. In an instant, the silk spanned 60 meters, silently adhering to the wall's crest. This silk, having undergone numerous mutations, possessed remarkable adhesive properties and resilience, allowing it to cling effortlessly to various surfaces while muffling all sound. Whoosh! The young man soared into the air, and in the blink of an eye, his light form flitted over the wall like a dragonfly skimming water, landing atop it. Crouching low against the wall, he stealthily approached the beacon tower. Inside the tower, 2 grotesque, biochemically altered spirits leaned against the wall, yawning tiredly. Unlike the blood-red zombies, their bodies were diminutive, cloaked in dark capes, and wielding sinister scythes in their stout claws. Like ninjas of night, they were ever vigilant, waiting for the opportune moment. Suddenly, a cold wind swept through the air, causing one of the ninja spirits to flinch slightly in discomfort. What was that? His expression sharpened, and he furrowed his brow, peering outside the beacon tower. Beneath the still night sky, the area beyond the walls appeared desolate. Could it be that you are caught in an illusion? Another ninja specter let out a chilling laugh, then spoke in a cold tone. My lord has given orders. Our clan's plan has entered a critical phase, and we must not allow any disturbances. The ninja specter nodded, his eyes flashing with a fierce glint. However, unbeknownst to these 2 ninja specters, a mysterious shadow silently crept along the ancient city wall, hidden in a secret corner beyond the watchtower's line of sight. In the darkness of night, a slender figure emerged. The youth glanced at the 2 women lingering in the corner, his eyes blinking as if to inquire, "Do you require my assistance?" Faced with Bai Yu's goodwill, the 2 women chose to ignore him in unison. 8 menacing mechanical tentacles slithered out from behind Dr. Ock and violently embedded themselves into the city wall. The enormous suckers on the tentacles suddenly unleashed a tremendous suction force, propelling the body upwards as they swiftly scaled the wall like a gecko. The agility of their movement was astonishingly deft. Meanwhile, Ling Long transformed, her form enveloped in a mist of azure smoke, morphing into a frenzied treasure. With an impressive leap of her long legs, her ethereal body soared at an incredible angle, clearing dozens of meters in height until she landed atop the wall. On the wall, the gazes of the 2 women simultaneously fell upon Bai Yu with a teasing glint. All right, forget I said anything. Bai Yu rolled his eyes, redirected his gaze, and lay flat against the city wall, peering down at the border town engulfed in silence. His pitch-black pupils suddenly constricted. On the desolate streets, countless broken corpses lay strewn about, their expressions frozen in the terror of their last moments. From the shadows emerged several menacing figures, surveying the area as they crawled along the street. The shadows revealed blood-red skin and dark green bone claws. Biospecters. Their gaze swept along the ancient street. In the vast border town, there were countless such hunting specters patrolling the silent thoroughfares. Chapter 79, Night Raid. The hidden launch base in the border town. On the desolate ancient streets, ghostly figures flickered, with innumerable biospecters roaming. On the towering buildings, the remnants of zombie limbs and the cold corpses of soldiers were occasionally visible. 6 hours prior, the ancient city had witnessed a brutal and bloody battle. Yet, it was evident that the specters had achieved a devastating victory in this ambush. Humanity faced an unprecedented calamity. On the dark tower's peak, 3 figures crouched, surveying the haunted city. The cold moonlight cast long shadows, stretching out into the night. The fallen federal troops, the majority of whom have succumbed to infection and transformed into zombies, are now haunting shadows. Linglong's exquisite eyes lowered. Gazing upon these biochemical phantoms adorned with familiar military insignias, she murmured softly. Just days prior, they had steadfastly held their ground on the same battlefield. Yet, mere days later, none had escaped the insidious invasion of the biochemical virus. Beside the youth stood the strikingly beautiful Dr. Oak, similarly enveloped in silence. Immersed in the study of biological genetics, she was acutely aware of the formidable infectiousness possessed by these devastating creations of cutting-edge technology. Suddenly, Linglong's keen gaze fell upon Bai Yu, her eyes brimming with hope. An instinct whispered to her that this boy, known for performing miracles, might once again turn the tide. Gazing into the sparkling eyes of Kazalin, Bai Yu felt a mix of amusement and exasperation. With a flick of his wrist, a chilling refrigerated box materialized in his palm. As the lock clicked open, it revealed 8 vials of serum carefully preserved within. These 8 vials of serum were but a drop in the ocean for the countless biochemical phantoms. The expressions of Linglong and her companion darkened simultaneously. Without timely treatment from the serum, the biochemical phantoms would spread at an alarming rate, infecting more humans and ultimately causing a tremor within the Federation. At that point, true apocalyptic calamity would ensue. To be forced into the role of a savior despite being the antagonist, Bai Yu mused, lightly tapping his slender fingers. It's merely a late-night snack. Just swallow it down. In his mind, he could hear the ominous laughter of Venom. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu rolled his eyes, sarcastically remarking, "What a joke. With phantoms scattered throughout the city, 1 drop of saliva from each could drown me." Yet, he had no doubt about Venom's power. As a terrifying advanced symbiote, its ferocity, when pushed to the limit, could devour a warship hull. However, there was no contest when it came to priorities. Nothing was greater than his beloved. The pale spider-like eyes scanned the city, now overrun by phantoms, finally locking onto the center, where a rocket launch facility stood tall. On that immense launch pad, countless turbines spun, harboring thousands of strategic missiles aimed at the Federation's borders. Each missile held the potential to raze a small city to the ground. Yet, Bai Yu's gaze did not linger on the missiles. It passed through them and fixated on the colossal launcher, its pinnacle pointing skyward. To maximize the efficacy of the serum, artificial rainfall was the only solution. However, the desolate launch site was shrouded in ghostly figures, the imposing biochemical phantoms drifting ominously. Linglong and her companion exchanged a knowing glance, softly declaring, "Let us draw these phantoms away." Bai Yu's eyes brimmed with tears in an instant. This, indeed, was the power of love. "I cherish you both deeply," he thought as his body soared forth, embracing the moment. Bang! 2 vivid crimson handprints simultaneously swept through the air, striking a certain individual's face. In the tranquil night sky, the crisp sound resonated, clear and distinct, particularly sharp, particularly resonant. Observing the writhing white feather in pain, the 2 enchanting maidens shared a spontaneous chuckle. All right. A reward awaits you upon success." Linglong winked with her captivating lashes, playfully blowing a kiss. Dr. Oak also smiled softly, his proud stature unconsciously straightening. "Now that is more like it." White feather rubbed his sore face, a satisfied smile gracing his features. The heavy nightfall cast an immense shadow, enveloping the entire launch site. Even the starlight dimmed in its wake. Hundreds of biophantoms prowled the corners of the launch area, their crimson, beastly eyes gleaming with an eerie green luminescence. Bang! 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 The sound of machinery hitting the ground abruptly pierced the night air. In that instant, the patrolling biophantoms abruptly raised their heads, becoming alert. Though the zombies lacked cognitive control, they possessed an acute sensitivity to sound. To the southeast of the launch site, a mechanical tendril stealthily emerged from the darkness, entwining itself around the body of a biophantom like a vine. The suction cups on the tendril instantaneously expanded, covering the phantom's fangs and silencing its vocal cords. Crack! The phantom's body gradually turned cold, slowly collapsing. Following that, 7 more tendrils eerily emerged. Whoosh! 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 One after another, the bio-phantoms fell limp, rigidly dragged into the darkness. In less than half a minute, nearly 20 phantoms had vanished without a trace. The swift disappearance of their kind instantly stirred the remaining hundreds of phantoms. Countless beastly eyes turning in unison toward the shadowy corner in the southeast. From the darkness, the shadow of a gigantic octopus emerged, dancing with its 8 black tentacles. In the northwest of the launch site, a dense blue mist had already engulfed the area. Within the fog, a ghostly blue figure flickered intermittently. Each glint of cold light splattered a spray of dark green blood. The phantom storm. Within the blue mist, a seductive figure, swaying gracefully, stepped forth. In each of her pointed claws, she clutched 2 torn bio-phantom corpses. Thud! The bodies fell to the ground, producing a delicate clatter. Hundreds of crimson, beastly eyes ignited instantly, coldly fixating on that terrifying figure. Once the bio-phantoms at the launch site were thoroughly lured away, a mysterious shadow agilely climbed along the massive steel track. With extraordinary adhesive ability, White Feather navigated the nearly vertical surface as if it were flat ground. Whoosh! Whoosh! Long strands of black spider silk continuously spewed forth from his wrist, adhering to the steel surface. Silken threads swayed gracefully, and in an instant, a lithe figure leaped hundreds of meters away. On the immense rocket shell, a small black duck darted swiftly. At a height of 1,000 meters, a fierce wind howled. Bang! The tips of his toes touched down, and with a gentle maneuver, Bai Yu instantly crouched atop the tower's pinnacle. He then raised his head, his obsidian gaze fixed upon the particle ejector. The opening of the ejector faced the starry night sky. Let this rain fall even heavier. A fervent glint surged in Bai Yu's eyes. With a flick of his wrist, a vial of ethereal blue reagent appeared in his palm. Chapter 80. The Lord Demonis. A hat trick. A chilling vial of reagent danced upon Bai Yu's fingertips, shimmering with an otherworldly blue light. The third vial of serum. Not far away, the colossal rocket ejector loomed above the tower's apex. The 4 massive turbines beneath the pinnacle spun rapidly, generating immense hydraulic pressure for the ejector's launch amidst the ebb and flow. A storm was brewing, the winds howling ominously. Bai Yu retrieved a Häagen-Dazs and took a bite. The icy cheese melted in his mouth. His dark eyes suddenly narrowed. Silken threads as black as night unfurled from his wrist, adhering to the reagent vial. With a flick of his hand, the serum soared towards the ejector. His gaze followed the descending serum with acute focus. However, at the very moment the serum embedded itself into the ejector, a pair of alluring, ghastly claws shot forth, seizing the vial. Bang! The claws tightened, and the vial shattered abruptly, releasing a deluge of azure liquid that cascaded down. A chilling wind swept through, the blue liquid splattering onto the ground. Bai Yu's eyes turned frigidly cold. The serum, a one-time consumable, was incredibly rare. Each vial counted. From behind the tower, a captivating figure emerged, swaying her slender waist. A crazy treasure? Bai Yu's gaze sharpened, and then his expression shifted. Something was amiss. The woman donned an enchanting court dress, her thick lashes casting shadows upon her lower eyelids, her skin pristine and luminous, reminiscent of a songstress dwelling in a palace. However, what sent a shiver down Bai Yu's spine was the hollow emptiness lingering in her eyes, reminiscent of a zombie's gaze. A courtly corpse? You were the troublesome entity reported by the mist earlier, weren't you? The woman approached Bai Yu, gliding gracefully on cat-like feet, her sharp claws dancing in the air. Ding! The system detected a life form of level 8, ghostly Demonis. Danger level 8, talent level 9. Warning. This life form has attained Lord level status. Birth from a corpse remaining in the palace, posing an extremely high threat, surpassing all maternal ghosts within the zombie repository. Devouring talent activated. Lord level ghost. The mist spirit that was consumed by Venom had revealed this before its demise. The biochemical phantom clan is divided into 7 major subgroups. Each subgroup is primarily composed of hunter-level phantoms, with a mother phantom at its core and a lord phantom at its helm. These 7 factions are ruled by 7 formidable lords. And this particular female corpse before me, astonishingly, is one of the most distinguished among them, the Lord Demonis. Master, This woman's brain matter is undoubtedly more delectable than that of the previous Mist Phantom. The Venom my mind exclaimed with fervor. Bai Yu replied, "Are you certain she isn't after my brain matter?" "Little one, I do not appreciate meddlesome individuals," the demoness said, delicately covering her crimson lips and letting out a light, teasing laugh. Although her exterior was alluring, her terrifying gaze fixated on Bai Yu, sending a chill down his spine. What a joke! If one doesn't meddle, can they still be called a villain? The demoness continued, "Submit to me, satisfy my desires, and ultimately become a part of me. What do you say?" She licked her red lips, playing with her vivid nails, a hint of mischief in her demeanor. "I fear I must disappoint you," Bai Yu said, his eyes narrowing slightly as he stealthily maneuvered towards the edge of the tower, clad in purple knee-high boots. "What a pity," the demoness lamented with a shake of her head, her wicked smile resurfacing. "My sovereign's awakening requires more sustenance. Why not let you fulfill that role?" With a sudden thrust of her high heels against the ground, the demoness' lithe form leapt into the air, her extraordinary jumping ability propelling her hundreds of meters high, vanishing into the night sky. Such a grotesque capability. It's no wonder the border defenses crumbled in the face of the biochemical phantom's assault. The imposing walls and signal towers became utterly meaningless against the demoness' astonishing leaps. Then, Bai Yu abruptly gazed upward, where the cold moonlight revealed a bewitching shadow descending. The inertia of free fall caused the demoness to dive almost vertically towards him. The spider sense erupted with alarming intensity. Boom! As the ghostly step activated, Bai Yu propelled himself into the air, evading the demoness' claw-like grasp with a fleeting shadow. "Impressive reflexes," the demoness remarked as she materialized amidst the smoke, her eyes burning with intensity, fixated on Bai Yu's serious expression. The stronger the prey, the more exhilarating the hunt for the hunter. Gazing into the demoness' enchanting crimson eyes, Bai Yu's demeanor turned frigid. A silver submachine gun materialized in his grasp, its icy barrel locking onto the demoness from a distance. "Oh, are you feeling anxious? Do you think that thing can hit me?" The demoness chuckled lightly, a faint mockery laced within her smile. "Without a try, how would you know?" Bai Yu responded with a carefree smile, then elevated the gun's barrel, unleashing a terrifying storm of firepower that surged forth in an instant. Hundreds of bullets tore through the void in an instant, entwined with the phantom of a silver dragon, shooting forth with ferocity. The destructive attribute bestowed by the fierce dragon allowed the silver dragon to penetrate the armor of the bio-phantom, dealing true damage. What a splendid submachine gun! As the silver dragon phantom rushed by, a hint of astonishment flickered in the demoness' eyes before it swiftly vanished. With a graceful stride, the demoness propelled herself forward. Her ethereal form glided effortlessly through the dense barrage of bullets. Each ferocious projectile brushed past her slender waist, barely sparking a glimmer. Lifting her pristine arm, her claw-like hands suddenly lunged toward the silver dragon phantom. Boom! As her claws closed, the silver dragon erupted. The dragon that had once posed great trouble for the misty specter proved remarkably fragile beneath the demoness' grasp. After crushing the silver dragon, the demoness turned to White Feather with a mischievous smile, teasingly inquiring, "Little one, do you possess any further tricks? I recall there's a black symbiote within you. Summon it forth, or else the opportunity may slip away." A glimmer of cat-and-mouse delight danced within her blood-red eyes. Yet, almost immediately, the demoness' smile froze. Before her, White Feather exhibited no fear, but rather wore a knowing smile. "I'm afraid, dear sister, you may find yourself disappointed once more." That familiar teasing glint also surfaced at the corner of White Feather's mouth. In the next moment, the demoness snapped back to reality, following White Feather's gaze behind her, her blood-red pupils dilating in alarm. The hundreds of bullets that had pierced her form left a multitude of pockmarks on the steel pipe behind her. Sinister cracks began to crawl across the surface of the pipe. Then, with a thunderous roar, it shattered. Chapter 81. The Falling Blood Serum. The City in Decline. The vicious cracks spread from the tower's pinnacle all the way down to its base. Under the demoness' horrified gaze, the towering steel pipe erupted. A torrent of water surged forth, instantaneously engulfing the demoness' body as she plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. The terrifying waterfall cascaded down from the towering rocket structure, sweeping across the area in an instant. As the demoness was consumed by the deluge, a black thread shot forth. adhering to the tower's body. Her life form danced upon the thread like a dragonfly touching water, leaping toward the tower's apex. The colossal rocket launcher emerged like a black hole, presenting itself with grandeur. Embedded within the launcher were several metallic containers, interconnected with a hydraulic system. A massive turbine began to rotate gradually, supplying the launcher with an unceasing flow of power. A vial of ethereal blue serum materialized in White Feather's palm. "Do you dare?" Amidst the waterfall, a slender figure emerged, drenched and disheveled, splashing a cascade of water. In an instant, she soared through the air from hundreds of meters high, landing on the edge of the tower's summit. The Chi-Pao, drenched by the waves, clung tightly to the enchanting curves of the seductive figure, accentuating her mesmerizing silhouette. Yet, the murderous glint in her blood-red eyes intensified, fixated on the white feather that lay curled upon the injector. "Why should I hesitate?" The white feather scoffed coldly. Under the horrified gaze of the seductress, the vial of serum was thrust forcefully into the container. With a resounding crack, the turbine whirred to life, gears meshing together, and the vast hydraulic chamber erupted into a tumultuous froth. The pressure gauge skyrocketed, the numbers ascending rapidly. Atop the rocket tower, the liquid crystal display illuminated with a vivid crimson numeral, its value fluctuating alarmingly. A terrifying countdown swayed before the seductress's eyes. With a sudden burst, she leaped, her ghostly claws extending, entwined with a fierce gust of wind, aiming to seize the embedded container. A thunderous roar ensued as a torrent of black liquid cascaded downward, transforming into a monstrous claw that intercepted her mid-flight. Her tall stilettos scraped against the frigid ground, sparking with each movement. The seductress narrowed her eyes, confronting the looming dark giant before her. The obsidian fluid writhed wildly upon its terrifying form, a massive tongue swirling beneath its jagged fangs, exuding a sense of unrestrained menace. "Are you the symbiote?" she inquired, her voice laced with chilling authority. As a lord-level specter, she wielded formidable knowledge, having gleaned intel about the white feather from her subordinates. "Just stay right there. You shall not pass here," the venomous creature hissed, playing with its colossal claws while grinning malevolently. The relentless countdown continued, swiftly approaching zero. Unable to contain her inner turmoil, the seductress flickered like a wraith, soaring into the night sky, descending like a waning moon. The frigid winds of her claws swept down with ferocity. With a hissing sound, the liquid writhed, and the venomous arms instantly morphed into two liquid ion cannons. As the cannon was raised, a terrifying liquid storm surged forth under immense hydraulic pressure. Boom, boom, boom. The skies exploded with the black liquid, engulfing the diving figure of the seductress. Her body seemed to be ensnared in a quagmire, immobilized. Simultaneously, the countdown digits leapt to zero. Both the venom and the seductress tilted their heads back, their expressions transforming instantaneously. In that fleeting moment, the world itself seemed to change hue. The roaring waves, with overwhelming force, crashed against the booster. The colossal rocket injector, bearing the vial of ethereal blue serum, shot skyward with sudden ferocity. A series of sonic booms resonated through the air. In the night sky, a flicker of ghostly blue light vanished into the darkness, only to ignite once more. Bang! The icy blue liquid surged forth, transforming under the terrifying hydraulic pressure into a mist that enveloped the sky. This oppressive vapor rapidly expanded, causing a sharp drop in temperature. A mushroom cloud of ice blue hue ascended gracefully, soon engulfing the entire nocturnal expanse. This colossal formation hovered ominously above the border city, and countless droplets condensed and fell in an instant. In the desolate ancient city, numerous patrolling bioghosts were instantly drawn to this phenomenon, collectively raising their heads to gaze at the mushroom cloud. The chilling night wind swept across the tranquil sky, followed by a deluge of raindrops that liquefied and cascaded from the cloud. Each droplet shimmered with a crystalline blue, emanating a sinister chill, infused with the biochemical genes of the serum. As the storm raged on, the ethereal blue liquid drifted down with the night breeze, landing upon the bioghosts that looked skyward. The frigid current swiftly permeated their bodies, leading these bloodthirsty entities to realize, with horror, that the intricate patterns of their bloodlines visibly contracted at an alarming rate. The insidious aura of the biochemical virus gradually diminished. On their mechanical arms, the grotesque bone claws began to fall away, while crimson liquid dripped continuously from their ghastly faces, rendering them even more terrifying. A cacophony of anguished howls erupted from the mouths of the Bai Yu ghosts, each cry resonating through the ancient city. In that moment, the entire city began to regress. Under the powerful repulsive effects of the serum, the Bai Yu ghosts' biochemical genes were rapidly consumed. Despite being extensively diluted, the scattered droplets throughout the city were sufficient to eradicate the residual biochemical viruses within the entities, though they lacked the potency to allow the ghosts to shift forms as freely as Linglong. At the pinnacle of the towering rocket tower in the city's center, the frost-bitten visage of the succubus surveyed the scene of thousands of Bai Yu ghosts gradually devolving beneath the serum rain. A single droplet of ghostly blue fell, splattering upon her claw. An intense chill surged forth, infiltrating her being. A sinister light flickered within the depths of her blood-red eyes. The dread green virus erupted forth, momentarily countering the cold current. And after a brief standoff, it began to consume it from within. While these exceedingly diluted serum raindrops posed a disaster for ordinary hunting ghosts, they did not present a significant threat to lords of her caliber. In no time, the howls began to fade away. In the desolate ancient city, a profound silence has once again enveloped the surroundings. Chapter 82. The Mysterious Altar, the Haunting Nest. Deep within the ancient border town, at a depth of 5,000 meters underground, lies an expansive plaza. Towering stone statues, reaching hundreds of meters high, stand sentinel, while black chains spread out like a spider's web, their ends entwined with countless gruesome corpses. Even more chilling is the ancient, enigmatic altar, lying at the heart of this shadowy square. Massive black chains bind several edges of the altar, extending outward to connect with the statues. Above the altar floats a wisp of ethereal blue thundercloud, suspended hundreds of meters in the air. The menacing chains pierce through the mutilated bodies, incessantly devouring their life essence, feeding it back to the mysterious thundercloud. Blood sustains. Within the cloud, flashes of lightning dance and the roar of thunder reverberates, producing a terrifying cacophony, as though brewing an incredibly ominous presence. Across the vast plaza, countless biochemically altered phantoms prostrate themselves, gazing in reverence at the frigid thundercloud. They exhibit diverse forms. A ninja wielding a black scythe, a mutated matron adorned with blue horns, and a misty specter bearing an octopoidal chimney. In their countless crimson eyes, a collective fear flickers. Under the oppressive aura of the blue thundercloud, these thousands of phantoms tremble uncontrollably, subjected to the absolute dominance of their superiors over their bloodline. Above the throng of phantoms, 7 grotesque figures stand resolutely around the altar, the only ones capable of withstanding the overwhelming pressure that darkens the sky. Can you sense it? In the southeast corner of the altar, a pitch-black matron specter opens its eyes, emitting a chilling voice. Behind it lies the massive octopoidal chimney. Yet unlike the other misty phantoms, its form is engulfed in molten lava, with surging magma swirling within, exuding an unbearable heat. Beneath a sinister crimson helmet, a pair of blood-red, beastly eyes glimmer. The patriarch of the misty specters, the Lord of Mist. A colossal drill spins rapidly in its grasp, sparking furiously. Is it the troublesome Valkyrie? In the northwest corner of the altar, a ninja specter cloaked in dark green frowns, twin ghostly flames flickering in its eyes. Its robust arms wield 2 menacing rotating scythes, moving like a shadowy ninja through the crescent night, leaving no trace. In comparison to the 2 vigilant ninja specters stationed at the watchtower, this soul ninja radiates an eerie green luminescence. The patriarch of the soul ninjas, the Lord of Soul Ninja. Rest assured, the enchantress has ascended. Given her temperament, it is likely she will strip that fellow of his very skin. A sharp, cackling laughter emanated from the alluring figure closest to the altar. Should Bai Yu be present, he would be astounded to discover that this elongated specter bore a striking resemblance to the delicately infected spirit known as Linglong, the Mad Babe. Yet, this mad babe possessed a pair of exceedingly sinister blood-red eyes. Viscous crimson droplets intermittently dripped from her razor-sharp claws, staining her ethereal blue nurse's attire, which was being consumed by a horrific scarlet hue. The blood-red specter, the Lord's mad babe. When the enchantress returns, we shall unite our strength as 8 to immediately activate the seal. Remember, our ultimate goal is paramount. The mad babe gazed into the tempestuous storm clouds above, where a vast sea of thunder raged violently. Faintly discernible, The embryonic form of a colossal egg began to materialize. As her words fell, the remaining 6 lords of specters instinctively lifted their heads, their beastly eyes brimming with boundless fervor. For them, nothing could be more exhilarating than the birth of an emperor. The day an emperor is born heralds the arrival of the apocalypse. Outside the specter's lair, at the rocket launch site engulfed by floodwaters, torrents surged forth from the hundreds of meters high, twisted metal pipes. A gigantic blue mushroom cloud loomed in the night sky, while droplets of serum-like rain cascaded from it. The vast frontier city had succumbed to a deathly silence. On the desolate streets, tens of thousands of biospecters lay cold and rigid upon the ground. These infected beings, their marrow invaded by a biochemical virus, had their vitality extinguished after the virus was consumed, reducing them to lifeless corpses. The serum represented an absolute calamity for ordinary hunting specters. Atop the rocket tower, a captivating figure in a cheongsam coldly surveyed this ghost city. Her otherworldly eyes shimmered with a relentless crimson hue. The demise of thousands of biospecters was a grievous blow to their zombie kin. Well, very well. A chilling voice escaped the enchantress's lips. Turning, she directed a murderous gaze at the grotesque shadow lurking at the tower's peak. You, young one, shall be placed on my clan's hunting list. We shall exhaust the last drops of our kin's blood to rend your body asunder. A terrifying aura of fury surged forth. Such immense losses were beyond the enchantress's anticipation. At the tower's pinnacle, a colossal claw gripped the steel tightly. Venom twisted around its beastly neck, stirring its massive tongue. As it let out a maniacal chuckle, "What's the matter? Upset, are we? Oh, how delightful!" This bizarre laughter was rife with mockery, inciting the enchantress's inner wrath. Boom! A slender figure suddenly leapt forth, its menacing claws stirring a terrifying gale as they swept through the air. Oh, how tempestuous! Whoosh! Whoosh! The robust black arms of the venomous entity instantaneously liquefied, coalescing into a colossal liquid shield that stood resolutely before it. Bang! Bang! The sky was filled with splattering black liquid, claw marks tearing through the giant shield, only to be swiftly mended by the liquid's regenerative properties. The extraordinary self-healing ability bestowed by the Sand People would benefit it for a lifetime. Several black tendrils abruptly shot forth, akin to venomous serpents, evading the onslaught of the enchantress's claws and wrapping around her form with lightning speed. The enchantress's body became abruptly frozen midair. Whoosh! A tremendous force drew in the tendrils, dragging the enchantress's body back in a swift motion. Boom! 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 Under the impact of the retracting tendrils, the enchantress plummeted like a meteor onto the pinnacle of the tower, causing the alloy rocket cone to shatter instantaneously. Whoosh! The tendrils swung again, crashing down upon the steel pipes. 3 towering steel tubes erupted in an instant. Hiss! The liquid recoiled and reformed into 2 arms. What do you wish to instruct me? The venomous entity languidly reclined atop the tower's peak, its icy white pupils reflecting utter indifference. Chapter 83. Catalyst. The incubating giant egg, the frigid moonlight cascaded from the night sky, illuminating the venomous creature's glistening scales. From a distance, it resembled a sovereign of the night. At this moment, the venomous entity's fearsome might surged to its zenith. A shattered hydraulic barrier revealed a blood-soaked claw that suddenly emerged, its vivid nails embedded within the steel. Following closely, a body drenched in blood crawled forth from within. The enchantress's countenance twisted into a mask of despair before the fully unleashed venom. Even her sovereign-level maternal strength struggled to withstand the onslaught. Her horrifying visage paled instantaneously. In the night sky, 2 menacing liquefied ion cannons locked onto her coordinates. Boom! 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 A terrifying storm of liquid erupted, engulfing the enchantress's form. Boom! A massive roar reverberated as the towering rocket structure crumbled. The stark white bat emblem loomed behind the venomous entity, like an ancient idol. A pair of expansive black bat wings unfurled, unleashing a tempestuous wind. In an instant, the venomous form soared into the night sky, its serpentine tail swaying in the breeze. The frigid eyes of the creature gazed upon the rapidly collapsing rocket tower, gradually narrowing with focus. Whoosh! The bat wings folded, a streak of black brilliance flashed as the venomous entity crashed down upon the shattered ruins. Amidst the dispersing smoke, it surveyed the desolate surroundings with a chilling demeanor, where only the remnants of the enchantress's wind raged upon the debris of the rocket tower. As the liquid contracted, the fangs bared, the visage of Venom's left face twisted and transformed into that of Bai Yu. As she fled, Bai Yu's eyes turned icy, a murderous intent swirling within them. The desolate rocket launch site was littered with countless cold corpses and shattered steel debris. She could not escape far. The liquid abruptly recoiled, revealing Venom's menacing fangs as it grinned. The terrifying black liquid surged forth from its claws, bubbling maniacally. Bang! 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 The bubbles burst instantaneously, and in that fleeting moment, countless strands of black silk spiderwebs crawled out across the ground, extending thousands of meters in an instant. A throng of spiders scuttled along the threads. From above, an expanse of black spiderweb stretched ominously across the rocket launch site. Meanwhile, in the depths beneath Border City, on an altar swept by chilling winds, a pair of ghostly claws suddenly emerged, morphing into a pale figure. The demonic princess who had been pursued by Venom. A shattered purple token hung from her chest, and her slender form bore numerous gruesome claw marks, presenting a woeful sight. Inheriting the technological prowess of the modified beings, Venom's liquefied ion cannon had reached a level of terrifying evolution. What transpired, demonic princess? The misty ghost's expression shifted as it beheld the bloodied figure, its voice cold. As a fellow Lord-class entity, the demonic princess ranked among the top 7 lords, second only to the frenzied babe. The remaining 5 lords displayed solemn expressions. That boy is peculiar. The symbiote he harbors possesses formidable strength. The demonic princess pressed her hand against the wound on her chest, suppressing her labored breaths, and spoke frostily. Even you're no match for him? Across the altar, the soul ninja lifted its black hood, gripping a scythe, incredulous. Had it not been for the invisibility token bestowed by the frenzied babe, I might have been consumed by that greedy fiend. Shaking her head, the demonic princess gazed toward the ethereal blue storm cloud floating in the void. Within the storm, the embryonic form of a colossal egg became increasingly distinct, its surface adorned with wicked patterns that pulsated like a breathing embryo. I fear that delay may lead to disaster. The tens of thousands of our kin in the city have already perished. Given that fiend's capabilities, it is likely they will soon discover this place. Her eerie voice reverberated among the remaining 6 lords, darkening their expressions. A storm was brewing. Cast them in. Hasten the emergence of our royal kin. The enchanting figure at the forefront of the altar spoke indifferently. The demonic princess and the other 6 lords were momentarily stunned, then suddenly snapped back to reality, turning to behold the thousands of bioengineered phantoms prostrated in the square behind them. However, my lord, the losses sustained by our kin have been exceedingly grievous. If this depletion continues, I fear that beside the enchanting lady, the mutated matriarch with azure horns bears a grim countenance. Do you still fail to discern the priority? Should the plan falter, do not presume that even that individual, nor the military, or the Shield Bureau, would spare us. The mesmerizing gaze of the enchantress swept coldly over the others present. The calm voice of the frenzied gem sent chills down the spine. Suddenly, a piercing shriek erupted from her lips. The colossal wail, seemingly infused with a beguiling allure, swiftly enveloped the square above. Frenzied gem, with her mutated skill, unleashed a magical resonance. Countless biophantoms simultaneously lifted their heads, their scarlet beastly eyes gradually hollowing out. In the next moment, as if under a spell, they crawled from the periphery of the square towards the altar's center. Upon stepping within 10 meters of the altar, the floating thunderclouds erupted in a multitude of serpentine blue lightning strikes. The lightning surged instantaneously, rending the void and crashing into the phantoms. Boom, boom, boom. The bodies of the biophantoms exploded successively, transforming into scalding blood, which was drawn into the colossal egg. Gurgle, gurgle. In an instant, the shadowy square was drenched in blood, with thousands of biophantoms rushing forth. As an increasing number of phantoms chose to sacrifice themselves, becoming sanguine sustenance for that malevolent egg. Minute cracks seemed to appear upon its surface. In the desolate rocket yard, a black web, spanning thousands of meters in diameter, unfurled. At the center of the web lay a grotesque black figure, quietly crouching, sensing the subtle vibrations transmitted through the silk threads. A chilling wind swept across the venomous tongue. The world was enveloped in an unusual silence. Suddenly, the venomous white pupils snapped open, On the web, the countless strands of black silk began to tremble in a bizarre manner. The spider sensed danger and screamed. The feeling of crisis surged with unprecedented intensity. The terrifying form instantly propelled upward. The venomous creature lay coldly upon the web, scanning the surroundings until its gaze fixed upon the ground. That overwhelming sense of threat emanated from beneath the earth. Chapter 84. The Mysterious Cube. Emergence of a Nuclear Bomb. Coordinates: Galaxy, Solar System, Earth, North America. Longitude: West 80, Latitude 49 North, 50 kilometers from the Atlantic Ridge. Satellite radar locked. Ultrasonic signal locked. Password input complete. On the cold display screen, the blood-red energy bar soared to its peak in an instant. In the vastness of space, in the distant near-Earth orbit, a spacecraft measuring several hundred meters in length floated along its trajectory via an artificial gravity device. The hull of the ship bore inscribed deep blue letters, Blue Origin. A colossal tail fin unfurled from the rear of the spacecraft, emitting a brilliant azure plume. Within the cabin's viewport, an astronaut, bearing an impassive expression, floated in the void. Through the delicate fabric of his spacesuit, he grasped a sleek black briefcase. Unzipping it revealed a massive piece of meteoric iron, at the center of which nestled a strikingly blue cube. The cube shimmered with countless enigmatic azure realms, as if it contained an entire vast universe within. A source of energy. Beep, beep, beep. The remote sensing radar blared, prompting the astronaut to don his headset and close his eyes. Loki, the time has come. Activate the cube. A chilling, ominous tone resonated through the headset. Yes, my General Harvey. The astronaut opened his eyes, set the headset aside, and placed his outstretched fingers upon the cube. An intense blue light, reminiscent of the ancient Sirius, flooded his vision, blindingly radiant. This was a secret so profound that even the upper echelons of S.H.I.E.L.D. could scarcely uncover it. The military's nuclear briefcase was secured in the remote expanse of outer space, its activation code whispered to be the legendary cosmic cube. As the blue light blossomed, a silvery portal to another dimension gradually swung open. Beyond the portal, myriad worlds shimmered in ethereal splendor. At the precise moment the cube was activated, for mystical locations across the vast expanse of Earth trembled simultaneously. For slumbering beasts began to rouse from their long dormancy. Deep beneath the Atlantic, at a depth of 20,000 meters, the once tranquil waters became eerily quiet, with schools of fish vanishing entirely. Only the still seaweed and coral swayed gently with the currents. Suddenly, the ocean floor quaked violently, the tremors intensifying. Boom, boom, boom. A thunderous roar erupted from the abyss. A volcanic crater emerged, revealing a dormant underwater volcano that had lain silent for millennia. Gurgle, gurgle. Inside the crater, a sound akin to a turbine whirred, as a colossal shadow flickered within. As time advanced, the whirring grew increasingly frantic. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion surged forth, propelling a nearly 10-meter-long nuclear warhead from the crater, piercing through the depths of the ocean toward the surface. Bang! The immense pressure of the 20,000-meter deep sea became inconsequential before the might of the nuclear warhead. Boom! 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 Schools of sharks, upon sighting the swift shadow, scattered in a frenzy. The placid sea surface erupted into towering waves that blotted out the sun. The nuclear warhead breached the ocean's surface. Meanwhile, deep within the dense Amazon rainforest of South America, 10,000 kilometers away from the Atlantic, towering tropical trees cast shadows over the primordial forest, where a massive cannibalistic python slithered. An eerie atmosphere enveloped the silent woods. Suddenly, in a pitch-black swamp, countless eerie bubbles began to rise. Bang! Bang! The bubbles burst in succession, and a colossal American alligator was violently propelled into the air, crashing against an ancient tree at the edge of the swamp, snapping it in two. In the alligator's terrified eyes, a massive shadow emerged. Boom! The swamp erupted with splashes of dark liquid as that shadow abruptly shattered the air, unleashing a terrifying tail flame that shot skyward like a nuclear blast. Far away in Europe, in Italy, lies the world-renowned Mount Vesuvius. Nestled nearby is the bustling ancient city of Pompeii. Today, Pompeii is hosting an unprecedented event, the personal tour lecture of the esteemed scholar, Professor Chuan. A cacophony of screams erupted from the crowd beneath the podium. Suddenly, the earth trembled and buildings crumbled. Countless spectators were momentarily stunned. An earthquake? The terrifying air raid sirens blared to life. Glass shattered, trees toppled, streets fractured, and flames engulfed the sky. The entire ancient city of Pompeii resembled an apocalyptic scene. In the next instant, an Irish lad who had fallen to the ground suddenly turned pale, trembling as he raised a finger, following the direction of his trembling fingertip. The passers-by on the street all lifted their heads, their expressions frozen. At the horizon, a massive fire mushroom cloud ascended from the slumbering volcano that had been dormant for centuries. Torrents of lava erupted from the crater, surging towards the city with a deafening roar. Dark clouds loomed over the city, threatening its destruction. The sky churned with volcanic ash, cascading down in a relentless deluge. Abruptly, the surging lava explosively erupted. A black projectile, nearly 30 meters long, burst forth from the magma, engulfed in crimson flames, soaring into the heavens. A nuclear explosion from the mountain. In the desolate expanse of the Antarctic ice fields, snow blanketed the land. Winter had arrived, and a heavy snowfall had submerged the icy plains. Numerous emperor penguins, in groups of 3 to 5, were migrating towards the northern Antarctic Bay. Bang! One adorable emperor penguin, momentarily distracted, strayed from the main group and collided with an iceberg. Stars danced before its eyes. After swaying for a while, it regained its senses. Ouch! Suddenly, its feet slipped and it fell again onto the ice. The pained emperor penguin, somewhat miffed, rose to its feet, only to wobble once more. Bang! What was happening? The emperor penguin touched its head, realizing that it was not merely its own feet slipping, but the entire glacier was gradually shifting. Crack! Crack! The chilling sound of the glacier fracturing echoed ominously, a menacing fissure spreading from beneath its feet, quickly extending a kilometer away. A wild terror began to creep in. Boom! The vast glacier suddenly fractured, splitting into 2 foreboding cliffs, causing countless marching emperor penguins to lose their footing and plummet downward. Momentarily stunned, it recoiled, only to have its expression abruptly solidify. From the depths of the chasm, akin to a monstrous beast, a sonic boom reverberated swiftly. Boom! A terrifying stream of light erupted from the precipice, soaring skyward. In the void, a nearly 1,000-meter-long tail flame lingered. Nuclear detonation from the ice. Washington, the White House. Military headquarters. A tranquil beam of sunlight streamed through the window, elongating a dark shadow. Upon the shadow's shoulder glimmered 5 shining stars of rank. A report announced that 4 Rose-Ferry nuclear missiles had been entirely launched. Due to the need to alter their trajectories, they would reach their destination in half an hour. A chilling report emanated from behind Harvey. Excellent. Harvey lifted his head, revealing a visage of indifference. Suddenly, the intercom hanging at his waist blared to life. The display screen of the intercom starkly illuminated 3 bold characters. Shield Agency? Chapter 85, Missed Drill. 5,000 meters underground, in the desolate border town. The enormous rocket launch site had collapsed into a wasteland. Venom lay, crouched atop a dim lighthouse, its arachnid eyes spinning rapidly within its pupils. The spider sense alert stemmed from deep beneath the earth, a likely lair for the biochemical specters. Venom vaguely recalled the delectable skewered bat meat from Gotham City, the silky crunch tantalizing its very core. I hope this time's pepper zombie meat does not disappoint me. A scarlet tongue slowly curled beneath Venom's fangs, a cold sheen flickering at its tip. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Countless black tendrils, glimmering with a shadowy sheen, erupted from its form in dense clusters. A myriad of tendrils, bringing an end to all. The black tendrils swiftly ensnared the lighthouse, engulfing it entirely. The obsidian fluid writhed furiously, and moments later, the light extinguished. The black lighthouse abruptly coalescing into a colossal, pitch-black drill. The Mist Spectre's Mist Drill. After devouring the Mist Spectre, Venom replicated its genes, acquiring formidable mutation abilities. The immense drill, several hundred meters in diameter, spun wildly, generating a cascade of sparks. Treasures hidden beneath the earth, come forth to greet the arrival of your father, Venom. A wicked smile crept upon Venom's lips. The terrifying black drill, accompanied by a sonic boom, plummeted with a thunderous crash. Boom! Instantly, the expansive rocket launch site was transformed into a bottomless pit. Despite the 5,000 meters of crustal barrier, Venom had never considered alternative means of breaking through. One word: charge. the shattering blade of the midnight abyss. The alloyed ground was mercilessly torn apart by the relentless drill, sending forth a shower of countless metallic remnants, accompanied by a chilling cacophony of friction. In a fleeting moment, the obsidian drill plunged deep into the earth, reaching depths of several dozen meters. The entire desolate border town trembled instantaneously. Deep within the earth, 5,000 meters down, stood 7 grotesque figures shrouded in an aura of malevolence beside a mysterious altar. In the dimly lit square, thousands of biochemically enhanced phantoms, with vacant stares, advanced toward the altar. Thunder struck, and their forms erupted in an instant, unleashing a tempest of blood mist infused with formidable biochemical energy, which was swiftly consumed by a colossal azure egg hovering above. An unending stream of sanguine sustenance nourished the ethereal egg, its shell becoming increasingly marred by fine cracks. Beneath the egg, a roiling storm cloud unleashed colossal arcs of lightning, blue bolts howling around the giant orb. The oppressive force emanating from within the egg weighed heavily upon the 7 spectral lords. Soon, gazing at the egg as its breathing grew steady, the foremost of the frenzied beings murmured softly, "The monarch has manifested," and the winds and thunder surged. The eyes of the other 6 lords mirrored a fervent excitement. Monarch-class phantoms possessed innate, superior biochemical genes. Suddenly, the sole ninja beside the frenzied being changed countenance. The brutal training of the ninjas endowed it with senses far surpassing those of other phantoms. It approaches. The sole ninja lifted its gaze toward the darkened expanse above the square. The ceiling began to tremble, its quaking intensifying. An earthquake? The misty phantom, with its molten eyes, suddenly shifted in hue. An enemy assault. The crust, thousands of meters deep, had been forcibly breached. What a terrifying force! Waves of grinding sounds cascaded down from above the crust, sweeping across the shadowy realm, reverberating in the ears of the 7 lords. Their expressions grew increasingly grim. I am eager to see whether its liquefaction is more formidable or if my scythe of death prevails. The sole ninja twirled its black scythe, its voice chilling. A murky green virus spread from its claws, ultimately coating the blade. Biochemical virus. A Lord-class biochemical virus, its infectiousness far surpassing that of ordinary phantoms. Do not act recklessly. A beguiling claw restrained the furious soul ninja. The frenzied being blinked its enchanting eyes, its voice frigid. Wait. A profound resentment filled the soul ninja's gaze. The misty phantom and others clenched their teeth, casting ominous glances at the increasingly violent trembling of the crust. A stifling silence lingered for nearly a quarter of an hour. In the dimly lit square, the biochemical specter was nearly devoured entirely. Sinister fissures crawled across the surface of the colossal egg. Boom! A massive rock plummeted from the crust above, crashing into the center of the square. Following that, a colossal black drill descended from the heavens, embedding itself deep into the ground, as a dark liquid surged and pulsated around it. 8 pairs of crimson, beastly eyes simultaneously fixated on the menacing shadow that lurked atop the drill. Alas, just as they met, it was time to part ways. A mocking, peculiar laughter wafted through the smoke. Provoking my ghostly kin is far from a prudent endeavor. Longlegs suddenly advanced, as the frigid gaze of the mad treasure fixated on the shadow within the haze. With a flick of its eerie claws, the remaining 6 lords approached with somber expressions. 7 terrifying auras surged forth, reverberating through the very fabric of the universe. All 7 have gathered. Splendid. Let us indulge in a sumptuous feast. The flavor must be exquisite. The greedy cackle echoed once more. From the smoke, an enormous tongue suddenly darted out, swirling and dripping with viscous saliva. Following were 2 massive, clawed appendages, a body adorned with sharp blades, and a long tail that swayed like a blood serpent in the wind. Venom, a high-level symbiote. A sinister glint flashed in the eyes of the 7 lords. First, I shall roast you, then transform you into puppets. Just what my zombie arsenal requires. Some formidable sentinels. You shall serve that purpose. The chilling laughter reverberated as the venomous creature leapt forth. Its astonishing agility propelled it hundreds of meters into the air, rivaling even the bounds of an enchanting demoness. Together now, the mad treasure revealed its ghostly claws, a swift motion unleashing a torrent of crimson mist, as its slender form swiftly vanished. Blood-red specter, stealth, whoosh, whoosh. In swift succession, two black scythes cleaved through the air, descending upon the venomous entity. Soul Crescent Slash. The enormous octopoid chimney was seized midair by the misty specter, its cover flung aside, as a deluge of red mist surged forth like a tidal wave. Mist Devour. The remaining four lords of the specters instantaneously transformed, unleashing four fierce assaults. King against King. Chapter 86. The Ferocity of Venom, the Colossal Eggs Breaking. In the void, liquid storms continued to swirl violently. A menacing shadow collided with 7 streaks of dark green light, akin to a lightning strike. The 7 wrathful lords of the specters did not flinch before the venomous creature. Instead, they ignited its boundless ferocity. An overwhelming aura of malice erupted from both sides. 1 against 7. Boom, boom, boom. Countless black tendrils extended from the venomous being, carrying a tremendous gale, striking the 7 lords with lightning speed. Bang, bang, bang. As the illusion shattered, the void behind Venom began to writhe, a blood-red claw tearing through the fabric of space. The frenzied entity, transformed into a crimson specter, moved with such elusive grace that it was nearly impossible to anticipate its next move. Simultaneously, a black scythe descended, severing a multitude of tendrils in an instant. A grenade, emblazoned with a skull motif, was swiftly grasped in the palm of the Soul Ninja. With a swift motion, the grenade hurtled through the air and landed before Venom. Boom! A chilling gust of claws swept forth, sending the frenzied entity hurtling away. Venom's icy white pupils suddenly constricted. The skull grenade detonated with a thunderous explosion, unleashing a terrifying shockwave that surged outward. The Soul Ninja's mutated skill repelled the grenade. Through an extraordinarily high frequency of vibrations, a remarkable ultrasonic wave erupted, forcing back the targeted life forms. The immense ultrasonic wave swept over Venom's form like a tsunami. The dreadful magnetic resonance erupted instantaneously. Countless tendrils of black liquid erupted from Venom, thrashing as if desperate to escape. Clearly, these spectral lords had conducted extensive research on the symbiotic nature of Venom. Symbiotes are known to fear flames and ultrasonic waves. Wave after wave of ultrasonic blast struck Venom, causing it to tremble and retreat continuously. Hiss! A grotesque figure suddenly leapt forth. In the void, the mist phantom gripped an octopus-like cannon with both hands, bringing it crashing down. The massive cannon, churning with roaring flames, struck Venom's quivering form like a meteor, the terrifying magma engulfing it whole. Fire. Intense heat. Then, a bewitching figure materialized before Venom, her expression cold and menacing, the Lord Demonis. Under the dual onslaught of flames and ultrasonic waves, even Venom, formidable as it was, would inevitably crumble under the weight of its symbiotic nature, suffering grievous injury. A long-planned conspiracy was unfolding. 7 terrifying auras converged from all directions, encircling Venom within their grasp. An ambush. So, they had gathered such knowledge about me. A mysterious laughter suddenly emanated from Venom, who had lowered its head. The 7 lords, led by the frenzied entity, froze in shock. However, I must apologize. I am immune to both flames and ultrasonic waves. 7 ghostly claws remained suspended in mid-air. How is this possible? Boom! The enormous octopus cannon erupted violently, followed by a horrific shriek that burst forth from its fangs, colliding fiercely with the ultrasonic waves and annihilating them into nothingness. In the next moment, the black liquid on Venom began to writhe ominously. Boom! 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 7 grotesque, otherworldly blades shot forth in an instant, flashing with 7 cold glimmers. 7 hearts shattered simultaneously. 7 kills. The inky liquid oozed greedily from the gaping mouth, swiftly engulfing the increasingly cold corpses. How could you, with blood-red eyes gradually dimming of vitality, struggle to utter a sound? A lazy, sinister chuckle escaped the toxic substance as its robust right arm suddenly liquefied, transforming into a blade several dozen lengths long. This massive blade lifted 7 bodies into the air. Yet one blaze was still missing. The Venom stirred its colossal tongue, scanning the surroundings, when suddenly its gaze sharpened. That fixed stare fell upon the altar. Upon the altar floated a ghostly blue thundercloud, pulsating with ominous energy. However, what chilled the Venom's heart was the sight of a colossal egg nestled within the thundercloud, its shell marred by ghastly cracks. Previously ensnared by the frantic treasure and 6 others, the Venom had failed to realize that the source of the spider's anguished cries emanated from this mysterious giant egg. Had it finally gathered enough sustenance? A chilling smile crept onto the pale face of the frantic treasure. A cold glimmer flashed in the depths of the Venom's eyes. The instinct of a beast warned it that delay could lead to peril. Whoosh! The colossal blade swung wide, sending the 7 corpses flying, while the Venom's form suddenly leaped forth, instantaneously finding itself before the giant egg. With a chilling presence, its icy claws slammed down with formidable force. Bam! 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 The ghostly blue thundercloud roiled at once, countless bolts of lightning swirling upwards, colliding heavily with the claw's wind. Boom! The claw's wind shattered, the sea of thunder collapsed, and a blue giant egg soared into the sky, suspended in the void. With a fierce rotation, the Venom landed on the ground, abruptly lifting its head to gaze upon the enigmatic egg. An overwhelming sense of danger caused every hair on its body to stand on end. Trouble loomed. In its mind, a grave voice echoed from Bai Yu. Without a moment's hesitation, 2 liquid meteor hammers, propelled by a fierce gust, swept outwards, unleashing torrents of liquid that crashed violently towards the giant egg. Just as the meteor hammers and the flood were about to obliterate the egg, the cracked shell finally shattered. From the broken shell emerged a deep blue claw, entwined with terrifying lightning, reaching out with ferocity. At the end of Wall Street in New York, within the Milky Way building, the headquarters of SHIELD, a colossal silver shield emblem was etched onto the wall of the top floor. Around the round table, 8 mysterious figures were scattered, prominently featuring Iron Man at the helm of SHIELD's elite agents. Since the battle in Gotham and the deployment of the destroyer fleet, SHIELD had concealed all operations, retreating all plans into the shadows. The chaotic laughter unleashed by the Joker, along with the menacing power wielded by the Venom, had brought catastrophic devastation to Gotham. The terrifying pressure of public opinion has rendered SHIELD exceedingly repressed, forcing it to retreat into the shadows and temporarily delegate all operations to the military. At the head of the round table, Iron Man, clad in his resplendent golden-red armor, cradles a mysterious walkie-talkie in the palm of his alloy hand. Eerie, bone-chilling shrieks intermittently emanate from the device. The military's old guard, clandestinely conducting biochemical experiments behind our backs, now face the consequences of a biochemical leak and an ensuing crisis, which has inadvertently drawn our attention. A cold, mocking laughter escapes the lips of the figure beside him, whose sharp eyes gleam with intensity. The graceful feathers of a hawk unfurl from his arms, swaying with the wind. Okay. Chapter 87. The Terminator. The Thunder God descends. The chilling laughter from Hawkeye sends shivers down the spine. A sharp glint flickers in his eagle-like eyes. What does Harvey say? Hawkeye's companion, Wolverine, opens his haunting green eyes and speaks in a cold tone. Harvey, the hawkish leader of the military, a 5-star general, has launched 4 Rose Sprite nuclear missiles, with Valkyrie as the core, intending to eradicate all life within 1,000 miles. A cup of fragrant tea is lifted by Iron Man's alloy arm, and he consumes it in one gulp. Nuclear missiles? The expressions of Spider-Man and the others instantly shift. It's common knowledge that the Federation and Russia are the last 2 nuclear powers in the world. Nuclear weapons, as deterrent strategic arms, have always been securely stored in the most clandestine locations. How could they be easily deployed? Especially the Rose Sprite nuclear missiles. The Rose Sprite and Russia's God of the North Wind represent the 2 highest peaks of nuclear weaponry. When the North Wind rises, the world perishes. When a rose appears, even the gods tremble. Could the Council truly authorize the military to employ such catastrophic weapons? Spider-Man cannot help but exclaim. Even they, possessing formidable regenerative abilities, cannot guarantee survival against the devastating impact of a nuclear strike. What they think is inconsequential. What matters is when did the cosmic cube of SHIELD become the key to the military's nuclear arsenal? A detached voice emanates from Iron Man's helmet, brimming with an icy intensity. Boss, do you mean? Spider-Man's eyes flicker, seemingly grasping the underlying implication of Iron Man's words. Some individuals require a firm reminder. A crimson tail flame surges forth from the thrusters on Iron Man's back, propelling his entire form into the air. The massive power gem embedded in his chest suddenly radiates a dazzling silver light. By the way, Hawkeye, your last assassination mission was quite disappointing. Iron Man suddenly turns his gaze to the bow-wielding Hawkeye. Taken aback, Hawkeye stammers. The cabin sustained over 70% damage. The fuel exploded, and the crash speed approached 3 times the speed of sound. How could that kid possibly survive? I only trust my own eyes. Iron Man spoke coldly as his mechanical palm flipped over, revealing a blue light surveillance device that materialized in his hand. Under the focus of billions of pixels, the surveillance camera captured the collapse of a towering rocket tower. Amidst the ruins lay a menacing black giant. Thousands of black tendrils emerged from the shadow, liquefying and ensnaring the panicked, fleeing biochemical phantoms, delivering them into the gaping maw filled with jagged teeth. The brutality penetrated to the very marrow. Hawkeye's expression froze in an instant. Beneath the ancient city at the border, 5,000 meters deep, a dimly lit square was strewn with countless stone statues. 7 grotesque corpses were impaled by enormous alien blades, their hearts pierced and nailed to the statues. Dark liquid oozed from the blades, devouring the gradually stiffening bodies. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured the 7 Lord Phantoms and acquired a new and powerful ability. Ding! Remarkable host, you have consumed 49,000 vitality points, raising your total life value to 83,300 points, and the system rewards you with a devil fruit. Devil fruit, containing the primordial power of destruction. Consuming this fruit allows you to summon an indestructible magic armor for 3 minutes, with a 30 boost to all attributes. Ding! System Assistant reminds, the zombie arsenal has been fully upgraded, welcoming the 7 Lord members. Zombie Arsenal, level 666, containing 666 hunter biochemical phantoms. Zombie Arsenal, level containing 2 maternal phantoms and 7 Lord level phantoms. Ding! The host may divide some symbiotic tissue to summon biochemical phantoms from the arsenal, ready to face any peril. The mutated biochemical phantoms retain their combat strength and murderous instincts, but lose their sense of pain and consciousness. The chilling voice of the system echoed, intensifying the oppressive atmosphere to a suffocating degree. Above the altar, the venomous figure lay prostrate, its limbs sprawled, tongue flicking up, coldly gazing into the void at the gradually shattering giant egg. The shrieking spider sensed an abrupt silence. Death's silence, the stillness of annihilation. A deep blue claw suddenly emerged from the eggshell. Terrifying blue lightning crackled around the claw. In the moment the claw emerged, the ethereal blue thundercloud surged forth, unleashing a tumultuous sea of thunder, rolling in waves of fury. The heavens and earth changed color. The venomous figure was horrified to see the countless statues tremble violently, the crust above shaking as massive stones cascaded down, resembling an apocalyptic scene. The sovereign has arrived. The winds and thunder have transformed. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of collapse resounded relentlessly as meteorites blotted out the sun, crashing down and burying the unsuspecting venomous figure beneath their weight. In an instant, the rocket field, spanning thousands of meters, collapsed into a heap of ruins. A deep black hole materialized above the vanishing rocket field. Amidst the shattered remnants of a fractured statue, the colossal egg lay in complete disarray, its shell entirely cracked. In the desolate night sky, a chilling azure figure emerged, drifting like a wisp of blue lightning that consumed the moonlight surrounding it. The celestial wolf devoured the moon. The entire world seemed to freeze in that singular moment. Upon the proud figure, deep blue arcs of lightning flowed. A pair of icy blue claws gradually unfurled before its chest, shifting and igniting with a faint blue flame. For grotesque, blue spider-like appendages slithered forth from its back, reminiscent of an imperial arachnid. A terrifying source of thunder was brewing within the palms of its claws. Where am I? An ancient mantra emanated from the enigmatic azure figure. Its eyes slowly opened, revealing orbs of ethereal blue, pulsating with arcs of lightning. The solitary visage bore no trace of emotion, as the blue gaze swept across the surroundings with cold indifference. Simultaneously, countless gales howled around it, and above, storm clouds converged, transforming into a tempest of deep blue lightning that descended from the heavens. The thunder god has arrived. Suddenly, The mysterious figure inhaled lightly, and the blue eggshell beneath it morphed into a stream of light, swallowed into its depths. With the consumption of this residual sustenance, the figure's aura intensified, becoming ever more terrifying. Like an abyss, like a prison. Having completed this act, the deep blue figure surveyed the desolate ancient city. Within the city, corpses lay strewn about. Thousands of biochemical specters, under the influence of the serum, gradually decayed. To have slaughtered my subjects to such an extent truly demonstrates remarkable prowess. A voice, devoid of emotion, floated from its lips. Yet, now that I have awakened, I must ensure they do not feel desolate. Wouldn't you agree, little crawler? The frigid gaze suddenly fixed upon the ruins below. Chapter 88. 6 Divine Armaments. The indomitable demon armor. The icy blue eyes locked onto the desolate ruins beneath. In the silence of the ruins, only the malevolent winds howled, evoking a profound sense of desolation. A suffocating oppression echoed throughout the realm. Hisses. An eerie, sinister sound reverberated. From a narrow stone crevice, several strands of inky fibers suddenly emerged, black liquid coalescing to form a grotesque shadow. The stark white eyes faced the deep blue orbs in the night sky from afar. An inexplicable scent wafted through the air. Ding! The system detected a king-level life form. The Terminator, whose biochemical specter possessed a mutated lineage and exhibited extraordinary intelligence. King-level, a life form surpassing all levels. Ding! System warning. The Terminator is infused with nuclear energy and simultaneously wields the three cataclysmic forces of thunder, virus, and nuclear energy. Warning. The potential for growth in this life form exceeds all specters within the zombie arsenal, demonstrating formidable adaptability and responsiveness. The threat level is exceedingly high. The devouring talent activates automatically. A king-level biochemical specter. Before encountering the biochemical specter, Venom had only witnessed the highest bloodline life forms, namely Captain America, Iron Man, the strongest second-generation symbiote, and the enraged Hulk. All three possessed terrifying levels of power. Yet, after the outbreak of this biochemical crisis, Venom encountered such formidable biochemical specters on numerous occasions. The enigmatic Terminator before him undoubtedly represented the most fearsome mafia don he had encountered throughout his years in the underworld. Why do you trespass here? The ancient chant, imbued with the weight of countless tribulations, emanated from the Terminator's lips. There exists no place in this realm that I am forbidden to enter. Venom, with his long tongue lashing about, brought his massive claws crashing down upon the remnants of a rocket, his eyes gleaming with a sinister light. Greed and brutality radiated from him, akin to a famished Tyrannosaurus Rex. You have ravaged my birthplace and slaughtered my ghostly kin. Such heinous crimes are unforgivable. The voice, profound and resonant, floated through the air. The Terminator's deep blue figure suddenly ascended, obscuring the solitary crescent moon. The proud moon, an aura of unparalleled terror, surged forth from the Terminator. In an instant, an immense ocean of thunder appeared around him, sprawling across the night sky, with colossal waves crashing intermittently. Within this sea of thunder, thunderous dragons roared forth, as if celebrating the reign of their sovereign. The blue electric tyrant. 3 azure lightning patterns suddenly appeared upon the Terminator's forehead. Annihilate. As his claws clenched, the sound of extinction fell like a shroud. The lightning patterns shimmered as the spiraling blue electric dragons let out a skyward roar, descending with the force of a tempest. The oppressive might of destruction enveloped the entire shattered metropolis. The sight of such king-level life forms truly ignited my envy. Venom's eyes, filled with a wild blue fury, could scarcely conceal the greed lurking beneath. Ever since his evolution into a high-level symbiote, he had not experienced such an intense hunger in an eternity. You have successfully piqued my interest. The more powerful a life form, the more it exhilarated Venom. The fantasy of devouring a planet no longer felt distant. No, there was no need to consume a planet just yet. A city would suffice. Boom! Terrifying black liquid erupted violently from Venom, swirling like a vortex. Thousands of black tendrils, akin to venomous serpents, suddenly surged forth, colliding fiercely with the oncoming blue dragon. Boom! 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 The air was filled with black liquid and blue lightning, both splattering in a magnificent display. Swish! Behind the Terminator, for blue spider-like limbs trembled violently. The thunder connected, instantly transforming into a pair of colossal blue wings that stirred up a tempest. The Terminator's flying wings, a pair of deep blue colossal claws suddenly unfurled, and a terrifying thunderbolt rapidly coalesced. The thunderclaws of the Terminator. In a state of pure output, the Terminator transforms into a harvester upon the battlefield. With a flap of its wings, the Terminator instantaneously becomes a streak of blue light, diving down, while domineering lightning erupts fiercely from its claw's core. Whoosh! The lightning, in an instant, reaches its zenith. Is this the Terminator, equipped with both output and attack speed capabilities? A profound, dark fruit suddenly materializes in the heart of the claws. The reward for upgrading the zombie arsenal. The Devil Fruit. The Devil Fruit, born from the ancient Devil Star system, is said to have been created by the fallen angel, Lucifer. It is extraordinarily powerful. Trust me, it is indeed extraordinarily powerful. Since you have chosen the output and attack speed flow, I can only offer my regrets. The dark fruit was devoured whole by the venom. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed the super rare Devil Fruit, gaining the unparalleled power of the devil and activating the indestructible demon armor. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have acquired a 6-piece set for 3 minutes. All attributes increased by 30. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have obtained an epic skin. Heavenly Demon Chaos. Heavenly Demon Chaos transforms the host into a heavenly demon form, granting the devouring effect of the abyss of hell. No further ado. Limited to 3 minutes. You deserve it. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Terrifying black horns sprouted from the Venom's head, and those colossal black bat wings suddenly became enshrouded in blazing purple flames. The Venom's shimmering scales were instantly adorned with purple lava, coalescing into a suit of purple armor. A torrent of purple, ghostly fire surged forth from the Venom. 6-piece set. Symbiote of the Heavenly Demon. Venom. Allow yourself to experience this overwhelming power. Boom! The Venom abruptly leaped, sweeping its colossal claws as a tremendous gust of claw wind, imbued with terrifying purple flames, collided with that blue lightning like a meteor. King against king? No, it is Emperor against Emperor. In the pitch-black night sky, a sphere of purple flame collided rapidly with a streak of blue lightning. In the blink of an eye, they clashed hundreds of times, each collision unleashing incomprehensible shockwaves. The immense sound of battle reverberated like ultrasound, sweeping outwards, causing even the distant Mississippi River to churn with waves. Countless late-returning fishing boats were swallowed by the sudden surge of water. Terrifying indeed. On the lake's surface, a fishing boat quietly floated. A wealthy man, languidly reclining with 2 bikini-clad beauties, admired the moonlight over the lotus pond. Suddenly, a massive shadow loomed overhead. What on earth? The wealthy man, irritated, removed his sunglasses and passionately kissed the 2 beauties beside him, then turned with a cold expression, ready to curse. His expression abruptly froze. In the depths of the pupils, a towering wave, reaching several dozen meters in height, is vividly reflected. Chapter 89. The Venom Terminator, a clash of supervillains. Beneath the desolate night sky, a haunting moon looms. 2 terrifying figures collide with astonishing velocity, ferociously clashing. One adorned in purple, the other in blue, a ball of flame and a flash of lightning. Boom! A fierce wind sweeps across as the 2 menacing shadows are propelled backward, yet they resolutely stabilize in the void. Their gazes lock, filled solely with frigid intent to kill. The indomitable purple armor burns with violet flames upon the Venom's form. The demon god strides forth from the depths of hell. The blue thunderous battle armor glides over the Terminator, entwined with profound lightning. The thunder god descends from the planet Helka, clad in divine attire. The apex of supervillain confrontation unfolds. The latter stages of the battle are evidently more intense than the initial, fraught with peril and imminent danger. You are formidable, the Terminator declares, flicking its blue tail, icy blue eyes fixed upon Venom, its voice chillingly calm. However, you shall ultimately perish alongside my subjects. You are impressive as well. Venom hisses, flicking its crimson tongue and unfurling its purple bat-like wings, a cold chuckle escaping its lips. Yet, the struggle of prey before its demise serves to whet my appetite. Suddenly, its purple arms liquefy, black liquid writhing and transforming into 2 liquefied ion cannons. In this moment, the ion cannons are adorned with menacing purple patterns, ablaze with violet flames. The skin effects of the celestial demon. The abyss of hell. The 2nd-generation version of the liquefied ion cannon. The liquefied flame cannon. Boom! 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 A terrifying liquefied tempest, consumed by flames, morphs into a more dreadful firestorm. A colossal fire tornado continually expands, looming ominously between heaven and earth, soaring to 1,000 meters, instilling fear. Accompanied by a thunderous roar, the fire tornado sweeps towards the Terminator, scorching the air to charred black along its path. Face the gale, hisses the Terminator, its demeanor impassive, claws clasped before its chest, as the massive thunder core suddenly radiates brilliant blue light. Born from nuclear energy, the Terminator not only wields the power of lightning, but can also devour nuclear energy, storing it for its own use. Terrifying nuclear energy surges forth, ultimately transforming into a colossal blue shield that obscures the sky, enveloping its entire form. The nuclear shield, absorbing 95% of damage. Boom! The immense fire tornado frantically tears at the nuclear shield, yet the particle flows on the luminous barrier swiftly decompose it, rendering it into nothingness. Suspended in the void, the Terminator hovers within the blue nuclear shield, akin to a divine entity descending from the heavens. Nuclear fission. A controlled nuclear fission. Venom's eyes widen in malevolence, its expression darkening. Nuclear fission, utilizing the immense mass of atomic nuclei, unleashes terrifying energy. Currently, the known process of nuclear fission necessitates nuclear power stations of a magnitude exceeding thousands of kilowatts, achievable solely through particle accelerators. Yet astonishingly, this Terminator can manifest nuclear fission within itself. It is no wonder that the disintegration capability of this colossal shield is so formidable. Master, may I borrow your Inferno submachine gun? Venom inquired, his massive claws tightening ominously. Let me shatter this old turtle's shell. The menacing voice of Bai Yu echoed in his mind. Understood. Venom grinned, his enormous claw unfurling to reveal a silver submachine gun materializing in his palm. Terrifying purple flames swiftly enveloped the silver dragon, transforming it into a purple fire dragon. Thompson Flame Dragon. Ding. Congratulations, host. The Inferno submachine gun has been enhanced and transformed into the Flame Dragon submachine gun. Flame Dragon submachine gun. Bullets gain a burning effect. Armor-piercing capability increased to 75. With permanent duration. Ding. A reminder from the system. Once Venom evolves into a super symbiote, the 4th generation system will be activated. 4th generation system can activate the Life Mall, redeeming various consumables, including the Devil Fruit. The purple submachine gun was instantly raised, its dark barrel glimmering with a predatory sheen. The bolt was pulled back, the magazine inserted, an operation executed with fluid grace. Boom, boom, boom. The colossal fire dragon's spectral form surged forth from the muzzle, ablaze with purple flames, roaring towards the Terminator with lethal intent. The Terminator gazed at the rapidly enlarging shadow of the flame dragon within its pupils, its expression turning frigid as it raised both hands skyward. Enormous blue currents of electricity coiled around it, ascending like a lightning rod into the night sky. Suddenly, countless dark clouds converged in the vast expanse of the night. Lightning, as thick as a giant python, writhed within the clouds, accompanied by the explosive sounds of thunder. The Terminator's body levitated, penetrating the storm clouds. Boom! The thunder roared mightily. Enormous bolts of lightning cascaded from the heavens, swirling around the Terminator, encasing it in a protective embrace. The vast nuclear energy shield, with a diameter reaching hundreds of meters, re-emerged. At the moment the shield materialized, the spectral fire dragon reached its zenith. Flame dragon armor piercing. Boom! The once impregnable shield shattered into fragments. The Terminator's expression shifted instantly, and it vanished into the storm clouds. There's no way I'll let you escape. Venom snarled with a wicked smile, his bat-like wings sweeping forth, transforming into a streak of purple light in pursuit. Bang! 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 The sky erupted with furious lightning, attempting to thwart Venom's onslaught. The resistance was futile. Venom, exuding an aura of menace, let out a cold laugh, his gaping maw suddenly expanding and swelling against the wind, rapidly inflating to a width of several hundred meters. Roar! The raging sea of thunder was consumed in a single gulp by Venom. The deep blue rays shimmered, dancing beneath the fangs of Venom, only to soon vanish into oblivion. It was far more convenient to simply consume it. The Venom twisted its tongue, savoring the moment, then cast a wicked glance toward the rapidly disappearing blue light high above. "This exquisite zombie feast is reserved for me," it proclaimed with a sinister gleam. In an instant, the form of the Venom vanished. Two terrifying shadows broke through layers of obstacles, tearing through the clouds, and shot skyward at an astonishing speed. In New York, at precisely 12:59 a.m., amidst the tumultuous turbulence at an altitude of 16,000 meters, dark clouds churned and thunder rumbled. A flight adorned with the New York emblem traversed its designated route through the storm. Embedded within its fuselage was a remote sensing transmitter. Its antenna pointed toward the distant expanse of outer space. Up above, a colossal satellite received signals from the aircraft, transforming them into video images and transmitting them to countless households across the nation. It was, indeed, a nationwide broadcast. Inside the cockpit, a host clad in a tailcoat held a microphone, addressing the carefully arranged cameras with a subtle smile. "Good evening, esteemed viewers. Welcome to the Survival Show. I am your host, Fan Ping Ping. This program, funded by the White House, aimed to educate the public by showcasing how pilots safely execute emergency landings during aviation disasters through the expertise of our skilled aviators. Rest assured, our pilot boasts 30 years of extensive experience. Now, let us invite our pilot to simulate a disaster scenario." Fan Ping Ping smiled and turned to the pilot grasping the control stick, only to find him frozen in a state of terror, his eyes wide with fear and hands trembling uncontrollably. "Hurry, the entire nation is watching." Fan Ping Ping discreetly nudged the pilot, urgency lacing her voice. The simulation of the disaster was not complex. It merely required igniting the tail wing behind the engines to create the illusion of the aircraft plummeting, followed by the pilot's emergency landing maneuver. Yet, the pilot remained as still as a statue, paralyzed in place. Fan Ping Ping clenched her teeth, her gaze involuntarily following the pilot's line of sight. Her beautiful eyes suddenly froze in horror. In the rearview mirror, a terrifying deep blue shadow, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, hurtled toward them. Boom! A streak of blue light sliced through the sky. The aircraft erupted in flames. At 10,000 meters above, a deep blue mushroom cloud illuminated the night. The uncontrolled wreckage of the plane, engulfed in flames, plummeted from the mushroom cloud, trailing a kilometer-long tail of fire through the air, leaving a blazing mark in its wake. Before the live broadcast, the delicate voice of Fan Ping Ping abruptly ceased. All screens before the viewers transformed into an abyss of darkness, an unsettling void that sent shivers down spines. Countless spectators, ranging from the overworked office employees to the diligent Uncle Tom and the affluent ladies seated in the Shangri-La Hotel, were left stunned, shocked. The entire Federation was in a state of disbelief, as a program scripted by the White House and the most popular science show nationwide. Survival of the Fittest enjoyed unparalleled acclaim across the country, a veritable titan of viewership. Could it be that this simulation of an air disaster was truly that realistic? The production team had performed remarkably well. The eerie atmosphere created was akin to the finest Hollywood special effects. Wait, did I just glimpse a streak of deep blue light? What could that be? A Pegasus meteor shower? Ah, and did I hear an explosion? The Federation's largest online video platform was inundated with a torrent of comments. Twitter, Facebook, Weibo, and other leading social media platforms simultaneously crashed. Programmer, oh no, how could the server crash again? Public opinion erupted within the rolling convective clouds. A colossal, deep blue silhouette suddenly tore through the sky. Thunder roared, and the winds howled fiercely. The immense figure, after rending the cloud sea, abruptly spun and swept its claws. Cold blue eyes gazed indifferently at the turbulent thunderclouds. Boom! 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 3 streaks of purple flames erupted from the stormy clouds, shredding the heavens. A fearsome black figure emerged, flapping enormous purple bat-like wings. The Phantom Monarch, the Dark Knight. Venom's malevolent eyes scanned the electrifying sky as he let out a sinister laugh. Surely, didn't he think I wouldn't catch up? The Terminator shook his head slightly, directing his gaze towards the billowing black cloud sea behind Venom. His ghostly blue arms gradually unfurled, revealing enormous talons. A look of rapture spread across his face, as if he had melded into the tempest, compared to the blood and flesh of various life forms. It was the thunder that served as the Terminator's most exquisite sustenance. Here lay my long-awaited battlefield. Terrifying blue lightning surged forth from within him, cascading like a tidal wave. The thunderstorm wreaked havoc, transforming into hundreds of blue bone chains that swelled to thousands of meters in length. The colossal chains danced in the fierce winds before plunging into the cloud sea. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A deafening roar resonated from the depths of the clouds. Venom's pale eyes suddenly narrowed. The mighty blue lightning climbed the bone chains, roaring as it surged into the Terminator's being. Charged by the storm, this high-altitude thunder sea had become the Terminator's source of power. The colossal bone chain emerged as the harbinger of doom, a natural conduit of power. As lightning surged forth, the formidable aura of the harbinger ascended once more. Its deep blue form swelled dramatically, expanding in the blink of an eye to a staggering height of over 1,000 meters, casting a shadow that obscured the entire sea of clouds. Even the bewitching moon was entirely veiled. Do the insignificant creatures feel the might of our sovereign? Those azure eyes, each spanning several meters, gazed coldly at the Venom. Ah, so you've grown tall and mighty. Venom smirked, gazing up at the harbinger, which loomed like a mountain. Grow for me. A chilling voice resonated, and Venom's grotesque figure, too, swelled against the winds, rapidly matching the harbinger's towering presence. A gaping maw, several hundred meters wide, lined with razor-sharp fangs, was revealed, the ultimate form of a pinnacle symbiotic entity. Ding! The system warned that the duration of the indestructible magic armor was down to 1 minute and 30 seconds, with the opportunity for the host to extend its duration indefinitely in the future life marketplace. The cold voice of the system echoed unexpectedly. The two titanic figures, akin to demigods, vibrated their immense wings as they hovered in the night sky. Shall we engage in battle again? A fervent gleam flickered in Venom's eyes. I shall accompany you to the very end. The harbinger replied coldly, as violent blue currents surged forth. I am eager to witness whether I shall consume you first, or your lightning shall obliterate me. A greedy cackle escaped Venom's lips, just as the cataclysmic clash was set to unfold once more. Both Venom and the harbinger froze in place. Their monstrous visages abruptly shifted in hue. An overwhelming sense of imminent peril surged from the depths of their beings. Venom's trepidation arose from an exceptionally acute spider sense, while the harbinger's threat perception stemmed from its powerful, ghostly olfactory capabilities. That sensation was one of being targeted. Tracking coordinates? At such elevated levels, both Venom and the harbinger possessed an extraordinary ability to foresee unknown dangers. Their frigid gazes instinctively lifted towards the distant horizon. On the seemingly infinite skyline, for indistinct black dots approached at a terrifying velocity. The void of space shattered, unleashing a series of sonic booms that reverberated ominously. Are those nuclear warheads? The expressions of Venom and the harbinger shifted once again. Ordinary nuclear warheads posed no fear to Venom. He could easily consume one, and even without employing his devouring ability, his defensive prowess would suffice to withstand the onslaught of a miniature nuclear warhead. The harbinger was equally unfazed. Born of nuclear energy, it possessed an innate command over such power, and its conjured nuclear energy shield boasted unparalleled defensive capabilities. Yet, these 4 nuclear warheads exuded a palpable sense of lethal threat that even they could not ignore. The locked coordinates had unmistakably targeted their position. As the mind world, the 4 nuclear warheads ripped through the void, enveloped in an aura of dreadful power, howling forth. 4 resplendent roses were etched upon the bodies of the warheads, rose spirits. They stood as 2 towering peaks of devastation alongside the god of the north wind, renowned for their capacity to annihilate the world. These madmen, the Venom, turned with a terrifying physique that obscured the sun, their expressions as frigid as ice. In a frenzied bid to eradicate the bioghosts, humanity had resorted to deploying such apocalyptic nuclear weaponry. Not far away, the Terminator gazed with indifferent blue eyes, fixated on the 4 nuclear warheads, displaying a grave demeanor. Is this the weapon crafted by humanity? Indeed, it is terrifying. An ancient whisper escaped its lips, imbued with an inexplicable significance. Shall we strike together? Venom suddenly turned to the Terminator nearby, flashing a grin. The Terminator, taken aback, inclined its head slightly in acknowledgement. Boom! Boom! A terrifying storm of purple flames and thunder erupted from Venom and the Terminator, trembling the very heavens and earth. Chapter 91, The Final Offering. Devouring nuclear warheads. Boom, boom, boom. For streaks of terrifying light tore through the clouds, racing forth. Like the sun piercing the darkness, dawn silently painted the horizon. The Rose Spirit's nuclear warhead shattered the air in an instant. The suffocating pressure sealed off a space spanning thousands of meters in an instant. The eyes of Venom and the Terminator simultaneously chilled to absolute zero. I shall go first. The Terminator stepped forward, its deep blue claws suddenly morphing into violent bolts of blue lightning, conjuring an immense nuclear energy shield that overshadowed the skies. Exuding regal authority, it roared forth. A torrent of particles surged from the shield, racing to meet the two warheads head-on. Boom! A cataclysmic roar erupted, sweeping out from 10,000 meters above, engulfing a vast area and rendering all living beings within its reach deafened. Cities, 1,000 miles from the border, were suddenly filled with countless pedestrians on the streets, who instinctively covered their ears and screamed in agony. Eardrums shattered. Thousands of alpacas dashed through the chaos of their hearts. Bang! 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 The shockwave swept through, shattering every glass in its path. The parking lot in the city center was overturned by the gale unleashed by the sonic wave. A tornado ravaged the parking lot. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, after the roar subsided, a sphere of destruction, over 3,000 meters in diameter and more radiant than the sun, emanated temperatures exceeding 10,000 degrees. Within this energy sphere, the two nuclear warheads disintegrated simultaneously. Gone? The pupils of both the Terminator and Venom contracted sharply. A colossal burst of atomic energy erupted from the vanished warheads, surging forth wildly and gradually compressing downward. Compress. Within the colossal sphere of energy, tempestuous atomic force ceaselessly surged. Terrifying gravity relentlessly stripping hydrogen from the surrounding air, igniting it into flames. Contract. Collapse. The density of the energy sphere escalated, reaching unprecedented heights. In the resplendent crimson orb, a hint of pearly white emerged. The ultimate fate of a star, the red giant. The power of these two nuclear warheads astonishingly rivaled that of a stellar magnitude. Under the gaze of the Terminator, transformed in horror, the red and white luminescent orb approached the nuclear shield. A spine-chilling rending sound erupted from the immense shield. A torrent of energy, capable of tearing apart the heavens and the earth, surged forth, illuminating the night sky as if it were day. In that moment, even New York, thousands of kilometers away, shuddered. The formidable shield that had once posed a significant challenge to Venom now split open with grotesque fissures, promptly erupting with ferocity. Energy waves cascaded outwards like a tsunami. Enormous, deep blue wings stirred up countless gales. The Terminator recoiled rapidly, as relentless thunderbolts rained down from above, colliding with the energy waves like meteors. Boom, boom, boom. The blue thunder shattered in succession, and the energy waves, reminiscent of a black hole, accelerated abruptly, engulfing the unsuspecting Terminator. A chilling roar of fury echoed instantaneously. The Terminator's towering blue form, thousands of meters high, disintegrated at the hands of the nuclear warhead's destructive force, unraveling into nothingness. Damn it! Venom's gaze shifted, and with a sweep of bat-like wings, it attempted to leap forth, only to be forcibly restrained. 1,000 miles away, the remaining two nuclear warheads autonomously adjusted their warheads, sealing off its movement. Should the Terminator be annihilated with its strength, it possessed little assurance of surviving against the last two stellar nuclear warheads. The air suddenly solidified. In that fleeting moment of stasis, the Terminator was utterly consumed by the annihilative power of the nuclear warheads. Dark green blood mist dissipated in the atomic storm, vanishing in an instant. Suddenly, the Terminator gazed upon its shattered form and broke into a grin. Its body had entirely transformed into blue. The thunderous scales had turned to ash, revealing a body akin to sapphire. It was a translucent deep blue. A blue flame erupted from the energy gem on its chest. Life's blood flame. As the life-blood flame blazed brighter, it gradually shifted from blue to an ethereal azure, increasingly resembling transparent blue crystal. Following this, the Terminator abruptly turned its gaze towards Venom, and the sapphire on its chest inexplicably floated out, landing into Venom's grasp. Clutching the smooth sapphire, Venom momentarily froze, then suddenly changed color in shock. The legacy of my clan must not be severed at this juncture. Despite the profound enmity that exists between us, I, the Emperor, can no longer afford to dwell on such matters. In you, I perceive the three cardinal sins of avarice, tyranny, and arrogance, traits befitting a fallen being. You are, in fact, more suited to embody the role of a villain. I fervently hope that one day, the spectral lineage of my clan may once again descend upon this world, heralding a cataclysm of the undead. A flicker of fervor ignited within the eyes of the Terminator, only to vanish like smoke in the wind. The body, ensconced in thunder, ultimately succumbed, torn asunder by the tempest of atomic fury. The sovereign of the biochemical specters, a being of royal caliber, has fallen. The calamity of the undead suddenly bears a weight of responsibility. High above, in the vast expanse, Venom clutched the sapphire and broke into a sudden smile. A smile laced with boundless chill and frost. Hiss! In the void, the malevolent winds raged, and the final two nuclear warheads erupted with blinding tails of fire, coldly locking onto Venom's grotesque form. A stellar-grade nuclear bomb. Who would have thought that before I could even leap from the earth, I would partake in such a lavish feast? The massive sapphire was tilted back and swallowed whole by Venom. Time stood still. An aura of terrifying malevolence surged forth from Venom, as the dimming purple flames upon the chillingly gleaming scales reignited with fervor. Ding! Congratulations, host. On successfully devouring a being of royal caliber, the Terminator, you have acquired a new and formidable talent. The effect of the indestructible demonic armor is extended by 5 minutes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have gained 40,000 points of vitality. Your accumulated life force now stands at 123,300 points. Super evolution is now initiating. Ding! Congratulations, host. The third-generation system is poised for an upgrade, set to evolve into the fourth-generation superpower system in 5 minutes, unlocking the Life Maul. Venom suddenly raised his head, roaring towards the heavens, unleashing an overwhelming aura of dominance. His already towering form swelled further, reaching an astonishing height of 5,000 meters. The moonlight of the sinister moon was entirely consumed. Beneath his fangs, that gaping maw expanded in the wind. The celestial dog devours the moon, a true glutton. With a swift stride, Venom pierced through the void, manifesting before the two nuclear warheads like a malevolent deity. In his pitch-black eyes, two swirling black holes emerged mysteriously. The terrifying fangs gaped wide, and in an instant he devoured the two stellar-grade nuclear bombs. Chapter 92, Void Devouring Flame. Super Symbiote. The fangs closed around the two Rose Spirit nuclear bombs, which Venom swallowed whole. Subsequently, the purple flames swirling around his form dimmed to an abyssal black. A thunderous roar resonated through the sky as the act of consumption commenced. A terrifying black hole erupted from that blood-drenched maw, giving birth to an eerie black flame, emerging as if from the very void itself. Void Devouring Flame. In the realm devoid of form and substance, a formidable power looms, capable of consuming all that exists within the universe. Ding! Congratulations to the host for activating the fourth generation of the most powerful devouring system in history, and for acquiring the primordial flame, the terrifying Void Flame, ranked second on the extraordinary fire list. Void Flame, the primordial flame of the symbiote, nurtured in the abyss, possesses the capacity to engulf the heavens and devour the earth, evolving and mutating alongside the symbiote. A magnificent black flame surged forth, instantly engulfing two nuclear bombs. The terrifying atomic fission raged violently within the symbiote's core. In an instant, the dreadful atomic energy caused the symbiote's abdomen to swell, resembling a colossal toad. The speed of this nuclear fission surpassed the symbiote's wildest imagination. Devour it. The symbiote's eyes gleamed with ferocity as its massive claws tightened, striking forcefully against its own swollen belly. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Black bubbles incessantly rose and expanded from the distended belly. The belly grew larger and larger, its diameter exceeding 3,000 meters. Was this the rhythm of indigestion? The void flame devours the heavens and the earth. The symbiote roared skyward, its enormous claws stirring a tremendous gale that tore through the cloud sea. The terrifying black flames surged forth in a tidal wave. With a single, forceful inhale, the symbiote drew the black flames back within, forcefully suppressing the atomic energy. Boom! The earth-shattering burp resonated throughout the atmosphere. Ding! Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring 2 Rose Spirit nuclear bombs. Ding! Congratulations to the host, liquefaction ability enhanced. Allowing the release of liquid Rose Spirit nuclear bombs via a liquefied ion cannon, equipped with top-tier tracking capabilities. Hiss! In the cold night sky, the symbiote's menacing form, nearly 5,000 meters tall, gradually contracted, its shadow receding to reveal a normal state. Within its sinister eyes, black flames flickered ominously. It has arrived. The symbiote suddenly tilted its head, sensing the transformation within. The genes of the Terminator, along with the energy of the Rose Spirit nuclear bombs, had fully integrated into its being. Ding! Congratulations to the host for achieving super evolution, heralding a new era for the symbiote race. The system's chilling voice echoed, followed by a stream of messages manifesting in the air. Oh, something is afoot. The symbiote curiously observed the series of messages. Host, Bai Yu symbiote, Venom level, super consciousness occupancy, 90. An occupancy exceeding 90 grants the host immunity against the violent tendencies of the symbiote, allowing synchronization of thought frequencies between host and symbiote. Human and symbiote forms can be switched at will. Venom's fundamental attributes, limitless strength, surface defense, and jump velocity all exceed 5,000 points, rivaling the destructive force of a level 9 earthquake. Venom's innate talents include liquefaction and devour. The devour talent encompasses enhancements such as enhanced human, spider, Sandman, Riot, Black Widow, Howler, Batman, Joker, Carnage, maternal ghost, Terminator, and nuclear bomb talents. Currently, the symbiote gene storage comprises Venom, Riot, Howler, and Carnage. Venom's fundamental weakness, an excess of advantages. Venom's signature flame, Nihility, devouring flame. He counted one by one, raising a claw from the talents of enhanced human, finally pausing at the nuclear bomb talent. Ah, quite efficient, Venom mused with satisfaction, feeling a sense of pride as he acknowledged that 13 entities had already been consumed. The barrage of messages continued to manifest swiftly. Ding! Congratulations, host. The Life Mall is now open. Life Mall, Devil Fruit, 5,000 life points. Monster check-in card, 15,000 life points, with additional products urgently launching. Note: product redemption requires the consumption of life points. Venom needs an additional 176,700 life points, and the final 2 symbiotes to achieve the next breakthrough. Current life points, 123,300. How frustrating. Further consumption of life points. Venom's expression darkened instantly. Indeed, should life points fall below 100,000, Venom will regress to a higher state, losing all benefits provided by the super symbiote. A line of messages floated across the night sky. The cold wind swept through, rendering Venom's silhouette particularly desolate. Goodness, does this system even bother to activate voice? The barrage persisted. Ding! All biochemical ghost genes have been successfully stored, and the zombie arsenal has undergone a comprehensive upgrade, evolving into the Undead Arsenal. Undead Arsenal. Terminator, King-level undead. 7 major lords including Mad Baby, maternal-level undead. And 666 biochemical ghosts, hunter-level undead. Undead Arsenal. Venom can split portions of the symbiotic tissue to summon undead calamities to serve him. These undead lack intelligence and awareness, but retain their instinct to kill and loyalty. My army of the undead? Venom's eyes lit up with an intense fervor. Did this not signify the potential to assemble a grand legion of the undead? The day of their resurrection would herald the advent of the apocalypse. Suddenly, Venom tilted his head back, his pale pupils piercing through the clouds, gazing toward the horizon. In the distance, a magnificent building, reminiscent of a galaxy, loomed at the end of Wall Street. Upon its facade, a colossal silver shield emblem was engraved. The Galaxy Building SHIELD. The black liquid writhed, fangs bared, as the visage of Venom morphed into that of Bai Yu. A cold smirk danced upon the lips of both Venom and Bai Yu, a synchrony of intent. Once, amidst the encirclement of the destroyer fleet, they had been forced to flee in disarray, pursued relentlessly over vast distances until their crash on Valkyrie, where they encountered yet another wave of biohazard mayhem. The chaos of that moment was indescribably dire. Who could bear such humiliation? In this world, one must inevitably settle their debts. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, laughter lacing his words. This score had been etched in his mind all along. Venom twisted his beastly neck, flicking out his long tongue in a grotesque chuckle. From his back, a pair of immense bat-like wings unfurled, conjuring a terrifying tempest. The abyssal void ignited with fiery intensity, emanating from his eyes. Old Man of the Shield, Venom's arrival is imminent. Are you prepared? Chapter 93. Stunt performances aboard the pirate ship in the northern reaches of Hudson Bay lies the Devil's Triangle. This maritime expanse is exceedingly remote, positioned near the border yet distant from customs. A shroud of dense fog blankets the waters year-round, rendering it one of the most dreaded routes for countless pirates. Numerous souls, both piratical and naval, have been consumed by this enigmatic sea, a veritable zone of death. Over time, even the military relinquished oversight of this perilous domain. No one cared. A veritable no-man's land. The colossal mist obscured the distinction between day and night, enveloping the area in an eerie silence, which was suddenly shattered by raucous revelry. From within the vast fog, a colossal pirate ship emerged, gliding through the waters. This vessel appeared ancient, crafted from tropical hardwoods, its architecture reminiscent of bygone eras. Most striking was its immense size, resembling a behemoth of the sea. The ship's keel bore an enormous skull insignia, emblematic of North American pirates. Upon the deck, one could spot a one-eyed pirate, adorned with a black eye patch, striding confidently, a gleaming Filipino BOLO knife sheathed at his waist. Such a grand ship was a rarity across the Atlantic. In the crow's nest, a pirate with keen eyes peered through a telescope, vigilantly surveying the surrounding waters. This mysterious domain, perpetually shrouded in mist and fraught with peril, demanded utmost caution from the crew. After a thorough observation, ensuring the waters were calm, the pirate finally lowered the telescope. His shifty eye inadvertently glanced towards the center of the ship, where a massive ring of fire blazed brightly. Hundreds of pirates were seated in the surrounding bleachers, erupting with cheers that echoed like a tsunami. Their crimson gaze was fixed upon a man astride a motorcycle beside the ring of fire. The motorcycle, a cutting-edge Harley, gleamed with sophistication. The man, adorned with a stylish helmet, gripped the clutch tightly, a smile gracing his lips. With a sharp roar, the engine surged, his feet swiftly finding the footpegs, and the motorcycle leaped forth like a bolt of lightning. In an instant, the distance of 100 meters was traversed. As he approached the fiery circle, the motorcycle ascended into the air, drifting gracefully past. The entire vehicle brushed against the flames, which licked at its body, rendering it slightly heated. Boom, boom, boom. The man abruptly released the clutch, and the sleek black motorcycle spun into the air, tracing a vast arc before landing silently on the ground. A gloved middle finger rose defiantly into the air. His astonishing agility and movement left the audience in awe. Goodness, how could Nicholas exhibit such prowess? Truly, he is the virtuoso of stunt riding in the national arena. Behold that dashing silhouette, that flamboyant posture, that cool demeanor. Oh, I cannot bear it. My eyes feel as if they might conceive. Lady, you are approaching 60. A cacophony of ecstatic screams erupted from the audience. Countless fervent gazes were riveted upon the lone figure dominating the stunt arena. From this moment forth, he reigned supreme on the field. In response to the flurry of kisses and flirtatious glances, the man offered a charming smile, dismounted his motorcycle, and lazily removed his helmet, revealing a tousled mane of chestnut hair. This enchanting hairstyle ignited another wave of ecstatic screams. After waving a casual farewell, the man hummed a Western tune and strolled leisurely from the arena. His cool silhouette gradually vanished under the myriad of infatuated gazes. On the second deck of a pirate ship, the skilled rider ascended the stairs and exchanged smiles with a few passing pirates before retreating into a shadowy corner. He traversed an interminable corridor, coming to a halt before a dimly lit door. With a sidelong glance, he surveyed his surroundings. The late-night atmosphere of the pirate ship was eerily silent. A mysterious key, appearing seemingly from nowhere, materialized in his palm and slid into the keyhole. Creak! The long-sealed door began to crack open. A tall shadow slipped into the darkness of the room. The ominous door closed once more, as if it had never been opened. In the dim flicker of candlelight, reminiscent of the fires of the underworld, a black motorcycle lay in slumber. The frame of this motorcycle was forged from meteorite iron, with a fearsome skull intricately carved at the front. The eyes of the skull glimmered with an icy light. The terrifying skeletal chain coiled around the vehicle. Its wheels adorned with sharp barbs, resembled a war chariot emerging from the depths of hell. A man crouched down, tenderly caressing the car's body. his eyes reflecting a rapturous gaze, as if it were a cherished offspring he could hardly part with. After a prolonged moment, he finally lowered his hands and stood up. The intoxication in his eyes swiftly vanished, replaced by a cold indifference. He approached a mystical mirror and gazed at his reflection. Suddenly, a bolt of silver lightning, as thick as a python, streaked across the sky, illuminating the dim room as if it were daylight. The mirror revealed a stark white skull, wreathed in the terrifying flames of the underworld. A colossal pirate ship glided slowly through this enigmatic sea. The dark waves surged ominously, only to be devoured by the encroaching mist. Beneath the shadowy waters, an immense silhouette, obscuring the sun, slithered alongside the pirate vessel. In an instant, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted, and a towering column of water shot skyward. The massive head of a killer whale broke the surface, its entire body a deep obsidian hue, with eyes that spun like black holes, exuding an eerie allure. A dark liquid coursed over its formidable form, creating a sense of dread. A tantalizing aroma wafted through the air as the whale inhaled deeply, its gaze fixated on the grand ship, a glimmer of greed flickering across its visage. In the next moment, the colossal whale abruptly liquefied, transforming into a swirling mass of black fluid. An ominous aura radiated from it as a dark tentacle shot forth, latching onto the ship's turbine. With a swift motion, the viscous substance adhered to the vessel, resembling a black spider, utterly motionless. In the blink of an eye, the dark symbiotic fibers divided, sprouting 4 sharp appendages that silently ascended along the ship's hull. Chapter 94. The hunters of Turtle Island in the mysterious Devil's Sea. An ancient pirate ship sailed silently forward, engulfed by a thick fog that swallowed everything in its wake. On the lookout, a vigilant pirate squinted, surveying the waters for hundreds of meters around him. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened, and he blew into the magical flute at his chest. The clear notes resonated, cascading like a tide across the entire ship. On the deck, within the island-style structures, and in the deep water hold, countless pirates abruptly emerged, their heads popping up in unison. 1,000 pairs of eyes converged on a peculiar island ahead, resembling a giant turtle, floating upon the water. Wait, floating? This turtle island hovered at the very edge of the water, the surface undisturbed, as if a colossal turtle lay sprawled upon the sea. A chilling wave surged forth from the base of the spine. Suddenly, on the deck at the forefront of the pirate ship, a mysterious figure materialized, as if summoned by the dark forces. The enigmatic silhouette removed a black hood, revealing a cascade of deep brown hair. It was none other than the masterful horseman, Nicholas. "Captain, our provisions are dwindling, and we urgently require resources from the island," a pirate with a black belt exclaimed, emerging from the shadows. "But this island seems rather peculiar." Nicholas smiled faintly, silencing the pirate's words before they could escape his throat. In his pitch-black eyes, flames ignited like those of hell itself. The great ship docked, and over 1,000 fully armed pirates, veiled by an ominous fog, cautiously ventured into the island's dense jungle. As the captain, Nicholas strolled leisurely at the rear, savoring the temperate forest of Turtle Island. Just as he stepped into the mist, he momentarily froze, casting a sidelong glance at the pirate ship behind him. A hint of an inscrutable essence flickered in his gaze. "Ah, esteemed guests have arrived," he mused softly, and in an instant his form vanished into the sea fog. Shortly after his disappearance, a monstrous black shadow coalesced from the beach, a grotesque silhouette. A crimson tongue, beneath glistening fangs, writhed with reckless abandon. "What keen perception," the shadow murmured, its eyes swirling with insatiable greed. "Let's make this hunt on Turtle Island all the more intriguing." With a sinister crack, the monstrous body exploded into a cascade of dark liquid, slithering into the mist with a hissing sound. In the dead of night, Turtle Island lay in eerie silence. Within the mysterious jungle, torches were raised high, flickering in the chilling wind that swept through, dimming their light. Beneath the murky glow, pale, one-eyed faces emerged as reflections. How can such a vast Turtle Island be devoid of fresh water? A pirate muttered, fatigue etched across his features after fruitless searching. "Damn it, not even a hint of fruit." Another pirate, equally frustrated, glanced into the darkness of the forest and spoke with irritation. "Don't you think this cursed place feels off?" The last pirate looked around uneasily, his anxiety palpable. "Hey, lad, are you actually scared?" A fellow pirate mocked, noting his worried expression. "We've traversed the entire Atlantic with the captain. What is there to fear from this Turtle Island?" Suddenly, the eerie wind intensified. The three torch-bearing pirates exchanged alarmed glances. We are deep within the forest, shielded by the jungle. From whence comes this wind? Suddenly, a pirate displayed a look of panic, his voice trembling as he pointed at the other two pirates, shivering in fear. A large question mark loomed over the heads of the two pirates. Instantly, they could not help but turn their heads, only to behold the most terrifying set of jagged fangs they had ever seen in their lives. Crack! Crack! Two frigid, headless corpses thudded to the ground. Unable to endure the suffocating dread any longer, the pirate collapsed, gazing at the ancient tree under the vast sky. Watching the grotesque giant slowly rise, nearly choking on fear. Massive claws abruptly seized the pirate. A blood-red, elongated tongue flicked against the side of the pirate's face, dripping viscous slime. How many pirates were aboard this ship? The venomous creature grinned, observing the pale pirate while squeezing its enormous claws. 1001. The pirate stammered, trembling. This is a territory heavily guarded by the military. How dare you little pirates act so recklessly? The venomous being remarked with keen interest. With the military's explosive temper, capable of unleashing nuclear strikes at a whim, how could they tolerate these organized pirate factions rampaging across the seas? This maritime region, perpetually shrouded in fog, infested with sharks and plagued by storms, witnesses countless maritime disasters annually, claiming innumerable lives. Even the finest naval forces have faced total annihilation here due to tempestuous storms, which is why the military has sealed off these waters. Yet they do not dare to encroach upon the pirates' territory lightly. The pirate inhaled deeply, voice quivering. Indeed, the venomous creature expressed surprise, then nodded slightly, concluding that this information must be true, judging by the pirate's ghastly visage. Who is your captain? Suddenly, the venomous being pondered briefly before breaking into a peculiar chuckle. It seemed to harbor some curiosity about the enigmatic pirate captain. We are unsure, the pirate replied, shaking his head with a bitter smile. All we know is that he emerged suddenly 5 years ago, and it was then that our previous captain mysteriously perished in a fire. However, for these past years, Captain Nicholas has led us, sweeping through the entire Atlantic with unstoppable force, nearly devouring all other rampant pirates. At this point, a hint of pride surged upon the pirate's face. Clearly, he held great respect for Captain Nicholas. Furthermore, the captain was an exceptional stunt motorcyclist, having won the prestigious Nobel Motorcycle Award 3 times. If not for the need to conceal his pirate identity, his fame would have resonated globally long ago. A fervent gleam sparked in the pirate's eyes. The imposing figure of Nicholas on the racetrack remained an eternal idol in his heart. Daring to flaunt while riding a little donkey? The venomous creature scoffed. Back in my day, while I was toying with federal police on my motorcycle and annihilating military fleets in my fighter jet, you were still drinking milk? Last question, do you have a map? Preferably one that includes this turtle island. Upon hearing this, the pirate was momentarily taken aback, but then a wave of surprise washed over him. Believing that this fearsome black giant had finally decided to spare him, he hastily produced a piece of yellowed parchment. The parchment bore the traces of a weathered map. Can I take my leave first? Observing the venomous figure grasping the parchment with a smile, the pirate held his breath and cautiously inquired. Of course. The figure set down the parchment, nodding with a smile. An unprecedented surge of elation overwhelmed the pirate, and he quickly broke free from the giant's grasp, intent on fleeing into the jungle. Suddenly, his steps froze. A pitch-black tentacle abruptly clung to his back. Whoosh! With immense force, the pirate's body was yanked into the air. Ah! A chilling scream, accompanied by the sound of flesh tearing, echoed, startling a flock of seabirds. I'm afraid I do not possess the virtue of keeping promises. From the darkness emerged a colossal shadow akin to an evil deity. Chapter 95, Midnight's Child, the Death Knight. Deep within Turtle Island, the oppressive night enveloped the enormous turtle floating on the sea. Nearly 1,000 North American pirates, brandishing flaming torches, surged into the heart of the forest. Cold gazes incessantly searched for resources on the island. A desperate survival. The thick fog blanketed everything within a radius of several kilometers. In the night sky, a haunting owl's cry emanated from the depths of the mist. The chilling moonlight cascaded from the heavens, illuminating the depths of the forest. In the heart of the forest lay the North Wilderness Hill. Countless lifeless graves dotted the hillside. Grave mounds? The mounds swayed with patchy wild grass. Among the grass slithered a colossal Komodo dragon, flicking its crimson tongue. The glint of hunger shone in its beastly eyes, a ghostly green luminescence. Suddenly, the Komodo dragon's demeanor shifted, its pupils involuntarily quivering. A terrifying shadow eerily materialized before the graves. A massive black cloak obscured the entire mysterious figure. Opale, emaciated hand surged forth from beneath the cloak. Immediately, a pitch-black skeletal staff manifested in the palm. The staff was adorned with the carving of a ghastly skull. This must be the place. He tilted his chin upward, revealing a stark white jaw, with a light chuckle. I never expected that the sole contract of Saint Vancas would be buried in this cold grave. How utterly ridiculous. The ominous skeletal staff was raised high, and deep purple nether fire swiftly etched itself in the air, rapidly forming a colossal inscription. The grand inscription blazed with the infernal flames of the underworld. In the shadowy realm of the dark deity Gunera, your devoted followers earnestly beseech you to restore the long-lost soul contract for our malevolent kin. A voice, steeped in reverence, wafted forth from his lips. Suddenly, the infernal runes blazed with an eerie brilliance. Countless chilling wails erupted, reverberating through the air, and in an instant, a multitude of spirits surged forth from the inscriptions. These ethereal entities, resembling vengeful souls from the depths of hell, frantically plunged into the grave surrounding them. Boom, boom, boom. One tomb after another was violently overturned, as a sinister wind swept through, revealing a plethora of decaying corpses. This rampant destruction persisted for nearly a quarter of an hour. Abruptly, a tomb was shattered by the force of a ghostly apparition. In that fleeting moment, a terrifying aura erupted from the remnants of the grave, instantly driving back the colossal Komodo dragon. How nostalgic this familiar sensation is, he mused with a slight smile, extending his hand as a mysterious black scroll emerged from the shadowy tomb. The scroll bore ancient, enigmatic patterns, radiating an aura of profound mystery. Hiss, hiss, hiss. From the thickets beside the northern wilderness hill, a pirate brandishing a torch suddenly emerged, clutching several beetle nuts. Startled, he cast a quick, incredulous glance at the astonished pirate before him. "Boss, what brings you here?" The pirate queried, his tone laced with an unmistakable excitement. Beneath the lifted black hood, a sharply defined visage was revealed, none other than Nicholas, the captain of the pirate ship. His gaze then fell upon the black scroll in Nicholas's hand. In that instant, his eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be? A frantic heartbeat echoed in the stillness of the night sky. The mysterious scroll seemed to possess an extraordinary allure, magnetically drawing the pirate's gaze. Its pitch-black hue only intensified its enigmatic nature. Is it a treasure map? An inexplicable surge of greed surged within the pirate's heart. For those who have spent years pillaging and plundering, nothing captivates them more than the promise of treasure. If so, let there be two treasures. A dagger, concealed without a trace within his sleeve, gleamed with a cold metallic sheen. Friendship? Respect? Loyalty? To the dogs with such notions. I only befriend money, bow in reverence to money, and remain loyal solely to money. The insatiable desire propelled the pirate to take a step closer, edging toward Nicholas. "Boss, I've noticed the crew has scarcely ventured out to sea lately. You and T want to keep that treasure map hidden away, would you?" A sinister chuckle escaped the pirate's lips, brimming with insatiable greed. Hints of a glinting blade were faintly visible, peeking from the depths of the pirate's sleeve. Indeed, those who associate with me exhibit a greed that evokes a somewhat demonic essence. Gazing at the malevolent pirate, Nicholas offered a faint smile. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A glimmer of cold light flashed. The sharp dagger suddenly plunged into Nicholas's shoulder, crimson blood oozing from the wound, a sight most grotesque. The smile on the pirate's face grew increasingly sinister, yet it soon froze in place. The blade, upon striking bone, found itself unable to penetrate further. In the terrified depths of his eyes, the bizarre smile on Nicholas's face was reflected. Boom, boom, boom. Fiery black smoke billowed from his form, followed by a terrifying purple hellfire that roared forth from within him, instantly incinerating his head. Amidst the raging purple flames, a ghastly skull emerged. Yet, beneath the dreadful inferno, his black jacket remained unscathed. Several crimson chains spiraled from his body, entwining around the menacing hooks. He appeared as a burning skeletal figure. Bang, bang, bang. The pallid skeletal claws seized the terrified pirate. Those eyes, alight with flames, suddenly spun, revealing two gaping black voids. The Death Knight, the Eye of Judgment. Look into my eyes. Your soul has been tainted by the blood of innocent victims. Feel their suffering in the flames of hell. As the chilling voice echoed, the pirate's struggling gaze turned into an abyssal void. Countless piercing wails surged within the pirate's mind. Cracks swiftly appeared on his trembling eyeballs, which soon crumbled to ashes under the scorching hellfire. The Eye of Judgment. Those targeted by the Death Knight's gaze would experience the despair and agony of all victims before their demise, enduring the searing torment of hellfire. Thud! The cold corpse fell to the ground. Whoosh! The Death Knight inhaled deeply, and an ethereal figure struggled to emerge from the corpse, only to be devoured whole by him. Soul consumption. The Death Knight, hailing from the depths of hell, revels in the nourishment of souls from the deceased. Each soul consumed augments his power, facilitating his continual evolution. The pitiful jester, the Death Knight, cast a detached glance at the jester on the ground, sweeping his right claw, unleashing a torrent of hellfire. As the flames swept through, the corpse was abruptly engulfed, leaving behind charred remnants. Chapter 96. Hellfire. The malevolent motorcycle. The icy corpse, consumed by hellfire, turned to ash in the blink of an eye. Hellfire, a terrifying otherworldly flame, ranked third alongside the pure lotus demon fire, birthed from the abyssal depths, conceived by the Lord of Hell. It is said that where hellfire takes form, purple flames descend, igniting a conflagration. In a desolate expanse, akin to a barren wasteland, where day and night blend indistinguishably. Stars fail to appear, and the sun does not rise. Even the soul risks being devoured. Flames curl back, consumed by the dread night of death. The sound of crackling flames resonates chillingly, evoking a sense of dread. Refuse is meant to be incinerated. The soul pact is secured. My little demons, are you not eager? Your lord of the underworld shall soon return. The dread knight tilted his head, his gaze piercing through the mist, peering into the profound night sky. A faint smile gracing his lips. He commanded a fleet of pirates, having spent years scouring nearly every corner of the Atlantic coastline, all in pursuit of that long-lost soul contract. Unexpectedly, his long-held wish was realized on this enigmatic turtle island. With a flick of his wrist, a pitch-black skeletal whistle materialized in his palm. The ghostly bone whistle. In the next instant, a terrifying shriek erupted from the whistle, tearing through the mist and sweeping across the entire island. Boom! A tremendous roar surged from the distant shore, seemingly in harmony with the whistle's call. On the sandy beach of Turtle Island, within the pirate ship moored on the shore, in a dim and mysterious room on the second deck, a menacing motorcycle of pure black suddenly illuminated a pair of crimson beastly eyes. Terrifying ghostly flames erupted forth. Following closely, the skull, forged from meteorite iron, suddenly ignited in a blaze of fiery intensity. The ghost-faced Harley, the Dread Knight's exclusive steed. Boom! 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 The motor, cloaked in black scales, erupted with a colossal roar. Scorching waves of fire surged from behind the ghostly motorcycle, showering sparks into the air. Whoosh! A phantom flickered past, and the motorcycle transformed into a blurred shadow, exploding through multiple decks. The menacing black silhouette, in an instant, surpassed the speed of sound, darting into the jungle. The immense ship bore a gaping hole, emitting a pungent odor. A fire trail, stretching 1,000 meters, intertwined with violet ghostly flames, extended into the distant horizon. The fire shadow reached its zenith in an instant. The surrounding forest was instantly consumed by the flames, reduced to ashes. Boom! 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 Upon the northern hills, the Dread Knight sat cross-legged upon the desolate grass, eyes closed, resembling a harbinger of death. Suddenly, his skeletal eyes snapped open. Have my little treasures arrived? A captivating smile emerged upon his bony visage, producing the sound of clattering bones. How utterly enchanting! A terrifying gust of wind surged, igniting a tempest of fire, slicing through the air. A colossal shadow spun around 180 degrees, scattering sparks as it crashed onto the remnants of graves, deep purple, ghostly flames igniting upon the wheels. Whoosh! The infernal chain, in an instant, erupted from the shoulder and ensnared the cursed Harley. Whoosh! Bang! The spectral rider swiftly seized the motorcycle, flames surging forth from his skeletal hand, enveloping the entire black machine in violet fire. An accursed motorcycle. The pallid skeletal hand caressed the front of the bike, tracing along its body. The rider tilted his skull, a chilling chuckle escaping his lips. Suddenly, his hand froze mid-motion. The pitch-black sockets of his skull subtly glanced toward the ruins behind. "Have you been following me all this way, my old companion?" Hiss, hiss, hiss. A wave of utter malevolence suddenly rippled forth. Following that, from the wreckage of the desolate grave, a mass of black ichor crawled forth, slender symbiotic tendrils unfurling as it lay upon the debris. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A sinister wind swept through, causing the black liquid to whirl and coalesce into a grotesque shadow. Gleaming scales glimmered menacingly, accompanied by a ghoulish visage that flicked a long tongue. The horror of the venomous form surpassed even the visual impact of the spectral rider. "Hey, mate, where did you procure that magnificent machine? Care to help me acquire one?" The ichor licked its massive claws, reclining upon the ruins, emitting a grotesque laugh. Its bone-white pupils fixated greedily upon the accursed motorcycle. "Such a formidable vehicle deserves the identity of my super symbiote." "Oh." The spectral rider flicked his fiery chain, chuckling lightly. "After trailing me for so long, it turns out you wish to know where I acquire my cursed Harley. What, do you desire it?" "Yes, yes." The ichor nodded eagerly, an insatiable yearning evident in its demeanor. "Then allow my eye of judgment to reveal it to you." The spectral rider grinned malevolently, his chilling skull eyes abruptly widening. Two void-like orbs appeared instantaneously. Before the ichor could react, violet, ghostly flames pierced the void, striking directly into its eyes. "Hellfire! Consume!" The terrifying flames surged into the ichor's gaze, instantaneously engulfing its consciousness. With the aid of hellfire, the targeted life form would gradually succumb to the illusion under the scorching of the soul's fire, ultimately reduced to ash. Even the blind night demon could not evade the spectral rider's gaze. The ichor's eyes transformed into hollow voids of purple without its awareness. "Ha ha!" A sharp, piercing wail erupted from the spectral rider, laughing madly. "Hell is quite splendid. With air conditioning, it would be even better. Care to take a stroll?" "Ha ha!" In the silent forest, startled seabirds took flight. The nearly 1,000 North American pirates scattered throughout the woods were instantly drawn to this laugh, akin to that of Hades, causing their bodies to tremble as cold sweat broke out upon them. The entire tranquil Turtle Island trembled under the enchanting sound of laughter, a laughter so macabre it could only belong to the realm of the undead. Was hell, one might ponder? Is it a place of amusement? Is there intellect to be feasted upon? A peculiar voice suddenly emerged, causing the laughter of the Death Knight to cease abruptly. Almost immediately, the knight's eyes narrowed in surprise. The venom, which should have been consumed by the violet flames, suddenly rose. In the next moment, an eerie black flame erupted, swiftly engulfing the entirety of the purple ghost fire. The once pale pupils transformed back into a ferocious hue. "Pardon my audacity, but it appears my void-devouring flame surpasses your hellfire, if only slightly." A claw was raised in the air, its tip igniting with a pitch-black flame, exuding an overwhelming and terrifying power. Chapter 97. The Resurrection of Malevolent Spirits. A night of 100 ghosts, the obsidian flames surged forth from the venomous claw, radiating an awe-inspiring aura of consumption. The void-devouring flame, a fearsome and exotic fire, ranks second on the list of anomalous flames, a force capable of obliterating the heavens and the earth. It inherently dominates all other flames with a regal authority. As the violet fire extinguished, it rapidly ignited anew from the Death Knight. In the presence of the void-devouring flame, the hellfire appeared exceedingly timid. Clutching a crimson chain, the Death Knight's skeletal visage resembled a terrifying tempest. "Your tricks hold no power over me. I possess no soul for you to incinerate." The venomous entity languidly stretched its limbs, emitting a sinister chuckle. Venom, the most primitive unicellular organism among the symbiotic race, devoid of a soul, wisdom, or intellect, evolving through the consumption of other life forms. No soul? The Death Knight's expression darkened to an extreme, and a chilling light flickered in its eyes. Whoosh! The colossal skeletal claw swept through the air, grasping with ferocity. Boom! A 3-meter-high purple portal appeared in the air without a trace. Within the portal, a swirling vortex beckoned, seemingly leading to a world within hell. Necromantic summoning. In the name of the Lord of Hell, I summon the departed souls to fight for the Death Knight. Tick-tock, tick-tock, tick-tock. Beneath the dim night sky, a gentle drizzle began to fall. The night rain danced upon the graves, splashing water into the air. On the ground, countless puddles suddenly erupted with crimson bubbles. The bubbles burst instantaneously. Bloodied hands surged forth from the waterlogged pits, clawing their way into existence. The temperature plummeted, as if one had plunged into a frozen abyss, exuding a chilling aura. Eerily terrifying. Oomph. Venom scoffed coldly, its right claw reaching out. The void devouring flame ignited immediately. Under the flame's destructive force, those bloodied hands shattered one after another, transforming into a torrential downpour of blood. The blood illusion disintegrated in an instant. Cackles of laughter echoed through the night, enveloping the atmosphere and sending tremors through the eardrums of Venom. A woman clad in a crimson gown, holding a parasol, eerily materialized behind him, her face ashen and blood trickling from the corners of her eyes. Subsequently, from the puddles flanking Venom, emerged two more ghastly female specters, their faces green and fanged, blood oozing from their 7 orifices, licking their crimson lips as they fixed their gaze upon him. Such pure young energy. It truly tantalizes me. They hissed, their sinister laughter sending chills down the spine. Water demon. Bang, bang, bang. On the desolate hills of the north, a mound of black earth began to writhe, as numerous pale, withered hands erupted from within. Soon after, several men clad in black uniforms emerged, dragging half-bloody bodies as they howled in agony. Their blue veins bulged grotesquely on their faces, rendering them even more fearsome. Earth demon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. A malevolent wind swept through. A torrent of fierce gales is suddenly engulfing the surroundings, snapping trees in half like twigs. The ominous black crows took flight in fright. In the barren land, the eerie wind spiraled, coalescing into a terrifying visage. Wind demon. With the water demon, earth demon, and wind demon all present, the situation grew increasingly dire. To make matters worse, the desolate ground began to crack open, as a relentless stream of malevolent spirits clawed their way out, resembling a horde of zombies. The vengeful wails of these specters sent shivers down the spine. The vengeful spirits awakened. 100 demons roamed the night. Boom! The ground beneath Venom's claws suddenly transformed into a quagmire, a dark marsh that ensnared him in an instant. Countless ghastly faces of the earth demon coalesced, opening their murky maws to tear at him. Repulsive creatures, he scoffed, as the overwhelming tide of spirits surged forth, a menacing aura radiating from him. Bang! With a colossal stomp of his massive claw, the ravenous marsh exploded, showering the area with black liquid. His powerful arms liquefied, morphing into 2 gigantic liquid meteor hammers. Boom! 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 The hammers swung mightily, shattering the malevolent spirits into oblivion, sending plumes of blue smoke spiraling into the air. This greeting is hardly grand enough, Venom remarked coldly, as he crushed a shrieking water demon into nothingness. Whoosh! 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 Venom's left claw instantaneously liquefied, unleashing dozens of black tendrils that shot forth like lightning, aiming to ensnare the Death Knight. Oomph! The Death Knight, with a frigid countenance, swung a chain engulfed in hellfire, colliding fiercely with the black tendrils. Boom! A fierce gust swept through, causing the black liquid to explode in an instant. Whoosh! The hellish chain rebounded to his hand with lightning speed, and with a flick of his wrist, it hooked onto the malevolent spirit motorcycle. Bang! 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 The violet hellfire swiftly ascended, engulfing the entire motorcycle in a fierce blaze. In an instant, the Death Knight soared into the air, landing with precision upon the vehicle. Under the searing heat of the hellfire, the malevolent motorcycle's form was rapidly sculpted. Its rear and wings flared like the majestic wings of a great rock, igniting in flames, while the body's streamlined contours gleamed with a lustrous sheen. The malevolent motorcycle. Enhanced by the hellfire, it would no longer require gasoline as its power source. The flames of the underworld became its ultimate energy. Apologies, my friend, but I must take my leave, proclaimed the Death Knight as he mounted the formidable flaming motorcycle, casting his head skyward in a fierce howl. And with a sudden thrust of the ebony throttle, he surged forth. With a snap of his fingers, a deafening roar erupted from the fiery exhaust, and the wheels whirled into a frenzy. In the next moment, the flaming motorcycle, carrying the Death Knight, transformed into a spectral dragon of fire, incinerating the forest in its wake, vanishing into the distance. A vast scar of flame extended to the horizon, leaving behind a trail of violet fire. Truly, such disobedience, mused Venom, observing the fiery apparition fade from view with a casual smile. Suddenly, a menacing shadow of ebony leaped forth, evolved into a super symbiote. Venom possessed terrifying leaping prowess, capable of bounding over 1,000 meters with each pounce. Within the dense forest, two phantoms raced at breakneck speed, creating a whirlwind in their wake. The distance between them dwindled. Great ancient trees were shattered beneath Venom's claws, propelling him forward with increased velocity. How can this wretched creature move so swiftly? Thought the Death Knight, feeling the growing dread as he glanced back, realizing Venom was rapidly closing the gap. The entire Turtle Island trembled under the presence of these two demonic figures. With a resounding crash, the last broadleaf tree was obliterated, and a motorcycle wreathed in hellfire soared forth. Ahead lay the vast, boundless ocean, while the terrifying aura behind him drew ever closer. A flash of ferocity flickered in the Death Knight's skeletal eyes. The immense wheels spun rapidly as he plunged into the shadowy waters below. Towering waves surged, instantly rising to heights of dozens of meters. Chapter 98. The frenzy above the deep sea. The ferocious waves were thrust skyward by the fierce flaming motorcycle, reaching heights of several dozen meters. The crests of the waves continued to rise. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. The menacing purple flame shadow glided along the colossal waves, sending forth a torrent of spray. With the motorcycle charging towards the sea surface, a trail of purple light intertwined with flames followed. From the depths of the forest on Turtle Island, a malevolent specter surged forth, crashing onto the beach and shattering a multitude of pearls and shells beneath its weight. On the beach, a seal lounging in the cool night air was suddenly startled by a looming black shadow, instinctively covering its head and trembling in a cave. The venomous entity stirred its elongated tongue, gazing at the fiery figure gradually vanishing into the sea, a sinister smile creeping upon its visage. Boom! 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 Two chilling claws struck the sand with ferocity, releasing a torrent of dark liquid that transformed into a black surfboard. The night surfer, Venom. The immense surfboard was hurled into the waters by the Venom, creating a magnificent splash. Bang! A grotesque shadow descended from the sky, crashing onto the surfboard. Within its stark white pupils danced an overwhelming fervor. The Yangtze's waves pushed the preceding ones. The existence of the symbiote could be summarized in a single word: wave. Boom! 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 The tumultuous waves surged as the venomous entity rode the board, charging towards the distant fiery figure in pursuit. Windless Harbor. This area, the closest to New York and Hudson Bay, is also the most perilous. The sea surface was calm and shimmering. Beneath the dark waters, the silhouette of a gigantic shark glided by. Windless Harbor, as its name suggests, lies in a calm zone where no sea breezes blow throughout the year. Without its own engine, even an aircraft carrier would find it impossible to depart. Moreover, this location serves as the lair of the Sea King. At the heart of Windless Harbor, a small pirate ship lay quietly anchored on the surface, its sail adorned with the image of a skull wearing a straw hat. Lu Fei, this is all your fault. If you hadn't wasted our time, we wouldn't be stranded in this windless harbor. Now we're stuck in this desolate place without a soul in sight. On the deck, a furious girl with long orange hair delivered a punch to Lu Fei's head. The sudden blow nearly sent the straw-hatted Lu Fei into oblivion. Rubbing his aching head, he looked innocent, exclaiming, "Ah, it's all that walrus's fault." Yet, Lu Fei was met with another swift punch. Beside him, a handsome boy with blue curls quickly intervened, advising, "All right, now is not the time to argue over who is right or wrong. Isn't there's something that could steer us back to our normal course? Don't worry, I'm destined to become the Pirate King. What do I have to fear?" Lu Fei declared proudly, thumping his chest. "Shut up." The other two handsome boys glared at him fiercely. Suddenly, atop the lookout tower on the deck, Usopp, holding a telescope and surveying the surrounding waters, stumbled and nearly fell from his perch. Rubbing his eyes vigorously to ensure he wasn't mistaken, he shouted in terror, "Guys, can you believe it? Someone is riding a motorcycle, racing across Windless Harbor. Are you out of your mind? Where would a motorcycle come from on the sea?" Lu Fei rolled his eyes, bombarding him with a barrage of questions. Immediately, he stifled a yawn and, with drowsy eyes, gazed toward the sea, only to feel his gaze suddenly fixate. The remnants of sleep vanished in an instant. Hey guys, there's really a motorcycle on the water." Usopp might lie, but Luffy never would. In that fleeting moment, Everyone stood frozen in place. What? On the distant horizon, there indeed was a motorcycle, hurtling toward them at a terrifying speed. Its wheels were engulfed in violet flames, and a ghastly skull design was etched upon its front, exuding an eerie chill. As the wheels churned through the water, colossal waves roared aside, and billowing steam erupted, forming a shroud of mist. The rider, astonishingly, bore a skull for a head, with a chain of fire coiling about his shoulder. Could it truly be that extravagant? The crew aboard the pirate ship was momentarily bewildered. Was this the Grand Line? Someone was indeed racing on a flaming motorcycle upon the ocean, and it was a skeletal figure? How magnificent! Luffy gripped the ship's mast tightly, his eyes sparkling with envy. Would it be too much to ask him to give us a lift? Usopp rubbed his hands together and chuckled mischievously. Luffy nodded and cupped his hands to form a megaphone, calling out to the vast sea, "Hey, buddy, come over here." The windless harbor was eerily calm, and Luffy's voice quickly carried forth. The fiery-headed skeleton evidently heard Luffy's words. He sharply turned the front of his motorcycle, executing a stunning maneuver, and sped toward the pirate ship. The roar of the engine immediately ignited a surge of adrenaline among Luffy and his companions. In the blink of an eye, that flaming motorcycle was closing in on the pirate ship. Wait, why isn't slowing down? Usopp suddenly snapped back to reality, scratching his head. Luffy and the others froze in shock, only to realize in horror that the flaming motorcycle continued to surge forward at a terrifying supersonic speed of over 800 yards. Holy moly, bro, slow down, Luffy shouted urgently. However, the menacing motorcycle showed no signs of slowing. It surged even faster into the wind. Good heavens, this is a recipe for disaster. Luffy and the others felt their spirits plummet in an instant. Boom! Boom! At the moment, the ominous, flame-ridden motorcycle collided with the ship. A dark surfboard plummeted from the heavens, crashing violently into the water. Rocks flew through the air, and tumultuous waves crashed against the shore, sending forth towering sprays. Amidst the flurry of snow-like droplets, a formidable black figure descended upon the mast, lazily observing the skeletal rider, allowing the splashes to drench him, and grinning wickedly. Old buddy, why aren't you running away? Luffy and the others suddenly realized that as these two demonic figures emerged, an eerie wind began to rage in this windless harbor. A chilling glimmer flickered within the hollow eyes of the skull. The lingering specter, the Death Knight, slowly raised his head, his ghastly white skeletal claws releasing the handlebars of the chariot to grasp the fiery chain draped over his shoulder. With a resounding crash, the flaming chain swung down violently upon the sea, sending a cascade of water splashing. The terrifying heat instantly evaporated the ocean water into nothingness. Born from the abyss, the hellfire possessed demonic might, rendering it impervious to the onslaught of water elements. Fire extinguishers proved futile against the infernal flames. Ah, so you wish to engage in combat? How fortuitous. I found my last encounter with that Terminator rather unsatisfying, and you shall serve as an exquisite appetizer. Venom grinned wickedly and stepped forward. A chilling aura erupted from him like a legendary beast, coalescing in the air above the sea into a fearsome dragon of darkness. The aura took form. The Dark Knight. The Death Knight. Chapter 99. The undying form of the Death Knight in the windless harbor. Above the ocean's surface, a colossal white whale occasionally leaped from the water, crashing back down and creating towering waves. The whale breached the surface. Dark clouds, gathering unbeknownst to anyone, unleashed a torrential downpour. Above the sea, a menacing and formidable flaming motorcycle hovered, its massive wheels ablaze with fierce flames. In the tempestuous night sky, a human skeleton, wreathed in purple hellfire, floated coldly in the air, wielding a terrifying flaming chain. Clad in a classic Converse suit, the burning hellfire did not affect the attire, which danced without a breeze. The Death Knight. Nicholas. Not far from the Death Knight, a grotesque black silhouette hovered ominously. Enormous bat-like wings blotted out the sun, stirring a violent whirlwind behind Venom. The Dark Knight. Venom. By the heavens. How striking. How cool. How intimidating. Aboard the pirate ship, Luffy and his companions gaped in awe at the two ethereal figures suspended in the void. Nicholas, do you realize that those who dared to meet my gaze, much like you, have been devoured as midnight snacks? Venom remarked with a wicked grin, his eyes glinting with malice. Death Knight, my name is Nicholas. Venom, I shall call you Niguolas. You're Niguolas. Death Knight, no, my father named me Nicholas. Venom, Do you dare to retort? Death Knight, this is a matter of principle. Venom, you insolent wretch, I shall strike you down. With a swift motion, Venom pierced the void, appearing before the Death Knight in an instant, unleashing a ferocious claw, strike upon his skull. Boom! The skull erupted in a gale of bone fragments, raining down into the ocean. Headless skeleton, instant annihilation, a most tedious battle. Venom shook his head, retracting his massive claws, and lazily stretched his body, only for it to suddenly stiffen. The headless skeleton knight, with its mangled cranium, appeared both eerie and terrifying. Remarkably, this near-fatal injury seemed to have little effect on the skeletal knight, who was made of fiery bones. Two skeletal claws, wreathed in black smoke, slowly extended. A horrifying suction surged forth from these claws, drawing the scattered fragments back into their grasp. Like assembling a skeletal model, the knight cradled its head, reattaching the shattered pieces back onto its neck. Chilling. What a brutal and greedy creature. After adjusting its reassembled skull, the skeletal knight lifted its hollow gaze, staring intently at Venom, who squinted slightly from a distance. You are indeed a puzzling enigma. As the master of spirits, the knight could hear the wails of the tormented souls beside Venom, countless spirits consumed by him, lamenting in death. Yet, from Venom, he could not detect the stench of sin. It was bewildering, leaving this vengeful spirit in utter confusion. You are quite strange to me as well, Venom chuckled darkly, gazing at the skeletal knight with a glint of amusement, akin to a Caesar eyeing a throne, yearning for victory. Step aside. My target is the wicked, and you do not belong to that category, the skeletal knight replied, shaking its head indifferently. Oh, do you think I lack wickedness? Venom retorted with indignation. I have slaughtered my way from the Life Foundation to Valkyrie, and yet you still believe I am not wicked enough? Boom! Venom stomped fiercely. The ocean beneath him cracked like a spider's web, transforming into colossal waves that roared outward. In an instant, Venom appeared before the skeletal knight. His icy claws, imbued with tremendous malice, struck down upon the knight's cranium with lightning speed. The overwhelming velocity and force left the skeletal knight no time to react. The powerful gust of his claws extinguished the flames atop the skull. Boom! With a furious impact, the knight's head shattered once more, scattering white bone fragments across the ground. Suddenly, Venom's gaze sharpened. A pair of bone claws, enveloped in hellfire, seized his wrist. Hiss! 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 The wrist, coated in dark fluid, reddened under the scorching purple inferno. Subsequently, the scattered fragments in the air, drawn by an unseen force, coalesced back together around the knight's neck. In the blink of an eye, the skeletal knight's head reformed. With its essence being bone, the skeletal knight possessed an almost immortal resilience. Boom! The searing hellfire ignited once again upon its skull. The fierce blaze soared into the sky, revealing the fury that resided within the heart of the Death Knight. Even a mud creature could display a modicum of temper. How much more so a Death Knight, imbued with the spirit of vengeance and wielding the flames of hell. His inherently volatile nature was now fully ignited by wrath. You are guilty. The otherworldly flames of hell burst forth from the Death Knight's eyes. Sinister chains of fire shot out in an instant, ensnaring the venomous creature with devilish intent. Countless tongues of fire erupted, viciously biting into its form, firmly constraining its body. Hellfire bewitch! A chilling voice emanated from the Death Knight. The fiery chains suddenly twisted and transformed into two colossal scythes of flame, mercilessly striking the venomous creature. The razor-sharp blades tore through the creature's scaly exterior, awakening its inherent ferocity. With a sweeping motion of his right leg, propelled by a terrifying gale, he struck directly at the Death Knight's form. A crack resounded, echoing the shattering of bones, as the Death Knight's body plummeted like a kite severed from its string, crashing into the sea with a splash. The bones in his chest were obliterated by the venomous creature. Hissing sounds reverberated once more. Eerie purple flames re-emerged, swiftly gathering the shattered bone fragments. It seemed as though the pulverized skeleton would be reborn in the next moment. Hey mate, this time you won't be so fortunate. A chilling, mocking laughter pierced the air, causing the atmosphere to grow tense. A terrifying liquefied ion cannon hurtled through the air, exploding upon the Death Knight's swaying head. Boom! The violent explosion instantly engulfed the surrounding sea for hundreds of meters. The tempestuous waves surged forth, unleashing a massive tsunami. Towering water cascaded, causing the pirate ship to teeter precariously. Luffy and his companions clung tightly to the railing, their eyes fixed on the heated battle unfolding at sea. The robust flames ascended skyward, piercing the clouds, illuminating the night as if it were day. Chapter 100, Devouring the Death Knight. Wave parkour. The colossal liquefied ion cannon swiftly dismantled the Death Knight's body. His entire skeleton erupted in a tempest, scattering into countless fragments. The ruthless, venomous creature would never allow a weakened opponent a moment to breathe. With a sudden flap of its bat-like wings, a streak of black light surged forward, traversing 1,000 meters in a flash. Its gaping maw opened wide. Awoo! The fearsome fangs snapped shut, devouring the bone fragments that had not yet coalesced. Bang! 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 The purple flames of hell writhed frantically within its belly, seemingly yearning for escape. Oomph! A flicker of disdain flashed in the venomous creature's icy white eyes. In the depths of darkness, a black flame erupted with ferocity, roaring forth and consuming the energy of hellfire. The void devoured the flames, subduing the myriad fires of heaven and earth. In but a moment, the essence of hellfire vanished completely from this realm. Alongside it, the presence of the Death Knight also dissipated. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed a life form of the highest order, the Death Knight, and obtained a magnificent new ability along with the awe-inspiring Spectral Motorcycle. The Spectral Motorcycle, also known as the Phantom Harley. It can move in dazzling displays according to the host's will and will automatically follow upon the host summoning. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have absorbed 5,000 points of vitality, bringing your total vitality to 128,300 points. You are still 171,700 points away from the legendary level of the Fallen Symbiote, as well as the final 2 strands of symbiotic genes to consume. System reminder. The last 2 strands of symbiotes are exceedingly cunning. Please locate them swiftly. On the turbulent surface of the sea, a colossal vortex with a diameter of over 1,000 meters had formed due to the clash between Venom and the Death Knight. The terrifying whirlpool raged and roared within its depths. In the void above, Venom flapped its black bat wings, suspended in the air. Suddenly, the liquid stirred, fangs bared, and the left side of Venom's face morphed into that of a white feather. It seems a new task awaits. With a subtle smile, White Feather's dark eyes sparkled with a chilling glint. I can sense that the last 2 strands of the symbiote will lead to a grand feast. Venom grinned, its enormous tongue swirling within its mouth. After the slaughter, Venom's spider sense had evolved once more, allowing it to faintly detect the residual essence of its kind. No rush. Let us first deal with the matters at the Galaxy Building. A languid smile graced White Feather's lips, a terrifying chill emanating from the expression. Oh, Wall Street in New York? The crimson tongue flicked across its gigantic claws as Venom chuckled ominously. Well then, I haven't yet tasted this fiery motorcycle. Let me put on a flaming fashion show for them. Get on. As White Feather's light laughter echoed, the dark liquid suddenly coiled and enveloped the face. Venom's grotesque visage reemerged. Boom! The terrifying form leapt forth, landing precisely on the motorcycle's frame. Esteemed Venom, you have inherited the title of the 4th-generation Death Knight. The Spectral Motorcycle shall become your exclusive steed, dedicated to serving you wholeheartedly. A deep, demonic voice emanated from the flaming motorcycle. Marvelous! Venom's bone-white pupils widened in intrigue as it surveyed the surface of the Spectral Motorcycle. Truly, it was as if Mickey was savoring a delightful treat. Returning home to the enchanting world of Mickey Mouse. Activate Spectral Mode. Boom! The obsidian void devouring flames surged forth in an instant, engulfing the entire motorcycle. The flaming skull, illuminated against the vast sea, appeared particularly resplendent. Its hollow eyes seemed capable of drawing in one's very soul. Hey brother, lend us a hand. Luffy and his companions, swaying on their pirate ship, shouted urgently at the retreating Venom. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A pair of malevolent eyes gradually turned towards them. An icy chill surged up from the depths of their feet, enveloping Luffy and his friends. Brother, you go ahead, we'll manage on our own, came the ingratiating laughter from a sweat-drenched crew. Boom! A tremendous roar erupted from behind the sinister motorcycle. In an instant, the malevolent chariot transformed into a blazing specter, incinerating the waves in its path, vanishing at the horizon of the sea. The infernal motorcycle raced across the deep ocean at breakneck speed. The tumultuous waves were violently tossed aside, startling a flock of startled ospreys. The speedometer on the front of the bike indicated a staggering velocity of 1,000 yards per hour. On the motorcycle, a slender figure cloaked in purple reveled in the incoming sea breeze, his hair wildly tousled. This was indeed the harbinger of a new era. "Master, I want to ride too." A voice of grievance echoed in Bai Yu's heart. "Let me enjoy the ride first." Bai Yu fervently pressed the accelerator, speeding ahead in a blaze of flames, immersed in the thrill of excessive velocity. With consciousness surpassing 90, he could summon Venom at will. When it was time for the Venom to retreat, it had no choice but to comply. After all, he was the master. As they traveled, Bai Yu squinted his eyes, thoughts racing through his mind. Just as he pondered, a colossal warship slowly emerged at the edge of his vision. A warship? Bai Yu was taken aback momentarily. Then a wicked smile crept upon his lips. He slammed the accelerator to the floor. Boom! The motorcycle, engulfed in black flames, roared to life, instantly shifting into its malevolent mode as it hurtled towards the warship. 10,000 meters away, in the blink of an eye, ding! The massive warship also detected this unexpected guest. A sharp whistle sounded, echoing through the air. "All personnel, prepare. An unidentified object is rapidly approaching the vessel. All hands on deck." The lookout has confirmed it is a flaming motorcycle. "All personnel, emergency protocols. Activate cannons and machine guns immediately." The urgent commands cascaded through the air. Moments later, countless shells rained down like meteors. However, astonishingly, the motorcycle, at such a high velocity, adeptly maneuvered at an acute angle to evade the barrage of cannon fire. In the blink of an eye, the warship loomed ahead. Had he lost his mind? Did he intend to collide with the vessel directly? On the lookout tower, a major stood in disbelief. Just as he had feared, the flaming motorcycle, mere meters from the warship, suddenly leaped upwards like a dragon, crashing into it with the force of a grenade. Boom! A fiery meteor surged through the front of the warship, only to leap out from the rear moments later. In an instant, the entire vessel erupted. "Ha ha!" With a raucous laugh echoing, the flaming motorcycle vanished from sight. Chapter 101, Shock. Federal wanted notice the Chuanjiangua Strait. This was the Hudson Bay, an essential route into New York State before landing. The waters were tumultuous, with fierce winds and rapid currents. It was rumored that prehistoric great white sharks roamed these waters, dubbed the Devil's Strait. At the end of the strait lay a canyon entrance, a massive gateway guarding the passage and preventing the tumultuous waters from spilling into the inland plains. Atop the canyon stood a lighthouse, where the night watchman, Métis, reclined comfortably in a rocking chair, relishing the tranquility of a night. A seagull perched upon his arm, dozing peacefully. "Old friend, after keeping me company through so many nights. You're weary too, aren't you?" Métis chuckled, gently waving a fan. The seagull squawked in response. Suddenly, a deafening roar of engines reverberated from the end of the Chuanjiangua Strait. Métis turned in astonishment. A menacing flaming motorcycle tore through the towering waves, racing towards him. Boom! A ferocious great white shark leapt from the depths, its massive jaws agape, lunging at the motorcycle. Seeking death, a detached voice drifted from the youth. In the terrifying depths of his skeletal eyes, black flames surged forth, engulfing the great white shark. A piercing roar echoed through the skies. In the next instant, the flaming motorcycle darted past, cleaving the shark in two with a swift strike. A mist of blood erupted into the air. What manner of new maritime contraption is this? Métis gasped, nearly dropping his glasses, his eyes wide with astonishment. On such treacherous seas, this motorcycle navigated as if on solid ground? Before he could fully process the scene, the fiery apparition soared skyward, leaping to a height of several hundred meters. Bang! Bang! Two fiery wheels spun violently, crashing against the gateway, sparking a shower of flames. It was akin to a thrilling display of pyrotechnics. As the flames subsided, the graceful youth leapt down, casting a glance at the terrified Métis stationed at the lighthouse. "How does one get to New York from here?" "New York? New York?" Métis was momentarily taken aback, only regaining his composure after a lengthy pause. Trembling, he replied, "This is the maritime border, separated from New York by several vast states. Moreover, all land railways must navigate along the bay. There are no direct routes." His slender fingers lightly tapped against his sleeve as the young man suddenly inquired, "Do you have a map?" 3 seconds later, An exquisitely detailed map appeared in the young man's palm. His dark gaze swiftly scanned the map. As the youth examined the map, Metis found himself involuntarily appraising the young man's appearance. Suddenly, a realization struck him. He hurried back to the rocking chair and rifled through a stack of newspapers, finally producing a roll of yellowed paper. His eyes searched the document intently before settling in shock. You're the White Feather?" Metis exclaimed, abruptly releasing the newspaper. The youth's expression transformed dramatically. He instantly lifted his head, narrowing his eyes. A trace of murderous intent flickered in his dark pupils. "How do you know?" he coldly retorted, a glinting bat-shaped dart materializing in his palm. Silence fell, as a figure entrenched in the criminal underworld. The White Feather would never allow his identity to be easily revealed. The cold metal of the dart gleamed ominously. In an instant, Metis felt an overwhelming dread. In the young man's eyes, he discerned a chilling aura, one born solely from the accumulation of countless bloodshed. "You have already gained notoriety worldwide." A bitter laugh escaped his lips as he shakily extended the newspaper. Upon receiving the paper, the White Feather squinted slightly, and indeed, his nonchalant name stared back at him from the front headline. Shocking. Federal want to notice? The traitor of the Life Foundation, the architect of Osborn's destruction, the #1 supercriminal of S.H.I.E.L.D., a fugitive carrying military secrets, the White Feather. A second wave of astonishment washed over him. The young man furrowed his brow, and as his gaze descended, he spotted several black and white photographs affixed to the banner. In the images, he appeared fearsome, embodying Venom as he leaped with ferocity, ruthlessly slaughtering at the Life Foundation and Osborn Industrial Base. Dark liquid erupted violently from him, transforming into an array of weapons. From afar, the scene exuded an overwhelming and sinister aura. A third wave of shock struck him. He had not anticipated the federal crackdown to be so swift. It seemed the military had yet to intercept the information regarding the bioweapon crisis that he had thwarted. Otherwise, the headline would surely have included another account of the White Feather battling the bioweapon specter. Thus, one could argue that by aiding the military in resolving the bioweapon crisis, he had become a savior. The White Feather touched his nose, chuckling softly to himself. At the top of the newspaper, several golden characters boldly emblazoned the headline. Reward amount, $500 billion. To think I am valued at a mere $500 billion? Gazing at this daunting figure, Bai Yu voiced his dissatisfaction. A chilling glint suddenly flickered in his eyes. These narrow-minded individuals have no idea. My esteemed host is worth countless billions. An odd laughter echoed within Bai Yu's mind, given that even this remote Chuanjiangua Strait has issued a wanted notice. It is evident that Bai Yu's illustrious reputation has resonated throughout the entire Federation, becoming a focal point of attention. The enraged Federation will likely spare no effort in their pursuit of him. After all, how can a villain who is not under bounty truly be considered a villain? Bai Yu smiled faintly, then turned his gaze toward the horizon. However, the sensation of being the center of national attention is rather delightful. Perhaps I shall grant them yet another surprise, ha ha ha. His unrestrained laughter echoed as he expressed his exuberance. New York, now a veritable stronghold, presents a perilous trap. What difference does it make if one rushes headlong into danger? Observing the fervent Bai Yu, Métis could not help but interject. Then let us devour those bothersome individuals. Bai Yu replied nonchalantly, suddenly turning his head to gaze ominously at Métis. Furthermore, I have little patience for the loquacious. In an instant, a dark liquid gushed forth, engulfing his form and transforming into a monstrous black shadow, flickering a scarlet tongue. Within those terrifying eyes reflected a visage besmirched with dread. The gaping maw opened wide. Bang! A headless corpse fell coldly to the ground. Chapter 102, Awaken. The Cataclysm of the Undead. At the gateway of the Chuanjiangua Strait, a colossal lighthouse stood tall, illuminating the night sky. Beneath the lighthouse, a boy clad in purple stood impassively. In his palm, a map he had crumpled ignited in black flames, disintegrating into a cloud of ashes that danced away in the wind. Beside the youth lay a lifeless body. A resounding whistle erupted from his lips. At the opposite end of the lighthouse, a stationary malevolent motorcycle reignited with ethereal flames, summoning fiery wheels as it glided effortlessly to the boy's side. Bai Yu mounted the vehicle, its thunderous roar reverberating once more as he sped toward the prosperous continent. Not far from the gateway, a majestic mountain range loomed ahead. At the moment of collision with the towering peaks, Bai Yu soared skyward, ascending nearly 1,000 meters, piercing through the clouds, only to plummet vertically, vaulting over the mountain range. In the distant void of outer space, within a vast satellite, an astronaut donned in a breathing helmet floated languidly in the ether. In the weightless expanse of the space station, there is no greater comfort than resting amidst the heavens. Suddenly, the astronaut opened his bleary eyes and casually glanced at the three-dimensional map. His gaze abruptly froze. On that intricate three-dimensional map, a remarkably dense black dot was swiftly moving. Astonishingly, the direction of that black dot was towards New York. At the top of the map, the current scale was displayed as 1 to 500 million. God bless. Trembling hands reached for the remote sensing phone, dialing the number for the White House. Time, 5 o'clock in the morning. Location, New York, Wall Street. Current population of the city, 30 million. Financial index, 30 trillion. At the eastern end of Wall Street, it connected with the vast wilderness in the distance. At the western end stood a towering skyscraper, the Galaxy Building. The steel facade of the building was engraved with a massive silver shield emblem, S.H.I.L.D. On the bustling Wall Street, countless financial brokers flowed, alongside patrolling Galaxy guards. After the previous attack on the Galaxy Building, S.H.I.L.D. had intensified their surveillance. Countless blue light radars were placed atop the Iron Tower, scanning the throngs of people on Wall Street. The air was also scattered with numerous nanometer-level BIs, cold monitors locked onto every corner of Wall Street. Inescapable observation. In the stillness of the night sky, an eerie wind suddenly swept through. Atop a towering iron spire, a blue light radar emitted blue lasers, scanning the surroundings and detecting subtle movements. Suddenly, a mass of pitch-black liquid crawled onto the rotating camera. The clear lens was instantly engulfed in darkness. Crack! The remote sensing radar erupted, obliterating all stored surveillance memories. The black liquid gradually slithered to the pinnacle of the tower, then began to swirl like a vortex, liquefying into a menacing black giant shadow, crouching at the tower's tip. Taking a deep breath of the night air, the venomous creature, with its bone-white pupils, greedily gazed upon this long-missed city. This scent was indeed familiar. The venomous entity unfurled its terrifying form, surveying the prosperous city shrouded in night. Prosperity and hell lie merely a thought apart. Regrettably, during its last visit to this city, it was merely a primitive symbiote. Otherwise, this entire city would have been devoured whole long ago. A tone of lament echoed from beneath the venomous fangs, imbued with a palpable sanguinary essence. Even the likes of New York, a city among the pinnacle of Earth's prosperity, was a tantalizing prospect for the venomous being. However, ultimately, it was destined to be consumed by me. The venom stirred its crimson tongue, letting out a sinister laugh. Suddenly, the black liquid writhed, and the fangs gaped wide. With narrowed eyes, Bai Yu gazed toward the end of Wall Street, a mysterious smile gracing his lips as he mused, alas, at the other end of the street, there are always some bothersome fellows. Then let us consume them all. The flavor of the shield's skewers must surely be exquisite. Venom let out a cold chuckle, his enormous claws swiftly grasping at the void. A tremendous void of devouring flames surged forth in an instant. Following this, black flames roared, and 9 pitch-black doors materialized in the night sky, gradually swinging open. My little treasures have grown lonely in my necromantic arsenal. This time, let them awaken the revelry of the night. Arise, plague of the undead. Boom, boom. Countless heavy footfalls echoed from beyond the dark gates, accompanied by beastly, chilling roars. Then, an uncountable horde of grotesque phantoms leapt forth from behind the doors, crashing heavily to the ground, their eerie blue eyes wide open. The dark green bone claws shimmered with a ghostly radiance. Each bioghoul was drenched in blood red, adorned with massive intravenous tubes, tainted by a horrifying biochemical virus. Bang, bang, bang. An unending stream of hunter phantoms crawled out from the portal, their numbers swelling to hundreds. Blood-red phantoms, ninja phantoms, and mist phantoms, all manner of specters revived at Venom summoning. Beneath the frigid night sky, a cacophony of roars erupted. In the depths of the insatiable crimson beast's eyes, an avaricious gaze fell upon the bustling Wall Street, devoid of reason or pain, driven solely by the instinct to kill. Thud, thud, thud. Before the 600 bio-spirits, 7 fearsome spectral giants suddenly descended. A terrifying aura rippled around these demonic shadows, and the 7 pairs of eyes, reminiscent of an evil deity, abruptly opened. The chieftain of the ghostly lineage, the Lord Spectre, the foremost Bioghoul, clad in a tattered crimson nurse's uniform, had sharp, bloodied claws from which crimson droplets perpetually fell. Crimson Phantom, frenzied treasure. Behind the blood-red figure trailed a mist phantom bearing the 8-tentacled whirlpool, a chilling maternal spirit, and a soul ninja wielding a black sickle. At this moment, the eyes of the 7 Lord Phantoms appeared profoundly hollow, intermittently swirling with black flames. Suddenly, they all tilted their heads in unison, gazing toward Wall Street and the distant Galaxy Tower. Sound, color, scent. The essence of these life forms tantalized the greedy biospirits. Unleash your wildness. Venom grinned widely, leaping forth to crash before the frenzied treasure, eyes alight with fervor. Hundreds of biospirits bowed reverently to the ground. The crimson beast's eyes ignited in an instant. Kill for me. The bloodthirsty intent to slaughter instantly engulfed the world. Chapter 103. A turmoil at the police station. The mysterious white feather at 5:30 in the morning. The bustling Wall Street remained teeming with life as countless financial magnates cruised in their Rolls-Royce Phantoms, relishing the invigorating breeze of the night. From the bars lining the streets, raucous cheers of revelry echoed intermittently. Yet, in the shadowy, seldom-trodden corners adjacent to Wall Street, a multitude of greedy, beastly eyes suddenly flickered to life, glimmering with a sinister crimson hue. Within the precinct of the Wall Street Police Department, Captain Druids of the Galactic Guard was meticulously matching textual patterns, employing a magnet to affix clues for various cases onto a board behind him. At the center of this board was a massive painting, emblazoned with the image of a tall, purple-clad youth. The boy, adorned in his regal purple attire, bore a haughty gaze that shimmered with indifferent light, despite being confined within the confines of the painting. The chilling glint in his eyes sent shivers down the spine of Druids, who had dedicated decades to the field of criminal investigation. As he surveyed the series of bizarre and enigmatic cases, Druids sank into profound contemplation. From the tragic events surrounding the Life Foundation several months prior, to the subsequent devastation of Osborn, the recent Gotham catastrophe, and the latest upheaval involving Valkyrie, an intricate web of connections seemed to intertwine with that mysterious youth and the parasitic entity residing within him. The boy, White Feather. The symbiotic entity, Venom. Such a symbiotic entity would not manifest on Earth without reason, and a youth in the prime of his life would not inexplicably transform into a fearsome supercriminal. There must be an underlying cause. In the dimly lit police station at dawn, Druids donned a pair of black-framed glasses, extending his wrinkled hands to swiftly strike the keyboard on his workstation. The keyword, White Feather, success. Druid's gaze sharpened as he focused on the text that appeared on the screen. White Feather, of Chinese descent, had relocated to New York's Chinatown 6 years prior. Currently a student at Harvard High School, aged 18. He was celebrated as a once-in-a-century prodigy at Harvard, having won gold medals in the International Olympiad for mathematics, physics, chemistry, biology, and informatics for 3 consecutive years. During his tenure, he published hundreds of top-tier papers, garnering over 100 million citations, establishing an esteemed reputation in the realm of scientific research. However, he had withdrawn from school for reasons unknown. The brilliance of his accolades left even the composed Druids momentarily astounded. Such a gifted individual existed within the federal domain. Yet, this exceptional intellect had seemingly become an accomplice to crime. With a mix of emotions, Druids pressed on. Wait, a withdrawal for unknown reasons? The unfamiliar phrase piqued Druid's alertness. His extensive experience in investigation hinted that this so-called unknown reason harbored deeper secrets. He maneuvered his hand to control the mouse, clicking to explore that entry and delving into long-buried news reports. In the shimmering reflections refracted by the lenses, Druid's brow furrowed increasingly tighter. Bai Yu's parents had tragically perished in a car accident, and the investigation into the incident, having persisted for nearly 2 years, yielded no conclusions. How could this be? It was evident that the case's handling had been discreetly redirected, evading the grasp of the police department. Given the efficiency of the police, a typical car accident would typically be resolved within a day. The prolonged inquiry, spanning 2 years, could only indicate a meticulously orchestrated traffic incident. Indeed, at the bottom of the report, Druids discovered a small string of names. The Life Foundation. Bai Yu's parents were esteemed researchers at the Life Foundation, renowned in their field. Druid's pupils constricted, and as his breath grew heavier, it revealed his inner turmoil. The name Life Foundation was not unfamiliar to him. It was this very organization that had been obliterated by Bai Yu, a conglomerate merging biotechnology, armaments, and chemicals. It stood alongside Osborne Industrial Base and Snooker Group as one of the three major technological giants within the Federation. It is worth noting that Osborne Industrial Base also met its demise at Bai Yu's hands. Of the three giants today, only Snooker Group remains. Rumors had circulated since its inception. The Life Foundation was alleged to have sought out local vagrants for human experimentation during its biotechnology research, although an official denial followed. The ensuing media uproar had caused significant local unrest, a memory that still lingered vividly in Druid's mind. As he revisited the web pages from years past, he searched in vain for any trace of the incident. A chill coursed through him. It appeared these negative reports had long been expunged by the powerful figures behind these conglomerates. Gazing into the profound darkness before him, Druids found it difficult to find peace. The Life Foundation, as a technological entity, could operate defiantly in the face of the Federation's prohibition on human experimentation, suggesting the presence of influential puppeteers behind scenes. In the Federation, there existed forces even more powerful than these top-tier technological giants. Suddenly, a rustling sound echoed in the corridor of the police department. In the stillness of the night, it bore an eerie quality. It was the witching hour, yet the corridor was engulfed in impenetrable darkness. Who could it be? Druid's gaze snapped upward, his brow furrowing in concern. He was on duty tonight, the main door securely locked. How could anyone be inside the police department? His right hand discreetly brushed against the gun holstered at his waist. Upon feeling the cool metal beneath his palm, he gradually rose to his feet. Narrowing his eyes, he stealthily approached the door and opened it slightly. The vacant corridor lay shrouded in a profound silence. No one. Druids frowned, instinctively turning his head. A grotesque, blood-red skull reflected in his eyes, adorned with a pair of vividly crimson, beastly eyes. Suddenly, 5 ink-green bone claws pierced through his chest, creating 5 gaping, blood-drenched wounds. An eerie green liquid oozed from these orifices, spreading malevolently. Countless bubbles erupted beneath his skin in an instant. A virus? The druid's face turned pallid as that terrifying ink-green hue completely engulfed his form, leaving his eyes hollow and zombie-like. The mutation commenced. Hiss! A beastly growl escaped his lips intermittently. This was the last vestige of sanity compelling the druid to grit his teeth and gaze in terror at the voracious, grotesque creature standing before him. A bioweapon, it released the final remnants of human utterance through clenched jaws. The druid's eyes ignited with a beastly crimson, as the chilling green bone claws began to sprout from his palms, gleaming with an icy luminescence. Infected. Chapter 104. The Scarlet Knight. The Milky Way trembles at the end of Wall Street. The towering galaxy building looms at the heart of Kennedy Square, its exterior crafted from meteoric iron, shimmering with starlight in a mystifying dance. A colossal silver shield emblem is emblazoned atop the edifice. Bai Yu cast a glance at the crescent moon in the sky, donned a black cap, and entered. The silver token in his hand was crushed into powder. The azure folding doors bore 2 blue light surveillance beams that instantly locked onto his figure. 2 burly men in police uniforms obstructed his path. "Hey, kid, you can't go in here." Bai Yu raised his gaze to the guards, inquiring, "Is Tony here?" The unexpected query momentarily stunned the guards. "And what if he is? Get out. Our esteemed Iron Man is not someone you can casually address." A menacing voice thundered from the hulking figure. "Fine then, it's better this way. I want to have to devour more people." Bai Yu chuckled as 2 terrifying, pitch-black tendrils erupted from his form in an instant. The black viscous substance uncoiled, revealing a gaping maw that swallowed the guards' heads whole, the liquid writhing as a foul stench permeated the air, causing their lifeless bodies to collapse. Bai Yu glanced at the 2 cold, headless corpses, sneering, before stepping inside. In the dim twilight of early morning, the eerie crescent moon slowly retreated behind a veil of dark clouds. Inside the Galaxy building, on the 2nd floor, a silent corridor was patrolled by dozens of guards wielding submachine guns. At a peculiar corner, a tall figure suddenly emerged. It seemed they could communicate remotely at any moment. Bai Yu observed the guards' Bluetooth headsets, deep in thought. There's still some dangerous items. A peculiar laughter echoed as Bai Yu's gaze fell upon the protrusions at their waists. Could be grenades? Having yet to partake in breakfast, he decided to resolve the matter at hand. Bai Yu spoke lazily. "As you wish, my esteemed host." Before Bai Yu could approach, the line of guards raised their submachine guns, blocking his path. Kid, though I don't know how you managed to sneak in here. This is the sacred ground of S.H.I.E.L.D. Put on the handcuffs and come with me. A chilling voice erupted from the guards. Bai Yu halted, slightly tilting his head, his calm eyes peering from beneath the brim of his hat at the stern-faced guard. He smiled and said, "My good fellow, could you kindly show me the way? I have business with Tony." At his words, the dozens of guards erupted into derisive laughter. You want to see our Iron Man? Even the street sweepers are clamoring to meet the boss. Do you really think the boss will personally meet you? Raise your hands. Otherwise, we will show no mercy. With a light sigh, Bai Yu's eyes suddenly swelled with a dark liquid. Immediately, under the terrified gazes of the guards, a grotesque black silhouette emerged, exuding a terrifying malevolence. A massive tongue writhed beneath its fangs. Bang! Bang! A pitch-black tentacle shot forth in an instant, piercing through the air. The heads of the guards exploded like watermelons, showering the surroundings in a gruesome spray of blood, splattering against the glass nearby. A horrifying sight indeed. Swish! Swish! The cavernous maw gaped wide, swelling with an ominous hunger, devouring the body's whole. The swirling liquid retracted back into the Venom's form. The taste was satisfactory. Venom licked the blood from its fangs, grinning widely, then abruptly looked up at the ceiling. My esteemed host, your elevator speed is rather sluggish. How about something more thrilling? Would you fancy a fiery fashion show on a demonic motorcycle? Bai Yu chuckled softly. No need for that, Venom replied with a sinister laugh. Boom! The deafening sound of steel splintering erupted from the corridor. The tungsten steel ceiling disintegrated in an instant, collapsing into a heap of rubble. A colossal shadow, akin to a demon, suddenly leapt forth, clinging to the wall, eyes ablaze with fervor as it climbed rapidly upward. Boom! 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 Countless guards were rendered speechless by the earth-shattering noise. The layers of flooring were forcefully upheaved, creating a massive gaping hole. 8 floors, 32 floors, 72 floors, 144 floors. The velocity surged ever faster. The steel plates forged from top-grade alloys were rendered useless against the terrifying impact of Venom. The entire Galaxy Tower trembled violently. Endless remnants of alloy surged forth, shattering the tempered glass facade of the building, cascading from the night sky. Howl! The unsuspecting guards along the way were devoured whole by this ominous shadow of malevolence. In an instant, Venom charged forward, closing in on the pinnacle of the Galaxy Tower, headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. Boom! Boom! A massive alloy door was torn to shreds by the ferocious winds of claws. The colossal, godlike figure of Venom leapt forth, crashing onto the floor of the topmost level. His pale, white eyes slowly scanned the surroundings, taking in the guards who had failed to escape. Beneath his enormous fangs, he gnawed on a human brain. The splatter of blood, rich and foul, painted the faces of the guards, sending a chill down their spines. Gulp! The silence of the floor was so profound that even the sound of a swallowed breath was discernible. Tension? Fear? Despair? No, it was numbness. For years, only Venom dared to intrude upon a Galaxy Tower with such a murderous demeanor. A nightmare seemed poised to descend. Crack! Crack! The skull shattered as the brain was swallowed whole. Such brutal and primal slaughter was the only thing that could evoke pleasure within Venom, driven by this primitive desire. Hunger surged anew. Having evolved into a super symbiote, Venom's appetite had multiplied significantly. He gazed at the guards, their faces etched with terror, as a bloodthirsty gleam filled his eyes. Terror, akin to that of a beast. This place would become a true battleground. The buds bursting forth from the blood would adorn the entire floor, transforming it into a crimson gemstone. Amidst the harrowing screams, this one-sided massacre concluded in less than 10 seconds. Treading over countless torn bodies, Venom stood before the coded door. A facial recognition scanner embedded in the door assessed Venom's form. Ding! Warning! Warning! Red level alert. This life form has not undergone identity verification and carries an overwhelming aura of malevolence, posing a severe threat. Boom! A colossal claw mark was imprinted upon the coded door. The mechanical voice fell silent. The door collapsed with a thunderous crash, exploding into debris. Noisy nuisance. Venom grinned, stepping inside. Chapter 105. The Remaining Symbiote. Nightmare. The final coded door exploded with a resounding blast. The top floor of the Galaxy Tower, the enigmatic headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D., was finally laid bare before Venom. His pale white eyes narrowed abruptly. The figures he had imagined were nowhere to be found. In the dimly lit room, a massive round table lay in wait. The silvery shield-like emblem, etched upon the wall, glimmered with an icy radiance. The emptiness of the room exuded an unsettling aura. The dim candlelight flickered in the oppressive silence, casting the grotesque shadow of Venom, a venomous giant. Venom tilted its head, scanning the surroundings. The spider's senses, too, inexplicably fell into a silence that was eerily tranquil. Its frigid gaze slowly traversed the space, ultimately fixating on a mural hanging on the wall. The mural depicted a remarkably robust purple figure, reminiscent of a mountain, seemingly harboring cataclysmic power within its formidable tiger-like frame. Two pairs of vicious iron fists were adorned with gaudy golden gauntlets, each embedded with 7 gemstones of varying hues. Strangely, upon beholding this purple giant, Venom's heart suddenly thumped violently. Was it fear? The evolved symbiote had not experienced such trepidation in a long while. Even more enigmatic was the multitude of resplendent stars twinkling behind the colossal figure, a vast galaxy of brilliance. Huh! A mere symbiote dares to be arrogant before my eternal kin. The purple giant abruptly opened its indifferent eyes, coldly locking its gaze upon Venom. A soul-stirring laughter erupted, resonating as if shaking the very fabric of the galaxy. Immediately after, an overwhelming aura surged forth from the giant, roaring down like a star, compressing the air around Venom. Under such pressure, Venom felt as insignificant as an ant, struggling to breathe, as if annihilation awaited in the next moment. Could there truly exist such a powerful life form in the universe? Enduring the nearly suffocating agony, Venom suddenly snapped back to awareness, its gaze sharpening. It vaguely sensed something amiss. The demon-like silhouette had somehow retreated back into the mural, as if it had never awakened. A faint chill began to seep from the corners of the room, creeping in from all directions. Venom's animalistic instincts heightened, scanning the vicinity. It detected the scent of treachery. This unease steadily amplified. The intense spider senses radiated outward once more, searching for any trace within the chamber. Moments later, with a sinister glance, Venom returned its focus to the mural. Within that chilling aura, a palpable sense of murder lingered. The surrounding environment suddenly became ethereal, as if veiled by a thin gossamer, rendering everything unreal. An illusion? Venom was startled, a bloodthirsty gleam igniting in an instant. Crash! The sound of shattering glass echoed, and Venom was horrified to witness the hazy environment contorting, shattering like paper. The mural too fractured, disintegrating into a multitude of shards. Whoosh! A peculiar bone spike suddenly shot forth from the darkness behind Venom, its speed astonishing as it ruthlessly aimed for his head. The spike was adorned with menacing backward hooks. Just as the silver spike was about to strike, a shadowy glimmer flickered in Venom's eyes. His terrifying form swiftly liquefied, shrinking in size to evade the lethal assault of the spike. Whoosh! Whoosh! 2 more bone spikes, slicing through the air with a fierce whistle, came sweeping in. Boom! In an instant, his robust arms transformed into black shields, pulsating with dark liquid. Bang! Bang! The sky was engulfed in a burst of black liquid as Venom leaped forth. Clinging to the ceiling, his expression turning cold. A commendable reaction, but alas, you are merely a loser. From the shadows emerged a handsome police officer. His chiseled features were striking, with eerie black and white eyes, and more chillingly, behind him waved 8 or 9 menacing silver bone spikes, writhing with a silvery liquid. Gazing at the mysterious officer who appeared from thin air, Venom narrowed his eyes. I hadn't anticipated that there was another symbiote hidden within S.H.I.E.L.D. The previous illusion must have been your handiwork, my dear son, Nightmare? The cold voice resonated, exuding a thick aura of bloodlust. To think, after all these years, your progenitor still remembers us, the offspring symbiotes. Nightmare smiled, and the bone spikes involuntarily extended, reaching nearly 10 meters in length, resembling the serpentine heads of Medusa, sinister and horrifying. Ding! The system detected a level 9 symbiote, Nightmare. Danger level, 9. Talent level, 9. Warning, this symbiote was birthed from the first-generation progenitor, classified as a second-generation symbiote. Proficient in illusionary deception and bone spike attacks, exceedingly cunning. The devouring talent has been activated. A chilling electronic voice echoed slowly. Nightmare is regarded as the most cunning of symbiotes, possessing remarkable intelligence and adept at manipulating opponents, well-versed in the emotional fears of various life forms. by crafting illusory realms. He ensnares his targets in their deepest fears, leading them to lose themselves and struggle towards death. It seems you have merged with a rather impressive host. Is this an order from S? H. I. D. Venom licked his massive claws, speaking coldly. Merely a transaction with a tiger for its skin. Nightmare twisted his neck and let out a strange laugh. I am here to deal with you. They return my freedom. How Navi you are. Venom flicked out his long tongue, grinning. Having dealt countless times with the old foxes of S, H, L, D, and the military, he was acutely aware. These cunning creatures have never known the meaning of trust. The so-called promises are just empty words. Even if they do not seek me out, I find you quite intriguing. The nightmare seemed to discern the thoughts harbored within Venom's heart, a chilling smirk gracing its visage. The flesh of the progenitor is, for us symbiotic beings, a veritable boon. Devour you. I shall become even more formidable. Suddenly, the nightmare extended its tongue, licking its teeth as it gazed at Venom from a distance. Its pallid eyes elongated ominously. Roar! It bellowed skyward, the grotesque bone spines protruding from its back resembling venomous serpents, launched at Venom from an acute angle, blocking all avenues of retreat. Oomph! Venom scoffed coldly, his entire form suddenly liquefying, countless inky tendrils shooting forth, opening wide their gaping maws to collide fiercely with the bone spines. Boom! 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 In the void, black liquid splattered as the bone spines were mercilessly rent asunder by the tendrils. Venom. Nightmare. Chapter 106. Illusion. Dream Destruction. Nightmare. A high-level symbiote. Skilled in illusions and bone spine assaults, possessing exceptional intelligence and cunning. A chilling silvery liquid crawled from the Nightmare's uniform. In an instant, a suit of silver scales manifested, reminiscent of a medieval silver-armored knight. Standing 4 meters tall, with bizarre scythe-shaped eyes and an aura of annihilation. Yet, compared to the grotesque exterior of Venom, the Nightmare bore an air of sinister charm. Pure black venom, ashen gray chaos, earthy yellow howls, blood-red slaughter. And before me stands this silvery Nightmare. Each symbiote's form is dictated by its abilities. Although the symbiotes vary in appearance, these 5 offspring, split from Venom, inherit his original sinful nature, greed and brutality. In fact, the original Life Foundation had conducted hundreds of second and even third-generation splits from the progenitor Venom. However, the results left the researchers profoundly disheartened. The specimens within the laboratory found their diets woefully inadequate to satisfy the symbiotes' needs. Consequently, the starving symbiotes began to consume the livers of their hosts. Thus, nearly all hosts succumbed to liver failure. In the end, only those 5 offspring symbiotes survived. Survival of the fittest, nature's ruthless selection. 8 sharp bone spines embedded in the walls supported the Nightmare's body, allowing it to hover. Venom, during the cultivation and reproduction process, you should have offered your body. The Nightmare intoned ominously, eyeing Venom, who clung to the ceiling. Is that so? The chaos once told me the same. Regrettably, it now resides within my belly. Upon hearing this, a mocking smirk curled at the corner of Venom's mouth. You consumed it? The Nightmare's expression turned icy. The 8 bone spines suddenly yanked free, swirling menacingly in the air. Those foolish enough to provoke are not limited to just it. There were howls and slaughter. One must admit that the taste of devouring one's own symbiotic offspring is rather exquisite. Venom twisted its beastly neck, letting out a sinister laugh. Its elongated eyes fixated intently on Venom, the ghastly whites of its irises twisting into a grotesque expression. Suddenly, 8 bony spines shot forth from the Nightmare's back, abruptly changing direction and crashing violently into the silver wall. Boom! The wall collapsed with a thunderous roar, immediately followed by a tempestuous wind sweeping in. Outside the shattered ruins lay the soaring heights of Wall Street at dawn, where the chill of altitude was palpable. In an instant, the Nightmare leapt upwards, bursting forth from the gaping hole. As it soared, the silver liquid on its back writhed peculiarly, transforming into a colossal silver funnel that adhered to its form. This silver funnel bore an uncanny resemblance to the octopus-like appendages of the misty specter. Whoosh! The magnificent silver mist erupted from the funnel, instantly engulfing the entire room. Within the fog, myriad phantoms flickered, captivating the senses. The Nightmare mist. It is said that once, a host parasitized by a nightmare used this very technique to trap millions of beings on a planet within an illusion for centuries. such as the terrifying might of the nightmare. Although the current nightmare lacks that formidable power, this devouring illusion remains exceedingly formidable. The mist, resembling a colossal python, surged forward, swiftly consuming the unsuspecting Venom. Bang! Bang! Two bony spines embedded themselves into the window ledge, with the nightmare hanging upside down, suspended in mid-air, coldly gazing at the ghostly shadows swirling within the mist. Whoosh! 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 Several dark arrows suddenly shot forth from the fog, clearly the frenzied assault of Venom, now ensnared in the illusion. Yet, once any life form succumbs to the illusion, its consciousness is gradually eroded until it is utterly lost. The current assault was merely a final struggle before demise. The nightmare sneered coldly, swatting at the dark arrows with a claw. Boom! The black arrows exploded, scattering liquid in every direction, causing the cold smirk at the corner of the nightmare's mouth to freeze. The splattered black liquid swiftly coalesced. Within mere seconds, it formed into a menacing giant shadow, its greedy, beastly eyes wide open. Liquidized? Before the nightmare could comprehend, the terrifying claw wind howled towards it, striking fiercely against its scaled chest. Dream shatter. The overwhelming force sent the nightmare hurtling through the air, its bony spines snapping, as its body plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters in free fall. Boom! At that altitude, the descent was swift and absolute. Its massive form crashed to the ground in front of the Galaxy building like a meteorite. A seemingly bottomless chasm suddenly emerged as the smoke dissipated. A grotesque black giant stood over a contorted silver behemoth, its broken scales glimmering, while a crimson tongue flicked menacingly. With a resounding crash, a liquid mass writhed. An obsidian blade pierced the body of the nightmare in an instant. A chilling expression crept across the nightmare's horrid visage as it let out a hiss. In a swift motion, the Venom seized the nightmare's head, its colossal claws ruthlessly tearing outward. The silvery liquid clinging to the police officer was gradually ripped away, thrashing wildly as if yearning to escape the Venom's grip. Ah, how conveniently you have delivered yourself, and yet you still wish to flee? The Venom extended its tongue, licking the nightmarish features of its prey, a sinister smile forming. Having evolved into a super symbiote, the liquefaction ability of the Venom had reached an unparalleled zenith. Each droplet of the splattered black liquid could transform into the essence of the Venom itself, a liquid doppelganger. You shall come to regret this, the nightmare declared. Its pallid face twisted in agony, suppressing the torment that threatened to tear it apart. Do you wish to continue witnessing this? Its voice, raspy and chilling, emanated from its severed throat. A silver token lay quietly crushed beneath its claws. Boom! 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 The Venom, standing atop the nightmare, suddenly grew cold, its gaze turning ominously towards the void. High in the sky, atop the galactic tower, a multitude of clouds converged, giving rise to a colossal silver vortex. As the vortex spun, deep within, a series of heavy footfalls echoed. In the next instant, a pair of hands clad in golden armor emerged, resting upon the edge of the vortex, followed by nearly 10 terrifying figures stepping forth. The temperature plummeted abruptly. Ah, familiar faces, the Venom chuckled, unconsciously licking its fangs, then let out a peculiar laugh. How fortuitous! Last time in Gotham, I had no time to extend my paternal affection to you. This time, you shall remain, and we shall have a delightful chat. A wave of terror radiated from the Venom, enveloping the surroundings. Evil Deity Venom, Chapter 107, Slaughter. Beginning with the destruction of Hawkeye. The terrifying aura surged from the Venom, reminiscent of a malevolent god exuding a sense of annihilation. With its feet planted firmly on the ground, the Venom's icy gaze locked onto the 8 figures suspended in the void. Leading the charge was Iron Man, his expression stern, adorned in a striking crimson 50-nanometer battlesuit. Within the energy core on his chest, a tempest of nanoscopic particles roared. Floating behind Iron Man were Spider-Man and others, their expressions darkening as they beheld the menacing Venom. Upon intercepting intelligence transmitted from satellites, they had immediately sensed the looming threat. The fervent pursuit of Bai Yu is likely aimed at the Galaxy building. To this end, SHIELD has expended considerable resources to procure the 4th symbiote, Nightmare, from the Snooker Group. However, what they did not anticipate was that after countless devourings and evolutions, Venom's power now far exceeds that of its second-generation symbiote. Who would have thought this remnant, still lived? Hulk rasped, rubbing his dark green fists, as if explosive strength simmered within his formidable muscles. Upon hearing this, Hawkeye, standing beside Hulk, wore a grim expression. He had once been commanded to lead a squadron of destroyers in pursuit of Bai Yu, witnessing firsthand the destruction of Bai Yu's aircraft, its cockpit shattered, the fuselage ablaze, wings torn, and nose crumpled. The likelihood of Bai Yu surviving such a catastrophic crash was akin to that of a peanut ascending to the presidency. Yet, the formidable Venom before him attested that Bai Yu not only survived but thrived. Venom, you narrowly escaped once, but today, the galaxy building shall become your final resting place. Iron Man's expression remained impassive as he raised his palms, where two pulsing electromagnetic cannons suddenly ignited with radiant energy, sweeping forth like beams of righteous light. The 50th generation iron armor, seamlessly integrating the most advanced weaponry of the era, posed the question of whose bones would be buried. Venom let out a chilling laugh, his eyes narrowing. With a resounding crash, his massive claws seized Nightmare, lifting it aloft, crushing it within his grip. The silvery liquid writhed desperately in Venom's grasp. With a gaping maw, he swallowed it whole. I possess a demonic essence, capable of devouring the heavens, the earth, the sun, the moon, and the stars. In an instant, it seemed as if the galaxy itself surged forth. Countless black bubbles erupted from Venom's form, bursting rapidly and revealing intricate silver patterns. Venom's crimson, beastly eyes transformed into a deep wine red. One might wonder, when a palette merges black, gray, yellow, silver, and red, what marvelous hue emerges. The renowned painter, Venom, would tell you, it is a rich burgundy. With a series of thuds, the wine-red veins crawled forth from Venom, forming scales of deep red. Countless sharp blades erupted violently from these scales, glinting with a predatory sheen. Ding! Congratulations, host, you have successfully devoured the symbiote, Nightmare, and obtained a brand new super ability. 1. Nightmare Mist constructs the legendary dream-stealing realm, causing those trapped in its illusions to gradually lose their sanity, ultimately being consumed by the host. 2. The Reaper's Descent. Venom transforms into the Grim Reaper, capable of instantaneously shifting behind a target, activating the Shadow Form, and switching to a scythe attack. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have consumed and gained 5,000 vitality points, bringing your total vitality to 133,300 points. Current symbiotic gene storage. Venom, Rampage, Howl, Slaughter, Nightmare. How delightful! Venom writhed, reveling in an indescribable euphoria that coursed through its being. Each act of consumption and evolution catalyzed a qualitative leap in its genes. Has its presence vanished? Spider-Man crouched over the vortex, his arachnid eyes fixated intently on Venom, which had once again evolved in the blink of an eye. The usually keen spider sense betrayed him, offering not a whisper of warning. The silence was unervingly profound. Suddenly, a chilling thought surged forth. No! Iron Man inhaled deeply, the titanium alloy helmet masking the tumult within. Its power has surpassed the threshold of your spider sense. Move aside. A thunderous roar erupted. Spider-Man and his allies were instantly gripped by terror. Venom, standing before the Galactic Tower, abruptly vanished from sight. A sinister gust swept through, and an eerie shadow emerged behind Hawkeye. A pair of blood-red, malevolent eyes flickered to life. Boom! A vicious black scythe struck Hawkeye's unsuspecting back with devastating force. The ebony longbow, adorned with falcon feathers, shattered in an instant. Alongside it, the vertebrae beneath Hawkeye's armored exterior crumbled. He spewed forth blood, propelled backward for hundreds of meters, crashing into an iron tower. Amidst the ruins, Hawkeye's face was rigid as he gazed down at his chest. A massive gash, horrifyingly vivid, marred his flesh, its cross-section smooth as if freshly carved. A single lethal strike. Maniacal laughter echoed as a looming, grotesque shadow materialized from the debris. Venom extended its long tongue, ensnaring Hawkeye's lifeless form and devouring it whole. Its power surged once more. The top-tier agent of S.H.I.E.L.D., the sharpshooter with unparalleled precision. Hawkeye, fallen. The demise of Hawkeye only served to augment Venom's strength. Clint. Heart-wrenching cries of rage erupted. The typically composed Wolverine felt his eyes blaze crimson, his adamantium claws trembling violently. In the upper echelons of Symbiosis, Wolverine and Hawkeye shared a bond akin to brotherhood. A brutal killing intent began to coalesce into something palpable. Parasite, you have successfully ignited Hulk's fury. A beastly growl reverberated. The colossal Hulk suddenly tilted his head back. Terrifying crimson hues surged forth, gradually engulfing his green skin. Gamma energy unsealed. The scarlet hue overtook Hulk's eyes. The blood-red Hulk, which had once posed a significant challenge to Venom, had returned to the world. Who? The Hulk exhaled with a thunderous roar, his resilient nylon shorts gradually tearing apart as his blood-red fists crunched bones with a chilling sound. Enraged, the Hulk possessed the power to obliterate cities. Yet this time, Iron Man, the leader of Symbiosis, did not intervene. Beneath his metallic helmet, his cold eyes blazed with fury. Boom! A colossal rocket launcher expelled a torrent of fiery particles, propelling his entire body into the air. Spider-Man and his allies remained silent, his legs ensnared by webs, using the Force to leap gracefully. With keen eyes, Spider-Man gazed sternly at Venom, resembling a true arachnid. Fangs grinding, Black Panther extended his sharp claws, curling his ebony tail as he locked onto Venom, letting out a fearsome roar akin to a genuine jaguar. And then there was Wolverine, amidst a night of slaughter, a celebration of bloodshed. Chapter 108, Summon. The Return of the Terminator. In Washington, D.C., before the White House, stood a towering statue of Lady Liberty, inscribed with 2 lines of classic quotations. Kobe, have you seen Los Angeles at 2 in the morning? Venom, have you seen Wall Street at 6? Never have I witnessed such sights. Upon the bustling streets of Wall Street, a horrific tide of carnage surged forth. Mangled corpses lay scattered, their crimson blood staining the Lamborghini parked beside the road. Each body bore the marks of colossal claw wounds, creating a veritable hell on Earth. In the streets, countless biophantoms adorned with blue horns savagely tore into unsuspecting pedestrians, their desperate screams echoing with sheer terror. In a narrow alley beside a bar, a wealthy merchant clutching a lank-me handbag cowered in fear, his trembling eyes reflecting a pair of emerald-green skeletal claws. On the pitch-black rooftops, numerous spectral figures danced, clad in kipayos or tattered nurse uniforms, all stained with fresh blood. Their terrifying agility allowed them to scale walls with ease as they converged, extinguishing the lights, causing a lighthouse to collapse abruptly. Haunting, shrill laughter reverberated through the night sky, a symphony of slaughter in the city of carnage. Along Wall Street, mushroom clouds of flames erupted one after another, accompanied by the thunderous sounds of explosions and billowing black smoke. In the face of this cataclysmic disaster, Wall Street, the wealthiest avenue in the world, had descended into a hellish pathway, reminiscent of the ghost town Valkyrie, buried beneath the sands of the desert. What a feast this was! Venom perched atop an iron tower, gazing at Iron Man and the others, bearing a grotesque grin. In his crimson, beastly eyes, madness flickered, exuding the aura of a true terrorist. The arsenal of the undead and the biophantoms stirred back to life in full force. Before the mutated specter, the patrolling Galactic Guardians appeared utterly impotent. A terrifying biochemical virus was spreading with astonishing speed, and with its proliferation, the number of infected individuals would only continue to rise. Centered around Wall Street, the contagion reached outward, a vision that thrilled Venom immensely. A swift resolution would spare Venom from repeatedly enacting gruesome scenes of devouring the living. The infection's relentless expansion provided a comprehensive service, allowing the century-long Tranquil Federation to fully experience the warmth of the biochemical virus. Parasite, Hulk shall rend you to shreds. The furious crimson hue in Hulk's eyes was about to burst forth. Hulk's genes, influenced by gamma radiation, meant that his strength would amplify with the swelling of his rage, potentially to limitless proportions. At this moment, Hulk's fury had evidently reached its zenith. Boom! The space shattered, and a blood-red giant shadow abruptly leaped forth. The terrifying punch, enveloped in searing heat, howled towards its target. The primal force of Hulk as physical might was his most astonishing mode of attack. Bang! 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 Venom let out a cold chuckle. The spectral figure flickered, its chilling claws, accompanied by a gust, boldly confronted the assault. 2 meteors collided in the night sky with the most savage ferocity. Boom! 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 The devastating gale swept across the area. Venom's body quivered before stabilizing midair, while the entirely blood-red Hulk staggered back several paces before regaining his footing. Even in the pinnacle of Hulk's power, Venom maintained an undeniable advantage. Such horror. Clearly, the evolved super symbiote Venom was no longer the cautious entity that had infiltrated the galactic building. Delay for 3 minutes. Iron Man commanded with piercing intensity in his eyes. Spider-Man and Black Panther exchanged a glance and nodded swiftly. A silver web, stretching over 100 meters, erupted from Spider-Man's web shooters. Grasping the web, Spider-Man swung through the air, instantly adhering to a lighthouse to seal off Venom's retreat. The black helmet descended, and Black Panther transformed into a fearsome shadow, pouncing forward. In an instant, the terrifying specter leapt onto his spire. The cold gaze of the Panther fixated on Venom, not far off. Meanwhile, the blood-red Hulk also leapt alongside Wolverine, standing resolutely on the smoldering Wall Street, their eyes firmly locked on Venom. "What, do you wish to delay me?" Venom's sinister eyes swirled as its enormous tongue writhed beneath its fangs. Its gaze suddenly swept across the ruins, solidifying on Iron Man. The armored figure clad in vibrant red hovered in the night sky, its metallic arm abruptly raised towards the cosmos, unleashing a golden laser beam. The heart of Venom suddenly began to beat violently. A long-held instinct warned it. A crisis was imminent. Almost instantaneously, under Venom's intense gaze, a golden laser pierced through the atmosphere. In the blink of an eye, a dazzling red light ignited in the distant starry sky. The situation had shifted. A fierce glint flashed in Venom's eyes. Delay would lead to disaster. Its menacing black form suddenly leapt forth. Boom, boom. Hulk and Wolverine, with stern expressions, unleashed 2 terrifying gusts of wind that forcefully obstructed Venom's path. Annoying pests, a sharp light flickered in Venom's eyes. An uncontrollable ferocity surged from its claws. Suddenly, Venom recalled something, a cold smirk appearing on its face as a blue gem materialized in its grasp. The sapphire shattered in an instant. Thunder rumbled ominously in the deepening night. Clouds, dark as night, gathered at an alarming speed, transforming into a tempest of deep blue lightning. A colossal cascade of thunder descended from the heavens, accompanied by howling winds, as if to herald the arrival of their sovereign. The ocean of thunder. The rampaging blue electric Tyrannosaurus surged through the storm, stirring countless waves. The armory of the dead, the resurrection of the sovereign, those standing amidst the ruins, including Spider-Man, were all struck with dread. Even Iron Man, suspended in midair, felt a profound tremor. From the tempest, he sensed a terrifying presence, as deep as a chasm and as foreboding as a prison. How could such a powerful life form exist? A massive shadow of deep blue emerged from the storm, still exuding an air of aloofness. The dancing blue lightning slashed across the sky, striking awe in the hearts of all. A pair of icy blue claws flexed before its chest, sometimes extending, sometimes retracting, ignited by a faint blue blaze. The sovereign of the Phantom lineage, a sovereign-level bioweapon, the Terminator. Once again it descended, just as the sovereign had emerged from the depths of the Phantom lair. In the void, the Terminator gradually opened its blue eyes, surveying the unfamiliar continent with a frown. "Hey, old buddy, you look well," a familiar eerie chuckle suddenly echoed. The Terminator was taken aback. Turning, it beheld the menacing black silhouette standing atop the tower, grinning. "What brings you here?" In the remnants of its memory, the Terminator vaguely recalled sacrificing itself to Venom, burning its life essence to evade the pursuit of the Rose Fairy's nuclear bomb. "I have always remembered that promise." Venom grinned, casting its gaze upon the dark green-tinged Wall Street, its eyes glinting coldly. The calamity of the undead had arrived. Chapter 109, Biochemical Seed. The true god of thunder rolling black, clouds loom over the night sky. Beneath the dark canopy lies a surging sea of blue lightning. Enormous thunder rumbles across the storm clouds, reminiscent of apocalyptic effects from films. The atmosphere presses upon Wall Street, rendering it nearly breathless. In the void, a colossal shadow of deep blue hovers above the eerie azure clouds, its eyes indifferent. The monarch of the spectral clan, the Terminator, from the necromantic arsenal. The majority of the resurrected biospecters have lost their sanity, retaining only the primal instinct for slaughter. Yet, the Terminator, as the leader of the spectral tribe, manages to preserve a flicker of intelligence amidst the chaos. In the chilling night sky, the Terminator's blue eyes sweep across Wall Street, ravaged by the biovirus. Specters flit through the streets, ghostly figures abound. Dark green viral liquid splatters across every corner of Wall Street, under the frenzied assault of the biospecters. The remaining guards are on the verge of collapse. Smoke rises and corpses litter the ground. The Terminator inhales deeply, intoxicated by the fragrant scent of viral agents permeating the air. What a delightful aroma. This is the primal visage of the world. Deathly silence, screams, and vivid crimson. A paradise of sin, a haven for the fallen. Old friend, such a rare and exquisite place is hard to find. Behind the Terminator, Venom leaps forth, perching atop a tower, emitting a sinister laugh. New York, a global financial epicenter, is unparalleled in both prestige and popularity, rivaling even the legendary king of pop, Michael Jackson. Should this illustrious locale fall to the biospecters, the repercussions would undoubtedly be catastrophic, sending shockwaves across the entire globe. How splendid! Let the seeds of the biovirus take root here. The Terminator chuckles softly, suddenly unfurling its enormous blue claws. Green light converges, coalescing into a shimmering point. A sinister breeze sweeps by, dispersing the light. A dark green seed, seemingly minuscule, drifts gently from its claw, like a speck of dust. It is almost imperceptible beneath the vast night sky. Yet it is this tiny seed that causes Iron Man and his companions to instinctively narrow their pupils. An unprecedented sense of crisis surging forth uncontrollably. Destroy it. Iron Man snaps back to reality, his expression shifting instantly. As the words escape his lips, his crimson arms remain raised to the heavens, a torrent of particle lasers erupting from his palms, connecting with the distant starry expanse. Catastrophic energy brews continuously, and he finds himself unable to break free. I shall come. Before Hulk and the others could react, a colossal silver warhammer, propelled by a fierce gust of wind, descended violently upon the ruins. Silver lightning danced upon its surface, seemingly embodying an unfathomable force. The hammer of thunder, forged from the core of a dying star. Thor's mighty hammer weighs an astonishing 80,000 pounds. It possesses the power to summon the three elemental forces of wind, rain, and lightning. As the thunder subsided, a shadowy figure, cloaked in darkness, stood proudly upon the hammer's handle. His fiery red beard billowed in the wind, and within his weathered gaze lay an abyss of wisdom, as if he comprehended the essence of all existence. Spider-Man exhaled deeply, feeling a sense of relief as he released his grip. Compared to Hulk's propensity for catastrophic destruction, Thor, within the S-H-I-E-L-D agency, remained an enigmatic presence. It was only in the direst of crises that he would reveal his prowess to avert calamity. Only fellow elite agents like Spider-Man understood that Thor's apparent lethargy was merely a reflection of his humility. As the apex deity of Asgard, should he unseal his powers and unleash his full might upon Earth, it would undoubtedly precipitate apocalyptic consequences. Thus, he often restrained his strength. With a thunderous crash, the massive hammer swung through the air, tearing a menacing fissure in the ground. His icy gaze instantly locked onto a distant seed, 3,000 meters above the earth. With a sudden chill in his demeanor, Thor grasped the hammer tightly and launched himself into the sky. I command the winds to rise. The howling gales roared to life. I command the rains to fall. Torrential downpours cascaded down like a deluge. I command the thunder to strike. A flash of cold light erupted as Thor swung the hammer with ferocity. Silver arcs of lightning surged wildly from the hammer's head, hurtling toward the seed. Even a mere spark can shine brilliantly. A light chuckle echoed from the void. In an instant, Thor's form solidified. Boom, boom, boom. Terrifying blue lightning spiraled from the night sky, swirling ominously before him. Within the vortex, a menacing deep blue giant emerged grotesquely. A frantic crow, in a panic, screeched as it flew by, looking around in terror. Suddenly, its body froze. Turning its head, the crow's expression stiffened as it realized it had halted in the presence of two frigid gazes. The scene was somewhat theatrical. Brothers, you carry on. I shall take my leave. With a nervous laugh, the crow covered its head, closed its eyes, and fell freely, surrendering to gravity. Born from destruction, the demon declared, "This is not a place for you." Thor gazed coldly at the Terminator, tightening his grip on Mjolnir. "Need me to step in?" Behind the Terminator, Venom flicked its long tongue, grinning sinisterly. For some reason, it held a peculiar admiration for the leader of the Ghost Clan. "A friend in wine is worth 1,000 cups." "No need," the Terminator replied, shaking his head, his deep blue eyes directed at Thor. His gaze lowered, resting upon the silver warhammer. "Thunder God? So you are the son of Odin, the All-Father." After surveying Thor, the Terminator averted his gaze, an inscrutable expression flickering in his eyes. "The name of the Thunder God is not to be desecrated." Thor hovered in the air, snorting disdainfully. A torrent of silver lightning erupted from him, transforming into a fearsome silver-white tiger that crouched beside him, its roar deafening. "Ha!" The Terminator chuckled, extending his massive claws as wild blue lightning surged forth. The overwhelming blue thunder was suddenly drawn in, morphing into a deep blue dragon that roared at his side, the Blue Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex. The dragon's roar resonated through the heavens. In the void above, the blue dragon and the white tiger faced each other from a distance. The raging thunder caused the entire sky to tremble. Blue Thunder Tyrannosaurus Rex versus the White Tiger. Chapter 110. Flame Dragon Armor. Demon Armor. In the night sky, thunder rumbled. The heavens, spanning 1,000 miles, shifted in hue due to the standoff between the Terminator and Thor. One side was a domineering deep blue, with the dragon soaring and emitting a resounding roar. The other side sparkled in brilliant silver, with the tiger leaping and letting out earth-shattering howls. The world changed color. Thunder surged as the Terminator instantaneously manifested a pair of colossal blue wings, the tempest rising, transforming into a streak of blue light, hurtling towards Thor. The torrential lightning surged forth from his claws like a colossal wave. Thor snorted, defiantly swinging his silver hammer. Thunderstorm. Boom. The darkened sky erupted with the sound of thunderous explosions. The entirety of Wall Street trembled under the thunder's might. Following this, countless silver hammers rained down from the storm clouds like a torrential downpour, instantly locking onto the menacing Terminator. Each small hammer was a miniature version of Mjolnir, hammering down in multitudes. As the son of weather, Thor possessed the formidable ability to manipulate the elements. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud, accompanied by a sweeping gale, soared into the sky. In the climactic clash between the Terminator and Thor, the bioweapon seed continued to descend. At a height of 1,000 meters, a captivating fragrance wafted from the seed, intoxicating all who inhaled it. The ominous shade of dark green was faintly visible. One could imagine the cataclysm that would ensue the moment the seed touched the ground. "Halt that seed!" Wolverine instantly unleashed his 8 adamantium claws, leaping forth like a fierce wolf along the surface of the building. Crafted from adamantium, these claws endowed Wolverine with the ability to traverse various surfaces with remarkable agility. Upward, a 100-meter-long silver web shot forth in an instant, adhering to an iron tower. Spider-Man's body, in a split second, leapt down and swung into action. Boom! 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 The Hulk's eyes widened in astonishment as he crushed a massive boulder beneath his foot, his formidable frame soaring into the air. Behind him, a shadow as swift as a specter emerged, its crimson eyes gleaming, pouncing forth. The Black Panther, a whirlwind of darkness. Thud! 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 On the streets ablaze with fire. A robust figure clad in blue leather sprinted with determination. The speed gradually intensified, culminating in afterimages that shattered the sound barrier. The spirit of the Federation, Captain America, his vibranium shield, suspended on his right arm, resonated with authority. The Avengers assembled. The 5 mighty superheroes unleashed a tempest of fury, striking with thunderous force. Ha ha! A sinister cackle reverberated through the void. Moments later, a liquid explosion erupted, and 5 black tendrils shot forth, ensnaring the legs of the 5 heroes like a devilish grip. A gaping maw, reminiscent of a gluttonous beast, suddenly opened wide. A terrifying force constricted abruptly. Spider-Man and his companions were caught off guard, yanked downward without warning. Boom! 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 The 5 were propelled backward, shattering the iron towers in their path, ultimately collapsing before Venom, bloodied and contorted. Bang! Powerful claws crashed down upon the fiery ruins. Venom flexed his massive claws, observing the struggling Spider-Man and others, flicking his crimson tongue. A chilling smile crept across his face. The inky liquid slithered from Venom, transforming into 5 grotesque, man-eating serpents, flicking their tongues as they advanced menacingly towards Spider-Man and his allies. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The sinister aura radiated outward. Just as the fangs were about to strike, a scarlet laser pierced through the 5 colossal serpents in an instant. The searing heat evaporated the black liquid into nothingness. A cold, sinister glint flashed in Venom's eyes. He tilted his head upward, gazing at the night sky. At the pinnacle of the Galaxy Tower, 1,000 meters high, Iron Man stood proudly in his vibrant red armor. The laser, which had traversed the atmosphere, gradually retracted its brilliance, condensing upon Iron Man's suit. In the distant cosmos, that crimson dot dimmed. A cosmic belt materialized around his waist, adorned with a Taiji symbol of yin and yang. With a glint of intrigue, Venom narrowed his eyes. A plume of black flame quietly igniting upon his colossal claws. It took me decades, harnessing the molten core of the earth, to forge this exquisite armor. Iron Man soared through the air, the flames from his thrusters suddenly extinguishing. Today, I shall offer you as a sacrifice. Raising his alloy right hand, a fiery stone materialized in his palm. Bang! The crimson stone was abruptly embedded into his belt. In the next instant, fierce flames erupted from his being, engulfing him entirely. Flame dragon armor. Merge. The inferno forged forth. A chestplate, akin to molten lava, emerged from Iron Man's torso. The devouring tongues of fire flickered into existence. The alloy helmet, under the heat of the flames, coalesced into a fiery visage, resembling the head of a mighty dragon, exuding unrivaled dominance. His former armor transformed into a resplendent suit of flame dragon armor. The overwhelming aura even caused the 2 combatants in the sky to change their expressions amidst the intensifying battle. What a terrifying armor! Bang! Flames roared as a menacing demonic blade was drawn from the inferno. The flame blade. Its blade extended from the center of the alloy, curving like a crescent, glimmering with a chilling radiance. Iron Man grasped the flame blade and locked onto Venom from a distance, malice suffusing his gaze. Flame dragon armor, you say? Venom suddenly smiled, fervent battle intent dancing in his stark white eyes. A torrent of black flames erupted from within him, burning ever more fiercely. Void devouring flames. 5,000 life points. Grant me a demon fruit. Ding. Exchange successful. In the void, the space writhed as the blood-red numbers swiftly diminished from 133,300 points to 128,300 points. Following this, a dark black fruit appeared in his clawed palm. He devoured a whole. Gulp, gulp, gulp. The surging power of the demon returned. That familiar sensation of the demon god descending once more. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully consumed the demon fruit, reactivating the indomitable demon armor. The epic effects of the celestial demon intertwined once again, reshaping the celestial demon form and reactivating the abyssal swallowing effects of the hellish depths. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Black horns sprouted from Venom's head, resembling dragon horns. Torrential black flames ignited upon the horns, splitting into countless ghostly fires. Soon after, purple lava crawled forth from his being, coalescing into purple-scaled armor. A terrifying aura radiated. Celestial demon symbiote. Demon armor. Venom. Above the void, a sea of fire obscured the heavens, continuously churning with waves of flames. One half a profound purple, the other searing red. The entire sky was now divided into 2 colossal battlefields of confrontation. The Terminator. Thor. Venom. Iron Man. Chapter 111. The Alien Terminator. Venom's solar assault in the arena of battle. A chilling, cold light flashed repeatedly in Iron Man's eyes. Fiery crimson flames surged forth from the Inferno dragon armor. Whoosh! The burning fire enveloped Iron Man's form, transforming him into a flaming meteor that plummeted downwards, a beacon of fire in the winter. Oomph! The surging purple flames likewise engulfed Venom's body, morphing him into a purple meteor that boldly charged forward. The void's devouring flames, cloaked in purple, erupted forth. Crimson Inferno, devouring void flames. In the briefest of moments, the 2 terrifying figures collided hundreds of times. The thunderous roars rent the heavens as they ascended higher and higher. 3,000 meters, 4,000 meters, 5,000 meters. The rampaging flames soared in a tornado-like frenzy, sweeping from a kilometer high to 10,000 meters above. The arena of the Terminator. Thousands of MJ-Lners plummeted from the dark clouds. Boom, boom, boom. The terrifying thunder struck successively against the nuclear energy shield, creating immense ripples. A torrent of particles continuously surged forth, dissipating the shock waves from the explosions. Beneath the light shield, a colossal deep blue figure hovered with a stern expression. Its icy blue eyes fixated intently on Thor, who stood amidst the thunderclouds. Suddenly, the Terminator tilted its head back, piercing through the clouds to gaze at the 10,000-meter height. Faintly visible, two streams of fiery light clashed with astonishing speed above the vast sea of clouds. A flicker of fervor ignited in its indifferent pupils. Let this battle become even more intriguing. A blue amber suddenly emerged from the Terminator's chest. A deep blue claw pressed against the gemstone. In an instant, the tumultuous sea of thunder contracted, retreating back into the Terminator's body. Mere moments later, the blue lightning disappeared without a trace. The transformation commenced. The blue hue vanished, only to be replaced by an eerie dark green that slithered forth from the amber. A royal-grade bioweapon virus. The virus spread rapidly, swiftly corroding its entire form. Its eyes were filled with a greenish hue. Drip! A drop of dark green liquid fell from its claw tip. Carried by the wind, it was consumed. In the next instant, a tidal wave of venomous mist surged forth. A grotesque right leg, coated in green liquid, emerged from the fog. Following closely was a pair of terrifying dark green claws and a face horrifically corroded. The Terminator's evolved form, the alien Terminator. 6 ghostly bone spines, fused together, writhed on the back of the alien Terminator, resembling green spiders. The fearsome alien Terminator, entirely drenched in bioweapon virus. A pair of dark green, beastly eyes suddenly locked onto Thor. In an instant, Thor's body stiffened as an icy chill surged from his feet. As the Terminator unleashed its super evolution, high above in the sky, thunderous booms echoed. A fierce gale swept across, and 2 streaks of fiery light shot backwards at an alarming speed. The blazing blade struck repeatedly, tearing through the dark flames before him. Iron Man cast a cold gaze towards the raging Venom, and with a flick of his right palm, a brilliantly radiant fireball materialized in his grasp, shining as brightly as the sun itself. With a swift motion, he hurled the fireball into the turbulent winds above, causing it to swell dramatically. In mere moments, the diameter of the flames expanded to hundreds of meters and continued to grow larger, resembling an artificial sun. The explosion of the sun would unleash stellar-level shockwaves. How could I allow you to prevail? The vast, purple bat wings suddenly unfurled. Venom sneered, transforming into a stream of violet light as he pursued the fireball. Eerie, ghostly flames coalesced at the tips of his claws, morphing into a long purple bow. In the blink of an eye, a flaming arrow was knocked on the string. With a thunderous release, the fiery projectile shot forth, piercing the fireball, resulting in an explosion that quickly faded away. It was not the obliteration of the fireball that had been anticipated. Venom's expression darkened. Moments later, 2 more fiery arrows materialized on the bowstring, followed by the 3rd and 4th. The speed of the flaming arrows formation increased exponentially. With a fierce barrage, 4 arrows were unleashed simultaneously. A torrential downpour of arrows cascaded down, sealing off all space around the fireball. The 4 consecutive explosions left no arrow missing its mark. The Venom, having consumed Hawkeye, inherited his night vision and remarkable archery skills. Every arrow struck true. Scalding smoke billowed from the center where the arrows fell. Soon after, countless flaming arrows poured down like a torrential rain. The cacophony of explosions engulfed the fireball, bidding farewell to the sun. Venom squinted, gripping the purple longbow tightly before yanking it back with force. A purple fire arrow erupted in an instant, transforming into a deep violet phoenix, flapping its wings majestically as it soared. The arrow of the scorching sun, a blinding light capable of illuminating the entirety of New York, surged forth, sweeping across the sky like a collapsing star. It appeared as though 2 suns had manifested above, one a searing red, the other a profound purple. The dazzling brightness instantly scorched the eyes of countless onlookers. Piercing screams echoed from every corner of New York as the fireball was obliterated. Venom unleashed the light of justice, casting a radiant beam upon the earth. In the distant horizon, a pale dawn gradually ascended, heralding the remnants of twilight. The sky was adorned with a cascade of crimson spider lilies, illuminating Iron Man's grim visage. His once luminous lava-like dragon armor now appeared considerably dulled, evidently drained of energy by that terrifying fireball. Suddenly, his expression stiffened, his gaze fixating on a distant point over 10,000 meters away. A dark green seed, after drifting languidly for nearly 10 minutes, finally descended to the ground, akin to a famished wolf catching sight of a succulent lamb. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The very earth of Wall Street trembled in an instant. All present were horrified to witness a spectral green light erupting from beneath countless structures, coalescing into swaying blossoms. These flowers emerged frantically from shadowy conduits, crumbling walls, and even the windows of lighthouses, showcasing their verdant hues. They were the seeds of the illusory demon flower. Beneath his lava helmet, Iron Man's complexion turned ashen. The eternal illusory demon flower, nurtured by a core of biochemical viruses and having absorbed 49 deadly toxins, had blossomed into a mysterious, magical bloom. The arrival of the Eternal heralded a viral onslaught, bringing about apocalyptic ruin. This was no mere hyperbole. The trembling petals were tainted with horrific viruses, and soon, an enchanting fragrance wafted from the buds, enveloping the sky. The atmosphere grew hazy, inducing a state of disorientation. Chapter 112, Catastrophe. The destruction of Wall Street. A rich, dark floral scent pervaded every corner of Wall Street. Pitch-black tendrils erupted violently from the ground, clawing their way to the surface. As a mutated plant, the parasitic capabilities of the illusory demon flower were profoundly terrifying. In the botanical realm, its growth rate was second only to the blue silvergrass. On iron towers, windowsills, and even dilapidated cars, the seeds of the illusory demon flower incessantly sprouted. Within mere moments, countless enchanting blossoms unfurled. The petals swayed, releasing a captivating fragrance that disseminated the dread-laden viral particles. Hiss, hiss, hiss. In the city, the rampaging biochemical phantoms raised their heads in unison, inhaling the intoxicating aroma. A look of rapture dawned upon their faces, akin to criminals indulging in the euphoric effects of concussance, lost in an exquisite reverie. The cacophony of screams on Wall Street gradually subsided. Bang! The last guard was hurled against a wall by a biochemical specter, his head drooping lifelessly. A submachine gun, expending its final bullet, clattered from his grasp to the ground. 5 grotesque bone claws pierced through his chest, embedding into the wall, as dark green liquid seeped forth, engulfing his corpse. His eyes slowly hollowed. From that moment on, Wall Street, once renowned as a thriving financial boulevard, declared its own demise. Merely half an hour prior, countless luminaries of the world were present, engaged in light-hearted banter. Their postprandial conversations revolved around colossal deals worth billions. Yet, half an hour later, they all succumbed to the encroaching bioweapon. Heaven and hell, a thought eternal. At the instant of Wall Street's obliteration, a tumultuous uproar ensued across the nation and indeed the globe. The butterfly effect, a global shockwave. The coordinates of disaster pinpointed North America, the Federation, Wall Street. American stocks instantaneously plummeted, the figures on the stock market plummeting below zero in an instant. The Wall Street Journal, New York Weekly, Federation Monthly, Earth Annual, an avalanche of breaking news erupted. The 5 prophecies of the ancient Maya. 1. The demise of the Maya civilization. 2. The eruption of Mount Vesuvius. 3. The resignation of President Nuts. 4. The destruction of Wall Street. 5. The rebirth of Earth. The first 3 prophecies have come to fruition, and now, the 4th prophecy has tragically materialized. Countless individuals, cocooned in their Sealy comforters, sprang from their beds in an instant. Their bleary eyes were filled with shock. Wall Street was no more. A gentle night rain fell from the heavens. The damp atmosphere mingled with the fragrance of the eternal phantasm flower. The entire desolate street was stained in hues of deep green. In the night sky, Iron Man stood frozen, numbly gazing upon this wasteland. The flames in the palm of his hand extinguished. The ever-composed Iron Man now trembled involuntarily. In the aftermath of the catastrophe, the earth lay scarred. On the desolate Wall Street, only the shattered Milky Way building stood in lonely defiance. All other edifices lay in ruins. Amidst the wreckage of the Iron Tower, flames shot towards the heavens as Spider-Man and others struggled helplessly on the ground. Blood stained their eyes. The calamity persisted. In the night sky, the raging silver sea of lightning fragmented in an instant. A deafening roar reverberated through the air. Following that, a terrifying, profound green descended from the heavens, tearing through the clouds. Boom! The skies were engulfed in a torrent of green liquid, as from the poisonous mist emerged a menacing figure, a second-generation evolved alien Terminator. Clutching the bloodied body of Thor, coldly stepping forth. Although it had lost its deep blue electrical assault, its leaping speed and the virus's destructive power had surged exponentially. The entirely dark green alien Terminator resembled a mobile virus carrier. Oh, is it destroyed? The alien Terminator's eyes turned, chillingly surveying the realm. With a swift motion, its right claw released. The unconscious form of Thor plummeted from a height of 1,000 meters. The terrifying might of the alien Terminator is truly formidable. My friend, I find your verdant appearance quite delightful. The sound of the wind breaking forth echoed, and the shadow of Venom flickered, hovering beside the alien Terminator, clicking in admiration. In his pale white eyes, an unmistakable appreciation shone through. Is that so? The alien Terminator raised his claws, brushing against his grotesque visage. Why do I sense that you are not complimenting me? No, I assure you, I am indeed praising you, Venom declared, raising his thumb in solemnity. However, that little brother of yours may be on the verge of a rampage. Suddenly, the alien Terminator tilted his head, his eerie green eyes gazing into the abyss of the night sky. There, clad in fiery dragon armor, Iron Man had, unbeknownst to them, settled into an unsettling calmness, reminiscent of the eerie stillness before a storm that chills the heart. Little did they expect to arrive at this fateful day. After a prolonged silence, he finally raised his gaze, his eyes piercing the heavens with a sense of profound melancholy. The shield had allowed him to forget the solitude of his past. Something feels amiss. Venom suddenly squinted, his claws pressing to the ground, dark liquid surging from his form with fervor. The spider sense began to scream. A siren? Oomph. The alien Terminator scoffed, his formidable hind legs propelling him into a leap that soared thousands of meters high, producing a cacophony of sonic booms. Boom! 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 A torrent of green flames erupted from his claws. The claw winds descended with ferocious intensity. Boom! A terrifying shockwave swept across the sky, obliterating all avian life within a 1,000-mile radius. Bang! As green light fell, the alien Terminator crashed to the ground, his expression somewhat frigid. Blood dripped from his dark green claws, taking on an eerie hue. In the night sky, as the flames of battle subsided, the motionless figure of Iron Man was revealed. A colossal titanium alloy shield hovered in his palm, embedded with a glowing energy crystal, flickering with ethereal light. It is only when one approaches the brink of death that the true essence of life can be comprehended. Iron Man suddenly smiled, a chilling grin, before abruptly raising the shield, its cold light flashing as he brought it down with tremendous force. The terrifying velocity instantly crushed the air in its path. Boom! The massive shield slammed onto the rooftop of the Galaxy Tower, unleashing a thunderous roar. Drip! 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 An unsettling red glow ignited from his shield. For reasons unknown, both Venom and the alien Terminator felt a chill rise within them. Boom! A cataclysmic wave of energy surged from beneath the Galaxy Tower, followed by the grinding of gears, accompanied by dazzling sparks that erupted into view. Countless natural fissures extended from the pinnacle of the towering edifice, cascading downwards until they reached the very foundation. Even more chilling was the sight of the building's apex, which had inexplicably inverted at a right angle. A colossal shadow loomed overhead, shrouding the day in darkness. Chapter 113. The Transformation of the Edifice. Megatron. Crack! Crack! The resounding clatter of gargantuan gears meshed together emanated from the Milky Way Tower. In an instant, the tempered glass of the entire structure shattered explosively. A beetle-like steel shell emerged from the rear of the building, flipping over and embedding itself within the crevices. Turbines whirred to life. Boom! 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 The thunderous detonations echoed like a dizzying assembly of shifting components. In mere seconds, the towering Milky Way Tower morphed into a magnificent humanoid form, a mechanical fortress. Upon a metallic cranium, a pair of scarlet eyes flared to life. Autobots, transform and roll out. The roar resonated abruptly, unleashing a colossal sonic wave that obliterated every vehicle in its path. Sonic boom, car explosions, structural collapses, a triad of devastation. Amidst the billowing smoke, a gargantuan machine, casting an imposing silhouette, rose from the far end of Wall Street. Its resplendent silver exterior radiated an air of mystery and nobility, while the edges of its mechanical arms bore sharp protrusions. The very essence of the Milky Way Tower had transformed into a transformer. Thousands of creatures surged forth anew from the minds of Venom and the alien Terminator, reminiscent of a fantastical cinematic spectacle. The 1,000-meter-tall giant loomed between heaven and earth, exuding an overwhelming presence. Ding! The system detected a king-level transformer, the leader of the Decepticon faction, Megatron. Danger level 10, talent level 9. Megatron, born on the planet Cybertron. Characterized by his ruthlessness, his form is that of a tank, possessing extraordinary decisiveness. This entity represents the most formidable warrior of the Decepticon lineage, the finest commander. In a historic clash with Optimus Prime, Megatron led the Decepticons to utter defeat, resulting in his wandering through the cosmos and falling in a slumber on Earth. Warning: this entity does not belong to Earth and possesses destructive capabilities of an exceedingly high threat level. Devour talent. Activation initiated. A sinister breeze swept through. Megatron stood resolute, suddenly lowering his head to gaze at Iron Man, who hovered in the air. The crimson electronic orbs shifted abruptly, and the intense bloodlust gradually dissipated. Bang! The once unstoppable force that ravaged Cybertron, Megatron, knelt upon one knee, uttering with reverence, "Respected Master, Megatron pledges unwavering loyalty. Executing your commands is my lifelong aspiration. Naturally, if possible, I would prefer to lead my own legion and act independently. Dog servant." The words surged into the minds of Venom and the alien Terminator in an instant, illuminating their thoughts. Very well, Megatron. Iron Man gazed upon the colossal transformer, a veritable work of art, and could not help but exclaim in awe. One must admit, the aesthetic appeal of Megatron was undeniably formidable. Its fluid form, every curve, conformed to the principles of fluid dynamics, as if it were a born machine of war. Years ago, the SHIELD fortuitously encountered the gravely injured Megatron, lying dormant on Earth, and implanted technological chips into its system, inadvertently erasing much of its original memory. After nearly 5 years of transformation, they fashioned it into a skyscraper, showcasing it to the world. To allay the military suspicions, SHIELD expended considerable resources to clad the structure in the exceedingly rare starfall iron. Thus the Galaxy Tower was born, destined to be remembered throughout the ages. However, the politicians frequenting the tower never imagined that this grand edifice was once a formidable titan, reigning supreme in the cosmos. The astonishing truth lay bare in this apocalyptic scenario. Little did they know that the self-proclaimed guardians of Earth, SHIELD, harbored such a shadowy secret. Bat wings swept through the air as Venom hovered ominously, a chilling smile curling upon its visage, an expression brimming with an icy malevolence. It was formidable. The alien Terminator flexed its colossal claws, its eerie green eyes narrowing. The keen senses of the bio-ghost alerted it to the terrifying presence of the mechanical giant before it. Regardless of the might possessed, it ultimately depended on the wielder. Iron Man shook his head, then spoke with a frigid resolve. "However, I fear you shall remain here today." Suddenly, he raised his right hand, and a primordial spark materialized in his palm. With a swift motion, the night breeze caressed the fire, and it soared into Megatron's chest. Hiss! The flames instantly surged forth, filling Megatron's chest cavity in a violent eruption of energy. A scarlet hue erupted like a wild beast, awakening the slumbering monster within. Megatron let out a thunderous roar, its colossal mechanical fist descending with annihilating force. Sometimes, destruction occurs in the blink of an eye. "Ikome," the alien Terminator scoffed, as emerald flames rapidly coalesced upon its dark green claws. As the sovereign of the Ghost Clan, it too bore its pride. Suddenly, a chilling claw blocked its path, leaving the alien Terminator stunned. In an instant, a fearsome shadow lunged before it, and, as it beheld the oncoming gale of fists, its eyes flickered with fervor and insatiable greed. "It is mine! It is mine!" The fervent voices of White Feather and Venom echoed in unison. The alien Terminator, boom! A cataclysmic void of flames surged forth from Venom, transforming into several dark dragons of chaos. The dragon roared skyward, its claws extended, boldly confronting the terrifying gale of fists. 2 streaks of light flashed by in an instant. Bang! The heavens themselves seemed to collapse. A dreadful shockwave flattened buildings within a 1,000-mile radius. Not only was Wall Street devastated, But much of New York City also succumbed to this cataclysmic force. Amidst the raging storm, a colossal black shadow surged forth. Bang, bang, bang. This defiance of gravitational pull shattered hundreds of iron towers before crashing into the ground. Boom! A massive crater, stretching over 1,000 meters wide, emerged at the heart of Manhattan. The path carved out spanned hundreds of miles. Within the pit, Venom, with a sinister countenance, began to rise. The grotesque fissures on its body rapidly healed under the swift movement of the black liquid. The extraordinary self-healing ability bestowed by Sandman was learned early and utilized throughout life. "Your vital signs are quite intriguing," came a cold voice from the distant horizon, as Megatron rotated its optics, scanning Venom's entire form with 2 beams of infrared light, matching it with corresponding data. "During my travels across the cosmos, I once reached a planet where the life forms bore a striking resemblance to you." A chilling tone emanated from Megatron, causing Venom to lift its head, its expression darkening. "A planet?" Chapter 114. The Secret of the Planet. The enraged Venom. "A planet?" Venom rose within the crater, its countenance revealing discomfort. Megatron's extensive experiences exceeded its expectations. Truly, it was worthy of its origins from the cosmos. At the end of Wall Street, Megatron stood beneath the vast sky, grounded and serene. Its mechanical eyes were deep and shadowy. Though merely standing there, it exuded an overwhelming aura of dominance, instilling a profound sense of oppression. The ruler of the Decepticons. Megatron. With a wry smile, Megatron continued, "If memory serves, most beings on that planet manifested in liquid form and possessed organic thought, thriving only through symbiosis with a host. Such organisms seemingly have a designated name in the universe: symbiotes. Am I mistaken?" At this juncture, a hint of mockery flickered in Megatron's gaze. Thud, thud, thud. The violent beating of a heart resonated clearly beneath the night sky. An undeniable wave of unease surged within Venom's core. It vaguely recalled its escape from its home planet to Earth, a journey that spanned decades. Decades, in the vast expanse of the cosmos. It may seem a mere drop in the ocean, yet for a planet still in its infancy, it was ample time for monumental upheaval. Although I was initially defeated by Optimus Prime, leading to significant losses among my Decepticon forces, dealing with a planet that exists in a symbiotic state without a host should prove to be well within my capabilities. Wouldn't you agree, Venom? A ferocious aura erupted from Venom, a tempest of murderous intent saturating the atmosphere. "What have you done to that planet?" Venom's claws trembled, his eyes reflecting a tumultuous rage. Despite the symbiote's violent nature, Venom harbored complex emotions towards the planet that birthed him. Not to mention, those of his kind would undoubtedly serve as a significant boon. Suddenly, as Megatron was about to respond with a smirk, 2 flames ignited within his eyes. Megatron abruptly covered his eyes, unleashing a chilling roar. Soon after, the intelligence within his gaze began to fade, becoming hollow. At a critical moment, Iron Man's primordial spark extinguished his remaining consciousness. It was unexpected that this creature's intellect could withstand the chip's erosion. Behind Megatron, a figure clad in crimson armor gradually materialized. Iron Man, observing Megatron regaining his calm, let out a sigh of relief. Despite SHIELD's years of research on a being of such high intelligence, they could only temporarily control him with a primordial spark. With a thunderous crash, Venom crushed a massive rock beneath his foot, glaring menacingly at Iron Man. Iron Man scoffed, reaching out into the void. 2 beams of scarlet light suddenly shot forth from Megatron's eyes. With a rumble, mechanical legs towering hundreds of meters began to charge toward Venom with devastating force, an aura of destruction rippling in Venom's gaze. Suddenly, Venom turned to face the alien Terminator. "Leave this one to me. That metal lump is yours to annihilate." A low growl emanated from Venom's fangs, laced with a sinister tone. The alien Terminator acknowledged with a gesture of solidarity. In a flash, Venom revealed 3 dark fruits in his claw, summoning them forth against the unprecedented threat posed by Megatron. The life force above, a deep azure, instantaneously regressed to 113,300 points. The indestructible purple armor once again enveloped Venom, its deep violet scales shimmering ominously under the night sky. From the depths of the abyss, from the depths of hell, came the chilling command, "Grow." With that foreboding declaration, Venom's fearsome form swelled dramatically, and in an instant, a colossal shadow loomed over Manhattan, standing an imposing height of over 1,000 meters. His gaping maw filled with terrifying fangs. Two towering shadows of malevolence loomed in the heavens, facing each other from afar. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, the winds whipped through the remnants of clouds. Countless warships surged through the sea of clouds at breakneck speed, their menacing gun barrels crawling out from the hulls like serpents. The integrated island-style architecture loomed over the ships like a mountain. Most notably, a colossal silver shield emblem adorned the prow, unmistakably marking it as the fleet of annihilation that had once cornered Venom into despair. As news of devastation in Wall Street spread like a tsunami, the military was immediately thrown into turmoil. Three generals emerged simultaneously, their formidable presence quelling the rising tide of rumors. Swiftly, they dispatched the fleet of annihilation. It is worth mentioning that after the failed capture during the battle for Gotham, the command of the fleet had shifted from S.H.L.D. to the military. A four-star general stood atop the watchtower of a dragon-headed battleship, his icy gaze piercing through the dense clouds toward the faint outline of Wall Street. "Bring me the telescope," he commanded coldly, narrowing his eyes. 3 seconds later, a telescope engraved with celestial patterns appeared in his hand, a telescope of galactic caliber, capable of discerning planets in the Centaurus constellation from the equator. The lenses quickly positioned themselves before his eyes. After a prolonged silence, the tension thickened. "General, do we have any intel on enemy movements?" A colonel beside him ventured to inquire, unable to contain his impatience. "One wouldn't he stare at a beautiful woman for this long," he muttered. Trembling hands lowered the telescope as the general's eyes widened in terror. And with a voice that thundered, he bellowed, "Retreat! Retreat!" Too late for regrets. Suddenly, a shadow darker than night enveloped the battleship. The general and the colonel instinctively turned in unison, their pupils reflecting the monstrous mechanical silhouette that spanned the clouds. Boom! Thousands of warships collided with the giant shadow at supersonic speeds, erupting into a spectacular display of fireworks that illuminated the skies above Wall Street. Two immense figures of malevolence stared each other down, intent on annihilation, either yours or my own. Megatron slowly raised his head, and his mechanical form erupted with an immense tail flame. Countless mechanical components shifted rapidly, transforming him in an instant into a towering fighter jet, ascending with fury and tearing through the clouds. The sky was their battlefield, and they would engage to the bitter end. Venom smirked coldly, his terrifying purple bat wings unfurling, conjuring a monumental tempest. Boom! With a flap of his wings, Venom's grotesque shadow surged forward, pursuing Megatron with relentless ferocity. Chapter 115, Sword Art Online. The Armored Emperor Strikes. 10,000 meters high. In the dim and foreboding realm, malevolent winds raged. The vast expanse of clouds resembled an unfathomable abyss, shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the cloud sea. The very fabric of space contorted, revealing a colossal land bridge vortex that gradually materialized in the air. Following this, a silver warplane emerged from the swirling chaos, accompanied by a cacophony of sonic booms. It was the fearsome Thunderfighter, abruptly a claw-like tempest, extending hundreds of meters, descended from the heavens, violently tearing apart the vortex. The Great Land Bridge shattered into fragments, its dark flames gradually fading. From the remnants emerged a terrifying black silhouette, pulsating with dark liquid. The venomous creature twisted its neck, gazing at the swiftly soaring silver warplane, and let out a chilling laugh. With a deafening roar, its formidable black form erupted, transforming into a deluge of liquid. In the distance, along the warplane's trajectory, a towering black waterspout shot skyward, coalescing into the grotesque figure of the venomous entity. In a flash, the silver warplane, maintaining its supersonic velocity, underwent a transformation. Its body interlocked with gears, morphing into a massive silver humanoid form that loomed in the void. Thunderous Leader shook its body, eyeing the venomous figure that obstructed its path, narrowing its eyes in contemplation. The formidable presence of the venomous entity was not to be underestimated, matching Thunder Leader in stature. To his astonishment, a symbiotic being had evolved to such an extent. Brilliant silver light ignited from the metallic palm of Thunder Leader. With a resounding crash, the dazzling silver radiance surged upward like a soaring white dragon. The light coalesced into a long spear within Thunder Leader's grasp. The spear, glistening in silver, appeared almost translucent, with its blade engulfed in fierce flames, exuding an especially menacing aura. Adorned with scales, the spear's shaft bore inscriptions of ancient Cybertronian script, Sky Pillar Spear. After his narrow defeat at the hands of Optimus Prime, Thunder Leader had scoured the cosmos, extracting vast amounts of energy crystals from 81 planets to forge this divine weapon. Upon the icy tip of the spear, the phantom of a colossal creature flickered ominously. Sky Pillar Spear? The venomous entity scoffed, as its indomitable dark armor reignited with spectral flames. Congratulations, host. The second-generation Life Maul has been activated, granting access to the most powerful prize system in history. Prize system. On par with the Devour System, it stands as one of the two most formidable systems ever. The activation of the prize system is linked to the host's emotional state. If you are pleased, devour. If displeased, draw prize. Each draw requires the expenditure of 5,000 life points. Current vitality storage, 108, 300 points. Still requires 191, 700 points for evolution to the fallen level. The diamond prize wheel spins with great velocity. May I inquire if the draw has concluded? An overwhelming bloodthirst envelopes the atmosphere. Stop. Bang. The golden pointer on the compass suddenly freezes. It halts upon a figure clad in deep blue armored magic. The blood-drinking blade grows increasingly hollow. A voice, steeped in the weight of time, drifts melancholically from the armored figure. In the next moment, a torrent of deep blue mist surges forth from the prize wheel. Flooding into the venomous liquid, the soul of Shura activates. Subsequently, a magnificent purple flame rapidly coalesces from the claws of the Venom, swiftly transforming into a fearsome purple magic blade. You possess the heaven-piercing gun. I wield the armored Emperor's blade. The dark purple armor emerges from beneath its scaled exterior, quickly enveloping the visage of the Venom. The magic armor descends. The Venom's face is concealed by the magic armor, obscuring its sinister expression, save for a pair of gleaming purple eyes. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have activated the second generation of the indomitable magic armor effect, granting you 3 minutes of Armored Emperor's enhancement. The Shattering Blade is being primed. Your loyal companion, the superpower, is ever at your service. The terrifying void, devouring flames flicker upon the magic blade, exuding waves of demonic energy. Whoosh! In the night sky, the icy gunpoint and the blade stand in stark contrast. The gazes of both parties resemble that of ravenous wolves, poised to devour. Megatron, quite intriguing. Venom, indeed quite fascinating. Boom! Venom takes the initiative, executing a ghostly step, as the astonishing blade light sweeps forth in an instant. Whirling Blade, the eerie blade light, akin to a venomous serpent, instantaneously splits into two phantoms, spiraling upward. Whirling Blade inflicts immense damage through high-frequency strikes in a short duration. Oomph. Megatron's expression darkens, and his terrifying mechanical arm raises the gun for a sweeping shot. The blinding gunlight, accompanied by a mighty gale, collides forcefully with the whirling blade. Bang! Bang! Amidst the fierce winds, a pitch-black figure suddenly leaps forth. The fearsome magic blade abruptly shoots towards the heavens. Whoosh! The magic blade freezes midair in an instant. It then twists, locking on a Megatron below. An overwhelming sense of threat surges within Megatron's heart. Boom! The magic blade explodes instantaneously, morphing into thousands of residual blades that cascade like a torrential downpour. Extreme Blade Storm. The densely packed blades, propelled by the force of the wind, gleam with a chilling light, converging upon Megatron. Extreme Blade Storm. Forms sustain firepower damage through the gathering of myriad residual blades. 10,000 blades return. Countless sharp blades descended from the heavens, forming a dense rain of death. Bang! 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 The terrifying storm battered the formidable metallic body of Megatron, leaving countless gashes in its wake. Fiery black flames scorched the surface, etching charred marks. Boom! The final shard sliced through Megatron's midsection, severing vital circuits. Crack! Crack! Blinding sparks erupted. Megatron abruptly bent over, his expression transforming into one of utmost coldness. The severed circuits resulted in the loss of nearly 1/3 of his energy source. The thread in a mother's hand is cut, severing the connection to her wandering child. The venomous overlord struck fiercely, each blow a critical hit. A savage crimson glow surged from Megatron's eyes. Rumble! The enormous mechanical hands suddenly closed. Rise! The chilling command fell. The earth trembled violently. The suspended venom in the air instantly changed color. In Wall Street, in New York City, in Manhattan, vehicles of all shapes and sizes, even remnants of cars, involuntarily soared into the air. Whether it was a luxury car worth millions or a stolen secondhand vehicle, the whirlwind lifted them all. Tens of thousands of automobiles ascended skyward. A torrent of steel. Following this, the vehicles abruptly began to transform. Autobots roll out. Chapter 116, Black Hole Stranglehold. The Reign of Venom. Amidst the fierce battle between Venom and Megatron, on the devastated Wall Street, Iron Man, clad in fiery dragon armor, stood solitary amidst the ruins. Beneath his feet lay 5 bloodied figures. The horrifying bioweapon virus had consumed much of their bodies, turning them a dark green. The enchanting phantasm flower crawled out from their forms, blooming with buds. The remnants of the cursed flowers lay scattered, leaving behind wounds. As the blossoms fell, hearts were shattered. Spider-Man, Black Panther, Hulk, Captain America, Wolverine, these once mighty superheroes who roamed the nation now withered under the eternal corruption of the phantasm flower. Abandonment reigned. Will you take your own life, or shall I peel away your shell? Not far off, a grotesque dark green giant emerged, crushing a lighthouse beneath its foot as it stepped forth with a chilling grin. Terrifying green flames ignited. In its colossal claws lay the cold corpse of Thor. The dark green virus had tainted Thor's body, rendering it almost mutant-like. Beneath the corpse hung a shattered Mjolnir. An oppressive silence lingered for an eternity. After a long moment, Iron Man turned around, his gaze hollow as it fell upon the alien Terminator. With a flick of his right hand, the fire shadow stone from the belt of the cosmos suddenly floated forth. Lifting his left hand, a silvery light manifested, revealing a dazzling silver gem. 2 distinctly shaped gems danced and spiraled in the hands of Iron Man. A wave of madness surged forth upon the battlefield of Venom and Megatron. Countless vehicles unwittingly ascended towards the night sky. Wheels rolled, bodies twisted. An array of transformers emerged, starkly contrasting with Megatron's menacing silver visage, each bearing the ferocious head of Tiger. Blood-red fangs crawled forth from their mouths. Scarlet tiger eyes pulsated with primal ferocity. The Decepticon Legion. As the leader of the Decepticons, Megatron possessed the most primal life force of the Allspark. With a mere gesture, he could animate the mechanical bodies upon Earth. Roar, roar, roar. The tiger's roar of Megatron erupted from the mouths of the Decepticons, reverberating through the realms. Beasts of war. Each Decepticon boasted a mechanical form far surpassing mere flesh. Thousands of tiger bodies rampaged, eyes wide, leaping from land bridges. Boom, boom, boom. Some ascended high rises, others demolished streets, while some plunged into the depths of lakes. Crumbling skyscrapers collapsed at a visible pace. No madness, no survival. Decepticons charge. Megatron suddenly tilted his head back, eyes gleaming with fervor. War intoxicated him immensely. He felt an unprecedented thrill. In an instant, countless crimson beast eyes flared alive, locking onto Venom. Now this feels right. Venom gazed upon the seemingly endless Decepticon army, letting out a strange laugh. The purple blade suddenly began to dissipate. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An evil aura erupted. A torrent of black liquid spiraled violently from Venom's claws. As a symbiote, Venom excelled in liquefaction. Boom! Venom unleashed a vast wave of black liquid with a single strike. The terrifying black vortex erupted instantly, transforming into thousands of miniature Venoms that surged forth. Liquid avatars, 3,000 phantoms. Portions of the symbiotic organism split off, liquefying to create replicas of the original. Above the city destined for destruction, countless massed Venoms collided fiercely with the ferocious Decepticons, akin to meteorites. Boom, boom, boom. The beastly roars echoed through the city's night sky. A chilling sensation enveloped the air. The ruthless Decepticons relentlessly slashed with their claws, sweeping through the chaos. Countless Venom avatars shattered into a cascade of black liquid. Yet, in the split second of their fragmentation, the splattered black liquid swiftly coalesced once more. A horrifying visage suddenly gaped wide, its bloodthirsty maw devouring the unsuspecting Decepticons, leaving them as headless corpses. The cold brutality of war was laid bare. High in the sky, 10,000 meters above, Venom, the embodiment of his essence, and Megatron, the formidable leader of the Decepticons, hovered in the air. You cannot defeat me, Megatron declared, his gaze fixed upon Venom. He then shook his head, asserting, "As long as the steel on Earth remains unexhausted, my Decepticon warriors can be ceaselessly created. Your liquefaction abilities, while formidable, have their limits. To endlessly divide yourself will only hasten the depletion of your vitality." His indifferent voice echoed with an ominous finality, reminiscent of a grim reaper foretelling Venom's demise. An inexplicable aura began to spread. Venom suddenly smiled, responding, "Indeed, my liquefaction is powerful, but it cannot persist indefinitely. However, who told you that my talents are limited to mere liquefaction?" In an instant, a terrifying aura surged from him, reaching unprecedented heights. Shadowy figures flickered as Venom leapt into the air, his enormous claws striking down from thin air. Black hole constriction. In the next moment, the countless Decepticons engaged in battle with Venom's duplicates were suddenly struck with dread. Thousands of black holes eerily emerged behind them. A resonant hum filled the air as these menacing vortexes ensnared them like cages. The ferocious force of consumption swiftly obliterated the Decepticons, reducing their forms to mere fragments. Piercing screams reverberated through the heavens. Tens of thousands of Decepticons fell victim to Venom's single strike. "You!" Megatron's countenance darkened ominously as he fixed a fierce gaze upon Venom. A terrifying malice surged forth, and boundless fragments of steel converged from the corners of the city, embedding themselves into his form. His towering mechanical body continued to rise, 3,000 meters, 5,000 meters, 8,000 meters. In an instant, a colossal alloy shadow loomed nearly 10,000 meters high, shaking the heavens and treading upon the abyss, standing defiantly between the earth and sky. As he pierced through the vast expanse of clouds, Megatron could faintly discern distant mountains shimmering on the horizon. The roof of the world, Mount Everest. Why do you mortals always presume that height equates to power? Venom grinned. Before the overshadowing figure of Megatron, his own form appeared minuscule. Yet, an overwhelming aura of dominance emanated from this seemingly insignificant figure. In this world, there is nothing that I, Venom, cannot consume. With a powerful leap, Venom plunged into the sea of clouds. Following this, a tempest swirled. Beneath the vast cloudscape, a monstrous, fearsome maw began to take shape. The primal essence of ancient wilderness roared forth. In the next moment, a grotesque, gaping maw suddenly opened, expanding rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it swelled to a size of tens of thousands of meters, casting a terrifying shadow that enveloped Megatron entirely. Boom! Chapter 117. The Devouring Ancestor Symbol. The darkened Bai Yu in the vastness of the night sky. The clouds churned and winds surged. From within, the violet layers. An ancient aura permeated the atmosphere. A colossal shadow, indistinct yet formidable, loomed at the pinnacle of the clouds. The ultimate form of Venom. In the heart of New York, amidst the bustling streets of Manhattan, and even as far as Washington, Mexico, and the ships traversing the Atlantic, countless astonished gazes were instantly drawn upwards to the monstrous figure in the sky. Truly, the world watched in awe. At the military headquarters, General Harvey, a 5-star officer, fixated intensely on the remote sensing projection before him, his expression darkening to an extreme. The image was rife with smoke and chaos, revealing two terrifying demonic silhouettes. The oppressive aura emanating from these figures left him gasping for breath. In the conference hall, nearly 30 brigadier generals sat in silence, gripped by an overwhelming dread. The celestial phenomenon over Wall Street instilled a profound sense of fear. Above the night sky of Wall Street, violent violet flames coalesced into dense clouds, shrouding Venom's terrifying form, rendering it both visible and elusive. The monstrous maw, a blood-red abyss, expanded to a size of tens of thousands of meters, evoking the image of devouring the sun and moon. Within its gruesome jaws, fangs protruded menacingly, imbued with a hue of crimson amidst a sickly yellow. Under the astonished gazes of the masses, Venom took a ghostly step forward. The cavernous mouth suddenly gaped wide, casting an ominous shadow over the earth. Day turned to night. A resounding roar erupted as a colossal whirlpool of liquid gathered rapidly from its maw. The fabric of space began to collapse, revealing an eerie black hole. Within this abyss burned a pitch-black flame, Venom's primal fire, the void-devouring flame. Upon embodying the void-devouring flame, Venom felt its digestive capacity surge exponentially, multiplying thousands of times. It could consume all matter, even a planet, in a single gulp. Thunderous roars filled the air as the ominous shadow enveloped the entirety of New York. Beneath the formidable jaws, even the towering figure of the mighty W.I.N.T.N. appeared minuscule. Fear surged wildly from the depths of W.I.N.T.N.'s being. With a sudden shift in expression, he clenched his teeth and transformed into a massive silver fighter jet, fleeing into the distance. Huh! Venom let out a cold chuckle, just as it prepared to extend its claw. Allow me, a light-hearted voice interjected suddenly. The right claw froze, and Venom was taken aback. Lord Bai Yu? Congratulations, host. The darkening function has been activated, shaping your darkened form. Congratulations, host. You have received the reward of the most powerful devouring system in history, the devouring ancestor symbol. A chilling system notification echoed. To everyone's astonishment, the colossal Venom gradually contracted and vanished from the realm of existence. In an instant, the space around him twisted violently. A black hole vortex gradually took shape from the air. Following this, a tall figure stepped forth with grace. As this silhouette emerged, the light in the world dimmed instantaneously. The black hole condensed. The figure finally came to a halt, revealing an exceptionally youthful visage. Clad in a black garment, the young man possessed striking features, with a smile lingering at the corners of his lips. Within that smile lay an enchanting allure, irresistibly drawing others towards him. Host, this black attire is quite splendid, far more stylish than that purple one. A ghostly face formed from dark liquid remarked, praising the transformation. This sensation of darkness is rather delightful. Bai Yu chuckled softly, unconsciously brushing his forehead. Upon his brow, an ancient rune had been inscribed unbeknownst to him. The devouring ancestor rune, one of the 8 great ancestral runes, revered as the most enigmatic. Its power to consume could engulf all things in the universe, epitomizing unparalleled dominance. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The piercing sound of slicing wind echoed repeatedly. In the distant horizon, the formidable aircraft had already fled to the edge of the sky, on the verge of vanishing from sight. Host, it is your turn to take the stage, the venomous entity cackled, swiftly retreating back into Bai Yu's form. A subtle smile graced Bai Yu's lips as his gaze shifted towards the distance. Thinking of escaping now? A light laugh suddenly resonated, sending chills down the spine of the rapidly fleeing fighter jet. Devouring the great realm, Bai Yu abruptly closed his eyes, causing the entire starry expanse to plunge into darkness. An endless black shroud spread out, enveloping the world entirely. Those observing this scene trembled in their souls, aware that at this moment, the realm had transformed into a world of consumption. No one present could evade the relentless pursuit of this devouring force. Starry Sky Devour. The black veil cloaked the heavens and the earth, and Bai Yu's indifferent voice echoed across the vastness. A colossal black hole swamp bizarrely materialized beneath the fleeing aircraft. Instantly, countless black tendrils erupted from the water's surface, entwining the aircraft like a devil's grasp. Boom! The ground fractured, the heavens trembled, and innumerable boulders shot forth, vanishing into the consuming darkness. The aircraft, transformed from the formidable entity, roared in fury. Countless steel components were forcibly detached from its body, drawn into the abyss. The massive fighter jet, originally spanning 10,000 meters, shrank at an astonishing rate. In mere moments, it regressed to less than 3,000 meters in length. You should not have entangled yourself with S.H.I.E.L.D. Bai Yu remarked coldly, casting a detached glance at it. A frigid glint flickered within his obsidian eyes. As the sound faded, a dark line emerged at his brow. This line gradually split open, revealing a vertical pupil as deep as a black hole, imbued with an air of mystery. Within the depths of this eye, an endless vortex of darkness seemed to spin, a devouring eye. In an instant, a torrent of black light coalesced within the vertical pupil, followed by a terrifying beam of consuming light that pierced through the void, crashing heavily into the fighter jet. Contrary to expectations, there was no thunderous roar, nor was there a cataclysmic shockwave of energy. Under the spreading, devouring light, the fighter jet flickered and dimmed like a candle, until it was completely engulfed. Megatron had not even uttered his final curse before being utterly obliterated. A legendary tyrant, the leader of the Decepticon army, the berserker of Cybertron, Megatron, had fallen. With his demise, Countless Decepticons let out a chilling roar to the heavens. Immediately thereafter, crimson warning lights ignited on their backs. Backup hidden energy. Activate. Explode. Brilliant fireworks erupted in the ravaged city, bursting forth in dazzling displays. The Decepticon army was annihilated. Ding! Congratulations, host, for successfully devouring a king-level life form, Megatron, and acquiring a brand new extraordinary talent. Ding! Congratulations, host, for gaining an 80,000 point vitality bonus. Cumulative vitality has reached 193,300 points. An additional 106,700 points are needed to evolve to the fallen level, along with the final fusion of the symbiotic gene. Megatron's extraordinary talent is being collected. Chapter 118, Ghost Agent. Space Gem. Ding! Megatron's talent collection successful. Ding! All Transformer genes have been stored. The Undead Arsenal undergoes secondary evolution. Megatron, King-level Undead. Decepticons, Hunter-level Undead. The variety of undead has increased. Biochemical ghosts, Transformers. Scarlet letters slowly shimmered in the void. The moment Megatron's aura vanished, the spreading devouring light abruptly stilled. Subsequently, the black light retracted at an astonishing speed, and after a fleeting moment, it returned entirely to Bai Yu's body. The darkness between heaven and earth quietly receded, and the sunlight after the catastrophe began to fall, revealing a scene of utter desolation. The dark vertical pupil on Bai Yu's forehead also eerily closed, transforming into a grand ancestral symbol. The devouring ancestral symbol, the might of consumption, was indeed well-deserved. At an altitude of 10,000 meters, Bai Yu stood with his hands clasped behind him. His black garments swayed in the wind, and his long hair danced, exuding both grace and dominance. Two mysterious black holes rotated slowly beneath his feet, while his pair of pitch-black eyes were profoundly deep. The blackened Bai Yu had shed much of the youthful innocence he once possessed, replaced instead by an air of coldness. Suddenly, his elongated fingertips lifted, summoning a dark flame that surged forth, transforming into myriad phantoms. The void, devouring flame. The flames extinguished, and a black ancestral talisman materialized mysteriously, devouring the essence of the ancestral symbol. In the hands of Bai Yu, two formidable artifacts, each possessing unparalleled devouring power, were wielded to their utmost potential. Boom! A thunderous surge of dark green claw winds ascended, obliterating dozens of iron towers. Bai Yu's shadowy gaze abruptly shifted towards Wall Street, where the intoxicating fragrance of the illusionary magic flower enveloped the decimated thoroughfare. The streets were adorned with languid blooms of the illusionary magic flower, while purple vines crept out from various corners. Countless trees blossomed languidly, and amidst the floral expanse, two terrifying silhouettes engaged in a rapid exchange of blows. Boom! 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 The dark green behemoth glared menacingly at the crimson figure across from it, its claws dripping with virulent green liquid, tainted by a horrifying virus. The alien Terminator bore numerous gaping wounds, revealing deep bone beneath, alongside a gruesome blood hole pierced by a laser. It appeared particularly fearsome. In contrast, the crimson figure clutched its chest, appearing even more wretched. Massive chunks of lava armor were shredded by the giant claws, and a dreadful biological virus spread rapidly along the claw marks, consuming a significant portion of its form. Sinister green patterns crawled out from the Iron Man's helmet. The mutation had commenced. Iron Man stood amidst the ruins, gasping for breath, his pallid complexion resembling a storm, coldly fixated on the alien Terminator. Suddenly, he seemed to sense something, lifting his gaze instantly. His ashen eyes froze at the moment when Megatron was engulfed by the black light. Had he failed? Iron Man murmured in a dreamlike state. The tattered flame dragon armor gradually dissipated, carried away by the wind. The energy of the Fire Shadow Stone had been depleted. The fury within his pupils vanished strangely, replaced by an eerie calm. Such swift movements? The alien Terminator gazed at the suspended figure of Bai Yu in white attire, bursting into a peculiar laugh. Its sinister green eyes abruptly descended, landing upon Iron Man, revealing a hint of mockery. It seemed that I too must hasten my pace. Terrifying green flames rapidly coalesced within its claws. No need for that. Iron Man suddenly shook his head. Have you given up the struggle? The alien Terminator grinned widely, casting a glance at the lifeless bodies of Spider-Man and others lying amidst the debris. under the pervasive scent of the illusionary magic. The dreadful virus thoroughly consumed the bodies of the superheroes. Thousands of biological cells rapidly divided within their cold corpses. The infection had begun. In the hollow sockets of their eyes, a deathly pallor suddenly emerged. Zombification. The virus reproduced at a rate exponentially faster than cancer cells divide. Boom! A pair of dark green, spider-like hands emerged from the cracks. Immediately following was a pair of eerie green spider eyes. The Spider Phantom, a verdant incarnation of Spider-Man, glimmered like emeralds, radiating a chilling light. Behind this infected Spider-Man crawled a dark green leopard. The Phantom Leopard, its mottled coat, tainted by the virus, had taken on an even deeper hue of green. The Phantom Wolf, the Phantom Captain, 6 grotesque green claws and a deep green vibranium shield shimmered in the air. Boom! The ruins erupted instantaneously, revealing a terrifying colossal shadow amidst the billowing smoke. The Green Giant? No, the Hulk, already possessing dark green skin, was now emerging from a blackened blade. Green ghostly flames raged furiously along his arms. The Phantom Giant, all 5 Elite S.H.I.L.D. agents had succumbed to infection. The Phantom Agents, gazing at the zombie-like Spider-Man, the wounded Iron Man suddenly smiled. He lowered his head, staring intently at his chest. On his chest, a dreadful bioweapon virus was visibly eroding his nanotech suit at an alarming pace. The moment the suit shattered and became infected would be but a fleeting instant. Unbeknownst to him, the strategist had reached a day of desperation. How absurd, truly absurd. His eyes were filled with sorrow. His battered right palm unfurled, revealing a lustrous silver gem, pulsating with a vast reservoir of energy. Little did he expect that, after exhausting countless efforts to seal this gem away from Loki, there would come a day to awaken it once more. A fleeting sense of melancholy swept through his gaze. Bang! The brilliant silver space gem was embedded into his chest by Iron Man's hand. Whoosh! In the night sky, a figure in a black robe, white feather, suddenly changed countenance. His pitch-black eyes pierced through the clouds, locking onto Iron Man standing at the end of Wall Street. His vision sharpened. A 1,000-fold magnification focused on that silver gem. "Stop him!" White Feather exclaimed in alarm, his terrifying voice resonating through the void, reaching the ears of the alien Terminator. A telepathic transmission. In the next moment, White Feather's right hand clenched in the air. The ground beneath Iron Man transformed into a dark swamp, ensnaring him and sealing all avenues of escape. The alien Terminator glared coldly at the gem. Boom! Without a moment's hesitation, the grotesque dark green giant, accompanied by a mighty gust of wind, struck down fiercely. Simultaneously, the infected spider phantoms erupted in ghostly howls, lunging towards the staggering Iron Man. Too late. Iron Man chuckled softly. A radiant silver light erupted from his chest, transforming into a pillar of dazzling silver soaring thousands of meters into the sky. A storm of spatial fury. Immediately, a magnificent silver ancient formation, exuding an aura of antiquity, spanned the heavens and the earth. An undeniable fluctuation in space emanated from this ancient array. It was a space teleportation array. Chapter 119, Wandering. Abyssal depths of the polar sea embedded within the tattered nano-battle suit was a radiant silver gem, smooth and oval in shape, captivating in its beauty. The space gem. Legend has it that at the dawn of the universe's cataclysmic explosion, the essence birthed by the Big Bang coalesced into 6 distinct gems scattered throughout the cosmos. The space gem governs the power of space, rendering the mysterious art of spatial transfer as effortless as breathing in its presence. Boom! A dazzling silver beam expanded to a diameter of several thousand meters. The ancient silver formation loomed across the sky, emanating terrifying waves of energy. Space fluctuations surged forth, followed by a fearsome silver beam that conjured a colossal storm. Within this tempest, a vast silver vortex suddenly emerged, distorting space itself. An overwhelming force of attraction erupted forth. The silver curtain descended like a divine phenomenon, illuminating Wall Street. The alien Terminator's expression shifted dramatically. Under the silver light, its dark green form transformed into a lustrous silver hue. Subsequently, its brilliant silver body began to dissolve, morphing into a silvery liquid that surged into the vortex. No! A thunderous roar erupted from the alien Terminator, shaking the very foundations of reality. Yet, in the face of cosmic-level energy, all resistance was in vain. In the blink of an eye, the Terminator's form was engulfed by the silver light, vanishing without a trace. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 mighty beams of silver light descended once more. The infected spider ghost quintet was swept away amidst the roars of beasts, consumed in an instant. Space repositioning. The ancient formation spun rapidly, its core locking onto the white feather in the void above. Glistening silver light swept in a whirlwind, approaching with great force. The white feather's expression turned icy as its black garment billowed without wind. Ancient black runes eerily manifested in its palm, devouring the heavens and the earth. A colossal black hole spiraled wildly from the sky. The overpowering light of absorption tore through the void like lightning, colliding heavily with the silver beam. Boom! Disintegration. Absorption. The resplendent silver and profound black intertwined rapidly in the air, ultimately annihilating each other. Oomph. With a cold snort, the white feather moved, attempting to dissolve its form. Suddenly, the space around it froze abruptly. A spatial cage? The white feather's expression stiffened instantly. This technique of spatial distortion was elusive and utterly unpredictable. A menacing fissure emerged from the confines of the cage. Subsequently, a silvery liquid oozed forth, transforming into a colossal silver vortex that unexpectedly engulfed the unsuspecting figure of the white feather. As the essence of the white feather dissipated, the resplendent silver light gradually dimmed. The vast array contracted at a visible pace, ultimately transmuting into a cascade of silver starlight, vanishing into the void. A silver gemstone plummeted from the heavens. Its surface bore a dull sheen. In Hudson Bay, situated dozens of miles from Wall Street, a splash resonated as the lake's surface, resembling a white jade plate, erupted with water droplets. This enigmatic spatial gemstone, having witnessed an extraordinary transformation, descended slowly into the depths of the lake, cradling countless eternal secrets. The world returned to a profound silence, interrupted only by the chilling night breeze sweeping across the desolate ruins. Iron Man staggered amidst the wreckage, gazing at the ravaged landscape of Wall Street, his vision blurring. Finally, a calmness enveloped him, and he suddenly smiled. The dark green bioweapon rapidly spread from the claw marks on his body. In an instant, his vibrant red nanotech suit was devoured, morphing into a horrifying shade of ghostly green. Under the relentless onslaught of the virus, his armor began to corrode. A drop of the murky liquid fell, splattering across Tony's face, instantly eroding half of it into a skeletal visage. Farewell, Wall Street. Farewell, the Galaxy Tower. Farewell, my Child. The consciousness was thoroughly engulfed by endless darkness. In the farthest reaches of the Earth, the Arctic Ocean lay barren. Global warming had caused the polar glaciers to melt entirely. The vast, desolate Arctic expanse floated upon the ocean, occasionally traversed by a famished polar bear. Beneath the surface, at depths exceeding 4,000 meters, there existed no monstrous mutated orcas, nor colossal squids capable of dragging aircraft carriers into the abyss. The terrifying pressure of the deep sea could effortlessly shatter all marine life. Even the most pervasive light was barred by the oppressive darkness of the ocean, rendering it a so-called forbidden zone, a realm where even divine beings dare not tread. Bubbles erupted violently from the suddenly awakened white feather. Mysterious bioluminescent creatures flitted among the coral reefs, illuminating the profound depths of this aquatic domain. 20,000 leagues under the sea, the countenance of white feather darkened abruptly. The terrifying pressure of the deep sea, the scant oxygen, and the ever-present piranhas created an overwhelming sense of asphyxiation, compelling white feather to employ the breathing technique of the Ninja Turtles. Puffing out his cheeks, strange flames flickered in his eyes. The dark void of the devouring flame erupted from his being, enveloping his dark attire. The searing heat vaporized the seawater surrounding him into nothingness. The devouring flame was indeed tyrannical. The inky black eyes scanned the surroundings, landing upon the rocky outcrop. Vibrantly colored swordfish eggs clung to the stones, shimmering with an enchanting iridescence. A wave of unprecedented hunger surged forth. "Master, I am hungry," echoed the languid voice of the Venom in my mind. Just as a delectable feast presented itself, Bai Yu smiled gently, carefully plucking the eggs. The delicate roe, resting in the palm of his hand, was as soft as gossamer, exuding an exquisite silkiness. After a delightful indulgence, Bai Yu languidly caressed his belly. "Delicious," he exclaimed. "Indeed, delightful," replied the Venom. At that moment, several nautical miles away, in a profound oceanic trench near the coral reef, a thunderous rumble erupted. Countless menacing deep-sea fissures extended from the trench's bottom, stretching from a mere few hundred meters to a staggering 1,000 meters of terrifying crevices. From the depths of these rifts, a multitude of dazzling blue beams burst forth, dispersing eerie radioactive material. Above the fissures, in waters 3,000 meters deep, a colossal sperm whale was engaged in a fierce struggle with a giant squid. The sperm whale, exceeding 30 meters in length, was an undeniable behemoth of the ocean. As a top predator in the food chain, the giant squid was also a sovereign of the deep. With its massive maw agape, the sperm whale struck swiftly, sinking its teeth into the giant squid. Blood gushed forth, staining the surrounding waters crimson. The giant squid bellowed in fury, its robust tentacles coiling tightly around the sperm whale, obstructing its blowholes. These mortal adversaries savagely tore at each other, rolling and plunging deeper into the abyss, gradually approaching the menacing crevice. A ferocious roar reverberated, shattering the tranquil waters. The battling sperm whale and giant squid froze, their expressions shifting in horror. A pair of scarlet beastly eyes flickered to life from the bottom of the fissure. Chapter 120. The Undead Half-Dimension. The Celestial Witch Sect in a panic. The sperm whale hastily released the giant squid, fleeing in terror. Staring at the retreating whale, the giant squid was momentarily taken aback, perplexed. Come now, let us revel. Why the sudden dread? A cacophony erupted from the ocean floor, causing the waters to tremble. The monstrous roar resonated from the depths, shattering the surrounding waters. Suddenly, a fearsome claw emerged from the terrifying oceanic fissure, crashing down upon the adjacent rocks, causing them to collapse. The giant squid's body stiffened in an instant, fear still festering within. Following swiftly, a ghastly maw burst forth, seizing the giant squid in a single bite, its terrifying fangs relentlessly gnawing. A multitude of bloodstains, accompanied by severed tentacles, oozed from the crevices of jagged teeth. In that moment, the depths of the ocean reverberated with unsettling sounds of gnashing jaws. Gurgle, gurgle. As the last morsel of flesh was swallowed, the colossal beast suddenly inhaled a mouthful of seawater, devouring an expanse of ocean stretching several dozen meters. Sated, the creature turned its head with satisfaction and retreated into the profound crevices of the abyss, resuming its slumber. Within the coral reef, a figure draped in black, known as Bai Yu, reclined leisurely within the embrace of a massive clam. The soft, resilient clam flesh pressed against his body, offering an indescribable sense of comfort. Hiss, hiss. Suddenly, a viscous black liquid crawled forth from his attire. This dark substance swirled and coalesced into the terrifying visage of Venom, surveying the shadowy depths of the ocean. Venom flicked its long tongue and let out a cold laugh, lamenting the missed opportunity to seize the space gem from that iron lump. As the words fell, a glimmer of regret flickered in its stark white pupils. The space gem, one of the 6 enigmatic stones, possessed an elusive ability for spatial manipulation that even the symbiotic Venom found incredibly enticing. Fear not, it mused, for there would be opportunities to reclaim it in the future. Bai Yu languidly lay upon the clam flesh, legs crossed, exuding an aura reminiscent of a mob boss. Emerging from the Life Foundation, Bai Yu had ascended beyond mere vengeance. This feeling of playing the antagonist had gradually ensnared him. Could it be that embodying the villain was addictive in its own right? At present, the headquarters of S.H.I.E.L.D. lay in ruins, coupled with the biochemical massacre on Wall Street. The military advancements in the Superhuman Initiative would undoubtedly suffer a grievous blow. Those politicians within the federal Congress might, in their wrath, exponentially inflate the bounty on his head. Bai Yu vaguely recalled the newspaper Mantis had shown him during their encounter in the Strait of Chuanjian. His own head bore a staggering bounty of $500 billion. The world's most elite billionaire, Morpheus, the leader of the hacker empire, commanded a mere $200 billion. Reflecting on this, Bai Yu couldn't help but caress his own head, as if mourning some priceless treasure. The most valuable head in history rested upon my shoulders. Life is worthwhile. The future is promising. This head is truly enticing. Moreover, the spoils this time extend beyond mere bounties. A subtle smile graced Bai Yu's lips as he drew a slender fingertip across the air, tearing open a rift in space like the mouth of a bag. A stream of ethereal blue light surged forth from the fissure, engulfing Bai Yu entirely. After a considerable time, a tall, dark silhouette gradually emerged within a realm of obscurity. Under a gloomy sky, Malevolent winds howled, permeating the air with a dense aura of the undead, reminiscent of a netherworld. The undead demiplane. Following the integration of Transformers' genetic material, the undead arsenal had once again evolved, transforming into the undead demiplane. In a realm of its own, all life forms devoured by Venom, after being eroded and divided by the symbiotic organism, will wander through this world in the form of phantoms. However, the mutations of these phantoms are also subject to considerable limitations. Any life form capable of transforming into a phantom must be consumed and refined by the venom before the essence of its soul is extinguished, erasing its consciousness. Furthermore, the kin of Venom, the symbiotic clan, cannot mutate into phantoms. Bai Yu opened his ebony eyes, sweeping across the expanse before him, ultimately fixing his gaze upon a distant mountain peak. On the left summit, countless bio-phantoms, led by the aberrant Terminators, crawled across the craggy heights. Dark green saliva, saturated with biological viruses, dripped ominously from their tongues, evoking a particularly grotesque sight. On the right summit, an innumerable legion of Decepticons, under the command of Megatron, stood poised at the cliff's edge, their eyes glinting with ferocity. Their terrifying atomic laser cannons gleamed with a cold metallic luster upon their backs. A palpable aura of lethal intent surged forth from the eyes of both factions. Though the phantoms lacked the sentience of the living, they retained the primal instinct for slaughter. Are they contemplating rebellion? Echoed the sinister laughter of Venom in his mind. Oomph! Bai Yu scoffed, and torrents of black flames erupted from his hand, transforming into a colossal curtain of fire that severed the two factions. As if sensing Bai Yu's presence, the multitude of bio-phantoms and Decepticons immediately cowered in terror upon the ground, offering distant reverence towards him, their pupils filled with solemnity and awe. After subduing the restless throng of fierce warriors, Bai Yu retracted the black flames. He then cast his gaze toward 5 figures standing eerily still nearby, those infected, including Spider-Man. The horrifying dark green had enveloped their entire forms, rendering them akin to jade. Ghost Spider, Ghost Wolf, Ghost Giant, Ghost Panther, Ghost Captain. The phantoms of the spectral demiplane had begun to take shape. Master Host, why not establish a villainous organization? What say you? The venomous entity seemed to sense Bai Yu's thoughts, grinning enigmatically. Rubbing his chin in contemplation, Bai Yu pondered for a moment before suddenly breaking into a light smile. A plume of pitch-black flame emerged from his fingertip, morphing into a dark lotus that shot upward into the heavens. In the night sky, the black fire lotus erupted explosively, filling the expanse with flames that traced marvelous patterns, inscribing a profound black character that hung suspended in the void, which, this doctrine shall be named the Celestial Witch Cult. A resonant laughter erupted from Bai Yu, imbued with overwhelming authority that swept across the world. Welcome, O Cult Master! All the bio-phantoms and Decepticons bowed their heads, their harmonious cheers echoing with reverence, resounding like a tidal wave. The 5 spectral spiders all bowed deeply towards Bai Yu. The Celestial Witch Sect, established. It is time to depart. Bai Yu stretched lazily, and once more, black flames manifested out of thin air. Subsequently, the fabric of space tore apart, revealing a pitch-black door of the deceased that slowly creaked open. Beyond the door lay a profound abyss, a sea plunging 4,000 meters deep, enveloped in an aura of deathly stillness. Uncertain of where this spatial gemstone had transported him, Bai Yu pondered briefly before stepping through the threshold. Chapter 121. The Blue Volcano and the Abyssal Behemoth. As the obsidian door swung open, a tall, dark figure emerged. At the ocean's abyss, endless waters surged from all directions. Eerie black flames ignited from his body, creating a barrier that repelled the encroaching sea. This was the protective function of the void devouring flame. Bai Yu surveyed his surroundings, realizing he was near the crevices of the ocean floor. Fossils from ancient epochs surrounded him, and the stillness of the seabed was intermittently pierced by chilling shrieks. What a bizarre deep sea, Bai Yu mused, furrowing his brow. Without a compass, a map, or even a North Star, he relied solely on instinct for navigation. His elongated fingers instinctively extended, moving rhythmically as if calculating his path. Let us see what I can discern, he thought. Moments later, the only sound was the turbulent water surrounding him. Master Host, if you can calculate my fate, I shall acknowledge you as my progenitor. A sinister laugh echoed unexpectedly. Suddenly, a phosphorescent, unidentified entity drifted from the distance, meandering past Bai Yu. Gurgling, Thick crimson liquid began to spread from the object, staining the waters red. It was a sizable piece of cephalopod flesh. From the mangled tentacles, Bai Yu discerned it to be a standard giant squid. The giant squid, the sovereign of the deep sea, an apex predator at the pinnacle of the food chain. Ordinarily, it had no natural enemies capable of threatening such a formidable creature. Could it be a case of interspecies conflict? His curiosity was piqued as thoughts swirled in his mind. Suddenly, the dark waters began to churn violently, sending forth enormous ripples. What was that commotion? Bai Yu squinted, his feet slipping slightly as he stealthily concealed himself among the rocky formations. The rumbling intensified, reverberating through the depths. In the pitch-black abyss, a sperm whale, measuring over 20 meters in length, frantically thrashed its fins, desperately trying to escape. Even this traditionally ferocious creature appeared to be in a state of panic. In the blink of an eye, the whale vanished into the depths of the ocean. A moment later, a youthful shadow emerged once more. Bai Yu gazed thoughtfully in the direction from which the sperm whale had fled, a hint of a mesmerizing smile appearing on his cold cheeks. It was not often that something could provoke a sperm whale to weep or drive the mighty giant squid to its demise. Could it be a remnant of ancient colossal beasts? Intriguing indeed. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Bai Yu's form disintegrated. A dark liquid, eerie in its nature, emerged and lay upon the rocky seabed. The black liquid writhed, and a pair of eerie white vertical pupils opened abruptly, fixating on the dimly lit ocean depths. Four elongated legs, formed from symbiotic fibers, vibrated rapidly as they crawled forward. The abyssal seabed was adorned with charred brown corals, while mottled seaweed emerged from the crevices, dancing joyfully in a whimsical manner. Hisses! Out of the desolate seaweed thicket slithered a pitch-black eel. This peculiar eel, with its obsidian eyes, furtively surveyed its surroundings, instantly frozen in astonishment. Before it lay a chasm that seemed to tear asunder the ocean floor, a gaping maw of a rift hundreds of meters wide. The ominous cliffside appeared to harbor some monstrous beast, its cavernous mouth agape. Was this a trench? The eel swam cautiously to the edge of the rift, peering into the unfathomable depths of the abyss. In the vacant expanse of the seabed gorge, only the dark waters flowed, occasionally interrupted by the ominous glide of a great white shark. Could this be the shark's lair? The black-eyed eel furrowed its brow, observing as the ferocious predator, seemingly fearful of the depths below, cast a distant glance before swiftly retreating, its tail fin propelling it into the void. What secrets could be concealed within this trench? The intrigue deepened. The eel expelled a stream of bubbles, gradually descending into the depths. To its surprise, it discovered a dormant underwater volcano nestled within the chasm. The immense volcano loomed in a majestic arc, its base surrounded by a blanket of volcanic ash. Scattered within the ash, one could faintly discern numerous sulfur-eating bacteria. It is worth mentioning that the venom that consumed Eagle I had inherited his night vision capabilities, allowing for a terrifying acuity at the nanometer level. The underwater volcano, a veritable cradle of marine life, beckoned. With a sudden flick of its tail, the eel sliced through the water, propelling itself towards the volcano. 30 seconds later, the black-eyed eel arrived at the foot of the gargantuan volcano, drifting amidst the ash. Gazing up at this colossal mountain, the eel could not help but exclaim in awe. What a grand sight! Majestic, spectacular, monumental. Among the few peculiarities, the most striking is that this immense dormant volcano is entirely enveloped in a delicate hue of ethereal blue. Its surface appears to be covered with objects resembling scales, likely relics from ancient times, now rusted and weathered. As the saying goes, a newborn calf fears no tiger, and a young fish fears no mountain. The eel, driven by curiosity, swam swiftly around this volcano, ascending with increasing altitude. 50 meters, 100 meters, 300 meters. In the blink of an eye, the eel reached the summit, only to be taken aback. Is this a volcanic crater? Atop this enigmatic blue volcano, massive stones shaped like razor blades sprouted, glimmering with a cold light. Yet, the most common feature of a volcano, the crater, seemed to have vanished, as if evaporated. Is this a ghostly apparition? The eel blinked its eyes in bewilderment. Suddenly, a tremendous exhalation reverberated through the water, echoing like an earthquake, shaking the tranquil depths. As the sea god manifested, the eel felt an inexplicable shiver run down its spine, its wary gaze scanning the surroundings, but found no sign of movement. Perhaps it truly has encountered something supernatural. With a soft sigh, the eel swam forward, disheartened. Soon, it reached the forefront of the blue volcano. Abruptly, two eerie blue lights flickered to life beneath the waves. The eel's body froze in place, its sly eyes stiffly turning backward. There, it beheld a pair of enormous crimson, beastly eyes. Following that, the towering blue volcano began to tremble violently. A grotesque, colossal shadow emerged from the depths, casting an ominous presence over the water as torrents cascaded from its mountainous form, exuding a terrifying aura of power. An ancient behemoth, its azure body was clad in rough, rock-like scales. Razor-sharp claws lifted before it, and a massive tail churned the sea. Even more horrifying, crystalline fins adorned its rugged back, radiating dazzling blue light. A deep-sea monster, Godzilla. In the terrified gaze of the eel, the monstrous silhouette, reminiscent of a Tyrannosaurus rex, was reflected. The wilderness, thunder, howling winds, and strange beasts converged into a scene of chaos. Standing hundreds of meters tall, it loomed over the abyss. Each step it took sent tremors through the ocean floor, leaving immense footprints in its wake. Behind the beast trailed a tail spanning over 100 meters, covered in spines, carving a deep gash across the seabed. Suddenly, its cold eyes opened wide, gleaming with a predatory glint. With a deafening roar that pierced the heavens, Godzilla unleashed its fury, its blue scales bristling in an instant. The entire abyss seemed to rupture as the surging waters, spiraling like a tornado, were drawn into the trench, flowing into an expansive river that stretched for miles. This cerulean dormant volcano is, astonishingly, an ancient behemoth, Godzilla. Ding! The system detects a monster of royal caliber, Godzilla. The threat level is rated at 11, with a talent grade of 9. Ding! Warning. This Godzilla has evolved to its third generation, born from the cataclysm of a hydrogen bomb. It possesses the ability to consume nuclear materials and exhale radioactive heat, presenting a grave danger. Monster, Godzilla. Form, third generation. Height, 300 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Methods of attack, tail whip, clawing, atomic breath, grappling, radioactive heat blasts. The talent for devouring is automatically activated. The third generation, nuclear form of Godzilla. Beneath the sea, such an ancient monster lies in slumber. In the blink of an eye, Godzilla's ferocious gaze quickly fixated on the diminutive black-eyed eel. A chill surged through Bai Yu's heart. The enormous beast's tail instantly swept up, cleaving through the water, and crashed down upon the eel with tremendous force. Boom! The entire trench was engulfed by a terrifying gale, collapsing in its wake. As the king of monsters, every movement of Godzilla radiated apocalyptic power. Massive boulders crumbled, the abyss fractured, and the entire marine expanse sank hundreds of meters deep. Bang! Godzilla's head suddenly emerged from the chasm. Countless fish, upon witnessing the emergence of the colossal creature, fled in sheer terror. Rumble. Two enormous claws, armored in scales, fiercely grasped the edge of the crevice. Bang! 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 The colossal claw marks fell, as Godzilla ascended step by step along the sheer cliff of the abyss. In the blink of an eye, Godzilla stood on the ocean floor, its scarlet eyes abruptly fixed upon the profound depths above. A profound, yearning surged from its depths. The ruler of the abyss was never content to dwell in the depths. Boom! With a powerful kick from its sturdy hind legs, Godzilla's massive form shattered the water surface, launching itself skyward. The entire sea was tumultuously stirred by the force of this behemoth. Shortly after Godzilla vanished from the ruins of the abyss, countless streams of inky liquid began to emerge from the shattered stones. The black liquid swirled and suddenly coalesced into a grotesque, dark figure, Venom. However, Venom's expression appeared rather grim at this moment. Godzilla's sweeping tail had sent it teetering at death's door. Bang! A massive boulder shattered violently beneath Venom's claws. The overwhelming malevolence surged upward. A creature still in its juvenile stage dared to act so brazenly before this entity. Venom's expression turned cold, accompanied by a mocking laugh. Boom! Venom's dark form exploded, transforming into a deluge of black liquid, which rapidly condensed into a colossal, pitch-black leviathan. The colossal creature's eyes were a profound black, its form ghastly, with a blood-tinged horn spiraling from its forehead, swirling with a miasma of vitality. It had reached the third stage of metamorphosis, embodying its ultimate form. The Venom could transmute into various life forms, drawing upon memories stored within its essence. With a resounding crash, The creature's tail lashed violently, and it let out a ferocious roar as it pursued the vanishing Godzilla with unwavering resolve. In the Arctic Ocean, within the frigid northern waters, the temperature was so low that much of this expanse lay frozen beneath a glacial blanket. The azure sky appeared remarkably clear. A dragon-class icebreaker was steadily cleaving through the ice, venturing deeper into the Arctic Circle. On the deck, a lookout, equipped with a telescope, gazed into the vastness of the icy wilderness. The ice continued to crack, revealing the expansive ocean beneath. This polar expedition was progressing smoothly at last. Oscar exhaled deeply, fluttering his eyelashes and offering a slight smile. This marked the third polar expedition for the Federation. The first had been a monumental naval venture, led by the Titanic, which tragically succumbed to an iceberg collision, claiming 3,000 lives to the depths. The second, spearheaded by the aircraft carrier Chuanjiangguo, faced a once-in-a-millennium ferocious cold current before reaching the Arctic, where 20 lifelike ice sculptures emerged upon the frozen expanse. Now, with the Dragon-class vessel setting forth, great expectations rested upon the military's shoulders. Just as Oscar's confidence surged, his gaze suddenly froze. Not far from the vessel, a massive shark carcass, larger than an aircraft carrier, surfaced from the depths, releasing a pungent aura of blood. A whale shark? The seasoned Oscar instantly recognized the lifeless creature. The whale shark, the apex predator of the Arctic Ocean, haunted the nightmares of countless polar vessels. The corpse bore deep gashes, its snowy belly seemingly sliced open by a razor, with crimson entrails drifting upon the sea's surface. A rumble erupted, a sudden anomaly. The enormous icebreaker began to tremble violently, a phenomenon far from ordinary waves. Oscar's eyes widened in horror as he noticed the clouds above, once benign, had transformed into a profound shade of purple. A torrential rain cascading down as if heralding the arrival of a sovereign. The tumultuous waves churned violently, draining the color from Oscar's face. Before he could sound the alarm, he was gripped by terror as an immense shadow, unfathomably vast, loomed beneath the hull of the ship. A pair of terrifying scarlet eyes gradually ignited, emanating a chilling glow. The creature's cavernous maw abruptly gaped wide, revealing its fearsome fangs. The deck splintered as the colossal vessel, akin to paper, was devoured whole by the monstrous jaws. The surface of the sea erupted, sending sprays of water soaring into the air. A monstrous, fearsome head gradually emerged from the depths of the ocean, water cascading down its crown like a towering mountain, standing majestically between sea and sky. Its body continued to rise, increasingly terrifying, reminiscent of an ancient dinosaur, exuding an unparalleled dominance. Deep blue scales enveloped its massive form, while the azure dorsal fin shimmered with a radiant glow. Enormous claws crashed down upon the thick ice, shattering it with catastrophic force. The ancient beast's divine language resonated through the cosmos. The third generation, Godzilla, 300 million years ago. These colossal creatures were the true sovereigns of this planet. As the king reemerges, the entire world shall tremble beneath the feet of these primordial beings. Chapter 124, A Struggle. Venomous rider on a motorcycle, the ancient language of the monstrous deities echoed softly across the realm as a mysterious beast crawled from the sea and lay upon a glacier. The vast Arctic expanse trembled in response to its presence. Countless jagged fissures emerged from the ice, swiftly spreading and collapsing. The glacier crumbled, accompanied by a massive tail stretching over 100 meters. It broke the surface of the water. The king of monsters, Godzilla, finally revealed its entire form, descending from the boundless ocean into the realm of human civilization. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla tilted its head back and struck the nearby waters with its powerful forelimb. A towering wave surged skyward, unleashing a multitude of water columns. In the face of the colossal Godzilla, a struggling shark appeared as fragile as a diminutive child. The heavens did not birth Godzilla to be mild. It is wild, ferocious, and formidable. Godzilla inhaled deeply, savoring the scents wafting through the air. Having just awakened, it was desperately in need of sustenance. In other words, it was famished. Its greedy eyes scanned the skies, quickly honing in on the south, faintly visible on the distant horizon. A quiet city flickered into view, exuding the tantalizing aroma of potential prey. With a sudden surge, Godzilla broke through the water surface, its head plunging beneath the waves. Only a row of deep blue dorsal fins, sharp as blades, remained visible above the ocean. Bubbles surged forth from the depths, and Godzilla glided through the waters like a ghostly island, venturing further away. Not long after Godzilla's disappearance, the once tranquil sea erupted again. A tremendous wave crashed violently, and a fearsome black leviathan surged forth from the depths. Instantly, a dark liquid gushed from the creature's body, enveloping it in a shroud of shadow. The dark liquid suddenly coalesced into a colossal shadow, transforming into a gigantic koan, the venomous entity in pursuit. It is said that the Monkey King possesses 72 transformations. This liquid metamorphosis is indeed more impressive than his. In her mind, Bai Yu couldn't help but express her admiration. Note, the Monkey King, the unruly monkey from Flower Fruit Mountain. Codenamed the Great Sage equal to heaven. As the evolution progressed, Bai Yu increasingly sensed the boundless applications of Venom's liquid transformation ability. With a sinister chuckle, Venom surveyed the tranquil sea with his eerie white pupils. He swiftly turned his claw, and the pitch-black liquid coalesced into a black compass, its needle unwaveringly pointing southward. It appears to be the Arctic Ocean. Venom narrowed his eyes, a flicker of contemplation passing through them. He had not anticipated that Iron Man's space gem could teleport him thousands of miles to the Arctic region. What a formidable gem! Why didn't he possess such a remarkable artifact? With this thought, Venom couldn't help but let out a long sigh. Fate plays tricks on symbiotes, he mused. Stop dawdling. If you don't pursue, our monster will escape, Bai Yu retorted with an eye roll, irked. Indeed, in the vast emptiness of the ocean, that Godzilla had already vanished without a trace. Do not worry. It won't flee far, Venom replied with a wicked grin. The Great Celestial Witch sect has established 3 legions. The biochemical specters, the transformers, and the dark heroes. Wouldn't it be splendid to add a legendary beast to the mix? Then, an eerie bone whistle materialized in Venom's palm. A piercing shriek erupted from the whistle, sweeping across the heavens and earth. Boom! At the instant the whistle sounded, a distant rumble resonated from the horizon. Just seconds later, a flicker of violet ghostly fire emerged from the sky. It was discernible that a menacing skull, eyes ablaze, was inscribed upon the fiery silhouette. Bang! 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 Enormous waves were obliterated to nothingness by the surging flames. Whoosh! The flames erupted, and a motorcycle engulfed in purple fire hurtled through the air, landing steadily before Venom. It was a striking and imposing vehicle, its wheels adorned with sharp blades. The motorcycle of the Death Rider had returned. Esteemed Venom, as the 4th-generation Death Rider, the malevolent motorcycle is always at your service. A deep, demonic voice emanated from the fiery motorcycle. Hey! Venom leaped onto the bike. Hiss! 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 The violet inferno blazed fiercely, and the colossal engine unleashed a thunderous roar. Whoosh! The motorcycle instantly transformed into a streak of purple flame, carrying Venom as it tore through the waves. Racing into the distance. Let us fight. From a bicycle to a motorcycle. In a mere moment, Venom surged over 1,000 nautical miles at a terrifying velocity. The immense sonic boom shattered the flying fish along its path into a mist of crimson. This was the exhilarating sensation of speed and passion for Venom, who relished in high-speed pursuits. The roar of the motorcycle was a soul-stirring bellow, a rock anthem that ignited every cell within. Despite being a single-celled organism, no villain could resist the allure of such primal beauty. This was precisely the feeling it craved. The alert voice of Bai Yu abruptly jolted the self-satisfied Venom from its reverie. Oh! Venom opened its sinister eyes, casting a cold gaze toward the depths of the ocean ahead. A row of deep blue dorsal fins broke the surface, swiftly propelling toward the distant continent. Oomph! A glimmer of fury flashed in Venom's eyes. Having traversed from its home planet to Earth, this Godzilla was the first to dare strike it with its tail. In the consciousness of the symbiote, being struck by a tail was equivalent to being dealt a mocking blow. A blatant insult, a derision, a humiliation, accustomed to arrogance. Venom could hardly endure such indignity. A violent wrath surged forth in an instant. Its robust arms suddenly liquefied, and the long-forgotten liquid ion cannons re-emerged. As Venom's first acquired technological prowess, the liquefied ion cannon was indeed a trump card. Boom! 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 Enormous columns of black liquid shot across the sky, crashing down upon the sea surface that the dorsal fins had disturbed. The earth-shattering shockwave unleashed a colossal tsunami, plunging the ghostly island of fins into the depths, rendering it invisible. As the liquid reformed into two menacing arms, the crimson hue in Venom's eyes gradually receded. TCH, opposing me? Dream on. Do you think you are my equal? Venom scoffed coldly, its claws crossed over its chest. Chapter 125. The Rampaging Monster. Skull Island on the sea upon the profound ocean surface. A fearsome, flaming motorcycle hovered majestically. Atop it, a colossal shadow stirred, its massive tongue swirling with fury. In its chilling, sinister gaze lay an air of arrogance. Is that all you've got? You think you can play with your old man, Venom? Back when I ruled the universe, your ancestors were still encased in their eggs. Bai Yu, this Godzilla seems to have been born 300 million years ago. Are you certain you are that old? Venom, truly, a decrepit old turtle, with a thunderous roar that shattered the very soul. 100-meter-long, scaled tail suddenly swung up from the surging waves. Countless water columns joyously erupted in response. The colossal tail swiftly descended, striking Venom squarely in the face, twisting its devilish visage with a resounding impact. Bang! The body of Venom, akin to a meteor plummeting from the heavens, erupted forth, creating explosive waves that reverberated across the sea. Boom! 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 Immediately thereafter, a monstrous maw, reminiscent of a gluttonous beast, ominously surfaced upon the ocean's surface where Venom had descended, as if poised to engulf him in the next heartbeat. This creature proved to be cunning, biding its time to seize its prey. A tremor of realization coursed through White Feather's heart. Godzilla's intellect far surpassed his expectations of ancient beings. Venom mused, lamenting the lack of sophistication in his symbiotic existence. Alas, my culture is as scant as a mere exclamation. In the instant that the beast's fangs were about to clamp down on him, Venom's grotesque form shattered, dispersing into a myriad of droplets that mingled with the ocean's depths. As the liquid essence of Venom merged with the sea, it was akin to a sandman entering the desert, rendering both entities invisible to one another. No eye could perceive, nor hand touch. The camouflage bestowed upon Venom by Black Widow allowed him to effortlessly alter his hue, blending seamlessly with his surroundings in a semi-transparent guise, somewhat akin to the invisibility of the frenzied darling. Boom! The fangs snapped shut, but grasped only emptiness. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Godzilla's immense form re-emerged from the water, casting a shadow that obscured the sun itself. Witnessing Venom's retreat into the depths, Godzilla roared in fury. You symbiote, where's your sense of honor? Beneath the surface, a deep blue liquid merged almost indistinguishably with the roiling waters. Venom lounged languidly, his legs crossed, floating effortlessly. Suddenly, he heard Godzilla's frantic roar, prompting a derisive chuckle. Honor? Can it be consumed? I shall navigate my waters whilst you rant in vain. In a fit of rage, Godzilla lifted his forepaw and struck the sea with tremendous force, sending towering waves soaring dozens of meters high. Countless terrified great white sharks collided with the rocks, shattering upon impact. Shark explosion. This cataclysmic turmoil persisted for nearly half an hour, staining the waters crimson with the blood of marine life, littered with the corpses of oceanic creatures. After venting his wrath, Godzilla, exhausted, perched upon a coastal cliff, panting heavily. Each exhalation resonated like thunder, shaking the very earth. Godzilla cast a cold glance across the waters. The Venom, akin to a ninja turtle, remained motionless, concealed within the depths. You do not stir. I shall not stir. Should you move, I will still remain unmoved. However, as an ancient colossus, Godzilla possessed little patience. The waves surged violently. This titanic figure, reminiscent of a towering pillar, rose from the water, casting its gaze toward the distant island, ambling slowly toward it, ever closer. Clearly, the tumultuous display had drained much of his vitality. He sought replenishment. The heavy footsteps echoed upon the island, causing the land to tremble incessantly. Godzilla surveyed the lush and enchanting isle, adorned with towering ancient trees, tangled vines, and an air of desolation. A mysterious storm perpetually enveloped the skies above this enigmatic island, evoking a sense of the Jurassic era, a time when it reigned supreme across the globe. For Godzilla, however, it was merely a triviality amidst its oceanic wanderings. Cawing resounded as countless monstrous birds soared through the sky, darting deeper into the island under Godzilla's watchful gaze. With a disdainful snort, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar. sending these creatures fleeing in terror. Silence ensued. The colossal beast then advanced with its immense claws toward the vibrant depths of a mysterious gorge. In this vast expanse, sustenance was paramount. After feasting, it vowed to uproot and crush that parasitic creature lurking in the sea 1,000 times over. The ground shook with a resounding roar, startling the avian inhabitants and herbivorous creatures alike. As Godzilla moved forward, the entire forest erupted in chaos. The monsters had come to patrol their domain. In the island's lakes, prehistoric crocodiles gradually surfaced, revealing their fearsome eyes. Nearby, in the marshlands, a Komodo dragon expelled a series of bubbles. In the sky, countless griffins with the heads of owls and bodies of lions ascended. Meanwhile, jackals sprinted through the forest. Jellyfish lurked beneath the water surface. And a hapless husky in its grave struggled to survive, all raising their heads in unison. Shockwaves rippled through the island as the arrival of Godzilla set the native inhabitants into a state of alarm. Soon, Godzilla approached a cliffside, lush with fruit-bearing trees. Having grown weary of seafood, it found itself intrigued by the fruits. Raising a foreclaw, it snapped the trees in half, swiftly devouring the fruits. With each bite, Godzilla's spirits lifted, leaning its broad back against the massive cliff, finding comfort in repose. In no time, half of the mountainside's fruit trees lay stripped bare, exposing the barren earth beneath. The appetite of this ancient behemoth was proportionate to its might. As Godzilla continued its feast, its form evolved, growing ever more colossal and formidable, potentially advancing to a new transformation. In that moment, it would effortlessly crush that vile black serpent into fragments. Is someone speaking ill of me? A venomous whisper seemed to echo. Envisioning its future triumph, Godzilla excitedly swayed its tail, which thumped against the ground, reverberating through the valley. At that very instant, suddenly, a deafening sound of rushing wind echoed through the sky as a colossal tree, inverted and soaring, plummeted downwards, threatening to crash upon him. What on earth was happening? Had the tree mutated? Godzilla momentarily froze, executing a swift maneuver to evade the descending giant. Boom! The massive boulder behind him erupted in an instant, as the tree forcefully pierced through it, embedding itself into the ground. Bang! 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 The stones at the cliff's edge trembled violently. Chapter 126, Clash of the Titans. Observing the battle from afar in the forest of the deserted island, an aura of primal wilderness permeated the air. A fierce leopard prowled stealthily among the thickets, scenting its prey. Despite being the apex predator, it remained cautious on this enigmatic Skull Island, where numerous mysterious behemoths posed a threat to its existence. Hiss! As it passed beneath an ancient towering tree, an eerie sound of climbing suddenly resonated overhead. The leopard's instincts kicked in, compelling it to lift its head and alertly gaze towards the treetops. The climbing sound faded into silence once more, concealed by the intertwining leaves above, as if it had never occurred. Damn it, scaring me? The leopard pounded its chest, shaking off the unease, and redirected its gaze. Hiss! The unsettling sound returned, hauntingly persistent. Enraged, the leopard prepared to leap, only to freeze in place, its body tense. Its terrified eyes quivered as they rose, fixating on a swirling mass of pitch-black liquid that rapidly expanded within its pupils. Roar! A piercing cry of rage echoed, abruptly cut short. Moments later, the fearsome leopard emerged once again from the depths of the forest. Its mottled fur, sharp claws, and elongated tail appeared unchanged. Or was it? Hiss! An aura of malevolence rippled outward. The leopard's eyes were suddenly engulfed by darkness, resembling two profound black holes that chilled the soul. Parasite. The venomous symbiote's formidable mutation ability allowed it to inhabit other life forms in a symbiotic state without leaving its host, consuming their consciousness in the process. This was reminiscent of the earlier encounter with Dr. Octopus. However, while Dr. Octopus had opted to divide portions of the symbiote's tissue for control, the leopard before him had succumbed directly to the parasitism of its original form. As a side note, Dr. Octopus and Ling Long, who could transform into the frenzied treasure, had lured away the main forces of the biochemical specter before taking on the form of a bracelet adorning Bai Yu's wrist. The question of whether to release these two women had previously sparked a legendary confrontation between Bai Yu and the symbiote. On a moonless night, amidst the howling winds, on a soft mattress, Bai Yu remarked, "This is my wife. Isn't it delightful to have her by my side?" To which the symbiote responded, "Women only hinder your speed in drawing your weapon." Bai Yu, how can men survive without women? Venom, you're a cold-blooded villain, not a billionaire CEO. Venom, besides, we are symbiotes, inherently asexual. Bai Yu, Venom, women would merely become a burden. Bai Yu, what if we cast them aside? Venom, a splendid idea. The jet black panther emerged from the jungle, sniffing the lifeless air. Suddenly, an ear-splitting roar reverberated through the atmosphere. The panther instantly lifted its head, its pupils reflecting Venom's frigid visage. Is there movement? An invisible spider sense silently spread outward. Moments later, the sensation retracted. The corner of the panther's mouth, or rather, Venom's mouth, curved into a sly smile. When the clam and the snipe contend, does the fisherman benefit? I relish this. With an ominous cackle, the panther sprang forth, stealthily creeping onto a rough-hewn boulder. Its obsidian eyes pierced through the foliage, gazing into the depths of the valley. A glimpse into the abyss. Soon after, Venom's gaze sharpened. In the dimness of the valley, a colossal beast emerged, exuding an aura of menace. This creature, draped in ebony fur, emanated a destructive essence from its formidable muscles. It bore a gigantic tree upon its shoulder. A gorilla? No, it is a King Kong. Ding. The system detected a king-level life form, King Kong, with a danger rating of 10 and a talent rating of 9. Warning. This life form possesses a mutated bloodline, wielding the ancient power of the Titans. With astonishing destructive capability, it is currently transitioning from its juvenile to mature state. The devouring talent is automatically activated. Colossal beast, King Kong. Height, 250 meters. Weight, 350,000 tons. Attack methods, pound. King Billy's roar. Titan's hammer. Crow taking flight. Venom's heart grew heavy with concern. Meanwhile, on the opposing cliff stood the fierce monarch of monsters, Godzilla. Its massive tail swayed in the wind, revealing its wrath. A confrontation between titans? Venom's eyes gleamed with intrigue, adopting the demeanor of an eager spectator. When gods battle, Venom thrives. Watching the tiger fight from a distance is precisely Venom's forte. As Venom reveled in his cunning, the conflict between King Kong and Godzilla escalated to its zenith. One towering tree after another was uprooted by King Kong and hurled viciously towards Godzilla. In an instant, Godzilla's eyes brimmed with fury. Its cavernous maw opened wide, snapping the trees in half. Bang! Bang! King Kong, far from intimidated, only grew more ferocious. It pounded furiously, racing along the lakeshore, causing the ground to tremble and the waters to surge with tremendous waves. Godzilla let out a disdainful grunt, unleashing a long roar as he charged forward. Dare to impede me? I shall obliterate you. In his wrath, Godzilla momentarily forsook the wisdom of ancient beasts, succumbing instead to the primal instincts of a savage creature. Was there any need for communication among titans? They simply engaged in battle. As Godzilla prepared to raise his forelimb, the colossal ape suddenly crouched to evade the strike. In a swift motion, the ape seized Godzilla's massive tail and executed a powerful throw, sending the creature crashing to the ground with a resounding impact, creating a crater nearly 1,000 meters in diameter. Godzilla, prideful by nature, was consumed by fury. Rolling his body, he swung his colossal tail, bringing it down upon the ape. A mighty roar erupted, echoing like that of a tyrannosaurus, shattering the stillness of the air. The brief yet piercing roar of the ape resonated in the atmosphere. Both titans possessed extraordinary intellect. This was not merely a contest of strength, but also a battle of wits. The reverberations of their clash echoed throughout the valley, the thundering sounds causing the very ground to tremble, instilling fear in countless creatures of the wild. Boom! Another brutal collision ensued. The ferocity within Godzilla surged. In his past encounters with the three-headed Ghidorah, he had never faltered, yet now, on this desolate island, he found himself bested by an ape. Skull Island's pretty boy, you have successfully provoked Godzilla. He exhaled thunderously, casting a sinister glance at the ape. The latter instinctively took a step back, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Godzilla. In the next instant, a terrifying cerulean glow ignited along Godzilla's tail, creeping up his spine in a rhythmic manner, gradually enveloping his formidable form. The ominous blue light, in the ape's wide-eyed gaze, ascended to its zenith. Chapter 127, Atomic Breath, the mysterious power gem. In the Arctic Ocean, Skull Island. Amidst the lush valleys, two colossal beasts, each exceeding 100 meters in height, emerged. Atomic breath. A rumbling sound reverberated through the air. The surrounding soil, and even the forest ignited with a bluish luminescence. That exquisite cerulean glow illuminated Godzilla's dorsal fins, converging into his maw. With a terrifying breath, Godzilla unleashed a torrent of energy, a blue beam streaking through the sky toward the ape in the distance. Whoosh! The formidable atomic breath swept across the ancient abyss, instantly altering the atmosphere. The energy of nuclear fusion was unleashed in its full measure through this breath. The terrified ape could only raise his arms in defense. Bang! The horrific atomic tempest engulfed it in an instant. The mountains crumbled. Boom! 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 The light in the sky twisted in response to this breath, and towering flames surged forth. The inferno stretched for miles, transforming the entire forest into a sea of fire, annihilating countless ancient creatures in succession. In its wake, only ashes remained. On the towering cliffs and within the concealed jungles, a leopard, parasitized by venom, held its breath, its obsidian eyes blinking. The left eye, deep as a black hole, morphed into a pupil of white feathers. The right eye, pale as a skull, transformed into a sinister gaze of venom. One black, one white. Venom and white feathers simultaneously observed this titanic struggle. Could this atomic breath be a manifestation of nuclear fusion? The gaze of white feathers sharpened, a tremor of realization coursing through. Though equally adept in nuclear energy, the Terminator merely applied nuclear fission to itself. Yet this Godzilla seemed to surpass the Terminator in ferocity. Nuclear fusion, more challenging to control than fission, entails a far more intricate chain reaction, unleashing an even more terrifying force of destruction. Nuclear energy, a premium source of sustenance. Venom grinned, eyes brimming with insatiable greed. No haste, it would wait and observe, ready to fish later. The eyes of white feathers flickered with contemplation. The battle continued to simmer. Amidst the billowing smoke, a fearsome claw emerged. Godzilla's colossal form slowly revealed itself, coldly surveying the collapsed cliffs in the distance. Its primal instincts alerted it that the mutated behemoth did not seem to have exploded on the spot. A hazy violet mist enveloped the fragmented ruins. Subsequently, numerous eerie purple wisps condensed in the air. The primordial purple energy. The purple mist approached from the east. In the next moment, dazzling purple light erupted madly from the crevices of the rocks. The white feather, peering into the depths of the valley, suddenly tensed. A rock explosion? Could it possibly unleash a monkey? As a youth well-versed in countless tales of monkeys seeking scriptures, this plot was all too familiar to the white feather. However, it seemed he had worried unnecessarily. The purple light spread, spiraling upward, contracting and coalescing into a profound purple gem. The resplendent gem floated in midair, releasing torrents of primordial purple energy that transformed into a mysterious vertical pupil in the void. Within this pupil lay an endless starry expanse, as if depicting the elemental forces of earth, wind, water, and fire, the profound mysteries of heaven and earth. Ancient and enigmatic, it resembled a cosmic spirit orb. The sudden appearance of the purple gem caused Godzilla's eyes to narrow instinctively, a surge of crisis overwhelming it. Bang! The colossal stone shattered, and the beleaguered black form of King Kong emerged, casting a vigilant glare at the warily poised Godzilla, a sinister grin escaping its lips. Suddenly, its massive hand grasped the gem with ferocity. Thunderous sounds erupted. Sinister purple patterns crawled along its arm, a sight both terrifying and mesmerizing. In the following moments, King Kong's already formidable physique surged once more against the wind. 250 meters, 300 meters, 350 meters. In no time, this fearsome height eclipsed Godzilla, enveloping it in shadow. A titanic storm of purple particles swirled around King Kong. King Kong evolved, becoming the Purple Sage Kong. The fearsome Purple Sage Kong roared skyward, reminiscent of an unparalleled demonic ape. The mysterious purple gem levitated and embedded itself upon its forehead. Nearby, Bai Yu and Venom simultaneously froze in astonishment. This purple gem bore an uncanny resemblance to the long-lost space gem. Could it be the power gem? A wave of profound shock, accompanied by an icy dread, surged forth. The power gem, also known as the cosmic sphere, is said to possess the ability to replicate all physical superpowers, amplifying one's physical attributes to their utmost limits. It could even unleash the destructive force capable of obliterating planets. Venom vaguely recalled an encounter amidst its cosmic wanderings with a grotesque purple creature wielding the power gem, which had ravaged a once thriving planet. How could such a formidable gem manifest on Earth? Coupled with the missing space gem, there were now 2 infinity gems present on Earth. The transformed purple sage Kong had evidently grown more ferocious. It raised its terrifying fist, carrying a mighty gale, and aimed another furious strike at the solemnly focused Godzilla. Even before the punch landed, the gust of its fury descended like a harbinger of death. Roar! Godzilla let out a thunderous bellow, a rich blue radiance once again coalescing from its maw. Atomic breath, a second eruption. The sole means of communication between these titans was sheer ferocity. Boom! 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 Another cataclysmic onslaught ensued, leaving devastation in its wake. However, this time, the atomic breath evidently failed to yield the previous results. The purple sage Kong, fueled by its ferocity, plunged its fearsome arms into the cliffs on either side. Its robust claws sank deep into the mountainside. It was a display of sheer strength. Those towering peaks, hundreds of meters in height, were lifted into the air by the purple sage Kong, colliding violently with the roaring atomic breath. Bang! The mountains exploded in the wind. The body of the purple sage Kong staggered back several dozen steps, leaving colossal footprints in the abyss. Meanwhile, the seemingly indomitable atomic breath gradually extinguished. Godzilla emitted a series of low growls, clearly sensing an immense threat emanating from the purple sage Kong. Could this demonic ape have intercepted the atomic breath? Bai Yu was somewhat shaken. The amplification power of the Power Stone was indeed formidable. This gem appeared to be in a sealed state, and a titan likely could only harness the residual surface energy. Otherwise, should the cosmic sphere emerge, the entire Arctic Ocean could be torn asunder. Venom's keen perception was evidently seasoned. Having witnessed the previous host of the Power Stone, it possessed a wealth of experience. What was Godzilla up to? Suddenly, Bai Yu's expression shifted, and he couldn't help but voice his concern. Venom instantly snapped back to reality, gazing into the abyss, his pupils narrowing. Seeing the battle turn against him, Godzilla's eyes gleamed with ferocity as he slammed a massive claw onto the ground. The terrifying atomic breath erupted once more, piercing entirely through Skull Island. Torrential waters surged forth from the gaping chasm. Then, Godzilla's fearsome maw suddenly inhaled deeply toward the marine cavern. In the immense marine cave, the colossal waters were abruptly drawn upward. Glub, glub, glub. Countless bubbles ascended from the depths of the sea. The entirety of Skull Island trembled under Godzilla's dragon-like siphoning. Beneath the island, 5,000 meters deep, lay a dormant underwater volcano, slumbering in silence. Suddenly, the waters above the volcano began to whirl violently, resembling a massive vortex, with a terrifying suction force surging forth from within. Bang! 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 It was as if the slumbering volcano, having rested for millennia, responded to Godzilla's call, trembling violently. Following this, countless pale blue radioactive materials erupted from the volcano. Nuclear materials. The volcano was rich in natural radioactive substances, possessing ample atomic energy. This was precisely the sustenance Godzilla yearned for. The ancient Godzilla, having ruled the Earth since primordial times, was a super monster capable of consuming nuclear energy. Bang! 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 Countless radioactive materials burst forth from the water, swallowed whole by Godzilla, who lay at the cavern's entrance. Nearby, on the cliff, Venom and Bai Yu, parasitizing on a leopard, were enjoying the spectacle of these titans clashing. I adore this Godzilla. He shares my taste. Venom chuckled with a twisted grin, swirling his enormous tongue. I wager 5 packs of spicy strips that Godzilla will triumph. Bai Yu blinked his dark eyes and smiled faintly. More spicy strips. Hearing this seemingly alien term from Earth, the well-versed Venom couldn't help but inquire with curiosity. Yes. Bai Yu proudly lifted his leopard paw, waving it in the air. Is it delicious to have a brain? Not all. In the deep valley, crackle, crackle. As a plethora of atomic energy was digested, Godzilla's massive form quivered violently. Then, an extraordinary transformation began. Every scale upon its body quivered, rapidly heating up, causing the land within hundreds of meters to mysteriously ignite, transforming into scorched earth. The very essence of its blood seemed to be ablaze. Thud, thud, thud. The powerful heartbeat resonated throughout this realm. Even the distant Zetian King Kong, several kilometers away, trembled and wore a grave expression. The instinct of the colossal beast warned it that delay could lead to disaster. A swift resolution was imperative. Godzilla, possessing the bloodline of a supreme monster, could continuously transcend and evolve into a more terrifying form by consuming vast amounts of nuclear energy radiation. Roar! Zishian King Kong suddenly charged forward, resembling a mighty mountain. Though it could not break the seal of the power gem, the residual strength on its surface still allowed it to amplify its physical power to the utmost. Boom! As Zishian King Kong approached within 100 meters of Godzilla, numerous pillars of fire erupted from the ground, soaring skyward and forming an impenetrable curtain of flames, obstructing its advance. Flames? Zishian King Kong's expression turned cold, its gaze piercing through the fiery wall to behold the gradually mutating Godzilla. A roar! Godzilla suddenly raised its head and let out a thunderous roar. Bai Yu, is this the signature move of a monster's mutation? Dewey, I'm not sure. Monsters from other planets don't seem to exhibit this habit. It might be a characteristic of Earth. Bai Yu, in the moment of Godzilla's furious roar, its entire body radiated a bizarre orange-red hue, continuously exhaling scalding steam, while countless streams of lava flowed forth from beneath its scales. Enveloped in molten rock, Godzilla resembled an ancient demonic deity. The fourth generation, Godzilla's Crimson Lotus form. Only upon entering the Crimson Lotus state can Godzilla bask in the glory of being the king of monsters. Ding! The system detects the emergence of a life form in the Nirvana realm. Such life forms are exceedingly rare on this planet. Note, the Nirvana realm transcends the level of kingly beings. Monster, Crimson Lotus Godzilla. Height, 400 meters. Weight, 60,000 tons. Attack methods, atomic breath, burning spiral heat ray, super uranium core heat ray. Warning, this life form exhibits a volatile temperament, voraciously consuming nuclear materials, which could lead to excessive absorption of nuclear energy, resulting in dangerously high internal temperatures and uncontrollable nuclear reactions. The appearance of Crimson Lotus Godzilla instantly instilled fear in Zishian King Kong, its earlier arrogance vanishing without a trace. Roar! 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 Zishian King Kong pounded its chest furiously, seemingly warning Godzilla, I am the guardian of Skull Island. Beware lest I tear you to shreds. Gazing at the Zishian King Kong, which resembled a deranged ape, Crimson Lotus Godzilla scoffed with disdain. A warning is not a symbol of strength, but rather an indication of fear. True monsters never engage in excessive chatter. In Ultraman, the monsters are unable to contend with the diminutive beings of the 78 star cloud due to their excessive verbosity. Suddenly, the fearsome Crimson Godzilla sprang into action. Its menacing, molten claws surged toward the direction of the purple King Kong, causing the surrounding cliffs to rapidly melt under the terrifying heat it emanated. Simultaneously, a crimson glow ignited from its tail, gradually spreading to its dorsal fins. The energy was accumulating. Soon after, an endless wave of destructive heat radiated from the dorsal fins of Crimson Godzilla, transforming into a torrent of lava-like flames. The valley within a kilometer radius succumbed to ashes under this intense temperature. The searing flames forced the purple King Kong back several dozen steps, igniting its fur in the process. Under this suffocating pressure, the purple King Kong could no longer contain itself and roared, breaking through the wall of flames. A purple energy source rapidly coalesced in its palm. Bang, bang, bang. Countless purple beams rained down upon the charging Godzilla. However, in the face of this terrifying onslaught, Crimson Godzilla did not flinch, resolutely advancing toward the purple King Kong while absorbing the purple rays. Boom, boom. Sparks erupted from its crimson scales, yet they remained impervious to the assault. As it stepped out from the wall of flames, Crimson Godzilla lifted its head and unleashed a mighty roar. The red glow on its dorsal fins blazed to an extreme. That was the burning spiral ray. Bang! The terrifying crimson beam tore through the void, crashing into the chest plate of the purple King Kong. Hiss! 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 The appalling heat incinerated the purple King Kong's hide into nothingness. A piercing scream erupted from the mouth of this ape-like giant. Scales, flesh, and bone were engulfed in flames. In an instant, the majority of the purple King Kong-S form was reduced to a chilling skeleton, swiftly turning to ash. The sovereign of Skull Island, the purple King Kong, had perished. In its evolved crimson form, Godzilla's power was truly cataclysmic. Chapter 129. The heavens collapse. The earth shatters. The seas surge. The islands sink. Skull Island. In the abyss, a hellish demon lord loomed in the valley, roaring skyward. Lava-like rays spewed from its mouth, reducing the purple King Kong before it to mere nothingness. before the Crimson Godzilla. Even a mighty King Kong was crushed. Despite this Godzilla having only evolved to the 4th generation, the Emperor of Beasts, King Kong, ultimately succumbed on this Skull Island. At this moment, standing in the valley was the King of Monsters, Crimson Godzilla. As Godzilla and King Kong engaged in their fierce battle, an increasing number of ancient creatures crawled from all directions of Skull Island, witnessing this apocalyptic conflict. The monstrous bird Icarus, with its trembling wings, circled ominously above the abyss. From the marshes emerged an ancient giant crocodile, crawling towards the precipice with a solemn expression. Alongside it, a multitude of beasts, including saber-toothed tigers and hyenas, surged forth, gathering near the chasm, gazing in awe at the colossal creature within the valley. The effect of the Beast King was palpable. Following the fall of the mighty King Kong, the monsters on Skull Island chose their new sovereign. Unlike ordinary beasts, these creatures evidently possessed a higher form of intelligence. King of the monsters, forever a deity, they wished to avoid being incinerated into cinders by the fearsome Red Lotus Godzilla. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla bellowed to the heavens, reverberating through the mountains and forests. That was the call of a ruler, commanding all beasts across the land. In an instant, the throngs of creatures erupted in fervor, venerating their new monarch. At that moment, Godzilla seemed to return to its rightful era, the Jurassic. Under its reign, countless dinosaurs met their brutal demise. All the titans fell silent before it. Revering it as a deity, Godzilla directed its wrath where it pleased. Suddenly, Godzilla lowered its ancient head, gazing at the scorched earth where King Kong had been vanquished. Beneath the charred soil, a flicker of purple light was discernible. What was this? Something had survived beneath its red lotus beam? Godzilla felt a tremor of surprise. Few materials could withstand such searing temperatures without melting. With a fearsome claw, it violently tore through the desolate ground, revealing a deep purple gemstone. This gem left an indelible impression on Godzilla. It was this very gemstone that had mutated King Kong to a terrifying extent. Had it not evolved to its red lotus form, it might have struggled to withstand it. Eradicate this thing. The wrathful Godzilla lifted its colossal claw, poised to crush the diminutive purple gem. Just as the claw descended, an unexpected transformation occurred. A pitch-black liquid emerged from the earth, eerily climbing out to devour the gemstone, swiftly retreating back into the depths below, vanishing from sight. The speed and veracity of the act caught even Godzilla off guard. The traditionally savage Godzilla was momentarily stunned at this historic moment. All the beasts cowering on the cliffs were equally taken aback. This foolish expression lingered for 3 seconds before it vanished. Countless ancient monsters gasped in astonishment. My heavens! Did someone dare to snatch a treasure before Godzilla's very eyes? Did they not witness the tragic fate that befell King Kong after provoking Godzilla consumed by flames? Godzilla's fury ignited. First, a gorilla had challenged its authority, and now a rogue had the audacity to act wantonly before it? As the king of monsters, Godzilla felt an overwhelming rage. If it could endure this, it might as well be renamed Turtlezilla. A thunderous roar erupted from the abyss, reverberating with boundless fury and wrath. Under such a tumultuous howl, the entire mountain range trembled, and countless beasts quivered in fear. A menacing fissure extended from the island's edge to its heart. The island shattered. In an instant, monstrous waves surged through the rift, inundating the skeletal isle with the ferocity of a tsunami. Forests were obliterated, peaks collapsed, and monstrous creatures fled, as if the apocalypse had descended upon them. The heavens were shrouded in rolling dark clouds, resembling a colossal black mountain. The wrath of the Beast King was cataclysmic. As ancient trees were uprooted and hills crumbled, crimson rays of destruction shot forth from Godzilla's maw, turning all in their path to scorched earth. The birds fled, swept away by the crimson flames. The cunning hare fell, and the beasts were cooked. Enraged, Godzilla clawed his way out of the abyss, frantically searching for the perpetrator who had stolen the precious gem on the shores of Skull Island. Suddenly, in the vast expanse of sandy shores, a sinister wind arose, and a dark liquid eerily slithered from the grains, swirling rapidly to coalesce into a tall figure clad in black. The youth's fingertips grasped a profound purple gem. The gem seemed to harbor boundless energy, and within its depths, an ancient, primal vertical pupil flickered dimly. The cosmic spirit sphere, the power gem, a grand catch indeed. The flowing black garment danced in the sea breeze. White Feather gazed at the enigmatic gem, a faint smile gracing his lips. Liquid escape. The cicada shedding its shell. The symbiotic cells of Venom can undergo infinite division, each escaping cell capable of manifesting as a doppelganger of the Venom, reconstituting into its true form. A sinister chuckle echoed as dark liquid crawled from behind him, liquefying into a horrifying visage. The venomous entity, with its bone-white pupils, scrutinized the purple gem, grinning wickedly. Alas, a seal lingers upon this gem. Otherwise, this power gem could elevate your strength to planetary proportions, allowing you to extinguish a star with a mere gesture. A seal? White feather furrowed his brow. Indeed, within the gem, he discerned a glimpse of an ancient and enigmatic star map. The boundless cosmos was adorned with countless purple lines, outlining a colossal formation, vaguely resembling the Taiji and Bagua. Beneath this cosmic seal, the legendary cosmic spirit sphere was bound, its energy largely suppressed. How to break it? White Feather cast a knowing glance at the malevolent Venom. The pursuit of power is the ultimate manifestation of beauty. You must gather 6 gems. The venomous entity recalled countless fragments of symbiotic memories, blinking its eyes. 6. White Feather's handsome visage suddenly froze in disbelief. A countenance of bewilderment graced his features. Behold, this is an unparalleled infinite gem within the cosmos. In such an expansive universe, where might he procure 6 such rare stones? Wait, the cosmos? Can I truly venture beyond Earth? Presently, he clutches a single sealed power stone, while a furious beast rages in search of it. The Space Stone has also gone missing due to the cataclysmic battle at the Galactic Tower. Do you presume I am that purple monster ready to snap my fingers? Chapter 130. The Eye of Judgment. The Ancient Soul Altar. On the ancient Titan planet, a mysterious legend endures. It is said that at the moment of her demise, the vengeful goddess Nyx scattered her life essence throughout the universe, instigating a tumult of cosmic energies that culminated in a great explosion. After eons of cultivation, the essence of this explosion gradually birthed 6 primordial gems: power, space, mind, time, reality, and soul. Each gem governs one of the 6 celestial forces. Take the Power Stone, for instance. Despite being in a sealed state, its residual energy can still facilitate the second evolution of the Iron Giant, enabling it to confront the monstrous King Kong. Consider the Space Stone, which can warp dimensions, imprison adversaries, and open portals for traversing through wormholes into different realms. Each gem manifests in a distinct form. The Space Stone appears as a silver cosmic cube, while the Power Stone takes the shape of a purple cosmic sphere. On a vast beach, tempests rage. A slender figure clad in black sits upon a cliff, eyes closed, relishing the gentle caress of the sea breeze. Behind the youth, a terrifying black visage slowly writhes, oozing an endless stream of dark liquid. After a considerable time, the boy finally opens his eyes. Within his deep-set pupils swirls an infinite depth. So, this is the origin of the 6 gems. Bai Yu murmurs softly and suddenly smiles. In the previous 30 seconds, he has absorbed all memories of the Venom encountered during his cosmic journey, including his understanding of the infinite gems. From the initial life court to the subsequent watchers, the bizarre events witnessed through these gems have all been assimilated by Bai Yu. A curious thought blossoms in his mind. What wondrous chemical reaction might occur when the 6 supreme gems are united? As Bai Yu contemplates, light years away from the Milky Way, on the distant planet Warmir, a menacing purple giant clutches a bloodied form. Before it hovers an ancient soul altar, inscribed with countless mysterious patterns. More chillingly, numerous blood channels surround the altar, dedicated to sacrifices that summon the essence of souls. An eerie silence lingers, having persisted for an age. Immediately following, the towering purple giant placed the unconscious delicate form at the center of the altar. The dark eyes gradually closed. Carmora, forgive me. A thunderous rumble erupted. The underground palace, steeped in primordial energy, suddenly began to tremble. Countless raw stones plummeted swiftly from the heavens above. A brilliant emerald light surged from the altar, soaring into the sky. In an instant, it enveloped the cold body, merging it into the verdant radiance. A soul sacrifice. The astonishing verdant light illuminated the dilapidated palace, transforming it into a fantastical forest. After a moment, the green light gradually receded back to the altar. A jade-green gemstone emerged from the center of the altar, shimmering with an eerie green luster. It was mesmerizing. At a glance, it seemed as though one's soul might be drawn into it. The purple giant beckoned. and the gemstone flew into his grasp. With a resounding thud, his robust fingers clasped the gemstone, embedding it into the crimson golden gauntlet on his left hand. Thump, thump, thump. The terrifying resonance of the soul reverberated powerfully from the giant. The dreadful green light burst forth from the gauntlet, only to retract once more. The fusion was complete. Next, it would be the turn of the eye of Agamotto. This immensely robust purple giant opened his indifferent eyes, sweeping aside the purple mist before him. As the mist dissipated, a silhouette clad in a magical robe was faintly discernible, standing proudly amidst the starry sky. Upon the forehead of that figure rested an enigmatic blue gemstone, resembling a mysterious vertical pupil. Within its depths, it seemed to reflect myriad worlds, connecting the ancient wilderness with the virtual future. An endless cycle of time. Boom! The purple giant clenched his fist, and the mist shattered instantly, along with the figure in the magical robe, dissolving into nothingness. On Skull Island, the terrifying roars of beasts shattered the entire island into fragments. The surging waves continuously flooded in, engulfing the landmass. The island was sinking. Countless monstrous birds took flight in panic, fearing to become the lost souls beneath the claws of the frenzied beast. Boom! Another violent beam of flame erupted, instantly reducing the entire forest to ashes. The colossal beast's eyes swiftly scanned beyond the woods, locking onto the black figure on the beach. Despite being tens of kilometers away, Godzilla could still detect that familiar scent, one that ignited its fury. Has it finally been discovered? On the cliff, the young man in black stretched languidly, turned his head, and smiled at the distant giant. Roar! Godzilla, unable to contain its raging fury, rose to its immense stature, braving the torrential rain, and charged towards him with relentless ferocity. The earth trembles with a resounding roar, echoing with each step of its descent. Countless diminutive monsters cower in the corners of the island, gazing in awe at the formidable silhouette of Godzilla, their eyes ablaze with fervent devotion. Godzilla, charging forward, casts a fierce glare towards Bai Yu. Suddenly, a crimson light ignites upon its dorsal fin. Its long tail swings violently as the terrifying crimson lotus ray is unleashed upon Bai Yu in a torrential downpour. A ray capable of annihilating all. Oomph! Bai Yu abruptly rises, emitting a cold snort. His elongated palm opens, revealing a bizarre black rune that materializes from his palm. Devouring ancestral symbol. The domineering light of consumption splashes forth, forming a black hole that collides fiercely with the crimson lotus ray. Boom! Instead of a cataclysmic shockwave. The moment the crimson ray is engulfed by the black hole, it vanishes as if a cow had plunged into the sea. Clearly, in this contest of power, the might of consumption prevails. Witnessing the atomic breath being thwarted, the fury in Godzilla's beastly eyes intensifies. Its fearsome claws swing through the air, lunging towards Bai Yu. As a colossal beast, Godzilla excels in close combat. Crash! Under the immense weight of Godzilla, the island can no longer withstand the pressure, shattering into countless smaller islands, gradually sinking into the depths of the sea. As Godzilla plunges into the ocean, the waters surge violently, cleaving through the waves. Yet, in the face of this terrifying behemoth, Bai Yu remains astonishingly composed. His eyes, as dark as a deep abyss, ignite with a peculiar purple infernal flame. Look into my eyes. Your soul has been tainted. Feel the agony of the departed in the flames of hell. Death Knight, I have judgment. As the indifferent voice resonates, Godzilla's eyes abruptly turn pitch black. A chilling shriek erupts from within Godzilla's skull. Chapter 131, Monster Invasion. I summon divine pets as the eye of judgment descends. Godzilla's beastly eyes turn utterly dark. Alas! I was careless. I did not evade. Hellfire, soul consumption. The souls of the afflicted will endlessly sink in the cycle of the departed until they are completely lost, reduced to mere puppets. The number of departed souls corresponds to the number of slayings committed during the life of the being. As the king of monsters, Godzilla reigned supreme during the Jurassic era millions of years ago. Countless ancient dinosaurs and colossal beasts perished beneath its claws. The magnitude of its transgressions rivals the destruction wrought by Ultraman upon structures. An exponential increase in the number of departed souls signifies a more severe punishment of the soul. The terrifying purple hue swiftly consumes the sanity within Godzilla's eyes, leaving behind a hollow void. Vitality dissipates rapidly. The crimson glow upon its dorsal fin gradually dims, and its massive, charging form suddenly halts. In this moment, time seemed to come to a standstill. Upon a vast expanse of the skeleton sea, a colossal beast exceeding 300 meters in length emerged from the depths, motionless. Suddenly, a flash of violet phantom fire rolled back, retracting just before it could obliterate Godzilla's spirit, vanishing into the depths of Bai Yu's eyes. A faint smile graced Bai Yu's lips as his dark robe billowed without wind. He leapt into the air, and a black vortex swiftly engulfed him. The next instant, his figure materialized before the frozen Godzilla. With slender fingertips, he gently touched the creature's wrinkled forehead. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a king-level divine pet. The formidable behemoth, Godzilla. Ding! This monster possesses a top-tier, mutated bloodline, capable of continuously devouring energy sources to evolve. Divine pet, Godzilla. Host Bai Yu. Bloodline, king level, can exert pressure over creatures of lower bloodline levels, causing bloodline suppression. Form, 3rd generation. Mutated form, Crimson Lotus form, 4th generation. Height, 300 meters. Weight, 50,000 tons. Attack methods, biting, whipping, atomic breath, radiation projectiles, grappling. The revered guardian beast, Godzilla, steps forth. To Bai Yu's astonishment, Godzilla's ancient head slowly bowed in deference. What a magnificent creature. It would be a pity not to feast. Dark liquid writhed as a peculiar face of venom suddenly emerged from Bai Yu's robe. Are you jealous? Bai Yu casted a sidelong glance. A mere worker. Why would I compete with it? Venom huffed, though its tone was laced with palpable acidity. Workers embody the spirit of labor. All laborers are superior beings. You cannot look down upon them. Bai Yu smiled faintly, then resumed his curious appraisal of the fearsome Godzilla. Suddenly, a deep rumble emanated from Godzilla's belly. The creature looked plaintively at Bai Yu, raising a claw to point at its massive abdomen. It was hungry. The prolonged energy expulsion and intense pursuit had drained Godzilla of considerable energy. Bai Yu remarked, such a lack of endurance. On the skeleton sea, a fierce beast casually seized a thrashing killer whale from the water, extracted its still beating heart, and tossed it beneath its fangs, savoring the meal with delight. Clearly, Godzilla was far more interested in the flesh of the sea than in withered fruit trees. Indeed, the selection of ingredients is of paramount importance. As an imperial behemoth, Godzilla was more discerning in its culinary choices than other monsters. Before long, the sea lay barren. In the silent waters, countless mangled corpses floated, their crimson blood staining the ocean's surface. Among these bodies was a great white shark, its heart torn out by a black tiger. There are also squids that have been vanquished by parking lot tornadoes, as well as the brutally slaughtered Arctic seals. A young boy in black, with a face etched in confusion, floated in the void, gazing at the ravenous Godzilla. Dark liquid swirled, and the grotesque visage of Venom coalesced once more, wearing a mocking expression as it regarded Bai Yu. I have encountered a creature that can devour even more than you, Bai Yu remarked, rolling his eyes and twitching slightly. Comparing yourself to me? I could swallow a battleship whole, let alone these underdeveloped seafood. The Venom, feeling its dignity challenged, erupted in fury, retorting. Are you instructing me on how to act? Bai Yu's voice, calm yet imbued with an overwhelming pressure, descended upon the scene. The blackened Bai Yu exuded a natural aura of authority. I dare not. The Venom quickly retreated, forcing a smile. You only dare to show off for 3 seconds. Bai Yu cast a scornful glance at the Venom before launching a kick at Godzilla's rotund belly. Eat well and get to work. Roaring, Godzilla suddenly belched with satisfaction, patting its belly with its claws, embodying an endearingly simple demeanor. Shortly thereafter, Godzilla lowered its head, breaking the surface of the water and submerged into the vast ocean. Only a row of deep blue dorsal fins remained visible, sharp as blades against the tranquil sea. In consideration of Bai Yu's comfort, Godzilla intentionally exposed its broad back. With a powerful leap, Bai Yu landed atop Godzilla's monstrous spine, as if riding a colossal yacht. Born of the ocean, Godzilla possessed an innate ability to command the seas. Oh, whoa! Godzilla raised its head, splashing countless droplets of water, calling out to Bai Yu. Where to? Bai Yu pondered briefly, his dark pupils shifting as he gazed towards the expansive Arctic tundra. A strange glimmer flickered in his eyes. Master, your cold demeanor is strikingly reminiscent of my own. The Venom, observing Bai Yu in his black attire, gazing into the depths of the sea, could not help but sigh softly. Let's find some companions for our dear Godzilla. Bai Yu's lips curled into a smile as he chuckled lightly. To the North Pole, with a thunderous roar, Godzilla plunged beneath the waves, unfurling its fearsome claws as it surged northward, slicing through the water. Now in its third evolutionary stage, Godzilla could achieve astonishing speeds in the ocean, surpassing any fish. As Godzilla navigated through the waters, it stirred up countless white waves, resembling a moving phantom island, cleaving through the surf. The polar sun shone more gently than that of the northern temperate zone. Indeed, it is said that the higher the latitude, the less heat the sun radiates to the Earth's surface. Bai Yu, who once received a Nobel Prize in geography at Harvard High School, was well versed in such geographical knowledge. In this era, one would feel remiss to present oneself as anything but a scholar, particularly when one is a notorious supervillain like Bai Yu. The journey across the seas persisted for nearly 2 days. Upon traversing the Bering Strait, Bai Yu finally rode as Godzilla through rugged terrain and vast oceans, arriving at the frigid North Pole. Chapter 132. Landfall. The slumbering icebound behemoth. The North Pole, a forbidden realm for humanity. The extreme cold renders this place a vast expanse of ice, inhabited solely by the exceptionally furry polar bears. Above, the relentless sun of the polar day casts myriad rays, penetrating the already thin ozone layer, illuminating the glaciers. As the ice and snow melt, an eerie silence envelopes the surroundings. Suddenly, the sky darkens with roiling clouds. Violent thunder roams freely within the tempestuous sky. Throughout history, any celestial anomaly has heralded the emergence of extraordinary events. For instance, in the city of Dezhou, the divine dragon's fortune manifests, and the illustrious prince Zhou Yuan emerges, accompanied by beauty and treading upon ancestral gluttony, sweeping across the realms. Similarly, in the wild mountains, the alignment of 9 stars stirs the tides of heaven and earth, signaling the return of the Flame King, the purifying lotus demon fire, capturing the attention of the entire Do Chi continent. Such otherworldly phenomena are favored and frequently employed by special effects artists as foreshadowing. Indeed, beneath the flash of lightning, a deep blue dorsal fin breaks the surface, pushing aside the tumultuous waves with great force. Torrential rain, accompanied by the storm stirred by this colossal creature, cascades upon its fin. Under the brilliant flashes of lightning, the beast suddenly raises its head, gazing upon the boundless sea. With a bubbling sound, the deep-sea giant submerges once more into the icy waters. On the extreme northern ice field, 2 polar bears curl up in a corner of the glacier, affectionately nuzzling each other. Their simple joys manifest in gentle nudges and playful scratches, unbothered by the troubles of seeking trouble or engaging in laborious tasks. Yet, happiness is often fleeting. A sudden rumble reverberates, as dense sea fog rapidly envelopes the Arctic sky. Soon, the entire polar ice field begins to tremble ominously, the intensity increasing. The once cozy polar bears are abruptly alerted, their fur standing on end as they gaze fearfully at the dissipating fog. Boom! 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 The earth-shattering sounds draw near. At the horizon, the snow-covered sea erupts as glaciers shatter, revealing a colossal, shadowy figure rising, its monstrous head emerging, exuding an aura of regal might. The cataclysmic tsunami surged forth with a relentless force, sweeping across the vast expanse of the ice field, where massive waves roared, annihilating all in their path. In the mist-laden sky, the dense fog that filled the horizon was extinguished by the oncoming deluge. As far as the eye could see, the turbulent sea twisted and contorted, forming a colossal vortex that devoured everything in its vicinity. At the center of this maelstrom loomed an incomprehensibly massive and terrifying creature. It reared its enormous dorsal fin from the depths, towering upright, 1 foot planted upon the ice, emitting a resonant roar that reverberated through the air. Every movement, every breath seemed capable of shaking the very foundations of the earth. In its grand entrance, it proclaimed its supremacy over this icy realm. The arrival of the king of monsters, Godzilla, those eyes, which surveyed all beneath them, gazed indifferently into the deepest recesses of the far northern ice fields. Suddenly, a shadowy figure leapt from Godzilla's back, landing on the ice below. In its pitch-black gaze, flames of darkness surged forth as if they could consume the world. The infernal eyes, through the 2 swirling black voids, every corner of the northern ice field was laid bare to the gaze of the observer. Focused, the gaze gradually zeroed in on the depths of the glacier. Earlier, while traversing Skull Island, the potent spider senses had detected the presence of 2 mysterious ancient behemoths. One aura was exceedingly ferocious, emanating the overwhelming power of the king of monsters, Godzilla. The other, however, exuded an insidious malevolence, akin to a dragon lurking in the abyss, poised to strike. Within the memories of Venom, the observer discovered an extensive compendium of monstrous knowledge, akin to the Pokemon Pokédex. The only creatures that could stand alongside Godzilla were the four great titans of the Jurassic era: Mothra, King Ghidorah, Gamora, and Anguirus. The revelation of a second ancient deep-sea behemoth filled the observer with immense excitement. Although Godzilla reigned supreme both on land and in the ocean, sweeping through the wilderness and traversing the deep seas, its congenital deformity deprived it of wings, rendering it incapable of combat in the skies. A triad of land, sea, and air would allow for a more comprehensive assembly of monstrous mouths. Break the ice. With a commanding shout, the observer summoned Godzilla, who abruptly raised its scaly paw and struck down upon the glacier with tremendous force. The glacier shattered, fissures spreading wide, revealing a bottomless pit in the ice field. The observer inquired, "Where's your atomic breath?" Godzilla responded, in beastly language, "I forgot." Venom chuckled heartily. A brilliant crimson light ignited from Godzilla's dorsal fins, rapidly spreading upward until it enveloped its entire form. Lava-like patterns emerged from beneath Godzilla's scales, resembling true magma, radiating an unbearable heat of thousands of degrees. The fourth generation, Godzilla's crimson lotus form. Roar. Godzilla roared skyward as torrents of crimson inferno coalesced in the atmosphere with astonishing velocity. It collapsed and compressed, reminiscent of a dormant red giant star on the verge of unleashing its most searing force of annihilation. Boom! After several seconds of brewing, the ferocious crimson beam, accompanied by a monumental wave of heat, struck the thick glaciers of the earth with a resounding impact, unleashing a cataclysmic wave. The sea of flames surged and rolled. Under this apocalyptic heat, the eternal glacier, frozen for eons, melted at a visibly rapid pace. 100 meters, 300 meters, 500 meters. As the flames penetrated nearly 1,000 meters beneath the icy expanse, they suddenly encountered a formidable resistance, unable to advance further, gradually extinguishing. Could it be that the inferno of the Crimson Lotus was thwarted? Beneath the kilometer-thick glacier, it seemed there lay another world. The dark void consumed the flames, enveloping Bai Yu's form, shielding him from the Arctic's frigid chill. Bai Yu leaped from the edge of the shattered abyss, landing skillfully at the bottom of the chasm. His deep-set eyes suddenly fixed upon the mysterious ice layer concealed deep within the Earth's crust. Within that immense glacier lay a colossal beast, rivaling Godzilla in size. 3 fearsome dragon heads, 2 razor-like long tails, and a pair of frost-covered golden wings adorned its body. More astonishingly, its massive form was encrusted with dark golden dragon scales. It resembled the primordial Zhurong from Eastern mythology, the legendary dark golden dragon emperor. It was Ghidorah, Bai Yu, and Godzilla, who was unleashing devastating laser beams. Simultaneously froze in astonishment, their pupils contracting sharply. Chapter 133, The Wrath of the Lotus. Emperor Ghidorah. The alchemist once proclaimed, "The Crimson Lotus fire is birthed from the depths of the earth, forged through countless trials of the earth's flames, coalescing and merging. It takes 10 years to gain sentience, a century to take shape, and a millennium to transform into a lotus. At its pinnacle, its hue leans towards red. The heart of the lotus ignites a cluster of fiery red. Hence it is named the Crimson Lotus Fire. At this very moment, the terrifying Crimson Lotus Fire erupted destructively from Godzilla's maw, melting vast expanses of glacier into oblivion. The kilometer-thick ice layer was instantaneously reduced to ashes. Beneath the profound glacier, amidst a mist of ice, a massive silhouette began to emerge. The colossal beast was Ghidorah. Like thunderclaps, Bai Yu's jet-black eyes and Godzilla's scarlet beastly gaze widened in shock simultaneously. The familiar golden dragon scales, the menacing trio of dragon heads, and the enormous golden wings revealed the infamous creature known throughout the cosmos, a super monster whose renown even surpassed Ultraman. The Emperor, Ghidorah. From the early days of its emergence, Ghidorah had obliterated Venus' advanced civilization in a mere 3 days, resulting in the desolate state of Venus that we witness today. After the annihilation of Venus, King Ghidorah was still not satisfied and ruthlessly advanced towards Earth, wreaking havoc. It was only at the foot of Mount Fuji that he was ultimately vanquished by the combined might of Godzilla and the three-headed beast. The devastation wrought by this epic monster came to a pause. However, as the cosmic monarch, Ghidorah resurrected 30,000 years later, returning to Japan, having evolved to a second-generation level. At that time, young Peter had yet to be born, and Tony's nanosuit was still being reconstructed in the Crucible. The ancient guardian of the continent remained lost in a dream of the giants of light. In short, all those who should have emerged to combat the monsters were still in a state of humble development, except for Godzilla. That cataclysmic battle spread from the Sea of Japan to the Pacific Ocean, ultimately descending upon San Francisco. More than half of the Earth was utterly devastated. It was not until Godzilla mutated into its crimson form that it finally eradicated Ghidorah beneath the sea. Who would have thought that in just a few decades, this colossal beast would once again emerge? Roaring, Godzilla let out a thunderous roar, filled with fury. Clearly, no one understood better than Godzilla the ancient adversary that had haunted it for millennia. Just as Rei encountered Gaia, and the divine martial moon faced Wanfeng, or the thousand-year fox crossed paths with a white dragon song, there exists an inexplicable connection between sworn enemies. In contrast to Godzilla's wrath, the white-feathered one gazed at Ghidorah with fervent obsession. Much like Godzilla's dominion over land and sea, Ghidorah undoubtedly reigned supreme in the realm of the skies. If both divine beasts were to serve him, it would undoubtedly elevate the power of his celestial cult to unprecedented heights. Breaking the ice, in the depths of his mind, a devilish thought surged wildly within the white-feathered one. He sought to awaken this nightmarish monster from its slumber. Fortune favors the bold. Just as that boy in the Life Foundation once chose to be possessed by Venom, the vast glacier stood resolute in the chasm below. Within the glacier lay a fearsome cosmic beast in eternal slumber. Outside the glacier stood a tall boy clad in black. His pale left hand, wreathed in terrifying black flames, touched the glacier. The void devouring flames surged forth with overwhelming might. The instant his left hand made contact, an eerie purple hellfire howled from his right hand. Hellfire, burning with fury, erupted forth. The two destructive flames, under the cold gaze of the white-feathered one, suddenly fused in his palm. The strange flames inherently possessed a powerful repulsive force. However, under the suppression of the venom within, their ferocity was effectively extinguished. The strange flames fused. Moments later, a mysterious fire lotus of black and purple emerged from the white-feathered one's palm. The Buddha's wrathful fire lotus. The black and purple flames of the lotus silently traversed the void, leaving not even a whisper of wind in their wake. However, it was this ethereal demeanor that sent chills down Godzilla's spine from a distance. The fiery lotus surged forward with alarming speed, crashing violently into the glacier. The lotus unfurled and contracted, gradually expanding, before erupting in a sudden explosion. The overwhelming flames rose into a towering fire vortex, engulfing the entire glacier. Boom, boom, boom. The deafening sounds of the explosions swept forth from the abyss, as if threatening to tear the very membranes of the ears. Before the first wave had settled, another arose. A relentless cacophony of roars emanated from the heart of the flames. The red light, resembling the blazing sun, spiraled upwards, gradually expanding and coalescing into a colossal vortex of fire suspended above the glacier. With the sound of the explosions, the glacier within Bai Yu's pupils continued to collapse, manifesting a scene of natural disaster. Under Bai Yu's deliberate concentration, the energy of the was entirely focused into a singular point. The site of the singularity's eruption corresponded perfectly with the head of King Ghidorah. The heavens trembled, and the monster descended. Amidst the flames, a resounding dragon's roar suddenly pierced the air. Immediately after, a massive dark golden silhouette shot upwards, akin to a phoenix reborn from the flames, soaring into the sky. Roar! 3 fearsome dragon heads emerged from above the abyss, howling towards the heavens, seemingly proclaiming to this long-forgotten world. The war beast, Ghidorah, which once dominated the realms and was invincible, had returned. Though it had just awakened, the royal pressure it exuded made all creatures of the extreme north tremble in submission. Gazing at this monstrous shadow that blotted out the sun, even the cold-hearted Bai Yu could not conceal a hint of shock. It was no wonder that Godzilla, despite its formidable strength, faced immense challenges from Ghidorah. The king of the skies, Ghidorah, truly lived up to its reputation. In the face of such overwhelming pressure, only Godzilla, another ancient titan, remained steadfast. As the saying goes, When foes meet, they are bound to see red. You are red, and I am red too. This shade of red was not a vibrant hue, but rather a blood red. Not peony red, but the crimson of a setting sun. Red symbolized destruction and slaughter. In the void, Ghidorah spread its massive golden wings, soaring through the blue sky, reveling in the exhilaration of breaking free from its seal. Suddenly, Ghidorah's body froze. The three dragon heads turned sharply, gazing far towards the glacier. Six cold, dark golden dragon eyes locked onto Godzilla, emanating an aura of menace. The once-in-a-millennium nemeses met once again on this icy expanse. They had fought fiercely beneath the sea and battled among the mountains. Now, the stage for their conflict had returned to the snow-covered glacier. In the icy grip of extreme cold, a layer of frost envelopes the scales of Godzilla and Ghidorah. Yet it cannot suppress the ferocious killing intent that resides within them, a primal rage seemingly inherent to their very beings. In the vast expanse of the Arctic ice fields, the titanic beasts stand tall, shaking the entirety of the polar region. Godzilla, Ghidorah, a battle of eternal rivals. In the void above, a youth clad in black floats gracefully, dancing in midair. The dark void coalesces into a brilliant blue lens of 1080, resting in the palm of his hand. Tears of fervor brim in the youth's eyes, filled with the passion of a commentator. Greetings to our esteemed viewers across the globe. Welcome to the grand finals of the Monster World Championship. The Battle of the Kings of Monsters. Through ultra-high-definition lenses, you can behold the legendary overlord, Godzilla, in an effort to heighten the thrill of battle. Continuously extends his claws towards his opponent, provoking Ghidorah in kind. Look, Ghidorah is responding with powerful wing beats. My heart cannot bear the excitement. It is unimaginable what spectacular displays await in the forthcoming clash. The fervent words resonate from the youth, embodying the essence of a top-tier host. The premier streamer of Douyu, the ace commentator, Bai Yu has entered the fray. Behind him, a dark liquid coalesces, transforming into the menacing visage of Venom. Venom speaks, Master. You are so immersed in your role. If this year's Oscar for Best Actor is not awarded to you, I shall devour the judging panel. Bai Yu chuckles, hee hee, boom. A tremendous surge of nuclear energy gathers within Godzilla's maw. The overwhelming atomic breath is unleashed in an instant, sweeping across the ice fields. Before Ghidorah can react, the ferocious ray crashes upon its armored chest. The earth-shattering roar echoes, explosions ensue. Ghidorah is sent spiraling backward, plummeting from the sky like a meteor, obliterating every iceberg in its path. Bai Yu exclaims, incredible. Venom responds, boom, boom, boom. As the ice fields begin to crumble, the fierce Godzilla advances. Exhaling atomic breath with cold, piercing eyes, the king strides forth, exuding an air of regal authority. Roar. Provoked by Godzilla's blatant disregard for decorum, Ghidorah is indeed incensed. With a wingspan exceeding 200 meters, it spins rapidly, generating a hurricane-like ultrasonic wave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound of sonic booms reverberates incessantly. Ghidorah ascends fiercely, transforming into a golden streak of light, soaring through the heavens. The majesty of the Sky King is laid bare in this moment. Then, in an instant, its three heads swivel in unison. The menacing gaze fixed intently upon Godzilla, who stood upon the icy expanse. Hisses. After a brief surge of electrical energy, three formidable heads of King Ghidorah simultaneously conjured three magnificent bolts of golden lightning, reverberating with the sound of thunder, a spectacle most awe-inspiring. As the dragon's jaws open wide, the cataclysmic rays descended from the heavens. In that instant, the atmosphere transformed, the sky darkened, and the air crackled with electricity. Ray, someone is provoking you. White Feather exclaimed. Silence, Venom retorted. The terrifying lightning tore through the void, and even the mighty Godzilla felt an overwhelming sense of peril. Boom! The lightning struck with breathtaking intensity. The golden currents surged forth with the force of a tempest, landing squarely upon Godzilla's massive form. Boom! Boom! The thunderous explosion resounded. Godzilla's colossal body trembled like a quaking mountain, tilting backward before crashing down. The immense weight of tens of thousands of tons shattered the thick ice beneath. The gigantic figure plummeted into the frigid depths of the sea below. Splash! The tumultuous waves erupted. Godzilla's form vanished beneath the engulfing waters. Roar! Witnessing the defeat of its former adversary, King Ghidorah let out a triumphant roar, brimming with exhilaration. The humiliation of decades past was finally avenged. "I believe it won't last more than 3 seconds," Venom remarked. "I'll make a blind guess at 2 seconds," White Feather replied. Glub, glub, glub. Suddenly, the once placid surface of the sea erupted with countless bubbles. Almost immediately, the icy waters began to swirl violently, as if under some unseen control. Crack, crack, crack. The ice sheet spanning thousands of meters fractured completely. Even more chilling was the sight of the pristine glaciers melting at a visible pace. Beneath the ice, it appeared as though a dormant Hawaiian volcano was poised to erupt. Crimson magma surged forth from the center of the whirlpool, transforming the water vortex into a fiery maelstrom. The sea trembled. A claw, adorned with crimson scales, burst forth from the depths. The intense heat radiating from it, despite the distance of thousands of miles, sent a shiver through King Ghidorah's very soul. It had endured this scalding embrace during that apocalyptic battle. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal beast's form gradually emerged from the water surface. Its body was encrusted with red scales, continuously emitting scalding steam, resembling a terrifying flow of molten lava coursing through the crevices of its armor. At this moment, the monstrous presence reached its zenith. 4th generation, Crimson Lotus form, Godzilla. The emergence of Crimson Lotus Godzilla finally instilled a sense of dread in the hovering King Ghidorah. A chilling aura enveloped the dragon's fierce eyes. After decades, King Ghidorah vividly recalled that cataclysmic battle in which this very red beast had obliterated its evolved second form, erasing it from the ocean floor. As a consequence, humanity mobilized en masse, deploying their elite mech fleets and employing hibernation technology to permanently seal the creature deep within the Arctic ice fields. Despite the monster's tenacious vitality, which allowed it to survive even after Godzilla had torn out its heart, it languished in a state of existence, gradually regaining strength with the passage of time. Yet, the agonizing memories of its shattered spirit lingered vividly. For decades, it was accompanied solely by the biting cold and the relentless torment of solitude. Bang, bang, bang. A torrent of crimson flames ignited along Godzilla's dorsal fins, spreading inexorably to its maw. The dorsal fins served as Godzilla's source of energy. The terrifying flames began to condense, transforming into a sphere pulsating with a sense of annihilation. Beneath its fangs, the fiery orb spun languidly. White Feather, the ultimate move, is prepared. Venom, in perfect harmony, the spectacle is about to unfold. Gazing upon Godzilla in its crimson form, Ghidorah inhaled deeply and suddenly unfurled its colossal dragon wings, summoning a tempest of dark clouds. The ominous clouds loomed over the city, threatening to crush it. The golden scales shimmered in the light. Brilliant golden thunder rolled within the cloud cover. Ghidorah plunged headlong into the storm, emitting a cataclysmic scream. Furious bolts of golden lightning erupted from Ghidorah's wings, akin to a divine thunderstorm descending from the heavens. The entire Arctic Circle was illuminated as the dazzling golden lightning rendered the sky as bright as day. The ocean was engulfed by the monstrous crimson magma, resembling a hellish inferno. Sky dominance, ocean dominance, sky dominance, motion dominance, ocean dominance, motion dominance. Chapter 135. The Evolved Ghidorah. The end of the present, the entirety of the Arctic Circle was suffused with rich gold and red. The golden hue emanated from the heavens, a radiant thunderstorm. The red hue arose from the ocean, a searing lava flow. The golden thunderstorm and crimson sea merged in the void, appearing as a miraculous phenomenon that stirred the soul. It was as if the beings soaring through the sky were not titanic monsters, but legendary deities. On the Arctic ice fields, countless seals, polar bears, and walruses emerged from the waters, awestruck by the grand spectacle of two colors in the heavens and earth, ultimately fixating on the two fearsome entities, their hearts trembling in reverence. Boom! Boom! The long gestating golden thunder finally descended like divine retribution from the clouds. Ghidorah, the king of the skies, commanded the very forces of nature. In that instant, all of humanity in the northern hemisphere looked up in terror, sensing the horrific fluctuations emanating from the distant north. The raging gold painting half the sky. The earth trembled, the ice field split, and in its fury, Ghidorah revealed the terrifying might of a cosmic monster. With a resounding roar, the inferno amassed. That crimson fireball finally collapsed to its ultimate form beneath its fangs. In the next instant, an endless wave of destructive heat radiated from Godzilla's dorsal fins, expanding like an explosion, transforming into a searing tide of fire that surged forth. The waters of the Arctic Ocean, spanning a radius of 10,000 meters, were vaporized into a mist of white steam under this terrifying temperature. The seawater boiled as if it were wine. It turned into scalding water. A colossal fireball twisted and flowed, drifting away beneath King Ghidorah's ominous gaze. It floated away, truly floated away. The burning crimson ray erupted suddenly, colliding with the oncoming golden thunder in a flash. The force of destruction swept across the landscape, sending waves crashing violently across half of the Arctic Ocean. Boom! Godzilla's massive form leapt into the air, soaring to a height of several thousand meters. Its weight of tens of thousands of tons seemed to have no effect on its lithe demeanor. With claws as red as molten lava, it suddenly grasped one of King Ghidorah's heads. Bang! 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 The terrifying storm of claws rained down like a torrential downpour, causing King Ghidorah's head to explode, showering the sky with dragon blood. A piercing roar erupted from the remaining two heads of King Ghidorah, a cacophony of fury. Immediately, the two fierce golden dragon tails struck like venomous serpents, piercing through Godzilla's shoulder and creating two deep wounds. After enduring the cataclysmic battle, humanity conducted a nanoscale scan of King Ghidorah's heads, discovering astonishingly that each of the three heads existed independently, each possessing its own consciousness. The left head represented slaughter and brutality, the horn of carnage. The middle head symbolized wisdom and thought, the horn of intellect. The right head embodied dragon wings and the skies, the horn of flight. A golden iron triangle. The sun and moon shone brilliantly, radiating gold. A cataclysmic force shook the heavens and the earth. King Ghidorah. This was the fearsome, three-headed beast that had once instilled terror in countless creatures on earth. The annihilation of the horn of intellect instantly left King Ghidorah's mind utterly lost. In the dark golden eyes of the dragon, only the primal instinct for slaughter remained. Roar! King Ghidorah howled to the heavens. Its sharp claws arched upwards, engaging in fierce combat with Godzilla's molten claws. Simultaneously, Godzilla's immense weight dragged King Ghidorah down, crashing heavily into the sea and causing colossal waves to rise. Boom! The towering waves engulfed both titanic beasts as they plummeted from the sky, submerging into the icy waters. Was it resolved? In the void, a figure clad in black stepped out from a spatial vortex, gazing at the desolate sea. No, the venomous eyes narrowed. The dark liquid writhed as if quietly brewing something. Bang! 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 The once tranquil waters suddenly erupted into a boiling frenzy. Countless columns of water surged skyward, revealing a colossal silhouette of radiant gold. It was none other than Ghidorah. Unimaginably brilliant golden lightning roared forth from Ghidorah, propelling the immense Godzilla to several thousand meters in the air. Such terror, even with scales shattered and a head obliterated, Ghidorah, despite its grievous injuries, managed to thrust the titan of a beast into the heavens. Roar! The furious Godzilla unleashed a tempest of claws, mercilessly striking Ghidorah's massive form, leaving ghastly gashes that appeared one after another, truly horrifying. Soon, half of its scales disintegrated, revealing the bone beneath the flesh, stark and terrifying. Hiss! The brutality in Ghidorah's eyes reached a fever pitch. In the next instant, the tempest of lightning suspended in the air trembled and swiftly concentrated, coalescing into brilliant golden bolts that surged into Ghidorah's being. A transformation commenced. With the infusion of resounding thunder, Ghidorah's exploded head resurrected once more. Evolution. Fourth generation. Ghidorah. Harnessing the thunder of the heavens, it coalesced into an immortal form. This was the terrifying essence of Ghidorah, the king of the cosmos. Then, Ghidorah's three heads abruptly turned towards Godzilla, and the raging golden lightning instantly took shape, crashing violently against Godzilla's chest. The terrifying thunder cascaded like a deluge. This onslaught persisted for nearly 10 seconds, the rampant lightning coursing over Godzilla's exterior, rendering it numb and howling in agony. The colossal electricity accumulated within Godzilla, inflating it like a battery on the brink of explosion. Suddenly, a chilling scoff echoed through the air. The frenzied Ghidorah froze momentarily, then abruptly looked up. In the void, a boy clad in black stood, seemingly suspended in mid-air, gazing down with indifference. Dark liquid surged from his pores, engulfing his entire form in an instant, transforming him into a fearsome black giant. The figure was adorned with glimmering, icy scales. A massive tongue writhed within its cavernous maw. The super symbiote, Venom. Venom regarded Ghidorah with a mocking smile, his right claw outstretched, conjuring a deep portal of the deceased that materialized before him without warning. Care to play with electricity? Ha! I happen to have a master of electrical prowess here at the King's Tier. As the jester's voice faded, the ominous black door suddenly cracked open. Following that, a massive blue claw pressed against the edge of the doorframe. The terrifying blue thunder roared forth from the slightly ajar door, transforming into countless crystalline blue electro-tyrannosaurs that circled around the entrance, as if to honor their sovereign. The end is nigh. 10,000 thunders lie prostrate. Chapter 136. Venom. Godzilla. The Terminator. Megatron. The four Tiger Generals. Blue lightning danced in the void above. From the obsidian gates of the netherworld emerged a solitary, proud blue giant. Its ice blue eyes, deep blue claws, and dark blue body exuded an undeniable aura of kingship. The thunder echoed ominously. Countless blue electric tyrannosaurs lay reverently around it, their faces etched with awe. The ghostly monarch of a generation. The Terminator. The Terminator opened its indifferent gaze, landing upon King Ghidorah. Even the formidable Ghidorah felt a shiver under that piercing stare, as if it could penetrate the very depths of the abyss. The cold gaze shifted downward, resting upon the dragon claws that tightly gripped Godzilla. Beneath those claws, Godzilla hung his head in defeat. The terrifying thunder raged against Godzilla's scales, leaving him battered and bruised. Even more horrifying was the sight of his belly, swollen to a span of hundreds of meters, as if it would explode at any moment. With a flourish, the Terminator extended its blue claw and grasped the void. A domineering suction surged forth from its palm. The lightning was drawn in. Bang, bang, bang. The thunder roared. The terrifying golden lightning trembled violently. An endless cacophony of thunder erupted from within Godzilla, resonating incessantly. Subsequently, the lightning that had accumulated within Godzilla's form was involuntarily drawn out, transforming into a dazzling cascade of golden light, devoured whole by the Terminator. Lightning consumed. Bang! The lightning vanished. Born of the tempest, the Terminator's mastery over thunder was unparalleled. Not even the king of the sky, Ghidorah, could rival it. Within mere seconds, Godzilla's toad-like belly returned to its normal form. All traces of lightning had been entirely absorbed by the Terminator. As the lightning dissipated, Godzilla gradually revived, the crimson in his eyes flickering back to life. Boom! 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 Godzilla suddenly opened his massive jaws, sinking his teeth into Ghidorah's claw. His fearsome fangs clamped down, shattering half of the dragon's claw into fragments. A chilling roar erupted from Ghidorah, and in response, its three heads violently collided with Godzilla's, sending him plummeting from the skies. Bang! 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 The sound of sonic booms reverberated through the air. In the void, a colossal figure plummeted from the heavens into the deep sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Soon, the sea parted once more, revealing the towering figure of Godzilla, hundreds of meters high, who shook off the droplets of water and fixed a fierce gaze upon King Ghidorah, suspended in the air. A greedy, monstrous chuckle suddenly echoed through the skies. Immediately, a strange black liquid coalesced into a deep black hole, emerging at an altitude of 1,000 meters. From the vortex stepped forth a sinister black giant, Venom. Its blood-red tongue writhed beneath its venomous fangs, revealing a glimpse of its chilling saliva. Though Venom's current form stood merely 5 meters tall, the aura of malevolence that enveloped it was akin to that of an evil deity, overshadowing both the Terminator and Godzilla. With Venom's arrival, the battle took on an increasingly intricate dynamic. 3 terrifying presences trembled through the void, compelling King Ghidorah to flap its golden wings in agitation. A ferocious expression gradually crept across the 3 dragon heads of Ghidorah. As an extraterrestrial beast, Ghidorah would never cower before any adversary's challenge. "Oh, you still wish to fight? I admire your courage," Venom said with a sinister grin, eyeing the wrathful Ghidorah. Its icy claws beckoned once more, and the eerie portal behind Ghidorah opened anew above the sea. A thunderous sound wave resonated through the heavens. From the portal emerged a terrestrial bridge. In the next instant, a colossal silver warplane pierced the sky, transforming into a swift streak of light as it ascended, spiraling above the Arctic Ocean. The fuselage twisted, the body shifted, and the wings unfurled. A silver mechanical giant, propelled by flamethrowers, hovered coldly in midair. Decepticon, transform and roll out. The leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. A powerful pressure emanated from Megatron, causing the entire sea to tremble. At this moment, the Arctic Ocean witnessed an unprecedented convergence of 5 of the world's most formidable beings. 2 titanic beasts, 1 mechanical giant, 1 biochemical specter, and 1 super symbiote. The terrifying fighting spirit surged from the 5 colossal figures. As the old saying goes, to defeat magic with magic. But here, in the realm of combat, there exists no flamboyant magic. Only the fighting spirit that has proliferated to its zenith. 4 towering figures, ablaze with ferocity, stood at each corner of Ghidorah, blocking all avenues of retreat. In the void, the gazes of the Terminator, Godzilla, and Megatron turned simultaneously toward Venom. Venom licked its claws, mockingly observing the frightened Ghidorah with a ghastly laugh. Ghidorah, if you have the skill, face me one-on-one. Don't be so dishonorable. Venom, I'll do as I please. What is it to you if I gang up on you? If you're not convinced, come and fight. Godzilla, boss, let us take it down. Terminator, Megatron, the Decepticons shall never fight alone. Positioned in the east, Venom heeds the call. A terrifying black liquid bursts forth from Venom, and his grotesque form rapidly swells, soaring to hundreds of meters in height. A fleeting shadow of an azure dragon vanishes. Positioned in the west, Godzilla responds. A searing wave of fire coalesces from Godzilla's maw, as molten lava spreads across his armored scales. A fleeting silhouette of a vermilion bird disappears. Positioned in the north, the Terminator answers. Deep blue lightning surges violently, as the Terminator ascends, obscuring the moonlight with brilliant blue thunder. A fleeting shadow of a white tiger vanishes. Positioned in the south, Megatron obeys. The sound of steel grinding and artillery arming resonates, as Megatron's arms suddenly transform into combat mode. A fleeting silhouette of a black tortoise disappears. Banish the evil. Adjust the yin and yang. For resounding voices, akin to thunder, rise simultaneously, echoing through the heavens. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the Earth Destroyer package, gaining 3 minutes of divine beast effects. The divine descends, with the 4 beasts guarding the skies. Though their forms are beastly, they possess divine power. Thunderous roars. The colossal phantoms of 4 divine beasts emerge from Venom and his companions, enveloping the skies, trembling the void. A bloody hunt is about to commence. Indeed, there may even be the fall of a giant beast. Chapter 137, King of Monsters. After an eternity, the sovereign remains. Ancient legends spoke of the azure dragon, white tiger, vermilion bird, and black tortoise. Today, we have Venom, the Terminator, Godzilla, and Megatron. The 4 mighty beasts exude an overwhelming aura, dominating the void, their formidable presence sweeping forth. To the east, west, north, and south, a colossal shadow looms, threatening the central King Ghidorah. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The golden dragon wings, obscuring the sun, whip up furious winds. In the sky, King Ghidorah endures the terrifying pressure, sustaining his massive form. His elongated dragon eyes darkly gaze upon the encroaching 4 beasts led by Venom. 1 against 4, almost to the point of despair. Although King Ghidorah, evolved to his 4th generation, possesses strength rivaling that of a demon lord, he still seems incredibly outmatched beneath the pressure of these 4 apex beasts. Nevertheless, as a creature of the wild, Ghidorah has his own pride. Let the battle commence. A devastating shriek erupts from Ghidorah's maw. In unison, the 3 dragon heads rise, as torrents of otherworldly energy rapidly coalesce. Dragon Emperor from another dimension. A terrifying shock wave sweeps from the clouds, tearing through the void with no pause, crashing directly toward Venom in the east. Clearly, the sharp-eyed Ghidorah has recognized that among these 4 beasts, Venom leads the charge. Capture the thief by seizing the king. Boom! In the otherworldly dimension, a luminous wave howled across the sky, stretching thousands of meters in length, and before it fell, it had already torn open a menacing rift in the North Atlantic. The furious King Ghidorah, a sight to behold in its terrifying majesty. With a sinister chuckle, Venom took a bold step forward, and his robust arms suddenly liquefied. 2 liquid ion cannons materialized from thin air, their muzzles glimmering with a predatory sheen. With a swift whoosh, torrents of dark liquid surged from the cannons, forming a terrifying tempest that collided violently with the interdimensional dragon monarch. A colossal roar resonated through the heavens, the reverberations of immense energy waves sweeping outward like a tide, shattering the very fabric of space. Boom, boom, boom. The dreadful vibrations echoed incessantly. The central head of Ghidorah unleashed a barrage of otherworldly light waves, raining down upon Venom like a torrential storm. Simultaneously, the left and right heads locked onto the Terminator and Megatron on either side. Dragon's breath. Bang. Blue lightning ignited in tandem with silver artillery fire. A conflagration. A bolt of lightning, a pool of dark liquid, and a beam of interdimensional breath converged in the air, where four terrifying figures clashed with astonishing speed. A tornado spiraled upward, its icy radiance tearing through the clouds, battling from the first heaven to the ninth. Boom! 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 The fierce winds swept across. The four ghastly silhouettes separated in a flash, stabilizing their forms mid-air. Hiss! A blood-red tail swayed behind Venom, dancing with the wind. Venom's malevolent eyes glinted with a palpable, murderous intent. Possessing a tri-headed mutated lineage, Ghidorah proved to be more formidable than anticipated. Each of Ghidorah's three heads governed wisdom, slaughter, and flight. An assassin, a warrior, and a support unit capable of unleashing dragon breath like a mage and enduring artillery fire like a tank. The quintessence of Ghidorah embodied the epitome of versatility. Moreover, the seamless coordination among the three heads, sharing a singular heart and thought, was nothing short of exquisite. With such prowess, a cold glimmer flickered in Venom's gaze. Boom! A destructive crimson flame surged from the ocean, soaring skyward, with temperatures soaring to tens of thousands of degrees. It instantly incinerated the surrounding air into nothingness. Godzilla, the blazing red lotus ray. Upon sensing the anomaly at sea, Ghidorah abruptly lowered its head, and the head responsible for slaughter unleashed a ferocious gravitational beam, colliding with the heated ray like a meteor. Boom! The world shifted in color. The entire North Atlantic trembled. In that fleeting moment when the head of slaughter was drawn away, the Terminator instantaneously vanished, its deep blue claws swirling with lightning. Crashing down upon the head of wisdom with ferocity. An ambush. Roar. The dragon's claw lifted, colliding fiercely with the Terminator. The wise head, evidently filled with rage, incessantly unleashed its breath, forcefully pushing the Terminator back. The final head, that soaring visage, slowly lifted its dragon-like eyes, coldly gazing at the imposing figure of Megatron. Their eyes met. Only a chilling intent to kill remained. Bang! 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 The sky-darkening artillery and countless jets of dragon breath erupted in a dazzling display of fireworks. A fiery spectacle. A scene of brilliance. This cataclysmic battle endured for nearly 10 minutes. Boom! Another jet of dragon breath erupted, sending the Terminator staggering back several hundred meters. The wise head suddenly tilted back, panting heavily. Clearly, this fierce conflict was a tremendous drain on Ghidorah, the colossal beast. Suddenly, the head furrowed its brow. As the embodiment of intelligence, it governed Ghidorah's thoughts, possessing a superior intellect and astonishing insight compared to the other two heads. Its cold dragon eyes scanned the blood-soaked battlefield. The Terminator, Megatron, Godzilla, and others. But where was that dark behemoth? For reasons unknown, a chilling aura of dread surged violently from the depths of the wise head. Is your reflex arc that long? A languid, sinister chuckle unexpectedly emerged from above Ghidorah. A black hole spun. A pair of massive claws, wreathed in black flames, splattered dark liquid as they silently emerged from the black void, pressing down upon the soaring head. Void Devourer. Spatial traversal. 5 icy claws abruptly closed in. Bang! Scales flesh, and skull exploded instantaneously. The soaring head was obliterated by the venomous strike of a claw. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Misfortune seldom comes alone. At the moment the soaring head fell, Ghidorah's golden dragon wings began to dissipate at a visible pace, ultimately vanishing from the air. Flight regression. Atavism. Roar, roar. Ghidorah howled in fury. However, without its wings for flight, its colossal weight of 10,000 tons plummeted like a mountain into the depths of the sea. The tide had turned. Under the acceleration of gravity, from a height of 1,000 meters, it fell instantaneously. Bang! The massive body stirred up towering waves, sending countless sharks, who were cursing loudly, soaring through the air, crashing against the reefs, and exploding into a mist of blood. In the clash of titans, the beast suffered. On the icy Arctic Ocean, a line of ethereal blue dorsal fins emerged. The fins bristled with sharp blades, rapidly swimming toward the area where Ghidorah had fallen. Splash, splash, splash. The moment they entered that domain, a monstrous creature, hundreds of meters tall, suddenly breached the surface, revealing its colossal form. The king of monsters, Godzilla. Godzilla unfurled his fearsome fangs, plunging deep into the ocean's abyss. Moments later, his grotesque head emerged, clutching the thrashing neck of Ghidorah, sending forth a shower of droplets that danced in the air. In this era, after millennia, you shall inevitably perish in my jaws. Chapter 138. The Fall of the Monster, my dual divine companions of land, sea, and sky. In the frigid expanse of the Arctic Ocean, a monstrous behemoth towering hundreds of meters stood dominantly upon the waves, exuding an aura of regal authority. Beneath its sharp fangs hung the bloodied carcass of the three-headed beast. The head on the right had been utterly obliterated, stripping Ghidorah of its wings and severing its ties to the once mighty skies. A howl erupted from the remaining heads, resonating with fury, fear, and profound resentment. Ghidorah, in both of its lifetimes, had met its demise at the hands of Godzilla. How could it accept this fate? Having evolved to the third, even fourth generation, it still could not escape its destiny. Two waves of interdimensional energy surged forth, expending their last remnants of strength in a desperate assault on Godzilla. Even cornered, the beast fights back. Godzilla, in his crimson lotus form, regarded the severely wounded Ghidorah with disdain, raising his molten claw to effortlessly block the cataclysmic breath. Immediately after, his fangs snapped shut. Crack! The intelligent head, with its dragon-like eyes, shattered upon impact, plummeting into the depths, where it was besieged by hundreds of bloodthirsty tiger sharks, who swiftly devoured it in a frenzied rush. Nature's law of survival of the fittest. With two heads lost, Ghidorah had irrevocably forfeited any chance of comeback. In its prime, it might have contested the might of the fourth-generation Godzilla. Now, on the brink of annihilation, it was destined to be crushed beneath the power of the Crimson Lotus Godzilla. Even though this form had not fully evolved. Roar! In the next instant, another torrent of crimson inferno, embodying destruction, shot forth, obliterating the last remaining head of slaughter. The remnants lay scattered. Boom! Ghidorah, battered and broken, plummeted into the ocean, creating a cascade of white spray. True to its title as a cosmic monster, Ghidorah's vitality was remarkably resilient. Even severed from its heads, the remaining body thrashed violently in the water, warding off a swarm of greedy tiger sharks. Clearly, Godzilla had no intention of sparing this age-old adversary. With claws spanning dozens of meters, he seized the barely surviving Ghidorah and, in a display of sheer brutality, tore it to shreds, spraying the ocean with a crimson mist that stained the waters red. The once reigning monster king, Ghidorah, had fallen. Roar! Godzilla bellowed to the heavens, as if proclaiming a victory. The king of monsters remains Godzilla. Whoosh! 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 One blue, one black, one silver. Three beams of light cascaded from the heavens, revealing three fearsome giants, Venom, the Terminator, and Megatron. Magnificent work, my dear. Venom grinned widely, exchanging a fierce claw strike with Godzilla in a celebratory gesture. Yet another spectacular assault from the four dark forces. Upon their return, I shall treat you to exquisite Spanish Lankme wine. Venom turned his head slightly, offering a faint smile to the two Terminators. The exquisite Spanish Lankme and the renowned Chanel from the Federation are both celebrated globally. Terminator, boss, I adore you. Megatron, nonsense, the boss is mine, you back off. Venom, both of you, retreat to the Netherrealm. You're embarrassing me. Terminator and Megatron. Haha. Suddenly, the eerily silent sea began to bubble ominously. Is there still movement? Venom's sinister eyes narrowed as he gazed upon the floating sea of corpses. With a flick of his right claw, a torrent of black liquid erupted, transforming into several black tentacles that shot into the depths of the ocean. Splash! Splash! The water parted, revealing a golden colossal egg, ensnared by the tentacles. A divine egg from the heavens? No, it is. The egg of Ghidorah. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully acquired a king-level divine pet. The formidable sky beast Ghidorah. Ding. This creature possesses a top-tier, mutated bloodline, akin to Godzilla. capable of incessantly devouring living beings to achieve evolution. Divine pet, Ghidorah status, colossal egg, hatching time, 3 days. Attributes, flight notes, once hatched. Ghidorah will inherit all combat experience and abilities from its previous life, attaining the form of the 3rd generation from the outset. Host, Bai Yu bloodline, king level, on par with Godzilla. Form, 3rd generation mutated form, storm form. 4th generation, height, 250 meters. Weight, 30,000 tons. Attack methods, biting, gravitational beams. Dragon breath, Dragon Emperor's dimensional attack, Dragon Emperor's thunderous wings, Dragon King's cannon. The divine beast of the sect, Ghidorah, takes its place. No needles to prick. The black liquid writhed, fangs bared, as Venom's left face momentarily morphed into Bai Yu's cold visage. Gazing at the floating monster egg, Bai Yu could not help but smile faintly. As the sovereign of land and sea, Godzilla combined with the aerial king Ghidorah possesses a power capable of apocalyptic destruction. Even the mightiest nuclear bomb among humans appears insignificant before such titans. With both sea and sky divine pets under his command, the celestial sorcerer sect grows ever stronger. One day, it shall surely surpass the nefarious forces of the Holy Spirit Church, Hydra, and the Red Skull, unifying the dark world. My esteemed host, this realm is ripe for conquest. Venom's languid, eerie laughter echoed through the air. Today, Bai Yu not only wields the ancestral symbol of, but also commands the unparalleled symbiotic entity, Venom, leading a coalition of extraordinary forces within the celestial sorcerer sect. Whether it be the biochemical specters, the Decepticon Legion, or the ancient titans such as Godzilla, they have the potential to obliterate the Earth countless times over. Bai Yu's strides shall no longer be hindered by terrestrial bounds. Life encompasses more than the mere survival on Earth. It extends to the fields of the galaxy and the cosmos. First, he must retrieve the space gem. Bai Yu pondered briefly, then let out a light chuckle. Among the 6 infinity gems, he has only encountered the power and space gems thus far. However, following the battle on Wall Street, the space gem mysteriously vanished. Of the 6 gems, he currently possesses only one sealed power gem, a premier gem of planetary caliber, a cosmic force that one cannot help but covet. Only by swiftly gathering all 6 gems can he unleash the true might of these primordial treasures. With the space gem, traversing the universe would become significantly more convenient, sparing him the need to traverse the heavens and seas. Perhaps he might even revisit my home planet. Upon hearing this, Venom grinned, his words laced with an inexplicable essence. Home planet, the symbiotic world that Venom often reminisced about. Legends speak of a desolate realm, where millions of symbiotes linger in existence. Given the chance, Bai Yu smiled, cloaked in black, his attire billowing in the wind. Whoosh! He leapt into the air, gracefully landing upon Godzilla's back, gazing toward the distant southwest. The sea lay shrouded in mist. That direction leads to San Francisco. The monster embarks on an expedition. Chapter 139. Texas Hold'em, the Casino Chronicles on the Pacific West Coast. San Francisco, Texas. Much like Madison's wine culture, Texas boasts an ancient gambling history. From the seafaring pirate kings to the ambitious Pokemon masters, many have been drawn to this illustrious city known far and wide. In the heart of Texas, within the 6th District, stands a grand casino, Lafayette Casino. Within its confines gather countless renowned gambling magnates, each adhering to a strict hierarchy. Little King, Middle King, Big King, the Ultimate King, and the King of Kings. Those who ascend to the rank of Ultimate King or higher among the throngs of gamblers are invariably tycoons relishing Orleans-style hot dogs, lounging with an air of nonchalance. Orleans hot dogs, it is said, are crafted by the world's finest sausage artisans, a culinary secret of unrivaled rarity. In the opulent casino, colors shimmer with an enticing allure. Orange-hued lights, crimson tiles, and stunningly voluptuous waitresses adorn the establishment. The designer has meticulously crafted every detail to cater to the whims of gamblers. Here, nearly every desire of the gaming enthusiasts is fulfilled. A young man, clad in black, stood leisurely at the entrance, gazing into the depths of the jubilant casino. His thick brows, however, involuntarily furrowed. Strangely, the aura suddenly dissipated here. A perplexing utterance escaped his lips, accompanied by a drop of blood falling from his fingertips. With the speed akin to Godzilla's deep-sea dives, he traversed the depths of Hudson Bay in mere hours. However, despite the relentless search by Bai Yu and Godzilla, scouring the vast lake bed. Not a trace of the space gem could be found, as if it had vanished into thin air. The space gem was missing. An overwhelming urge surged within Bai Yu to exhume Iron Man from his grave. In a fit of rage, Bai Yu transformed once more into Venom, laying waste to the recently constructed Wall Street, turning it into a nightmarish scene of carnage. The 3 nuclear-powered aircraft carriers dispatched for support were similarly sent to the crematorium. 10 minutes later, explosive news erupted. New York was in shock, the Federation was in shock, North America was in shock, and the Earth was in shock. Once the fury had subsided, the search for the elusive space gem had to continue. Utilizing his third-tier spider sense, Bai Yu followed the trail, leading him to the world-renowned gambling city. Yet, within this city of chance, the presence of the space gem mysteriously vanished. Who was responsible for this? Bai Yu gazed upon the illustrious gambling city, his eyes narrowing sharply. Bang! The discordant sound of wheels grinding pierced the silence. "Hey, buddy, are you the new security guard? Here, SA tip." "Ha ha ha." A coarse male voice called out from behind. Bai Yu frowned and turned around. A man, thoroughly intoxicated, fished out 2 bills from the bosom of a beautiful woman and tossed them out the window before revving his Lamborghini and roaring away around the street corner. Bai Yu picked up the crumpled dollar bills and sniffed them lightly, a faint smile gracing his lips as if they still bore warmth. Suddenly, a peculiar glimmer flickered in the depths of his eyes. Perhaps this would prove to be a fortuitous opportunity. With this thought, Bai Yu smiled subtly and strode directly into the establishment. The moment he crossed the threshold, his slender hand flicked, summoning forth a rush of dark energy. A black portal materialized, only to vanish in an instant. A shadowy figure, entirely cloaked in darkness, lay prostrate behind him, none other than the Spider-Man infected by a biovirus. The ghost spider. "Dispose of that man," Bai Yu commanded, a smile playing on his lips. "Security? Huh, truly the most amusing term I have heard in days." The youth chuckled softly, his form melding into the depths of the casino. "Yes," the ghost spider responded reverently. Dark green webbing shot forth as his form abruptly dissipated. The La Fay Casino, indeed, was a behemoth that even the government dared not approach lightly. Thousands of gamblers, their eyes blood-red, surrounded countless gaming tables, reveling in the chaos. Gambling was not merely a game of chance. Many alluring French maidens were ensconced in the arms of gamblers, indulging in playful banter. The dim lighting cast a veil over their faces, undoubtedly enhancing the atmosphere of wickedness. The air was infused with the intoxicating aroma of cocktails, a scent that White Feather cherished. "Sir, please follow me," a charming voice whispered in White Feather's ear. Surprised, he turned to regard the slender waitress, nodding slightly as he trailed behind her. As they traversed the lounge, his gaze inevitably roamed over the waitress. She appeared to be of Eastern descent, with lustrous black hair, a delicate visage, and a melodious voice. Even White Feather, who was typically indifferent to feminine allure, couldn't help but silently commend her beauty. Could she be a university student working part-time? He mused. Not far off, several voluptuous waitresses cast envious glances at the seemingly aloof White Feather, their expressions tinged with jealousy as they whispered amongst themselves. "Hey, ladies, look. A brazen hussy has managed to ensnare a wealthy heir." One scoffed. "That little minx flaunts her sullied form, wreaking havoc everywhere." Another added, "I've never encountered such shamelessness." The cacophony of gossip washed over them, causing the leading waitress to halt, her expression stiffening. Out of the corner of his eye, White Feather noticed her trembling hands, her crimson nails digging painfully into her flesh. "Humph," White Feather scoffed, stepping forward to shield the waitress. His dark eyes gleamed with a glacial intensity. "Beware, young master. Do not let this vixen ensnare your senses. Heaven knows how many men she has toyed with." Seeing White Feather's barely contained fury, the group of waitresses surged forward, their smiles dripping with insincerity. Each word dripped with scorn aimed at the Eastern waitress. "Such a noisy bunch," White Feather muttered, furrowing his brow as 3 bat-shaped shurikens materialized from his sleeve. With a swift motion, he dispatched them, 3 streaks of cold light flashing through the air, followed by a spray of crimson. 6 lifeless bodies crumpled to the ground. White Feather, who preferred decisive action over convoluted thought, had taken matters into his own hands. The cacophony of gamblers abruptly ceased, their cards frozen mid-play as they turned in shock towards the impassive White Feather, their expressions swiftly morphing into rage, a palpable aura of menace swelling around them. In the illustrious city of Lafayette, which had withstood the test of time, certain rules governed its existence. Here, murder was strictly prohibited. Violators faced the wrath of the casino's overseer, a figure who had instilled fear in countless gamblers. Chapter 140. To drink and be merry today in the raucous casino. Silence fell like a shroud, palpable as a pin drop. Countless furious gazes converged upon White Feather, as if intent on crushing him under their collective ire. The dark crimson dagger unwittingly emerged from the hands of the gamblers, its sharp blade ominously directed towards Bai Yu. With a chuckle and a shake of his head, Bai Yu suddenly raised his fair right palm, revealing a peculiar black talisman that materialized from his hand. Annihilate. His indifferent voice reverberated, causing the warm orange lights of the Lafayette Casino to instantly dim. Moments later, the chandelier shattered, transforming into a shower of glass shards. An engulfing darkness consumed the surroundings, and an overwhelming terror surged forth from the hearts of the thousands of gamblers present. In the next instant, myriad black whirlpools abruptly opened their gaping maws, threateningly directed at their heads, each swirling with a void of despair. The shrill wails echoed through the air like vengeful spirits, trembling the very fabric of existence. After a fleeting moment, the cries diminished, gradually succumbing to an eerie silence. A single utterance dictated life or death. A mere word extinguished the light. After what felt like an eternity, the lights flickered back on. The one illuminating the central dome of the casino cast a blood-red glow, resembling a sinister blood moon hanging in the sky. Beneath this ominous lunar light lay countless mangled corpses, their expressions twisted in agony. Vivid crimson blood seeped into the once vibrant red tiles, rendering the scene grotesquely macabre. Amidst this moonlit sanguine tempest, the Eastern maid, her delicate mouth gently covered, trembled as she gazed at Bai Yu, who appeared as a king of the underworld. Thousands of vibrant lives had been obliterated by his mere word. The shock reflected in her eyes transcended the capacity of human language to convey. At last, this world was serene. Bai Yu closed his eyes, inhaling the scent of blood that lingered in the air, a look of intoxication gracing his features. The world was purified, its core laid bare. He then stepped lightly over the bodies, seeking out a gaming table, and with keen interest, seated himself. A heart-shaped card was pinched between his fingers. He offered a faint smile to the Eastern maid. "Come, join me for a hand of Texas Hold'em." Despite the boundless fear gnawing at her insides, the maid, having witnessed Bai Yu's terrifying prowess, cautiously stepped forward, carefully avoiding the corpses, and took her place before him. Her delicate hands clasped tightly against her chest. "Much better." Bai Yu smirked wickedly, caressing the maid's delicate skin. She shivered suddenly, as if jolted by electricity, yet dared not resist his intrusion. "Would you care for a drink?" she ventured, struggling to endure his brazen touch. "Orange juice," Bai Yu mused before adding, "I'll have brandy." The insistent voice of the venomous entity echoed in his mind. "Wait, let us change that to a glass of brandy," he relented. "Well, you certainly know your spirits better than I do." The maid was momentarily taken aback, casting a curious glance in his direction. While it is uncommon to indulge in alcohol at the casino, the consumption of a strong spirit, such as brandy, was truly a rarity. In the realm of gambling, intoxication is most abhorred. As the saying goes, one should not drink and drive, nor drive while intoxicated. Wait, am I already inebriated? Never mind, for today, I shall revel in the drink. Moments later, a silver goblet brimming with brandy was placed before Bai Yu. He downed it in one gulp. The rich aroma of the liquor pervaded the air, and the swallowed liquid was swiftly devoured by the insatiable poison within him. What delight! The seasoned drinker, Bai Yu wrinkled his nose in disdain, savoring the fragrant brandy with meticulous sips. Observing Bai Yu lost in the depths of his drink, the maid finally let out a silent sigh of relief, gradually relaxing her tense form, and could not help but utter, "Young master, it is ill-advised to linger here. You should depart swiftly." Her tone bore a palpable urgency. Upon hearing this, Bai Yu's goblet suddenly froze mid-air. "What do you mean?" He picked up a Persian cat tissue to dab at his mouth, then leisurely spread his arms and tilted his head to regard the maid. When a beauty offers counsel, he felt compelled to listen intently. The various branches of the Lafayette Casino have been established through the iron-fisted methods of the overseer. Your brazen act of violence will surely attract his attention soon. The Eastern maid could not help but let out a rueful chuckle. The overseer? Bai Yu raised an eyebrow, curiosity glimmering in his eyes. What sort of fiend is he? Pray enlighten me. Suddenly, The night wind swept through, billowing the lily curtains. It is unclear. The overseer rarely makes an appearance, and the management is usually entrusted to his subordinates, namely the Lord with the multicolored eyes, who oversees the 5 branches of the Lafayette Casino. The Lord with the multicolored eyes may seem gentle compared to the overseer, yet he is, in truth, far more ruthless, especially the red-eyed Lord stationed in Texas, who, in pursuit of his goals, employs any means necessary. This casino is his primary source of revenue and dollars, and your actions, I fear. The maid paused, again letting out a wry smile. Multicolored eyes? Red eyes? A barely perceptible glimmer of cold light flashed in Bai Yu's eyes. Compared to ruthlessness, he, who harbored venom within, had yet to fear anyone. I do hope the Lord with the multicolored eyes arrives post-haste. Bai Yu mused, his eyes half closed as he leaned back on the sofa, a cold smirk gracing his lips. Suddenly, Bai Yu opened his eyes wide in astonishment as the maid approached him with measured steps, wrapping her arms around his neck and applying a gentle pressure. The sensation of suffocation and the warmth of her lips ignited Bai Yu's most primal instincts. Bai Yu was taken aback, yet his hands instinctively encircled her slender waist. A moment of softness enveloped him. The lights gradually dimmed, signaling the close of this intoxicating battle. Pop! The alluring red lips parted. Does this count as having consumed you? The maid smiled gently, her cheeks adorned with a delicate blush. The sensation was delightful. Bai Yu licked his lips, feeling a lingering craving. How disgusting. Host, we agreed to remain single together, did we not? Silence, you single-celled organism. Just as Bai Yu was savoring the pleasure between his lips, the Venom's intrusion ignited his irritation. The Venom scoffed. Since ancient times, beauty has been a source of calamity. The Venom has never believed in the so-called love. What is wrong with being solitary on Shishi? Suddenly, the wind that stirred the lily curtains grew increasingly fierce. The chandeliers in the casino clattered ominously. The dim lights flickered, casting an unsettling aura. Bai Yu abruptly regained his composure, casting a frosty gaze towards the swaying lily window. The desolate night cast a massive shadow over the window. Soon after, the eerie shadow began to writhe and swirl in midair. A shadow capable of movement? Chapter 141, Scarlet-Eyed Roman. Shadow Manipulation. Outside the swaying lily window lay the cold night sky, where an unidentifiable silver object floated. Bai Yu's eyes glimmered with cold light as 2 black devouring talismans materialized ominously in his palm. The domineering light of devouring surged forth with a destructive force. However, as the black light approached, the spacecraft abruptly darkened, shrouded by a mass of shadow. 3 shadow blades descended from above, obliterating the black light into nothingness. Shadow blades. Bai Yu's eyes sharpened with intensity. Beneath the eerie crescent moon in the night sky, a slender black figure emerged. Clad in elongated black attire with long, fiery red hair, 2 menacing blades were slung across his back. Is this ridiculous cannonade meant to welcome me? The red-haired youth chuckled, exuding a sinister aura. Most alarming were his eyes, which gleamed with an uncanny blood-red hue. Like a pair of sanguine orbs, they sparkled with a predatory glimmer. Upon seeing such an odd-looking youth, the maid staggered back a few steps, exclaiming, "Our red-eyed lord, one of the 5 colored eyes of the galaxy. Scarlet Eye, Roman, ding." The system detected a Nirvana-level life form. Scarlet Eye Roman, danger level, 11, talent level, 12. His innate talent is the most extraordinary the host has ever witnessed. Ding. Warning. Roman excels in shadow manipulation and possesses extreme power, with an exceedingly cold temperament. Devouring talent. Automatically activated. The frigid tone of the system intensified the oppressive atmosphere within the casino. 5 colored eyes? Bai Yu's gaze narrowed slightly. Ding. A reminder from the superpower indicated that within the galaxy's eyes, there existed a strict hierarchy. The lowest rank is that of the tax squad, followed by the mid-level officials, and ascending further are the managers. The 5 colored eyes represent the 5 most formidable managers, a terrifying existence second only to the mastermind. Among them is the red-eyed Roman. Upon finally arriving on Earth, I did not expect to encounter such an unsightly individual right away. Red-eyed Roman smiled, his feet seemingly treading upon the void. A necklace crafted from a stone, radiating a rainbow of colors hung around his neck. The Rainbow Stone. Roman is the legendary free spirit. So, after dealing with a group of wretched scoundrels, you're still displeased? Bai Yu lifted his glass and downed it in one gulp. His profound gaze fixed upon Roman with a smile. "You really are quite irritating," he remarked. Roman's smile gradually faded. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Within the entire Leafy casino, countless shadows began to writhe unconsciously. They morphed into massive, vine-like apparitions, lunging towards Bai Yu with intent to bite. Shadow contract. Shadow manipulation. Boom. In the blink of an eye, red-eyed Roman appeared outside the casino, while the Leafy casino had already been utterly demolished by the colossal shadows. As a manager within the Galactic Eye, second only to the mastermind, Roman possessed unparalleled power. If you cannot keep your mouth shut, then perhaps death will be preferable. Red-eyed Roman scoffed, unfurling a pair of blood-red bat wings, preparing to turn away. Bang, bang, bang. Roman's expression suddenly shifted, and his form disintegrated in an instant. Two menacing black tendrils pierced through his afterimage. Whoosh! The liquid coalesced, retracting back to the ruins, solidifying into the robust arms of Venom. Not a bad reaction. Venom grinned, revealing a mouthful of jagged teeth, his enormous tongue writhing greedily. The three cardinal sins of greed, brutality, and arrogance were vividly embodied in Venom's presence. Not far away, a terrified maid curled up in a corner, trembling as she beheld the two godlike figures. "How dare you, an ant, provoke the authority of the Galactic Eye?" Roman appeared intrigued, observing Venom with keen interest. As the most enigmatic organization within the galaxy, the Galactic Eye has always held a profound fascination for the exploration of extraterrestrial life. Otherwise, they would not have risked total annihilation to follow the traces of demonic footprints in their relentless pursuit of the legendary Rainbow Sea. In that ancient tale, the Rainbow Sea not only harbored countless treasures of gold and silver, but also concealed a civilization of extraordinary mystery. However, encountering a symbiotic entity like Venom was a first for him. "You are not the first to express interest in me," Venom cackled, his grotesque form suddenly leaping forth. A bloodthirsty killing intent surged, accompanied by a tempestuous gale of claws, roaring forth. "Oomph!" Roman snorted disdainfully. A cascade of fiery red bangs danced in the air, seemingly animated by an unseen force. Two blood-red shadow blades were swiftly grasped, their blinding light colliding fiercely with the claw-like winds. Boom, boom, boom. Two terrifying figures clashed with breathtaking speed in the void. A cataclysmic gust erupted from the epicenter of their collision, reverberating through the skies of Texas. In that moment, every Texan looked up in trepidation, gazing at the colossal, demon-like silhouettes above. Whoosh, whoosh. Countless tendrils erupted from the creature of Venom, ruthlessly shooting towards Roman. With a flash of his crimson eyes, Roman swung his shadow blades and commanded, "Shadow Pact. Dance." Hiss. An army of dark figures crawled forth from the ground. Shadows of ancient trees, reflections from the pond, and silhouettes of buildings transformed into the most fearsome weapons in Roman's grasp. Bang, bang, bang. The tendrils collided incessantly with the shadows, dissipating into nothingness. Whoosh. Suddenly, Roman leaped into the air, his form vanishing in an uncanny manner. "You cannot escape." A chilling voice echoed under the moonlight. A pale hand, with no prior warning, pressed against the venomous creature's shoulder. Buzz. A peculiar wave emanated from the palm. The creature's eyes flashed with murderous intent as it swiped with a claw, only to tear through a mere afterimage. "It is over." In the distance, Roman had already appeared a kilometer away. Upon hearing this, the creature's expression darkened as it glanced at its shoulder. A dark red, mysterious symbol had been imprinted there, pulsating with an eerie, blood-like essence. That is, the creature's pupils constricted in alarm. Vine Shadow Technique. This power of parasitism relentlessly devoured the host's consciousness, transforming them into a shadow being, stripped of all awareness and sensation. The Vine Shadow Technique is inescapable. Roman, with his blood-red eyes, gazed indifferently at the venomous creature on the ground. Moments later, a chilling proclamation, reminiscent of a grim reaper's decree, fell from his lips. "In the depths of the night lies the abode of light, eternal in an instant, devoid of thoughts and attachments. Shadows envelop all, silence reigns, the Vine Shadow Technique consumes." Chapter 142. The Innocent Red Eyes, the Devious Venom. Shadows engulf the heavens. All things fall into silence, the Vine Shadow Technique. Consume. Roman spread his fingers, reaching towards the night sky, grasping downwards. Hiss! Utilizing the Shadow Pact, he summoned countless vine shadows to devour the life forms before him. The creature's dual eyes widened in alarm, then quickly darted to its shoulder. The dark red, mysterious rune glimmered with an ominous red light, and soon, grotesque black lines crawled forth from a symbol. In the blink of an eye, the creeping shadow ascended from the shoulder to the jawline, gradually enveloping the face. Wherever the shadow passed, the sensation within the body steadily faded. Venom's expression turned icy, just as he prepared to leap forth. He abruptly realized that his legs had become inexplicably rigid, immobilized in place, while spectral forms swirled around his legs, devouring his very being. What further distressed Venom was that even his symbiotic super-regenerative cells were gradually succumbing before the might of this shadowy technique. The power of those crimson eyes was indeed terrifying. Suddenly, a glimmer of cold light flashed in Venom's gaze. He flipped his right claw, and a torrent of black liquid surged forth from his palm. However, to his horror, the once masterful black liquid swiftly retreated back into his body, as if confronted by a demon. The realm of the undead also lost its connection. Beneath the chilling moonlight, the profound darkness began to engulf Venom entirely, deepening the already inky blackness of his form, as if drenched in black gasoline. An aura of desolation emanated forth. His eyes gradually became hollow. In the casino, where sinister winds howled, two silent figures solidified in the air. The people of Texas displayed expressions of terror, trembling as they gazed into the void, witnessing a scene reminiscent of a science fiction epic. The body of the crimson-eyed figure suddenly slithered down, merging into the shadow. In an instant, the eerie shadow reformed before the paralyzed Venom. The crimson-eyed figure materialized once more like a specter. The shadow contract had traversed through, and it was concluded. The crimson-eyed figure, gazing upon Venom's frigid form, spoke with indifference. The shadow technique, once unleashed, was inescapable. Even the other four with the five-colored eyes regarded this lethal move with immense trepidation. Due to his inherently solitary nature, the crimson-eyed figure had spent his childhood and youth in solitude. His only companions were his own shadows. Living within his own shadow for so long, he had gradually become a creature of the darkness. Thus, upon awakening the Rainbow Stone, he acquired the ability to manipulate shadows. After subduing Venom, the crimson-eyed figure did not hasten to extinguish him. Instead, he took a keen interest in observing Venom. The dark form, fearsome fangs, and scarlet tongue. He did not expect to discover such a perfect original Sinjin within you. The crimson-eyed figure appeared contemplative, as if he had unearthed a treasure, a hint of excitement betraying his words. As a premier villain organization in the galaxy, the Galactic, I had always been particularly intrigued by the recruitment of talent. He lightly touched Venom's forehead. Instantly, the terrifying visage of Venom regained its menacing countenance, and his colossal tongue flickered forth once more. The shadow technique was partially lifted. The red-haired boy, I grant you 3 seconds to unravel this vexatious seal. Otherwise, I shall consign you to a Martian prison, where you will languish in lamentation for the remainder of your days. Venom intoned ominously. The crimson-eyed one remained non-committal, then fixed his gaze upon Venom's pallid pupils, suddenly declaring, "You possess the bloodline of the Lord of the Abyss. We require your strength. Join us, and you shall continue to exist. Is it merely your beguiling specter that you rely upon?" Venom's eyes narrowed, his tone frigid. "You may certainly put that to the test." The crimson-eyed one, with blood-red irises, offered a slight smile, seemingly unperturbed by Venom's brutal temperament. The chilling atmosphere abruptly solidified. After a moment, Venom stated, "I will only accept a relationship of cooperation." A calmness washed over him as he regarded the crimson-eyed Roman, his icy gaze unwavering. "It is a consideration, yet I am curious about the audacity you possess to stand on equal footing with us, the Galactic Eyes." A flicker of surprise crossed the crimson-eyed one's gaze. "Release my claw for 2 seconds." Venom's eyes darkened, his voice indifferent. Hiss! The specter dissipated, and the malevolent entities entwined around Venom's right claw vanished into the void. Perception returned, albeit limited to his right claw. With a resounding crash, a torrent of black liquid emerged from his claw's core, subsequently surging forth to form a pitch-black portal of the dead, spanning the night sky. An aura of unfathomable malevolence emanated from beyond the portal. Even the formidable crimson-eyed one felt his gaze sharpen in response. These sinister energies, even to one as seasoned as he, were somewhat staggering. The The specter recoiled, sealing Venom's right claw once more. "You may enter," and behold, Venom closed his eyes, a hint of a sly smile flickering within. The crimson-eyed one hesitated briefly, ultimately choosing to trust in his own prowess, and stepped through the portal of the dead. With each step, a new world unfolded. Suddenly, the sky darkened. Behind a mysterious black portal lay a desolate realm of the deceased, the earth stained a dark crimson. Occasionally, numerous inky green claw marks marred the ground. All vitality had been utterly extinguished, leaving only an overwhelming aura of death. The crimson-eyed one surveyed this expanse with his blood-red orbs, sensing an inexplicable strangeness. It was too quiet. Alarmed, the quick-witted crimson-eyed one snapped back to reality. As the specter faded, he sought to invoke the shadow contract once more. A cacophony of chilling, sinister laughter resonated from the blood clouds. A resplendent, golden interdimensional storm, entwined with blazing crimson lotus rays, suddenly tore through the blood clouds, hurtling towards the crimson-eyed one, effectively sealing off all avenues of escape. Within the blood clouds, colossal silhouettes, obscuring the very sun, flickered ominously in and out of view. For grotesque heads of monstrous beasts suddenly emerged from the blood-red clouds. Simultaneously, a solitary figure cloaked in deep blue, accompanied by a gradually rising mechanical giant, stood defiantly behind the crimson-eyed creature, letting out a sinister chuckle. Across the desolate land of the undead, countless pairs of blood-red, beastly eyes instantly lifted, greedily gazing at the crimson presence in the void above. The beastly eyes shimmered with a predatory glint. Above the gambling den, though ensnared within the confines of the shadow binding, thanks to the void, devouring flame, and the ancestral devourer within him, Venom could temporarily withstand the encroaching shadows. There was no cause for alarm. Suddenly, Venom opened his wicked eyes and grinned with a mischievous smile. Boom! The black cloud hovering before the gates of the undead erupted violently. A ghostly figure darted through, a blood-soaked silhouette tumbling out, crashing into a distant skyscraper, which crumbled under the impact, burying him beneath the debris. Chapter 143. The purple flame devours the shadows, an invitation from the galactic eye as blood surged. A figure drenched in crimson emerged from the black gate, crashing into a building and becoming entombed by the falling wreckage. Immediately following, a fearsome claw, covered in scales and exuding menace, crawled out from the gates of the undead. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla, towering hundreds of meters high, gradually emerged from the portal, crashing down upon the ruins of the Lafayette Casino. The immense shockwave obliterated structures within a 1,000-meter radius. The king of monsters, Godzilla, has descended upon Texas. Behind Godzilla, a tempestuous golden lightning clashed as a colossal three-headed beast soared into the sky, swirling amidst the thunder. The three dragon heads simultaneously tilted back, unleashing a deafening roar. The king of the skies, King Ghidorah. After 3 days of incubation, King Ghidorah had successfully hatched and evolved into its 4th generation, Storm Ghidorah. However, due to this rebirth, Ghidorah had forgotten all previous memories. Its mind as pure as that of a newborn infant. Shortly thereafter, the gates of the undead trembled once more, and 2 terrifying streams of light surged forth, one deep blue, the other silver-white. Phantom Emperor, the Terminator, leader of the Decepticons, Megatron. Venom raised his eyes, directing a taunting smile towards the crimson figure crawling from the ruins. Hiss, hiss, hiss. Dark specters slithered swiftly from the debris, coalescing into the trembling form of the crimson-eyed entity. The crimson-eyed creature appeared utterly disheveled. Its once vibrant red attire was torn to shreds, grotesque claw marks marring its body in a chaotic fashion. It was battered and bruised, with scars burned by flames, bloodstains from artillery blasts, and gaping wounds pierced by lightning, both golden and blue. The expression on the crimson-eyed creature's face was one of profound distress. The shadow vine technique necessitates physical contact to infuse it with the power of the wraith. Yet, these scoundrels, hiding at a distance, unleash a torrential barrage of ranged assaults. Even a formidable Red Eye exhibits signs of agitation. Despicable. Red Eye, with a frosty demeanor, clutched his chest and gazed skyward at the 4 colossal shadows brimming with malevolence. Despicable, he intoned coldly. Despicability serves as the passport for the vile, while nobility stands as the epitaph for the virtuous. Venom shook his head, a sinister grin spreading across his face. Do you wish to be engulfed by my shadow vine technique? Gradually, Red-Eye rose, standing amidst the ruins, surveying the panicked Texas city. His pallid hands clenched tightly, creaking ominously. Years of effort reduced to ashes. It must be noted that the Rafael Casino is world-renowned, serving as one of the vital sources of currency for the galactic eye on Earth. Despite his managerial status, enduring such unprecedented loss would not spare him from retribution upon his return. Your shadow vine technique is indeed impressive, but do not elevate yourself too highly, Venom remarked with an eerie chuckle. Suddenly, his ghostly white pupils glimmered with two orbs of violet infernal fire. The endless abyss seeps into hell. Red-Eye's expression shifted abruptly, and he closed his eyes tightly. However, the specters had never missed their mark. The soul-piercing infernal fire ignited within his gaze, consuming him. His blood-red eyes transformed into an abyssal black, as dark as a bottomless pit. A piercing shriek assaulted his mind. Death Knight, I have judgment. Attacks of a spiritual nature are perpetually difficult to defend against. Moments later, Red-Eye staggered, his consciousness gradually devoured by the infernal fire. He raised his hand, and blood symbols materialized. The shadow vine clinging to Venom began to dissipate at a visibly rapid pace. The floating wraiths let out mournful cries, bursting into a cloud of crimson mist. The shadow vine technique automatically unraveled. Within mere seconds, the grotesque black patterns adorning Venom's body vanished entirely. At last it was gone. Venom languidly stretched, a wicked smile curling his lips. The sensation of being forcibly imprisoned was truly unbearable. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The chilling wind swept through, carrying away the infernal fire from Red-Eye's pupils. The vivid crimson surged anew. You have controlled me? Red-Eye's countenance turned frigid as he glared at Venom, an overwhelming aura of malevolence coalescing around him. Displeased? Venom's eyelids lifted slightly, his expression a blend of amusement and mockery directed at Red-Eye. Boom! Behind them, the towering forms of Godzilla and Ghidorah roared in unison, their ferocious presence obliterating half the city, turning it into a desolate wasteland. The city of destruction. Do you realize that with such a threat, you will be pursued relentlessly by the galactic eye for the rest of your days? Red-Eye spoke coldly. His state may have been unfavorable, yet his aura remained as profound as an abyss, sharp and imposing. Is that so? Venom appeared somewhat indifferent. Do you know that once a certain organization known as the Shield of Serpents spoke to me in a similar manner? However, their stronghold has long since been dismantled by my hands, and I believe it is now inscribed in the annals of history. The crimson glow in his eyes flickered ominously, and after a prolonged moment, he quelled his violent emotions, returning to his former cold demeanor. His blood-red gaze swept over the four colossal beasts behind Venom, narrowing slightly. Your strength is indeed commendable, yet remains confined to Earth. To ascend to the realm of celestial beings, you have much further to go. The dark forest of the cosmos is far more ruthless than you can imagine. Venom smiled slyly at the crimson-eyed figure, flexing his claws. Is our previous agreement still valid? The crimson-eyed figure fell silent for a few seconds, lifting his gaze to fixate intently on Venom. Cooperation? Venom, with a smirk that blurred the line between amusement and disdain, shook his head. Do you believe that a symbiotic entity like me would care about cooperation? A torrent of black liquid suddenly coalesced, manifesting into a terrifying black hole that eerily emerged. Do not provoke the galaxy eye lightly. It is not something you can easily challenge. A chilling glimmer flashed in the crimson-eyed figure's gaze, his tone revealing a sense of foreboding. As the most enigmatic pirate force in the galaxy has always been renowned for its eerie terror. Despite years of pursuit by the Interstellar Alliance, they have never once succumbed to defeat. I might consider it, but I need to witness your sincerity. After all, you are the one seeking my aid, are you not? Venom leapt gracefully, perching atop a towering spire, smiling down at the crimson-eyed figure. What sort of sincerity do you desire? The crimson-eyed figure frowned, sensing an unsettling foreboding. Just now, I detected a familiar scent emanating from you. Venom let out a peculiar laugh as his right claw flipped, revealing the black hole once more, unleashing a violent suction. In an instant, a streak of silver light shot forth from the crimson-eyed figure's sleeve, hovering in the void. The atmosphere became tense. Under the otherworldly night sky, the moonlight cascaded down upon a lustrous silver gem. Within this gem, it seemed to harbor boundless spatial energy. Chapter 144. The Gem Returns. Encountering the Sandman, a lustrous silver gem hovered above the night sky, shimmering with endless silver light, as if it had absorbed the moon's radiance. The silver light shimmered and shifted, and the gem bizarrely morphed into the shape of a blue cube. The space gem, the essence of the cosmic cube. The breaths of Venom and the crimson-eyed figure suddenly quickened, born from the 6 stones that emerged at the dawn of the universe. Their power could stir the very fabric of the galaxy. Both Venom and the galaxy, I gazed at it with insatiable desire. Do not even think about it. The crimson-eyed figure spoke coldly, sweeping his sleeve, causing ghostly shadows to dissipate as countless massive tendrils shot into the air, reaching for the space gem. As you are now, you lack the qualifications to challenge me. Venom chuckled mockingly, and with a swift grasp, black liquid splattered as countless dark tendrils surged from the ground, intercepting the shadows below. Boom! 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 The shadows and tendrils erupted simultaneously. A deafening roar, tearing through the heavens, resounded. Godzilla stomped down, shattering a towering structure, casting an ominous silhouette with its crimson gaze, enveloping the surroundings in darkness. A palpable aura of menace radiated. Above, the spiraling Ghidorah let out a resounding cry, as ferocious golden lightning converged, poised to unleash a cataclysmic assault in the next moment. The 2 Terminators seamlessly executed their plan, discreetly blocking the north and south paths of the crimson-eyed creature. Their synchronized coordination was nothing short of masterful. The icy countenance of the crimson-eyed figure, after a moment of turbulence, finally returned to tranquility. Subsequently, its blood-red eyes turned towards Venom, and a blood-colored token bizarrely emerged from its palm. With a flick of its fingers, it shot towards Venom's claw. Venom caught it with a swift motion, spreading its massive claw. The blood-colored token was adorned with a scarlet vertical pupil, ancient and enigmatic, as if it contained its own realm within. 3 months hence, during the stormy Femira contest on Jupiter, those from the galaxy, I will come seeking you. The crimson-eyed figure gazed intently at Venom before turning away, casting its gaze into the profound starry expanse. The tattered red garment, beneath the writhing shadow, reverted to its frigid form, and the bloodstains vanished completely, as if they had never existed. Shadow-packed, spatial leap. A chilling voice echoed, and the dark shadow eerily materialized, engulfing the crimson-eyed figure, who then vanished from this realm. Roar! 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 Witnessing the retreat of the crimson-eyed figure, Godzilla bellowed in fury, its colossal claws leaving numerous fearsome imprints upon the ruins, clearly dissatisfied. No need to pursue. The black liquid writhed, retreating swiftly, and the elongated figure of Bai Yu re-emerged. He lifted his profound gaze and grasped at the void. The silver spatial gem fell into his hand. In an instant, resplendent silver light transformed into a towering column, reaching thousands of meters into the sky. A spatial storm. Immediately after, a mysterious purple gem materialized in his right palm. The cosmic spirit sphere. The power gem. The long-lost spatial gem had finally returned to Bai Yu's grasp. 2 cosmic gems capable of shaking the galaxy now hovered in the night sky. The silver light shimmered deeply, while the purple light exuded dominance. The black liquid unfurled fibrous tendrils from behind Bai Yu, coalescing rapidly into the terrifying visage of Venom. Such vast energy, I yearn to consume these 2 gems. A wave of insatiable greed surged within Venom's eyes. All it knows is consumption. Bai Yu rolled his eyes, clad in a dark outfit that fluttered without a breeze. Please, go enjoy your drinks. I shall not go back on my promise to indulge in the exquisite Spanish Lancome wine. Boss is magnificent. 4 thunderous voices erupted simultaneously. The following day, Seattle was enveloped in a gloomy, rainy atmosphere. This city, the westernmost in the Federation, lies adjacent to the eastern seas of the Pacific. Across the waters, one can behold the renowned island nation. Beneath the heavy, leaden clouds, in a European-style tavern, a young man dressed in black and wearing a black duckbill cap leisurely savored the fine wine before him. The Lancome wine, synonymous with luxury worldwide. Suddenly, a rather ordinary Western gentleman entered the tavern. "Mr. Marco, it's been a while," he greeted. "Indeed," William replied coolly, casually seeking an empty seat. With a distinct Spanish accent, he ordered a classic Western meal. In a corner, Bai Yu's chopsticks abruptly paused, a subtle smile gracing his lips. "Your meal," he said, handing over the dish. "Thank you," William replied, but hesitated noticeably when it came time to pay, fumbling for a few crumpled dollar bills from the last century, nearly obsolete in contemporary society. The blonde waitress appeared taken aback, quickly masking her surprise with a look of disdain. Clearly, William did not belong to the category of affluent patrons the tavern welcomed. "I'll cover it for him." A sudden voice drew William's attention. He looked up to see the Eastern youth standing. "No, I can pay," he stammered awkwardly. "Don't worry. Everyone faces their own hardships," Bai Yu replied, taking a seat across from William with a gentle smile. "Do you mind if I share this table?" William, surprised by the inquiry, noted the abundance of empty seats around. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. "Of course, I don't mind." "Thank you." A rare smile appeared on his face. "You're welcome. My sister often chides me for being too indifferent. But one never knows when a homeless person might turn into a murderer or a robber under the cover of night." Bai Yu laughed lightly as he offered William a glass of deep red wine. It was the authentic Lancome wine, worth over $6,000 a glass. "You seem anything but indifferent," William remarked, eyeing the aromatic drink, swallowing hard. "Not at all. Just like the person I'm currently assisting, who might very well be a despicable thug or a killer. Would you agree?" "So what does that make me?" "Aiding a criminal." Bai Yu maintained his smile, as if sharing mundane conversation. However, to William, these words resonated differently. His chopsticks suddenly faltered and fell to the ground, his expression betraying a hint of panic. "But speculation is merely speculation. Isn't it?" William composed himself, picking up a piece of meat and taking a bite. After savoring another sip of wine, Bai Yu felt a sense of contentment and smiled gently at the focused William. "However, Mr. Sandman, I must apologize for my audacity. I am genuinely curious about how you managed to coalesce so much sand into a human form." Chapter 145, The Boundless East Sea. "Flower and Fruit Mountain, who are you?" William's gaze suddenly turned icy, and his chopsticks snapped with a crack. Countless grains of sand cascaded from his palm, as if a quicksand surged in his eyes. "Do you recall the Osborne Industrial Base?" Bai Yu took a sip of fragrant wine, reclining lazily on the sofa, his eyes sparkling with mirth. Memories, like a sea of sand, surged forth. "Are you that symbiote?" William appeared dazed. The transaction at the sandy grave, the escape from the claws of chaos, and the insatiably greedy black symbiote had left an indelible mark on the typically indifferent Sandman. Bai Yu chuckled softly, retrieving a gilded leather envelope from his pocket and placing it on the table. "I trust you understand that the Federation will not permit the existence of supergenetic humans." William's expression shifted slightly. After a brief silence, he gazed at the leather envelope. "What is this?" $50,000. "After we resolve this matter, I shall await your return here," Bai Yu replied with a faint smile. "I have grown weary of a life of wandering." William shook his head, his eyes darkening. Having mutated into a Sandman, he was destined to remain estranged from the glamorous world outside. "No, you still have a chance." Bai Yu suddenly smiled. William was taken aback, abruptly lifting his head. Bai Yu's irises had transformed into a realm of pure blackness. In this shadowy world loomed a sinister black giant, its massive tongue swirling, claws digging into the ground, exuding a menacing aura. "In this world, you're not alone." Bai Yu closed his eyes, seemingly drifting into slumber. After a long while, William stole a glance at Bai Yu, then picked up the leather envelope and exited the tavern. The fierce wind and rain swirled around him. William's figure reemerged upon the mahogany chair. However, compared to when he departed, a dark red bloodstain lingered on his fingertips. "Have you made your decision?" Bai Yu, who appeared to be in a deep slumber, suddenly opened his eyes, smiling at him. "It seems my visit was not in vain. You appear to have gained some stature," William remarked, looking at him. "You may refer to us as the Adventurers Guild," Bai Yu replied, his eyes sparkling with mischief. "Of course, you may also call us by our original name." Bai Yu abruptly stood, the lazy demeanor evaporating from his face. The dark gates of the underworld eerily materialized behind William. Bang! The dark red wine glass was crushed in Bai Yu's hand. The shattering sound of glass instantaneously captivated the countless startled gazes within the tavern. A figure clad in black, seemingly animated by an unseen force, exuded an overwhelming presence and swept forth. Above the vast expanse of the Pacific Ocean, the sea mist loomed. On the frigid waters, a faint line of ethereal blue dorsal fins emerged. A broad back, resembling a ghostly island, drifted amidst the waves. Yet it would not wander aimlessly. The monstrous isle was heading towards the distant east. Upon its back lay a slender youth, basking beneath the warm caress of the sun, his eyes half closed in slumber. He found himself reminiscing about the ancient continent. Since his relocation to Chinatown, 6 fleeting years had passed. The Western world, undeniably replete with intrigue, offered temptations. A taste of the devil fruit when hunger struck, a restful night atop the Galaxy building when weariness loomed, and leisurely games of cards with Spider-Man. Yet, the familiar scent lingered at the tip of Bai Yu's nose. The moonlight before his bed resembled frost upon the ground. He gazed upwards at the venomous sky, while thoughts of his homeland weighed heavily upon him. As Yu Guangzhong wisely articulated, in childhood, homesickness was akin to a narrow boat ticket, with you on one end and the continent on the other. In adulthood, it morphed into a swimming Godzilla, with you astride its back. Yet the continent remained a distant memory in the east. According to the red-eyed one, the Jupiter Storm Famira competition was still months away. There was no rush. A leisurely return to the spring waters was in order. Experience had proven that Godzilla's title as the ocean sovereign was not mere bravado, but rather a fade. Where have you swum off to? Bai Yu seethed with fury, delivering a kick to Godzilla's dorsal fin. It is worth mentioning that, after his transformation, Bai Yu's physical prowess surpassed that of most superheroes. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The ocean parted to reveal a colossal monster's head. Godzilla blinked with innocent eyes, brimming with grievance. They had traversed the Pacific for nearly 3 days, yet not a glimpse of land was in sight. Not even a single bubble broke the surface of the desolate sea, which lay as still as placid waters. Go on, continue your charade. Bai Yu scoffed coldly. Given Godzilla's speed through the deep sea, had it applied even a modicum of effort, it could have circumnavigated the globe dozens of times in 3 days, instead of languishing in the Pacific. Boss, you cannot fault this big fellow this time. A dark liquid slithered from Bai Yu's chest, coalescing into the visage of Venom. After being scorned for the title of host, Venom readily adjusted his language. What? Are you implying the blame lies with me? Bai Yu cast a frigid glance at Venom before abruptly tilting his head back. His black pupils suddenly constricted. On the horizon, where the sea met the sky, a mysterious island emerged, suspended upon the water's surface. The island was vast, extending across the ocean's edge. Unlike the eerie and sinister Turtle Island, this island is shrouded in mist, exuding an ethereal charm. In the realm of Dongxing Shenzhou, the proud and illustrious country. Why have I never encountered this island on any map? Bai Yu, filled with perplexity, unfurled an ancient maritime chart. As the laureate of the 72nd Nobel Prize in Geography, Bai Yu possessed an intimate understanding of the Earth's continental structures. He could effortlessly identify the ancient fossils buried 5,000 meters beneath the Tibetan Plateau. His gaze fixed intently on the chart. On the western side of the Pacific, near the Hawaiian archipelago, an enigmatic island materialized out of thin air. Good gracious! Bai Yu exclaimed in astonishment. Boss, my spider sense alerts me that delectable treasures await us on that island. The venomous beast chuckled, its scarlet tongue involuntarily flicking out. To the island. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes and commanded sharply. With a thunderous roar, Godzilla burst forth from the ocean's surface, bellowing to the heavens before plunging into the depths, creating towering waves as it sped toward the mystical island. Upon arrival, Bai Yu adjusted his cap and stood atop Godzilla's back, gazing into the distance. A vast mountain range, stretching for thousands of miles, bordered the expansive East China Sea, towering majestically between heaven and earth. The peaks were enveloped in swirling mists. Faintly discernible, 5 stone pillars soared into the clouds, resembling celestial columns piercing the sky. An enchanting spectacle indeed. This mountain is the ancestral vein of the 10 continents, gathering boundless spiritual energy, nurturing the essence of the world, known as the 3 Islands' auspicious source. This mountain is also referred to as Huagu Mountain. Chapter 146, The Great Sage, Sun Wukong. Amidst the mist of prideful clouds and the fragrance of fruits, one could wield a staff to pacify the seas, commanding myriad demons. On the lush plains, the verdant grass flourished anew. A slender youth in black stood atop the cliff, gazing at this earthly paradise, silently marveling at the scene before him. Was splendid expanse of emerald grasslands. Huagu Mountain is part of a vast and continuous range. Here, celestial peaches bear fruit, celestial foxes climb, and evergreens thrive, accompanied by the calls of longevity cranes. Moreover, a Chilan rests upon the cliffs. Ethereal dragon and phoenix silhouettes swirl around the mountains, imbued with an aura of auspiciousness. Suddenly, the youth's gaze fell upon the highest peak of Huagu Mountain. That summit towered above the clouds, perpetually absorbing the spiritual energy of the heavens and the essence of the sun and moon. At the cliff's edge lay a scattering of colorful stones, as if a stone monkey had once leaped forth from within. Crash! In the distance, a waterfall cascaded from the sky, its torrents creating billowing clouds of mist. Above the waterfall, three ancient symbols of monkey language could be faintly discerned: Water Curtain Cave. The blessed land of Huagua Mountain, the Water Curtain Cave. Before the pond, a gibbon led a troop of monkeys, feasting on bananas and carrying a large basket of celestial peaches, swaggering toward the waterfall. The monkeys patrolled their mountainous domain. The youth, lost in contemplation, suddenly exhibited a fleeting expression of peculiarity in his eyes. Bang! Bang! The long-armed monkey abruptly froze. Countless droplets erupted from the pool, creating ripples across the surface. Halt! The long-armed monkey furrowed his brow, his white beard fluttering, instantly alert. As the elder king among the monkeys, his sense of smell was far more acute than that of ordinary monkeys. The celestial peach fell to the ground, splattering water everywhere. Hiss! 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 A whirlpool emerged, and the long-armed monkey instantly cast his gaze towards the depths of the water, his eyes widening in horror. Dark tentacles crawled up from the bottom of the pool, greedily ascending and, in the blink of an eye, enveloping its entire body, reducing it to nothingness. Along with it perished dozens of monkeys. Soon after, a strange black liquid spiraled out from the depths and coalesced into a figure clad in black. Bai Yu raised his black-eyed gaze towards the majestic waterfall, a light chuckle escaping his lips. How intriguing. It turns out to be a myth from the journey to the west. Hailing from an eastern land, Bai Yu was exceedingly familiar with the primordial world within the journey to the west. If he was not mistaken, behind this waterfall, a magnificent monkey king was currently in slumber. According to the tale, this monkey would soon ascend to the heavenly palace, causing chaos in the Lingxiao Palace, ultimately urinating on the head of the Jade Emperor, only to be subdued by the Buddha and imprisoned beneath the Five Fingers Mountain for 5 centuries, before finally marrying a monk who constantly recited Amitabha, thus reaching the pinnacle of monkey life. He was all too familiar with this narrative. Little did he expect, after wandering through the Western sci-fi realm for so long, to encounter such an Eastern mythological world. However, it is unfortunate that wherever Bai Yu go, there will always be a reimagining of the plot. A torrent of void-devouring flames surged forth from Bai Yu's palm, transforming into a terrifying black flame giant hand that crashed down upon the waterfall cave above, shattering the mist into a cascade. Boom! Boom! The cavern collapsed, countless boulders tumbling down. The entire flower fruit mountain trembled under the ferocity of Bai Yu's gust. A multitude of peach trees were uprooted by the sweeping winds. Who dares to trespass upon my water curtain cave? A terrifying aura, potent to the extreme, surged forth from the depths of the cave like a giant dragon awakening. Bai Yu's previously nonchalant demeanor tightened slightly. As the unparalleled demon Sun Wukong, his combat prowess could contend with the heavenly palace, warranting no underestimation. Boom! 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 A staff radiating brilliant golden light burst through the peak, soaring into the air. The air shattered upon contact. Simultaneously, the staff expanded at an astonishing speed, rapidly growing to hundreds of meters in length, an awe-inspiring sight. The sea-calming golden cudgel, the Rui Jingu Bang. Bai Yu snorted coldly, an enigmatic ancestral symbol materializing from his palm. The tyrannical light of devouring energy surged forth, morphing into a profound black hole that obstructed the path of the golden cudgel. Swallowing a hole. With a thunderous boom, a cataclysmic shockwave erupted from within the black hole, causing it to splinter and fracture. What a formidable staff! Whoosh! 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 The sentient golden cudgel spun with lightning speed, ultimately resembling a majestic mountain as it plunged into the peak, standing tall in the void, reaching for the heavens. The Rui Jingu Bang. As the mist parted, the tip of the staff revealed a terrifying aura of overwhelming ferocity. A shimmering golden chainmail enveloped its form, while brown monkey fur sprouted from beneath the scales, and a crown of phoenix jade and purple gold exuded an air of arrogance. With eyes ablaze with fierce determination, Sun Wukong embodied untamed wildness and defiance. Great sage, equal to heaven. Young one, to stir up trouble in Flower Fruit Mountain is far from a wise decision. Sun Wukong spoke indifferently, his voice cold and piercing, cutting through the clouds. A tremendous sound wave cascaded down from the summit of Flower Fruit Mountain, causing the entire peak to tremble. Monkey, I acknowledge your remarkable prowess and have specially come to recruit you to the island. Do not refuse my invitation. Bai Yu smiled faintly, his demeanor calm amidst the overwhelming aura. Preposterous fool, Sun Wukong scoffed. Recruit me? I have no regard for the olive branch offered by that old man. Indra, you, who have sprung forth from who knows where, must surely be intoxicated and delirious. Indeed, just as in the original tale, a wild monkey remains a wild monkey. Bai Yu couldn't help but sigh, feeling a twinge of frustration. Without the 500 years of suppression by Dathagata, Sun Wukong's wild nature would never be extinguished. In fact, it seemed to be burning more fiercely. Yet, it is precisely in his arrogance that Sun Wukong exemplifies the true essence of a great demon. This was the kind of great demon Bai Yu admired most. Once every year, a great demon emerges. Once every century, it is Sun Wukong. With a resounding rumble, the peak shattered, and the towering golden cudgel shot skyward, erupting with brilliant golden light, suddenly shrinking to a length of 2 meters, firmly grasped in Sun Wukong's hand. A formidable aura of the great sage radiated outward. Bai Yu's expression turned grave. He knew that this master of the 72 transformations, whose combat prowess could shatter the heavens, was about to reveal his most unrestrained side. A terrifying momentum capable of annihilating the Dragon Palace and sweeping through the underworld. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A horrifying black liquid surged forth from Bai Yu's pores, and within mere seconds, it enveloped his entire being. A glimmering suit of scales emerged, and within his pale white pupils danced an insatiable greed. Venom, Sun Wukong. Chapter 147, Hellfire, Supreme Treasure. On Flower Fruit Mountain, ethereal mist swirled. Amidst the dense sea of clouds, countless peaks tower majestically. 2 formidable figures, exuding an aura as deep as an abyss and as oppressive as a prison, stand in a distant confrontation. One is a super symbiote, the other a peerless demon monkey. Their gazes lock, filled solely with a chilling intent to kill. Ding! The system detects a primordial apex-level demon, Sun Wukong. Danger level 14, talent level 14, an immense threat. Warning: this life form, born of the primal purple energy, belongs to the 4 divine monkeys, the luminous stone monkey, whose talent is nothing short of monstrous. It has roamed the Dragon Palace and the underworld, invincible in its path. The ability to devour talent is now activated. Luminous stone monkey, the great sage equal to heaven, the handsome monkey king, the great demon Sun Wukong. Bang! The murderous intent shatters as the venomous specter strides forth, its form disintegrating, only to be followed by the emergence of a black hole, for which 2 terrifying claw winds rip through, sweeping towards Sun Wukong. Like a phantom. Oomph. Sun Wukong scoffs coldly, wielding his golden staff, brilliance illuminating the surroundings. He neither dodges nor evades, boldly colliding with the claw winds. Rumble. The fierce winds sweep across, the 2 vicious streaks of light parting like lightning. Heaven? The venomous entity grins malevolently, its figure suddenly leaping forth, accompanied by a series of sonic booms, as it strides through the void, hurtling skyward, shattering the vast sea of clouds. To stand shoulder to shoulder with the sun? Sun Wukong's voice resonates ominously as he summons his cloud, remnants flickering past, piercing through the void towards the heavens. Battle charge. Boom, boom, boom. From a height of 1,000 meters to 10,000 meters, reaching the edge of the atmosphere. 2 demon-like figures collide in the most barbaric manner. There are no flamboyant spells, no dazzling tricks, only pure, unadulterated combat strength. 72 transformations. Whoosh! Sun Wukong transforms in an instant, conjuring 72 afterimages that dart like thunder to confront the venomous entity. The golden staff swiftly returns to his grasp. The overwhelming force of his fists surges with the wind. Boom! The entire form of the venomous entity explodes, scattering into a myriad of black liquid. Little reptile, you cannot prevail. Sun Wukong lazily flexes his fingers, standing proudly in the void. In the next moment, the black liquid engulfs him, coalescing behind into a menacing black giant. Bang! The ghostly claws emerge, tearing through Sun Wukong's scales, seizing his heart, and crushing it with a fierce grip. Boom! The heart is shattered into a mist of blood by the claws of the venomous entity. Little monkey, you too shall not succeed. Black mist envelopes the scene as the venomous entity steps forth, licking its enormous claw and grinning at him. Bang! A single hair from Sun Wukong's nape is plucked and affixed to the torn chest, emanating a rich emerald glow, as the horrific wound begins to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Life-saving hair. Indestructible body. Whoosh! Sun Wukong coldly turned around, exhaling forcefully as the golden staff, hidden within his ears, swiftly emerged once more, transforming into an imposing and unparalleled rod, firmly grasped in his palm. In his crimson eyes, a fierce energy seemed to awaken. Little insect, you have successfully provoked my wrath. If heaven obstructs me, I shall obliterate it. If the earth stands in my way, I shall rend it asunder. The moonlight treasure box. A fierce glimmer erupted from Sun Wukong as he flipped his right palm, revealing an ancient wooden box that eerily materialized from his hand. The box bore the engraving of an ominous crescent moon. As it opened, a gentle silver light poured forth, cascading like moonlit frost, enveloping Sun Wukong in a dazzling silvery brilliance. Boom! The great rod swung fiercely. The golden staff, once radiant, transformed entirely into a shimmering blue, translucent and exuding an ethereal glow that sent shivers down one's spine. Supreme treasure. The venomous eyes narrowed abruptly as the golden staff morphed. Sun Wukong's monkey fur visibly receded at an astonishing pace. His brown hair flowed freely, and he donned a deep blue attire, radiating an air of irreverence. Ding! Warning to the host. Legendary skin detected. Supreme treasure possesses the ultimate blue moonlight effect and the blessing of the celestial maiden Luna, rendering it extraordinarily formidable. Swish! 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 The azure golden staff spun in Sun Wukong's hands, a mesmerizing spectacle. In the next instant, he abruptly lifted his gaze, his fierce eyes piercing the heavens. Aiming the staff at the blazing sun above, launching it into the sky. Boom! The sky darkened suddenly. A terrifying aura surged forth, causing the drifting white clouds to scatter in panic, while the sun retreated into the depths of the clouds. Gradually, the previously clear day succumbed to a chilling twilight. As the cold veil of night unfurled above, the starry sky shifted abruptly, plunging into night in an instant. A sinister wind swept by, and a spectral moon hung in the celestial expanse, its icy light cascading down upon Sun Wukong, elevating his aura to unprecedented heights. Beneath the sacred moonlight, the power of supreme treasure would multiply exponentially. Boom! The great rod was raised, aimed menacingly at Venom, as Sun Wukong's eyes pulsated with unrestrained battle fervor. Transformation? Venom regarded the abyss-like presence of Sun Wukong with a cold smirk. Then, it extended its right claw, summoning 3 dark, eerie fruits, which it grasped tightly within its claw. Devil fruits. Within these fruits resided the terrifying power of the fallen angel, Lucifer. Yet it was not enough. Venom's arm quivered again, unleashing a torrent of void flames that engulfed the devil fruits, as purple tendrils began to emerge from their surfaces. The devil fruits underwent a second evolution, transforming into hell fruits. Venom swallowed them whole. Glug, glug, glug. Purple bubbles swelled forth from the venom, only to be swiftly extinguished into oblivion. Sinister purple shackles spiraled from Venom's shoulders, while hellish purple flames erupted, engulfing him like infernal fire. Bound by these chains and scorched by flames, the demonic armor of the underworld clung to Venom's form, and a pair of purple fire wings unfurled, unleashing torrents of fiery storms. Cloaked in purple scales, Venom resembled a lord of hell, brimming with malevolence. Hellfire. Ding. The host successfully assumed the hellish form, acquiring the legendary skin, Hellfire, possessing the fusion of an Hellfire. He commanded the ultimate flame, storm effects, and the echoes of the underworld. Little monkey, come again. A fervent battle spirit radiated from Venom's eyes, clashing brilliantly with the intensity reflected in Sun Wukong's gaze. Enormous claws ignited with ghostly purple flames, a sight both captivating and terrifying. Hellfire, Supreme Treasure. Chapter 148, Endless Blade, the most potent critical strike system in history. Beneath the frigid night sky, the moon hung ominously. The cold moonlight cascaded down, illuminating an ethereal figure. The man appeared languid, adorned in a celestial robe, his garments billowing as he stood upon a rainbow cloud. A ghostly blue staff draped over his shoulder. Supreme treasure. Whoosh, whoosh, Whoosh! He casually swung the golden staff, stirring the deep blue moonlight, striking fiercely against the void above. Bang! Prajna Paramitha. 5 grand characters danced in the air, radiating brilliance. Once a sincere love lay before me, yet I failed to cherish it. Supreme Treasure sighed heavenward, his gaze filled with longing. After summoning the Moonlight Treasure Box, Sun Wukong inherited all the memories of his past life as Supreme Treasure. Naturally, he recalled the poignant love story that unfolded 3 centuries ago with Zixia Fairy and their inevitable separation. In that moment, Sun Wukong seemed no longer the unparalleled demon. He truly embodied the man from Chinese Odyssey, besotted by love yet cold-hearted. Only upon losing did I realize my regret. Supreme Treasure's eyes glimmered with sorrow, and he suddenly looked up, tears welling in his eyes. If heaven were to grant me another chance, I would tell that girl, you are a rat's tail juice. Venom unexpectedly broke into a sinister laugh. Nonsense. Supreme Treasure fumed, instantly conjuring countless phantoms, brandishing the sky-propelling divine staff to strike down. The golden staff swelled against the wind. The vast world. 3,000 illusions. Monkey hairs fell as thousands of Sun Wukong's avatars eerily materialized from the night sky, each wielding a domineering blue-golden staff, exuding overwhelming power. The myriad shadows of the staff descended like a torrential rain, enveloping Venom within. Hey, shall we commence the battle without further ado? Venom, with its elongated tongue flickering, suddenly leaped forth, grasping 2 fiery chains ablaze with purple hellfire, and swung them towards the shadowy figure. Boom! 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 The clones shattered in rapid succession. Supreme Treasure brandished his mighty staff, summoning a torrent of azure light that repelled the fierce winds, stabilizing his form in midair. Casting a cold gaze upon the retreating Venom, does one require justification to strike another? Is it necessary? Not all. The Buddha proclaimed. The demon monkey cannot be ferried across. Born and raised in the wilderness, Sun Wukong would never suppress his primal instincts. On the contrary, possessing an indomitable demon soul, he would unleash his combat potential through relentless battles. Fearless of heart, he could soar across the heavens. Were Indra present, he would surely pale in astonishment. For the ferocity exhibited by Sun Wukong at this moment was not in the slightest inferior to that of the Azura King who had threatened the celestial realm for years. Alas, why such impulsiveness? Venom sighed softly, and the nonchalance upon its ghastly visage dissipated, revealing a menacing expression. However, I have grown weary of this game, Monkey King. Understand this, I have traversed from my home planet to Earth, dominating for centuries, not through flashy tricks. Rumble. The space collapsed. Venom took a step forward. A black hole, towering thousands of meters, rapidly expanded from the void. The domineering light of devouring engulfed even the moonlight, obliterating it entirely. Ding! Congratulations, host. You have successfully activated the strongest devouring system in history and acquired the exclusive artifact, Tooth of Nightmares. Tooth of Nightmares, forged from the head of Medusa, the queen of the Serpent Clan, it possesses a life-devouring effect of 50 and can nourish the host, unparalleled in its might. The devouring talent automatically activates. Hiss! An aura of malevolence emanated from the black hole. In the next moment, a serpent-headed scepter floated into Venom's grasp. Coiling around the scepter was a fearsome purple devouring python. Its fangs bared, and its eyes glimmered with a sinister green hue, a truly terrifying sight. Tooth of Nightmares. Oof! Supreme Treasure scoffed, tightening his grip on the blue-gold rod, and pointed it towards the void. The rod did not strike. Clang! 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 A sound reminiscent of magical bells emanated from the top of the gold rod, transforming into deep blue ripples that spread outward. Subsequently, a tempestuous blue wind surged forth from the center, shaking the entire night with tremors. Ding! Warning host! Detection of the great demon Sun Wukong summoning the system. The strongest critical strike system in history is about to emerge, bringing Sun Wukong a critical strike ensemble of divine might, rivaling the power of the host's strongest devouring system. A system? Venom's expression froze. The thousands of grass-mud horses joyfully galloped once more. Bai Yu and Venom exclaimed in disbelief. What the hell, dog system? Are you not on our side? Planning a rebellion, are you? The most powerful devouring system in history. Brothers, that is not me. It is my adopted son. The most formidable critical strike system in history. Do not doubt my sincere heart. Trust me. Ding! Congratulations to the great demon Sun Wukong for successfully activating the most powerful critical strike system in history. Ding! Congratulations to the great demon son Wukong for acquiring the epic critical strike weapon, the Endless Blade. Endless Blade, forged from the lava of Mount Vesuvius. It is incredibly hard and unmatched in sharpness, inherently possessing a 50 critical strike effect and capable of burning the life force of targets. The critical strike talent is activated automatically. What a marvel! The venomous demon face contorts. Truly, it is the cherished child of Tencent. A pirated system crafted by the Goose Factory, mimicking with remarkable precision. Boom! The azure, gold-banded staff transformed into a streak of luminous energy, vanishing into the ears of the supreme treasure. Following this, crimson flames surged forth, and a menacing eternal demon blade gradually emerged from the sea of fire, emitting furious roars from the depths of hell. Endless Blade. The blade is offered to the heavens, its power boundless. At this moment, the supreme treasure shall once again embody the elusive top assassin within the canyon, slipping through the chaos of bloodshed. Sunny Pao, Emoliang Tao, Monkey Sambang. The 50 critical strike effect bestows upon the supreme treasure an extraordinarily formidable combat prowess. Boom! The supreme treasure's expression turned icy, executing a swift turn of fate, leaping twice to evade Venom, raising the Endless Blade in a destructive stance, descending with lethal intent. Yoshi! Venom grinned, sweeping with its massive claws. The overwhelming black liquid transforming into countless black holes, clashing fiercely with the blade. Bang! 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 The blade erupted against the wind, shattering all the black holes in an instant. Venom's body plummeted like a kite severed from a string, crashing into the depths of the East Sea, stirring up monstrous waves. Critical strike. Damage multiplied. The wrathful blow of the great demon son Wukong. Is it not over yet? The supreme treasure did not let this perfect opportunity for pursuit escape. To eradicate the roots, one must strike deep. The supreme treasure firmly believes that one must never allow the opponent to grow complacent in their development. Monkeys cannot afford to lag in the late game. Flames surged as the Endless Blade suddenly split into hundreds of blades, raining down upon the East Sea in an overwhelming torrent. Chapter 149, Parasitism. Dark Wukong. Hundreds of endless blades erupted, raining down upon the East Sea like a torrential storm. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion from the blades incinerated vast swathes of seawater, creating towering waves. The ocean trembled. Deep within the East Sea, in the Crystal Dragon Palace. The once opulent Dragon Palace collapsed into ruins under this cataclysmic assault. Countless flying fish and crabs fled in a frenzy. The ancient turtle Taigong curled tightly within its massive shell, trembling in fear. Thank heavens I am a turtle. Taigong silently rejoiced. My lord, come save us. A mermaid, drenched in blood, struggled to swim closer, her sorrowful gaze fixed upon the alabaster dragon tightly embracing the pillar of heaven. Ao Guang sighed deeply, astonished that the Dragon Palace had not perished at the hands of that demon monkey, but rather succumbed to this natural calamity. The dominion of the East China Sea, amassed over millennia, had unexpectedly come to an end by my hand. How lamentable, how tragic. Suddenly, a fiery blade shot through the air, piercing Ao Guang's dragon head directly. Dark red dragon blood gushed forth, marking the transformation of his head, mind, and essence. The Dragon Palace of the East China Sea, so fearsome. Following a wave of assault, the seabed collapsed. The vast expanse of the East China Sea evaporated, sinking several feet under the burning flames. Zizunbo, gripping the battle blade, stood defiantly in the void, casting a cold glance toward the East China Sea. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The ocean revealed a mysterious smile. A terrifying whirlpool arose from the depths of the sea. Zizunbo's expression shifted abruptly. With a somersault cloud, he attempted to flee. But where could the demon monkey escape? A sinister, thunderous laugh erupted, echoing like rolling thunder. In the whirlpool emerged a massive maw, stretching thousands of meters wide. Inside, jagged fangs lined the bloodied mouth, and a colossal tongue thrashed about wildly. Space constricted. A dark liquid surged forth, wrapping around Zizunbo's legs like a demon. In an instant, Zizunbo found himself immobilized, his countenance grim. A moment's negligence. He had not evaded. Sun Wukong, true to his name, unleashed boundless combat prowess even in this dire predicament, executing a brilliant maneuver. The blade retracted as the ethereal blue golden staff shot forth. expanding in the wind. Within moments, it grew to thousands of meters in length, resembling a colossal pillar, aimed directly at the gaping maw, plunging fiercely into it. Boom! The staff entered, striking deep. What a magnificent staff! What a scene from Chinese Odyssey! The fangs clamped down on the golden staff, sparking a dazzling display of light. Suddenly, cold, sinister eyes emerged from beneath the waves. Following closely, the terrifying body of the venomous creature, nearly 10,000 meters in size, broke through the sea surface. Clutching the blue staff, rising defiantly from the seabed, its enormous claws summoned a fierce gale, fiercely grasping the blue staff. Bang! Bang! The gust erupted, and the venomous creature wielded the golden staff, mercilessly smashing the caught-off-guard Zizunbo into the depths of the East China Sea. Zizunbo disintegrated. In the aftermath, a peculiar black hole materialized. The ethereal blue-golden staff vanished in an instant, devoured by the venomous creature. Revived in full vigor. Where's my staff? Parasite, what have you done to my staff? The sea surged, and a drenched, disheveled figure burst forth, shaking off the wet hair, his face transformed. Sun Wukong was horrified to discover that his connection to the Rui Jingu Bang had been severed. Annihilation for the void. Your staff has been consumed by me. The venom gnaws with a long tongue, the countenance twisted in fury. Parasite, return my mighty staff, or this eastern sea shall become your burial ground. Sun Wukong roared, a tempest of flames igniting in his eyes. The fiery golden gaze, just as the heavenly king cannot be without his tower. The Emperor's armor cannot exist devoid of the elemental summoning tools. Without the golden cudgel, Sun Wukong is but a soulless wild monkey. Why should I return the grapes unspit? The venom sneered. As a super symbiote, even when faced with a being of nirvana level, it holds the upper hand. Whoosh, whoosh. Two robust arms suddenly liquefied, coalescing into two fearsome liquefied ion cannons. The venom's liquefied ion cannon, once merely 3 meters long at the Life Foundation, now stretched thousands of meters across the eastern sea. Boom! A terrifying liquid storm erupted from the cannon's mouth. Sun Wukong's expression changed. Gritting his teeth, he summoned the Summersol Cloud, leaving behind ephemeral shadows as he fled towards the horizon of the eastern sea. Trying to escape? The venom, treading upon the eastern sea, head held high amidst the clouds, narrowed its stark white eyes. With a roar, towering waves, thousands of meters high, were violently raised, shaking the entire Pacific in an instant due to this aquatic upheaval. The bat-like wings obscured the sky as the venom relentlessly pursued Sun Wukong. Bang! 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 Every island that came into view was ruthlessly obliterated by the venom's overwhelming fury. The island harvester. One by one, islands vanished from the ancient maritime map. Thousands of miles away, a figure clad in tattered golden armor flitted through the void. The Summersol Cloud beneath gradually fading into illusion. Forced back from his supreme treasure form to his original state by the venom, the sensation was truly unbearable. Suddenly, Sun Wukong's body stiffened. The surrounding sea, spanning thousands of meters, fell into an eerie silence, devoid of any presence. Yet, to Sun Wukong's terror, he felt countless black tendrils erupting from within his body, wildly growing forth. These ominous tendrils were formed of liquid. Parasite. He was ensnared. Sun Wukong's eyes widened in horror. The black liquid of the venomous symbiote had infiltrated his body unbeknownst to him, commandeering his blood and bones, spreading rapidly as its host seed. Within mere seconds, the inky tendrils enveloped Sun Wukong's form, encasing him like a black mummy. Hiss, hiss, hiss. A black hole emerged. From within, the venom's grotesque shadow stepped forth, a sinister grin upon its visage. During the battle, splitting off parts of its symbiotic tissue was child's play for the venom, sending someone's head 1,000 miles away. A small gift with profound sentiment. Collect. The venomous claws grasped in the air as the immense black liquid receded at a visible pace. Amidst the raging winds, the silhouette of an unparalleled great demon emerged. Its jet black fur swayed with the breeze, and a pair of frigid eyes gazed indifferently upon the world. The once resplendent scales transformed into an ominous, deep black, resembling the armor of a dark deity. Darkened. The darkened Monkey King. Compared to his former self, Sun Wukong exhibited less wild ferocity and more cold darkness. Greetings, master. Sun Wukong directed his gaze towards the venom, bowing from a distance, his eyes devoid of emotion. Ding! Congratulations to the host of the Celestial Witch Cult for acquiring a fierce general, an unparalleled great demon, the great sage equal to heaven, the demon monkey king, the darkened sun Wukong. Chapter 150, the Tai Vortex, the mysterious purple giant shadow. Salutations, master. The chilling voice reverberated through the heavens and the earth, emanating from darkened Wukong. A torrent of demonic flames ignited from the void within a radius of several thousand meters. The darkened Wukong became a demon with a single thought. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The winds howled as the Venom's monstrous form coalesced, grinning at the indifferent-eyed Sun Wukong. As a top-tier, unparalleled great demon, Sun Wukong's combat prowess would undoubtedly greatly enhance the strength of the Celestial Witch Cult. Bang! The body of the Venom suddenly shattered, transforming into a myriad of black liquid that surged towards Sun Wukong, rapidly enveloping him in dark patterns. Moments later, the liquid retracted and coalesced into a colossal black shadow. The Venom licked its enormous claws, appearing somewhat unsatisfied. Gene Devour. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Successfully devoured the genes of Sun Wukong. Gain a life value boost of 100,000 points, accumulating vitality to reach 210,000 points. To evolve to the level of a fallen one, 90,000 more points are required. Ding! Congratulations to the host. Acquired a brand new super talent. The long-awaited attribute panel appeared in the night sky. Host, Bai Yu symbiote, Venom level, super consciousness occupation rate, 95 Venom's basic attributes, maximum strength value, 30,000 tons. Venom can easily unleash earthquakes exceeding level 12, triggering tsunamis of the same magnitude. Surface defense value, 30,000 points. Venom's extraordinary defense can withstand any nuclear strike on Earth. Jump speed value, capable of reaching 1/3 of escape velocity. Venom's basic skills, liquefaction. Devour Venom's new talents, cybernetic enhancement, the 8 agents of the Shield, Sandman, Rampage, Batman, Joker, Carnage, Howl, all biochemical phantoms, Megatron, Nuclear Bomb, Nightmare, Godzilla, King Ghidorah. Sun Wukong. Sun Wukong's super talent, the Rui Jingu Bang, a legendary artifact inherited from the Dragon Palace of the East Sea, possessing unparalleled might, capable of expanding and contracting, striking and smashing, and can be imbued with flames. 2. Nimbus. Venom can leap with remarkable agility, surpassing distances that even Sun Wukong could not match. 3. 72 transformations. Venom possesses the ability to instantly create 72 illusory duplicates, each embodying the same combat prowess as the original. Simultaneously, the original can condense into a single avatar to execute annihilation. 4. Fiery eyes. Venom's piercing gaze can penetrate all illusions and discern the deceptions of various demons and phantoms. Furthermore, with his fiery eyes, he can ignite the life force of his targets. Currently, the genetic storage of symbiotes includes Venom, Riot, Scream, Carnage, and Nightmare. Note, to evolve to the level of a fallen one, the final symbiote must be consumed. According to system predictions, this particular symbiote is exceedingly cunning and may mutate into a third-generation symbiote. The host is advised to capture it swiftly. Venom's fundamental weakness, none. Venom's innate flame, nihilistic devourer flame. Venom's ancestral sigil, sigil of consumption. Members of the Celestial Witch sect, Venom, Godzilla, Ghidorah, Megatron, the Terminator, Sandman, Sun Wukong, Spider-Man, Captain America, Hulk, Black Panther, Decepticons, and Bioghost. Bang! A portal of the deceased suddenly opened in the night sky, engulfing Sun Wukong within. In an instant, a dark light flashed, and the portal vanished enigmatically. After being parasitized by Venom, Sun Wukong would also become one with the undead. The black liquid writhed, revealing jagged fangs. Venom's left cheek morphed into the cold visage of Bai Yu, a mocking smile dancing upon his lips. I wonder why you haven't been devouring heads lately. Is the flavor of steamed monkey brain and stir-fried monkey paw not enticing? The voice dripped with sarcasm. Huh. My vision now extends far beyond the present. For the long-term prosperity of our sect, sacrificing a momentary indulgence is of little consequence. Venom flicked his long tongue and grinned. Rather than devouring Sun Wukong outright, it would be more advantageous to reclaim him to the realm of the undead, thereby strengthening the Celestial Witch sect. Such a formidable being would undoubtedly serve as Venom's right hand upon returning to his homeworld. Suddenly, a chilling downpour descended from the heavens. Drip, Drip, drip. Countless raindrops splashed upon the ocean's surface, causing dark waves to rise, an eerie spectacle. What was happening? Bai Yu tilted his head, gazing into the profound night sky. A frown creasing his brow. Something felt amiss. The black liquid coiled upward, enveloping Bai Yu's visage, transforming it into Venom's ghastly countenance. Venom squinted his eyes, his crimson tongue instinctively flicking upwards. Beneath the pitch-black sky, a strange dark green luminescence suddenly ignited, rapidly expanding into a vast circle of deep emerald, ablaze with fierce green flames. Within this fiery circle, time seemed to cycle endlessly, connecting to another realm. As Venom's gaze fell within, he felt a tremor as if ensnared in an infinite loop. There lay myriad worlds, linking the ancient wilderness with the enigmatic future. The endless cycle of time unfolded. Suddenly, Venom's countenance shifted dramatically. Within the vortex of time, a dark green vertical pupil illuminated, its gaze ancient and penetrating, surveying the unfamiliar expanse of the East Sea. In an instant, the pupil erupted violently, and a blood-soaked figure shot forth from the vortex, crashing violently onto a desolate island. Following this, a terrifying aura seemed to approach from the depths of the vortex. A monstrous purple hand emerged, grasping the edge of the vortex, as if it were poised to descend upon this mysterious realm of Earth. Venom's instincts screamed in his mind. The purple hand appeared to be clad in a pair of golden gloves, adorned with two gemstones of strikingly different hues. An aura of destruction emanated from the gems, reminiscent of the spatial and power stones associated with white feather. One gemstone shimmered with a cerulean hue, while the other gleamed a deep green, mirroring the color of the vortex itself. Venom's eyes narrowed with cold resolve. He leaped forward, propelled by an instinctive urgency that urged him to act before the owner of the purple hand could manifest in this world. Just as the dreadful wind of the claw was about to pierce the veil, it suddenly plummeted from above, shattering the vortex into countless fragments. Time shards cascaded down like a celestial rain. The enigmatic dark green vortex, along with the purple hand, gradually dissipated into nothingness. Thankfully, it was just in time. Venom exhaled softly, his heart finally at ease. Oh, a symbiote indeed. How intriguing. As the purple hand vanished, a grotesque, purple silhouette flickered within the vortex, and a light chuckle escaped its lips. Chapter 151. Doctor Strange, the Arrival of the Time Stone. Fallen to dust, devoid of fragrance as before. An island floated upon the sea, solitary and forlorn. At the island's center lay a colossal pit, its diameter spanning thousands of meters. Jagged fissures extended ominously from the pit's corners, a sight that struck terror into the heart. Truly a pit. Torrential rain cascaded from the heavens, drenching the island, as icy droplets filled the pit, transforming it into a profound pool. Within the depths, a bloodied figure lay submerged. Dark crimson blood stained the waters. Thud, thud, thud. Venom stealthily approached the pool along the sandy beach, gazing intently at the seemingly unconscious silhouette. The figure that had erupted from the vortex moments earlier was a man clad in peculiar attire. Streaks of blood marred his blue magical robe, rendering it tattered and worn. A crimson cloak lay in tatters, the frigid body beneath it shivering intermittently, as if it had endured a fierce battle. Suddenly, a jet-black thread shot out, ensnaring the severely injured man and dragging him from the abyss, casting him onto the sandy shore, sending clouds of sand spiraling into the air. Ding! The system detects a life form of Nirvana level. Doctor Strange. Danger level 14, talent level 10. Ding! Warning to the host. This life form has been stripped of its soul gem, gravely wounded, and its life force is rapidly depleting, with bodily functions teetering on the brink of cessation. Devour talent automatically activated to inflict such devastation upon a Nirvana-level being. Could it be that purple sweet potato creature? Venom's gaze flickered, as if deep in contemplation. The enormous purple hands that emerged from the whirlpool bore a striking resemblance to the colossal purple shadow depicted in the mural at S.H.I.E.L.D. headquarters. Both were equally fearsome and daunting. However, there was a notable difference. The grotesque purple figure in the mural was adorned with 6 resplendent gems set into its golden gauntlet, while the previously seen purple hand was embedded with only 2 stones. Judging by their hues, the azure and emerald corresponded to the legendary time gem and soul gem, respectively. Puff! As thoughts swirled, the man clad in a magical robe suddenly erupted into a violent cough, spewing forth a stream of dark purple blood, his pale eyes opening weakly. Within those eyes reflected a massive tongue, mercilessly licking across his face. Lick, lick, lick. Then, a gaping maw abruptly opened, revealing terrifying fangs. At the instant the fangs snapped shut, Dr. Strange's complexion shifted dramatically, and he exclaimed in alarm. Clang! The icy tips of the fangs pressed against his forehead, instilling a profound sense of dread. The long tongue retracted, and Venom's ghastly visage lowered, grinning menacingly at him. Do you have any last words? Once I consume you, I shall etch them upon your gravestone. Venom flexed his claws, bestowing a slight smile upon him. See how delightfully serene I appear. Dr. Strange took a deep breath, adjusting his tattered robe, and staggered to his feet, surveying the expanse of this maritime domain with a furrowed brow. Where am I? Venom replied languidly, Speak plainly. Earth. Earth? At the mention of this, Dr. Strange's body trembled, visibly shaken. Venom mused internally. How is it that this person does not comprehend English? Bai Yu shrugged. Venturing into the cosmos at such a young age, entangling himself in trouble, reduced to this pitiful state, he must be a delinquent who neglects his English lessons. Venom grinned widely. Yoshi, boss, you possess quite the knowledge. Bai Yu beamed with pride indeed. Earth, Earth, Earth. Dr. Strange suddenly smiled, an unusual hue rising upon his blood-streaked visage. To my astonishment, the eye of Agamotto has transported me here, he murmured, his gaze fixed upon the starry sky, pulsating with fervor. Master, it seems the heavens have not forsaken my lineage of supreme sorcerers. Suddenly, he shuddered once more. A trickle of violet blood cascading from the corner of his mouth, a ghastly sight reminiscent of a vengeful spirit. If I am not mistaken, you must belong to the symbiote, Dr. Strange remarked, tilting his head upward, wiping away the blood, and gazing at Venom. Venom narrowed his eyes, a flicker of surprise crossing his features, yet he nodded in affirmation. No wonder my time scepter reacted so violently. It is astonishing that a symbiote from a desolate planet could evolve to such an extent through the power of consumption. He regarded Venom with a profound gaze, as if the vastness of time and history surged within him. Mountains, rivers, and the cosmos. Those are eyes that can reflect upon history and peer through the future. In his previous travels through the universe, he had often heard of the symbiote race's greedy and brutal nature, and though he had been skeptical, today this encounter proved the rumors true. Despite being on the brink of collapse, Dr. Strange could not help but voice his admiration. Have you finished your dying words? Venom shot him a cold glance, the dark liquid of his form pulsating wildly. Do not provoke me. Dr. Strange chuckled lightly, seemingly unperturbed by the threat of being devoured. You may certainly try. With a derisive snicker, Venom's liquid form writhed, his robust right arm transforming into a colossal meteor hammer, sweeping through the air with a formidable gust, aimed directly at Dr. Strange's head. I find it hard to believe you have no interest in those two gems. At the moment the sharp edge of the meteor hammer brushed against his skull, a soft chuckle halted Venom's arm mid-strike, its momentum abruptly ceasing. Whoosh! The black liquid instantly recoiled, reconstituting into Venom's right arm. 10 seconds. I lack the patience for more. Venom licked his enormous claw, his eyes narrowing slightly. Do you know how I traversed here through that time vortex? Dr. Strange smiled, his right hand gently caressing his wound, the gruesome gash visibly healing at an astonishing rate, the blood cells dividing rapidly. The power of sorcery. Following this, his tattered crimson cloak faded into nothingness, replaced without warning by a deep purple cape that enveloped his back. The cloak of levitation. As the cloak materialized, countless purple magical rings spiraled around Dr. Strange, emanating an unparalleled defensive force. Is that the vertical eye? Venom, possessing remarkable intellect, instantly recalled the mysterious vertical eye within the vortex. That eye shimmered with countless streams of time, as though it could commune with time itself, leaving a profound impression on Venom. Indeed, the vertical pupils merely manifest as an external form of its soul's insatiable hunger. The inhabitants of Titan often refer to it as the Eye of Agamotto, rumored to be a relic of Anubis. You might find the true visage of its essence more intriguing. Suddenly, a peculiar smile emerged at the corners of Dr. Strange's lips. The Time Stone. Chapter 152. Nightmare? The Shadow of Thanos. The Time Stone. It is as if the love-struck supreme treasure encounters the celestial purple fairy. The inebriated Li Bai meets 7 gourds of wine. Master Ma, a martial artist, encounters the yin-yang of Tai Chi, Venom's dual eyes suddenly surge with overwhelming greed and desire. The Time Stone, also known as the Eye of Agamotto, is said to manipulate the very fabric of time. Compared to the Space and Power Stones, the Time Stone appears even more enigmatic and alluring. Are you the guardian of the Time Stone? Suddenly, Venom narrowed his eyes slightly, discreetly gazing at Doctor Strange. A silver staff adorned his back, shimmering with a silvery luster. The shaft was intricately carved with a striking silver phoenix, its eyes fierce and imposing. Embedded in the chest of the silver phoenix was a hollow energy source, seemingly missing something essential. Not now. Doctor Strange shook his head, his gaze shadowed. Is it that purple sweet potato spirit? Venom licked his massive claws, his eyes shifting, and suddenly remarked, in the vast cosmos, this Eternal from Titan bears an even more formidable title, the Cosmic Tyrant, Thanos. Doctor Strange tilted his head back, his expression darkening. The emergence of Thanos unleashed a torrent of bloodlust. This ocean seemed to transform instantly into a hellish battlefield. The Titan, cloaked in purple skin, comprehends all divine philosophies of the eternal race, worships death, and seeks power and physical prowess through relentless slaughter. Quite intriguing. Venom lightly tapped his claws, piqued with interest. Such a potent life form is indeed a rarity across the cosmos. Even the energy of a planet may pale in comparison. It will be a veritable feast. If only he could envelop that purple sweet potato spirit's head in his jaws, savoring it slowly. Indulging in the exquisite flavor, just the thought of it sent shivers of delight through Venom. Thanos' strength and cunning are far more terrifying than you might imagine. Doctor Strange shook his head, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. 2 years prior, he had summoned a long-lost soul stone as a sacrifice using Gamora, embedding it within his infinity gauntlet, thereby acquiring a legion of countless undead. For a year thereafter, Thanos rampaged across multiple star systems, ruthlessly slaughtering sentient beings and obliterating numerous planets, drawing upon their energies to augment his own power. When he leads the undead calamity to sweep across the Lama galaxy, it will be too late for us. Nearly 90% of the Tianma and Tianlong clansmen will have perished in the bloodshed of war. At this, Doctor Strange's eyes suddenly ignited with a fierce crimson glow. I centered the Eye of Agamotto and forcefully tore open a spatial vortex with the Staff of Time. However, during our escape, Thanos detected us and severely injured me in the ensuing pursuit, ultimately forcing me to crash land on Earth. Fortunately, you swiftly obliterated that vortex, for had the temporal whirlpool fully formed, even if Thanos merely projected a clone onto Earth, it would have inevitably brought forth disaster. At that time, not even Jesus could thwart him. As the words fell, the air abruptly fell into a heavy silence. So formidable, Venom blinked with his sinister eyes, grinning widely. It seems this great purple yam is quite the hot potato. Wait, where's your time stone? Venom instantly regained focus, grasping the crux of the matter. A head can be severed, blood can flow, a life can be sacrificed, but the gem must not be absent. During our flight through the vortex, it was lost within the passage, and as you later witnessed, Thanos' infinity gauntlet now bears an additional dark green stone. Doctor Strange let out a bitter laugh. The implication of his words unmistakable. Both wealth and resources have been lost. Suddenly, Venom felt an overwhelming urge to twist Doctor Strange's head off and toss it into the sea to feed the sharks. Hailing from Titan, the Eternal race has always been warlike. His intentions surely involve gathering the 6 supreme Infinity Stones to devour the cosmic force of creation. Doctor Strange evaded Venom's predatory gaze. Forcing a laugh, he too intends to collect all 6 stones? Bai Yu. Both Venom and Doctor Strange roared in unison. The terrifying sound waves surged forth, instantly transforming Doctor Strange's hairstyle into a perfect explosion of chaos. What a guy. He has tried to snatch the stones from me. Venom exclaimed. Why not gather the Dragon Balls to summon the dragon instead of searching for stones on Earth? Were it not for the server's warning to maintain civility, the barrage of comments would undoubtedly have erupted with colorful language from Bai Yu and Venom. Purple yam monster, I will roast you into a sweet potato. The overwhelming malice surged into the sky. Why are you so agitated? Doctor Strange trembled as he glanced at his disheveled hair, forcing a bitter smile. Oomph. Venom huffed, flipping his right claw. On the palm, 2 resplendent gems, one purple and one silver, eerily materialized. Within the stone's brood, an endless energy of particles, captivating and awe-inspiring. Dr. Strange's eyes bulged out 5 centimeters. Power Stone, Space Stone. To possess 2 of these legendary cosmic stones is astonishing. Among the 6 Infinity Stones, Thanos holds 2. Venom possesses 2, with only the Final Mind Stone and Reality Stone lost in the corners of the universe, their whereabouts unknown. No wonder, no wonder, no wonder. Dr. Strange gasped, his mind racing with thoughts. Once a guardian of the Time Stone, he was acutely aware of the vast powers possessed by the cosmic gems, an energy formidable enough to stir entire galaxies. Suddenly, Dr. Strange's expression shifted, his body trembled, and he instinctively recoiled. His eyes darted warily towards Venom. Such secrets, how could Venom so readily disclose them? If news of Venom harboring 2 cosmic stones were to leak across the galaxy, it would undoubtedly cause a cataclysmic upheaval. Even Thanos, light years away, would likely embark on a relentless pursuit. Did he sense it? Venom let out a chilling laugh, extending his right claw as a torrent of black liquid surged forth from its core. Instantly, the space around them warped, revealing an ominous black hole. Do you dare to kill me? Dr. Strange intoned coldly. The dead are the most trustworthy, Venom replied with a grin, his crimson tongue involuntarily flicking from beneath his fangs. My master has long concealed himself on Earth. Should he learn of my demise here, he would pursue you to the ends of the earth. Dr. Strange clenched his jaw, though his bravado seemed somewhat faint. Is that so? I welcome him to chase me. I too wish to experience what it feels like to be pursued, Venom taunted, then struck out with a claw. The inky liquid surged from beneath Dr. Strange's feet, swiftly enveloping him in a shroud, transforming him into a blackened mummy. A sudden roar erupted, and the great maw snapped shut. Chapter 153. Catastrophe in Tokyo. The arrival of the wolf beast Ding. Congratulations, host. You have successfully devoured a Nirvana-level life form, Dr. Strange. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have gained 60,000 life points through consumption, accumulating a vitality of 270,000 points. To evolve to the fallen level, an additional 30,000 life points is required. Unlocked a new super talent. 6 magical attributes of fire, water, wind, space, darkness, and light. Activated powerful spell equipment. Witch's Cloak. Scholar's Fury. Scholar's Fury summons a deep purple magician's hat that can be worn atop Venom's head, granting the host 5,000 points of spell damage, which can increase with strength. Witch's Cloak summons a ghostly purple wizard's cloak that can be draped over the shoulders, providing the host with 5,000 points of spell defense, which can increase with strength. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. As Dr. Strange's presence faded, a torrent of purple flames erupted from Venom, engulfing the entire island, reducing it to scorched earth. Supreme Sorcerer. Venom, you do not quite resemble a proper sorcerer, remarked White Feather, gazing at the magician's hat perched atop Venom's head with a hint of disdain. Who wishes to be a proper sorcerer? Venom chuckled ominously, his eyes gleaming with pride. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The liquid contracted, an aura of malevolence rippling through the air. White Feather's elongated form re-emerged, clad in black, dancing gracefully with the sea breeze. Now, you find yourself under the watchful gaze of 2 formidable adversaries. Should you not exercise a modicum of restraint in your future endeavors? A mocking voice of Venom echoed in his mind. Restraint? An impossibility. Bai Yu smiled faintly, his countenance reflecting a chilling darkness. Just in time. I have been craving roasted sweet potatoes for quite some time. If that purple sweet potato dares to approach, this must be the western waters of the Pacific, I presume. The youth lifted his gaze towards the north star gleaming in the night sky. It seemed the island nation was not far off. The island nation, also known as the Lighthouse Country, resembles a lantern in the shape of a yuan shao, hence its name. Despite its small size, the Lighthouse Country is a hub of ceaseless excitement. In contrast to the dominant status of the Federation's sci-fi heroes, the Lighthouse Country, a melting pot of talents, can be likened to a vibrant discourse among 100 schools of thought. At the World Pokemon League, one can witness countless Master Balls shimmering, as thousands of Pokemon Masters converge, summoning powerful Pikachus to sweep across the battlefield. In the shadowy, hidden mountain villages, one can also discover the 4th-generation Naruto, Uzumaki, engaging in light-hearted sparring with Sasuke, exchanging martial skills. The world is vast, full of wonders. Though small, the island nation possesses all essential elements. Set sail. Hoist the anchor. A skeletal whistle was pinched between Bai Yu's fingers. Immediately, a resounding whistle erupted, reverberating through the heavens and the earth. Boom! The tumultuous waves parted like a curtain, as if to welcome the arrival of a sovereign. A menacing fiery motorcycle surged forth, emanating an aura of royalty. Ghost Rider, the Hell Cycle. Bang! The fire shadow, in an instant, reached its zenith. Bai Yu leaped lightly, landing atop the purple chassis, engaging the clutch, as strange hellfire erupted furiously from the wheels. The engine roared to life. Boom! 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 Sparks flew, and a colossal roar reverberated. An intense fervor erupted from the depths of Bai Yu's eyes. The gigantic flaming wheels spun with incredible speed, transforming into a ghostly stream of fire, hurtling towards the profound depths of the sea. Soar high into the sky. Whoosh! The raging fire shadow shot forth towards the distant east. The ancient eastern continent lay like a majestic dragon, coiled in the eastern reaches of Asia. The dragon's chest bore a slender arc of islands. The island nation. The mainland island, Tokyo. Tokyo, the capital of the island nation, is a paradise teeming with fortunes, where millions throng daily. A spectacle seldom seen, even in the seven stars cloud. However, Tokyo possesses an innate affinity for attracting calamity. Whenever a monster descends upon Earth, it invariably lands in Tokyo. Whenever Ultraman emerges to save the world, it is preceded by the destruction of countless buildings. When the Mariana Trench trembles, Tokyo instinctively sinks 3 centimeters. The Pacific Ocean smiles faintly as Tokyo automatically triggers an 18-level super tsunami. In the struggling Tokyo, the weight of unearned burdens is far too heavy for its tender age. The year is 2666 AD. In the coordinates of Honshu Island, Tokyo's 13th district, though it appears to be daytime, it resembles the depths of night. Attention, friends in Tokyo, an urgent announcement. This is Yuanju, the host of Chimping Satellite TV, broadcasting live from the Imperial Tower in Tokyo. Unfortunate news has arrived. The 66th monster of this year, the evil wolf beast, has mutated and resurrected from beneath Mount Fuji, invading our nuclear peace. Please direct your gaze behind you as the camera pulls back. Boom! A scaly, menacing tail sweeps through, obliterating several lighthouses in its path. Structures collapse. A towering beast, several dozen meters high, adorned with purple horns, is rampaging through the surroundings with reckless abandon. Its humanoid form, with a massive, vertically striped chin and skin of striking crimson, exudes a sense of explosive power that instills fear. Most horrifyingly, the evil wolf beast clutches a luminous wolf fawn club in its claws, radiating a sense of extreme brutality. The monster is advancing towards the southeast. Friends in southeastern Tokyo, evacuate swiftly. This is not a drill. This is not a drill. In a moment of exasperation, Yuanju stands before the live camera, observing the gathering crowd, his composure shattered as he exclaims, "What on earth? This is truly surreal. Here I am, braving the front lines for this live broadcast, while you all seem to be dangerously engrossed in watching it." Boom! A Lamborghini is sent flying by the beast strike, crashing onto the roof of the Imperial Tower. Half of the building obliterated. Yuanju's expression freezes in shock. "Dear viewers, I apologize, but it seems I may have to take my leave." His somber voice resonates throughout the island nation. The nation observes 3 seconds of silence. Then, the focus returns to the monster. Bang! 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 A swarm of fighter jets pierces through the sky, trailing magnificent flames as they ascend. Beneath their wings, countless copies of Dongfeng missiles are unleashed without restraint, striking the evil wolf beast, erupting into a series of beautiful fireworks. Roar! Angered by the persistent bombardment, the evil wolf beast's eyes blaze a furious crimson. With a whoosh, the terrifying wolf fawn club, accompanied by a sonic boom, swells in the wind, bringing down dozens of fighter jets, igniting a multitude of fiery mushroom clouds simultaneously. The beast is enraged. Chapter 154. The Resurrection of the Greedy Wolf. The Hidden Pyramid Howl. The evil wolf beast roars towards the heavens, its visage ferocious, unabashedly displaying its might. Each swing of the wolf fawn club shatters a wave of fighter jets. Crack! 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 Countless debris cascaded from the heavens. And as far as the eye could see, the landscape was engulfed in smoke and flames. Tokyo Ghoul, a nightmarish vision of despair, witnessed the emergence of the monstrous beast of the wolves. The fearsome 66th creature, grotesque and savage, exhibited astonishing speed, mutated from wolves contaminated by their environment. Thousands of guards, piloting 4 tanks, surrounded the streets, their dark cannon mouths aimed menacingly as they launched a suicidal charge against the beast. The spirit of seppuku, inherent in island martial arts, was vividly demonstrated by these guards. Bang, bang, bang. Countless grenades erupted, trailing brilliant tails of fire as they detonated upon the beast's body. Roar, roar. With a fierce glare, the beast lifted its terrifying claws, crushing tanks into mere scrap metal beneath its weight, unleashing another wave of ravaging flames that billowed like a mushroom cloud. The air was filled with piercing screams, a cacophony of horror. The midnight bell tolled. The voracious beast pressed relentlessly inward, casting dark shadows that loomed ominously. The crowds gathered along the streets finally awoke from their stupor, fleeing in a panic. The reflexes of the people of Tokyo seemed to lag, perhaps 50 times longer than the global average. Boom! A mist of blood filled the air as chaos erupted. The invasion of the monster heralded the apocalypse. At the Far East headquarters, the Earth Defense Force commander, Yu stood before the remote sensing screen, observing the beast trampling countless structures in Tokyo with an impassive expression. Commander! At the conference table, Daegu suddenly rose, his eyes ablaze with crimson fervor. Their mission was to safeguard the love and justice of Earth. How could they tolerate the beast's rampage? Sit down. Who is the commander here? You or I? Yulian's voice turned icy as he forcefully subdued Daegu. Were it not for Daegu's possession of the ancient human genes, Yulian, known for his ruthless demeanor, would have expelled him from the Earth Defense Force long ago. Absolute obedience to orders was paramount within the ranks. Boom! Suddenly, the screen trembled violently. All eyes in the conference hall were drawn to the unfolding chaos. The ferocious beast demolished everything in its path, advancing westward at an alarming speed. Westward? A collective gasp rippled through the room. Yulian quickly regained his composure and barked. Switch to the map of western Tokyo. Yes. As the aurora illuminated the scene, a weathered ancient ruin appeared on the blue screen. Lush forests enveloped the peaks, while colossal ancient trees obscured the valley below. The camera zoomed in, revealing a faintly visible inverted pyramid, exuding an aura of primal wilderness. Most striking was the pyramid's surface, shimmering with glimmering gold. A torrent of golden light surged from its apex, purifying all malevolence within a radius of several kilometers. It radiated like the light of righteousness. The members of the Earth Guard were all taken aback, their expressions filled with horror. The ancient pyramid of light. Yulian's face turned slightly cold as her eyes narrowed, gazing at the ferocious wolf beast that was racing towards the valley. With a cold sneer, she remarked, I never expected that even after 30 million years, Gatangia still harbors thoughts of the past. What should we do now, Captain? Lena couldn't help but speak up in the conference hall. Silence enveloped the room for a long while. Lena, you shall accompany me and lead the victory team to intercept the wolf beast. Daegu, you will delve deep into the pyramid. Yulian commanded, her icy eyes glinting with authority. Me? Daegu was taken aback. Yes. On the Pacific coast of Tokyo, suddenly, towering waves, hundreds of meters high, surged from the still sea, swiftly splitting into two, parting like curtains. Boom! The seawater ignited, and a fierce stream of flame burst through the waves, crashing onto the beach, incinerating a group of bikini-clad sunbathers into stunning African beauties. Hiss! The ghostly flames burned. A slender youth clad in black leaped lightly onto the soft beach, smiling at the numerous voluptuous bikini models. In the Peach Blossom Spring, the Peach Blossom Fairy resides, surrounded by countless beauties. Ding! A dark liquid writhed. The inky substance crawled from Bai Yu's back, rapidly coalescing into a terrifying ghostly visage. Venom. With its jagged fangs and crimson tongue, it instantly frightened the sunbathers into abandoning their umbrellas and fleeing barefoot. If you dare to appear without notice again, I'll deliver you to Thanos as dog food. Bai Yu glared coldly at the Venom, his eyes brimming with a murderous intent. This fellow always meddles whenever I encounter women. Does he truly wish to remain single for life? Ha! The Venom flicked its tongue, letting out a dry chuckle. Speak up quickly. Bai Yu lay back on the soft sun lounger, closing his eyes to bask in the sunlight. There are 6 strong life signatures to the west. The Venom replied succinctly. Oh! Bai Yu's eyes suddenly widened, pondering aloud. 6? 3 exhibit attributes of light, and 3 exhibit attributes of darkness. The aura of the dark entities resembles that of your Godzilla. The Venom blinked its sinister eyes, chuckling mischievously. The evolved 3rd-generation spider sense can now detect life signatures from miles away. English, please. Bai Yu smiled slightly, rising gracefully with the wind, his black attire billowing. With darkened gaze, he looked towards the distant west, where an unusual fire seemed to gather in his pupils. Bestowed with the eagle eye's extraordinary talent, he possessed the vision to see for miles. In the western part of Tokyo, a fantastical forest loomed, where towering ancient trees collapsed under the trampling of the wolf beast. The menacing wolf's mace shattered countless small trees, large trees, and even century-old giants with a resounding crash. Thunderous echoes reverberated as a terrifying shadow descended abruptly upon the towering peaks. The great wolf lay in wait upon the mountain. Its sharp claws gradually crested the summit, while its pair of eerie green eyes gazed across the mountaintop, peering into the hidden, enigmatic valley beyond. At the heart of this valley lay a pyramid, towering hundreds of meters high. Pure light cascaded from its structure, illuminating the entire valley like a radiant treasure trove. The scene was breathtakingly beautiful. More astonishing still was the fact that this pyramid stood inverted, its apex pointing downward, forming an imposing triangular shape, exuding an aura of ancient mystery and profundity. With a thunderous explosion, the mountain shattered, and the fearsome wolf creature emerged through a gap in the mountainside. Its eerie green eyes were fixated upon the pyramid, a flicker of crimson rising within them. With a mighty roar, the colossal mace swept through the air, unleashing a tempestuous wind as it swung violently towards the pyramid. Chapter 155, The Tower Push. The awakening of the ancient beast, the wolf's mace, fierce and relentless, swept towards the pyramid, summoning a torrent of wind. The remnants of a malevolent god surged through its veins, awakening the primal instincts within the beast, compelling it to annihilate the pyramid before it with fervor. In the instant the mace descended, a laser-like bolt of energy tore through the void, striking the mace and sending it hurtling back, embedding it deep within a distant peak. Roar! Roar! The wolf creature raised its gaze, coldly surveying the void. In the night sky, several orange-hued, swift fighter jets hovered above. Armed with dual hyperrail laser cannons upon their expansive wings, the scent of scorched air wafted through the atmosphere. They engaged in coordinated maneuvers, disruption, hunting, encirclement, and annihilation. The clouds coiled and swirled, veiling the sun. Yu Yang, adorned with a helmet, observed the wolf creature with indifference. Suddenly, 7 swift fighter jets soared into the air, forming a Taiji Bagua formation that encircled the wolf creature at its center. The Earth Defense Force had battled monsters for years, and such combined tactics were second nature to them. A tremendous energy surged from the heavens, enveloping the valley in a mist that gradually morphed into a dense sea of clouds. A resplendent sun rose from this cloud sea, followed by countless crimson lasers that fell like a torrential downpour, heralding destruction. Boom! 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 The wolf creature roared in fury, continuously swiping its claws to fend off the explosive lasers. Yet it found itself retreating step by step. The tragedy of a tank-like beast was akin to being endlessly kited by distant archers. Just as the wolf creature engaged in fierce combat with the Earth Defense Force, a strange black liquid emerged from a cliff where wicked winds raged. The dark liquid coalesced, transforming into a menacing black giant. Venom, with a chilling gaze, surveyed the earth-shattering battle unfolding in the valley, suddenly furrowing his brow. Within the spider's perception, there were unmistakably 3 distinct sources of profound darkness. However, before him stood only the lone beast, the evil wolf, fighting valiantly. It was somewhat peculiar. Abruptly, Venom's expression shifted. He lifted his gaze toward the Fuji Mountain division. A resounding roar echoed as the ground trembled. At the foot of Mount Fuji, the earth cracked open, and a towering mountain, several hundred meters high, erupted with a tremendous sound, illuminating a pair of beastly eyes. At the base, along the Cherry Blossom Avenue, countless visitors, enchanted by the earthly beauty of April, were left utterly aghast. A monster, a creature that tears the earth apart. Among the crowd, a boy wearing sunglasses remained remarkably composed, observing the terrifying Golzon, as if rapidly calculating something in his mind. In the Hokkaido division, the once silent sea surrounding the lighthouse suddenly erupted. Gurgles echoed as a pair of fearsome dragon wings unfurled from beneath the waves. Following this, colossal waves surged forth, and the shadow of a gargantuan pterosaur leapt out of the water, sending countless droplets cascading from the sky. Was it a pterosaur? No, it was an ancient dragon. Atop the creature's head, a distinct crest resembling that of a rooster flourished, and beneath it was a neck spanning several meters. adorned with crimson scales that covered its formidable body. Boom, boom, boom. The dragon wings flapped, and the beast soared into the night sky, spiraling above. It was a creature that could shatter the heavens. Melba, both Mount Fuji and the Lighthouse Sea had, in an unprecedented turn, awakened two ancient monsters, including the evil wolf in Tokyo, that amounted to 3 ferocious super beasts. The entire nation of the lighthouse was plunged into immense panic. Was the sky truly turning against the Lighthouse Nation? Even when 2 atomic bombs were dropped upon them by the Bear Nation, they had not experienced such dread. Yet this time, the Lighthouse Nation was genuinely alarmed. Bang! Golzin and Melba suddenly raised their heads, instinctively gazing toward the distant west, where a hurried call seemed to resonate. The evil wolf transmitted a message. Thunder rumbled as Golzin roared to the heavens, his powerful legs propelling him toward the deep valley. Melba let out a long cry, unfurling her massive wings and darting toward the very same valley. Evil wolf, do not fear. Your brethren come to your aid. Upon the cliff swept by sinister winds, Venom fixed his gaze tightly on the battle in the valley, his wicked eyes dancing along with the waves of conflict. That foolish wolf was nearing his breaking point. Venom languidly leaned against a massive rock, his eyes half closed, seemingly contemplating something profound. Clearly, under the comprehensive coordination of the flying swallow fighter jets, the wolf beast was suppressed to the point of being almost powerless to retaliate. Experience has shown that attempting to seize the tower is a futile endeavor. Not everyone bears the name Dream's Tear. What shall we strike? The dark liquid writhed, fangs bared, as Bai Yu lazily inquired. Do not rush. Several formidable opponents have yet to arrive, and the real spectacle lies ahead. The venomous creature chuckled ominously. Taking the initiative has never been the hallmark of a villain. It is customary to execute a covert scheme, which aligns with the typical narrative of antagonism. The path is steeped in darkness. As Jiang Taigong once fished, those willing shall take the bait. Venom smiled slightly. Beneath the moonlight, 2 malevolent heads exchanged a wicked grin. Boom! A towering mountain peak was violently struck by a colossal shadow, subsequently erupting in a thunderous explosion. From the unfathomable pit, the wolf beast spat forth a mouthful of blood, its body drenched in crimson, its expression particularly ferocious. Since its transformation into a monster, it had never found itself in such a dire predicament. Do not hold back. Prepare to annihilate it, commanded Yu Lian, furrowing her brow from the cockpit of the fighter jet. For reasons unknown, her usual calm demeanor was pierced by a wave of unease. In any science fiction tale, such an ominous anxiety foretells the arrival of extraordinary phenomena and a reversal of fortunes. A swift resolution is imperative. A fierce glint flashed in Yu Lian's eyes. 7 flying swallow fighter jets ascended in the formation of the Big Dipper, swirling into the sky. The crimson-golden laser beams rapidly coalesced in the air, their immense energy causing ripples in the fabric of space itself. The Texas Cannon, a super projectile meticulously developed by the Earth Defense Force for combating monsters, boasted power that rivaled even the world-renowned Italian cannons. The overwhelming laser swiftly locked onto the rising wolf beast, as if a devastating onslaught were about to rain down like a torrential storm. Suddenly, a piercing howl cut through the heavens, echoing ominously. Though the beast was not yet visible, its presence was felt. A terrifying crimson streak, adorned with massive dragon wings, hurtled forth, crashing violently into one of the flying swallow fighter jets and obliterating it mid-flight. Boom! An eerie mushroom cloud of flames erupted into the sky. No! A chilling roar surged from the remaining victorious team members. Chapter 156, Digga! In that moment, it transformed into light. In the void above, smoke billowed ominously. A wreckage of a fighter jet plummeted from the sky, crashing into the valley below and unleashing a tremendous wave of fire. A catastrophe unfolded, with lives lost and machines destroyed. Enemy attack. Yu Lian's eyes turned crimson as she slammed her hands onto the steering wheel, abruptly maneuvering the aircraft. The typically composed captain of the Earth Defense Force was suddenly engulfed by a sense of fear. After years of fighting side by side, the bonds among the guards had transcended mere brotherhood, reaching a sublime height that evokes reverence. The remaining 6 swallow fighter jets suddenly disintegrated, aimed squarely at the void. In the night sky, a fearsome behemoth resembling a pterodactyl unfurled its terrifying wings. Within its elongated eyes surged a chilling intensity. A monster, Melba, with a look of horror. Yulian realized there was a second beast. Could this year, truly be the era of monsters? The probability of two ancient beasts awakening simultaneously is as likely as the release of the Avengers 66. Boom! Atop the mountain peak, a claw covered in scales suddenly pressed down upon the summit. The mountainside shattered, and a fearsome creature emerged from the canyon, exuding a sinister aura. With massive conical horns, sharp claws, and a size rivaling Godzilla, it was a monster. Gorzin. A woo! Gorzin roared skyward, seemingly calling out to Melba in the air. Woo! Melba howled in response, as if echoing Gorzin's call from the ground. Venom. Surely, these two cannot be fools. Bai Yu. Fortunately, my Godzilla possesses intelligence. Roar! 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 The ferocious wolf beast in the pit also rose, gazing at the two approaching monsters, its body drenched in blood, excitedly roaring in anticipation. Three malevolent creatures gathered in this valley, an unprecedented sight. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 6 swallow fighter jets, now suspended before the pyramid, appeared somewhat oppressive. The wolf beast, Gorzin, and Melba, 3 monsters converged. Even the Earth's guards, experienced in battling monsters, wore grim expressions. Captain, if we continue fighting, we may face total annihilation. Lena's grave voice crackled over the intercom. With a darkened expression, Yu Yin, as the captain, compelled himself to maintain composure in this adverse situation. Defend the tower. The chilling command resonated. The 6 jets promptly shifted formations, adopting a defensive posture as they circled around the pyramid. Roar! The wolf beast surged forth first. Despite its many wounds, the menacing mace still whipped up a terrifying gale, swinging towards the guards. Boom! 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 Despite the prickling fear, 6 Texas missiles roared forth, forcefully intercepting the wolf's fierce wind, the resulting explosions wreaking havoc upon the valley. Buzz! Buzz! A torrent of flames erupted from Gorzin's sharp horns. Charge! Flame magma! A crimson wave of light swept through the unfathomable canyon. Bang! 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 Yulian's expression shifted instantly. Gritting his teeth, he led the squadron to scatter and evade. The visibility was compromised. The devastating magma laser struck the pyramid with tremendous force, creating immense ripples. With a whoosh, a fierce hurricane swept through, and in the void, Melba unleashed a ferocious ultrasonic wave, crashing upon the pyramid like an unstoppable tide, wave after wave. Clang! 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 The seemingly indestructible pyramid suddenly trembled. Gradually, its form became indistinct, countless grains of sand cascading down, shifting and flickering. Energy was depleting at an alarming rate. The golden light that filled the sky began to dim rapidly under the relentless assault of the monstrous beings. It withered, it faded, in just a few fleeting moments. The majestic pyramid could no longer withstand the onslaught and transformed into a brilliant golden dust, carried away by the wind, dissipating into nothingness. The air suddenly grew heavy. 3 petrified giants, towering hundreds of meters high, loomed between heaven and earth. Though their bodies were forged from colossal stones, the stature of these giants exuded an overwhelming aura, as if they were the sovereigns of light, contemptuous of all evil creatures in the world. Roar! 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 3 earth-shattering roars erupted simultaneously. The hatred of the Gorzins was instantly drawn to the petrified giants. They sensed a familiar and deeply loathed presence, one that had sealed them away 30 million years ago, exiling them from the galaxy and forcing them to wander the cosmos in hiding. Boom! Gorzins charged forth, unleashing a fierce lava laser that instantly obliterated one of the petrified giants, scattering stone fragments across the sky. Bang! The shattered giant collapsed, its broken head rolling away. The giant of light, fallen. The fragments rained down like a torrential storm. Boom! A menacing stream of fiery light seized another petrified giant. A massive dragon claw smashed the giant's head into dust, and its enormous body charged forward, toppling the remaining giant to the ground. After a frenzied storm of blood and carnage, the petrified giant was reduced to powder under Melba's wrath. The giant of light, once more extinguished. In the shadowy valley, only the last giant remained, its palm raised to the sky, standing defiantly between heaven and earth. On the cliff, Toxin lay upon the boulder, its sinister gaze fixed upon the valley, eyes swirling with intent. Suddenly, Toxin's lips curled upward, eyes closed, a smile spreading across its face. An iconic moment was approaching. Thunderously, the ferocious Gorzin's eyes suddenly dropped. Beneath the last petrified giant's feet stood a diminutive figure. Compared to the towering giant, this member of the security team seemed insignificant, like a mere grain of sand in the vast ocean. Yet, for reasons unknown, a chilling sense of threat surged within both Gorzins and Melba. Upon that uniform, 3 bold golden characters were prominently emblazoned. The aura of the ancient era felt strikingly familiar. Dagu caressed the colossal foot of the giant, murmuring as if in a dream. A dazzling golden light erupted from him, gushing forth like a geyser, akin to sunlight piercing through the night. Dawn stealthily traversed the horizon, whose silhouette flitted through the cycles of reincarnation. In that moment, he transformed into light. Dagu's figure gradually dissipated amidst the blinding golden radiance, morphing into a brilliant wisp of luminescence, merging with the petrified giant that had been sealed in time for eons. A miracle was reborn. The earth trembled, mist parted, and the night sky unfurled. The entire dim expanse of the night sky was instantaneously illuminated, as if it were daybreak, suffused with myriad rays of dawn. Massive boulders continually crumbled from the giantess form. A streamlined body of purple, red, and white emerged from the golden light. Thunderous roars. A new storm had arisen. How could one remain stagnant? Transcending time and space, with utmost determination. I shall stand by your side. Giant of Light. Tiga descends. Chapter 157. The Ancient Warrior. The power form of Tiga. A tempest of radiant particles surged forth in the valley, gleaming brilliantly. A towering giant of light, hundreds of meters high, stood in the valley, arms raised skyward. Tiga. His power surpassed that of Dinah and Gaia, a super Ultraman, with a form both concave and convex. Even in the ancient era, Tiga had emerged as the leader of the Ultraman brothers. He was undoubtedly the mightiest among the Dark Giants. Following the obliteration of the ancient civilization, Tiga chose to become a statue, falling into slumber deep within the pyramid, awaiting the emergence of a worthy human successor to inherit his legacy. Fortuitously, Dagu appeared at the moment the monsters threatened to destroy the statue. The genes of the ancient humans have always been passed down through the ages. Should the lineage be severed, it signifies the extinction of light. The resplendent golden light rose like a glorious sun, within a radius of several thousand meters. The mountains transformed into a resplendent golden sanctuary. The golden radiance spread swiftly. This intense aura of light was indeed overwhelming. Upon the steep cliffs, the creature known as Venom shielded himself from the myriad rays of golden light, narrowing his eyes and issuing a chilling sound. The symbiotic entity thrived in darkness, harboring a profound disdain for such an intensely radiant presence. Hiss, hiss, hiss. An aura of malevolence rippled. A pitch-black liquid slithered eerily from Venom's back. The dark liquid coalesced, silently opening a gateway to the realm of the dead. Within this portal, a pair of crimson, beastly eyes flickered to life. Soon after, a grotesque beast's head emerged from the doorway, eyes gleaming with greed. My dear, do not be hasty. Venom extended his massive claw, gently stroking Godzilla's head with a slight smile. The battle in the valley continued to intensify. Suddenly awakened, the colossal giant of light forced Gorzin and his monstrous brethren to retreat several paces. The immense eyes of the beast were filled with resplendent golden light. The purifying aura, imbued with a divine essence, evoked genuine fear even in the bloodthirsty Gorzin and Melba. This was not feigned. It was a nightmare that truly resided within their hearts. Purple, white, and red. These 3 colors coalesced to form the sleek figure of Diga. The pearlescent eyes of Diga shone brilliantly, complemented by a sky-blue energy source. Diga exhibited a composite form. With a thunderous roar, Gorzin bellowed skyward, charging forward with terrifying ferocity, his monstrous claws descending with reckless abandon. Diga, unyielding, responded with a frigid countenance, swinging his right fist with silver-tinged wind to collide with the beast's claws at breakneck speed. Left hook, right hook, uppercut. A ferocious flurry of strikes. The impact reverberated through the air as a powerful kick, accompanied by an astonishing backflip, crashed into Gorzin's chest, sending him sprawling to the ground and causing titanic waves to rise from the expansive lake. Utilizing the Kunlun 3-legged technique, Diga, as a preeminent ancient warrior, had mastered the art of martial prowess to an extraordinary degree. With a mighty roar, Melba flapped her dragon wings, tearing through the void as she dove towards Diga. In a moment of peril, Diga's expression shifted. With formidable strength, he seized Melba's talons, only to be hurled backward by her force, carving a meter-long gash through the valley. Suddenly, a fearsome spiked club hurtled through the air, catching Digga off guard and smashing him into a nearby ravine, shattering him into countless fragments. Sharpened blades etched grotesque scars upon his Ultraman skin. Boom, boom, boom. Not far away, the vicious wolf beast slinked forward, grinning with malice. The tide of battle swiftly turned. Besieged by the three formidable creatures, Digga soon found himself at a disadvantage. Toxic Venom. If the outcome is nothing but tragic, fear not the struggle against the winds of adversity. White Feather. Even if my wings are torn asunder, I shall descend back into the depths of despair. Toxic Venom. Pain will ensue. White Feather. There will be heartache. Toxic Venom. Yet, I shall press onward. White Feather. To fight. Boom. An infinite reservoir of courage surged forth from Digga's heart. With newfound resolve, he sprang to his feet, crossing his arms before his forehead. Within the sky-blue energy source, a sudden flash of crimson light erupted. Ultraman, transform. A tempest of scarlet particles enveloped Digga's form entirely. Amidst the overwhelming crimson glow, a gigantic silhouette, bathed in red, emerged with fierce determination. Form transformation. Power mode. Flames raged as Digga, his body infused with molten lava, stood resolute between heaven and earth, unleashed in a dazzling display of might. Boom! As Digga entered a state of power, his physical strength surged exponentially, each strike infused with a terrifying incendiary effect. In the blink of an eye, the crimson Digga whirled like a tempest, engaging in fierce combat with the likes of the wolf beast and others. The sky erupted in a dazzling display. Clash! Another violent collision reverberated through the air. The ferocious winds swept through, staggering the crimson Digga back several steps as he regained his composure, a glint of icy determination flashing in his eyes. His hands, interlaced in red and silver, shot forth suddenly, spreading across the void as they began to carve through the air. A torrent of volatile lava energy rapidly coalesced in the atmosphere, unfurling before him. In the next instant, his hand signs flickered like lightning, and a colossal cross shape materialized in the night sky. Daira, Zyam's ray. Boom! The lava laser, with a force of annihilation, surged forth. The searing heat incinerated the ancient trees of the forest into ash. Roar! 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 Three resounding roars echoed. Golzin tilted his head back, unleashing the violent laser that converged atop his horns. Melba circled in the air, her expression frigid as she opened her sharp beak, emitting a terrifying ultrasonic wave. The wolf beast brandished his spiked club, tearing through the void, launching it into the air. The three beasts wreaked havoc in Bollywood. Crash! A fearsome energy storm spiraled out from the valley, leveling mountains within a radius of several kilometers, shaking Tokyo thousands of meters away. In the night sky, malevolent winds howled, as six fighter jets swayed perilously in the terrifying air currents. Yulian, having finally snapped back from her reverie, gazed with a troubled expression at the cataclysmic battle unfolding. Can Digga prevail? Lena voiced her concerns. The trio of formidable monsters could easily obliterate any city in Lighthouse Country. Yulian remained silent. Aspirations are grand, yet reality is stark. As the smoke of war dissipated, a staggering giant shadow emerged. Digga. However, at that moment, Digga's visage appeared alarmingly pale. The energy source on his chest flickered ominously, akin to a warning bell. His energy was nearing depletion. Releasing a finishing move was undoubtedly a colossal drain for one of his stature. Had the monsters perished? Digga clutched his chest, gazing coldly at the fading light and smoke, his expression frozen. Within the hazy particle storm, the ominous silhouettes of three grotesque beasts emerged, obscuring the sky. Had they truly withstood his laser? Chapter 158. The Arrival of Venom. I became the ultimate villain. In the heart of the shadowy valley, a terrifying firestorm suddenly quivered, its rotational speed gradually diminishing. Almost immediately, three roars filled with murderous intent erupted from within the storm. Digga's expression turned frigid. Boom! The three-headed behemoths of Golzin, suddenly tearing through the storm, emerged with particularly ferocious visages. Blood flowed from their immense bodies like rivulets, while countless scales shattered, exposing deep wounds teeming with the stark whiteness of bone beneath. Clearly, they had endured a tremendous toll from Digga's ultimate attack. These three monstrous entities, entrenched in the abyss, exuded an overwhelming aura of menace. Their wrathful roars reverberated through this space like thunderclaps. Behold the esteemed Golzin, the illustrious Melba, the formidable wolf beast. As the progenitors of the monstrous underworld, they were reduced to such a pitiful state by the insignificant Ultraman. Should this news spread, it would undoubtedly become a jest throughout the entire galaxy. Even monsters possess their own pride. Anyone may vanquish a monster, but Ultraman must not be among them. This is not merely their assertion, but a decree from Jesus himself. As Digga gazed upon the infernal Golzin and his companions, his countenance shifted dramatically, prompting him to retreat with the swiftness of lightning. Boom, boom, boom. As Digga withdrew, the three-headed monstrosities advanced in unison, bearing their fearsome maws. A terrifying pillar of light, stretching 100 feet, erupted forth with a resounding crash. Should Digga be caught in such a cataclysmic onslaught, according to Newton's third law, he would likely be reduced to mere ashes on the spot. The beam of light, in an instant, sealed off all surrounding space around Digga. Never was there a being as great as Digga. The ancient era of Ultraman stretches like an interminable night. The winds howled coldly, and Digga ventured forth, never to return. Farewell, Daiku. Farewell, Earth. Farewell, the 78 Nebula. Farewell, Mother of Ultraman. Exhausted of energy, Digga relinquished his defenses, peacefully closing his eyes, awaiting the cataclysmic assault that would obliterate him into dust. A tragic scene unfolded in the void, where 6 fighter jets hovered, their pilots filled with sorrow. Yulian's silent demeanor betrayed his tumultuous emotions, his crimson eyes revealing a torrent of feelings. Lena clasped her delicate hands, her lips pressed tightly, gently caressing her slightly swollen abdomen, tears streaming down her cheeks. Little Gu, remember, your father is a great hero who embodies love and justice, safeguarding the Earth, she lamented, as well as countless households in the Lighthouse Nation, from Dr. Daiki to Detective Conan. Countless gazes converged upon the screen atop the Tokyo Tower, where a solitary figure stood against the annihilating light. Heroes are invariably so lonely, isolated in their valor. Even the Emperor of the Lighthouse Nation, Emperor Meiji, was roused from his slumber to stand before the screen, saluting the bloodied silhouette of Ultraman with drawn sword. A salute without the blade would be insufficient to express respect. The entire nation paid homage. At last, under the watchful eyes of innumerable radar systems, the annihilating light descended upon Digga. In the blink of an eye, the terrifying storm engulfed Digga, consuming him into the void. The world crumbled into disarray. The form of Digga appeared to disintegrate into countless particles amidst the storm. A mysterious sigh resonated softly in this realm, so abrupt that even the three-headed beast of Golzin and the multitude of lighthouse citizens observing the valley failed to perceive it at first, leaving them all in a state of startled astonishment. Roar! Roar! Golzin howled towards the heavens, his beastly eyes surveying the surrounding world. Yet, within the monster's senses, there was no trace of this presence. Merba and the wolf beast were equally taken aback, their expressions reflecting shock. Indeed, you are fierce, having reduced my little Didi to such a pitiful state. As the crowd exchanged bewildered glances, that eerie laughter resurfaced, sending chills through many. Suddenly, the ground trembled. The dim night sky erupted with torrents of black liquid, which coalesced into thousands of swirling black holes, engulfing all light within a radius of 10,000 meters. Then, from the pitch-black sky, surged countless waves of purple dark water. The dark, enigmatic waters devoured the universe. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The black waters churned, and a colossal, all-consuming maw broke through the surface, as if emerging from the primordial chaos, advancing towards Golzin and his companions, who were consumed by shadows. A terrifying force surged forth, instantaneously swallowing the unsuspecting wolf beast, obliterating it on the spot. Both Golzin and Merba were filled with dread. The massive, gaping maw approached with alarming speed, closing in on Golzin within mere thousands of meters. The entire desolate plain trembled, showing signs of detachment from the earth. In a fit of rage and fear, Golzin dragged his battered body towards the edge of the wasteland, fleeing. The mocking laughter echoed, taunting, "The delicacy I have set my sights on shall not escape." With a crash, the tides surged, and numerous black tentacles, hundreds of meters long, shot forth, ensnaring Golzin's robust form and hurling him down onto the barren ground. The immense force constricted, pulling Golzin back with a violent motion, annihilating the mountains in his wake. Boom, boom, boom. Those lofty peaks crumbled under the impact of the returning Golzon, sending a cloud of crimson mist into the air, accompanied by a severed beast's tail soaring upwards. Dark red blood splattered across the entire wasteland. With a thud, the tentacles recoiled, and Golzon's frantically thrashing form was consumed whole by the colossal, wrathful maw. The wolf beast and Golzon were extinguished. Amidst the surging black clouds, a pair of pale, sinister eyes ignited from within the sea of clouds. A gluttonous gaze fixed upon the last terrified Merba. Venom descended, the suffocating weight pressed down, causing Merba's body to tremble. Howl! Melba could no longer withstand the terrifying pressure. Unfurling her dragon wings and soaring into the night sky with a series of sonic booms. The astonishing speed of the pterosaur was vividly displayed in her flight. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. The venomous liquid grinned mischievously. On Melba's inevitable escape route, the desolate wasteland suddenly erupted with a deep liquid, swiftly converging to form a vast swamp, resembling a realm of shadows. Bang, bang, bang. At the moment Melba passed over the swamp, countless jet-black silver grass stirred with elongated tongues, swirling in a tornado-like manner, sweeping forth. In an instant, they transformed into a menacing cage, ensnaring Melba within. The mutated skill of the silver grass, the silver cage. After relentlessly crashing against the cage in vain, Melba turned in terror. In the eyes of the pterosaur, a crimson tongue, over 1,000 meters long, slithered forth like a giant python. Chapter 159, Abyssal Waters, Dark Digga, the Descent of Venom, a Midnight Horror. A tongue, stretching over 1,000 meters, emerged from the dark clouds, resembling a massive serpent, slithering down while flicking its forked tongue, drawing closer to Melba. At the tip of that tongue, Melba seemed to glimpse the legendary saliva. Belial, come save me. Tyrannosaurus God, come save me. Father Thanos, come save me. Belial, brother, do not fret. Once I obliterate the 78 nebulae, I shall rescue you. Tyrannosaurus God, little brother, do not panic. After I conquer the city of the undead, I will come to your aid. Thanos, my friend, remain calm. Once I destroy the Dark Oblivion Star, I will come to offer my assistance. Melba, enigmatic smile, boom. Thunder rumbled as the black water engulfed the sky, and the immense tongue suddenly ensnared Melba, swallowing her into its gaping maw. The sound of fangs closing and flesh bursting echoed chillingly. The colossal beast soaring through the skies. Melba, perished. Ding. Congratulations to the host for successfully devouring a king-level monster. Evil wolf beast. Gorgonzola. Melba. Ding. Congratulations to the host for completing the 108th triple kill. When the total number of triple kills reaches 200, the strongest domain in history will be activated. The God of Death's domain. Ding. Congratulations to the host for absorbing 15,000 points of vitality. To evolve to the fallen level, an additional 15,000 points of life force and the final symbiote are required. Superpower, always at your service. Remember to leave a 5-star review, dear. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Suddenly, a gentle black rain began to fall from the sky. It was raining. Each drop of rain was composed of the domineering abyssal water, imbued with devouring power. The abyssal water, while wandering in the Arctic Circle's northern sea, had inadvertently swallowed a colossal sea turtle claiming to be the black tortoise, refining its primordial soul into a single drop of water. In the vastness of the universe, I seek but a single cup of the mysterious dark water from the depths of the abyss. The tempest rages, rain cascading from the heavens. The storm enveloping the being known as Digga gradually dissipates under the melting shadows. The waves of destructive light are consumed in the blink of an eye. A droplet of black liquid splashes upon Digga. The butterfly effect. A terrifying black light spreads with alarming rapidity. Digga's crimson skin, under the corrosive influence of the black light, transforms into a void of utter darkness. His pearlescent eyes gradually succumb to emptiness, cold and merciless. The most harrowing sight is the deep violet energy source, once a symbol of purification and radiance, now entirely supplanted by slaughter and annihilation. The essence of death permeates all. With a jolt, the dark Digga rises, opening his indifferent eyes to gaze upon the sea of clouds in the void. Within that cloud sea, black waters surge, coalescing into a grotesque shadow of immense proportions. Venom, brutality, greed, arrogance, gluttony. The 4 cardinal sins manifest vividly upon the symbiotic venom. The flavor is exquisite. The venom savors its own tongue, lingering in delight. It wonders where the last remnant hides, yearning to draw it out and skewer it on a spit, relishing the tantalizing prospect of roasting it to perfection. The 5 offspring of the venomous symbiote: chaos, slaughter, wailing, nightmares, and the final enigmatic cunning symbiote. These fragmented symbiotes exhibit remarkable adaptability and reproductive prowess. Decades have elapsed since they were utilized in experiments by the Life Foundation, and the venom remains uncertain whether these second-generation symbiotes still retain their original forms. Naturally, the 4 in a developmental state have already been consumed. Yet one remnant remains at large. The symbiote revels in devouring. Each consumption of a life form nourishes and evolves it. To consume its own kind offers sustenance that far surpasses that of other life forms. As the eerie form of the venom materializes, the dark Digga bows reverently, kneeling with one knee upon the ground. In his black eyes swirls the essence of the abyss. Clearly, the seeds of the venomous parasite have taken root within Digga. No longer is he the revered giant of light from the land of the lighthouse, but a dark titan, roaring from the depths of despair. The dark giant, the shadowy Digga. With a swish, the black water dissipates. The silhouette of the venom appears before Digga, grinning mischievously. It seems the cleansing has not yet concluded. The venom's malevolent gaze sweeps over the dark Digga. Then suddenly, it grins peculiarly. Following this, the venom's right claw reaches out, unleashing a terrifying force of suction that erupts from its core. The tide surges forth. The dark figure of Digga suddenly trembled, and with a piercing roar, an ethereal soul, suffused with golden light, was forcibly extracted from his being. Dagu. It was the concealed soul of Dagu. Clasped within his embrace was the heart of light, the very gem that served as the energy source when Digga transformed into the giant of light. To my astonishment, you have managed to hide for so long beneath my gaze. Venom observed the frenzied expression on Dagu's face and chuckled softly. His terrifying visage, paired with an unintentional smile, sent chills down spine. You dare to strike at the giant of light. The 78 Nebula will not let you off easily. Despite his soul being in a diminished state, Dagu inhaled deeply and coldly declared, "Is that so?" Venom seemed utterly unconcerned, swiftly swiping a claw that rendered Dagu's soul into nothingness. The 78 Nebula, I wonder if that purple sweet potato monster has swept through there. It would be best to leave it for when I lead the Celestial, which cult to assault the lairs of these Ultramen, compelling that mother of Ultras to beg for mercy. An evil grin crept across Venom's lips. Bai Yu, aren't your symbiotes asexual reproducers? Venom, the human organ structure can simply liquefy, can it? Bai Yu, my eyes. Boom! At the moment Dagu's soul vanished completely, the heavens and earth trembled violently. Torrential thunder cascaded from the sky like a waterfall of lightning. Countless beams of rainbow auroras pierced through the atmosphere, transforming the night sky into an ethereal paradise. A distinguished guest has arrived? Venom slightly raised his head, gazing at the tumultuous night sky with an air of nonchalance, as if he had anticipated this event. Following that, at the end of the aurora, several terrifying presences tore through the sea of clouds, emerging with a force that commanded reverence. Under the weight of their presence, towering figures, each several hundred meters tall, stepped from the passage formed by the clouds. These colossal shadows bore a strikingly crimson hue. Golden armor adorned their shoulders, while their snow-white faces and typical Ultraman eyes radiated with boundless brilliance. Ultraman Brothers? Chapter 160, Venom, the Mysterious Four. Rich, vibrant auroras spread across the night sky, flickering between light and dark. The vast sea of clouds, illuminated by the auroras, transformed into a realm of rainbow hues. At the end of this rainbow sea lay a colossal vortex. Within the vortex, it seemed to connect to another mysterious nebula. Faintly, the profound cosmos of the nebula could be glimpsed. This was indeed a spatial wormhole, with a tumultuous roar. For thrones formed from the radiant clouds emerged eerily from the wormhole. Upon these thrones sat 4 luminous giants. The rain fell gently from the heavens. A chilling, malevolent wind swept across the desolate plains. Venom, with his toxic essence treading upon the void, fixed his pale, icy gaze upon the terrifying presence emitted by the 4 colossal beings of light hovering above the clouds, his eyes narrowing instinctively. The mobilization for a remnant of the ancient era, the 78 Nebula, was indeed an immense undertaking. An eerie laughter resonated throughout the expanse. The land of light. The enigmatic form mysteries. Ding. The system has detected 4 life forms at the level of Nirvana. Danger level 14. Talent level 14. Dana. Orb. 0. Noah. Warning. The threat posed by these life forms is exceedingly high. Their radiant energy possesses the purifying force of the cosmos, exerting tremendous oppression on dark symbiotic entities. The devouring talent has been activated automatically, for elite warriors from the land of light have simultaneously descended upon Earth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The aurora shimmered as a magnificent rainbow bridge gradually spread forth from beneath the throne, as if it were a natural phenomenon. The 4 towering figures of light descended slowly along the colorful staircase. Their formidable presence swept down like celestial beings gracing the mortal realm. Bang! Among the 4 luminous giants, one, entirely clad in shimmering silver, stepped forward, his radiant armor shrouding him in mystery. Silver wings unfurled from his back, stirring up a tempestuous wind. Noah, the legendary progenitor of the Ultraman lineage, birthed from the ancient times. Even the captain of the Cosmic Guard, Ultraman Father, held him in profound reverence. Most peculiar was the blood-red timer emblazoned upon his chest, reminiscent of a captivating flower from the other shore. A mere glance could ensnare one's very soul. We, the 78 Nebula, have searched the cosmos for millennia to discover a seed flowing with the dark bloodline of the ancient age, and it cannot simply be destroyed by you. Noah chuckled, his voice gravelly. Upon hearing this, the 3 behind Noah, Leo, and the others fixated their attention on the dark giant beneath Venom's feet. Unlike the sacred image of the luminous giant from before, the current form of Digga was consumed entirely by shadows, surrounded by a chilling, ghostly flame, exuding terror. Dark Digga. Oh, what a treasure it is. Venom licked his massive claws, a sinister chuckle escaping his lips. He then cast a sidelong glance at Dark Digga beneath his talons, a cold smirk crossing his face. How unfortunate. The seed you so highly value has already been forged into a puppet by me. An ominous glint flashed in Venom's eyes. Dark Digga, with hollow eyes, nodded in agreement. Rumble. The earth trembled. Dark Digga leaped into the air, soaring thousands of meters high, hurtling towards Noah with a cross-shaped posture, unleashing a terrifying barrage of black lasers. The annihilating, hyper-powerful Newtonian beam. HMPF. Noah let out a cold snort, casting his gaze upon the soulless eyes of Dark Digga, his own eyes narrowing suddenly. Dana, take it down. With a resounding roar, a colossal figure of light, adorned in hues of blue, silver, red, and white, rose from the throne behind Noah. The gaze directed at Digga was laden with complexity. The resemblance between them in stature, skin tone, and even stylistic form was strikingly uncanny. This was no mere coincidence. Growing up in the eternal sky city of the 78th Nebula, Dana had always been a solitary soul, dwelling in his own world, rarely engaging with other Ultramen. Alone and isolated, he bore the weight of loneliness, as tensions escalated with Taro, leading to a brutal confrontation in the woods. Dana could only swallow his pride, and their relationship plummeted to an icy abyss. One was the son of Ultra Father, while the other was a desolate wanderer. All Ultramen gravitated towards Taro, casting indifferent glances at Dana. Amidst this sea of cold stares, Digga emerged. With sincere compassion, he melted the frost of their animosity, forging an incredibly rare friendship among the 3, which became a cherished tale in the 78th Nebula. Thus, witnessing Digga's dark transformation, the one suffering the most was undoubtedly his dear friend Dana. Enough. Dana sighed inwardly, leaping into the air, his hands diving into the vibrant clouds, seizing a shimmering sun, cleaving through the celestial bodies, and charging towards Digga. Boom! 2 destructive figures collided in the void, akin to meteors crashing together. How's it going? I believe your little brother is faring quite well in my realm, Noah remarked with a chilling smirk, his massive claws tapping against his chin, infused with mockery. Little reptile, you have violated the unforgivable crime of greed according to the Galactic Code of Justice. I, Noah, in my capacity as the former captain of the Cosmic Precautionary Force, shall strip you of your right to exist. Surrender at once. Noah's gaze turned icy, his voice cutting through the air. Zero orb on my command. Yes. The 2 colossal figures of light responded respectfully, then transformed into radiant streams of color, sweeping forth with a mighty gale that surged like a tempest towards the encroaching Venom. Hey, buddy, I've never feared anyone, even with numbers against me. Venom sneered, retracting his long tongue. With a swift motion, the fabric of space rippled, and the ominous black gate of the underworld materialized under the night sky. Bang! In an instant, a menacing silhouette, engulfed in flames, swung a pitch-black club towards the oncoming Leo and Seven. Boom! Boom! A terrifying tempest of fire swept through the heavens. Leo and Seven felt their chests cave in simultaneously, hurtling back into the desolate expanse, creating two gaping craters over 5,000 meters wide, instilling fear in all who beheld it. A figure clad in dark armor stood proudly in the void, wielding the ebony staff, stirring the darkened night with an overwhelming presence. Darkness unleashed. Evil Wukong. Sun Wukong. Zero. Orb. It seems you have committed numerous transgressions. Under the night sky, Noah turned his silver gaze, fixated upon the engulfed Sun Wukong and Digga, and spoke coldly. Rest assured, you will soon savor this sensation. Venom smirked slightly, his ghastly visage strikingly horrific. Is that so? Noah scoffed. As one of the oldest ultra-giants within the 78 Nebula, his power made even the mightiest warrior, Zero, regard him with trepidation. Chapter 161. Wings of Noah. Infinite connection under the moonlight. The cold night was desolate. In the frigid expanse of the sky, the colorful auspicious clouds had vanished without a trace. Beneath the moonlight, Noah stood proudly in the void, his entire form gleaming silver, eyes glinting with frost. Not far away, Venom twisted his long tongue, splitting his mouth wide to emit a sinister laugh. Thousands of spectral crows screeched past, swirling around him like a tempestuous whirlwind. Crows guarding the body. Venom. Noah. The two figures stood distantly opposed. In the duel of high-level players, the absence of action was merely a prelude. When they engaged, it would unleash a tempest of ferocious assault. Oof. Noah's eyes narrowed, and his silver wings suddenly unfurled. As an ultra being from the ancient era, Noah had existed in the cosmos far longer than most celestial bodies. Even the 78 Nebula was not as ancient as his emergence. After countless battles spanning hundreds of thousands of years, Noah's power had reached a sublime state. Boom! In an instant, Noah's figure transformed into a blurred afterimage, and an overwhelming blaze erupted from his palm, crashing towards Venom with ferocity. Shura, flowing light slash. Venom's expression remained indifferent, his black liquid form eerily pulsating. Hiss! His crimson tongue rose like a serpent's flicker. The phantom dissipated. A terrifying wind from his claws suddenly tore through the void, colliding violently with the luminous blade. Demonic shadow assault. Bang! 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 A series of explosive sounds reverberated through the void. To the heavens, Venom and Noah surged skyward simultaneously, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters. At this height, the frigid wind howled. No, this is not high enough. Why should the rock not ride the wind and soar to 90,000 miles? As the saying goes, the high altitude belongs to the battlefield of the strong. Sound barrier. Breakthrough. The atmosphere enveloping Earth was abruptly torn asunder by two fearsome figures, creating a colossal rupture. Immediately, the two demonic shadows stepped into the void, transcending into outer space. Time stood still. In stark contrast to the tempestuous storms above Earth, outer space appeared exceedingly tranquil. Yet, this tranquility bore an unsettling quality. At this moment, it was night on Earth. The azure planet presented its shadowy side towards Venom and Noah. The sun's radiance was completely obstructed on the opposite side, leaving only the cold, silvery light of the moon to scatter through the cosmos. Since the dawn of time, I have witnessed the birth and destruction of countless celestial bodies, yet I have never encountered a parasitic entity as avaricious as you. Noah gazed coldly at Venom, a palpable aura of menace surrounding him. Much like the formidable Megatron of yore, Venom's insatiable greed and brutality consistently astound his adversaries. Suddenly, Noah's empty hand grasped the air. From his palm, a searing flame erupted, transforming into a lustrous platinum hue. The transition from crimson to platinum signifies a staggering leap in temperature, reaching tens of thousands of degrees. The higher the temperature, the whiter the flame becomes, ultimately culminating in a blinding white. The platinum flames blazed with increasing intensity. Venom's pupils constricted sharply as he realized that the void-devouring flame within him trembled slightly. It is essential to note that the void-devouring flame ranks as the second most powerful otherworldly fire on the list of extraordinary flames. Following the disappearance of the top-ranked flame for a millennium, the void devouring flame emerged as the most formidable visible fire. What fortitude must this platinum flame possess to invoke fear in otherworldly flames? This fire was entrusted to me by the angelic god, Qian Rushu, during my passage through the angel star system, with its ember originating from stellar source. You may refer to it as the holy fire of angels. Boom! The terrifying platinum flames surged forth from Noah. The vacuum of outer space posed no hindrance to the burning of the holy fire of angels. Hiss! The flames coalesced into a menacing moonlight sword, materializing in Noah's grasp. The sword cleaved, creating a pitch-black rift in the void. Boom! With an icy expression, Noah stepped into the air, ghosting towards Venom, unleashing a silver-white crescent blade that sliced through the heavens. The crescent moon slash. Hey! Venom's eyes narrowed, a glint of cold light flashing. Bang! His robust arms suddenly liquefied, instantly transforming into a colossal black shield that obstructed his path. Boom! 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 The explosive gust shattered the resilient liquid shield into a cascade of black droplets raining down. Venom's expression shifted slightly as he retreated. Whoosh! 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 Several more crescent moon slashes, trailing ethereal blue flames, pursued relentlessly. This relentless fiend. Venom's pupils ignited with a beastly crimson. An overwhelming torrent of black liquid surged forth from him, quickly coalescing into a massive black staff several hundred meters long, firmly grasped in his claws. The Rui Jingu Bang? This black staff bore a striking resemblance to the golden cudgel wielded by the wicked Wukong, yet there was a fundamental difference. Venom's black staff was formed from swirling black liquid, with fluid motion visible, whereas Wukong's was forged from the purest iron of the sea-calming needle, glimmering with a chilling light. Whoosh! Whoosh! With a swift motion, the great staff twirled, casting fierce shadows across the sky, resolutely intercepting the enigmatic crescent. Boom! 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 The most resplendent fireworks are often accompanied by a profound silence. Bang! Noah raised his long sword, pointing it skyward. A dazzling silver light erupted in a spectacular display. The blazing sword radiance surged forth. Suddenly, the venomous entity discovered an enormous hexagram formation eerily manifesting beneath its feet, without any forewarning. Boom! The silver light flashed, and the colossal formation instantaneously transformed into a terrifying silver cage, ensnaring it within. Subsequently, thousands of sword lights descended from above Noah, raining down like a tempest. Boom! 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 Each sword light, upon striking the surface of the venomous body, erupted violently. A dreadful tempest entirely consumed the wretched form. But the assault was far from over. The hexagram dimmed, and a mesmerizing starry mark was imprinted upon the back of the venomous entity, sending chills down its spine. Dance of moonlight. Crescent assault. In that fleeting moment, Noah transformed into a streak of silver light, swiftly slicing through the venomous form, leaving behind a ghastly sword scar. A sight to behold. Cool down refreshed. Boom! Another silver flash darted through. Cool down refreshed again. Boom! 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 The speed of the silver lights, slashing, intensified, coalescing into a tempest of silver moonlight that shredded the black form of the venomous creature. Beneath the cold moonlight, the body of the venomous entity was rapidly adorned with a multitude of sword scars. The rate of the blade's cutting surpassed even its formidable self-healing abilities. Infinite Moonlit Strikes. Chapter 162, Devouring Noah, The Descent of the Fallen? In the depths of outer space, a vast hexagram formation firmly ensnared the venomous entity. Meanwhile, terrifying silver sword lights descended upon it with astonishing rapidity. The sword energy enveloping the sword lights mercilessly obliterated the symbiotic tissue of the venomous entity, reducing it to nothingness. Bang! 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 Infinite Moonlit Strikes. Boom! With the final thunderous sword energy, the head of the venomous entity exploded into fragments. Following that, the sword lights mercilessly tore its body asunder. Bang! The venomous entity perished. In the frigid void of space, countless droplets of black liquid floated in a deathly silence. As silver light flickered, a colossal silhouette of radiant light materialized. It was none other than the ancient warrior, Noah, the silver sword sheathed. Noah gazed indifferently at the dismembered remains of the venomous entity, shaking his head. This technique, Infinite Moonlit Strikes, was a culmination of his arduous training over millennia, harnessing the power of moonlight to attain perfection. It was a veritable assassin within the realm of shadows. Even the captain of the Cosmic Guard, the father of Ultraman, had once conceded defeat, acknowledging his inferiority. Moreover, the entity before him had yet to fully develop into its complete form. Noah stifled a derisive laugh. The shattered Venom would drift through the vastness of space, gradually diminishing into cosmic debris, ultimately to be devoured by the universe's scavengers, the black holes, amidst silence and darkness. Farewell, little crawler. The silvery light contracted. Noah shook his head, transforming into a streak of silver luminescence, poised to dart back to Earth. Suddenly, a sound reminiscent of a magical bell resonated, causing Noah's steps to freeze in place. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. In quick succession, countless bubbles surged forth. Noah's expression stiffened as he whirled around, his pupils constricting sharply. The floating black liquid, as if performing a magic trick, dissipated into nothingness. In that fleeting moment of dissolution, even the space around it failed to ripple. The clouds danced mysteriously. The next instant, Noah felt a chill upon his shoulder. An icy, spectral claw had, unbeknownst to him, settled there. An intense cold surged from his feet, enveloping him. You're not dead. An undeniable terror crawled up from the depths of Noah's eyes. Indeed, he had played with a liquid doppelganger for so long, it seemed to revel in the encounter. Then a long scarlet tongue, akin to that of serpent, slithered around Noah's neck, licking him. The liquid doppelganger sent shivers down his spine. It dawned on him that this so-called symbiotic entity possessed an intelligence far beyond his imagination. Cunning, insidious, greedy, brutal. The Venom was seemingly imbued with all the original sins that could be found in any villain. Too late for damage control. Boom! The 5 claws spread wide, crashing down upon Noah's back, shattering his moonlight armor. A terrifying black hole erupted from its claw's core. In the next moment, a gaping maw, fierce and bloodthirsty, lunged at Noah's head, swallowing him whole with a wet slurp, erasing him from existence in an instant. Crack! Crack! The sound of splintering bones echoed hauntingly in the emptiness of space, sending chills down the spine. The ancient warrior, one of the eldest Ultras, Noah, perished. Thud! 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 The powerful heartbeat resonated throughout this realm, suddenly vibrating with intensity. In the next moment, the heart split, transforming into 2 obsidian hearts, pulsating within the chest of the Venom. That is, a precursor to evolution. The Venom gazed at the frantically pulsating black liquid upon its form, excitement glimmering in its eyes. Throughout the history of the mother planet, countless legends have circulated. Many symbiotic entities, through brutal slaughter and the consumption of countless kin, eventually emerged victorious, achieving evolution. However, the number of symbiotic entities that could reach the level of the fallen over the span of millennia on the mother planet is but a rare few. The symbiotes have become titans within the cosmos, reigning over a notably illustrious epoch throughout the vast expanse of time. One must comprehend the Herculean challenge it is to survive amidst the lethal clashes of millions of symbiotes and to evolve to the level of the fallen. Thus, throughout the protracted years, countless symbiotes akin to Venom have sought a vessel to escape their home planet, yearning to descend upon a world teeming with vitality, a suitable environment for growth and development. However, those who achieve success are as rare as the stars at dawn. Venom glimpsed the hope of evolution within himself, a lifelong aspiration shared by millions of his kin. Thud! 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 2 menacing, ivory bone spines emerged from Venom's tail vertebrae, slowly creeping forth and swaying with a crimson tail in the breeze, creating a harrowing spectacle. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have successfully devoured the Nirvana-level Ultraman. Noah, you have acquired a brand new super talent. Ding! Congratulations, host! You have gained an enhancement of 50,000 life points, accumulating vitality to reach 335,000 points, surpassing the threshold for the evolution of the fallen. Only one final fusion of symbiote genes is required to initiate the evolution. Current symbiote gene storage: Venom, Rampage, Howl, Slaughter, Nightmare. These second-generation symbiotes, which initially split from Venom, will ultimately return to their rightful owner. Venom raised his icy white pupils and gazed upon the azure planet, a sinister smile forming. His cold gaze swept rapidly across the globe, ultimately locking onto a vast continent. West of the island nation, north of the South China Sea. South of Mongolia, could it be the Dragon Kingdom? The spider sense within him detected the essence of symbiotes coursing through that land. It was indeed the Dragon Kingdom. The dark liquid writhed as fangs bared, and the somewhat dazed visage of Bai Yu surfaced. The Dragon Kingdom, the ancestral land of Huaxia, was Bai Yu's hometown, from which he had been separated for nearly 6 years. The last remnants of symbiotes, the homeland of the Dragon Kingdom, the dreamlike abode. Everything seemed preordained, as if all enigmas and grievances would culminate there. "Boss, let's attend to business first." Venom cleared his throat several times, rousing Bai Yu from his reverie. "Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked a brand new super talent. 1. Lunar Blade, harnessing the fire of one's essence, condensing the power of the stars and moon into a dazzling sword light that cleaves through all existence. Note, the sword light can be activated consecutively. The number of activations depends on the vitality strength of the symbiote. 2. Blazing Sword Light, summoning a hexagram formation to ensnare the target life form within a cage of spells. 3. Crescent Assault, imprinting a star moon mark upon the target life form. Each attack on a marked entity refreshes the cooldown, reactivating the Crescent Assault. Note, damage can stack infinitely. Each accumulation amplifies the host's attack speed. The needle strikes true. The fangs retracted, transforming once more into the grotesque visage of Venom. Gazing upon Earth, Venom grinned broadly. Surely, the battle above the planet was nearing its conclusion. Chapter 163. The Mysterious Lighthouse, C. Kai Shukuan. In a land of the lighthouse, Tokyo, on the northern wilderness plain, the ravaged continent trembled. Engulfed in a tempest of bloodshed, thunder roared with fury, reverberating through the air. The desolate expanse was marred with immense craters, fissures sprawling like abysses across the ground, a testament to the fierce combat that had transpired. Within one of these vast pits lay 2 blood-soaked corpses, twisted and lifeless, their Ultraman skin indented and marred, a dark rod piercing through their hearts. The bodies remained motionless, their milky white eyes dimmed, and the timers on their chests had reached their end. Suddenly, a fearsome silhouette loomed before the corpses, exuding an aura of dread, its shoulder adorned with a blood-stained black rod. The rod swirled in the moonlight, resembling a staff wielded by a demonic deity. It was Evil Wukong. Those 2 lifeless forms were unmistakably the warriors from the Land of Light, who had accompanied Noah, Leo, and Taro. Clang, clang, amidst the mountains. A figure cloaked in darkness was shattering boulders with its palms, reducing them to dust, ultimately molding them into a gleaming coffin. This entity, shrouded in gloom, appeared as a warrior emerging from the shadows, radiating an aura of malevolence. It was Dark Tiga. Behind him lay a corpse with its limbs grotesquely twisted, its body cold, having clearly succumbed to death. This figure was none other than his childhood friend, Dinah, once betrothed to Tiga. Yet, a former companion, once fallen into darkness, would swiftly draw forth a sinister dagger and unhesitatingly plunge it into your heart. With a thud, Tiga lifted Dinah's body, casting it into the coffin and burying it deep within the mountains. Thereafter, he coldly turned away, his expression void of emotion as he exited the mountain range. On the grave mound, 3 incense sticks swayed gently in the wind. Was it resolved? The space quaked, dark liquid coalesced, and Venom's sinister silhouette materialized ominously. Venom regarded Tiga and son Wukong standing before him, an expression of delight upon his visage. Son Wukong wielded his rod, impaling the 2 corpses upon its tip. Tiga's hollow eyes reflected indifference, his palm open, revealing a dim source of energy. "Indeed, I possess a mere fraction of their prowess." Venom chuckled, patting the shoulders of the 2 with an unmistakable glimmer of admiration in his eyes. Truly, under his tutelage, these subordinates had increasingly embodied the essence of antagonists. Only a supervillain like him could cultivate such remarkable minor villains. Generations of villains, each a king in their own right, with each successive cohort growing ever more audacious. Next, it is time to retrieve my wayward offspring. Venom licked his enormous claws, his eyes narrowing with a sinister glint. With the defeat of the formidable Ultraman, it is now time to address the matter of the symbiote. In Asia, within the Dragon Kingdom, the final symbiote was detected traversing the vast continent through the spider senses. However, before departing, one must leave a mark. Venom flexed his claws, a wicked grin spreading across his face as he gazed upon the island. Hissus! A torrent of dark liquid surged from the depths of Venom's claws. Coalescing with fervor, and with a final strike, he slammed down onto the ground. A mutation erupted. The black liquid exploded instantaneously, and thousands of symbiotes crawled outward from the epicenter of the blast, scattering in all directions. The greedy eyes of beasts glimmered with newfound fervor upon the symbiotes. Liquid avatars split from the symbiotic mass, liquefying into countless identical symbiotes. Although these symbiotes were mere novices, they possessed a voracious appetite akin to Venom's, able to parasitize living beings and thrive upon them. They proliferated. A single grain sown in spring yields 1,000 harvests in autumn. In every corner of the world, there lies no idle land. The legacy of Venom's essence will endure eternally. The symbiotic tsunami surged forth with wild abandon. Departing, Venom erupted in laughter, his bat-like wings unfurling as he transformed into a streak of black light, racing towards the distant horizon. The Lighthouse Nation lies not far from the Dragon Kingdom, separated only by the expanse of Lighthouse Sea. Under the relentless evolution of Venom, the bat wings of Batman had surpassed a third of the escape velocity, and in the blink of an eye, he soared over the continental island, arriving at the Lighthouse Sea. The turbulent waters roiled violently. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The fierce winds howled. Venom soared through the night sky, the hurricane beside him spiraling with ferocity. The sea view, thousands of meters below, rapidly shrank within his field of vision. Something felt amiss. Venom suddenly furrowed his brow. Just yesterday, he and White Feather observed the dazzling Big Dipper in the night sky. According to astronomical principles, today should be calm and serene, devoid of wind or waves. Yet, the Lighthouse Sea was tumultuous, the waves crashing violently, while the idle sea winds howled fiercely, stirring monstrous tides. This expanse of water appeared unfathomably deep, shrouded in a deathly silence, with darkness swallowing all that lay within sight. Thunderous rumbling. Venom's expression turned grim. An immense shadow, stretching beyond comprehension, emerged unbidden from the abyss of the ocean, followed by a pair of terrifying black and white eyes igniting with ferocity. In the next instant, an enormous maw, capable of eclipsing the sun, burst forth from the water's surface, revealing jagged fangs poised to strike. A whale? No, it was a colossal Kuan. Ding! The system detected a Nirvana-level mutated behemoth, the gluttonous Kuan. Danger level 14, innate talent level 16. Ding! Warning. In the depths of the northern sea lies a creature named Kuan, an enormous being whose size is unfathomable, possibly stretching thousands of miles. This life form is a variant of the colossal Kuan, born in the ethereal North Sea, possessing terrifying power. The Kaishu Kuan, along with the fierce Kongswa, Groudon, and Kyogre, has ascended to become one of the 4 divine beasts of the Lighthouse Nation. Elusive and enigmatic, it devours talent, automatically activating. The ghostly visage of Kaishu Kuan, with its distorted features, emerges. Is such a name truly so hastily conceived? A powerful, chilling wind sweeps across the expanse. That fearsome maw closes fiercely, swallowing the unsuspecting Venom into its insatiable jaws. Effortlessly, like flowing clouds and flowing water. Bang! A colossal water column erupts from the nostrils of Kaishu Kuan, showering the sky with droplets. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Kaishu Kuan surfaces, fiercely flicking its tail, lifting an entire island into the air, which then shatters into pieces above. The fury of the giant Kuan shakes the very earth. Kaishu Kuan seldom ventures into the sea, exhibiting a certain laziness akin to that of the deep-sea demon whale king. However, any unwelcome intruder encroaching upon its domain, even if merely in its airspace, will awaken its wrath, unleashing a tempest of vengeance. Such ancient beasts possess an almost obsessive territoriality. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. After surveying its surroundings, Kaishu Kuan finally feels at ease, expelling bubbles as it descends to the ocean floor. The Lighthouse Sea once again succumbs to an eerie silence. Chapter 163, Venom, a modest craft, low-key. Darkness and chaos reign. Until now, Venom has only ever consumed others. This is its first experience of being swallowed. Within the giant Kuan, an abyss of darkness engulfs all surroundings. The air is thick with a foul stench, as grotesque veins snake through muscle fibers, seemingly intertwined with some viscous substance that writhes within. Hisses, an aura of malevolence ripples. Suddenly, a pool of pitch-black liquid surges forth from the veins, spinning rapidly, coalescing into the terrifying black silhouette of the Venom. Inside the giant Kuan, neither the dragon nor the tiger roars. It is a realm of darkness, absurdly comical. The dignified Venom, unperturbed, gazes at its predicament with indifference, feigning nonchalance, heart steady, a modest craft. Low-key, low-key. A strange glimmer flickers in the Venom's stark white eyes. With its perception as a super symbiotic entity, it knows it will not be so easily consumed by this Kai Shukuin. A jest indeed. The Venom has roamed the earth for so long, commanding respect from agents of S.H.E.L.D. Bioghosts, Decepticons, heroes, ancient monsters, and Ultramen alike. A mere juvenile Cohen dares to act defiantly before it. Such audacity is unthinkable in the heart of the Venom. Only two figures compel its brutal nature to acknowledge them as its superiors, Bai Yu and its own dream, Chun. As the host of Venom, the former is self-evident, while the latter, cough, cough. The dark liquid writhes, its fangs bared, and the form of Venom suddenly stretches and transforms into a slender youth clad in black. Bai Yu lightly clears his throat a few times, seemingly to remind Venom to know when to stop. Venom chuckles awkwardly. I understand. Let us proceed with the task at hand. Bai Yu cast a glance at Venom, then smiled gently, remarking, I must admit, this Kai Shukuin is truly enormous. Together, Bai Yu and Venom traversed the fleshy tissues within Kai Shukuin for over 10 minutes. The surrounding organs continuously extended and morphed, yet the end remained elusive. What a massive Kuin, Bai Yu exclaimed, reflecting that if this creature were to be auctioned at a seafood market, it would undoubtedly fetch an exorbitant price. Beasts with ancient bloodlines typically cultivate their bodies to become immensely formidable, often creating a space within themselves. Venom's experiences were evidently more extensive than Bai Yu's. I've gained insight, Bai Yu realized with a sudden clarity. They continued their journey through the dark, expansive belly of the colossal Kuin for a while longer, traversing hills and valleys, passing spherical livers, star-shaped kidneys, and countless gleaming fish bones. Wandering within Kai Shukuin's body felt akin to observing a fish dissection. Here we are. Venom's eerie laughter echoed suddenly. Bai Yu squinted his eyes, directing his gaze ahead. What met his eyes were plush, blood-red tentacles covered in tiny suction cups, slowly writhing and stretching. At a glance, there appeared to be tens of thousands, a sight that sent shivers down his spine. A case of trypophobia. Bai Yu mused. Is this the respiratory chamber? His eyes brightened as he swiftly retrieved this unfamiliar anatomical term from the depths of his memory. The respiratory chamber, a vital organ for respiration, is where all gases must flow in and out. However, in normal organisms, the diameter of the respiratory chamber does not exceed 10 centimeters. Astonishingly, this Kai Shukuin's respiratory chamber had expanded to several dozen meters. It could host a grand celebration. Goodness, I suspect you are inciting me to commit a crime, Bai Yu remarked, blinking his clear eyes softly. Don't you like it, boss? Venom retorted with a grin. I do, Bai Yu replied with a subtle smile. Lifting his gaze toward the plush respiratory chamber, the corners of his mouth curling upward. At the bottom of the deep sea in the Lighthouse Sea, only mottled seaweed thrived wildly in the pitch-black depths. Among the oddly shaped reefs lay many slumbering giant clams. Suddenly, a colossal shadow, obscuring the sun, descended from the surface of the water. With a splashing sound, countless gallons of seawater frantically retreated. Bang, bang, bang. The colossal creature, the great Kuin, gradually descended, its terrifying bulk crushing every reef along its path into ruins. With a thunderous roar, the entire expanse of the deep sea trembled as the Kuin landed. As the sovereign of the abyss, the Kuin never required a bed to slumber. The sea served as its mattress, and the water as its blanket. Was it not a delightful arrangement? Its enormous, cold eyes scanned the surrounding waters for miles, instilling dread in those who harbored nefarious thoughts. Only then did the Kuin close its eyes, preparing for a rejuvenating slumber. In an instant, as its eyelids descended, the Kuin abruptly opened its eyes. Excitement flickering within its gaze, and to everyone's astonishment, its massive belly began to swell. A maddening itch surged within its nostrils, fiercely stimulating its nerves. How itchy! How unbearably itchy! Who has some floral water? Bring me a bottle. Boom, boom, boom. Driven by the relentless itch, the Kuin could no longer contain itself and began to roll about wildly, once again stirring the depths of the ocean into chaos. Why was it so unbearably itchy? Tears of laughter streamed from its eyes, tinged with an imperceptible chill. Could someone be causing this disturbance? Bang, bang, bang. Countless underwater volcanoes erupted under the force of the Kuin, scattering debris across the ocean. Unable to hold back any longer, it unleashed a tremendous sneeze. echoing like an 18-level tsunami, instantly transforming the waters thousands of meters ahead into a vacuum. The terrifying shock wave surged forth, obliterating any fish caught in its path into a mist of blood. Such a formidable force. The surface of the silent sea was suddenly disturbed by an immense whirlpool, which began to spin violently. Following this, a colossal wave surged forth from the vortex, racing skyward. In the heavens above, AC-16 aircraft flew leisurely. As the plane soared, disaster loomed from the depths. The terrifying wave exploded through the air, reaching the aircraft in the blink of an eye. Bang! A mushroom cloud of flames rose dramatically, vibrant and resplendent. Another aircraft fell, a victim of fate. Strangely, alongside the shockwave, a pool of dark liquid shot forth, solidifying mid-air into a swirling form resembling white feathers. Unexpectedly, even a dashing and charismatic antagonist like myself could find a day when one is expelled for nostrils. With a sigh, the figure of white feathers lamented, filled with an endless sense of melancholy. Chapter 164. The Kuin's magnitude, impossible to contain in a single pot. Boom! The entire lighthouse sea erupted into towering waves reaching heights of over 1,000 meters. A formidable, giant Kuin, its grotesque form breaking the surface of the water, raised its head, revealing a pair of black and white eyes that coldly fixated on the ethereal figure of Bai Yu, the king of Kuin. A single blood-red horn spiraled from its forehead, exuding an aura of intimidation. The moment the king of Kuin emerged, the entire expanse of the sea was engulfed by surging black waves. The raging winds howled through the sky in a relentless dance. This lighthouse sea seemed to transform into a realm of the underworld. With a chilling roar, the king of Kuin locked its gaze upon Bai Yu, its eyes flashing with icy brilliance. After all these years, it was Bai Yu who dared to intrude upon its nostrils, provoking its dignity by incessantly teasing its nasal hairs. Perhaps he would be the last to do so. Even when embroiled in disputes with the fellow sovereign of the deep sea, Gyoka, the king of Kuin had never felt such humiliation. The more it pondered, the angrier it became. The more it thought, the more it seethed. Suddenly, a stream of bubbles erupted from the giant Kuin's nostrils. In an instant, the king of Kuin opened its cavernous jaws, gathering a torrent of dark energy that coalesced into a series of ferocious water vortices, surging toward Bai Yu with unrelenting force. Torrential dragon strike. Oomph! Bai Yu let out a cold snort, transforming as a terrifying black liquid surged forth, engulfing his form in an instant, morphing into shimmering scales of icy brilliance as the toxic liquid descended once more. In the depths of the beastly eyes of the Venom, a fierce light flared. With a swift motion, the chilling giant claws swept out, unleashing a massive purple flame that roared with a ferocious intensity, colliding violently with the oncoming water vortex, as if they were meteors. Fire vortex, water vortex. These two colossal entities clashed in the air with the speed of lightning. And in that fleeting moment of collision, space itself seemed to freeze. Boom! With a stride, the venomous liquid transformed, enveloped in the indomitable demon armor. Having surpassed the limits of a super symbiotic entity, the Venom no longer required the power of the devil fruit for its enhancements. Heavenly demons in chaos. Indomitable demon armor. Swift combat boots. Ominous omen. Breaking army. Armor monarch blade. A terrifying demonic armor materialized in an instant, grasping the celestial orbs of sun and moon. It stood as the unparalleled symbiotic entity in existence. The figure of the Venom, akin to a specter, flashed before the king of Kuin, and with a flick of its ghostly blade, it unleashed purplish flames, ruthlessly hurling them toward the king of Kuin's eyes. The king of Kuin unleashed a torrent of mysterious whale speak, its eyes ablaze with fury. Suddenly, it pivoted, swinging its massive tail to summon a deluge of waves that collided fiercely with the ghostly blade. Boom! Though the giant Kuin's size resembled that of a behemoth, its astonishing reaction speed and agility left even the Venom in awe. A nimble giant was more fearsome than a languid thin one. Oomph! The Venom's expression turned cold, and a surge of murderous intent flickered within its stark white pupils. A torrent of black liquid coalesced around its claws, suddenly condensing with an essence of void and devouring flames. The venomous claws closed with ferocity, unleashing a terrifying purple flame that shot forth, piercing the heavens and incinerating the oppressive dark clouds. Immediately thereafter, a colossal ancient flame array, thousands of meters in size, materialized in the skies above the lighthouse sea, bridging the realms of heaven and earth. The flames split. The ancient array suddenly tore apart, dividing into two distinct fire formations, one large and one small. The celestial refining array. According to legend, it possesses immense purifying power, capable of refining all things under heaven. The universe serves as the furnace, all things as the copper, yin and yang as the charcoal, and creation as the craftsman. Gazing upon the astonishing ancient array that had suddenly emerged, the formidable Kuan King was taken aback, his countenance darkening as turbulent waves of shock surged within him. This mere insect in his eyes could unleash such a fearsome assault. By the heavens, I feel a twinge of fear. Perhaps a game of basketball would ease my nerves. Alas, it was too late. With a sinister laugh, the Venom leapt atop the ancient array, its right claw flipping over, pressing the two spatial gems and the power gem firmly into the center of the array. Spatial gem. Activate. Cosmic cube. The universe's rotation. Power gem. Activate. Cosmic spirit sphere. Tempest of 1,000 fathoms. The vast ancient array began to whirl. A dense purple light cascading from above like a waterfall, enveloping the Kuan King. In an instant, the two formations, one large and one small, pierced through the void, ensnaring the unsuspecting Kuan King within their midst, before forcefully converging. Celestial refining array. The heavens as a slave. The fire formation roared towards the sky, the searing purple flames rolling with tremendous speed, swiftly transforming into a massive cauldron, its diameter exceeding several thousand meters, standing tall in the void. A cauldron to stir-fry the Kuan King, with the ancient array as the base, flames as the source, and the demonic blade as the spatula. Clearly, the Venom had mastered the essence of this culinary art to an extraordinary degree. In the cold night sky, a gigantic cauldron overshadowed the world. The terrifying heat rendered the surrounding clouds into vast expanses of fiery hues. Radiant beams of light. The Venom stood at the base of the cauldron, wielding a 1,000-meter-long armored demon blade, contentedly stirring the wildly struggling and fiercely roaring Kuan King in the center of the cauldron. The fearsome temperature melted the scales on the Kuan King's surface into a fish broth. What a magnificent Kuan! The Venom gazed at the creature, whose size nearly matched that of the cauldron's opening, and could not help but exhale a sigh. In the northern abyss, there is a fish named Kuan. Its size is such that it cannot be contained in a single pot. No need for alarm. The Venom had its strategies. Expand. It commanded coldly, and the cauldron began to visibly spread, swelling to a width of tens of thousands of meters in mere moments, exerting pressure across the vast ocean. A touch more seasoning is required. The Venom pondered with its sharp claws for a moment. Then, narrowing its eyes, it pointed its right claw towards the distant, diminutive lighthouse kingdom, reaching out. A spatial gem bizarrely manifested in its claw's palm. In the next moment, a terrifying force surged forth. The sky transformed. From the mainland to Kyushu Island, the citizens of the lighthouse nation were astounded to discover that their kitchen salt, monosodium glutamate, and various spicy and sour condiments, including pepper, were all lifted into the air. A myriad of seasonings filled the sky, their momentum magnificent and awe-inspiring. Billions of seasoning packets burst forth from countless homes in the lighthouse nation, shattering windows as they raced towards the distant east with the speed of thunder. The seasoning packets had come to life. The citizens of the lighthouse nation, their faces pale with shock, hurriedly retrieved their pure gold cameras to capture this historic moment. Chapter 164. The Dragon Nation's Landing, the place where dreams begin. Billions of condiment packets surged upwards like a tsunami, sweeping towards the skies above the lighthouse sea. Pepper, pickled cabbage, brown sugar, salt. Throughout the land, there was no shortage of seasonings, and at the edges of every pot they could be found. Countless seasoning packets flowed like a torrent, drawn into the void by a venomous force, diving into a colossal hot pot suspended in the air, splashing a multitude of broth. The venomous entity grasped a massive blade and stirred vigorously within the hot pot. The world-renowned chef, the Venom. The steaming and roasting process was swift. 3 parts cooked, 4 parts cooked, 5 parts cooked. Bubbles churned vigorously. Finally, under the terrifying heat, the monstrous dish, the Kaisu Kuan, ceased its struggle, completely submerged in the broth. After a while, a large pot of cooked fish floated to the surface. The rich and spicy aroma wafted through the air. What a fresh stir-fried Kaisu Kuan! The venomous creature smiled with satisfaction, opening its mouth wide, expanding to a size of several thousand meters, and with a mighty inhalation, it devoured the entire pot of fish. The taste was extraordinary, Subsequently, the fish soup was also swallowed down. With a crash, as the Kai Su Kuin was consumed, the expansive hot pot gradually dissipated into nothingness. The fiery clouds and sky dimmed. Everything seemed to return to an initial calm. Under the night sky, the winds were still. The once turbulent lighthouse nation finally regained its composure. Countless people simultaneously looked up towards the menacing black silhouette in the void, their faces filled with awe. The calamity had come to an end. Above the ethereal sea of clouds, the venomous entity mused, finally rid of those troublesome beings. It extended its crimson tongue, licking its massive claws, letting out a peculiar laugh. The black liquid writhed, its fangs bared. In an instant, the left side of the Venom's face transformed into the cold visage of Bai Yu. Bai Yu narrowed his eyes, gazing towards the edge of the sky. In the distance, a vast continent was faintly visible, stretching across the far western reaches of the Lighthouse Sea. Asia, the Dragon Nation. Bai Yu has returned to his homeland after a 6-year absence, a place where Venom culminates the evolution of the fallen. I have finally returned, Bai Yu murmured softly, as if lost in a dream. Having been possessed by Venom through the Life Foundation, he activated the most formidable devouring system in history, traversing a path of consumption and destruction, as if caught in a grand illusion. Now, this dream has awakened. Yet, a new dream seems to be taking shape. The Dragon Kingdom, a place where dreams commence. I hope this new journey will be equally vibrant and splendid. I am looking forward to it. Venom grinned widely. Its intrigue for that enigmatic realm extending far beyond merely the symbiote that roams outside. Haha, Bai Yu laughed heartily, his laughter resonating with a youthful spirit of defiance and arrogance. Surely, there cannot be anything that Venom cannot devour. Can there? Dragon Kingdom. Venom is about to descend. Are you ready?